Everyone, assemble. Eyes right, eyes front. Stand at ease, attention. Standing at the front of the formation, Lin Fei looked at the soldiers gathering before him, a wave of confusion washing over him. He rubbed his eyes, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. What on earth is going on? Are they shooting a movie here? The American soldiers before him wore uniforms straight out of the last century. Their clothes were clearly outdated, the style unmistakably old-fashioned. Faced with such a scene, Lin Fei felt completely at a loss. How'd I suddenly end up here? He distinctly remembered that before waking up, he had been on the rooftop of a tall building, drinking and singing, drowning his sorrows after a breakup. Overwhelmed by emotion, he had abruptly passed out. And when he came to, he found himself in a military camp, surrounded by American soldiers. Congratulations, host, on successfully traversing to the Marvel Universe. Here, you will encounter all kinds of superheroes in need of help. Them save the world. The system is now bound. This is the ultimate food truck system. Please explore its specific functions on your own. Initial system binding complete. A starter gift pack will now be given. Would you like to open it? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Fei almost instinctively chose to open the gift pack. Starter gift pack opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a mobile food truck, the complete knowledge to create Lin Fei's bold jianbing, unlimited supplies, and a system user manual. What on earth is happening here? A flood of new information suddenly filled his mind, and it took Lin Fei a while to adjust. So, I really did get a system? Strangely, Lin Fei didn't find any of this too fantastical. Experiencing it in person, he actually felt a thrilling sense of excitement. With a single thought, a white mobile food truck appeared before his eyes. The vehicle was about 10 meters long, with a sleek design and a reflective exterior that Lin Fei found incredibly cool. He walked to the back of the truck and opened the rear door. Instantly, a staircase unfolded automatically. Lin Fei climbed up the steps and entered the truck. Inside, the truck was divided into two sections, one side a rest area, the other dedicated to cooking and dining. What surprised Lin Fei most was the lack of a traditional refrigerator. Instead, there was a computer screen. Whenever he tapped on an item, a sliding compartment beneath the screen would automatically present the object he'd selected. Lin Fei was utterly amazed. This system was far too powerful. Lin Fei picked up the system user manual from the dining table and began to read it carefully. It was then that he finally understood the true wonder of this mobile food truck. All resources were unlimited, and the truck itself was invincible, though it possessed no offensive capabilities. What was even more interesting was that the food truck could be packed away at any time. If it ever seemed too big or inconvenient, it could shrink down into a small cart. Lin Fei stared helplessly at the illustration of the cart in the instruction manual. Wasn't this exactly the kind of small street cart you'd see outside the school gates? This was just too shabby. With a sigh of disappointment, Lin Fei continued flipping through the manual. From now on, he had to complete the various missions issued by the system in this Marvel world and ultimately become the man behind all the superheroes. That goal, at least, sounded pretty appealing. The system would award him experience and rewards based on how well he completed each mission. In fact, if he did well enough, this humble food truck might even transform into a spaceship one day. Suddenly, everything seemed possible. What thrilled Lin Fei the most was that, by completing these missions, he could also gain special powers to enhance himself. Thinking of this, his mood brightened. From now on, he would be the man behind a whole team of superheroes. He imagined Black Widow giving him a massage, or Thor charging up electricity for him. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. In his mind, the hand-grasped pancake manual appeared, and he immediately chose to use it. But in no time, he found himself in an awkward spot. The courage-boosting hand-grasped pancake, whoever ate one, would become braver for half an hour. What on earth is this nonsense? The strange name nearly made Lin Fei want to smash the food truck. Why couldn't they just call it a regular pancake? A sudden chime sounded in his head. Ding! Your first mission. Please help Steve Rogers successfully eliminate Red Skull and the organization behind him. Mission rewards include enhanced physical strength, a recipe for grilled cold noodles, and various other prizes. System, are you trying to scare me to death? The words appeared in his mind so abruptly that Lin Fei almost jumped out of his skin. This first mission, sure, came out of nowhere. Still, Lin Fei quickly realized this had to be the system's opening quest. But who was Steve Rogers? He puzzled over it for a while, then suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, isn't that Captain America?" He felt a bit embarrassed, not remembering instantly, despite being a Marvel fan. Luckily, he'd figured it out in the end. Red Skull's organization. That was the villain from the Captain America movies. So, it seemed the system wanted him to enter the story and assist Rogers. But where was he supposed to find Rogers? That was a real problem. Helpless, Lin Fei got out of the truck, ready to search. As he stepped down, he willed the truck to disappear, and it vanished right where it stood. He didn't really know where it had gone, just that the whole thing was pretty magical. "Hey, friend." Lin Fei spotted a soldier sitting on a bench ahead, head bowed deep in thought. Curious, he walked over. "Hi there. May I ask who you are?" The soldier looked up, his expression tinged with a hint of shyness, which made Lin Fei feel a pang of sympathy. "Brother, can I ask you something? Do you know a man named Steve Rogers?" I am him." "What?" Lin Fei stared at the frail young man before him, utterly taken aback. He had always imagined Captain America as a muscular, handsome hero. He never expected Rogers in real life to look so thin and delicate. Now I remember. Captain America, Steve Rogers, was born during the Great Depression. Orphaned at an early age and raised in poverty, he was weak and sickly as a child and grew up witnessing the outbreak of war. Later, he made up his mind to enlist, but because of his poor health, nearly every recruitment office turned him away. This was, in fact, how his story began. As these memories flashed through his mind, Lin Fei smiled softly, took a seat beside Rogers, and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to him. "My name's Lin Fei. Want to smoke?" "No, I don't smoke." "That's all right." Lin Fei lit a cigarette for himself and sat quietly, studying Rogers. Rogers looked uneasy, as if he was thinking of leaving, but Lin Fei just chuckled. "Rogers? What's wrong? Couldn't get into the army again." "Mister, how did you know?" Rogers stared at Lin Fei, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. With a gentle smile, Lin Fei remained by his side and continued. "Let me guess, you weren't accepted because of your asthma, right? How did you?" Seeing the shock on Rogers' face, Lin Fei simply smiled. After all, this was all familiar territory for him. At this moment, Rogers looked especially frail. Lin Fei knew exactly what his mission was, to help Rogers grow as quickly as possible and eventually defeat the Red Skull, Schmidt, the greatest enemy Rogers would soon face. The thought made everything seem all the more intriguing to Lin Fei. He had never imagined that one day he would become part of a Marvel story. Looking at Rogers, Lin Fei grinned and threw an arm around his shoulders. "Hey, brother, do you want to join the army?" "Absolutely." A spark of hope and passion lit up in Rogers' eyes. "Mister, I've always dreamed of joining up." You mean you can help make that wish come true?" "Of course I can." Lin Fei replied with a confident smile, recalling scenes from the story in his mind. He was certain that with just a little nudge from him, these tasks could be accomplished in no time. He gazed at Rogers and continued. "I can get you into the military. But Rogers, you have to understand, this is going to be an extremely painful journey for you, and you might pay a hefty price for a long time to come." "Mister, what do you mean by that?" "It's nothing. Sometimes, even when you see through certain things, there's no need to lay them bare. Everything is the hand of fate. You have a right to choose for yourself. If you truly want to join the army, you'll have to endure great hardship and, perhaps, even risk your life." After hearing Lin Fei's words, Rogers fell silent. A long time passed before he finally spoke. "I'm sorry, sir. I think I need to think about this. I'll give you my answer when I'm ready." "Of course." With that, Lin Fei rose to his feet, preparing to leave. Rogers quickly called out, "Sir, how will I find you again?" "There's no need for you to look for me. When the time is right, I'll appear before you myself." Lin Fei departed, leaving Rogers full of questions. Lin Fei's appearance was simply too extraordinary. Rogers hadn't even figured out why Lin Fei was here in the first place. His clothing was like nothing Rogers had ever seen in this city, so extravagant, so out of place. Could this Mr. Lin truly help him? Rogers pondered for a long time, but found no answers. He glanced around the military camp, let out a heavy sigh, and walked away. Later, in a downtown cinema, Rogers sat watching a recruitment film, his heart stirred with excitement and longing. "Hey, put on something with some pretty girls. Enough with this boring stuff." A burly man in the front row shouted loudly, making Rogers feel a surge of anger. "Could you please be quiet and show some respect for others?" The man paused, then turned around to see the frail Rogers. Feeling challenged, he stood up and strode over, grabbing Rogers by the collar and dragging him outside. In a narrow alley beside the cinema, the man slapped Rogers hard across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. He crashed into a garbage bin, and the stench of rotting trash filled the air. "Kid, what did you just say? Do you even know who I am? Go ask around. No one in this neighborhood dares cross me, Chris." "You shouldn't insult those soldiers." Rogers struggled to his feet, trying to fight back. But he was simply no match. With ease, Chris blocked his feeble attempt, then punched Rogers, knocking him down again, this time right into the garbage bin. "Get up, kid. I'm giving you a shot. Come on, hit me." "You?" Seeing Chris's smug, careless expression, Anger flickered in Rogers' eyes. But he knew full well he was no match for this man. His body was too weak. Standing before Chris, he simply couldn't summon the courage to resist. He just didn't have it in him. Hand grab pancake. Lin Fei's famous hand grab pancake. Just as the two men stood in their silent standoff, a voice suddenly broke the tension. Rogers looked up and saw a man pushing a small cart across the intersection. It was none other than Lin Fei, whom he had met before. As Lin Fei reached the corner, he glanced back and immediately took in the scene before him. A gentle smile played on his lips as he pushed his little cart closer. The pristine white of the cart stood in stark contrast to the surrounding piles of trash. "Hey, you two, what's going on? Having a chat here. And who are you? Are you his friend?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Chris's tone was edged with irritation. Lin Fei turned his easy smile toward Chris and replied, "No, I'm not his friend. I'm just a vendor selling jianbing. Rogers, want to try one? They're delicious." "Mr. Lin, you—" Rogers looked at Lin Fei, falling silent for a moment before finally nodding. "All right, I'd like to try one. That's the spirit." At Rogers' agreement, Lin Fei quickly lit his stove, cracked an egg, and set about making the jianbing. "Would you like it spicy? A little will be fine. Sweet bean sauce or chili sauce?" "Sweet bean sauce." "Hey kid, who exactly are you?" Chris could no longer contain himself. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei hurriedly waved him off. "Look, man, I know you two have your business, but please, don't mess up mine. Give me a minute. It'll be ready soon." Ding! Jianbing is ready. Add courage effect. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Fei grinned with satisfaction. He could choose these special effects at will, so there was no worry about making a mistake. He decisively selected Add. With practiced hands, Lin Fei rolled up the jianbing, slipped it into a paper bag, and handed it to Rogers. "Here you go, buddy. Get a try." Rogers struggled to his feet, reaching out to take the steaming jianbing from Lin Fei. He hesitated for a moment before taking a bite, and was surprised to find it melting in his mouth, the flavor unexpectedly exquisite. In less than half a minute, he had devoured the entire thing. At that moment, Rogers suddenly felt a surge of strength well up inside him, as if his courage had grown tenfold. "Well, how is it?" "It's great." Rogers nodded firmly. Lin Fei chuckled. "I'll wait for you outside. Take care of things in here. Don't be afraid." With that, Lin Fei walked back to the corner and started frying up another jianbing, lost in his own world. "My word, is it really this good?" Lin Fei took a bite of his own creation and was genuinely impressed by the taste. Of course, as the system's host, he wouldn't gain any extra courage from it. But Rogers could feel the miraculous effects of the jianbing in full. "Af!" Hearing Chris's pained cry, Lin Fei just gave a nonchalant shrug. That effect was more surprising than he'd imagined. "Mr. Lin." "Oh, the matter's resolved." Lin Fei tossed the oiled paper into the trash and wiped his mouth. He tidied up his stall, but as he turned around, he couldn't help but pause in astonishment. The effect of that Chinese flatbread was simply unbelievable. There on the ground lay Chris, battered from head to toe, not a single spot left unscathed, writhing and groaning in pain. Rogers, too, looked beaten and bruised, his face contorted in agony. "Mr. Lin, I agree to what you said earlier. Please help me become a soldier." "No problem." Lin Fei marveled inwardly at the miraculous power of his flatbread. Who would have thought it could bring about such a dramatic change in Rogers? He smiled and said, "All right, go home and get some rest first. Tonight your friend, Bucky Barnes, will take you to the dance hall. Wait for me at the entrance then." "Huh, sir? How do you know I have a friend named Barnes? And how do you know he's taking me to the dance hall tonight?" "You don't need to worry about that. Just wait for me at the entrance at 7 tonight." "Oh, okay." Watching Lin Fei walk away, Rogers was left in a state of shock that wouldn't subside. Just who was this Lin Fei? How did he know so much? Could he really be some kind of prophet? It was simply unbelievable. So all over, Rogers could only go home and tend his wounds. The afternoon passed quickly. At last, evening arrived, and Lin Fei made his way to the dance hall ahead of time. He checked his watch. It was already 5 o'clock, and climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. This place wasn't just a dance hall. It also served as the medical examination site for Army recruits. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Lin Fei saw 2 soldiers standing guard at the door. "Sir, please show your enlistment papers, and I'll take you for the medical exam." "I don't have enlistment papers." "No, I'm sorry, then you can't go in." Noting the soldier's stern expression, Lin Fei chuckled. "Relax, fellas. I'm not here for an exam. I'm looking for someone. Is Erskine here? Dr. Erskine? May I ask what business you have with him?" "Of course it's business," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Would you be so kind as to let him know I'm here to deliver someone to him?" "All right, please wait a moment." The soldier went inside, leaving Lin Fei leaning against the wall. He lit a cigarette and waited quietly. Before long, Dr. Erskine emerged. Spotting Lin Fei, he asked with a puzzled look, "Sir, you said you're here to deliver someone for me? Who are you? And who are you delivering?" Lin Fei smiled. "Dr. Erskine, perhaps we should find somewhere more private to talk?" "Very well, please follow me." They entered an office at the end of the corridor. After introducing himself, Lin Fei offered Dr. Erskine a cigarette. "Thank you. What brand is this? I don't believe I've seen it before." "Jade Chi. This cigarette is quite special, strong and full-bodied," Lin Fei said with a smile, nodding his approval. He continued, "Dr. Erskine, you are a renowned biochemist, dedicated your life to the super soldier program. Later, you were rescued during an operation in America and have continued to research here. Now, you've managed to develop a mutated serum." Dr. Erskine's hand, holding the cigarette, trembled slightly. He stared at Lin Fei in astonishment. "Who are you? How do you know all this? Are you with Hydra?" "No, not at all," Lin Fei replied, waving his hand. "You can call me the Prophet." Lin Fei thought this title suited him perfectly at the moment. Erskine studied Lin Fei's confident expression in silence for a moment, then sighed. "This world is even more miraculous than I imagined. Mr. Lin, you are right. I have, indeed, developed a super soldier serum. Unfortunately, I haven't found a suitable volunteer yet. With Hydra's influence growing by the day, I fear I'm running out of time." Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively and said with an easy smile, "No need to worry. I came here today precisely to bring you the right candidate." "Oh, Mr. Lin, you really have someone in mind? Do you know what I'm looking for?" "Of course. Kindness and unwavering resolve. Isn't that so?" "Exactly. Mr. Lin, I must admit, you continue to surprise me. May I ask, where is this person now? What's the rush?" Lin Fei shook his head, a bit exasperated. "His name is Stephen Rogers. He'll be here tonight at 7. I'll bring you to meet him then." "That's wonderful." Hope brightened Erskine's face. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hearing the sound, Erskine called out, "Come in." A man soon entered. He was strikingly handsome, and the short stubble on his face lent him an air of rugged charm. Upon seeing him, Erskine smiled warmly. "Stark, you're here." "Yes, doctor. And this is—" "Stark?" Lin Fei quickly searched his memory, then stood up with a friendly smile. "Hello, Howard Stark. My name is Lin Fei. I know you. You grew up learning mechanical engineering from your father, and your girlfriend is Maria Stark. Who are you?" Stark's demeanor was rather cool, and hearing Lin Fei's words, his expression immediately darkened with suspicion. Sensing the tension, Erskine quickly stood up to explain, "Stark, there's no need to be nervous. This is Mr. Lin Fei. He's a prophet." "A prophet? How is that possible? Science can't explain such things. There are fields even science cannot explain, aren't there? You came today to inform Dr. Erskine that the device you've been developing, the one that causes mutations after the serum injection, is finally complete. Isn't that right? Of course, it'll require the entire city's electricity to power it." Stark's eyes were filled with astonishment, but Lin Fei hadn't finished speaking. "In addition, tonight is known as Science Fiction Night. You'll be demonstrating your latest invention to those in attendance, a hovering car. But the technology is still immature. At best, it can only stay afloat for 8 seconds. Can you really predict the future?" Stark stared at Lin Fei, now clearly convinced. After all, the details Lin Fei described were things only Stark himself could possibly know, his closely guarded secrets. Lin Fei looked at Stark and couldn't help but let out a laugh. All this information actually came from Marvel Comics, a treasure trove he was intimately familiar with as a die-hard Marvel fan. After a moment's thought, Lin Fei added, "Many years from now, you'll have an adopted son named Tony Stark. That boy of yours will have quite the temper and be more than a little mischievous." "I have a son?" Stark was completely bewildered, his mind spinning with confusion. Could what Lin Fei said really be so miraculous? But everything Lin Fei had revealed just now was so spot on, down to the smallest detail. There were secrets only Stark could have known, especially the latest project he'd been working on. He'd planned to surprise everyone, since it was a solo effort he hadn't shared with a soul. So how could Lin Fei possibly know about it? Stark stared at Lin Fei, his face a portrait of shock. Lin Fei simply smiled, as if all of this was trivial, nothing to make a fuss over. He calmly lit a cigarette for himself and offered one to Stark, who took it with a touch of hesitation. "I already told you, didn't I? I'm a prophet. There's nothing in this world I don't know." "Sir, you've convinced me," Stark nodded. "But, sir, is there a special reason you came here today?" "It's about the Hydra organization, of course. The Red Skull is expanding his power unchecked. For the sake of peace, I must take action. By the way, Mr. Stark, there are actually 2 favors I'd like to ask of you." "Please, go ahead." "The first, I'd like you to craft a circular shield for me, made of vibranium, extremely durable, and with a magnetic attachment mechanism. I won't bore you with the finer details. I'll give you a week. Is that possible? No problem. That shouldn't be too difficult. And I have some free time lately. Mr. Lin, is there a second request? Yes. The second is a prophecy. From now on, every year on March 15th, remember not to go outside. What? What? Stark looked at Lin Fei with a puzzled expression. Lin Fei simply smiled and shook his head, offering no further explanation. In the Marvel comics, the date of Stark's death falls precisely on March 15th. Lin Fei felt he had already fulfilled his duty to warn him. Whether Stark chose to heed that warning was now up to him. Though still confused, Stark took Lin Fei's words to heart. Dr. Erskine, I've said all I needed to say. Mr. Lin, goodbye. Goodbye. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with how the meeting had gone. For this particular moment in time, his identity was now firmly established. Next, he needed to make the most of his time and complete his tasks, so he could smoothly move on to the next stage. For this mission, there were two people he needed to deal with, Schmidt and Zola. Time slipped quietly by. Soon, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Lin, has the person you mentioned arrived? Someone asked. Yes, he's here. Come on, I'll take you to meet him. The two of them got up and headed toward the main entrance. Sure enough, waiting at the door were Rogers and Barnes. Hey, Rogers. As soon as Rogers heard Lin Fei's voice, he turned around, his face lighting up with a delighted smile. Mr. Lin, it's wonderful to see you again. Let me introduce you to my best friend. Before Rogers could finish, Lin Fei had already reached out his hand with a smile. Barnes, hello, I'm Lin Fei. Barnes paused for a moment, glancing at Rogers in confusion. Did you already tell Mr. Lin about me? Rogers shook his head. No, I haven't said a word. Inside, Rogers felt both surprised and excited. He was growing ever more certain that Lin Fei seemed to know everything. At that moment, Barnes finally caught on and quickly introduced himself. Mr. Lin, hello, I'm Barnes. I've heard you have a way to get my friend into the camp, to make him a real soldier, but his health. Lin Fei waved a hand, cutting him off. Don't worry, that's not something you need to be concerned about. He pointed to Dr. Erskine beside him and turned to Rogers with a smile. Rogers, this is Dr. Erskine. He can make you into a real soldier, maybe even a superhero, but the process is going to be painful. Can you handle it? Rogers hesitated, clearly nervous about the prospect of pain. Lin Fei could only sigh helplessly. Has anyone had dinner yet? Seeing everyone shake their heads, Lin Fei suddenly conjured up a small cart. The group stared in astonishment as Lin Fei moved deftly, quickly turning eggs and batter into something delicious. Dr. Erskine asked in surprise, Mr. Lin, what are you making? The air filled with a mouth-watering sizzle, a sound and scene none of them had ever experienced before. No need for words. It's ready. Lin Fei quickly prepared 4 servings of Chinese crepes, handing them out one by one, and even added a bit of special seasoning to Roger's share. This smells incredible. With just one bite, Roger's entire demeanor seemed to transform. Watching him, Lin Fei asked, Rogers, have you made up your mind? Do you want to become a superhero? I do. This time, Rogers didn't hesitate. Lin Fei smiled with satisfaction. Although fate had originally destined Rogers to become a superhero, Lin Fei had simply nudged the process to happen a little earlier. Seeing Rogers nod, Dr. Erskine smiled too. He reached into his pocket and handed Rogers a piece of paper. Here you go. Tomorrow, you can officially enlist. Really? Rogers was so excited his hands trembled. Of course, Erskine replied. But you'll need to undergo 7 days of training. I hope you'll complete it successfully. Understood, sir. With everything unfolding smoothly, Lin Fei's smile widened. Rogers hurried off to pack his things. Barnes turned to Lin Fei and invited him. Mr. Lin, would you like to stay at my place tonight? For the next 7 days, I hope you'll be by my side. Of course. Let's go find Dr. Erskine. Before long, the two of them arrived at Erskine's residence. Now, Lin Fei showcased the remarkable capabilities of the system. Dr. Erskine, try some authentic Beijing roast duck, Nanjing salted duck, and head cheese. Pair it with a bit of Tsingdao beer and garlic sauce. It's simply delicious. I can't resist taking the first bite. This is amazing, Lin Fei exclaimed as he ate. At that moment, he truly grasped the meaning of the system. Whatever he craved, the system could provide. Nothing was ever out of reach. He could even use these special foods to help superheroes, becoming their friend and mentor. Lin Fei felt he was downright ingenious, especially after a couple of sips of cold beer, which filled him with pure delight. However, where's my beer? Lin Fei instinctively reached out, only to find his beer was gone. He turned to see Dr. Erskine tilting his head back, finishing the last drops. You drank all my beer? Lin Fei said with a touch of exasperation. It was just too good. Mr. Lin, do you have any more? Erskine chuckled, letting out a satisfied belch. The meal was lively and filled with laughter, and to Lin Fei's surprise, Tony Stark showed up as well. At first, Stark didn't seem interested in the food on the table, but seeing how much Lin Fei and Erskine were enjoying themselves, he couldn't help but join in. By the end of the evening, Stark was slinging his arm around Lin Fei's shoulder, calling him brother, and Lin Fei felt utterly content. Lao sure, in the future, make sure you tell your son not to be too mischievous and to treat others with kindness. And most importantly, tell him to remember me, Lin Fei. I promise I'll come looking for him one day. Trust me, I would never harm your family. Do you understand? Brother Lin, you're absolutely right. Come on, let's have another drink. In the end, all three of them drank themselves into a stupor and collapsed on the floor. The next morning, when a soldier arrived, he was taken aback by the sight. The table was littered with bones and a few blue beer bottles. He quickly woke the three of them, who groggily opened their eyes. Lin Fei took 3 hangover pills from the system, and after they each swallowed one, they gradually came back to their senses. Dr. Erskine, we're heading to the camp today. How did you all drink so much? It's all right. I was having a great conversation with Brother Lin. A few drinks never hurt. All right, let's get going to the camp. Stark had originally planned to discuss some details with everyone, but after that night, he left without saying another word. Lin Fei and Dr. Erskine set off for the camp together. At last, they arrived at the camp. Lin Fei quickly spotted Rogers. Amidst the tall, burly soldiers, Rogers looked especially frail and thin. Lin Fei, do you really think Rogers is the right choice? Looking at Rogers, who appeared so vulnerable in that moment, Dr. Erskine couldn't help but hesitate. Just then, the camp commander walked over. Dr. Erskine, I heard you've already selected your candidate. Which one is it? Dr. Erskine looked at the newcomer and smiled. Paul, you're here. Yes, I've made my choice. It's Rogers, the second one from the left. What? Erskine, you must be joking. We want a super soldier, not someone who looks like a stiff wind could blow him over. Look at the third guy from the left. He's in outstanding shape. Why not him? Because he isn't kind enough, Lin Fei spoke up. At Lin Fei's words, Paul's expression darkened. And who are you? How dare you speak to me like that? My name is Lin Fei. I'm a prophet. Of course, I can't see your future. After all, just half a minute ago, you were leaving one of your female officers' quarters. By the way, your fly is still undone. What? Paul looked down, and sure enough, he'd forgotten to zip his pants. Lin Fei smiled gently. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. In fact, I know a lot about you, but that doesn't matter. As for your preferred candidate, I don't think he's suitable. And why not? He lacks kindness. The most important quality for a super soldier is kindness. Only then can people truly feel safe. And you're so sure Rogers has that kindness? I'm absolutely certain. Lin Fei smiled as he reached into Erskine's arms and pulled out a grenade. He pulled the pin and tossed it directly in front of the crowd that was training. Lin Fei shouted, "Grenade! Everybody run!" At his warning, everyone scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Only one person didn't run. That was Rogers. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the grenade and threw himself onto it, shielding everyone else with his own body. Witnessing this, Lin Fei felt his eyes grow wet. As a Marvel fan, Lin Fei had seen countless touching scenes, but the moment Rogers dove onto the grenade always moved him the most. Rogers, get out of there. That's a real grenade. Lin Fei shouted loudly. Rogers shook his head resolutely and replied, No. If I run, what about everyone else? This scene stirred something deep in everyone present. Who would have thought that someone who appeared so ordinary could face danger so fearlessly? At that moment, Erskine spoke up at just the right time. Son, get up. That grenade is a fake. Hearing Erskine's words, Roger snapped back to reality and quickly stood up. Mr. Paul, sometimes outward strength isn't what matters. What's truly valuable is inner fortitude. To protect others, even the timid can become incredibly brave. Lin Fei's voice gradually faded, soon vanishing into the crowd. Paul let out a cold snort, flicked his sleeve dismissively, and turned away. Erskine could only shake his head helplessly. After gesturing for everyone to continue training, he too walked off. Day after day passed. Finally, 7 days went by. During this week, Lin Fei was almost inseparable from Erskine. Throughout this time, Erskine was completely won over by the various delicacies Lin Fei brought. Every day, there was roast duck, braised pig's head, along with Tsingdao beer and Erwoto liquor. Lin Fei even felt his own life was growing a bit too lazy. He knew he couldn't let this continue. After all, he and Rogers would soon be undertaking an important mission, and his current state was far from ideal. At last, on the morning of the 7th day, a knock sounded at Erskine's door, and a soldier stepped inside. Erskine awoke groggily, only then remembering what an important day it was. He hurriedly got himself ready and left the room with Lin Fei. Rogers, come with me. They arrived at the training ground, where Erskine called out to Rogers. After 7 days of training, Rogers' gaze had grown more resolute, and he had clearly changed in many ways. Lin Fei looked at him with satisfaction. Rogers, today we begin your transformation. Are you ready? I'm ready. At that moment, Rogers was still a bit nervous, but Lin Fei didn't mind. Nervous? Just wait. I'll get you a freshly made Chinese pancake, and you'll bounce back in no time. There's nothing a good Chinese pancake can't fix. And if there is, just have two. Come on, buddy. After today, you'll be a true superhero. Thank you for your encouragement, Mr. Lin. I'll do my best. The three of them chatted and laughed as they got into the car and headed toward the laboratory that was about to undergo a transformation. Soon, they arrived at the research lab. At this hour, there weren't many people inside. Just a few staff members were inspecting the machinery. Hey, Dr. Erskine. Good morning. Stark walked over and, seeing Lin Fei, greeted him as well. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Good morning. Have you had breakfast yet? Would you like to try some spicy duck neck? As Lin Fei spoke, he raised his hand and produced a paper bag, revealing a few pieces of spicy duck neck inside. Stark looked at this unfamiliar food in surprise, momentarily stunned. What new delicacy was this? Come on, give it a try. It's delicious, though a bit spicy. Let's head to Dr. Erskine's office. I've prepared something for you both. I think you'll find it useful. Is that so? Muttering to himself, Stark picked up a piece of duck neck and took a bite. The spiciness made him gasp for air, but he couldn't resist reaching for another piece. Lin Fei watched him and couldn't help but laugh. Chinese cuisine truly has an irresistible charm. And what they were experiencing now was just the tip of the iceberg. Mr. Lin, may I try one as well? Rogers, who had been quietly following behind, asked shyly in a soft voice. Lin Fei shook his head. Not right now. You'll get your turn soon. All right. Rogers nodded obediently. They made their way up to the third floor, where two bulletproof vests were laid out on the ground. Stark looked puzzled. Mr. Lin, why have you prepared two bulletproof vests? Lin Fei smiled. I can't explain just yet. Just put them on. They'll keep you safe. Understood. By now, both Stark and Erskine had grown to trust Lin Fei completely. Without hesitation, they put on the vests. At that moment, the officials who had come to observe the transformation project also began to arrive. Everyone headed down to the first floor. Seeing the familiar faces, Stark and Erskine stepped forward to greet them. Lin Fei, meanwhile, began preparing the Chinese pancakes off to the side. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to witness an experiment that may change the future of humanity. I hope today's event will give you an experience unlike any other. As Dr. Erskine finished speaking, the room filled with enthusiastic applause. Well then, let's begin. Mr. Stark, are you ready? Everything's ready, Dr. Erskine. You can count on me. Hearing Stark's response, Erskine nodded, signaling that it was time to officially begin the experiment. At that moment, a lady stepped up to Rogers. Hello, Rogers. My name is Peggy Carter, but you can call me Carter. Rogers was momentarily stunned when he saw her. She was simply captivating. Her wavy hair and vivid lipstick made it impossible to look away. You're truly beautiful, ma'am, Rogers blurted out before he could stop himself. Hearing this, Carter smiled shyly, a hint of embarrassment coloring her features. Thank you for the compliment. I was wondering, but Rogers found himself unable to finish a sentence. After a brief silence, he finally summoned the courage to say, I was wondering if we might have a drink together tonight, if that's possible. Of course, provided you make it through tonight in one piece. No problem at all. Rogers grinned with newfound confidence, his voice brimming with determination. Just then, they heard a commotion at the door. A camp official entered, followed by several others. Lin Fei immediately noticed a man in gray among them and became alert. The man also glanced at Lin Fei, but quickly looked away. Dr. Erskine, my name is Furet Collison. I'm a member of Parliament. It's a pleasure to attend today's event. Welcome all of you. Please wait a moment. We're about to begin. Rogers, get ready to go on stage. All right. Rogers' reply was barely above a whisper, revealing his nerves. Hey, Rogers, what's wrong? Nervous? Want a hand-grab pancake to calm down? Lin Fei walked over with a smile, holding a steaming hot jianbing in his hand. Rogers accepted it with a grin. Mr. Lin, to be honest, I'd rather have some roast duck. You're more like a roast duck yourself. Lin Fei shot him a mock glare and walked away, helplessly shaking his head. He thought to himself, roast duck isn't exactly a magic cure. After finishing the pancake, Rogers' expression grew noticeably more resolute. All right, Dr. Erskine, I'm ready now. Excellent. I never imagined Mr. Lin's help would be so effective. Let's begin. Please get on the machine. Understood. With no more hesitation, Roger strode over to the device and lay down. Dr. Erskine asked, how do you feel? Pretty good, though the machine's a bit big. By the way, is there any more of Mr. Lin's Tsingdao beer? Don't worry. Mr. Lin said you can have as much as you like once you succeed. Then I'm relieved. Seeing Rogers was ready, Dr. Erskine waved his hand and stepped back. We can start now. Agent Carter, would you please come forward and observe? Of course. By now, Carter was swept up by Rogers' courage. The entire atmosphere seemed to intoxicate her. Such a man truly has a magnetic charm. Though he appears gentle on the outside, his inner strength is remarkable. As Lin Fei walked onto the stage, he saw that the staff had already begun attaching all sorts of instruments and devices to Rogers. At that moment, Dr. Erskine turned to address the crowd loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are not marching toward destruction, but taking an important step toward peace. Well said. Beautifully put. Lin Fei applauded on the spot, praising the speech. He felt the words carried real weight, and it was precisely this declaration that would ultimately shape Rogers into Captain America. But soon, Lin Fei felt a little awkward and had to turn his head aside. He noticed that everyone around was staring at him, puzzlement written on their faces. Lin Fei immediately understood. The look in their eyes was clear. Who is this guy, and why did he start clapping out of nowhere? How embarrassing. Lin Fei quickly quieted down. After all, he was surrounded by important figures, and it was wiser for him to simply play the role of Rogers' life mentor. Ahem, shall I continue? Seeing that no one interrupted, Dr. Erskine went on. The next steps are quite straightforward. We'll begin with a low-temperature injection into the subject's muscle groups. The muscles will then rapidly grow, and after that, we'll proceed with exposure to the Vita ray. Rogers, are you ready? I can't wait any longer. Rogers replied with a bright grin, excitement radiating from him. At that moment, Rogers was brimming with anticipation. Lin Fei couldn't help but pat his own forehead, silently marveling. This guy's enthusiasm really leaves me speechless. As the serum was injected into Rogers' body, his expression quickly twisted in agony. Dr. Erskine called out, Mr. Stark. At the call, Stark nodded in response and pushed the lever in front of him. The device holding Rogers immediately rose upright, encasing him completely within. This was the pivotal moment when Rogers would become a superhero. Dr. Erskine approached the apparatus and rapped on the outer shell. Rogers, can you hear me? Of course. Hurry up, Dr. Erskine. I can hardly wait. Lin Fei muttered under his breath. Maybe I shouldn't have let him eat that flatbread earlier. Look at how fired up he is now. All right, let's begin. With Dr. Erskine's command, Stark started the machinery, activating the Vita ray. 10%, 20%, 30%. As Stark called out the progress, dazzling light began to pour from the heart of the machine. 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%. A cry of pain burst out. At that very moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, a cry of pain suddenly echoed from inside the apparatus. It was Rogers. Rogers, are you all right? Hearing the agonized scream, Erskine immediately turned and shouted, Stark, shut it down. Turn off the reactor now. We can't let Rogers be exposed to this much risk. Stark nodded at once and moved to power down the device. No, Rogers suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Don't stop. Anyone who backs out first is a coward. Lin Fei couldn't help but cover his face, crouching down and using a small cart to hide his embarrassed expression. To him, the whole scene was just too much. Imagine, all this from nothing more than a particularly daring jianbing. How could things get so dramatic? Hearing Rogers' insistence, Stark resumed operating the reactor. 100%. In an instant, a cascade of sparks lit up the lab, a clear sign that the electrical system was pushed to its limits. At last, the experiment succeeded. Quick, open the reactor. Erskine was barely able to contain himself. Now he only hoped that Rogers was safe. The outcome of the experiment no longer mattered as much. The reactor opened, and Rogers stood before everyone. Breathless from the pain he'd just endured, his muscles rose and fell with every gasp. My God, look at those muscles. Lin Fei glanced down at his own stomach, unable to resist the thought, should he try this kind of transformation himself? But after a moment's hesitation, he gave up on the idea. He hated pain, and honestly, jianbing didn't seem to do much for him anyway. Right now, he just felt a bit silly. We did it. We really did it. Erskine shouted in excitement, joined by a chorus of cheers from the others. Paul was especially amazed. The kid pulled it off. We actually succeeded. How do you feel? Carter stepped up to Rogers, the two locking eyes. With a smile, she lightly touched Rogers' abs. Rogers looked around, a confident grin on his face. I feel fantastic. Honestly, after a drink tonight, maybe we could celebrate a little more? Lin Fei was stunned, thinking, has the jianbing's effect not worn off yet? Rogers really had gotten bolder. Here, put your clothes back on. Lin Fei handed Rogers his clothes, which he quickly put on. Just then, at the back of the crowd, Coulson was calmly surveying the scene. He slipped. a lighter from his pocket, flipped it open, and, without hesitation, struck a spark. In the next instant, an explosion thundered through the hall. Boom! Screams erupted as chaos swept over the room. People scrambled in panic, shards of flying glass cutting many as they ran. In the confusion, Coulson found a case containing the last vial of backup serum. He snatched it up and prepared to make his escape. At that moment, Erskine snapped to his senses and shouted, "Someone quick! Stop him!" Stark was the first to respond to Erskine's call, rushing forward at once. Just then, Coulson drew a pistol from inside his coat. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. The bullet struck Erskine and Stark in the chest, and both men collapsed to the floor. Lin Fei rose to his feet, having anticipated everything that had just unfolded. He called out loudly to Rogers, "Rogers, go after him. Don't let him get away. He's with Hydra." What? Rogers instantly understood when he heard Lin Fei's words. He was no longer the man who used to shrink away from hardship. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed after Coulson. Coulson, hearing Lin Fei shout, glanced back at him with a look of fury. "You just can't keep your mouth shut, can you? Hey, what's your problem?" Lin Fei retorted, standing up with his hands on his hips, glaring at Coulson. "I'm defending love and justice, something you could never understand. Everything I do is for the sake of peace. Enough with the noise." Coulson snapped, raising his pistol and aiming it at Lin Fei. "You've got to be kidding me. This isn't how the story's supposed to go." The moment Lin Fei realized what was happening, he crouched down and ducked behind a small cart. Gunfire erupted again. Coulson had only 1 bullet left. When it was spent, he tossed the gun aside and bolted for the exit. Rogers gave chase without a second's delay, determined not to let him escape. Lin Fei stood up, glancing at the small cart beside him, untouched and undamaged. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Products from his system, always reliable. "Dr. Erskine, are you all right? Somebody help. We have wounded over here." Hearing the frantic shouts behind him, Lin Fei could only shake his head in resignation. "Relax, he's fine. No need to panic." "What? Dr. Erskine isn't dead?" Those nearby turned to Lin Fei with astonishment written all over their faces. Paul looked at Lin Fei, puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, nothing in particular." With a smile, Lin Fei walked over to Erskine and Stark, looking down at the two of them. "Gentlemen, time to wake up. You can stop pretending now." As Lin Fei finished speaking, both men let out a pained groan and slowly opened their eyes. Stark sat up and took off his jacket, revealing to everyone that he'd been wearing a bulletproof vest. The bullets were lodged in the vest, and Stark casually plucked them out. That really hurt. It certainly did. Everyone soon noticed that Erskine, too, was wearing body armor. What exactly had just happened? Why were both of them wearing bulletproof vests? Once he was sure he was unharmed, Erskine smiled gratefully at Lin Fei. "Mr. Lin, we truly owe you this time." "That's right. If you hadn't warned us in advance, the doctor and I would both be dead by now." Lin Fei smiled. "My goal is to protect all of you and strike down evil forces." "All right, you can rest easy now. The problem is taken care of." Seeing that both of them were safe and sound, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and began cleaning up the scene. Just then, Erskine suddenly remembered something. "Oh no, what about Rogers?" "Don't worry. Rogers is a super soldier now. Handling someone like Coulson is no trouble for him." "That man really was from Hydra?" "That's right. He was sent by Hydra, and his mission was to steal the serum. But don't worry, everything is under control." Sure enough, not long after, they finally received word from Rogers. Everyone hurried outside, only to see Rogers returning to the room, carrying a corpse. It was Courson's body. "What happened to him?" Stark asked. Lin Fei explained cyanide suicide. "That's Hydra's usual tactic." Indeed, Hydra is truly despicable. At this moment, Paul walked over, looking at Rogers. "Rogers, I didn't expect you'd really pull it off." "Yes, Colonel. All I want now is to head straight to the front lines. I want to take down Hydra." "Oh, no. Paul hurriedly waved his hands, stopping him. "You can't go just yet. After what's happened, the whole country will be proud of you. Your most important mission now is to inspire and encourage more people to enlist. That's what you ought to be doing, isn't it?" "That's ridiculous." A voice cut him off. Paul turned around, visibly displeased, but when he saw it was Lin Fei, his expression grew a bit embarrassed. Lin Fei always had a knack for bringing unexpected surprises. Paul glared at Lin Fei, a hint of anger in his eyes. "Mr. Lin, I don't understand why you would say that. Why are you recruiting so many soldiers? Have you really thought it through?" "Of course I have. We need them to fight Hydra." "Yes, you're fighting them. But have you ever stopped to consider, why must you fight them?" "Because Hydra is expanding, growing ever stronger. We have to build up our forces to stand against them. And that's exactly why I called you foolish." Lin Fei glanced at Rogers. With a flick of his wrist, a bottle of beer appeared out of thin air, and he casually tossed it to Rogers. Rogers couldn't help but chuckle. With one swift chop of his palm, he sliced the bottle cap clean off and tilted his head back to take a hearty drink. Lin Fei also raised his own beer, taking a few satisfying gulps. "Mr. Lin, what about us?" Stark looked at Lin Fei expectantly, and Erskine did the same. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You two are still recovering. Just rest up and take care of yourselves." Lin Fei turned to Paul and said, "Have you considered that recruiting and training so many soldiers will take at least 2 months? But in those 2 months, Schmidt, Red Skull, will only grow stronger. By then, our situation will be even more difficult." Well, Paul understood Lin Fei's point, but he still spoke with some concern. "But Mr. Lin, Rogers has just completed the transformation. He's still only a prototype. We can't risk his life." "All right, don't think I don't know what you're planning. Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, I'll take Rogers to confront Schmidt. Once this is settled, you could do whatever you like." "This? Mr. Lin, did you foresee something?" "I can't say more about that. Anyway, today's a day worth celebrating. How about we go have a few drinks?" At Lin Fei's suggestion, Erskine immediately chimed in. "Great idea." Seeing the eager anticipation in Erskine's eyes, Lin Fei could only smile helplessly. These people really do love their drink. This can't go on forever. As everyone headed out together, Paul was left uncertain about what to do next. Lin Fei's words rang true, but could the two of them really pull this off on their own? What if they failed? Rogers was the centerpiece of a project Paul had watched over so closely. He simply couldn't allow anything to go wrong. "Rogers, you looked amazing today." Meanwhile, in Erskine's room, Carter gazed at Rogers, her eyes full of affection. Rogers had already downed several bottles of liquor and was feeling relaxed and cheerful. "If it hadn't been for your encouragement all along, I probably would have given up ages ago." Lin Fei was a little taken aback when he heard this. He thought to himself, "It was clearly my homemade scallion pancakes that kept you going. How come you change your tune the moment a woman shows up?" Everyone was raising their glasses, sampling all sorts of savory dishes, and the atmosphere was warm and lively. "Rogers, do you know how to dance?" I don't." Rogers, a bit embarrassed, hesitated. The woman he liked had invited him to dance, yet he wasn't good at it. "That's all right." Carter leaned gently against Rogers' chest. "I can teach you. It's getting late anyway. Why don't we go have that dance?" "And after the dance?" "Oh, you're impossible." Carter playfully tapped Rogers on the chest. Watching the two of them leave together, Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words. The world had changed, but in this moment, it seemed he was witnessing a regret of his own being resolved. He'd always hoped Rogers and Carter could end up together. Although, in the original story, Rogers. But Lin Fei understood very well that for Rogers, Carter was the one lingering regret in his heart. The date he'd missed and could never get back. But now everything has changed. Because of his arrival, so many things had shifted. Lin Fei was certain that Rogers and Carter would have a beautiful ending. "Rogers, you must treasure every moment of tonight, or you'll have to wait another 70 years for a night like this." "Lin, what were you muttering about just now?" Stark happened to overhear Lin Fei's words. Lin Fei smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, nothing. Just thinking out loud about the future. Well, it looks like everyone's had enough to eat and drink, right? Let's call a night. Tomorrow, I'll be taking Rogers with me. By the way, Mr. Stark, is the round shield I asked you to make ready?" "Of course. I also designed a uniform for Rogers. The fabric is extremely flexible, as well as fireproof and insulated against the cold." "Excellent. Remember what I told you. Keep a close eye on your son. And whatever you do, don't go out on March 15th. I'll be sure to remember that." At this point, all of Stark's doubts about Lin Fei had vanished. Everything Lin Fei had done had left Stark astonished. Proof enough of Lin Fei's extraordinary abilities. He really was a prophet. Given that, there was no way Lin Fei's warnings were false. It seemed his son really would be quite a handful in the future, and he'd have to discipline the boy properly when the time came. Lin Fei had no idea that his offhand remark today would, in the years to come, spare him from a great deal of trouble, much to his own surprise. But all that was for the future. As for when he would actually meet Tony, Lin Fei had no answer. In the end, everyone gradually dispersed. Lin Fei could finally enjoy his last quiet night here. Tomorrow, he would leave together with Rogers. Tonight, who knew what Rogers would experience? Lin Fei sincerely wished that these two would have no regrets in this lifetime. There wasn't much more he could do for them. Slowly, Lin Fei drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, in the ballroom, Rogers was dancing with Carter. There was no denying it. Ever since his body had been enhanced, Rogers' coordination had improved tremendously. At this moment, he held Carter gently in his arms. Their steps were perfectly in sync, moving with a graceful elegance that drew admiring glances from everyone around. Carter, you look truly beautiful tonight. Do you mean it? You're quite dashing yourself, Rogers. You know, from the very first moment I saw you, I was drawn to you. I never realized love could be so close. Will you stay with me tonight? Of course. I feel exactly the same. Carter, I hope tonight becomes one of our most cherished memories. Yes. Let's finish our last dance together. Hearing Carter's words, Rogers smiled. As the music began, he took Carter's hand and they glided gracefully onto the dance floor. They performed the most moving dance of the night. Time slipped away quietly, and all too soon, their dance came to an end. Both of them felt reluctant for the moment to be over. Carter understood that Rogers would be leaving tomorrow, and she wanted to give him an unforgettable memory. With their own thoughts in mind, the two left the dance hall together and walked toward Carter's home. When they arrived at Carter's place, Rogers looked around, drawn in by the cozy decor. The room was filled with adorable stuffed animals, and a small wine cabinet stood in the corner, details that made Rogers pause in quiet fascination. They say red wine helps set a relaxed mood. Would you like a glass, Rogers? Of course. Although I think Mr. Lin's Tsingdao beer is more my style, I do like the red wine you've picked, Carter. Come, have a taste. Carter smiled as she drew nearer and poured Rogers a glass of wine. Rogers took a sip, his gaze lingering on Carter. She had changed into a fitted outfit, wearing only a tank top, her figure accentuated perfectly beneath the soft light. Soon, after a glass of wine, both of them felt a pleasant buzz, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. In Rogers' eyes, Carter became a blur, captivating and irresistible. Unable to resist any longer, Rogers leapt lightly toward Carter, swept up in the moment. That night became an experience unlike any they had ever known. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Lin Fei woke up and slowly sat up, stretching before walking to the window to gaze outside. Mr. Lin, you're up early, Erskine said as he entered the room, greeting Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei smiled back and replied, Good morning, Dr. Erskine. Good morning, Mr. Lin. You're leaving today, aren't you? Yes, I'm heading out today. Lin Fei looked out the window at the busy soldiers, knowing that soon he would be joining a new mission himself. Just after breakfast, Rogers came over, Carter at his side. Carter leaned against Rogers, her steps a little unsteady as they walked. Seeing them like that, with Rogers looking a bit worn out, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel surprised, wondering to himself what exactly had happened last night. Rogers walked up to Lin Fei, who teased, Hey, Rogers, what did you get up to last night? Nothing much, just didn't get any sleep at all, Rogers replied, the dark circles under his eyes obvious. Lin Fei shook his head in resignation, then used his mind to summon a tablet and a bottle of drink, handing them over. Mr. Lin, what's this? Rogers asked, puzzled. This is something many men dream of. With it, you'll no longer fear fatigue. Your body will grow stronger, and you won't be easily injured. Its name is Kidney Guard. Is it really that miraculous? Rogers looked at Lin Fei in disbelief, but without hesitation, he twisted off the cap and swallowed the pill. There was no denying that Rogers' metabolism was truly remarkable. In just a short while, the color returned to his face. Mr. Lin, this medicine really works. I feel power surging through my whole body. Of course, with Kidney Guard, everyone benefits, and she'll be quite satisfied too. Hey, that's enough out of you too. Time ticked by, and Lin Fei was growing a bit impatient. Rogers and Carter had been locked in an embrace for a full 10 minutes. In fact, Lin Fei had planned to leave 10 minutes ago, but these two were still clinging to each other, reluctant apart. Isn't this a bit much? Are they ever going to let go? Finally, Lin Fei couldn't take it anymore and spoke up to interrupt them. At the sound of his voice, the two finally snapped back to reality. Hif, hif. Rogers laughed awkwardly, casting a bashful glance at Lin Fei. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. The two of us will be apart for a while soon, so it's hard to say goodbye. Looking at Rogers, Lin Fei felt a mix of emotions. You say a while, but in truth, it's going to be 70 long years. All right, it's about time. We should get going. Rogers, you'll come with me first to meet Mr. Stark. He's prepared a special suit and shield for you, your future companions. Okay. Rogers nodded, reluctantly bid Carter farewell, and then followed Lin Fei out. Stark's residence radiated an atmosphere of futuristic technology. Upon arrival, Lin Fei finally understood the power of a true scientist. The room was filled with all kinds of metals and cutting-edge experimental gadgets. Mr. Stark, how's your research on the maglev train coming along? To be honest, Mr. Lin, there are still some challenges. The energy system isn't stable, and making efficient use of that energy is proving difficult. Lin Fei smiled without elaborating. He knew Stark would succeed soon enough, and there was no point in spoiling the surprise. They continued deeper inside, eventually reaching the innermost laboratory. When the door opened, Lin Fei saw a uniform hanging neatly on a rack. It was the very same blue Captain America suit that Rogers would wear from here on out. Lin Fei gazed at it, unable to suppress a twinge of envy. If only I could have a uniform like that. Rogers, go on and try it on. This outfit was made just for you. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Rogers nodded and stepped forward. He picked up the clothes, a smile spreading across his face. Wow, this fits perfectly. The fabric feels really comfortable too. Hearing Rogers say this, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This guy really knows how to put on a show. Hurry up and get dressed. All right. 5 minutes later, Rogers reappeared, and Lin Fei's eyes lit up at the sight. Wow, that looked fantastic. Lin Fei walked over and gently touched Rogers' arm and shoulder, feeling the solid muscles beneath. His chest, in particular, was impressively firm. Mr. Lin, I have to say, I'm really not interested in men. Oh, come on. What kind of person do you think I am? That's not my thing. Lin Fei quickly withdrew his hand and turned his attention to the shield nearby. Mr. Stark, could you tell us a bit about this shield? Of course. At the mention of the shield, Stark's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he picked it up to show them. Mr. Lin, this shield is the work I'm most proud of so far. Just look at it. Stark held the shield out to Lin Fei. Check out these curves, so smooth, like a beautifully crafted piece of art. And see the edge here? It took me ages to get it just right. And the look of it, I went for a modern design. The blue is the primary color, giving it a sleek, heroic feel. It's exactly the kind of style a superhero should have. But most important of all, this shield is made from a special alloy, lighter than steel, but incredibly strong. I also added a magnetic system, so it can be used flexibly in battle, making it more practical. So, Mr. Lin, what do you think? Lin Fei listened to Stark's passionate explanation, waiting for him to finish, and couldn't help but remark in disbelief. Stark, I'm seriously starting to wonder. Were you a salesman in a past life? Huh? What's a salesman? Never mind. Honestly, it's better if you don't know. It's not exactly a compliment. Oh, got it. Finally, the shield was handed over to Rogers. Rogers began swinging it through the air, and for the first time, Lin Fei got to witness the shield's power up close. Rogers moved confidently around the lab, the shield almost an extension of his body. But suddenly, his grip slipped, and the shield shot out of his hand, flying straight toward the lab door. With a metallic thud, the shield embedded itself right in the door. Good grief. Lin Fei hurried over and saw that the door was made of solid alloy, impressively tough. Yet the shield was firmly lodged in it, completely unscathed. This shield really is something else. He reached out, trying to pull the shield free, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge an inch. How could this be? Lin Fei had no choice but to let go, pretending to casually look around as if nothing had happened, doing his best to cover up his own awkwardness. No one can see through me. Not a chance. At that moment, Rogers strolled over, grabbed the shield effortlessly, and with a slight tug, pulled it out as if it weighed nothing. Watching Lin Fei feign nonchalance while scanning the area, Rogers gave a good-natured chuckle. Mr. Lin, you might need to work on your strength a bit more. Looks like you could use some training. What's it to you? Lin Fei muttered helplessly, feeling that this guy really had no sense for saving someone's dignity. After the exploration ended, Lin Fei and Rogers got into the vehicle and headed back to camp. 15 minutes later, they arrived to find 200 soldiers assembling. Lin Fei walked up to Colonel Paul and asked, Colonel Paul, is there a special assignment that requires so many people? Mr. Lin, here's the situation. We're preparing to head to Klausberg. No, that's out of the question. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Paul was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Lin, why would you say we can't? Is it because you've discovered information about Schmidt in Klausberg? That's right. Mr. Lin, you really are a prophet. You predicted this exactly, and I must say I'm surprised. Our destination this time is indeed Klausberg. You're right. Schmidt doesn't hold much power yet, which means we have to act quickly. If we hurry, we might just catch him off guard. There's no need for you to go. Why not? Paul was puzzled as he listened to Lin Fei. Lin Fei responded, because Rogers and I are headed to Klausberg ourselves. You were right. Schmidt isn't that powerful just yet. That's why we need to go to Klausberg. Only then can we strike Schmidt with our full force. But Mr. Lin, wouldn't it be better if all our people went together? No. Lin Fei refused without hesitation, waving his hand firmly. Schmidt has already developed his own weapon. It's called the Cosmic Cube, or you could call it the Space Stone. This is an incredible cosmic energy. If its power hits someone, that person will vanish in an instant. Colonel Paul, I'm not trying to scare you. I can say with absolute certainty, if you send your men and they run into Schmidt using that weapon, they won't even stand a chance. No, Paul rejected Lin Fei's warning outright. That's impossible, Mr. Lin. I have to see this through. These men are our finest soldiers. They're more than capable of handling a crisis like this. I believe in them. You, why are you so stubborn? Looking at Paul, Lin Fei was at a loss for words. Seriously, why did you have to be so pig-headed right now? Most of the men you send out will end up dead, and yet you refuse to listen to me. Seeing the determination on Paul's face, Lin Fei could only shake his head in resignation. A man like this couldn't be persuaded, no matter what he said. In that case, he could only urge himself and Rogers to reach Klausberg even faster. If they could resolve the problem ahead of time, it might spare many lives. These soldiers were the backbone of their side, and Lin Fei truly didn't want to see anything happen to them. Fine then. Lin Fei finally relented. If that's what Mr. Paul wants to do, then I have nothing more to say. In that case, I'd like to ask Mr. Paul to assign us a plane. The two of us need to get to Klausberg first. No, I'm afraid we don't have any spare planes right now. I still need to send our soldiers to Klausberg, and there's no room left on the aircraft. So I'm sorry. Watching Paul shrug his shoulders, Lin Fei frowned in frustration. Rogers, let's go. Once in the car, Rogers started the engine. Mr. Lin, where are we headed next? What should we do about everything that's happened? Hearing Rogers' question, Lin Fei leaned back in the rear seat, lost in thought, a cigarette burning steadily between his fingers. Rogers, it's clear now, Paul is targeting us. He just can't stand us, and everything he does is aimed at us too. But, Mr. Lin, you said Schmidt is in Klausberg. If we don't go there, what will happen to those soldiers? I just saw my friend Barnes over there. I tried to persuade him, but he refused to leave no matter what. He wants to prove himself, to show he's no less capable than I am. Barnes, the Winter Soldier. Lin Fei fell deep into contemplation. The situation was straightforward. Eliminate Schmidt, then take out Zola. As long as this mission was completed, this era would be free of danger, and the Winter Soldier, Barnes, would never appear again. But now, it seems someone was always trying to get in his way. There were always those who refused to trust him, or perhaps they simply wanted to make things difficult. Given all this, there was only one way forward. Rogers, let's go find Stark. All right. Soon, the two of them arrived at Stark's place, only to find Carter was there as well. Carter? What are you doing here? As Rogers spoke, Carter stepped forward and leaned gently against him. Oh, Rogers, your uniform looks fantastic. I came here today to test out a new pistol Mr. Stark just developed. I see. Approaching Stark, Lin Fei said, Mr. Stark, I know you have a plane. I need your help. I'd like to fly to Klausberg. No problem at all. Stark's unwavering trust was exactly what Lin Fei had hoped for. Carter also requested to come along, and Lin Fei didn't object. Night had fallen swiftly, plunging everything into darkness, and the four of them were fast approaching Klausberg. But just then, the calm was shattered by sudden bursts of gunfire all around them, and shells exploded in the air with thunderous roars. Seeing the attack unfold, Stark quickly maneuvered the plane, dodging desperately to evade the assault. This isn't going to work. We can't keep going forward. If we do, we'll blow up for sure. Looks like you're all going to have to bail out. Stark shouted. Hearing Stark's words, Lin Fei kept silent. He knew this was all part of the script, nothing unexpected, just the inevitable parachute jump. With a loud rush, the plane's hatch was flung open. As bullets tore through the night, Rogers was ready to leap. Rogers! Carter called out to him, her voice filled with worry as he turned back. Make sure you come back safe. Rogers nodded with determination. I will. Just at that moment, Stark's voice chimed in. Agent Carter, once we're back, how about a little fondue in Berlin? Huh? Rogers, puzzled by Stark's suggestion, asked, what's fondue? Oh, come on. Lin Fei couldn't hold back and sprang to his feet. It's just cheese. Don't overthink it. Now get going. Off you go. With that, Lin Fei gave Rogers a solid push, sending him right out of the plane. Rogers! As Rogers vanished into the night, Carter pressed herself to the edge of the hatch, shouting after his fading figure. Lin Fei could only sigh. He'll be fine. I'm going too. You two should get on with your own missions. No need to stay here. I'm off. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fei jumped. But as soon as his feet left the plane, Lin Fei shouted at the top of his lungs. Oh hell, I forgot my parachute. Rogers, grab me, quick. Oh, this is bad. The two left on the plane could only shake their heads in exasperation. Lin Fei had jumped without a parachute. They could only hope he'd make it out alive. Wiping the corner of her eye, Carter shut the hatch. Stark, let's go. Sure thing. Tonight, I'll take you to a fantastic cheese shop. You'll be in for a real surprise. Carter let out a laugh. I'd love that. And with that, Stark flew them away. Meanwhile, tracer rounds streaked through the air, chasing after the plane. No one noticed that in the chaos, two figures had just leapt from the aircraft into the night below. In midair, Lin Fei shouted loudly as he watched Rogers, who was now about 50 meters ahead of him. Rogers, come save me as soon as we land. I swear I forgot my parachute. Got it. Rogers spun around in the air, yelling back at Lin Fei. Clearly, he'd heard him. It was the dead of winter, and the air was bone-chilling cold. Falling from over 1,000 meters in the sky, the ever-increasing speed made Lin Fei's cheeks sting painfully. It was pure agony. He could even see, quite clearly now, that his clothes were beginning to tear apart. Damn it. Cheap junk just won't do. The clothes Lin Fei wore were bargain bin finds from a street market back in his previous life. Now, battered by the freezing wind, they were shredding inch by inch. At last, after half a minute, Rogers landed squarely on ground. As soon as he touched down, Rogers looked up quickly. Because of the difference in their body weights, Lin Fei was now only about 100 meters from the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, Rogers braced his legs and rushed toward Lin Fei at full speed. Thud! With a heavy, muffled impact, Rogers caught Lin Fei in his arms. The force between them slowed Lin Fei's descent, and both men landed safely on the ground. Star's plane had flown off, and all around them the sounds of gunfire and explosions had faded away. Their boots crunched in the snow, the sound crisp and clear in the silent darkness of night. But just then, under the moonlight, Rogers noticed Lin Fei's body trembling uncontrollably. He quickly released Lin Fei, only to see that the man was now standing there in nothing but a pair of underwear. "Mr. Lin, is this your idea of parachuting style?" Before he could finish, a scrap of fabric slapped Lin Fei squarely in the face. He yanked it off, trembling with anger as he looked at it. With a thought, a complete set of clothing appeared in Lin Fei's hands. Thermal underwear, woolen pants, snow boots, and a down jacket, all of which he put on in quick succession. Warmth flooded his body, and Lin Fei instantly felt much better. "Mr. Lin, what should we do next?" Rogers frowned as he surveyed the snow-covered landscape. Klausburg was more than 10 kilometers away, and there wasn't a single vehicle in sight. Rogers could make it on foot, thanks to his superhuman stamina. But Lin Fei? Just then, a gleaming, bus-sized food truck seemed to appear out of thin air in front of them, its white frame shining in the night. Rogers promptly shut his mouth. "Mr. Lin, how did you manage to make this appear out of nowhere?" "That's not important. Let's get in." The two of them took their seats. With a mere thought from Lin Fei, the dining car roared to life. After orienting himself, Lin Fei issued a command, and in an instant, the car surged forward, charging straight ahead. Rogers' jaw dropped wide open at the sight of a vehicle so responsive, as if it were an extension of Lin Fei's own will. Lin Fei simply smiled, saying nothing, and pulled out 2 bottles of beer, handing one over. "Come on, Rogers, have a drink. We'll be heading onto the battlefield soon." "Cheers!" Rogers found himself growing fond of Tsingdao beer, so he didn't hesitate. The dining car sped along swiftly. By the time they'd finished their beers, the car had already arrived about a kilometer in front of Klausburg. Gazing at the fortress ahead, tightly guarded and imposing, Rogers frowned. "Mr. Lin, the security up ahead is tight. We'll have to circle around to the back." "Why should we go around? If we don't, won't they spot us right away?" "But isn't stirring up trouble exactly why we're here?" "You have a point." A deep rumble erupted from the dining car's engine, shattering the night's stillness. Eyes fixed ahead, Lin Fei gripped the steering wheel, pressed down on the accelerator, and in a flash, the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my laboratory. Today, you will witness my most perfect creation." At that moment, inside Klausburg, Schmidt led 3 men into his lab. Each of the 3 was a high-ranking officer within Hydra. They had come, following Schmidt, to witness the results of his research. With a flourish, Schmidt aimed a heavy weapon directly at the trio. "Oh, Schmidt, is this your weapon? It doesn't look all that impressive. If this is the best you can do, I'm afraid we need to have a serious talk. I'm really not satisfied with your position right now. Hand over your authority. Hydra can only advance faster and better if we all contribute." "Oh, so you're questioning my research?" Schmidt looked at the man before him with a sneer, then squeezed the trigger. A blue laser streaked out, and in a split second, the man was struck. His body vanished on the spot. There wasn't even a drop of blood left behind. "Schmidt, what do you think you're doing?" "What are you doing? Hydra is mine alone." As the 2 men panicked, Schmidt still managed to take aim at them, and in that instant, the pair vanished into thin air, leaving not a trace behind. "Hydra attend now." Boom! Just as Schmidt was about to shout at the top of his lungs, a thunderous explosion erupted. Suddenly, a white bus appeared right in front of Schmidt, its headlights glaring and almost blinding in the darkness. "Hey there, Mr. Schmidt, good evening. Care for a bottle of Tsingdao beer?" "Who are you?" Schmidt's eyes fell on the beer bottle in Lin Fei's hand, where 2 clear Chinese characters spelled out Tsingdao. To Schmidt's confusion, he realized he couldn't recognize a single one of those characters. He turned his gaze to Lin Fei. utterly astonished. His laboratory was built with reinforced concrete so strong that even a direct shell blast wouldn't bring it down. And yet, this man's vehicle, how on earth was it this formidable? Normally, if a bus slammed into these walls, it would have exploded on impact. But clearly, that was not the case here. Lin Fei flashed a grin at Schmidt, pulled out a bottle opener, and popped the cap off his beer. He took a deep, satisfying gulp, letting the drink slide down his throat. After downing half the bottle, Lin Fei felt instantly refreshed and clear-headed. "Hey," staring at Schmidt, Lin Fei called out, "Hey, you must be Schmidt, right? Or should I call you Red Skull? Good evening, my friend. Looks like I've arrived just in time, huh? Oh wow, you've already finished developing your weapon? Not bad, not bad. Who the hell are you?" Schmidt was at the end of his patience now, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Lin Fei. Why? Why did this man have to show up at such a critical moment? Without another word, Schmidt pointed his gun straight at Lin Fei's bus, his movements frenzied and desperate. "What the? What's your problem, man? All I did was say a few words, and you're already coming at me." Lin Fei was taken aback. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Wasn't the villain supposed to deliver a few menacing lines before the real fight began? Why wasn't he making any threats? He watched as the muzzle of the gun began to glow with a piercing blue light. Lin Fei quickly ducked back inside the bus, deciding it was best to watch from within for now. At that moment, his heart pounded with tension. After all, this was the energy of the cosmic cube. He knew his food truck was supposedly invincible, but could it really withstand this power? The cosmic cube was an energy source that bridged two dimensions. Could he truly hold his own? A sharp, strange sound echoed through the air, not quite what Lin Fei had expected. Suddenly, he found himself breaking into a smile. The moment that energy laser struck his car, Lin Fei only felt the vehicle shudder violently, as if it had jumped out of gear just after starting. But after that brief tremor, nothing else happened. "Ha ha!" Lin Fei burst into wild laughter, rolled down the car window, stuck his head out, and shouted at the top of his lungs. "I don't have much to say. Just one question. Who else? Is there anyone else who dares?" "Ha ha ha! Rogers, tell me, who else?" "Mr. Lin, there's no one left." "You're incredible, Mr. Lin. I really admire you." "Not bad," Lin Fei replied with a satisfied nod. "That's flattery, but I like it." Turning his gaze to Schmidt, Lin Fei grinned and called out, "Hey, you red-faced monster, weren't you acting tough just now? Come on, shout at me. I'm giving you a chance. But if you don't have the strength to back it up, don't put on a show in front of me, you hear? I'll teach you a lesson." With that, Lin Fei casually tossed the bottle in his hand straight at Schmidt. To be fair, as the Red Skull, Schmidt's reflexes were impressively sharp. He dodged the flying bottle in a swift, fluid motion. But the bottle continued its arc and smashed into Zola, who was standing behind him. There was a loud thud. Ow! The bottle struck Zola squarely in the stomach, causing him to double over in pain. It really hurt. Haha, sorry about that. It's not my fault, really. Blame your monster friend. If he hadn't dodged, it wouldn't have hit you. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Zola was left speechless. What could he say? One of them was the boss, and the other wasn't even afraid of the boss. All he could do was shrink back. Who exactly are you? And who's that person with you? Staring at the two people in the car, Schmidt finally voiced the question that had been bothering him. Lin Fei looked back at Schmidt and smiled. Who am I? Well, let me tell you. I'm a warrior for love and peace. My dream is world peace. My name is Lin Fei. Lin Fei. Why have I never heard of you? Of course, you've never heard of me. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that I'll be your greatest opponent, and I will defeat you. That's all you need to remember. Ridiculous. Schmidt sneered. Hydra can never be defeated. Not now, not ever. I don't know what's up with your car, but against my powerful weapons, you'll end up like all the others, reduced to ashes. As he spoke, Schmidt let out a cold laugh and activated his weapon once more. Lin Fei ducked back inside, quietly watching and waiting. A rapid volley of projectiles zipped through the air. Rogers, what do you think? I find this sound rather pleasant. Almost like the most beautiful music, don't you agree? Listening to Lin Fei, Rogers couldn't help but smile. At first, he hadn't expected Lin Fei's car to be so powerful. But after Lin Fei crashed right through the wall, Rogers thought to himself, well, this is truly something else. Then, those blue energy beams shot directly at the car, instantly sparking against its surface before vanishing without a trace. Seeing this unfold, Lin Fei grew even more confident. Honestly, this was hardly a challenge. A sizzling noise filled the air. When the blue beams failed to emerge from the gun barrel again, Lin Fei looked a little puzzled. He rolled down the window and stuck his head out. Hey, Schmidt, what's wrong? Are you already finished? Something the matter? Let me tell you, a real man knows how to last. If you're struggling, I've got a little miracle pill here. Want to give it a try? Trust me, It's guaranteed to bring back your confidence as a man. Damn it. Fine. If that's how it is, then I'll have to bring out my ultimate weapon. With that, Schmidt turned abruptly and marched toward the door behind him. As Schmidt disappeared inside, Zola followed close behind. Meanwhile, Lin Fei simply crossed his arms and waited calmly, unbothered. He refused to believe Schmidt could produce anything truly terrifying. Was there any reason to be afraid? Absolutely not. Time ticked by, second by second. 2 minutes passed, and suddenly Lin Fei's expression grew serious. At that moment, Rogers voiced his confusion. Mr. Lin, do you think Schmidt might have run away? How could that be? Lin Fei replied, skeptical, as he got out of the car with Rogers right at his heels. They approached the door, which slid open automatically. As Lin Fei stepped inside, he suddenly noticed a countdown ticking away on the screens, and Schmidt was nowhere to be seen. Seeing that there were only 3 minutes left on the clock, Lin Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, I've underestimated him. Schmidt is making his escape. Huh? Then what should we do? We chase him, of course. Lin Fei realized that if they didn't act now, it would be too late. Rogers, here's the plan. You head up to the roof and look for Schmidt. I'll go after Zola. Lin Fei knew Zola would become a pivotal figure in the future. If he didn't deal with Zola now, there could be dire consequences, especially Zola's supercomputer, which would not bode well for anyone down the line. All right. Hearing Lin Fei's command, Rogers nodded, quickly spotted the staircase leading upward, and sprang into action, dashing up the stairs at full speed. At last, Rogers reached the top floor, only to see that Schmidt had already boarded the helicopter, which was now beginning to lift off. Watching the helicopter's rotors spinning rapidly, Rogers launched himself forward, sprinting straight toward the aircraft. With a heavy thud, Rogers pushed off hard with both feet and leaped with all his might. His fingertips were just 10 centimeters away from grabbing hold of the helicopter, but in the end, he missed. He shot out from the top floor, and as he looked down at the nearly 60-meter drop to the street below, his body began to plummet. With a crash, Rogers finally landed on the ground, only to find Lin Fei already standing there, his face filled with frustration. Mr. Lin, where's Zola? I have no idea. He might have already escaped. Lin Fei was quite exasperated. He'd arrived here a full minute earlier, and by his calculations, Zola should have driven off in Schmidt's car by now. But as things stood, that clearly wasn't the case. Where could Zola have gone? Lin Fei simply didn't know. This isn't good. Mr. Lin, get back, quickly. With those words, Rogers grabbed Lin Fei and sprinted away, covering 30 meters in an instant. A thunderous explosion shook the entire ground. The deafening roar seemed to rattle the heavens and the earth, leaving Lin Fei's ears ringing painfully. The sound was overwhelming. Hastily, Lin Fei took out a pair of earplugs, stuffed them into his ears, and looked up, just in time to see Castle Klaus erupt in flames. For the first time, Lin Fei truly understood what it meant for fire to reach the sky. In the darkness, the explosion lit up the night as if the clouds themselves were ablaze, turning the entire world bright for a moment. Beneath his feet, the snow was melting rapidly, the scorching heat pressing in on Lin Fei from all sides. He could feel his face starting to burn. Rogers. Yes, Mr. Lin? What is it? Are you nervous? Not at all, Rogers replied, shaking his head in confusion. Lin Fei continued. If you're not nervous, then why are you still holding me? And, to be honest, you're trembling so much you're nearly shaking more than that helicopter engine. Hearing this, Rogers quickly let go of him. The two of them retreated another 50 meters, then simply sat on the ground, watching the blazing inferno that was once Klausberg. This fire would need at least an entire day to burn itself out. The ground around them, scorched by the intense heat, showed not a single flake of snow. The temperature of the whole surface was steadily rising. Rogers, Barnes, and the others are supposed to arrive here today as well, aren't they? Yes, Mr. Lin. According to their schedule, they should be here in about 2 hours. I see. All right then, let's get in the car and have a meal while we wait. Summoning his own catering van, Lin Fei opened the back door and stepped inside, with Rogers following close behind. There was no need to worry about anyone coming by at this point. Everything had already exploded, and all of Rogers' research here had been reduced to ashes. Once inside the van, Lin Fei tapped away at his computer, selecting ingredients, while at the same time he set up a large pot. One by one, the ingredients went in, and Lin Fei began to cook. Soon after, he also started steaming a pot of rice. Half an hour later, as the air brimmed with a mouth-watering aroma, Rogers sniffed and glanced at Lin Fei in surprise. Mr. Lin, what are you making? Getting hungry, are you? Well then, let's eat now. With that, Lin Fei lifted the lid off the big pot. Come on, braised goose in an iron pot. It's a famous dish, want to give it a try? I can't wait. As they ate, Rogers couldn't stop praising Lin Fei's culinary skills, clearly delighted with every bite. They washed it all down with bottle after bottle of Tsingdao beer. Time ticked by minute, until at last 2 hours had passed. The deep, rumbling thrum of helicopter blades filled the air. Illuminated by the towering flames, Lin Fei saw 5 helicopters flying toward them. "Let's go, time to head down, burp." Stepping outside, they watched as the 5 helicopters landed, and one by one, soldiers disembarked, each of them looking utterly perplexed. What on earth had happened here? Why did the place look like this when they arrived? Rogers, what exactly happened here? Paul also exited his helicopter at that moment. For this operation, he had come in person, determined to see Schmidt's demise with his own eyes. But as soon as Paul set foot on the ground, he realized the place had simply exploded. He turned to Rogers for an explanation. Hearing Paul's question, Rogers smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to Mr. Lin. He's incredibly powerful. As soon as we arrived, the 2 of us tracked down Schmidt. Schmidt tried to flee at the last moment, and in the end, he blew this whole place up." "And what about Schmidt?" Paul asked. Rogers' expression turned awkward as soon as he heard the question. He got away. He got away." A trace of displeasure flashed across Paul's face. "Rogers, what on earth are you doing? How could you let Schmidt escape? Huh? You're Captain America, and you let him slip through your fingers? Do you realize how much trouble this will cause us in the future?" "Hey, that's enough, old man." Lin Fei looked at Paul, his face dark with annoyance. Paul's expression hardened at Lin Fei's words. "Lin Fei, I call you Mr. Lin out of respect, but look at what you've done. Is this the result of your insistence on coming here? Now that Schmidt has escaped, what's the point of your stubbornness? What's the point, you ask? Is it supposed to be like you all, coming here only to find everything lost? Don't forget who started all this. You." Paul, pointing at Lin Fei, had truly lost his temper. "Lin Fei, remember who you are. Don't forget, I'm their leader. I'm Rogers' leader. And you're lecturing me? Let me tell you, if I decide to take these people with me, you're nothing, you understand? Idiot. Rogers, who do you plan to follow?" Lin Fei's question left Rogers hesitating, torn about whose side he should take. Forget it." Lin Fei waved his hand, and a small cart appeared before him. With a flurry of swift movements, he expertly finished making a Chinese-style pancake. "Here, Rogers, have one." "Mr. Lin, I really can't eat anymore." Rogers had just finished eating and was truly struggling. But Lin Fei was having none of it, his tone absolute. "Are you questioning me? If I tell you to eat, you eat. What's with all the fuss?" All right then." Still uncomfortable, Rogers took the pancake, but as soon as he took a bite, his whole demeanor changed. Watching Rogers eat, Lin Fei grinned. "So, have you made up your mind now? Are you coming with me or with Paul?" "Of course I'm following you, Mr. Lin." This time, Rogers didn't hesitate at all. His courage grew, and he thought, so what if Paul is my leader? "Rogers, you. What about me?" "Paul, I've been fed up with you for a long time." Rogers strode over, draped an arm around Paul's shoulders, and waved the pancake right in front of him. "How does it smell? Tempted? Want a bite? Hey, not for you." Then Rogers joined Lin Fei, shoving the rest of the pancake into his mouth in one big bite. "Paul, I have to say you're getting on in years. Why are you still so stubborn? Think about it. If Mr. Lin and I hadn't come, do you realize what would have happened here? Have you seen Schmidt's weapons? They could have wiped you all out in the blink of an eye. But Schmidt was just too cunning. For Mr. Lin and me to achieve even this outcome, it wasn't easy, you know? People ought to learn to appreciate what they have. Enough of your big talk. Be content. If I were content, we'd be doomed. Don't you get it? Schmidt is a monster. Why on earth would you let him go? You think we don't know Schmidt is a monster? But don't worry. I'm going after him right now. Whatever happens then, we'll see soon enough. Rogers, come with me. With a leader like this, what's the point in staying? Join me, and I promise you, we'll bring Schmidt down together. And what are you going to use to fight him? That scrawny frame of yours? Or do you think Rogers here, with all his brashness, is going to save the day like some American hero? None of your business." Lin Fei couldn't care less about Paul's words. Frankly, Paul was getting on his nerves. How can anyone be so infuriating? Here Lin Fei was, trying to save the world, yet a teammate always seemed determined to get in the way. With a wave of his hand, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Fei's white food truck appeared out of thin air. Paul stared in surprise at the truck, but then scoffed, a mocking smile on his face. "So what's your plan? You think you're going to chase down a helicopter with that thing? Well, that's none of your concern. Rogers, hop in." "Mr. Lin." Hearing Rogers' hesitant voice, Lin Fei turned and asked, "What is it? Something on your mind? I'd like to take Barnes with me. The 2 of us side by side, we'd make quite the team." "Is that so?" Lin Fei considered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, take him along. Of course, whether he chooses to go with you, that's up to him." "Thank you." Rogers nodded gratefully, then turned toward the group of soldiers. "Barnes, you there? Right here. A soldier stepped forward. It was Barnes. When he saw Rogers, a broad grin spread across his face. Hey man, you've really surprised me today. But I'm still your brother. So what do you say? Want to go after Schmidt together? I wouldn't miss it for the world. Barnes, do you even know what you're doing? Don't forget who's supposed to be your leader. Paul's voice rang out, but Barnes just walked over to Roger's side and shot Paul a disdainful grin. Enough with the nonsense. Do you really think I'd sacrifice my brothers for someone like you? Barnes turned around and gave Lin Fei a deep bow. Mr. Lin, I may have to trouble you for the next few days. Lin Fei chuckled. Don't mention it. Come on, get in the car. There's a spot to rest in the back. And some beer, too. Barnes laughed heartily. I've heard tales of your Tsingdao beer, Mr. Lin. I hope I can drink my fill today. I've got plenty. Hop in. Once both men had gotten in, Lin Fei settled into the driver's seat. The engine started with a deep, powerful rumble. With the car roaring to life, Lin Fei prepared to drive off. Paul, watching Lin Fei, shouted at the top of his lungs, Lin Fei, are you really going through with this? Do you have any idea what this could mean for you? To hell with your consequences. Get lost. I've put up with you long enough. Don't think I won't run you down with this car. You. The engine roared in response, drowning out Paul's words. Guided by Lin Fei's will, the car performed a perfect drift, then shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. In a matter of seconds, it had vanished from sight. Was that really a coach bus? The soldiers began talking animatedly, astonished at the vehicle's performance. Not a single car they'd seen could compare to this one. Just who exactly was this Mr. Lin? That's enough, Paul shouted, trying to be heard above the clamor. As silence finally fell, a wave of frustration rose within him. Look at yourselves. What are you doing? Everyone get back now. I want to see what Rogers can actually accomplish. Oof. In the end, all he'll find is death waiting for him. Enough delays. Get on that plane now. With Paul's bellow ringing in their ears, the soldiers filed toward the aircraft. But just as everyone boarded, and Paul approached the plane, he noticed something strange. The helicopter's cabin door slammed shut with a clang. What are you doing? Open this door. I need to get on. Another clang echoed, as every cabin door was locked tight. The helicopter's rotors spun to life, filling the air with their steady thrum. A window slid open, and a soldier stuck his head out, sneering at Paul. Paul, don't think being in charge means you can do whatever you want. That's Captain America in there, our hero. Someone like you, who doesn't respect others, can stay right here. Want to go back? Walk home, for all we care. Damn it. Paul cursed furiously as he watched the helicopters take off, leaving him behind. Location. Deep in a primeval forest on the outskirts of Berlin, winter has cloaked the land in heavy snow. Unseen by any passerby, the very heart of the forest has been completely cleared, and hidden within lies a secret cave, expertly concealed. Entering the cave, one is met with a startling contrast. Sleek, modern interiors, the entire space designed in a cold, metallic style. Inside, an expansive platform dominates the space. Atop this platform, an assembly line is in full swing, each station busy with relentless production. At the head of it all stand a man. His name is Schmidt. Surveying the bustling workers before him, Schmidt summons one of them over. Tell everyone to pick up the pace. I expect all our tasks to be completed within a week. Do you understand? Yes, sir, the soldier replies, before hurrying off to carry out the order. Turning to a figure nearby, Schmidt asks, Dr. Zola, how is your latest research project progressing? Dr. Zola responds with a confident smile. The research is well underway, Mr. Schmidt. Rest assured, I'll have a success in no more than 3 days. Excellent. Once you're done, I'll assign you 100 soldiers. Then, at last, we'll conquer the world. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Who could have imagined that in a place like Berlin, such a vast and secret force was gathering, working on a project that would one day terrify the entire world? Meanwhile, far away on the highway from Klausberg to Berlin, a large white catering truck speeds along the snowy road. Inside is Lin Fei's vehicle. With him are Barnes and Rogers. The truck drives itself with ease, gliding through turns and curves, fully autonomous and requiring no manual control. Mr. Lin, is your vehicle really this advanced? Rogers asks, marveling at the technology. Of course. It's powered by a network of satellites and built-in radar. Let's get some rest. It'll take us about 3 days to reach Berlin. 3 days? Mr. Lin, what are we doing in Berlin? Is Schmidt really there? Barnes inquires. Absolutely. Schmidt and everything he's working on are in Berlin. These 3 days are a chance for us to rest. Once we arrive, you two will be facing your toughest battle yet. Hearing Lin Fei's words, both men nod in silent agreement. The two of them knew very well that Lin Fei had no combat ability. At least for now, that was how it seemed. So given the circumstances, the task of fighting could only fall to the other two. To Lin Fei's surprise, his ordering system didn't just offer food ingredients. It also had a dazzling array of firearms and ammunition. Practically anything one could imagine was available for selection. Before long, everyone picked out the weapons they needed. Glancing at the pile of ammunition stacked at the back of the train car, Lin Fei's brow twitched in disbelief. He couldn't help but think, even rocket launchers? Let's just hope no one sets one off inside the train. Now that would be a disaster. After finishing their meal, Lin Fei tossed the leftovers into the trash, and like magic, everything vanished on its own. That was the real power of his system. Checking the time, he realized it was getting late, so everyone headed back to their quarters to rest. The train car offered a surprisingly spacious area for relaxation, complete with a television and a shower system, something Lin Fei took great pride in. After tidying up and taking a shower, Lin Fei decided it was time to rest. And so, the days slipped by in a comfortable routine of meals and rest. All three of them focused on adjusting their physical condition, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed. The brakes squealed as the train gradually slowed to a stop. The three of them stepped off and looked ahead at the dense, primeval forest just a kilometer away, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Today was a momentous day for all of them. For on this day, Schmidt would face the greatest ordeal of his life. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei summoned 3 Harley motorcycles from his system. Their sleek, dazzling frames instantly caught everyone's attention. Wow, Mr. Lin, these bikes are incredible, Rogers exclaimed in awe. Lin Fei just smiled at Rogers' reaction. Don't worry, there will be plenty more of these in the future. But hurry up and get your gear ready. Honestly, I'm curious, can you really carry all that? It looks heavy. Only Lin Fei knew just how much those supplies weighed. Those were real, solid shells and ammunition. Yet the other two acted as if the weight was nothing. Rogers, in particular, had thousands of rounds of ammo strapped to his body, along with a machine gun slung over his shoulder. He even carried a rocket launcher with 4 rockets, and grenades hung from his belt as if they were nothing. Barnes was similarly equipped, armed with a full array of weapons. As for Lin Fei, he didn't need to bother. Whatever he wanted, he could summon with a mere thought. The distinct roar of the Harley engines echoed through the air, igniting a rush of adrenaline in all of them. Let's move out. Hurry up, everyone. Get the final step of the power systems ready right now. All around, hundreds of fighter jets were undergoing their last electrical checks, and everyone was busy at work. Schmidt watched the progress with satisfaction. His soldiers were truly outstanding. According to his original plan, this work would have taken another week, but now, after just 3 days, they were nearly finished. For a moment, pride and contentment filled him. Soon, he would be able to set out and conquer the world. A thunderous rumble suddenly erupted, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Schmidt frowned in confusion. Where was that noise coming from? A sharp, explosive crash followed. Everyone spun around in shock, just in time to see the massive doors of the base burst open. Snow and smoke billowed in, obscuring the entrance so completely that no one could make out what was happening outside. Damn, Mr. Lin, your rocket launcher is incredible. Hand me a few more rounds, quick. Hearing Roger's exclamation, Lin Fei could only shake his head helplessly. He pressed down on the accelerator, sending the vehicle surging forward into the chaos. At that moment, Schmidt tore off his mask, revealing a monstrous face, far more terrifying in person than it ever appeared on television. Hey, ugly, I'm back. Surprised to see me? Lin Fei, you again. Schmidt clenched his teeth as Lin Fei emerged before him. He never imagined that, despite choosing such a hidden location for his base, they would still be discovered. Lin Fei, why do you keep standing in my way? Oh, don't tell me. There's only 3 of you? Are you trying to make a fool of me? Huh. A deafening blast was his only answer, as Barnes raised his rocket launcher and fired a shell straight at Schmidt. But they had underestimated Schmidt. With astonishing speed, he rolled aside, moving far faster than any ordinary man, dodging the missile with ease. Another explosion rocked the ground. Everyone turned to see a fighter jet behind them engulfed in flames, people scrambling desperately to get clear. The entire base descended into chaos. Lin Fei, do you truly want to make me your enemy? Of course. Hey Schmidt, how about a beer? With that, Lin Fei tossed a small black object from his hand. Schmidt hesitated, puzzled by Lin Fei's words, until he realized what had been thrown. A grenade. Seeing the grenade flying straight over his head, Schmidt sprang up swiftly, caught it with a deft backhand, and flung it right back at Lin Fei. Huh, are you really that foolish? I didn't even pull the pin on that grenade. Look how scared you got. Rogers, did you see that? Ha ha ha. Yes, Mr. Lin. Schmidt sure is a coward, isn't he? Both men chimed in at that moment, echoing each other with laughter. Hearing their taunts, Schmidt felt a deep sting of humiliation. Damn it, Lin Fei. All right then, I'll show you just how tough my squad can be. All units, prepare for battle. A deafening roar erupted from Schmidt's team. The sound sent a surge of adrenaline through Lin Fei's veins, and inspired by the moment, he moved. Quickly, pulling out a massive speaker. With a press of a button, explosive music blasted through the entire base, turning the atmosphere electric. Come on, brothers. Let Schmidt see that even with just the three of us, we can handle anything, right? Absolutely. Revving up his motorcycle, he sped to the front lines, where Schmidt's men were already armed with laser weapons. Rogers sprang into action as well. With practiced hands, Rogers swung up his machine gun from his hip and opened fire. The staccato rattle of gunfire echoed across the battlefield, bullets slicing through the ranks of enemy soldiers like the Reaper himself come to claim souls. Meanwhile, a barrage of laser blasts came hurtling toward Rogers, but he reacted instantly, raising his shield and blocking the attacks head-on. The fight was a chaotic whirlwind, the tide shifting with every moment. Barnes chose this instant to act, quickly hefting the rocket launcher from his shoulder and firing a rocket into the distant crowd. A thunderous explosion shook the air. Cries of agony rang out, echoing through the chaos. In the midst of such a massive battle, a weapon like this proved devastating against such a large force. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, the entire base was engulfed in flames, screams of pain filling the air. But at that moment, Lin Fei realized that Schmidt had disappeared, and throughout the entire fight, he hadn't caught sight of Zola. Stop! At Lin Fei's command, the other two halted instantly. Rogers, Schmidt might be trying to escape. Go after him, quickly. Barnes. Lin Fei turned to glance down a nearby passageway. The two of us will head this way. We need to find Zola and make sure he doesn't slip away. Got it. With a crisp reply, Rogers jumped onto his motorcycle and sped through the blazing battlefield, charging ahead without hesitation. Lin Fei and his companion rushed straight toward the passageway on the left. This corridor seemed endless. They had been running for half a minute and still couldn't see the end. But at that moment, Lin Fei was already gasping for breath. He truly couldn't run anymore. Damn it. How could he possibly compete like this? The others had all undergone professional training, while he hadn't trained at all. The situation was, frankly, embarrassing. Bah! Just as Lin Fei was about to call out to Barnes, a wall suddenly dropped down before him with a heavy crash, slamming into the ground. Lin Fei felt the whole floor shake beneath his feet. I've been set up. That was Lin Fei's first instinctive thought. He'd been tricked. He began pounding on the wall, but it was incredibly thick and solid. There was no way to tell just how deep it went. Barnes, are you there? Can you hear me? Only silence answered him. For a moment, Lin Fei's heart sank into despair. Could it be that there really was no way to stop the Winter Soldier? Lin Fei didn't want to see things end like this. Rogers and Barnes were close friends. Even though Barnes would eventually regain his memories in the future, Lin Fei truly didn't want to witness the suffering in between. He quickly retreated, backing up 20 meters, and swiftly pulled a rocket launcher from his system's inventory. Facing that heavy alloy wall in front of him, he loaded the ammunition and squeezed the trigger. With a sharp whistle, the rocket shot forward. A thunderous explosion followed, flames sweeping across the floor. At that instant, Lin Fei felt a wave of heat surge toward him. The force hurled him through the air. He crashed into a table behind him, pain exploding in his body as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Forcing himself to look up, he saw the flames quickly dying down for lack of anything to burn. Yet the wall ahead remained completely unscathed, not even a scratch. Lin Fei furrowed his brow. The rocket's firepower was formidable, but it hadn't even dented the alloy wall. His heart sank. Barnes was gone. The Winter Soldier. Was this truly fate's arrangement? Was there really nothing he could do to stop it? Barnes! Lin Fei shouted in anger, his voice echoing through the passage. A deep, mechanical hum vibrated in the air. At that moment, Lin Fei heard the roar of a fighter jet filling the air. He quickly turned his head and saw a jet speeding away ahead of him. Behind him, Rogers was racing after it on his motorcycle. Oh no, Schmidt is trying to escape. Realizing the situation, Lin Fei sprang into action, leaping onto his own motorcycle. With another burst of engine noise, the motorcycle roared to life and shot forward at lightning speed. Flames burned fiercely on the path ahead, but Lin Fei charged straight through, the fire licking at him as he passed. He swiftly raised his hand, summoning water that doused the flames in an instant. Rogers! Lin Fei called out loudly, seeing Rogers in hot pursuit of the jet. They were running out of runway ahead, and if they couldn't stop Schmidt now, the consequences would be unimaginable. The engines whined louder as Lin Fei closed in on the jet, raising a rocket launcher without hesitation and pulling the trigger. With a sharp whoosh, the rocket soared past Rogers and struck the jet. To Lin Fei's shock, the warhead did no damage at all. By now, the jet was only 50 meters from the exit. Rogers was just 10 meters behind it. Rogers, you have to do it. Schmidt cannot be allowed to threaten the world. I know, Rogers shouted back, pushing the throttle even harder. With another piercing sound, the jet burst through the tunnel's end, and Rogers finally reached its undercarriage. With a shout, Rogers launched himself upward, grabbing onto the jet's landing gear. As the wheels retracted, Rogers disappeared from Lin Fei's view. Damn! Lin Fei let out a breath of relief upon seeing Rogers board the plane. But then he realized he was less than 50 meters from the edge of the cliff at the tunnel's exit. He stomped on the brakes, but the motorcycle lost control, swerving wildly as the cliff drew rapidly nearer. With a tearing screech, Lin Fei threw himself off the bike just in time. The motorcycle shot out of the tunnel and plunged down the cliff. Lin Fei himself tumbled across the ground, rolling to a stop. Ah! With a sharp shout, Lin Fei's hands gripped the doors beside the exit. But, propelled by the force of inertia, he spun around and crashed straight into the wall nearby. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Frustration filled Lin Fei's heart. He thought, with all this blood I've coughed up, how many eggs would it take to replenish my strength? For a while, Lin Fei just lay flat on the ground, gasping for air in great heaving breaths. The falling snowflakes struck his face, but Lin Fei didn't care at all. Rogers, I believe you'll succeed in killing Schmidt, right? But I'm sorry, I still haven't found your friend Barnes. Don't worry though, I'll do everything I can to find him. After a long rest, Lin Fei finally recovered his strength. He turned to look back. The flames in the base were still raging, licking hungrily at everything. Barnes was missing for now, but Lin Fei believed there was still a chance to find Zola. If Zola could tell him where Barnes was, then nothing would be too difficult. With this thought, Lin Fei glanced at the snow-covered cliffs nearby and began to climb up. The temperature inside the base was incredibly high. Lin Fei could clearly see that the snow atop the cliffs was already beginning to melt. He summoned his food truck, sat down comfortably, set his destination, and then settled in to rest. His next stop, Zola's base. In the Marvel universe, Lin Fei knew that when Dr. Zola ultimately met his end, he managed to preserve his consciousness within a massive database, achieving true immortality. Lin Fei was certain that Zola would be there. Find Zola, and he'd find Barnes. The car drove itself. It would take 2 days to reach Dr. Zola's base from here. But Lin Fei didn't notice that. Not long after he left, a jet took off from the base and soon vanished into the horizon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Rewards. Lin Fei's signature savory crepe recipe. Physical enhancement. Strength increased to 8 times that of an average person. Bonus. Invincible food truck flight mode, which will be bound at the start of your next mission. Please confirm if you have completed the current mission and wish to travel to the normal time dimension for the next task. Lin Fei, who was munching on a duck leg, paused mid-bite. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Did this mean Schmidt was dead and Rogers would soon be frozen in ice for decades? Lin Fei noticed a 30-day countdown next to the mission complete indicator in his mind. He realized he still had 30 days to wrap up his current task. 30 days he could use to accomplish a great deal. For Lin Fei, he truly didn't want to leave just like this. He still had things he needed to do. He stood up, walked over to the side, and pressed a button. Immediately, a crackling sound filled the whole dining car, and Lin Fei heard the radio connection to the camp. Carter, I did it. I finally killed Schmidt. The world is going to be at peace. Rogers, are you all right? Why do you sound so weak? A faint chuckle came through. I'm hurt, Carter. I'm sorry. I once promised we'd dance together again, but I'm afraid I have to break that promise. I'm truly sorry. Don't say that. Rogers, hold on. I'll find a place for you to land right now. No, there's no need. The plane's lost all power, and I can't make a safe landing. I'm just waiting for the crash now. Carter, I don't have much time left. Please, just listen. We've only known each other a few days. We were strangers before. But Carter, did you know? I've really fallen for you. I realized the moment I met you, and my feelings for you have only grown deeper. I can't help myself. And today, this might be the last time I get to talk to you. Being able to chat with you like this, it means so much, Carter. There's something I want to say to you now. Loving you, I never once regretted it. I love you. A thunderous explosion erupted. Rogers, hearing that deafening blast and Carter's heartbroken cry, Lin Fei quietly switched off the broadcast. He closed his eyes, and a single tear slipped down from the corner of his eye. 2 days later, Lin Fei appeared in a remote, wild area. By now, heavy snow had sealed off the roads, making it impossible to drive under normal circumstances. But Lin Fei's invincible dining car was a different story altogether. The vehicle moved effortlessly over the snowy terrain, encountering no obstacles at all. At last, the car came to a stop. Lin Fei got out, and looked ahead at a hidden mountain cave. It was almost entirely buried by snow now. The slanted entrance, so well concealed that from the outside, you'd hardly suspect there was a doorway hidden beneath. He stepped out of the car. With a thought, Lin Fei made the vehicle disappear right then and there. He moved to one side and searched around for a bit, finally finding a button. Instantly, he pressed it. The door in front of him began to open with a creaking sound. Snow tumbled off, and soon Lin Fei saw the brightly lit passageway inside. Gazing at the staircase leading downward, Lin Fei didn't hesitate. He stepped right in. This passage describes Lin Fei's journey through a secret base and his encounter with Dr. Zola. Here's the translation: preserving structure, paragraph breaks, and literary tone. The tunnel stretched on endlessly. By Lin Fei's estimate, it must have been at least 100 meters deep. That's right, this was Dr. Zola's base. According to Lin Fei's memory, this was exactly where Dr. Zola had established his own stronghold. But for Lin Fei, there were still some differences, because in the Marvel Universe, this base wasn't actually underground. Clearly, some things here weren't exactly the same as he remembered. Soon enough, Lin Fei finally reached the bottom. In front of him stood a massive, reinforced door with a keypad. Glancing at the numbers on the panel, Lin Fei entered them without hesitation. 8539. The code was etched deeply in his memory. Just as he expected, once he punched in the numbers, the door before him swung open. As the door slid aside, Lin Fei was greeted by the sight of countless servers inside, their sheer number making his head spin. But almost immediately, Lin Fei spotted the person he'd come to find, Zola himself. Yet, Zola was nothing like what Lin Fei had pictured. Right at the center of the laboratory stood a single bed, and on it lay a man. That man was Zola. At this moment, Zola's face was utterly serene, his entire body covered in a tangle of tubes and wires. Stepping closer, Lin Fei placed his hand in front of Zola's nose. Is he dead already? Lin Fei let out a helpless chuckle. He hadn't expected to arrive too late, after all. Still, this wasn't much of a setback for Lin Fei. Finding Zola wouldn't be a problem. Without ceremony, Lin Fei pushed Zola off the bed and sat down himself. He lit a cigarette and smoked it slowly. Finally, after finishing his smoke, Lin Fei called out, "Hey, Zola, how much longer are you going to hide? There's no real grudge between us, right? Why not come out and have a chat?" A sudden crackle of static interrupted the silence. Right after Lin Fei spoke, a large monitor across from him flickered to life, bathing the room in a green glow that gradually coalesced into a human face. Sure enough, it was Zola's likeness. "Lin Fei, what are you doing here?" Zola's voice was laced with astonishment, echoing from every direction as if coming from all around. Hearing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. "Zola, I have to say, this is impressive. You managed to create such realistic surround sound. Very nice, very nice. So, tell me, how long have you been preparing this place?" I spent 20 whole years preparing for this. 20 years ago, I joined Hydra, the organization you know as the Nine-Headed Serpent. It didn't take me long to see that these people were all obsessed with conquering the world. It was back then that I started searching for my own way out. Eventually, I discovered this place and built this very base. So what do you think? Are you surprised? Surprised? Not really. I've seen it before. You've seen it? How could that be possible? Oh, there's nothing impossible about it. I'm a prophet after all. To you, the cosmic cube is already something far beyond ordinary understanding. So, surely a prophet shouldn't surprise you, right? A prophet. Zola's voice was thick with astonishment, and at that moment, the data on the monitor in front of him began to fluctuate wildly. Oh, come on. Why are you getting so worked up? From what I recall, this is when you should be able to fully unleash your talents, isn't it? That's right. Right now, I exist within this vast computer. I've truly achieved immortality. And I'm not afraid to tell you. Lin Fei, I'm currently researching parasitic transfer. Once I finish my calculations, I'll become an unimaginably powerful being. Yeah, sure you will. Suddenly, Lin Fei's stomach growled with hunger. With a flick of his wrist, a bag of roast duck appeared in his hand. He tore it open and started devouring it in big, hearty bites. What are you eating? Roast duck. Beijing roast duck, to be precise. Absolutely delicious. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. You're just a computer now. No need to eat anymore. What's wrong? Feeling envious? Gulp. Hearing that vividly realistic sound of swallowing, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Wow. I have to admit, you make that sound so convincing. Don't worry, Zola. Just hang in there. I'll be done eating soon. As he spoke, Lin Fei pulled out a can of beer and took several long gulps. He realized that since arriving in the Marvel world, he hadn't gained any superpowers, but somehow, his alcohol tolerance had shot through the roof. Before Lin Fei could even finish eating, Zola suddenly shouted at the top of his voice. "That's enough. Lin Fei, can you please stop torturing me like this? Even though I'm inside a computer now, I still retain my emotions and consciousness. What you're doing is pure agony for me. Agony, huh? Well, if that's how you feel, then I suppose I'll stop. With a wave of his hand, the roast duck vanished instantly, and in its place, a rocket launcher materialized in Lin Fei's grasp. Facing the computer before him, Lin Fei smiled faintly. Zola, tell me, where is Barnes? Barnes? Who's that? Zola sounded genuinely puzzled by Lin Fei's question. Lin Fei let out a cold laugh. Don't play dumb with me. That Barnes, the one who entered the passage with me back at the Berlin base. Ah, you mean that guy? I have no idea. You have no idea? As he spoke, Lin Fei loaded the rocket launcher, aiming it straight at Zola. Don't think I don't know it was you. You won't talk. Fine. I'll blow this place to bits and see how you manage to live forever then. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Zola burst into frenzied laughter. Lin Fei, do you really think destroying this place can kill me? Don't be so naive. My consciousness has already been backed up all around the world. Even if you reduce this place to rubble, you still can't destroy me. You. Seeing Zola's arrogance, Lin Fei frowned. He knew Zola was telling the truth. As the most brilliant scientist of his era, Zola had mastered both computer and biological technology to an extraordinary degree. Witnessing all this, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel deeply unsettled. Zola, are you really not going to tell me anything about Barnes? That's right. Why should I tell you? He's my greatest masterpiece, Lin Fei. You'll be amazed when the time comes. Hydra can't have people like Schmidt. He's far too arrogant. What could he possibly accomplish in the future? It's me, Zola. I am the strongest. When the time is right, I'll unleash my finest creation upon the world. The whole world will tremble before me. Ha ha ha. Listening to Zola's maniacal laughter, Lin Fei chose to leave without another word. At the moment, there was nothing more he could do here. Lin Fei wanted to find Barnes, but for now, there was no telling where he might be sleeping. But that didn't mean there would never be a way. Tony Stark, I'm truly looking forward to the day we meet. Muttering to himself, Lin Fei made his way upward. Back on the surface, he pressed the button again, and the entrance to the tunnel quickly sealed shut. He looked up at the sky, letting snowflakes fall onto his face. A flood of emotions washed over him. There's still a long road ahead. All those regrets left in the Marvel world. Let me be the one to make things right, one by one. He murmured a few words, then turned back to see the entrance now fully covered. With a wave of his hand, the invincible food truck appeared. Lin Fei climbed in, and soon the vehicle roared to life, speeding away from the site. 5 days later, Lin Fei returned to the camp once more. This was the place where he had first arrived. It was also where Rogers had grown up. As he entered the military camp, Lin Fei quickly noticed countless soldiers engaged in rigorous training. Seeing the relaxed expressions on their faces, he found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't all of this the result of what Rogers had brought them? The fall of a superhero had exchanged for many years of peace. Lin Fei couldn't tell whether that was a blessing or a curse. Mr. Lin. Just then, a voice called out to him. Turning around in confusion, Lin Fei saw that Erskine was standing behind him. At that moment, Erskine was utterly astonished to see Lin Fei. Oh my, Mr. Lin, I never expected that you would still be alive. Lin Fei chuckled. Why wouldn't I be? Don't forget, I'm a prophet. But Rogers and Barnes are both gone, aren't they? I am sorry. The mention of their names brought a heaviness to Lin Fei's heart. Yes, I'm a prophet, but even I couldn't foresee their fate. But Dr. Erskine, you needn't worry. Those two, there's nothing wrong with them. Oh, Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Are you saying they're not dead? It's best not to say too much. However, you may never see them again. In the future, they'll each have their own destiny to fulfill. This, Erskine was left speechless by Lin Fei's cryptic words. They were simply too vague. Mr. Lin, why don't we continue this conversation inside? Hearing Erskine's suggestion, Lin Fei smiled and nodded, and soon the two of them proceeded to the innermost room. Inside Erskine's laboratory, they entered to find Stark engrossed in his research. Hey Stark, look, Mr. Lin has returned. Mr. Lin. Stark turned around, and, upon seeing Lin Fei, his face lit up with delight. Mr. Lin, you're alive after all. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why did everyone assume he'd die? Was that really necessary? After all, he was the chosen one, picked by the system itself. How could he possibly meet his ends so easily? Mr. Lin, I'm so relieved that you're safe. It's just a shame about Rogers and Barnes. Stark, let's not bring that up and make Mr. Lin blame himself. That's right. Mr. Lin, have you had lunch yet? Why don't we go eat together? Sound good. Listening to Stark, Lin Fei agreed readily. He knew he wouldn't be staying much longer. He had come here just to see how things were progressing, and once everything settled down, it would be time for him to leave. They gathered for a meal at Erskine's residence. Unexpectedly, Carter showed up as well. It was clear to see that sorrow still lingered in Carter's expression, making her seem all the more pitiable in the eyes of those present. As Carter took her seat, Lin Fei let out a long sigh. "Carter, I'm sorry Mr. Lin, please don't say anything." Carter cut him off firmly. "I know. If it weren't for you, Mr. Lin, things might have turned out very differently. Rogers chose his path, and so did Barnes. Since they made their choices, they have no regrets, and neither do I." With a bitter smile, Carter forced a quiet laugh. Lin Fei could only respond with an awkward chuckle. He realized that even with the existence of his system, some things seemed destined, beyond the reach of any power. For a time, the atmosphere at lunch felt truly awkward. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel out of place. Time passed, minute by minute. Suddenly, Carter pressed her hand to her mouth. Without another word, she jumped up and hurried toward the bathroom. Soon, the sound of dry heaving echoed from within. "What's wrong with Carter?" Stark asked in confusion. But Lin Fei, seeing this scene, suddenly understood. A smile broke across his face. Seeing Lin Fei's sudden smile, both Stark and Erskine voiced their puzzlement. "Mr. Lin, what are you smiling about?" Lin Fei simply shook his head and smiled, saying nothing more. Perhaps Roger's greatest regret had truly vanished. There would be someone to carry on after all. Behind the camp was an open field. Lin Fei and the others stood there, with Lin Fei positioned at the very center. "Mr. Lin, is it true that you can travel through worlds?" Stark asked. Lin Fei smiled. "Of course. I'll be leaving soon. From here on, life should be a lot more peaceful for all of you. Still, I hope you'll remember what I once told you, especially you, Stark. In the future, you'll play a pivotal role in the fate of the world, especially your son." "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I understand," Stark replied. Lin Fei nodded, then glanced at Colonel Paul and smiled. "Colonel Paul, about the disagreement between us earlier, I truly am sorry for that. It's all right, I wasn't entirely in the right either. Mr. Lin, you really are extraordinary. Of course, I do feel regret over the departure of Rogers and Barnes as well." Hearing Paul's words, Lin Fei turned to look at Carter. At this moment, Carter was bundled up in thick clothing. Earlier that afternoon, after Carter had gotten sick and was rushed to the hospital, it was quickly discovered that she was pregnant. Upon learning this news, Stark and the others were overjoyed. At last, the legacy of the superheroes would continue. "Everyone, farewell." Letting out a long breath, Lin Fei finally decided it was time to leave. There was nothing here that required his attention anymore. From here on, he would travel to the normal timeline. In the Marvel Universe, aside from Captain America, who became a man out of time due to being frozen, everyone else lived their lives within the regular flow of time. Now, Lin Fei was about to step into an even more intense chapter of his own, but that was just how he liked it. The thought of soon meeting Black Widow, Natasha, and the possibility of thrilling encounters ahead made Lin Fei's heart race with excitement. "Everyone, don't forget what I've told you. One day, I'm sure we'll meet again." With those words, Lin Fei mentally pressed the complete mission button in his mind. Instantly, he noticed countless blue beams of light swirling around his body. These beams encircled him, and under the crowd's astonished gaze, Lin Fei's form began to gradually fade away. At last, with a blinding flash, Lin Fei vanished from their midst. Watching Lin Fei finally disappear, the others' astonishment slowly settled into calm. Mr. Lin truly is someone beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Perhaps he was sent by the heavens to save this world? Carter, you should take a break from missions for now. Rest at home and take good care of yourself. The child of a superhero deserves the best life possible. With those words, everyone gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Lin Fei felt as though powerful gusts of wind were swirling around his body. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by an extraordinary sight. All around him danced countless strands of blue code, dazzling his vision with their brilliance. Just then, a voice sounded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have officially completed the novice mission and gained a constitution enhancement. Your physical strength will now be 8 times that of an ordinary person." Hearing that sound, Lin Fei immediately felt a wave of warmth rise throughout his entire body, a warmth so comfortable it was almost blissful. In that instant, he sensed a surge of strength welling up inside him, and he could clearly see the muscles on his body swelling and expanding. After about a minute, his muscles brimmed with explosive power, and Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. 8 times stronger than an ordinary person. Even that American captain only had 4 times the physical prowess of a regular person, but here he was 8 times stronger. What kind of existence was this? This was pure dominance. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The invincible food truck has successfully entered flight mode. Congratulations, You have obtained a recipe for the wise grilled cold noodles. Now, issuing your next mission. Please assist Tony Stark in defeating Stain. Your reward will be granted upon completion of the mission. This time, the system didn't tell him exactly what the reward would be. But just hearing the mission, Lin Fei broke into a grin. Tony Stark? I wonder what your father told you about me. I hope when we meet, it'll be a pleasant encounter. Ding! Host is now entering the normal time dimension. Please prepare for landing. Landing preparations, what? System, get out here. Why am I preparing to land? Are you seriously planning to drop me out of the sky? Are you messing with me? At least give me a parachute. Wait, I think I can summon a parachute myself. Hey, buddy, you really do have a habit of standing me up. Watching Tony Stark roll the dice, Colonel James Rhodes, Rhodey, couldn't hide his displeasure. Hearing Rhodey's voice, Tony turned and flashed a smile. Hey, Rhodey, long time no see. Oh wait, we just saw each other a minute ago. Tony, why do you keep ditching me? No, I just have more important things to do. Want to toss the dice for me? Forget it, I'm not interested. All right then. With everyone watching, Tony shrugged, tossed the dice himself, and lost everything. Buddy, looks like you're not my lucky charm. I'm heading out. Remember, don't be late tomorrow. I know. As Tony left, and was just about to get in his car, he heard someone call out to him. Mr. Stark, excuse me, my name's Christine. I'm a reporter with the magazine. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Hearing the voice, Tony turned around, puzzled. When he saw Christine's beauty, his eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Oh, my most beautiful lady, do you have questions for me? Why not come to my house instead? It will be my honor. I hope I can get the answers I'm looking for. I promise you won't be disappointed. With Christine in tow, Tony returned to his lavish mansion on the outskirts of the city. Everything there was automated, giving the place an unmistakable air of futuristic wonder. Tony was so impatient that he didn't even bother to take a shower. He wrapped his arm around Christine's waist and led her straight into his bedroom. With a thud, Tony tossed Christine onto the bed, and he himself leapt after her, barely able to contain his eagerness. But just as they were about to reach the most passionate moment, a sudden whooshing sound cut through the air, followed immediately by a deafening crash. Bang! The sound reverberated through the room. Tony spun around in shock, only to see that his bedroom ceiling had been smashed open, dust billowing out and filling the entire room. Oh my God, what on earth just happened? Tony couldn't help but feel that today was truly the worst day ever. Finally, after 3 minutes, the dust settled, and standing before Tony was a man. Hey, you must be Tony Stark, right? Hi there, my name's Lin Fei. I'm your elder, you know. Lin Fei looked thoroughly exasperated. Clearly, the system had played a nasty trick on him. After crossing over into this world, Lin Fei's starting point had been, of all places, high up in the sky. He had plummeted down through the night, the city lights whirling far below. Fortunately, Lin Fei's reflexes were sharp. He quickly grabbed a parachute and strapped it on, but he soon realized a major problem. He had no idea how to use it. The ground was rushing up to meet him, and Lin Fei fumbled desperately with the chute's cords. Luckily, at about 150 meters above the ground, he finally managed to deploy the parachute. But as the saying goes, misfortune seldom comes alone. The tremendous impact snapped the parachute straps after only 100 meters of buffering. Lin Fei watched helplessly as the chute fluttered away, and tears almost sprang to his eyes. Looking down, he spotted a rather handsome residence directly beneath him. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Fei allowed himself to crash straight through the roof. Thanks to his extraordinary physique, he smashed through the ceiling and landed right in the bedroom below. Seeing the two stunned people before him, one of them, with a neat goatee, instantly recognizable, Lin Fei realized at once. This was Tony Stark, the soon-to-be Iron Man. For Lin Fei, this stroke of luck meant he wouldn't have to go looking for Tony. Not bad at all. Who are you exactly? Tony stared in disbelief at Lin Fei, who was smiling cheerfully at him. Without missing a beat, Lin Fei grinned, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and offered one to Tony as well. I told you already, I'm your uncle. And I'm your uncle too. Tony was furious. Since when the hell did he have an uncle? In his family, there was only his father. Where could this so-called uncle have come from? This guy had barged into his place for no reason, interrupted him right in the middle of something he enjoyed, and what made it even more maddening was that this stranger actually claimed to be his uncle. Taking the cigarette from Lin Fei, Tony lit up without a shred of politeness. As far as he was concerned, he had no reason to worry about Lin Fei pulling any tricks. So, out with it. What brings you here? Don't tell me you're Christine's boyfriend. If that's the case, well, sorry about that. But don't worry, it's all consensual between us, and I promise, I'm not going to fall in love with her. Lin Fei could only sigh in exasperation. Did he really look that sleazy? That couldn't be right. Looking at Tony, Lin Fei said, Tony Stark, son of Howard Stark. You're an orphan. Your father adopted you when you were a child. You grew up spoiled, but you're not some typical rich kid who only knows how to have fun. You're a natural genius. You graduated from MIT's Department of Electrical Engineering at 17. With those enviable achievements, you ended up taking over the family business, Stark Industries, the arms company. Am I right? Oh, you don't mind if I sit down, do you? Click. Just as Lin Fei sat down, he watched Tony pull a pistol from who knows where, aiming it straight at him. Seeing Tony like that, Lin Fei froze on the spot. Hey, Tony, what do you think you're doing? What do I think I'm doing? My father doesn't have any brothers. And you say you're my uncle? Tell me who you really are. Don't push me, or I can't guarantee you won't end up with a bullet between the eyes. Lin Fei could only shake his head in disbelief. Seriously, what sort of upbringing did Howard give Tony? Was there not a shred of respect for elders and care for the young in this guy? Although, come to think of it, he wasn't really old or young. Tony, calm down. Look, where's your dad? My father? He's at his place. Then just call him over. Wouldn't that clear everything up? Hearing Lin Fei's suggestion, Tony was caught off guard for a moment. Could it be that Lin Fei really was his uncle? But looking at him like this, it just didn't add up. Still, if he really did end up shooting Lin Fei by mistake, that would be a serious problem. Tony, still puzzled, picked up a remote control from his nightstand and glanced at Christine. Oh, darling, could you wait for me outside for a moment? I'll take you to another bedroom in a bit. No, Mr. Tony, I have something else to do. I should get going. Thank you for letting me use your Wi-Fi today. I'll be off now. As Christine left, Tony's expression darkened with a hint of displeasure. He turned to Lin Fei, his voice cold. Lin Fei, right? If you're playing games with me today, trust me, you'll regret it. Badly. Hey, don't try to scare me. You'll be the one apologizing soon enough. Just contact Howard already. At Lin Fei's words, Tony pressed the remote in his hand. Instantly, a blue holographic screen flickered to life on the wall behind Lin Fei. Startled by the sudden light, Lin Fei jumped back, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the wall. He ended up sitting right on Tony's bed, not even noticing he'd plopped down on Tony's expensive suit. In no time, the holographic screen shifted and an image of a person appeared. This man's hair was snow white, yet he looked full of energy and life. Tony, it's late. What's going on? And, Lin. Suddenly, Howard caught sight of someone he'd longed for day and night. His face flashed with a whirlwind of emotions. Most of all, pure astonishment. Hi there, Mr. Howard. Good evening. Have you eaten yet? Or were you just about to turn in for the night? Lin Fei grinned as he greeted Howard. He thought to himself. After all, his journey across time had spanned 60 or 70 years. Over those decades, Howard had grown old, his hair now completely white. Yet he still looked robust and spirited. Mr. Lin, I can't believe it. After all these years, to see you again. Over 60 years, and I never stopped following your news. I never thought I'd actually live to see you again. Wait, Mr. Lin, why haven't you aged at all? How is that possible? Is time travel really that miraculous? Lin Fei chuckled. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. Young at heart, ageless in appearance. That's my secret. Admit it, you're jealous, aren't you? Howard burst out laughing. Mr. Lin, you're as witty as ever. Yes, I am a bit jealous. But honestly, seeing you here is the last thing I expected. So you met my son, Tony? That's right, I have. But what? For a moment, Lin Fei looked a bit embarrassed. I told him I'm Tony's uncle, but he refuses to believe it. What should I do? Howard turned his head, just in time to catch Tony's awkward expression. An unexpected remark slipped from Howard's lips. Tony, Mr. Lin is absolutely right. This is the very Mr. Lin I've told you about since you were a child. In terms of seniority, he's your elder. Do you remember what I once told you? To be honest, Tony was still quite intimidated by Howard. Hearing his father speak now, an awkward expression flickered across his face. Yes, father, I remember. You told me there was an extraordinary prophet named Mr. Lin, and that your own fate changed because of him. Mr. Lin even helped the superheroes wipe out the entire Hydra organization. He's truly a formidable figure. Oh, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile in surprise at Tony's words. He glanced down at his own impressively muscular frame and thought to himself that Howard's praise wasn't misplaced. He really was that powerful. What could he do? When you're this handsome, people notice you wherever you go. That's right, Tony. I'm glad you actually remembered what I told you. Very good. And the Lin Fei standing before you now is that very Mr. Lin. I trust you understand what I mean. Well, Tony's expression turned even more awkward, and he looked over at Lin Fei. After a long pause. Hello, Uncle. Lin Fei nearly burst out laughing at the title. It just sounded so funny, almost like an insult, really. He couldn't help but feel at a loss. With that, Lin Fei quickly waved his hand. No need to be so formal. Just call me Mr. Lin, as usual. I'm used to it. Turning to Howard, Lin Fei grinned and said, Howard, you're over 90 now, aren't you? Not bad. You're still alive and kicking. Mr. Lin, how could you say that? You're still alive. How could I be gone before you? Damn. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to flip Howard the finger, which made Howard burst into hearty laughter. Mr. Lin, I'd love to visit you right now, but I'm worried I'd disturb your rest. How about this? I'll head over to Tony's place first. Thing tomorrow morning, and then the three of us can go out for a good meal together. What do you say? Eat and chat at the same time. Sounds perfect. You can have all the Tsingdao beer and Beijing roast duck you want. Excellent. I've told Tony before that your roast duck and beer are second to none, Mr. Lin, but the kid just wouldn't believe me. What can I do? Tomorrow, he'll see for himself. As soon as Howard ended the video call, an awkward silence settled over the bedroom. Tony, do you believe it now? Yes, Mr. Lin. I believe you. You really are the Mr. Lin my father's told me about all these years. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. No worries, no worries. I'm an easygoing person. By the way, do you have a place for me to rest? I'm feeling a bit tired myself. Yes, of course. Pepper. At Tony's call, the bedroom door was quickly pushed open, and a woman appeared in the doorway. Seeing her, Lin Fei smiled, but said nothing more. Tony spoke up. Pepper, please arrange a room for Mr. Lin. Of course, Tony. Rising with a smile, Lin Fei walked toward the door. Standing beside Pepper, he looked at her and said with a gentle smile, Pepper Potts, born in New Haven, blessed with remarkable management experience. Even in her youth, she was already working at Howard's side, and after Tony took over, she became his most trusted assistant. Impressive. But Pepper, let me offer you a word of advice. When you like someone, be brave enough to show it. Don't wait until it's too late. By then, the chance may be gone. Pepper looked surprised at Lin Fei's words. She hadn't heard the earlier conversation inside, so she was caught off guard by how well Lin Fei seemed to know her. But even more surprised was Tony, standing behind her. Listening to Lin Fei, Tony's eyes were filled with contemplation. This Mr. Lin truly possesses some unfathomable abilities. At last, with Pepper's help, Lin Fei was shown to a guest room. He lay down on the bed, and as he sank into the mattress, he couldn't help but marvel. The life of the wealthy is truly something else. This bed is unbelievably comfortable. At last, I've returned to the proper timeline. Life is about to get busy again. Tony, Hulk, Fury, Natasha, and so many other powerful figures. For world peace, for fewer casualties. Get ready to face Lin Fei's test. The night passed uneventfully. In this vast estate, only 3 people remained, each with thoughts of their own. Of them, only Lin Fei slept soundly. The other 2 barely slept at all. Tony spent the night wondering just what sort of person Mr. Lin really was. According to his father, Lin should be from the same era, yet here he was, showing no sign of aging, and possessing knowledge of so many secrets. Do prophets truly exist in this world? As for Pepper, she lay awake, tossing and turning all night, unable to find the slightest bit of rest. Lin Fei's words echoed her mind. She understood exactly what he meant, but saying it aloud herself. How difficult that would be. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Early the next morning, Lin Fei was woken by someone calling outside the door. From a voice, he could tell it was Howard. In an instant, his spirits lifted. Lin Fei got dressed and made his way to the door. Mr. Lin, I never would have imagined it. To actually meet you in person. Howard rushed forward in excitement, but his footing slipped, and he tumbled straight into Lin Fei, knocking him down with a thud. Hey, old star, could you watch yourself? I'm not into men, you know. Sorry, my mistake, Mr. Lin. Wow, what happened to your muscles? Even Rogers can't compare to you. Exercise keeps you healthy, Howard. You're looking pretty good yourself. Lin Fei chuckled as he gave Howard's arm an appreciative squeeze. I think just like Mr. Lin. Once you reach a certain age, you really have to keep moving if you want to stay energetic. As he spoke, Howard quickly got to his feet, grinning at Lin Fei. Mr. Lin, I'm honestly curious. Did you just travel 60 years into the future? Well, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Best not to dwell on it. Lin Fei had no intention of revealing his connection to the system, especially the part about dropping straight into this world after crossing over. He really didn't want to talk about it. All right, then. Hearing this, Howard gave a resigned smile and didn't press further. Mr. Lin, how about this? Today, I'll take you to my favorite restaurant. The food there's truly amazing. I guarantee you'll love it. I'm easy. However you want to arrange it is fine. Lin Fei didn't mind at all. If Howard wanted to show some kindness, he'd simply accept it. After freshening up, Lin Fei came to the living room and saw Howard striding energetically. There was no trace of an old man about him. Lin Fei kept his thoughts to himself. Honestly, this was a good thing. Dad, you and Mr. Lin go ahead to lunch. I'll pass. I have some things to take care of. All right, go on then. Tony, take care of yourself, you hear? Stark Industries is thriving now, but don't overwork. You're the backbone of the whole company. At Howard's words, Tony smiled. Got it, Dad. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Good, go on then. After Tony left, and Potts headed off to her own work, Howard invited Lin Fei to leave with him. Once they were in the car, a thought suddenly struck Lin Fei, and he quickly asked, "What day is it today?" Howard glanced at his phone in response to Lin Fei's question. The moment he saw the date, his expression suddenly changed. "Mr. Lin, today is March 15th. A sudden gasp broke the conversation. At that moment, the car came to a halt. Lin Fei kept searching his memory, trying to recall, but he simply couldn't remember where Howard was supposed to have died. And now, with the timeline altered, Lin Fei no longer dared to make any assumptions. Howard, meanwhile, chuckled. "Mr. Lin, aren't you overthinking this? Yes, March 15th could be dangerous for me, but so many years have passed without incident. What's the harm in going out just this once?" Lin Fei smiled faintly. "Better safe than sorry, don't you think? Tell your driver to head back and ride with me instead." "All right, I haven't had the pleasure of riding in your car for a while, Mr. Lin." Whoa! Inside the invincible food truck, Howard gazed around in amazement. The interior looked as pristine as the day it was built. "Mr. Lin, how do you manage this? After so many years, there's not a trace of wear and tear." Lin Fei grinned. Some things are better left unsaid. Once he'd told Lin Fei his destination, Howard settled into the passenger seat with a smile. "To be honest, Mr. Lin, ever since you traveled through time, I've been trying to replicate your food truck. Its technology is light years ahead of anything else. Even now, I haven't been able to crack its secrets. I can say with confidence, no one today could possibly build a food truck like this. Mr. Lin, this is nothing short of extraordinary. How did you do it? If I told you, what would I have left to brag about?" Howard was momentarily stunned, but then gave a helpless, wry smile. "Mr. Lin, I really do think you're worrying too much. All these years, I've always stayed in on March 15th, just like you advised, but I doubt anything will happen." "Oh, is that so? Buckle up, because the prophecy is about to come true." At Lin Fei's words, Howard's face changed in an instant. By now, it was nearly noon. The streets of New York were unusually quiet. Most people were busy at work. But just then, both men suddenly saw a medium-sized truck barreling toward them from the opposite lane, moving at dangerous speed. Seeing what was about to happen, Howard reacted instantly. He tightened his seatbelt and gripped the handle beside him. "Mr. Lin, what should we do? There's no way to dodge this. What's there to be afraid of?" Glancing in the rearview mirror and noticing other cars close behind, Lin Fei let go of the button for flight mode and gripped the steering wheel tightly. "Don't forget, this is the invincible food truck." With a heavy thud, the world seemed to hold its breath. A loud crash echoed through the air, and in an instant, the two vehicles collided. By all accounts, after such a collision, Lin Fei's car should have been completely destroyed. But just as the onlookers around them stared, their eyes suddenly widened in shock. After the impact, the front of the truck was crushed in, while unbelievably, the white food truck managed to surge forward with a burst of acceleration. The force behind this acceleration was tremendous. It stalled the truck's engine, and the sudden reverse spin of the wheels snapped the drive shaft in an instant. Pushing the truck all the way to a fork in the road ahead, Lin Fei made a sharp turn and slipped away. Glancing at Howard beside him, Lin Fei smiled. "Well, are you all right?" "Of course I'm fine." "Damn, Mr. Lin, your car is absolutely incredible. Apart from the inertia from the crash, I didn't feel a thing." "Of course, my car is unbeatable. By the way, I assume you can handle things around here." "Absolutely. You can leave it to me." As he spoke, Howard pulled out his phone and sent a quick text. Just as the message was sent, Howard looked up to see a sudden burst of sparks erupting in front of the car, making the entire vehicle tremble for a moment. "What's happening?" "Oh, nothing much. There's someone across the way firing rockets at us. See? Here comes another one." Once the explosion faded, the view ahead became clear again. Howard saw, about 100 meters in front of the car, a man in black standing on the road. The man hefted a rocket launcher on his shoulder, and another rocket shot out at that very moment. As the rocket streaked toward them, Howard instinctively raised his arm to shield his face. Noticing Howard's reaction, Lin Fei casually reached over and pressed his hand down. "No need to be scared, just watch. Even the movies can't pull off special effects like this. Isn't it thrilling?" Mr. Lin, I'm starting to seriously question your hobbies." Boom! The rocket exploded in full view, and Lin Fei grinned. "Well, now that you've seen it, how do you feel?" It's pretty exciting." With a screech, Lin Fei executed a flawless high-speed drift, sending the food truck's rear end crashing straight into the man in black. Watching through the rearview mirror as the man was sent flying, Lin Fei laughed. Howard, what do you think of my prediction now? I'm honestly just grateful that I've listened to you all these years, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, this is the place. Once they got out, Lin Fei waved his hand, and the food truck vanished without a trace. Looking around, Lin Fei smiled. I never would have guessed, Mr. Howard, that you'd enjoy a place like this. Howard chuckled. Yes, it's true. I stumbled upon this place many years ago, Kung Fu Noodle House. What do you think? Doesn't the name just sound powerful? Lin Fei laughed too. It certainly does. I just wonder how good the chef really is. You won't be disappointed, I promise. Come on, Mr. Lin. Let's go inside and see for ourselves. All right. The two of them exchanged a knowing smile and stepped inside together. The whole noodle shop was spotlessly clean, but Lin Fei couldn't help feeling puzzled. There was only a single table in the entire place. Seated at that table was an elderly man, his hair completely white, his face radiating a gentle, kindly warmth. Master Qian, I'm back. Do you still have any beef noodles left today? Howard called out. With a genial laugh, the old man replied, Ah, Mr. Howard, you're here. Of course, of course. Oh, you brought a friend with you this time. Just give me a moment. I'll whip up something for you both right away. With that, the old man stood up and moved toward the kitchen with surprising vigor, his steps light and steady. As the old man disappeared into the back, Lin Fei's curiosity only deepened. Tell me, Howard, doesn't Kung Fu Noodle House do regular business? There's only one table. How do they make any money like this? They can't serve many customers in a day. Howard just smiled at Lin Fei's question. To be honest, Mr. Lin, I was just as surprised as you when I first found this place. About 30 years ago, I happened on this little restaurant by accident. And ever since, whenever I have the time, I come here for a bowl of noodles. I suppose it's my way of supporting the old man's business. But there's something I should probably tell you, Mr. Lin. Over all these years, the old gentleman hasn't changed at all. Not even a bit. Oh, are you saying? Lin Fei had his own suspicions, but he didn't voice them. Howard nodded. Exactly what you're thinking, Mr. Lin. For 30 years, that old man hasn't changed in the slightest. Not his appearance. Nothing. He's looked just like that, all this time. Howard's words filled Lin Fei's eyes with a mix of curiosity and wonder. This was getting interesting. Gentlemen, your beef noodles are ready. At that moment, the old man emerged, carrying 2 steaming bowls of noodles. Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised at the sight. Those bowls looked heavy, yet the old man carried them without a hint of trembling, his steps as brisk and lively as ever. He set the bowls down in front of them and wiped his hands on his apron with a satisfied smile. Please, both of you have a taste. The beef was just butchered today. It's incredibly fresh. Thank you, Elder Qian. Howard smiled at the old gentleman, then picked up a generous piece of beef and popped it straight into his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly. Huh, Elder Qian, your cooking is as amazing as ever. This flavor is simply outstanding. Hearing Howard's praise, Elder Qian chuckled and turned to Lin Fei. Young man, you should try some as well and see how this old fellow's cooking measures up. Gladly. Lin Fei grinned, picked up his chopsticks, and took a piece of beef. The moment it touched his tongue and melted away, Lin Fei was taken aback. He had never tasted anything like this before. For a moment, Lin Fei could hardly believe it. Who would have thought there was a noodle shop like this tucked away in Chinatown? Of course, even before he crossed over, Lin Fei had never been abroad. Savoring the lingering flavors of the beef, Lin Fei felt as if it was the most delicious thing he'd ever eaten in his life. He snapped back to himself, quickly picked up a big mouthful of noodles, and slurped them down. The blend of seasonings had seeped into every strand. Elder Qian, is it? Your beef noodles are absolutely incredible. The best I've ever had since I was a kid. Elder Qian let out a satisfied laugh. As long as you enjoyed it. Judging by your accent and manner, you must be from China, aren't you? Lin Fei laughed. That's right. My name is Lin Fei. I'm from China too. And you, Elder Qian? Indeed, you have a keen eye, Lin. I came from China myself. My name is Qian Yun. Give me a moment. I need another bite. With that, Lin Fei slurped up the rest of his noodles in no time, not even leaving a drop of broth behind. Finally full and content, Lin Fei lit a cigarette and settled comfortably back in his chair. Looking at Qian Yun, Howard smiled and said, Elder Qian, Mr. Lin here is from my era too, except he crossed over, didn't he? At Qian Yun's words, Lin Fei sat bolt upright, staring at him in disbelief. Inside, a storm of emotion was raging. He simply couldn't believe what he'd just heard. How could Qian Yun know about his crossing over? Hardly anyone knew about this. How could this be? Lin Fei looked at Qian Yun for a long moment before finally speaking. Elder Qian, how did you know about this? I really want to understand. Would you be willing to tell me? What's there to hide? After all, none of us here are ordinary people, are we? Smiling, Qian Yun picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and took a deep drag. His eyes grew distant with memories. How many years has it been? The last time I smoked was, what, over 400 years ago? What? Howard, who had been listening to their conversation, was so stunned that he jumped to his feet, his hands trembling. Master Qian, are you saying you've already lived for more than 400 years? Sure. Qian Yun smiled, and with a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force closed the noodle shop's door with a gentle thud. Seeing this, both Lin Fei and Howard were taken aback. Especially Howard. He'd never witnessed anything like this before. This was the kind of thing that could make anyone's jaw drop in astonishment. For a long moment, Lin Fei stared at Qian Yun, then finally spoke. Master Qian, who exactly are you? I really want to know. Qian Yun smiled at Lin Fei's question. There's nothing all that surprising about it. I know both of you quite well. Decades ago, Lin, when you helped Rogers fight against Schmidt, I was just an ordinary soldier in that team. So there's no need for either of you to be shocked. My identity isn't some deep secret. Lin, you're a prophet, and your physical abilities are 8 times greater than an ordinary person's. That did surprise me a bit. As for you, Mr. Howard, you have a formidable mind, and your son has inherited your talent perfectly. Oh, I know he's adopted, but that doesn't really matter. As for me, you can call me the Immortal. Hearing Qian Yun's words, Lin Fei's expression slowly turned to one of utter disbelief. Master Qian, just how many years have you lived? How many years? Qian Yun fell silent, lost in thought. After a while, he finally responded. It's been, what, about 530 years? Back then, I was just a young novice at a Taoist temple in China. But later, because of an accident, I fell off a cliff and landed in the ocean. I have no idea how long I drifted. All I know is that when I woke up, I found myself in New York, right here in fact. 500 years. I've lived in solitude for 5 centuries. At first, I thought I was just an ordinary man, but then I realized nothing was as I imagined. I couldn't die. I could change my appearance at will. And over these 500 years, I have seen far too much. As for you, Lin, and you, Howard, everything that's happened to you, I've witnessed it all. Listening to Qian Yun's words, Lin Fei finally began to recover from shock. He had never imagined that Qian Yun would turn out to have such an identity. An immortal? What kind of existence was that? Someone even stronger than himself. Lin Fei was merely the possessor of a system, able to travel through worlds at will, but Qian Yun was different. He would never die a natural death. Looking at Qian Yun, Lin Fei said, Elder Qian, I truly didn't expect you to have such an identity. That's right. At this moment, Howard also seemed quite moved. Elder Qian, I always thought you simply had a youthful face. I even imagined you were around my age. But to think, you could practically be my ancestor. Qian Yun burst into hearty laughter at Howard's words. Don't overthink it. In the end, we're all just walking our own paths in life. As he noticed his cigarette had burned to the end, Qian Yun reached for another. As the smoke curled around him, his expression grew pensive, lost in memory. I remember back when I first realized my life was going to be endless. I felt completely lost. I wanted to die, but I was afraid of death. And so, I've lived all the way to today. Sometimes I wonder, why do people live? Is it for their dreams, or something else? In the end, I finally figured out. As someone with special abilities, I thought my purpose should be to bring safety and happiness to others. That's enough for me. I've lived here in Chinatown for 30 years, exactly as long as I've known Howard. And after all these years, I'm grateful that Chinatown has never had any real trouble. Everyone lives happily, and that's what I strive for. I'm content. Hearing Qian Yun's words, Lin Fei was a little moved. As a superhero, Lin Fei now realized that not everyone wished to stand in the spotlight and be known to all. Some chose to remain quietly in the background, silently watching, guarding the peace of their community. Qian Yun glanced at Lin Fei and smiled. Young Lin, I may not have many abilities, but I have studied faces for years. And yet I find I can't read you at all. For everyone else, I can more or less see a glimpse of their future, but with you, I see nothing. Lin Fei just smiled lightly at this, saying nothing. After all, he was someone with a system. At this point, Howard chimed in. Elder Qian, what do you mean by that? Elder Qian, what did you see when you looked at me? It's nothing, Howard. Don't worry. You've got many good years ahead of you, and in your life, there's someone destined to help you. That person is young Lin here. You really are fortunate. With Lin's help, you'll be spared any disasters, and your future is bound to be full of excitement. But young Lin, Qian Yun glanced out the window, rubbing the fingers of his right hand together. Suddenly, his expression grew serious. Seeing this change in Qian Yun, Lin Fei felt a sense of confusion. Elder Qian, is there something you want to say? Yes. Qian Yun nodded gravely and began. A few days ago, while observing the heavens at night, I discovered that before long, the entire Earth will be struck by one calamity after another. The epicenter of these trials will be New York. As Qian spoke, Lin Fei came to a realization. Elder Qian, I actually know what you're talking about. You know? Oh, that's right. You're a prophet. It seems, young Lin, you and I share the same sense about what's coming. Lin Fei could only respond with an awkward chuckle. At that moment, Howard spoke up. Elder Qian, I don't think you two need to worry so much. Our Stark Industries has spent years developing all sorts of advanced weapons, all in the hope of securing world peace. That's what I'm working towards even now. And today, Tony is heading to the Middle East to deliver our latest invention. Stark Industries has countless weapons at its disposal. If anyone ever tries to threaten Earth, I'm confident we can handle it. Some things, Chinyan said, shaking his head, can't be solved by firepower alone. He left it at that. There are forces far beyond the reach of ordinary weapons. After all, he himself possessed abilities that made him impervious to such threats. But just then, Lin Fei suddenly cried out. What? He turned to Howard, a smile on his face. Howard, did you say Tony is leaving for the Middle East today? That's right, Mr. Lin. Why do you ask? I imagine Tony should have just finished demonstrating our latest breakthrough by now. I must say, Tony is truly a genius. Over the years, he's developed so many astonishing inventions, and it's thanks to his efforts that Stark Industries has reached its current heights. Young Lin, what's with that look on your face? Without answering, Lin Fei quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Tony's number. At this moment, over in the central building, on a stretch of desert, a man stood at the front of a group of 100 people. That man was none other than Tony Stark. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all today, and I'm excited to show you the greatest invention from Stark Industries. Welcome, Mr. Stark. I'm really looking forward to seeing your warriors in action. The man leading the group stepped forward, shook Tony's hand, and looked at him with eager anticipation. Tony smiled in response, walked to the front, and positioned himself beside an armored vehicle. Turning to face the crowd, he fixed everyone with a serious gaze. Is it fear that inspires respect? Or can we have both? I wonder, is it possible to achieve both at the same time? Next, I'm going to introduce you to the finest piece among Stark Industries' free weapons, a missile system equipped with our very first propulsion technology. Simply put, the best weapon is the one that can knock out your enemy in a single strike. I promise you, once you've tried this weapon, those villains will never crawl out of their holes again. Trust me, keep your eyes wide open. If you blink and miss the show, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. With that, Tony produced a remote control from inside his jacket and pressed a button. Instantly, the armored vehicle beside him pivoted, and the missile launcher tilted skyward at a 30-degree angle. With a swift whoosh, the missile launched. After a brief adjustment, the crowd watched as the missile shot off, propelled rapidly into the sky, its piercing shriek slicing through the air like an eagle soaring overhead. All eyes followed as the missile climbed, then, astonishingly, began to break apart in midair, splitting into countless smaller missiles. At that moment, Tony's voice rang out again. Allow me to formally introduce the Jericho missile. No sooner had he finished speaking than the missile landed 5 kilometers behind them. Instantly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. An earth-shattering blast thundered across the desert, and everyone saw a billowing cloud of dust rise up where the warhead struck, sweeping toward them in a wave. The tremendous shockwave made it feel as if you might topple over at any moment. It took quite a while for everyone to regain their composure. For every purchase of weapons exceeding $500 million, you'll receive a complimentary supply of ice-cold fine liquor. Tony popped open a nearby case, pulled out a glass, and took a leisurely sip. The other leaders, seeing this, grinned and stepped forward, each taking a glass for themselves. Mr. Tony, your weapon truly astonished us. We hope we'll have even greater opportunities for collaboration in the future. Of course, shall we toast to our friendship? To friendship. Draining the last drop from their glasses, the person in charge continued speaking. Mr. Tony, let my soldiers escort you out now. You must be tired from your journey, so I've arranged a place for you to stay. Why not take a good rest for a few days before heading back? I'm honored, for the sake of peace. With a smile, Tony followed his host and got into the car. As the powerful beat of the music pounded inside the car, Tony's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number, and for a moment, he hesitated before answering. Hello, who is this? Tony, it's Lin Fei. Lin. Tony almost blurted out, Old Man Lin, but the nickname felt far too awkward, so he quickly corrected himself. Oh, Mr. Lin, what's the reason for your call? Where are you right now? Me? Honestly, I'm not even sure where I am at the moment, but I'm in a great mood because I just closed a $600 million deal. For Stark Industries. Honestly, I have such a knack for business, Mr. Lin. I'm glad you get to witness the rise of the whole Stark Empire. This isn't the time for small talk. Tell me, have you finished demonstrating your weapon? Of course. I'm all about getting things done quickly. I just finished showcasing our latest missile, and now these lovely soldiers are driving me to my accommodations. Stop the car immediately. Turn around. Get out of there. Lin Fei's voice suddenly erupted with urgency. Howard and Qianyun, who stood beside Lin Fei, both looked puzzled. Why was Lin Fei saying such a thing? For a moment, the two of them couldn't make sense of it. What they didn't know was that, at this very moment, Lin Fei was filled with a sense of foreboding. Because in the Marvel Universe, Tony is far from healthy man. There's shrapnel lodged near his heart, and if it weren't for Dr. Ian's son, Tony would never have survived. Lin Fei had always hoped Tony could avoid that fate. To have one less disaster, to survive whole and well. What a blessing that would be for Tony. But Lin Fei never imagined that Tony's trip to the Middle East would happen today, so soon and so suddenly. Meanwhile, inside the car, Tony listened to the music and couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lin Fei's words. Mr. Lin, what are you saying? Why would I turn back now? I'm about to go enjoy the rest of this wonderful evening with my friends. A sudden, thunderous explosion erupted from the phone. Lin Fei was instantly stunned by the roar he heard through the receiver. Almost immediately, the line went dead, replaced by the harsh tone of a busy signal, leaving Lin Fei's expression anxious and unsettled. Mr. Lin, what happened? Did something happen to Tony? The thing I feared the most has happened. He quickly turned to look at Howard and the other companion. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, but I can't stay any longer. I have to leave at once. Tony's in trouble. I need to go check on him. What? Howard shot to his feet, alarmed. Mr. Lin, I'm coming with you. I'll arrange my private jet right away. Tony is my son. I can't just sit by if he's in danger. No, don't worry. I'll take care of him. Howard, you should stay here. It's dangerous over there. Tony's been attacked by terrorists. But trust me, he won't die. I'll bring him back safely. As he spoke, Lin Fei turned to Qianyun. Elder Qian, I must ask you to look after Howard for me. Every year on March 15th, he faces life-threatening attacks. I can't say if there will be more to come, so I'm counting on your protection. I know you're more than capable. Don't worry, young Lin. Seeing Qianyun nod with assurance, Lin Fei strode out of the noodle shop. With a wave of his hand, his food truck materialized right there on the street. Luckily, there was no one else around, only Qianyun and Howard, who had just stepped outside. The two men watched in astonishment as Lin Fei jumped into the truck and fired up the engine. In an instant, the vehicle began to transform before their eyes. The truck surged forward, picking up speed, its shape shifting rapidly. Astonishingly, it transformed into an airplane. Unbelievable! Seated in the transformed food truck, Lin Fei stared at the display in front of him, which showed the vehicle's new form, a compact airplane, about the same size as the original truck, yet looked every bit like a great bird ready to soar. In just a dozen seconds, the plane had already reached a speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Within half a minute, it had flown out of New York. Now, that's exhilarating. Lin Fei couldn't help but shout in amazement. But just then, he suddenly froze. Right in front of his plane, a missile was hurtling straight toward him. What on earth is going on now? Another deafening explosion tore through the air. When the shockwaves from the explosion finally faded, Lin Fei gazed at the two fighter jets before him, at a loss for words. The aircraft ahead, land immediately for inspection and report your identity, or we will be forced to take drastic action. Lin Fei paid no attention to the broadcasted warning outside. Such menacing words, yet it was as if they truly believed they could defeat him. For a moment, Lin Fei could only sigh inwardly and continued flying on his own, undisturbed. The two fighter jets, however, showed no restraint now. Without hesitation, they each fired a shell, aiming straight at Lin Fei's plane. But the expected explosion never happened. Lin Fei's plane remained perfectly intact, not showing a single sign of damage. Both pilots froze in disbelief, their aircraft hovering awkwardly in midair. Lin Fei could clearly hear the alarmed exclamations coming from their cockpits. My God, what's going on? Why hasn't the plane blown up? What is happening here? This is a monster. Cologne, call for backup from base. We can't handle this person. Hearing the panic in the pilots' voices, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile to himself. He said nothing, swiftly pushed the throttle, and his plane shot off into the distance. Just then, as the two jets prepared to unleash another barrage on Lin Fei, one of the pilots suddenly received orders from base. Return immediately. That aircraft belongs to Stark Industries. Do not pursue. The pilot hesitated for a long moment after hearing the base's command, but finally turned back. Watching the jet abruptly pull away, Lin Fei felt a wave of confusion. He couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Since he couldn't make sense of it, Lin Fei simply shook his head in resignation, decided not to dwell on it, and flew off toward the central building. Meanwhile, Tony, he was still on the phone with Lin Fei when a thunderous roar suddenly erupted in the background. The soldiers who had been chatting with Tony just minutes before snapped into action. "Mr. Stark, please stay inside the vehicle." Hey, wait. As the soldiers rushed out, Tony glanced through the front windshield and saw 4 or 5 vehicles pulling up across the way, each packed with terrorists wielding weapons, some even carrying rocket launchers. Seeing the soldiers locked in a fierce standoff with the approaching enemy, Tony hurriedly opened the car door. In his mind, the outside seemed safer. At least there, he could react quickly if he spotted danger. A deafening blast erupted just as he stepped out. A shockwave like thunder on a clear day hurled Tony violently off his feet. Soon, Tony collapsed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. At that very moment, his trembling hands reached into his pocket and pulled out a remote control, his fingers frantically working the buttons. He was searching for the long-range missiles, trying to lock onto this location. Only by doing so could he hope to end the battle here. But before Tony could finish, a faint pop sounded in his ears. Puzzled, he turned his head. When he caught sight of the fragmented missile lying beside him, he sprang to his feet in alarm. A thunderous explosion erupted. The missile gave Tony no chance to escape. The blast tossed him through the air, and he instantly lost consciousness. As darkness claimed him, a single thought lingered in Tony's mind. Why hadn't he listened to Mr. Lin? Regret washed over him, but it was too late now. Time ticked by, minute after minute, until night fell. On the border of Zhongdong, a plane sped swiftly through the sky. It was Lin Fei's invincible food truck. Lin Fei had already set the truck to maximum speed, and he himself had gone to the back to eat and rest. A mechanical voice chimed, "Ding." Approaching destination, 5 kilometers ahead. "Host, please prepare for landing." Hearing the announcement, Lin Fei set down his beer, stood up, and moved to the driver's seat. Outside, the stars glittered brilliantly, but the ground below was pitch black. A flood of information flashed through Lin Fei's mind as, finally, the food truck began its slow descent. With a heavy crunch, it plowed through several trees, but the landing itself was reasonably steady. Once on solid ground, Lin Fei stepped out. With a thought, he made the truck vanish, then took out a pair of goggles and put them on. He already knew where Tony was, just ahead, inside a cave crawling with terrorists. Lin Fei could have easily bombed the entire place and been done with it. But the only obstacle was Tony himself, trapped inside. For Lin Fei, that changed everything. If Tony was to survive, Lin Fei couldn't just attack outright. He had no choice but to sneak in. All around, the land was covered in yellow sand, barren and desolate. Ever since his physical transformation, Lin Fei's body had reached an unprecedented level of strength. His speed was nearly on par with a sports car at full throttle. With a swift halt, Lin Fei stopped in front of the cave entrance. 4 armed guards stood there, scanning their surroundings, weapons at the ready. Lin Fei paused to consider. His marksmanship wasn't up to par. If he tried to shoot it out with them, he'd probably end up dead himself. And that was a risk he couldn't afford. Since that was the case, it was time for a little strategy. Thinking of this, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. With a thought, he took out a knife and slashed open his own clothes, then smeared some dirt on himself until his face and hair were a complete mess. Lin Fei let out another amused chuckle. He looked at the 4 people ahead, tossed away his night vision goggles, and dashed out quickly. "Help! Somebody help me! Those people are monsters!" As he ran, Lin Fei forced his voice into a hoarse, desperate shout, and at the same time, his legs suddenly took on a timid, faltering gait. "Stop! Who are you?" Hearing the voices ahead, Lin Fei saw the 4 men aiming their guns straight at him. He staggered on purpose and tumbled to the ground. "Please, sirs, I'm begging you, save me. Someone's after me." Those men, they're not human at all. Clinging to one of their legs, Lin Fei's appearance was so pitiful and ragged that the soldier was completely taken aback. "What in the world? This guy just ran over in tattered clothes and then latched onto my leg. What am I supposed to do with this? Get up. There's no one behind you at all." "Up." Startled by the soldier's words, Lin Fei immediately put on a look of panic, his expression hitting just the right note of fear. He scrambled to his feet, spun around in confusion, and looked behind him. Of course, there was no one there at all. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Fei started shouting again at the top of his lungs. "That was terrifying. Comrades, please, I'm begging you, help me. Please save me. Those people are total scumbags. They actually tried to do things to me. I'm not that kind of person, you know? I'm pure. How could I possibly just submit like that? Who are those people? And you, where are you from?" The soldier's voice snapped Lin Fei back to attention. His mind raced as he came up with a story. "I come from a village back there. Suddenly, a group of men showed up in our village. all of them armed. There aren't many women in our village, so they set their sights on me. Boo-hoo-hoo. As he spoke, Lin Fei's left hand crept to his waist, a dagger appearing in his palm in an instant. He'd already decided, if an opportunity arose, he'd deal with these people right away, and then go save Tony. But clearly, Lin Fei had miscalculated, because at that very moment, all 4 soldiers rushed at him. Don't move. I suspect you are from the enemy. The village behind us? That place is full of our people. You're lying. Huh. Lin Fei was momentarily stunned by the soldier's words. Had he messed up his story? But seeing that these men weren't immediately trying to kill him, Lin Fei realized what he needed most was time, to get familiar with this place. For now, that was the best outcome he could hope for. As these men charged toward him, the dagger in Lin Fei's left hand vanished in an instant. Dealing with 4 people at such close quarters posed no real challenge for Lin Fei, given his impressive physical abilities. With swift efficiency, they subdued Lin Fei, and one of the soldiers spoke up. Take him inside. Put him together with that guy from Stark Industries. We'll interrogate them both, and we'll make sure to get to the bottom of what's really happened. Yes, sir. Without delay, 2 men dragged Lin Fei inside, quickly leading him to the innermost room. This was deep within the cave. Winter had already set in here, and Lin Fei felt the cold biting more intensely than ever. He pulled his clothes tighter around him as he watched the soldier open the door. With a forceful shove, Lin Fei was pushed right in. Inside, the room was dim and damp. Lin Fei took in the feeble light and quickly assessed its layout. There were just 2 beds. As Lin Fei stepped farther inside, he noticed another man standing by a stone pillar, upon which sat a mirror. That man was busy shaving, his razor scraping steadily across his face. The heavy iron door clanged shut behind Lin Fei, echoing in the gloom, and the man turned to speak. Are you new here? Oh my, it's been years. No one ever comes here, and now 2 in one day. Hello, sir. My name is Insun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Looks like we'll be living together for a while. Dr. Insun, is it? Hearing Insun introduce himself, Lin Fei smiled, for he knew this man all too well. Hello, Dr. Insun. My name is Lin Fei. Pleased to meet you. I know you. You're from a small town called Gamera. It's a lovely place. What? How do you know who I am? Insun stared at Lin Fei in astonishment. How could this stranger know such details about him? It was beyond belief. Insun asked, Good heavens, sir, who are you really? How is it that you know about me? Lin Fei chuckled. There's not much I don't know. Allow me to introduce myself more formally. I'm a prophet, and I didn't come here just to be captured. Then why did you come? For him. Lin Fei smiled and pointed to Tony, who was lying off to the side. At that moment, Tony was hooked up to tubes from head to toe, clearly in agonizing pain. Seeing him in such a state, Lin Fei could only sigh in resignation. Hey, sir, that's my patient. What are you doing? His condition is very unstable right now. Of course. Lin Fei smiled. I'm well aware of that, so you don't need to worry. Tony ended up like this because he was struck by a missile from his own company. I know exactly what happened. Otherwise, why would I be here? He's not someone who makes life easy for others. If he'd listened to me, maybe he wouldn't be in this situation now. Then again, perhaps he wouldn't have had the chance to meet you, Dr. Insun. It seems, Mr. Lin, you truly are remarkable. I never imagined I'd meet someone as incredible as you. Lin Fei chuckled. You flatter me. It's nothing. By the way, how is he now? Is the surgery over? Of course. Everything went smoothly, you can rest assured. The only thing is, I have no idea when he'll wake up. There were just so many shrapnel fragments in his body. Even though I removed quite a few, there are still many left. If it weren't for that. The car's electromagnet, I know. Hearing Insun sigh, Lin Fei smiled. Yes, it's the car's electromagnet. Without that, those fragments would have killed him long ago, right? But what I'm really curious about, Dr. Insun, is that your village once suffered from a missile attack just like this, didn't it? So why are you saving him now? Mr. Lin, Insun was momentarily at a loss for words at Lin Fei's question. It was a long time before he finally found his voice. What can I say? There's not much to be said. Tony may have brought disaster to our village, but in the end, it wasn't really his fault. It was that terrible war. I saved him because I hope there can be peace in the future. Only then can we live happy lives. Listening to Insun, Lin Fei nodded. Tony, did you hear that? Stop pretending to be asleep. I know you've been awake for a while now. A fit of coughing broke the silence the moment Lin Fei finished speaking. At that sound, Insun reacted instantly and hurried to Lin Fei's side. Looking at Tony, Insun struggled for words before finally managing to speak. This is wonderful. Tony, you're alive. Thank goodness you're alive. Yeah, I'm alive. But honestly, it doesn't feel that great. He opened his eyes and immediately became aware of the uncomfortable feeling of the breathing tube in his nose. Tony quickly yanked it out, just as he was about to get up when Lin Fei said, "Don't move yet. Right now, your life is running on a battery, you know?" "Really?" Tony looked as Lin Fei carried the battery over to him. He quickly hugged it to his chest, and for a moment, Tony was overwhelmed with emotion. He glanced down at his chest, at a loss for words. "I never would have imagined that one day I'd be wounded by a missile developed by my own company. And it's a wound that can't be undone. It's terrifying." "No, it's not that frightening. Care for one," Lin Fei offered, holding out a cigarette. Tony reached out and took it. "Oh, what brand is this?" "It's a good smoke, just try it." "Hey, Dr. Ean's-son, would you like one?" No, I'd better not." Seeing the two of them chatting so easily, Eanson was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Fei lit a cigarette for Tony, then lit one for himself. "So, given your current situation, do you have any thoughts about what comes next?" "Thoughts?" Tony hesitated for a moment, clearly struggling inside. "Mr. Lin, I underestimated you. What I want to say is, I truly should have listened to you. My father warned me long ago. This war, Stark Industries, would end up leading it because we invented this weapon, the very one that caused my wound. I really regret it. Dr. Eanson, isn't it? Hello, it's good to meet you. And I'm glad to meet you too, Tony." Slowly sitting up, Tony realized his chest felt surprisingly all right. Looking at Eanson, Tony smiled. "Dr. Eanson, I'm truly sorry. I never imagined my research would bring you so much trouble. I promise you, once I get back, I'll halt this weapons project immediately." "Oh my God, Tony, do you realize what you're saying?" Eanson was suddenly agitated, stepping right up to Tony. "Do you have any idea what that would mean for Stark Industries? You'd lose your entire source of income. I won't deny it. Your decision could bring peace a little sooner, but for the company, how will you survive?" "No." Listening to Eanson's words, Stark couldn't help but laugh for a moment. "Dr. Eanson, I'm sorry, but this is a huge decision for me. One that might even put Stark Industries through an unprecedented challenge. Still, I believe the company will make great strides forward. When that time comes, the entire company will undergo a transformation like never before. I trust my decision. So, it seems you already have a plan, don't you?" Seeing Lin Fei's gentle smile, Tony smiled in return. "That's right. Actually, I've had this idea for many years, but I was never quite sure how to go about it. Now, I just hope that when the time comes, my father will support my decision." "He'll definitely support you, won't he, Howard?" As he spoke, Lin Fei raised his hand, revealing a phone in his palm. On its screen was none other than Howard's number. Witnessing this, Tony was suddenly struck by a thought. How did Lin Fei manage to bring a phone in here? "Mr. Lin, how do you have a phone?" "That's not an issue at all." "Howard, did you hear what Tony just said?" "Yes, I did." Lin Fei switched to speakerphone, and soon Howard's voice filled the room. "Oh, Tony, I truly never expected you to have such an idea. I'm honestly surprised that you would think of something like this. In fact, when I first developed this technology, the thought did cross my mind. But I always wanted to leave the final decision to you. Now, I'm glad you finally figured things out. My son, go ahead and be bold. I believe you'll succeed, won't you?" Hearing his father's words, Tony's eyes grew a little moist. What does a person need most when making a big decision? It's having someone who supports you, someone who believes in you. That alone is enough. Gazing at the phone, Tony finally spoke after a long silence. "Oh, Dad, I never imagined you'd think this way. That's wonderful. I'll see you when I get back." "All right, I'm just relieved you're safe." After Lin Fei learned you were heading to the East Building, he hurried over to save you. "Tony, remember what I said. Mr. Lin is far more capable than you realize. You should listen to him. He's a visionary, and he'll foresee everything that's about to happen." "Yes, Dad. Honestly, I didn't believe it before, but now I do. It's good to be alive." After the call ended, Lin Fei looked at Tony and smiled. Lin Fei hadn't expected Tony would place so much trust in him. It was truly wonderful for Lin Fei. In Lin Fei's memory, Tony had always been a headstrong and rebellious man. It seemed that what Lin Fei had told Howard before had come true. Tony really had been kept on a tight leash, and that spared Lin Fei a lot of trouble. "Tony, I think you know what you need to do now, don't you?" "Yeah. First I need to get rid of this hunk of metal in my chest." Tony tore off the bandages on his chest. Staring at the ugly electromagnet embedded in his flesh, he couldn't help but give a wry smile. "This thing really is hideous." "Is it?" "Well, around here, a lot of people are alive thanks to things like this." "Oh, right. Here's a souvenir for you. It's what we took out from inside you." He caught the small bottle that Eanson tossed over. Inside, pieces of black shrapnel glinted. Tony's expression grew solemn. He honestly didn't know what to say. There was a loud thumping at the door. "Open the door. Hurry, get up. Do as I do." Eanson heard the pounding and reacted instantly. He jumped to his feet, clasped his hands behind his head, and faced the door. Tony and Lin Fei quickly followed, raising their hands behind their heads and staring ahead. With a harsh metallic creak, the heavy iron door swung open. A swarm of terrorists in thick, gray clothing poured in, each one leveling a gun at the three of them. Tony was taken aback when he saw the weapons in their hands. Aren't those our company's weapons? How did they end up with these terrorists? Didn't you hear me? Hands on your head, or you'll be dead. Oh. Hearing Insen's urgent whisper, Tony immediately complied. Lin Fei, too, could only sigh inwardly. He could have easily dealt with these men. But for Tony to have a breakthrough under these circumstances and complete his own research, Lin Fei had no choice but to go along with them. The armed men split into two lines. From the back strode a burly man with a thick beard and a heavy build. He stepped to the front and began speaking in a rough, unintelligible tone, leaving Lin Fei and Tony utterly bewildered. Inwardly, Lin Fei couldn't help but complain. Why couldn't these people just learn to speak properly? Who in the world could understand a word of that? Fortunately, Insen stepped in to translate. He says, "Welcome, Tony Stark, the most notorious killer in American history." TCH. Listening to Insen's translation, Tony couldn't help but scoff with disdain. Such a title held no appeal for him. If he could choose, he would rather become a hero for the world than be known as a killer. That was not what he wanted for himself now. He says he's honored to meet you. He wants you to build missiles. The Jericho missile you demonstrated. That's the one. The man from the warlord's camp handed over a piece of paper. Insen unfolded it, revealing a technical drawing of a missile, the very blueprint for the Jericho missile. Seeing the blueprint, Tony's expression grew conflicted. At this point in his life, he truly wanted nothing more to do with such designs. The guilt weighed heavily on him. After a long moment of silence, Tony finally spoke. "I say yes to him." "Huh?" Tony turned in surprise, looking at Lin Fei. His eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend what he'd just heard. Meeting Tony's gaze, Lin Fei nodded seriously. "Agree to it. This, all right." Tony recalled Howard's advice and turned back to the man, nodding. "Fine, I'll do it." "Huh, good, excellent." With a wave from the man, 3 soldiers approached, each taking hold of one of them, escorting them out of the cave. Outside, Tony looked around at the countless weapons and ammunition piled everywhere. A storm of emotions churned inside him. "Mr. Lin, do you think all of this is my doing? Look at those weapons. They're all Stark Industries." Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. He too had noticed the arsenal surrounding them. Who would have thought that one day a man would find himself living among the very weapons he had created, those inventions now threatening his own life? "Hey, Mr. Stark, how are you feeling right now?" At that moment, the burly, bearded man walked over, smiling as he questioned Tony. Tony turned to look at him. "He's got a lot of my weapons." Then, the man began gesturing enthusiastically, speaking rapidly in a language the others couldn't understand. Finally, he finished, and Insen translated at just the right moment. He says all the materials needed to build the Jericho missile are here. He wants you to make a list of what you'll need. He wants you to start working right away. If you can build it, he'll let you go. "Let me go, huh?" Tony let out a cold, mirthless laugh and glanced at Lin Fei. "Mr. Lin, since you're a prophet, you must know, will he really let me go? Why bother asking something you already know the answer to?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony smiled and reached out his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding soldiers, Tony was once again escorted away. He was brought back to the innermost room, where Insen sat gazing at the campfire before him. "Tony, what will you do now? I'm sure you've noticed. These weapons all around us, they're your own creations. You probably never imagined you'd end up in a place like this. Of course, you could use Mr. Lin's phone too. Call for help from the outside. If you did, someone would surely come to rescue you. But don't forget, these people are heavily armed. If it comes to that, the casualties will be far more than you can bear. In fact," Insen looked at Tony, his voice turning cold. "They might even kill you." "That's right. They'll definitely kill me. Even if they don't, I won't live more than a week," Tony replied. Hearing this, Insen nodded. "Exactly. That's why, for you, this coming week is crucial, isn't it?" "You're absolutely right," Tony said, standing up as Insen spoke. With a sigh, he walked to the door. He knocked hard. 3 resounding knocks echoed through the room. The guard outside quickly noticed Tony's actions. "Hey, what do you want?" "Tell your boss I need a lot of things. All sorts of raw materials, welding equipment. Tell him that without these, there's no way I can do any research." "No problem. I never thought you'd actually agree to our terms." "Not bad, Tony. You know how to adapt. Don't worry, I'll tell our boss right away and have him get what you need." As the guard's footsteps faded into the distance, Tony allowed himself a small smile. In truth, what he planned to make was nothing like what they had in mind. Jericho missiles. He would never make those again. They were an abomination. Sure enough, before long, the bearded man strode in, pushed open the door, and greeted Tony with a broad smile and a hug. With Insen translating, he learned everything Tony required. These were all essential items, so the bearded man suspected nothing. He hurried to have his men gather the requested supplies. Watching as the items he asked for were brought in, one after another, Tony smiled. The real game was about to begin. He glanced at a missile sitting on the table, picked up a screwdriver, and began to dismantle it piece by piece. "In-sun, do you speak many languages?" Of course, there are so many languages spoken around here. If I hadn't made an effort to learn a few more, I probably would have been killed long ago, just because I couldn't communicate. And I'll admit, one of the reasons I'm still alive is thanks to my surgical skills. It's only because of that. They're unwilling to let me go. Is that so? Dr. In-sun, you really are a fascinating person. I do hope we can be friends in the future. We certainly will, assuming, of course, that we make it out of here alive. Don't worry. Trust me, we can do it. As he spoke, Tony lifted his head and looked at Lin Fei. Mr. Lin, I'm quite curious. When that man just asked me to build a missile, you told me to agree. Do you really want to see more people suffer because of our Jericho missiles? Of course not. Here, catch. Lin Fei tossed a cigarette to Tony, who shrugged as he caught it. Oh, smoking while surrounded by missiles. We really must be out of our minds. But aren't you a madman yourself? Watching Tony, Lin Fei smiled and lit his own cigarette. Why do I want you to say yes to them? Because if you refuse, they'll punish you, and I doubt that's something you want to experience. You're absolutely right, Mr. Lin. I really don't want to see that happen. I'm not a fan of pain, but I am curious about something. My father says you're a prophet, though I've never quite believed it. Would you mind showing me a bit of your prophetic power? Why not? Recalling the story in his mind, Lin Fei smiled again. What you're planning to build is a super suit of armor. It'll have miniature missiles, a flamethrower, and be nearly indestructible. It can even fly. Tell me, am I right? There was a stunned silence. Tony was genuinely shocked by Lin Fei's words. Everything Lin Fei described, thoughts he'd only ever kept to himself, had just been revealed in a few sentences. It was uncanny. Oh, and I almost forgot. You're planning to build a reactor to replace that electromagnet in your chest, aren't you? That's exactly right. Mr. Lin, I'm starting to believe what my father said about you. You really are incredible. Looks like we'll have to work together more in the future. Wow. As he spoke, Tony rapped his knuckles on the back of the missile. In no time, a device was dismantled and removed. He picked up the front end of the missile, then grabbed a pair of tweezers and carefully extracted a thin sliver of metal. Palladium, 0.15 grams. This is exactly what I need most for building this reactor. Unfortunately, I require a much larger quantity, and there's only 16 grams here. Still, it's enough for now. At least it'll keep things running for 15 minutes. How much more do you need? It doesn't really matter anymore. When I get back, I'll have to replace all these components anyway. Our company has a remarkable reactor. Inside it is a true energy core, immensely powerful. If I could use that, I'd be as good as any ordinary person, no different at all. About that, hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei felt a little awkward. He remembered that when he'd dealt with Schmidt before, he had completely forgotten about the cosmic cube. If only he'd thought to bring it with him. As for now, Lin Fei just smiled, lifted his left hand, and hovered it above the table. With a solid thud, a chunk of silver metal appeared on the tabletop. Palladium? How is that even possible? Tony looked up at Lin Fei in astonishment, utterly unable to believe his eyes. Mr. Lin, how did you do this? This is a rare metal. Producing such a large piece of palladium is nearly impossible anywhere in the world. But what you've got here, this must be 2 kilos at least. How did you pull this off? Lin Fei chuckled. No need for you to worry about that. All you need to do is focus on your research. But tell me, are these 2 kilos enough for you? Enough? More than enough. Mr. Lin, you're incredible. I never would have imagined you were capable of something so extraordinary. All right, enough flattery. Hurry up and finish your work. This place is far too damp. I really don't want to stay here any longer than I have to. Let's finish our research and get out of here as soon as possible. Understood. With such a massive piece of palladium in hand, Tony finally felt at ease. This had been the one thing he needed most, and now the problem was solved. He couldn't help but smile. While Tony busied himself with his reactor research, Lin Fei, feeling somewhat bored, wandered over to a nearby sofa. It happened to be in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. Lin Fei stretched out and lay down, preparing to take a much-needed rest. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room on the other side, the soldiers watched Tony as he examined a hunk of metal with great concentration. For a moment, they were puzzled, unsure of what exactly Tony was up to. One of the soldiers compared the scene with the blueprints for the Jericho missile in his hand. After thinking it over, he finally relaxed. Maybe he's working on an improved version, he murmured to himself. Back in the workshop, Tony's work on the reactor was progressing steadily. The oval-shaped device now pulsed with a soft, white glow. In-sun approached, curiosity lighting up his face. So this is your invention? That's right. This is the reactor. Though, honestly, the one I have back home is much bigger. This is just a smaller version. Oh, and how much energy does this little thing produce? It's about 5 billion joules, give or take. Good heavens, that's enough to keep you alive more than a few times over. Exactly. The only problem is, I doubt this one will power the big suit for very long. Once I'm back, I'll need to improve it. But for now, it's more than enough to deal with our current trouble. Mr. Lin, thank you for the palladium. You're too kind. With that, Lin Fei stood up and joined the two, a smile forming on his lips. Well, gentlemen, shall we get back to work? Of course, Tony replied. Oh, let me install this reactor first. Carrying around a battery pack everywhere is getting more than a little annoying. Tony wasted no time. He inserted the completed arc reactor into his chest. Instantly, a blue-white light glowed from his chest. Tony could feel his strength returning. Well, how about a little break to celebrate? Absolutely. Tony shrugged, clearly thinking a moment of relaxation was well earned. Seeing the two in high spirits, Lin Fei pulled out a deck of cards and placed it on the table. Cards? Mr. Lin, are we playing blackjack? Ensign asked, a little uncertain. Lin Fei waggled a finger playfully. No. Blackjack is far too dull. Let's try something new. A game called Do Diju. Do Diju? What's that? Amused by Ensign's confusion, Lin Fei chuckled. This game, after all, was one of the most beloved card games in all of China, and packed with fun. Seeing the curiosity in their eyes, Lin Fei smiled again, then took a seat at the table, ready to teach them how to play. The rules are simple. You call for the landlord, compete for the spot, and then the way to play the cards is... As Lin Fei explained the game step by step, the light in the other two men's eyes gradually brightened. The game was incredibly fun, and for a moment, both of them were filled with anticipation, eager for the upcoming match to begin. I'll take the landlord. Tony, remember, you still owe me 2 years' worth of meals. Oh, and Dr. Ensign, you're pretty lucky. Not much of a loss for you at all. Throwing down his cards, Lin Fei was overjoyed. Today, luck was entirely on his side. Bombs and pairs fell perfectly into place, leaving the other two with no chance at all. Of course, Tony ended up losing the most. Maybe losing everything is better than being scorned by others. Don't you think so, Tony? Hearing Ensign's words, Tony fell silent, drifting into deep thought. His mood suddenly not as high as before. After a long pause, Tony finally spoke. You're right, Dr. Ensign. I'm sorry. I truly regret what happened with your family. I promise, nothing like that will ever happen again. Of course, I believe you. For a moment, the two men simply looked at each other, nearly breaking into laughter. In that instant, there was an unspoken bond of camaraderie between them, something that left Lin Fei a little exasperated. For heaven's sake, it was just a simple game of fight the landlord, and yet these two managed to wring some profound life philosophy out of it. It was honestly baffling. Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words. He could only shake his head helplessly, when, all of a sudden, he caught the sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps nearby. Ever since his body had been enhanced, Lin Fei's senses had become far sharper, and now he could pick up even the slightest irregular sounds. Recognizing the noise, Lin Fei reacted instantly and said urgently, Quick, get back to work. Someone's coming. What? Tony couldn't understand how Lin Fei knew any of this, but hearing his warning, he immediately sprang into action. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, the deck of cards vanished, astonishing the other two once again. But this was hardly the time for surprise. Tony grabbed a piece of iron and picked up the welding gun, immediately getting to work, though he had no idea what he was actually doing. And sure enough, at that very moment, both men heard a faint click from the small window in the iron door behind them. It was the sound of someone outside, checking in on what was happening inside. Hearing that voice, Tony stole a glance at Lin Fei in the corner, his eyes filled with astonishment. How on earth did Lin Fei know what was happening? Could he really see through things? If that were true, all of this would be nothing short of miraculous. Catching Tony's gaze, Lin Fei, who was sitting in the corner smoking, could only shrug helplessly. There was nothing he could do. He was just that talented. Besides, in the movie, those terrorists really didn't trust Tony. They had always believed Tony would refuse them. But Tony had unexpectedly agreed to their demands right from the start. These people weren't fools. Naturally, they sensed something was off. That's why they kept a close eye on Tony, which was why they were watching now. Yet when the bearded man opened the small window and saw the two of them hard at work inside, he finally relaxed. It seemed Tony had truly given in. What a relief. With Tony's cooperation, they would soon possess the most powerful weapon in the world. Time ticked by, second after second. After observing for a while, the bearded man finally closed the small window on the door, smiled in satisfaction, and walked away at last. They're gone. Good, we don't have to. Tony, what on earth are you making? Lin Fei looked helplessly at the piece of iron in front of him, only to see that Tony had etched 1 + 1 is equal to 2 onto it. Seeing this, Lin Fei felt like 100 horses were stampeding through his heart. My friend, if you're going to pretend, at least make it convincing, all right? If they come in and see this, how are you going to explain it? What's the big deal? Every product needs a label, doesn't it? Tony chuckled with a nonchalant air, as if this was no problem at all. If he needed to explain it, he'd find a way. Easy as pie. Listening to Tony quibble so shamelessly, Lin Fei could only shake his head in resignation. Let him do as he pleased. All right, Tony, what's next? Hearing Inson's question, Tony pondered for a moment, then walked over to the table and spread out several sheets of blueprints. Inson looked at the drawings, puzzled. What is all this? Tony couldn't help but grin. These are the design plans for a big project. I've been imagining this for a long time, and today it's finally coming to life. Inson grew even more confused. But it doesn't look like anything at all. Of course not. These are just for show in case those guys come looking. The real blueprints are actually... Click. He switched on the lamp beneath the table, and in an instant, Tony pressed down those sheets of paper. The light shone through the pages, revealing something different. At that moment, everyone saw the contrast. Seeing the blueprints, Lin Fei smiled. The very first Iron Man was born under the gaze of a handful of people. Whoa, what an incredible thing. This is just unbelievable. Staring at the changing blueprints, In-sun was in awe and could hardly believe his eyes. When had he ever witnessed anything like this? It was all simply too astonishing. Looking over the blueprints, Tony's brow furrowed in thought. But there's still a lot in these designs that I don't understand. Right now, it just looks a bit more perfect than before. But honestly, I'm still puzzled by some of the connecting components, especially the weapon loading sections. Hearing Tony's doubts, In-sun frowned as well. So you're saying that, even with these blueprints, they're basically useless? In the end, you still won't be able to build it. Yeah, that's how it looks at the moment. But I believe, if you just give me a few days, I can figure it out. Oh, come on. In-sun slapped his own forehead in frustration. Tony, do you realize what you're saying? A few days? That's impossible for us, you know. There's no way those people out there will give you that much time. If you can't finish it in time, you'll be facing their wrath. Hearing In-sun's words, Tony nodded in agreement. You're right, Dr. In-sun. I know you mean well, but it's the truth. Right now, I'm completely at a loss. I honestly don't know what else to say. It's just so frustrating. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? Just then, Lin Fei's voice rang out. Hearing him, both men looked up, their eyes filled with questions. They couldn't quite grasp what Lin Fei meant by his words. Noticing their confusion, Lin Fei smiled softly. He walked over to a spot just out of view of the security cameras. Moving swiftly, he gave a flick of his hands, and suddenly a small card appeared before their eyes. Holy, what in the world is that? Even Tony, who'd seen just about everything, could hardly believe his eyes at this moment. He was utterly stunned. How on earth had Lin Fei managed to come up with something like this? That was exactly how it was with the metallic palladium earlier. Tony had no clue how it had appeared out of nowhere. Now, facing this mysterious thing again, he found himself at a loss for words. Mr. Lin, where on earth did you conjure this from? Are you some kind of magician? Magician, my foot. Lin Fei shot Tony a look, thinking, come on, this is a product of the system, something that can shift and change at will, shaped purely by my thoughts. How could you mistake this for magic? To Lin Fei, that was practically an insult to the system. Waving his hand dismissively, Lin Fei glanced at the two of them and asked, so, how about it, you two? After a whole day's work, aren't you starting to feel hungry? Both of them nodded in perfect sync. After all, it had been a long day, and, truth be told, they were starting to feel the pangs of hunger. Sure, the terrors here did provide them with some food, but honestly, that stuff was barely edible. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Fei grinned. Hunger's good. Just watch. I'm about to show you something delicious. This, my friends, is called grilled cold noodles. Grilled cold noodles? What on earth is that? Tony raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. Lin Fei just smiled, not bothering to explain further. Grilled cold noodles, he mused, were a beloved specialty snack from China. Quick to make, bursting with flavor, they were a mainstay at food stalls. Outside every school across the country. Lin Fei found it amusing that he'd even received the recipe as part of his system rewards. What a stroke of luck. With that thought, Lin Fei ignited the stove. Instantly, wisps of steam began to rise from the surface. Seeing this, he lifted his hand, and 3 eggs appeared as if by magic. With swift, practiced movements, he cracked them open, letting them sizzle right onto the hot surface. But that was just the beginning. After all, you couldn't have grilled cold noodles without the noodles themselves. With another wave of his hand, and to the astonishment of his companions, several sheets of noodle dough appeared. Lin Fei wasted no time laying them neatly atop the eggs. Very soon, a tantalizing sizzle filled the air as he grabbed a bottle of vinegar and drizzled it beneath the noodles. "Hey, Tony, can you handle spicy food?" "Oh, sorry, I can't eat anything spicy." "I can," the other replied eagerly. Watching their playful exchange, Lin Fei chuckled. "All right then, I'll make 2 different flavors for you." Grilled cold noodles might look simple, but they actually require quite a lot of skill. If the old Lin Fei had thought this was an easy snack, the current Lin Fei found himself realizing just how tricky it could be. The heat had to be just right. If the edges of the noodles started to curl up, the whole thing would end up tough and chewy. Not exactly the perfect bite. If you use too much of that sauce, it ends up tasting salty. There's really a lot to say about getting this right. Soon, the 3 grilled cold noodles were ready. Lin Fei grabbed a small bowl and with quick, practiced movements, expertly cut the grilled noodles apart. Then he sprinkled them with cilantro and placed everything neatly into the little bowls. "Here you go, Dr. Ingson, this one's yours, with extra spice. Don't worry, my chili packs a real punch." "Thank you." Ingson, hearing Lin Fei's words, hurried over and slipped into a spot just out of view of the cameras to eat. Oh my, what is this? Why does it taste so incredible? I've never had anything this delicious in my entire life." Lin Fei laughed. "Of course, when I'm the one cooking, how could it not taste great? Eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, I'll make you more in a bit." As he joked, Lin Fei packed Tony's portion of grilled cold noodles into a bowl. System, add the wisdom attribute to this serving of grilled cold noodles. Attribute added. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. This system was just too powerful. He could attach special attributes to anything, and for different people, the effect were nothing short of miraculous. Watching Tony dig into the grilled cold noodles, Lin Fei grabbed a bamboo skewer and began eating his own, piece by piece. Damn, why is everything I make so delicious? After finishing his serving, Lin Fei felt a surge of energy run through his whole body. He looked up at Tony and smiled. "Tony, how are you feeling now?" "Mr. Lin, this food of yours." Tony stared at Lin Fei in disbelief, and, after a long pause, finally managed to speak. "I feel like my mind is clearer than ever. All those research problems I was struggling with, now the solutions are just coming to me." Hearing Lin Fei and Tony's conversation, Ingsun was a bit surprised. He walked over to them and asked, "Mr. Lin, does your food have some sort of magical effect? Why is Tony's mind suddenly so sharp after eating it, while all I tasted was the sour and spicy flavor?" Lin Fei just shook his head and didn't say much more. In reality, this was where the system's power truly shone. If Lin Fei wanted to grant someone a particular buff, he could do it. But as he pondered, another question came to mind. If in the future he wanted to give someone every single buff at once, wouldn't that be overwhelming? That was something that definitely needed further research. Just the thought of it sent a chill down Lin Fei's spine. If it were just a few things, it might be fine, but once the number of buffs increased, it could easily turn into a real ordeal. At this moment, seeing that Tony had already finished his jianbing, Lin Fei smiled. "Tony, now that you've taken your shot at things, do you feel a lot better about it?" "Absolutely," Tony replied with a confident grin. "Mr. Lin, let me tell you, I just realized that all the obstacles I was struggling with have suddenly melted away. This is incredible. How did you manage to pull this off?" Lin Fei chuckled. "Well, that's a secret. All right, go get back to your work, but remember, this effect only lasts half an hour. If you haven't found a solution by then, you might have to eat another one." "Oh, is it really that good? In that case, Mr. Lin, why don't you prepare another one for me? I have to admit, this thing is a bit addictive." Hearing Tony's words and seeing the cheerful smile on his face, Lin Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. "I came here to help you, not to be your personal chef." But then he thought about it. Wasn't cooking his way of helping others? With that realization, Lin Fei felt a sense of acceptance. He let out a helpless sigh and, saying nothing more, simply watched Tony busy himself with his work. Time ticked by, second by second. Soon, Tony was moving at a rapid pace. Lin Fei saw page after page of blueprints covered with complicated, cryptic formulas, enough to make his head spin. "What on earth are you writing? This? Well, actually, never mind. Even if I explained, you wouldn't really get it. There's a lot going on here." "Seriously?" Hearing Tony's dismissive tone, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "What? Am I just being underestimated now? After all I've done, and this is how I'm treated?" He sighed to himself. "Oh well, I guess I'll let it slide. I'm the bigger person here." The truth was, Lin Fei had to admit, he really didn't understand a thing. Meanwhile, Tony, now free from the burden of the battery, looked more relaxed than ever. He was hammering away at the metal with practiced ease, his chest reactor glowing with a cool blue-white light that made him look especially impressive. As for Lin Fei, watching Tony work like this started to feel a little boring. "Hey, Tony, how long do you think this will take?" Tony paused to think for a moment before answering, "Probably about 2 days. Maybe by the morning after tomorrow." "All right, then." Listening to Tony, Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders, leaned back on the sofa, and started fiddling with his phone. After all, no one was watching over here, so it didn't matter what he wanted to do. Time slipped by, minute after minute, and before he knew it, the next day had arrived. Early in the morning, Tony shook Lin Fei awake. Blinking away his sleepiness, Lin Fei looked at Tony with resignation and said, "Come on, man. Can't you let me sleep a bit longer in the morning? Why do you keep waking me up?" Tony just chuckled sheepishly at Lin Fei's complaint. "Well, Mr. Lin, are you hungry?" Hearing Tony's question, Lin Fei's face darkened, and he sat up straight. "What's up with you? Didn't they provide you breakfast this morning? Don't think I didn't notice." "No, Mr. Lin, it's not that. I'm working on an energy conversion project, but I've hit a mental block. I was just thinking, how about making some more of that grilled cold noodle thing? We're both a bit hungry." Lin Fei could only sigh in exasperation. But thinking about it, he still needed Tony to finish his research quickly. This guy would become a superhero in the future, after all. With no other choice, Lin Fei got up, wheeled over the meal cart, and started cooking up some grilled cold noodles. Soon, the noodles were sizzling, and the three of them each took a portion and dug in. Feeling a bit more alert after eating, Lin Fei walked over to check on Tony. He saw Tony engrossed in designing a flamethrower module to be built into the suit. "Why not load it with some compact explosives?" Lin Fei suggested. Tony chewed and swallowed the last bite before replying, "I'd love to, but I just don't have the materials here. There's no way to install compressed explosives." "No materials? I have some." With a smack, Lin Fei slapped something down onto the table. "Whoa!" Tony jumped back 2 steps in alarm at what Lin Fei had produced. "Mr. Lin, are you trying to get us all killed? That's a bomb. What's there to worry about? This one's remote activated by line of sight. Unless you trigger it with the remote, you could throw it against a wall and it wouldn't explode." As he spoke, Lin Fei casually placed the remote on the table. "There, satisfied?" "Yeah, that works." Examining the materials on the table, Tony finally relaxed. But suddenly a thought struck him. "Mr. Lin, since you got all this stuff, why don't we just blow our way out of here?" Hearing Tony's suggestion, Lin Fei could only shake his head in exasperation. "Damn it, if I blew this place up, how would you ever get your inventions done? Why not take advantage of the pressure and finish your work now? As the old saying goes, pressure makes diamonds. Come on, get to it." All right, you're not wrong. I do feel the pressure now. Hopefully, I can figure out soon." Lin Fei truly admired Tony. At the very least, Tony was incredibly sharp. By noon, Tony had already embedded the explosives into a device, hidden it away discreetly, and then accepted the food delivered by the terrorists. Carrying the food, Tony walked over to Lin Fei. "Mr. Lin, this stuff tastes awful. I'm craving grilled cold noodles. Get out and take a cab." Lin Fei felt like crying. Right now, he was just like a wronged and sulky wife. He crouched down, picked up a small stick, and started drawing circles on the ground. Tony was really pushing it. "Seriously, if you're hungry, just eat the food they gave you. Why do you keep making me do things? What am I, your nanny?" "Of course I'm not." For a moment, Lin Fei was at a complete loss, not knowing what to say. He just kept drawing circles on the ground in quiet frustration. Time ticked by, second after second. Soon, Tony had managed to assemble 2 mechanical leg braces and was already wearing them. Ouch! Finally snapping out of his funk, Lin Fei went over to Tony. He was genuinely surprised by Tony's progress. The braces on Tony's legs looked solid and secure, and clearly incorporated a high-pressure assist mechanism. Without such a boost, no human would be able to move something like that. Watching Tony work so skillfully, Lin Fei couldn't help but admire him. "Tony, I'm about to say, your research moves fast. Really impressive." "Of course. I'm the chairman of Stark Industries. After all, what did you expect? Back in the day, All right, that's enough." Lin Fei hurriedly waved him off. "Pack up your stuff, and do it quickly. If nothing goes wrong, those terrorists will be here in less than 3 minutes." Hearing this, Tony frowned, but he quickly chose to trust Lin Fei. He gathered all his equipment and stashed it in a corner. Knock, knock, knock. Sure enough, at that very moment, a heavy pounding echoed on the big door, followed by loud shouting outside. At the sound, Tony immediately looked at Lin Fei. His eyes were filled with surprise and a touch of relief. Thank goodness Lin Fei had warned him in time. Right now, he simply didn't have the strength to go up against these people. If it hadn't been for Lin Fei's words, he honestly wouldn't even know what he was supposed to be doing. At the sound of the door opening, Tony quickly grabbed his welding torch and got to work. When those soldiers marched in, Tony noticed that among them was a bald man, clearly the leader of the group. Tony and In-sun hurriedly raised their hands and clasped them over their heads, while Lin Fei also rose to his feet. For Lin Fei, this whole situation was deeply frustrating. If it weren't for the need to push Tony into creating the prototype for Iron Man under pressure, he certainly wouldn't be acting like this. Otherwise, he would have flattened these guys ages ago. So, Lin Fei could only sigh and put his hands on his head, watching as the group entered. As he looked at the bald man, a name surfaced in Lin Fei's mind. Raza, a local warlord, ruthless and cunning, not someone easy to deal with. Of course, he wasn't the final boss. At that moment, Raza walked over to Tony, gently touched the arc reactor in Tony's chest, and murmured to himself, "Wow, an arrow. Once the pinnacle of military technology. Genghis Khan wielded bows and arrows, conquering lands from the Pacific all the way to Ukraine. His territory was beyond our imagination. But today, as Raza spoke, he paced the room, soon stopping at the work table where he noticed a stack of blueprints Tony had left behind. With weapons from Stark Industries, we could dominate the world. Ah, doesn't that just make your blood boil with excitement? Setting down the blueprints, Raza turned back to Stark, his gaze deep and unreadable. No one could tell what was going through his mind at that moment. After a long pause, Raza looked at Tony and said, "Why won't you listen to me?" Hearing Raza's words, Lin Fei's expression grew tense. In that instant, he understood what Raza was getting at. He remembered that Raza had always kept a close eye on the surveillance here, which meant that Tony's work on the Iron Man suit might have been discovered. However, Raza didn't really know what it was, since there wasn't even a prototype yet. Raza had come here to confirm his suspicions, to see if he could find anything out. Clearly, he hadn't found much, but he still wanted to put some fear into Tony. When Raza spoke, Tony instantly tensed up. Could it be that Raza had noticed something unusual about his work? Turning his head to look at In-sun, Raza said, "I spared your life, and this is how you repay me?" "I'm sorry," In-sun replied, his voice low and submissive. "These weapons are complicated. We're already doing our best. Please, just give us more time. Can't you wait a little longer?" "Give you time? Is this what you call giving me time?" Raza's voice was cold as he glanced at the equipment around them. "Take a look for yourself. What have you managed to come up with? Even now, you haven't produced anything remotely finished. Guards, make him kneel." At Raza's command, two soldiers rushed forward and forced In-sun to the ground. Before him stood a blacksmith's platform, and the soldiers pressed his head down onto it. Without even turning around, Raza continued, "I trusted you. Is this how you repay me? Are you still not going to tell me the truth?" Listening to Raza's words, In-sun responded with resolve. "Both of us are working as hard as we can." "Oh, really?" As he spoke, Raza turned and used tongs to pull a glowing red-hot iron block from the furnace. The metal radiated intense heat, making the air itself seem to sizzle. Yet Raza seemed utterly unfazed by the searing temperature. With a quick puff of air, the red glow of the metal flared even brighter. He looked at In-sun and gave a chilling smile. "Open your mouth. What are you doing?" Tony's eyes were wide with confusion and alarm. The iron block was scorching. If Raza really forced it into In-sun's mouth, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Raza ignored Tony's protest. He strode over to In-sun, roughly yanked his head to face him, and demanded, "Open your mouth. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I don't know what you're doing? Are you going to tell the truth today or not?" "What are you doing?" Tony shouted, his voice cracking with panic. "Shut the hell up," Raza snapped, turning on Tony with blazing fury in his eyes. Turning back to In-sun, Raza tightened his grip, his strength growing. "What are you really doing in here? Are you going to talk or not?" In-sun's voice was firm as he answered, "He's building the Jericho missile." "What? The Jericho missile? Tell the truth," Raza screamed, nearly losing control. But In-sun stood his ground, shouting louder, "The Jericho missile." "Fine," Raza sneered. "It seems you're not planning to tell me the truth. Very well. I'll let you find out what this really feels like." As he spoke, Raza forced open In-sun's mouth, ready to shove the piece of metal inside. "What are you trying to do? Did you ever give me a deadline for delivery?" With that, Tony stepped forward, intending to rescue In-sun. "Don't move." Just then, the soldiers standing nearby suddenly snapped to attention, raising their guns and shouting in unison, "Don't move." Hearing their warning, Tony quickly raised his hands, locking eyes with Raza, who had stopped mid-action and turned to look at him. Tony met Raza's gaze without the slightest hint of fear. His eyes reflected only determination. He refused to let anything happen to In-sun. This was not an outcome he could accept. Staring resolutely at Raza, Tony finally spoke. "I need him. A project like mine requires a lot of help, and In-sun is an excellent assistant." With a loud clang, Raza's eyes narrowed as he listened to Tony's words, searching his face for any sign of weakness. But he was wrong. Tony's eyes were unwavering, fixed firmly on Reza. After a long silence, Reza finally let out a cold laugh. Fine. If you need an assistant, I'll give you one. But by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, I expect to see the finished product. If not, you'll both be staring death in the face. With that, Reza turned to leave but suddenly paused in his tracks. Turning around, Inson quickly noticed Lin Fei. At that moment, Reza's gaze toward Lin Fei was filled with menace. After a long, tense moment, he strode over to Lin Fei's side. And who are you? I'm Lin Fei. You're Reza, right? So what? Are you planning to kill me too? I'm also one of Tony's assistants, you know. Lin Fei had seized on Reza's weakness. Right now, nothing was more important to Reza than the Jericho missile. If he angered Tony, and Tony refused to work, or even slowed down because of him, Reza could not afford that outcome. Seeing the disdainful smile on Lin Fei's face, Reza was clearly enraged, but he forced himself to stay composed. He turned again to Tony and asked, Tony Stark, do you need this man as well? Absolutely. Many of the heavier items require Mr. Lin's strength to move. Fine. Reza flicked his hand dismissively, glaring coldly at Lin Fei as he spoke. Lin Fei, right? You're quite impressive. I've heard about you. Even though I still have no idea where you come from, none of that matters to me. All I need to know is when the time comes, you'll be begging me to listen to your story and your background. Oh, really? Well, I hope you'll still be around to hear it when that day comes. Of course, once Tony finishes building the Jericho missile, I want to see for myself. Who else could possibly stand against me? When that day comes, I'll be the ruler of the entire world. Ha ha ha. With a wild, arrogant laugh, Rize swaggered off with his henchmen. As he left, he even threw a few more threats Tony's way. Watching them finally leave, Tony let out a sigh of relief. Those guys really are tough to deal with. Just now, I felt like I was seconds away from death. That was terrifying. Dr. Insun, are you all right? As he spoke, Tony quickly turned to look at Insun, concern shining in his eyes. To Tony, Insun wasn't just an assistant. He'd become a friend. Insun had saved his life, and Tony felt deeply grateful to him. With Tony's help, Insun stood up, stretching his arms and legs, and gave a reassuring smile. I'm fine, Tony, really. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not even be alive right now. No way. As long as I'm here, I'll protect you. When we get through this, I'll take you home with me. I'll make sure you get a good job. Thank you. I really hope we both make out alive. We will. I promise. Seeing the way the two of them cared for each other, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He thought to himself, is this really the time for sentimentality? But in the end, he let it go. They wanted to deepen their bond. He had no reason to interfere. Before long, the two parted ways. Insun looked at Tony and asked, Tony, what's your plan now? What else? I'm going to work through the night and get this thing built. I'm certain that before noon tomorrow, I'll have this iron suit finished. Then we'll all get out of here together. Great. I'll help however I can. And Mr. Lin. Insun had been hoping to ask Lin Fei to lend Tony a hand, but when he turned around, he saw Lin Fei. No one knew when exactly. Had conjured up a blanket and was already putting earplugs in, ready for some well-earned rest. Don't come looking for me. I'm just the prophet here. I can't do any hard labor. My job is to watch over you, cheer you on, and keep your spirits up. All right, I'm going to. Take a nap now. Oh, by the way, here's some Nanjing salted duck. If you get hungry, help yourselves. And there's beer too. If you get thirsty, have a drink. I'm off to sleep. With that, Lin Fei flopped straight onto the bedding, curled up, and burrowed right under the covers, making it clear he was ready for a proper nap. Tony and Insun were utterly stunned at the sight. Never mind how you even made all this stuff, but in a situation as tense as this, with us working our hearts out, you gonna sleep? Honestly, it couldn't be more awkward. But looking over at Lin Fei, who was already fast asleep, Tony just shook his head. Forget it, Insun. Just the two of us then. I believe we can do it. Yeah, Insun replied, nodding. So, under the faint light, the two of them got back to work. What they didn't know was that Lin Fei, lying with his back to them, was quietly smiling to himself. Lin Fei knew the two of them would definitely pull it off. And even though he could lend a hand, it would be better to rest up and save his strength for tomorrow, when he'd be needed to help fend off the intruders. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei had miscalculated. Now he was seriously regretting it. At 3 in the morning, Lin Fei's eyes snapped open. He checked the time on his phone, then crawled out of his sleeping bag. Turning around to glare at Tony and Insun behind him, Lin Fei let out a furious shout. Are you two out of your minds? Tony looked at Lin Fei, an innocent, almost confused look on his face. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? You're asking me what's wrong? Are you both trying to keep me from sleeping? No, we're just working like usual. You knew about this, didn't you? Knew my foot. Lin Fei jabbed a finger at the workbench where they were hammering away. Is it normal at your house to move the whole workbench while you're working? You're hammering and clanging right behind me. Who could possibly sleep through that, huh? Hands on hips. Lin Fei was fuming. Tony had really pushed him to his limit. If you want to hammer metal, fine, be my guest. But why move the whole setup behind me? What's that supposed to mean? Lin Fei had even been using earplugs, which helped for a while, but suddenly everything was moved right behind his head. Each strike of the hammer felt like it was pounding straight into him, making his heart ache with every blow. In the end, there was nothing for it. Lin Fei had to get up, and now he was seriously grumpy. Seeing an unopened bottle of beer on the ground, Lin Fei picked it up without hesitation. With a flick of his finger, the cap shot off, and he gulped down the entire bottle in one go, finally feeling a bit more at ease. He stood up with a resigned sigh and glanced over at the corner where the cameras couldn't reach. By now, several essential components had been fully assembled. Looking at those items, Lin Fei couldn't help but soften. He asked, "How's it going? Is there anything you need help with?" "Actually, there is," replied Tony. "Mr. Lin, I could use some high-strength alloy springs. That would really boost my attack power. Do you happen to have any?" "I do." Lin Fei shrugged, a little exasperated. With a wave of his hand, a whole basket of springs appeared on the floor. Then, without another word, he went over to the sofa, sat down, and lit up a cigarette. "Will that do? Hurry up and get it done. Once we're finished, we need to get out of here as soon as possible." "All right." Tony felt deeply grateful. Though Lin Fei might look annoyed on the outside, when it came down to it, he never hesitated to help. Time passed bit by bit, until eventually morning arrived. The terrorists brought food and took the opportunity to check on Tony's progress. Tony barely reacted. After all, they couldn't really understand what he was doing. Tossing aside the food provided, everyone helped themselves instead to the goobly stuffed buns Lin Fei had prepared. After being pan-fried on a little cart, the buns tasted even more delicious. "Tony, Raza will be coming to see you tonight. How's your progress?" "Almost done. I just have a few connectors left. Should be finished by noon." "Great, keep it up. Oh, and Dr. Ean's, we should install 2 bombs on the door now. If things go as expected, they'll discover our plan around midday. That's when we'll need to act as soon as they open the door to buy Tony the final bit of time he needs." "Understood." The doorway was right in a camera blind spot, so Lin Fei and Ean had no trouble setting up the explosives unnoticed. You had to admit, Tony worked fast. By 10 in the morning, everything was assembled. All that remained was connecting the suit to his body and sorting out the microelectrical signals. Once they had finished lunch, it was finally time to put their plan into motion. Lin Fei provided a high-speed laptop, plugging it in before handing it over to Tony. Step by step, Tony began strapping the steel components onto his body. Just then, in the surveillance room, Raza arrived. "How's Tony's progress?" Reza stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the scene. But just then, Reza suddenly noticed something was wrong. "Where's Tony?" he asked. Hearing Reza's question, the people monitoring the cameras suddenly snapped to attention. With a start, they realized Tony was nowhere to be seen. On the surveillance screens, they could only see Ean busying himself, but he was hunched over a laptop. The camera's resolution was so poor, they couldn't make out what was on the screen at all. At that moment, a wave of dread washed over Reza. "Hurry, everyone, get to Tony's room right now. He's trying to escape." "Yes, sir." Everyone immediately sprang into action, rushing out as they shouted, "All hands, get to Tony's place now." "They're coming." Inside the quiet chamber, Lin Fei could easily make out the chaotic thudding of footsteps from outside. Hearing this, he stood up from the sofa. "Mr. Lin, can you help Tony? The computer's just connected, and he'll need at least 3 minutes. I'll go out and install them. Whoever's inside, come out." As these words rang out, the soldiers suddenly flung open the door, triggering the bomb that had been rigged to it. A deafening explosion tore through the air, a burst of fire lighting up the room. The 5 soldiers at the entrance were instantly blown away, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this, Ean quickly tried to rush out to confront the intruders. "Hey!" In a flash, Lin Fei vanished from his spot and appeared right in front of Ean. "Hey, Dr. Ean, what are you doing? Planning to get yourself killed? Leave this to me." "But, Mr. Lin, you're Tony's friend. If something happens to you..." Before he could finish, Lin Fei suddenly produced 2 Gatling guns, one in each hand. Ean fell silent, staring in awe. Struggling to lift his thumb, Ean offered his encouragement. "Mr. Lin, good luck. TCH. Rolling his eyes at Ean, Lin Fei strode outside. Seeing the soldiers charging toward him, he didn't hesitate, raising his Gatlings with practiced ease. With his enhanced physique, wielding a Gatling in each hand was effortless for Lin Fei. Moving with lightning speed, he unleashed a hail of bullets, each one cutting down the enemy. The soldiers fell where they stood, lifeless on the ground. Those who just poked their heads out seeing the carnage, immediately scattered in panic. Watching them flee so pathetically, Lin Fei could only shake his head in exasperation. This Gatling gun isn't even Bluefire's, is it? Don't run. Watching those men scatter in panic, Lin Fei dashed out after them without hesitation. Back inside, Ing Sun stared at the unfolding chaos, at a complete loss for words. Isn't Mr. Lin just a bit too unstoppable? Hearing Ing Sun's remark, Tony's face twisted in embarrassment, not knowing what to say at all. Damn it, I can't even see what's happening out there. Why are you telling me this? What good does it do me? Tony sighed in frustration. He glanced at the computer, saw the progress bar reach 40%, and felt the tension inside him slowly ease. He was sure Lin Fei would handle those men. Maybe by the time he got out, he'd find the place already cleaned up. For a moment, Tony found himself wondering, is there any point in designing this thing? Damn, it started to feel useless. Finally, as time ticked by, the computer's progress bar hit 100%. Tony quickly yanked the cable from his suit and, with a sharp punch, smashed the computer to pieces. He couldn't afford to leave a single trace behind. He flexed his new suit of iron armor, moving with ease, and nodded in deep satisfaction. Dr. Insun, let's go. Time to back up Mr. Lin. Yes, let's move. Turn the clock back 2 minutes. After Lin Fei sprinted out, he reached the cave entrance in no time. But the moment he saw what awaited him outside, he instantly darted back in. A furious burst of gunfire rattled against the cave wall, echoing like a hailstorm on stone. Lin Fei's heart raced. Thank goodness he'd reacted quickly, or he didn't dare imagine what kind of mess he'd be in now. His body might be strong, but without Roger's shield, there was no way he could withstand that barrage. Anyone inside? Come out. We promise we won't kill you. It was the bearded man barking orders. Hearing this, Lin Fei rolled his eyes in exasperation. Get lost. You all have guns. Why on earth would I walk out there? There was a brief, startled silence among the men outside, but then someone replied, Don't worry. We keep our word. We won't hurt you, as long as you hand over your weapon. Absolute nonsense. These old foxes are up to no good, Lin Fei thought, ignoring their empty promises. Instead, he found a corner, pulled out a chair, and sat down comfortably. From his system, he summoned a whole Peking duck, taking leisurely bites, washing it down with a bottle of ice-cold cola. The taste, well, it was simply heavenly. Time ticked by, second after second, until finally, at that very moment, boom, boom, boom. The ground itself began to tremble, and Lin Fei shot to his feet in alarm. What the hell? Is this an earthquake? Realizing what was happening, Lin Fei shouted into the tunnel, his voice echoing loudly. Tony, Tony, come out quick. There's an earthquake. Damn it, the whole mountain's about to collapse. But after a few tense seconds, what emerged was not chaos, but a massive steel machine. It was Tony. As Tony walked over to Lin Fei's side, Lin Fei realized that the tremors he'd felt were caused by Tony's heavy footsteps. Seeing this, Lin Fei's face darkened with embarrassment. He strode over and kicked the Iron Man suit square on the leg. Clang! Instantly, Lin Fei grabbed his own foot in pain. You idiot! Can't you walk a little lighter? I thought the whole place was coming down because of you. At Lin Fei's words, Tony chuckled and flipped open his helmet. Mr. Lin, what are you doing here? Are you kidding? There are guys outside with missiles. Why would I go out there? Oh, I see. Well then, Mr. Lin, just watch. I'll take care of them. As Tony strode toward the exit, Lin Fei hurried after him. This was the very first generation of Iron Man armor. Given the crude conditions, it lacked a lot of features. With that thought, Lin Fei dashed out to follow. Outside, Tony stepped into the daylight. The moment he appeared at the mouth of the cave, he saw 3 or 4 dozen armed men standing there, every single one gripping a gun. One even had a small rocket launcher. Sizing up the situation, Tony raised his hand. Hey there. Good afternoon, everyone. Had lunch yet? Tony. Hearing Tony's voice, Riza reacted instantly, his brow furrowing. So, this is the missile you designed for me? You think I can't tell the difference? Tony let out a hearty laugh, his spirits lifted by the confrontation. Of course not, Riza, but I do have a little gift for you. With that, Tony raised his hand and quickly activated a mechanism. A black gun barrel popped up from his arm, and the moment Riza saw it, he shouted, Run! Riza dove for cover, but most of the soldiers around him were too slow to react. With a sharp whoosh, a piercing sound split the air. Everyone turned to look, just in time to see a small sphere launching from Tony's hand, rocketing straight toward the group. Although no one really knew what that thing was, everyone felt a sense of impending danger from it. And right at that moment, the sphere struck the ground and exploded in an instant. A deafening blast tore through the air. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. In that split second, everyone shared only one thought. Why do we ever mess with Tony? Wasn't this just asking to die? Of course, no one was given the chance to regret their choice. In the blink of an eye, they were all dead. Tony, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to make me your enemy? Riza, knocked to the ground by the shockwave, struggled to his feet and glared at Tony, his eyes blazing with fury. Hearing Riza's words, Tony turned his head. Without so much as a word, he pressed a button. Instantly, a gun barrel sprang out from his waist, firing bullets rapidly in Riza's direction. Seeing the situation, Riza dodged just in time and slipped into a nearby room, with Tony hurrying after him. But when he looked around, Riza was nowhere to be found. Damn it, he got away. If that's how it is, then I'll just destroy this place. With a series of thunderous explosions, every time Tony raised his hand, a shell would launch and blow up yet another building. Tony's excitement was unmistakable. With a press of a button, his Iron Man suit lifted off the ground and shot straight into the sky. Damn, if you fly off like that, how are you supposed to come back? Watching Tony rocket away, Lin Fei was left speechless. Seriously, if Tony kept flying farther and farther, who would bring him back? Mr. Lin, what are we supposed to do now? I can't fly, you know. Ainson looked up at the now empty sky, on the verge of tears. What an awkward situation. All around them, flames raged and screams echoed. Lin Fei waved his hand, and in an instant, a sleek, silver bus appeared out of nowhere. Whoa, Mr. Lin, how did you pull that bus out? Did you have it hidden on you? Ainson circled him with curiosity, making Lin Fei feel exasperated. With a flick, Lin Fei gave Ainson a light knock on the head and said helplessly, "Come on, even if I had all the space in the world, how could I possibly hide a whole bus? What goes on in that head of yours?" I just got a little excited and didn't think it through. But Mr. Lin, if we drive out in that bus, won't it just get burned up? You think this is just an ordinary bus? With that, Lin Fei willed the rear doors open. He climbed aboard and settled into the driver's seat. Holy crap, Mr. Lin, your car is insanely comfortable. Whoa, it even has air conditioning. And the display screen is huge. Buckle up. We're about to take off. Wait, what? Take off? Mr. Lin, you're not messing with me, are you? Seriously? No sooner had Ainson fastened his seatbelt than he let out a startled yell. In the rearview mirror, he could clearly see the entire car transforming before his eyes, swiftly morphing into a sleek helicopter. It looked as impressive as anyone could imagine. Here we go. At Lin Fei's command, the helicopter lifted off in an instant. The powerful gust sent the surrounding flames roaring even higher, and the camp tents below were soon engulfed in an even fiercer blaze. Wow, at last, we're out of that maddening place. Watching the raging fire below, Lin Fei felt a surge of relief. It was impossible to describe just how liberated he felt. After being stuck there for 2 days, he thought he might go crazy if he stayed any longer. Soaring through the air in the direction of Tony's signal, Lin Fei soon spotted a lone figure sitting in the vast desert below. With a steady whir of the rotors, they made a swift landing. Lin Fei quickly saw that it was indeed Tony. At this moment, Tony was covered head to toe in a layer of dust, sand, and grime, looking as disheveled as anyone could be. Hey, Tony, what happened? Mr. Lin, I'm so frustrated. I forgot to recharge the Ark's power supply. I was halfway in the air when the machinery just fell apart because of energy instability. Oh, what a mess. Well, I figured something like that might happen, Lin Fei said understandingly. We just didn't have enough time for proper research and development, so there were bound to be things we couldn't solve right away. He walked over and patted Tony on the shoulder, smiling. Don't worry. Once we're back, we'll work on it together. I'm sure you've already got some ideas for improvements, right? Absolutely. Encouraged by Lin Fei's words, Tony's confidence returned. He stood up at once and, without hesitation, hopped into Lin Fei's vehicle. Don't you think you're being a little too comfortable here? Lin Fei shook his head with a wry smile, then took the driver's seat. After making a few adjustments, he asked, Hey, Tony, do you know where your armor fell? I can't remember exactly. It must be at least 4 or 5 kilometers from here. That's a pretty big area to search. Lin Fei had originally intended to simply take that suit of armor away. That way, Stan wouldn't be the biggest boss anymore. But looking at things now, it seemed it was going to be much harder than he thought. The search area was just too vast, and with the desert winds whipping across the sands, there was a real chance the armor was already buried by now. Given the circumstances, it might be better to just face Stan head-on when the time came. He adjusted his destination to New York, Tony's residence. With a single thought, Lin Fei transformed the helicopter beneath him into a fighter jet. In the blink of an eye, it accelerated, streaking toward New York at breakneck speed. Holy crap! Tony leaped to his feet, eyes wide as he watched the aircraft push its speed to the absolute limit. Mr. Lin, would you sell me this plane? Sell it to your uncle. Lin Fei shot Tony a glare. Come over here, eat something, and get some rest. We'll be home by 6 tonight. Watching Lin Fei's retreating back, Tony couldn't help but toss out a line that nearly made Lin Fei trip. Aren't you my uncle? Get lost. Lin Fei found Tony absolutely infuriating, constantly throwing barbs his way. Was his real name, Lin, the quipster, destined to be verbally sparring with him forever? Damn it. Tony really knew how to put a dent in his pride. With a helpless shake of his head, Lin Fei decided to fill his stomach and then get some rest. At 5:30 in the evening, the familiar chime of the system rang in his mind and woke Lin Fei up. He roused Tony and Insen, who were resting in the next room. As soon as Tony woke up, the first thing out of his mouth was, "Mr. Lin, is it time for dinner? Eat, eat, eat. That's all you ever think about. How are you going to become the backbone of Stark Industries at this rate? Honestly, you might be better off hosting a food show. That's actually worth considering." Bang! Lin Fei slammed the door shut, then slumped into the pilot's seat, thoroughly exasperated. As New York's skyline slowly darkened in the distance, lights began to flicker on one by one. Lin Fei took out his phone and dialed Howard's number. "Hello, Mr. Lin? Where are you now? How's Tony doing?" "Ah, Tony's just fine," Lin Fei replied with a light chuckle. "We're about to arrive in New York. We'll head straight to Tony's place." "Where are you?" "I'm at Tony's house right now." "Oh, Mr. Lin, this is wonderful news. I'm so glad you all made it back safely. I'll have Potts get dinner ready. We'll have a real celebration tonight. Maybe let's not. I don't think anyone has room for more food right now." Just thinking about how each of them had polished off an entire roast duck and 2 pancakes apiece, Lin Fei was certain nobody was up for another meal. Listening to Lin Fei, Howard didn't say much more. After chatting for a while, as they were about to reach their destination, Lin Fei hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, above Tony's residence, the fighter jet instantly transformed into a helicopter. With Tony and his companion watching in astonishment, it landed smoothly. Arriving at the front door, Howard couldn't help but cry out in surprise when he saw the state Tony was in. "Oh my God, Tony, what happened to your chest?" Seeing Howard's shock, Tony just smiled and patted his chest. "Dad, it's nothing. My own missile hit me right in the chest. If it weren't for this thing, I'd probably be dead by now." "Oh my God, is this the split missile you've been working on?" "Tony, I really think you should give up on this. This is far too dangerous for yourself and for others." "Of course, don't worry. I've already decided to abandon the project. From now on, Stark Industries will no longer produce weapons. To hell with war." "What? Tony, do you realize what will happen if you give up on this? Stark Industries might lose everything we've built." "Son, it's not that I don't support your decision. I just want you to understand the consequences, to know what you're facing." "Dad, trust me. I know exactly what I'm doing. Besides, with Mr. Lin's help, I've already come up with an entirely new idea. I truly believe that Stark Industries will reach even greater heights in the future." "Oh, is that so? Well, I'm looking forward to it." Turning to Lin Fei, Howard smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you so much for everything this time. If it weren't for you, who knows what might have happened to Tony?" "No need to mention it." Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively. In truth, even without his intervention, Tony would have succeeded in the end. All he did was speed up the process. And clearly, Tony now matched his expectations perfectly. Everything had gone very well. After exchanging a few more words, everyone returned to their own rooms, and Lin Fei was invited to stay at Tony's place. Just like that, the day passed, and before he knew it, morning had arrived. Early the next day, Lin Fei was awakened by commotion outside. Puzzled, he stepped out and saw a soldier standing outside, who looked like someone in charge. At the sight of him, Lin Fei quickly realized this man was Tony's close friend. Lin Fei stepped forward, his thoughts turning. "Hey, Colonel James Rhodes, good morning. Here you are so early. Looks like you and Tony really are close friends. I have to say, I find that quite impressive." Rhodes heard Lin Fei's words and turned his head, looking at Lin Fei with a hint of confusion. "Tony, who's this? Aren't you going to introduce us?" "No need. I'll do it myself," Lin Fei answered with a smile before Tony could speak. James Rhodes, from Stark Industries Medical Division, formerly served with the American military, an expert in piloting and aeronautical engineering. You know your way around flying and repairs, and you can handle any aircraft in Stark Industries with ease. If I had to sum you up, I'd say you're a veteran pilot, through and through. "Oh, and I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Fei. I'm Tony's mentor, and I'm a prophet." "A prophet?" Rhodes listened, then extended his hand to shake Lin Fei's, before turning back to Tony. "Tony, how come you've never mentioned this guy to me?" Tony chuckled. "We only just met, but he's taught me a lot. Honestly, the reason I made it back to New York in one piece is all thanks to Mr. Lin's help." "I see." Rhodes eyed Lin Fei, taking in his well-toned physique and couldn't hide his surprise. Mr. Lin, right? Those muscles of yours, pretty impressive. How about you and I? Well, Lin Fei smiled at Rhodes. Sorry, what was it you just said? No, nothing. I didn't say anything. Mr. Lin, could you please let go now? I think my hand about to break. Lin Fei released his grip, gave Rhodes a friendly pat on the shoulder, and didn't say anything more. But Rhodes couldn't hold back any longer. Turning to Tony, he complained, Tony, how is Mr. Lin so strong? I couldn't even put up a fight. Tony laughed. You have no idea. I once built an alloy suit, high-strength stuff, and Mr. Lin bent it with a single kick. No way. Seriously. Hearing this, Rhodes finally came to his senses, grateful that Lin Fei hadn't done anything worse. Otherwise, he'd really be in trouble. So, Rhodes, what brings you to see Tony this time? Lin Fei asked. Rhodes chuckled. Mr. Lin, sorry for the scene just now. It's all because of Tony. Rhodes, let's not. Tony tried to interject. What's there to hide? Lin Fei pressed, seeing Tony's awkward expression, leaving Rhodes momentarily at a loss for words. Why do you keep interrupting me all the time? I'm just concerned about you, aren't I? As he spoke, Rhodey turned his head to look at Lin Fei and began to talk. Mr. Lin, let me tell you, this whole thing's been giving me a headache. The two of us went together to the central building and even recommended a few things over there. But then Tony insisted on going off on his own. I have no idea how he got back. Seriously, who on earth brought him back? If anything had happened to Tony, I swear I'd have given that person a piece of my mind. I even heard Tony mention that there was a gentleman who promised those soldiers that he'd help them with their missile research. Honestly, what kind of person does something so rotten? If Tony hadn't been clever enough to handle things, there could have been real trouble. Don't you think so, Mr. Lin? Rhodey, that's enough. Let's just drop it. Tony was clearly embarrassed by Rhodey's words, not knowing what to say in response. Lin Fei also wore an awkward expression, unable to hide his discomfort. Rhodey noticed Tony's reaction and spoke up, his tone disgruntled. Hey, why shouldn't I say it? I'm telling you, Tony, there are people out there who simply don't want to see you doing well, you know? Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin, you came back with Tony, didn't you? Maybe you know who that person is. Hearing Rhodey's words, Lin Fei nodded, his expression growing even more uncomfortable. Yeah, of course I know. In fact, the person you're talking about is me. Oh, I figured you'd know, Mr. Lin. So the person is what? Rhodey's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Fei, his face a picture of utter astonishment. Tony, he quickly pulled Tony aside and whispered, why didn't you stop me just now? I didn't try to stop you. I told you to let it go, but did you listen? No, you insisted on saying more, and you specifically told me not to hold you back. What else was I supposed to do? Well, I suppose you have a point. With that, Rhodey turned to look at Lin Fei, chuckling awkwardly. Mr. Lin, I'll just get going now. See you around. As soon as he finished speaking, Rhodey made a swift exit. Watching Rhodey leave, Lin Fei could only shake his head helplessly. Rhodey was out of there faster than anyone. If only he'd been that quick a moment ago. Mr. Lin, let's go have something to eat. Pepper cooked tonight, and she's really talented in the kitchen. Sound great. I'd love to try her cooking. Before long, the two of them arrived at the dining room, where they saw Potts bringing a sumptuous breakfast to the table. As he ate, Lin Fei couldn't help but praise her skills. Wow, this is truly impressive. Potts, you really can cook. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Potts smiled warmly, picked up a slice of bread, and took a bite herself. I could tell, Mr. Lin, that you're from China, so I prepared some Chinese-style dishes as well. I hope you'll enjoy them. Lin Fei smiled back at her. She was right. Her cooking was indeed excellent, and he thoroughly enjoyed the meal. Of course, it wasn't that the food from his system was any less delicious. It was just that each had its own unique charm. After all, they were simply different kinds of cuisine. As they ate, a sudden thought crossed Lin Fei's mind. He turned to Tony and asked, aren't you scheduled to hold a press conference at the company today? That's right. My father's old friend already called me, asked me to attend the press conference and announce our company's latest achievements. But what you plan to announce today isn't quite what they expect, is it? Lin Fei continued. Tony paused for a moment, then gave a wry smile, finally admitting, you're right, Mr. Lin. I'm not going there just to go through the motions. My real intention is to tell everyone that we're shutting down Stark's weapons division. What? Potts leapt to her feet in disbelief, staring at Tony. Tony, do you realize what you're saying? Do you have any idea what kind of consequences this will bring for Stark Industries? Tony simply smiled and waved a hand dismissively. Potts, why are you making such a big deal out of this? Do you really think I'd make such a decision on a whim? Wouldn't you? This isn't the first time you've done something like this, she shot back. Turning to Lin Fei, Potts said, Mr. Lin, from what you've said, it seems you already know what's going on. Since you understand the stakes, why don't you try to talk Tony out of it? You must realize what kind of fallout this will bring, right? Of course I do. Lin Fei glanced at Potts' anxious face, then at Tony's resigned expression, and smiled. Potts, why are you so worked up? Can't you just go along with Tony's decision for once? How can I? This isn't good for Stark Industries at all. Right now, Stark depends on the weapons business. If Tony stops making weapons, then Stark Industries is finished. Finished? That's hardly the case. Lin Fei shook his finger. Potts, you're overthinking it. Do you really believe Tony is the child you've always imagined him to be? If so, you're seriously mistaken. Isn't he, though? Tony needs my help with everything every single day. Whether it's eating or picking out a tie, he can't do it without me. Mr. Lin, do you think someone like that can ever make a good decision? Of course he can. Lin Fei picked up a soup dumpling and popped it into his mouth before continuing. Do you really think Tony has depended on your help all these years? If he truly relied on you for everything, he'd have starved to death by now. Relax. He patted Pot's shoulder and said with a smile, Tony is much more independent than you think. Don't overthink it. Look, Tony made the right call here. You only object because you haven't experienced what he went through, you haven't seen his wounds. But don't worry, Tony will be just fine in the future, and because of this decision, Stark Industries will become stronger than ever. Really? Of course it's true. These dumplings are delicious. Thank you, Tony. Come on, let's go check out your press conference. Wait for me. Potts quickly tidied up and hurried to catch up with them. They got into Tony's car and headed towards Stark Industries. Soon, they arrived at the company. The place was brimming with high-tech energy, dazzling anyone who looked. Most striking of all, a sea of reporters was gathered at the entrance. The moment Tony's car appeared, they rushed over, cameras snapping away in rapid bursts, their flashes so blinding that Lin Fei had to shield his eyes. Covering his face, Lin Fei joked, Hey, Tony, I've just had my picture taken a bunch of times. Am I going to be famous now? Probably not. They'll most likely just Photoshop you out. Hearing Tony's reply, Lin Fei was left speechless. Was he really that invisible? For a moment, Lin Fei could only sigh in resignation. Once they got out of the car, the reporters swarmed toward them. Tony quickly raised his hand. Instantly, the reporters froze, looking up at Tony with obedient attention. Seeing that he finally had their focus, Tony addressed them. Everyone, let's take this inside if you have questions. I'll even strike a few poses for you. How about that? Laughter rippled through the crowd at Tony's words, and no one bothered to protest. As these people made their way inside, Tony led Lin Fei in as well. Just then, Lin Fei suddenly noticed a bald man walking over. At the sight of him, Lin Fei's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Hey, Tony, good morning. Hey man, good morning. It's great to see you again. Haha, it really is. After exchanging a brief hug, the two of them walked further inside. Soon, the bald man went off to help organize the crowd, while Lin Fei moved to Tony's side. Obadiah Stane. Looking at Stane, Lin Fei said he was your father's close friend, and now he's second in command at Stark Industries. That's right, Mr. Lin, you're absolutely correct. That Stane, he's also a good friend of mine. A good friend, is he? Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei smiled faintly. I can't quite agree with you on that. Oh, Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Tony looked a bit puzzled as he asked. Lin Fei just smiled in response. He'll become your greatest enemy, Tony. I'll tell you this. In the end, he nearly destroyed your entire company. As for how you'll deal with it when the time comes, I'll say no more. It's up to you. That's enough. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Lin, he's my friend. Stark Industries has grown stronger under his guidance. Our company owes a lot to him, and no one can change my mind about that. Not even you, Mr. Lin. As for your claim that Stane is my enemy, you don't need to say any more. I trust him. In fact, I think your prediction might just be wrong this time, Mr. Lin. I trust my friend. With that, Tony's expression turned cold, and he walked away. Seeing Tony like this, Lin Fei only smiled and said nothing more. Yes, things like this are never easy to believe, just like with Rogers. If Lin Fei were to tell Rogers that Barnes would become his enemy in the future, no doubt Rogers wouldn't believe it either. You can know someone's face, but never truly their heart. Mr. Lin, is what you said really true? At that moment, Potts walked over to Lin Fei's side, her eyes searching his face for answers. Hearing Potts' question, Lin Fei simply nodded in response. What's true and what's false? Who can really tell? But never mind. Since Tony chooses not to believe, let him be. In the end, he'll have to handle it himself. For now, maybe this serves as a warning for him. If he ignores what I said and gets burned for it, that's on him. Is it really going to be like that? Potts was momentarily stunned. Mr. Lin, I hope you'll help him when the time comes. Don't worry, he won't die. If he did, who would you turn to? A blush quickly bloomed on Potts' cheeks. Lin Fei noticed it at once, and seeing her reaction, he couldn't help but smile. After all, he'd always known that Potts liked Tony. Otherwise, why would he be teasing her like this now? Hey, good morning, you two. Just then, a voice rang out. Hearing it, Lin Fei turned around. Standing behind them was a man whose appearance was simply unmistakable. Lin Fei recognized him instantly. The man approached Potts, pulling a business card from his pocket. Smiling at her, he asked, "Miss Potts?" "Yes, that's me. And you are?" "Oh, here's my card. My name is Carlson." Before the man could finish, Lin Fei cut him off. At Lin Fei's words, Carlson showed little surprise. He simply smiled at Lin Fei. "Oh, Mr. Lin, is it? I'm quite familiar with your name." "Of course. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are bound to know every name, aren't they?" "So, is it true what I've heard, that Mr. Lin is something of a prophet?" "Naturally. There's nothing I don't know." Lin Fei was well-versed in everything Marvel-related. There was hardly anything that could surprise him. But Carlson's next question nearly made Lin Fei lose his composure. "Well then, Mr. Lin, could you tell me what I had for breakfast yesterday?" Lin Fei was instantly at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally said, "Agent Carlson, questions like that are a bit much. I'd never bother to know about your personal affairs, would I?" "All right, maybe I was overthinking it." "Exactly. Your question was a tough one. But I have to say, Agent Carlson, your hairstyle is quite distinctive." Seeing Carlson come up short left Lin Fei in a much better mood. After all, Carlson had just tried to stump him with that question, so this little victory was rather satisfying. Potts listened to their exchange, looking puzzled. "Excuse me, but what are you two talking about? I can't understand a word. And Agent Carlson, what is this shield that Mr. Lin mentioned?" It's nothing really. According to Agent Carlson, it's something like, some sort of intervention. Actually, I can't recall the full name. It's way too long." "All right then." Potts took the business card from Carlson and examined it closely. After a while, she finally understood what was written and asked, "So, Agent, what brings you to see me today?" "Of course." Carlson smiled. "The reason I came to see you today is to find out how Tony managed to escape from the Central District this time." "Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't help you with that, because I honestly have no idea how he did it myself. Maybe, Agent Carlson, you could ask Tony directly when you get the chance." "All right then. We'll just wait here." With that, the three of them turned to look just as the press conference was about to begin. The reporters were all calling out, their attention fixed forward, only to see Tony plop himself down on the ground, a hamburger in his hand. "Pepper, didn't Tony have breakfast this morning?" "Yes, he did, but he just loves hamburgers." "Oh, honestly, he's impossible. Eating a burger at an event this important." "Well, what can you do?" Lin Fei shrugged and kept his eyes on the stage. "Hey, folks, take a seat, take a seat. Look, I'm sitting down here on the floor. Why are you all still standing? The camera angles are terrible that way. Besides, don't you all think I look even cooler sitting like this?" At Tony's words, the crowd of reporters chuckled and quickly took their seats on the floor as well. "Hey, you three, good morning." At that moment, Rhodey walked over, glancing at Lin Fei with a look that was hard to read, equal parts awkward and apologetic, but he sat down all the same. It was clear he knew Carlson. After a brief greeting, both men turned their attention to the stage. At last, the press conference began. Taking a bite of his hamburger, Tony gazed at the journalist before him, falling silent for a moment before he finally spoke. "I'm grateful to be alive, to have made it back, but I'm also troubled because there's something I never asked my father. There's always been a question in my heart, ever since I took over this company from him. What was this company really made for?" Tony's words left the reporters momentarily at a loss. They couldn't understand why he'd bring up something like this. And just then, Tony looked at them and continued. "I've always wondered what my father was really thinking when he handed this company over to me. Weapons, they're the most dreadful things you can imagine. Because of them, so many lives are lost, families torn apart, homes destroyed." Suddenly, Tony's eyes dimmed, a shadow falling across his face. "I witnessed those people die right before my eyes, all because of my weapons. In fact, I become one of those cold-blooded killers myself. The pain in my heart is unbearable. I never imagined something like this could happen. And I keep wondering, is all of this in direct contradiction to what my father intended when he first founded Stark Industries? Yesterday, I was deeply troubled. I had a long talk with my father, and he supported my decision. Now, I have an announcement to make." Tony finished the last bite of his hamburger, brushed his hands together, and stood up. He walked to the podium, facing the crowd of reporters. "I hereby announce that all weapons manufacturing divisions under Stark Industries will be shut down immediately. From now on, we will no longer..." A wave of stunned commotion swept through the room. In an instant, the flashes from countless cameras lit up the hall, every reporter eager to hear what Tony would say next. But before Tony could finish, suddenly someone rushed onto the stage. It was Stain. He moved quickly, gestured, and two men ushered Tony away from the podium. As Tony was led out, the room remained in uproar, the noise of the crowd undiminished. Tony was hurried to the front, where an emergency PR response was launched. Ladies and gentlemen, our apologies, truly. Right now, Tony may not have the authority to make such a decision. But let's focus on what really matters. Tony is back. With Stain's words, the press conference drew to a close. Everyone wanted to find Tony, but he had already vanished, quietly leaving the scene. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Lin Fei and his companions were seated on a sofa. Rhodey looked completely stunned as he turned to Lin Fei and asked, "Mr. Lin, what exactly is going on? This is just too unexpected." Catching Rhodey's look of astonishment, Lin Fei smiled. "What does this really mean to you? Besides, weren't you hoping for this to happen? War changes people, and now that war is about to end, isn't that something you want to see?" "Of course. You're absolutely right, Mr. Lin. I do want to see that. It's just, I never imagined Tony would make such a decision. It really caught me off guard." Coulson stood up at that moment and turned to Pepper with a smile. "Miss Potts, I hope you'll let Mr. Stark know that I'll be paying him a visit soon." "All right, I'll pass the message on to Tony. But Agent Coulson, whether Tony will actually meet with you, well, I can't make any promises." "All right, thank you. I'm sure he'll get back to me." With that, Coulson walked away. At the same time, Lin Fei stood up as well. "Potts, you can head back first. I'm planning to visit a friend for a meal." "Ah, I can already taste the nostalgia." "Oh, Mr. Lin, would it be possible for me to join you?" "No way." Lin Fei dismissed Rhodey's suggestion without a second thought. After all, with the way he'd been mocking him, there was no chance he'd get an invitation. Leaving the group behind, Lin Fei hopped onto his trusty, unbeatable food truck and set off in the direction of Chinyan's place. He needed some quiet time to think things through, to plan out his next steps. This was crucial for him. Only once Tony's situation was resolved could he move on to his next mission. Taking his time, he drove leisurely toward Chinatown, where Xiaoyan lived. Meanwhile, outside the doors of Stark Industries, Tony finally emerged, only after the reporters had dispersed. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Stain. "Tony." Stain hurried over, looking at him in astonishment. "Oh, my boy, do you realize how huge an impact your announcement just made?" "Of course I do, but I had no choice." "No choice?" "Tony, do you have any idea what's kept Stark Industries alive all these years? It's our weapons business. Do you understand what your statement means for our company? Our market value could plummet because of this." "Son, this is utter madness." Tony gave a wry smile. "Trust me, Stain, you are my father's business partner. You see things more clearly than I do sometimes. I won't argue, but rest assured I've thought this through. What exactly have you considered? I need to know." "Oh no, it's not the time for that yet." "No, I have to know, otherwise I won't be able to face the board members. Please, Tony, do this for me." "All right." At last, Tony relented. He unwrapped the bandages from his injured arm. His shoulder had been dislocated after that fall, but he didn't seem to care anymore. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing to Stain the condition of his chest. "Oh my God, what am I seeing?" Stain rushed over, anxiously examining Tony's chest, worry etched on his face. "Son, does anyone else know about this?" "Of course not." Tony smiled. "Stan, you're my father's friend, so I'll be straight with you. Right now, I'm working on developing a new suit of armor. Once it's complete, Stark Industries will become the most powerful company in the world. Compared to my suit, conventional weapons will be worthless. Do you understand?" "Is that so, kid?" "All right, I believe you. I'll help sort things out with the board. But as for your father's side, he might need to step in himself." "It's not a problem. My father already knows about this. Back when I was trapped over in the central block, I told him all about it." "All right, I trust you. I just hope this passes quickly." "Tony, you need to finish your research as soon as possible, or else Stark Industries might face a lot of resistance from other companies. Everyone, keep searching. If you don't find it, don't expect to eat dinner tonight when you get back." "Yes, sir." Location: the desert region near the central block. At this moment, a group of soldiers were scouring the sands, searching tirelessly. In the midst of the group were two men, both of whom Tony recognized. One was Raza, and the other was the man with the thick beard. At this moment, these men were combing through the desert, their purpose unknown to outsiders. "Found it! It's right here!" Finally, a soldier called out urgently, and everyone quickly gathered around. At the soldier's feet lay a mask. It was the first-generation Iron Man helmet. Seeing the helmet, Raza stepped forward, picked it up, and held it in his hands. "As I expected, this is Tony's work. Everyone start digging. I don't want a single piece missing. With this, we can become #1 in the world." "Yes, sir." Beep beep. Getting out of the car, Lin Fei glanced around at the people nearby. Thankfully, he managed to park right in front of Kung Fu Noodle House. Heading inside, Lin Fei found someone already enjoying a bowl of beef noodles. He sat down to wait, just as Qianyan noticed him. Qianyan nodded with a smile, offering a silent apology before turning back to his work. At last, 5 minutes later, the person eating the beef noodles finished. "Old Qian, you really ought to expand this place a bit. It's just too small. When there are a lot of people, there's nowhere to sit. Taking the money from the customer, Qianyan smiled. It's nothing really, just a way to pass the time. As long as everyone enjoys themselves, that's all that matters. All right, Elder Qian, I'll be heading out first. How about the night shift tonight? Take care. Watching the man leave, Xiao Yun wiped down the table. Seeing this, Lin Fei walked straight over. Mr. Lin, what would you like to eat? Of course, I'll have the beef noodles. I brought the rest myself. As he spoke, Lin Fei waved his hand, and suddenly 2 bottles of beer and a plate of roast duck appeared on the table. Elder Qian, would you care to have a taste? It would be my pleasure. Let me go cook the noodles. I haven't had lunch yet anyway. Soon, 2 bowls of beef noodles were ready. Qianyan brought them over with a steady gait, not a single ripple disturbing the broth in the bowls. He set them on the table, and Xiao Yun took a seat as well. Grabbing a beer bottle, he made a subtle move. Before Lin Fei knew it, the cap popped right off and flew away. Seeing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Elder Qian, you really are remarkable. May I ask, just who are you? I think there's no need for secrets between us. Don't you agree? Yeah, very well. Xiao Yun, without any hesitation, tore off a duck leg and took a hearty bite, chasing it down with a gulp of beer. Lin, my young friend, there's really nothing much to it. We're both Chinese, so I'm sure you know about the existence of cultivators, right? Cultivators? Elder Qian, are you saying you're a cultivator? Lin Fei was genuinely surprised. After all, that sort of thing only existed in novels. And as far as he remembered, in the Marvel Universe, such things had never happened. Hearing Lin Fei's reaction, Qianyan smiled. No need to be so shocked. China has always been a land of wonders. What's there to be surprised about? So that's how it is. I never expected it, but it's true. China is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Haha, indeed. I never imagined I'd find myself in such a situation either. But life is treating me well now. Oh, that reminds me. Someone came to see me not long ago, wanted me to join their organization. I turned them down. Oh, was it Coulson? Or Nick Fury? Oh, I'm surprised you know about that, Lin. Yes, it was Coulson. He told me he was from, I can't quite recall the name, some organization or other. Wanted me to join. I refused. Hearing this, Lin Fei chuckled. It seemed Qianyan, just like himself, had trouble remembering names. No wonder, really. Those names were far too long, and Lin Fei always found them a bit much. Soon, lunch came to an end. Seeing Lin Fei frown, Qianyan asked in some confusion. My young friend Lin, why are you frowning? Is something troubling you? Listening to Qianyan's words, Lin Fei nodded in agreement. It's just I've been a bit overwhelmed with things lately and haven't figured out how to sort them all out. But it's no big deal. After tasting your noodles, Elder Qian, I believe I'll find clarity soon. Qianyan chuckled. Huh, that's wonderful to hear. Still, Lin, my young friend, I'd like to say a few words to you, if you don't mind. Think of it as a little guidance from me. I hope you won't find me too nagging. Of course not, Elder Qian. Please go ahead. Hee. Very well then, let this old man speak. Lin, my young friend, I can tell that there will be many dangers ahead in your future. When the time comes, you must hold fast to your true self. Over all these years, I've watched the stars at night. Yet there are always some people whose fate I cannot see. One of them is you, Lin, and another is a man named Tony. Tony? Do you mean Howard's son? That's right, his son. I had the fortune to meet him once, but I discovered that his future was completely hidden from me. Not even a glimpse. And there are others whose destinies I can't perceive. Judging by my calculations, these people are all children of destiny. Their paths are obscure to me. I truly hope they will remain true to themselves, no matter what the future holds. As Lin Fei listened to Qianyan, he suddenly understood. Qianyan must be talking about those superheroes. Lin Fei replied, Don't worry, Elder Qian. I'll keep a close watch on these people. Each of them will face unprecedented challenges ahead, and when that time comes, I'll be there for them. Qianyan smiled. Good. Lin, my young friend, you have remarkable talent and a strong constitution. Have you ever considered practicing cultivation with me? What? Cultivation? Lin Fei pondered for a moment. Elder Qian, does cultivation mean I'll have to meditate and channel energy every day or something like that? Qianyan burst out laughing. Lin Fei grabbed a towel from the side and wiped the noodles off his face, feeling thoroughly exasperated. Elder Qian, your beef really does pack a punch with its flavor. Huh, my young friend Lin, I'm so sorry truly. I just couldn't help it. You said something so silly. Silly? Lin Fei's face fell. What's so silly about it? That's exactly how the books describe it. Qianyan chuckled. I know the books you're talking about. But Lin, you've got it all wrong. For those who truly cultivate, once you open your meridians, you can practice naturally without needing any deliberate training. You really don't have to overthink it. Well then, does that mean I can start learning right now? Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit intrigued as he listened. Elder Qian, does that mean all those who practice cultivation can fly through the air? Can they unleash a Kamehameha at the drop of a hat? What are you even thinking? Qian Yun could only sigh helplessly. You got the wrong idea. Cultivators can only improve their genetic makeup a bit, allowing for some changes in the body. You could say it's a way to achieve immortality, but to put it plainly, it just means your body ages more slowly, that's all. As for soaring through the skies and burrowing through the earth, those things are just out of reach. At most, your body becomes stronger, you can jump higher, and from the outside, it might look like you're flying. Oh, I see. In that case, I'm not interested in learning anymore. Lin Fei said, getting up as if to leave. Hey, don't go. Seeing Lin Fei about to walk away, Qian Yun immediately looked displeased. Lin, my young friend, you really should give it a try. There are plenty of benefits to learning my cultivation techniques. For example, you could go a long time without needing to eat, or days without using the restroom. You wouldn't even need to drink water. Lin Fei's face was full of exasperation as he listened. Elder Qian, tell me, wasn't that roast duck we just ate delicious? It was delicious, of course. And that Tsingdao beer, didn't it taste great? It was wonderful. Well, there you go. It's not like I can't afford to eat, so why bother cultivating? There's so much good food out there, why would I miss out? Oh, it's not like that at all, my young friend. You need to understand the real advantages here. I would never deceive you, would I? Besides, I'm just a novice cultivator. If you really put your mind to it, you could achieve far more than I ever have. No way. Lin Fei sat back down, looking at Qian Yun, utterly exasperated. Elder Qian, why are you so intent on making me cultivate? What's the real reason? Because I've lived alone for so many years, and it's just too lonely. I want someone to keep me company. Hearing these words, and seeing the sadness etched on Qian Yun's face, Lin Fei was moved. It was true. Living for 5 centuries as a cultivator in a world ruled by the cycle of life and death, anyone would feel the sting of loneliness. Looking at Qian Yun, Lin Fei paused for a moment, then finally spoke. All right, Elder Qian, I'll keep you company and learn with you. But don't expect me to achieve anything great. I'm really busy every day. Good. The two of them sat there, locked in a silent gaze for a full 3 minutes. At last, Lin Fei couldn't take it anymore. He looked at Qian Yun and asked, Elder Qian, are you actually going to teach me or not? Or are we just supposed to keep staring at each other like this? No, that's not it. What I mean is, why are you still here? If you want me to teach you, I'll need some time to get ready. I have to prepare some herbs and brew a special elixir for you to take before we can begin. Seriously? Lin Fei shot him a middle finger. Damn it. After talking to me for so long, this is all you have to say? Are you kidding me? I'm a busy man, you know. Rolling his eyes at Qian Yun, Lin Fei turned and left without another word. Hey. Lin, my friend, remember to come by in a few days, okay? We'll see, depend on my mood. With a sigh, Lin Fei got in his car and drove away. He had barely gone a kilometer when his phone rang. Taking a quick glance, he saw that it was Tony calling. Lin Fei answered without hesitation. Mr. Lin, it's bad. Something's happened at home. Lin Fei's brows immediately furrowed at Tony's frantic voice. What happened? Tell me, don't rush, just explain it slowly. For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder, had Stan already made a move ahead of schedule? But how could that be? Stan was only supposed to find out about Tony's situation today. How could he have acted so quickly? As Lin Fei was thinking this, Tony's urgent voice came through again. Mr. Lin, please come back as soon as you can. I'll explain everything when you get here. All right. Hang in there. I'm on my way now. Without a second thought, Lin Fei sprang into action, not caring in the least that he was in the middle of a busy street. In a flash, his food truck transformed into a jet mode and soared off into the sky. What the heck did I just see? For a moment, every driver around stared in shock, slamming on their brakes. None of them could believe their eyes. A car had just taken off and flown away. At that moment, Lin Fei had no patience for anything else, not even the soul chains he was supposed to deal with. All his focus was on getting to Tony's place as fast as possible. Finally, 3 minutes later, Lin Fei landed right in front of Tony's house. He rushed inside, shouting as he went. Tony, where are you? What happened? Where's the enemy? Come out and face me. I promise not to beat you to death. At the sound of Lin Fei's voice, Potts quickly came out from inside. She looked embarrassed when she saw him. Where's Tony? How is he? Seeing Lin Fei's anxious face, Potts seemed at a loss for words. Mr. Lin, Tony's downstairs in the lab. Maybe you should go check on him. All right, I'll go now. Without hesitation, Lin Fei dashed downstairs, only to find, at that moment, Tony was sitting in the middle of the room, looking thoroughly frustrated, with a holographic display shimmering before him. Lin Fei strode quickly up to Tony, his eyes sweeping around as he asked, Where's the danger you mentioned? Something happened. Where is it? Hearing Lin Fei's question, Tony suddenly snapped out of his mood, turning his head with a bright smile. Huh, Mr. Lin, this is great, you're finally back. I thought it would take you ages. Come on, help me make a grilled cold noodle. Lin Fei was instantly baffled by Tony's words. What? Grilled cold noodle? Weren't you saying something happened? Something did happen. This is it, Mr. Lin. Look, Tony said, gesturing at the mountain of data before him. I'm working on an improved version of the armor, but my mind hit a wall. I thought maybe a bite of your grilled cold noodle would spark some inspiration. Come on, seriously? Lin Fei marched right up to Tony and gave him a playful knock on the head. Tony, are you messing with me? I rushed back here thinking there was some huge emergency, and now you tell me you just want grilled cold noodle? Are you kidding me? Jarvis. Yes, Mr. Lin, I am here, the intelligent program, Jarvis responded promptly. Lin Fei continued. So this so-called emergency Tony mentioned, was it really just about him wanting to eat my grilled cold noodle? That's right, Jarvis replied with absolute certainty. Here's the situation, Mr. Lin. Mr. Tony hit a snag in his work on the armor, so he called you back, saying your grilled cold noodle always clears his mind. Though I must admit, I'm quite curious myself. Does it really taste that good? Well, you wouldn't know even if it did. Go call Pepper over, Lin Fei said. Right away, Mr. Lin. At his command, Jarvis began contacting Pepper. Lin Fei looked at Tony's sheepish grin and, for a moment, was at a loss for words. But what could he do? His mission was to help Tony become stronger. Only then could Tony develop even greater Iron Man armor and stand up to Stain. With a resigned wave, Lin Fei summoned a small cart to his side. As soon as it appeared, he began preparing the grilled cold noodle, and before long, the savory aroma filled the air. It wasn't long before Pepper arrived, drawn by the mouth-watering scent. She approached in surprise, unable to hide her curiosity. I've heard Tony say for a long time that Mr. Lin's grilled cold noodles are absolutely delicious. Now that I've finally tried them, it's true. All right, stop flattering me. Here, I just finished making a batch. Come and try it. With that, Lin Fei handed over the freshly made grilled cold noodles. Potts accepted it politely, thanking him. But after taking her first bite, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Mr. Lin, your cooking is incredible. I never expected it to be this good. It's absolutely delicious. Haha, if you like it, eat as much as you want. Here, have a cold cola. Saying this, Lin Fei passed her a chilled bottle of cola, which Potts accepted without hesitation. At the same time, Lin Fei prepared a second batch of grilled cold noodles for himself and sat down beside them to eat. Mr. Lin, what about mine? Hearing Tony's voice, Lin Fei turned to see his eager face and shrugged. What's the matter? There's none for you. Didn't you say you weren't hungry? Didn't you say you had things to do? If you're busy, go take care of your business, Potts, and I will just eat a little something. Wait, that's not right, Mr. Lin. The thing I needed to do was eat your grilled cold noodles. Mr. Lin, you can't do this to me. I need to eat too. No. At this moment, Lin Fei was feeling pretty resentful toward Tony. Darn it, he'd rushed back so anxiously, only to be told this. Lin Fei was truly annoyed, really genuinely annoyed. Watching Tony's pitiful expression, Lin Fei finished his own grilled cold noodles, then sighed and couldn't help but smirk before getting to work. No matter what, he still had to complete his mission. Lin Fei started another batch of grilled cold noodles. Finally, Tony's noodles were ready. After adding the special ingredients, Lin Fei was just about to hand them over when Tony, unable to wait a second longer, rushed over, snatched the noodles from Lin Fei's hands, and began eating hungrily. Are you secretly part pig? Why are you in such a hurry? Seeing Tony's shameless antics, Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head, though he was secretly pleased. Because in the original Marvel Universe, Tony was always a rebellious, unapproachable person, never easy with anyone. But now, seeing how things had changed, Lin Fei truly felt grateful that he'd once said those things to Howard. The Tony before him was now so humble, his attitude toward Lin Fei completely transformed. Mr. Lin, Tony said that after eating your grilled cold noodles, his mind becomes clear and sharp. But why don't I feel anything? Hearing Potts' question, Lin Fei chuckled. Maybe it's just that Tony's a bit smarter than most. Watching Pepper pout her lips at that moment, Lin Fei burst into hearty laughter, saying nothing more. Very soon, Tony finished off the grilled pancake in just a few quick bites. Suddenly, a bright spark appeared in his eyes, and his whole demeanor grew lively as he hurried over to the console. Jarvis, bring up the 3D model of the suit. I've just had a breakthrough. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Jarvis projected a three-dimensional hologram, the unmistakable form of Iron Man. Though it was the first iteration, Tony gazed at the schematic and sprang into action, swiftly tossing out anything unnecessary into the trash and meticulously tweaking the data for each component. Before long, A suit tailored perfectly to Tony's physique took shape. As Tony virtually donned the armor, he realized how snugly it fit. Jarvis, list every compatible power unit available for this suit. I want to see if there's anything suitable. Right away, sir. Soon, a range of energy modules appeared on display. One by one, Tony tried them on, scrutinizing each to see if it would work. With Lin Fei's repeated experimentation, Tony finally settled on a concealed model. It might not have packed the strongest punch, but it was exceptionally streamlined and close-fitting. Seeing this new version of Iron Man come to life, Tony nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I like it, but I'm not a fan of the color scheme, Jarvis. Do you have any ideas? Hearing Tony's question, Jarvis paused in thought before responding. Mr. Stark, I believe a combination of red and gold would complement the suit perfectly. Shall I show you what that looks like? Go ahead. In an instant, as Jarvis adjusted the virtual suit, the armor on Tony's body shifted colors, the red and gold interweaving in a striking pattern. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile at the sight. This was the Mark II Iron Man suit. At this point in time, it would become the key force standing against Stain. As he admired the virtual armor on Tony, Lin Fei found it more impressive with each passing moment, breaking into a genuine smile. For Lin Fei, this was the very purpose of his mission, to help Tony grow stronger, and this was exactly what he had hoped for. Whoa, not bad at all. I really like this suit of armor. Jarvis, start researching the materials right away and make this suit for me. Then, integrate your AI program into it. I honestly can't wait any longer. Certainly, sir. I'll get started with Xiaodai right now to manufacture this armor. Great. Good luck, you too. I'm off to get some rest. With that, Lin Fei left with Pepper and himself, leaving everything here in Jarvis's capable hands. Tony, along with the other two, headed upstairs to the living room. Tony pulled out a bottle of red wine and handed it to Lin Fei, who took it and sipped gently. As he looked at Lin Fei, Tony couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Mr. Lin, your grilled cold noodles are absolutely incredible. If it weren't for your scallion pancake, I probably wouldn't have been able to build this suit of armor so quickly. Lin Fei chuckled. All I did was help speed up your research. In the future, you'd have figured it out just as fast on your own. The most important thing is still your own effort. Oh, and one more thing. My personal suggestion is to add frost protection to your armor. When you're flying at high altitudes, the temperature can plummet suddenly, and you could end up frozen stiff. Oh, is that so? I'll give it a try when the time comes. This suit uses some top-quality materials. I think it should be able to withstand the cold. Listening to Tony, Lin Fei could only shake his head helplessly. This kid is so stubborn. Don't I know this stuff better than you? He sighed inwardly, but soon, a thought flashed through his mind. Tony, once you finish your Iron Man suit, come with me somewhere. There's something I need to take care of, and I'll need Jarvis's help for it. Tony's face lit up. Oh, Mr. Lin, it's truly an honor to work with you. Just then, Jarvis's voice chimed in, making Lin Fei sigh once more. Tony said, Jarvis, hurry up and get to work on the armor. Don't interrupt our conversation. Yes, sir, Jarvis replied, then fell silent and focused on his tasks. At that moment, Tony turned to Lin Fei, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Mr. Lin, did you just say the suit is called Iron Man? That's right, Iron Man. So, what do you think of the name? Tony grinned from ear to ear. I think it's an absolutely awesome name. I really love it, Iron Man. That name just sounds powerful. Huh, I can't get enough of it. Time ticked by, second after second, and soon, evening arrived. Pepper Potts had prepared a sumptuous dinner, and both Lin Fei and Tony couldn't help but praise her. Potts, your cooking is just incredible. These Chinese dishes are truly amazing. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Potts smiled gently, saying nothing more. Mr. Lin, you flatter me. As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. Lin Fei chuckled at her response, and, without saying anything further, continued to eat. The meal was simple, boiled meat with noodles, but to Lin Fei, it tasted absolutely delicious. Just as everyone finished eating, Jarvis's voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Tony, Mr. Lin, I've completed the suit. Would you like to come take a look? HM, it's ready already? I'm on my way. With barely a few bites taken, Tony put down his chopsticks and hurried off. Lin Fei could only shake his head and stand up as well, a little helpless in the face of Tony's impatience. As he followed Tony, Lin Fei grabbed a chicken drumstick and trailed after him, heading deeper into the house. Before long, they arrived at the underground lab. In the center of the room stood a suit of armor, the newly improved Iron Man suit. Now, poised upright, it looked incredibly striking. Seeing it, Lin Fei felt a sudden surge of envy. How wonderful it would be to have something like this for himself. But it was just a fleeting thought, since he knew he couldn't control the Iron Man suit. He didn't have the same rapport with Jarvis that Tony did. Not yet, at least. Tony strode over, his eyes shining with excitement as he took in the sleek, impressive form of the armor. He ran his hands over the glossy surface, savoring the sensation. It was as if he couldn't get enough of it. "Jarvis, bring the gauntlet over and put it on me." "Yes, Mr. Tony." At Tony's command, a mechanical arm extended smoothly, retrieved the gauntlet, and pressed it neatly onto Tony's hand. Gazing at the steel glove, now encasing his hand, Tony was clearly delighted. He examined the blue and white energy core embedded on the gauntlet, flexed his fingers, and with a swift motion, a brilliant beam of light shot out, striking the wall on the far side of the room. Tony was sent flying by the recoil, crashing straight into the table behind him. The parts scattered on the table tumbled to the floor with a loud clatter. In the past, something like this would have definitely made Tony angry. It was his precious materials, after all. But now, Tony didn't care at all. He sprang to his feet, bursting into hearty laughter. "Huh, this is amazing. Jarvis, have Potts bring my finest wine. A moment like this deserves a proper celebration." "Yes, sir." 5 minutes later, Potts walked in, carrying a tray with a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. "Oh my God, what is this thing?" Potts stared at the Iron Man's suit in the room, unable to believe her eyes. At that moment, Tony strode over. "Hey, darling, what do you think? Impressive, right? Don't be surprised. This is my latest work." "Not bad, huh?" Crash. Tony looked blankly at the shattered wine bottle in front of him, a bit at a loss. "Jarvis, I feel like the bottle broke because of you." "Oh no, Mr. Stark, you can't blame me for this. Clearly, it's because you lost control, sir." Hearing Jarvis's response, Tony frowned. "Jarvis, I'm starting to question your usefulness. Maybe I should just delete you." "Oh no, Mr. Stark, I apologize. It was my fault, all right." "Oomph, that's better." Tony glanced at the bottle. Half the wine had spilled, but he didn't mind. He lifted his left hand, which was bare, and quickly poured 3 glasses of wine. Picking up one, he handed it to Lin Fei. "Mr. Lin, let's raise a glass to a day worth celebrating." "Cheers." Clinking glasses with Tony, Lin Fei smiled. "But Tony, aren't you celebrating a little too soon? Don't forget, you still haven't fully mastered the Iron Man suit. Do you really think it's that easy?" "Of course. Do you know who I am?" Tony grinned confidently. "I'm a scientific genius. What'd be difficult for me? Just watch, Mr. Lin." Draining his glass, Tony strode right up to the armor. "Jarvis, put all those leg guards on me. I want to show Mr. Lin just how powerful I really am." Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei could only give a helpless smile. He really was the kind who wouldn't turn back until he hit a wall. As for Jarvis, he was completely obedient now. Without delay, he brought over the 2 mechanical arm braces, used them to pick up the 2 leg guards, and fasten them securely onto Tony's legs. Very soon, Tony felt the solid weight pressing against his legs, and an exhilarating surge of energy swept through his whole body. "Oh, this feels absolutely amazing. Jarvis, activate 40% power. I'm going to try flying right away. After all, I am a genius." "Yes, sir." In no time, the system made its adjustments and informed Tony. At that moment, Tony sprang into action. With a single thought, a streak of blue-white light burst from beneath his feet. "Whoa, damn." With a loud crash, Tony shot straight up, completely out of control, and slammed into the ceiling. But quick as ever, he flipped himself head over heels, planting both feet firmly against the plaster above. A sudden jolt of recoil surged through Tony's body, and he tumbled back down to the ground. With a heavy thud, Tony ended up sprawled on the floor. Lin Fei walked over, grinning, a can of cola in hand, sipping through a straw as he watched. "I told you so, Tony. Didn't I warn you this would happen?" Well, this was just an accident, Mr. Lin. Purely accidental. Watch me. I'm not giving up yet. I'll get it right this time. On my back. I think I twisted it." Tony struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth. "Jarvis, set the power to just 1%. Mr. Tony, knowing your character, shouldn't you be challenging yourself with 40% again?" Tony shot Jarvis a glare. "Just shut up. No one asked for your opinion. Hurry up and recalibrate. And while you're at it, attach the other handguard too." "Yes, Mr. Tony." Soon, all 4 limbs were fully outfitted, and Jarvis finished tweaking the settings. "This time, I'm going to nail it." Taking a deep breath, Tony flexed his fingers. Instantly, the energy surged and another burst of blue-white light shot from under his feet, lifting him off the ground once again. "Here we go." Tony suddenly cried out in surprise. At that moment, his body was suspended 2 meters above the ground. He had truly harnessed that energy. Yet, being his first time, Tony struggled to control it, his whole body swaying helplessly from side to side. "Oh no! Oh no! My files!" Seeing himself flying straight toward his desk, Tony started yelling, frantically trying to regain control over his body. But he failed. He crashed into the desk, and right before his eyes, all the documents scattered through the air. Tony's face turned dark with embarrassment. This energy was just too difficult to handle. Then, as Tony accidentally fired an energy blast forward, he was suddenly propelled backward. Oh no, my luxury cars! He soared over his 3 prized cars, and the surge of energy barely grazed them. Tony was on the verge of a breakdown. He quickly retracted the energy and landed on the ground, rushing over to inspect his beloved cars. Finally, seeing that they were unharmed, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Jarvis, get all the armors installed now. Analyze the entire estate, and shut down the surrounding anti-air radar for me. Yes, sir. As Tony made his way to the remaining armors, Jarvis immediately sprang into action. Soon, the red and gold suit was fully equipped on a Tony. With a simple command, the helmet slid open. Looking at Lin Fei standing before him, Tony grinned. Mr. Lin, what do you think? Didn't I tell you I'd pull it off? Ah, you're impressive, all right. Lin Fei could only shake his head in resignation. Just then, Jarvis's voice sounded. Mr. Stark, all systems are now fully operational. Good. Tony closed the helmet with a confident smile, then turned toward the corridor behind him. Mr. Lin, I'll head out first. I can't wait to take this thing for a spin. Suit yourself, but remember, not too high, okay? No can do. I have to really experience the thrill of flying. I'm off. Woo! In an instant, energy surged through Tony's limbs, launching him forward at high speed. The powerful shockwave nearly knocked Lin Fei off his feet. It took him a moment to steady himself, and Potts also struggled to regain her balance. Mr. Lin, does this mean Tony's research is finally complete? Of course not. I told him not to fly too high. Whether he believes me or not is out of my hands. Why can't he fly high? Watching Lin Fei leave the basement, Potts was a bit puzzled. Before Lin Fei could answer, both of them were startled by a sudden, anguished cry. In the blink of an eye, someone came crashing down onto the surface of the pool, right in front of them. The water erupted into a spectacular splash, a sight both dramatic and oddly beautiful. Lin Fei simply shrugged. Now do you see why I said that? Now you understand my point, don't you? Glancing at Tony, who had just landed in the pool, Lin Fei was at a loss for words. His face broke into a wide grin. He could hardly contain his delight. At that moment, Tony suddenly yelled out, "Come help me. My suit's frozen up. Somebody get me out of here." Both Lin Fei and Potts exchanged helpless glances, exasperation written all over their faces. With a sigh, Lin Fei walked over to pull Tony out of his predicament. So, do you see now that I was right? Phew. Finally, after being dragged out, Tony looked at Lin Fei with an awkward expression. Mr. Lin, you were right. It's freezing up there. Potts, please get me a blanket. I'm freezing. Potts could only shake her head in resignation before heading off to find a blanket. Supporting Tony as they returned to the living quarters, Lin Fei heard Tony speak up. Jarvis, start modifying this suit immediately. I need you to add insulation, something to keep it from freezing. Yes, sir. Jarvis responded promptly. Soon after, Potts returned with a blanket. Tony wrapped it around himself, sneezing twice before finally warming up a little. Looking at Tony's state, Lin Fei chuckled. Feeling better now? Your experiment's done, and I think it's time we got down to business. What business? Tony was puzzled by Lin Fei's words, but Lin Fei just smiled, keeping his thoughts to himself. You'll find out tomorrow. I'm calling it a night. I'll tell you more in the morning. With that, Lin Fei left to rest. Tony, still somewhat confused, could only shake his head and get ready for bed as well. Just like that, the night passed. Early the next morning, Lin Fei stepped outside and found Tony already floating in the air in his Iron Man suit, a scene straight out of science fiction. Taking a seat on the sofa, Lin Fei looked up at Tony and grinned. Well, how does it feel now? Pretty amazing, isn't it? That's right, Mr. Lin. I made a few more tweaks last night, added some anti-freezing measures, and now it's completely finished. My Iron Man suit is absolutely the most powerful one out there. All right, stop bragging. Come down here, I have something to talk to you about. Finally, Tony obediently landed. Seeing the look on Tony's face, Lin Fei said, In a bit, you're coming with me on a trip. Huh? Where to, Mr. Lin? Seeing Tony's confusion, Lin Fei shook his head with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Someplace fun. So what do you think? Interested in coming along to check it out? Of course. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony agreed. I love adventures, Mr. Lin. Let's head out right now. Aren't you going to take a break? Looking at Tony's eager expression, Lin Fei was at a loss for words. This whole Tony, why was he so impatient? Lin Fei himself wasn't in any rush, so what was Tony so worked up about? No need for a break. I don't have anything urgent today anyway. Might as well join you for a little fun, Mr. Lin. Let's get going. Left with no choice, Lin Fei finally decided to set off. Once again, they got into Lin Fei's car. Tony, full of curiosity, kept checking everything out the dashboard here, the gadgets there, leaving Lin Fei feeling both helpless and amused. All right, let's just settle in and relax for a bit. We probably won't get to our destination until tonight. That long, huh? Even though Lin Fei was already driving fast, Tony started to feel a bit sleepy and headed to the back for a rest without a second thought. Time ticked by second, and at last, night fell. Tony woke up to the delicious smell of food wafting through the air. Whoa, Mr. Lin, isn't this a bit over the top? You even cook meals yourself out here? Why not? All right, go wash your hands, dinner's almost ready. Oh, okay. It had to be said, Lin Fei's cooking skills were top-notch. In no time, a sumptuous meal was laid out, and Tony couldn't stop praising every bite. Mr. Lin, with such good food, shouldn't we have a beer too? No way. Lin Fei shot down Tony's suggestion right away. We've got work to do later, and you'll need all your wits about you. No drinking, don't let it mess things up for us. Well, all right then. Tony looked a bit put out as he gave up on the beer, until he noticed something. Hey, Mr. Lin, that's not fair. How come you get a drink, and I don't? Lin Fei replied innocently, because I don't need to use my brain later, and besides, I can't get drunk anyway. After his physical constitution was enhanced, Lin Fei's metabolism sped up dramatically. Alcohol, to him, was now nothing at all. Watching Lin Fei act, as if this were perfectly normal, Tony could have smashed his head against the wall in frustration. Why was he so unfortunate? Was there no justice in the world? At last, under Tony's pitiful gaze, the meal came to an end. Just as they finished, Lin Fei heard a familiar voice in his mind, signaling that they had arrived at their destination. Spring had come to this place, bringing warmth and blossoming flowers. Countless trees stood lush and vibrant, painting a breathtaking scene. And this was precisely where Dr. Zola resided. The plane touched down, and the two disembarked. With a mere thought, Lin Fei made the aircraft vanish into thin air. Arriving at their destination, Lin Fei soon noticed the grand entrance ahead. With no heavy snow to obscure it, the gate now stood out quite conspicuously. Mr. Lin, where are we? Tony asked, puzzled as he gazed at the imposing doors. He had no idea what sort of place this was, but it certainly felt different from anywhere he'd been. Lin Fei smiled at Tony's question. It's a very interesting place. Come on, let's head inside, he said. With that, Lin Fei pressed a button beside the door and was surprised to find it still worked after all this time. Quite interesting indeed. Without hesitation, Lin Fei started down the long staircase, with Tony following closely behind. Taking in the surroundings, Tony couldn't help but marvel. This place is beautiful. Lin Fei chuckled at his companions. It's remarkable, isn't it? It took immense manpower and resources to build this. But today, what I want to show you is someone who lives inside. Someone lives here? Tony exclaimed in surprise. If there's really someone, what do they do about food every day? Hearing this, Lin Fei shook his head. But what if I told you this person doesn't need to eat? Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? You'll understand soon enough, Lin Fei replied. He then entered the code, 8539. Mr. Lin, how did you know the code here? Tony asked. Lin Fei grinned. Don't forget, I'm a prophet. There's nothing here I don't know. You got a point. Tony finally understood. Once the code was entered, the lock clicked open and Lin Fei stepped inside. Suddenly, a cloud of dust burst into the air, stirred up by Lin Fei's movement, making it impossible to see clearly for a moment. Whoa, just how many years has this place been sealed up? Lin Fei exclaimed. Stepping further in, he found the floor covered in a thick layer of dust, so deep that his feet sank into it with every step. It was obvious this place had been left untouched for a very, very long time. As they walked further inside, Tony couldn't help but furrow his brow. Mr. Lin, what kind of place is this exactly? Why is there so much dust everywhere? Hearing Tony's question, Lin Fei chuckled. No one set foot in here for, 60 or 70 years, I'd guess. That long? But didn't you say someone lives over here, Mr. Lin? How could there be this much dust after all these years if someone's actually been here? That doesn't make sense. Lin Fei just smiled. Like I said, the people here, well, they might not really be people at all. Zola, I'm here. Miss me? What? There's someone in here. Tony sounded genuinely surprised. And just then, a sudden scream rang out, piercing the silence. How is this possible? How could you still be alive? At that moment, the two of them finally saw, on the screen of that oversized computer in front of them, the image of a green, human-like head flicker into view. Tony stared at it in disbelief, struggling to accept what he was seeing. How could this be? There's no way technology this advanced existed decades ago. An artificial intelligence, back then. Lin Fei laughed softly at his words. But what if this isn't artificial intelligence? Then what is it? Tony asked, still puzzled. Lin Fei smiled again. What if it's a real person? Not artificial intelligence at all. What? Tony was utterly stunned by this revelation. Seeing Tony's shock, Lin Fei explained with a smile. This man's name is Zola. Over 60 years ago, he was a renowned doctor. But in his pursuit of immortality, he extracted his own consciousness and transferred it into this computer. All these 20 square meters of servers belong to him. They're all him, in a sense. It's just after all these years, no one's come to tidy up. It's gotten a bit embarrassing, really. You're lying. Lin Fei, tell me, how on earth are you still alive? After all these years, you haven't aged a day. How could that be possible? What's so impossible about it? Lin Fei cast a dismissive glance at one of the cameras across from him. Zola, this place of yours is seriously run down. You really ought to get someone to clean up once in a while, right? Oh, and do you? Remember what I told you back then? I said, sooner or later, I'd come looking for you, and now, here I am. Aren't you happy to see me? Happy my foot. It turned out that Zola still remembered a few modern slang phrases. Staring at Lin Fei, the data streams on the screen began to fluctuate wildly. Oh dear, just look at yourself. You're really not up to it anymore, are you? All this equipment's worn out. Should I replace it for you? Hearing Lin Fei's words, Zola immediately reacted. No, absolutely not. I don't need anything from you. Just get out of here. There's something unnatural about you. I don't want to see you. So will you please just go? No way. Lin Fei chuckled, stepped right up, and looked Zola in the eye. Zola, do you remember what I told you when I first came here? Have you really forgotten already? As he listened, Zola clearly recalled the conversation, and after a moment, he replied. I know. You want to ask me about that man called Barnes, right? Lin Fei, I don't know anything. Please just leave now. You don't know? That won't do. I'm here for this very reason. The only reason I didn't deal with you before wasn't because you claimed to be immortal, but because I didn't have the means to handle you. That changes today. Here, take a look. Do you recognize this person? With that, Lin Fei pulled Tony over to stand in front of him. He rotated the camera toward Tony. Zola was clearly running calculations, and after a long pause, he spoke. You're Tony Stark, aren't you? I never expected you to show up here. Lin Fei, you don't actually think this weapons maker can deal with me, do you? Why not? Tony, it's all yours now. I want everything he knows. When this is done, beer's on me. You should have said so earlier. I've been curious about this guy for a while. Tony strode forward with a grin. Now at last, he understood what was really going on. Zola had transferred his consciousness. Nobody had dared attempt something like this. If it failed, it meant certain death. No one would risk their life so recklessly. As he reached the computer, Tony suddenly thought of something. Mr. Lin, who's this Barnes, anyway? I feel like there's some connection to you. Don't tell me it's your girlfriend. My girlfriend? Get out of here. Barnes is a guy. What? Mr. Lin, you're into men? As he spoke, Tony tightened his grip on his clothes, eyeing Lin Fei with exaggerated wariness. Lin Fei was left speechless at Tony's reaction. He was so exasperated he could barely contain himself. Without another word, Lin Fei reached over and flicked Tony hard on the head, glaring at him, at a complete loss for words. Tony, what the hell are you thinking? Do you really take me for that kind of person? Barnes is my friend. That's why I'm here looking for him. What do you think I am? Hurry up and pull up everything Zola's got, and help me find my friend. See if we can track him down. No problem. With that, Tony pulled a USB drive from his pocket. Where you up to? Tony, don't tell me you think this little thing will let you control me. Don't forget, I've got a whole network of servers over here, and my firewalls aren't something you can just crack, you know? You're pretty confident, aren't you? Listening to Zola, Tony couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected Zola to be so sure of himself. Do I really need to prove whether I can crack a decades-old system like yours? With a click, Tony plugged the USB drive in. Oh no, oh no. In that instant, Zola sensed something was wrong. He shouted, trying to fend off the intruding program with all his might. But just then, the screen on Zola's side flickered and went dark. Hey Tony, you didn't just break the whole thing, did you? Staring at the blacked-out screen, Lin Fei was at a loss for words. He'd come all this way for a reason, and now it seemed like everything might be ruined, something he definitely wouldn't be happy about. Hearing Lin Fei's concern, Tony smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Do you have any idea who Jarvis is? There's no way something like that would happen. That's right, Mr. Stark is absolutely correct. Ahem. This was child's play for me. Ahem. Lin Fei turned to look, and sure enough, Jarvis's avatar had appeared on the computer screen. Seeing Jarvis take on this form, Lin Fei asked in confusion, Jarvis, what are you coughing for? There's just so much dust in here, I can barely stand it. Aren't you an AI? How could you even feel the need to cough? Before Lin Fei could finish, Tony finally caught on. You're right, Mr. Lin. I can't really feel that. All right, I'll stop coughing. Are you some kind of clown sent here to mess with me? Lin Fei shot Jarvis a look. So, how's the data extraction going? It's almost done. I'd say we need about 3 more hours. 3 hours. And you're telling me it's almost done? Lin Fei sighed helplessly, waving his hand. Instantly, a table appeared before him, and on it sat a bubbling hot pot. Tony, come on, let's have hot pot. Otherwise, we'll die of boredom waiting around. Oh, Tony looked at Lin Fei's nonchalant expression, momentarily at a loss for words. It took him a while to finally respond. All right, Mr. Lin, would it be okay if I had a drink now? You see, there's really nothing I can contribute at this point, is there? Fine, go ahead. Lin Fei reluctantly gave in, telling Tony he could drink. Tony's face lit up with pure delight at the answer, as if a great weight had been lifted. Before long, the two of them were eating heartily, enjoying the meal together. Meanwhile, Jarvis was busy working in the background. It's done. At last, just when the two were too full to eat another bite, Jarvis finally spoke up. Hearing the announcement, Lin Fei immediately stood. Jarvis, well, did you find the information I asked for about Barnes? One moment, please. Let me check. As Jarvis spoke, the computer screen flickered, clearly indicating he was searching. Oh dear, this server is ancient. I feel like even my processing power is hitting a wall here. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile wryly at Jarvis's complaint. This old thing really had seen better days. Fortunately, Jarvis still managed to find what Lin Fei was looking for. Mr. Lin, I did my best and found some information about Barnes. However, I couldn't locate his whereabouts. What do you mean by that? Lin Fei was puzzled. It's because Barnes wasn't hidden away by Zola himself. One of Zola's subordinates stashed him somewhere almost impossible to find, and even Zola doesn't know where. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I couldn't get you the answer you wanted. Is that so? Hearing Jarvis's report, Lin Fei frowned. He hadn't expected that Zola would truly be in the dark about this. Did Zola anticipate his arrival and make preparations in advance? If that's the case, it's honestly a bit frightening. Just what kind of person is Zola to have such a mind? Mr. Lin, what should we do now? What else can we do? Let's go home. Tony shrugged, equally resigned. Jarvis, back up all the data. When we get back, we'll see if there's anything useful. From now on, all of this is ours. Understood. As the screen dimmed, Tony walked to the front and pulled out the USB drive. All right, Mr. Lin, let's go. I've already transferred everything from here onto my USB drive. Good. With that, the two of them started heading for the exit. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed around them. Just halfway along their path, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. What the hell? What's going on? Tony couldn't help but shout in alarm. In that instant, Lin Fei snapped to attention. Doesn't matter what's happening. Run. Without another word, Lin Fei bolted for the surface. Seeing Lin Fei like this, Tony could only shake his head in exasperation, but he quickly followed suit, sprinting after him. The sounds around them grew louder and louder, reaching a deafening roar. At last, Lin Fei burst out into the open, and Tony followed just 10 seconds behind. When faced with death, people discover strength they never knew they had. A thunderous crash erupted as Lin Fei turned to look back. He saw the tunnel behind them collapse in a cloud of dust and debris. Good grief, Lin Fei muttered helplessly as he took in the scene before him. Lucky I ran fast. But why did this happen? What could have caused it? Hearing Lin Fei's question, Tony fell into deep thought. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Maybe everything down there was powered by electricity and Zola's will. Now that Zola's been destroyed, the whole place is falling apart. I see. Lin Fei nodded as realization dawned on him. That explanation made sense. Maybe he was the only one that did. Let's go. Time to head home. With that, Lin Fei moved into action. Their invincible jet appeared before them. The two climbed aboard, and Lin Fei said, "We'll be home by tomorrow morning. Let's not wear ourselves out tonight. We'll just rest on the plane." Tony nodded in agreement. There was nothing more to say. After all, the jet was incredibly comfortable, and spending the night on board didn't seem so bad. Neither of them knew that deep beneath Zola's base, in a hidden compartment, a faint green light flickered. Lin Fei, you would dare destroy me? Very well, very well. I never thought you'd go this far. Just you wait. One day, I'll reduce you to ashes. Everything you did today, I will make you pay for it. The green light flashed, and Zola's voice faded away. No one knew where he had gone. By morning, Lin Fei and Tony had returned to Tony's place. They disembarked from the plane, and with a single thought from Lin Fei, the jet vanished as if it had never been there. At that very moment, just as Tony opened the door, he saw someone sitting at his piano, playing a tune. That person was Stain. When Lin Fei saw Stain, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. To Lin Fei, Stain was destined to become Tony's future enemy. Yet, frustratingly, Tony still refused to believe him. Tony trusted himself with everything, except this. No matter what Lin Fei said, Tony just wouldn't accept it. For a moment, Lin Fei felt a sense of helplessness. But what could he do? Lin Fei didn't have anything more to say. Hey buddy, I heard you weren't around last night. Where did you go? Finally, as the piano piece drifted to a close, Stain rose, walking straight over to Tony. Oh, my friend, do you realize what you've done? Hearing Stain's words, Tony couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, buddy, what exactly do you mean by that? You know perfectly well what I mean. Stain glanced at Lin Fei, inexplicably unsettled by the look in Lin Fei's eyes. But he quickly brushed it off, turning his attention back to Tony. My boy, I was a close friend of your father's. When your father stepped down, he kept me on. Do you know why? Of course I do. Tony shrugged as he replied to Stain. My father told me you were a brilliant man. With you around, Stark Industries would thrive, and you'd always offer me invaluable advice. Isn't that right? At Tony's words, Stain shook his head, a hint of exasperation in his voice. No, Tony. My boy, you're mistaken. The reason your father kept me on was because you're too much a child. You act without thinking of the consequences, just like now, am I right? Oh, Stain, sorry, but I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Watching Tony feign ignorance, Stain was at a loss for words. He could only shake his head in resignation. Tony, my boy, you're a smart man. I'll get straight to the point. You know exactly what I mean. Stain's expression turned serious. My boy, your decision was utterly reckless. You know what I'm referring to? The announcement you made at that press conference. Do you have any idea how much value Stark Industries lost because of that? Of course I do. Tony spoke with absolute certainty. 40%, right? I've always kept an eye on things like this, you know that. I've always been watching over the company. No, you haven't been paying attention to the company. Arriving at the coffee table, Stain sat down directly and quickly opened a white box in front of him. Come on, buddy, have a taste. I prepared this especially for you. Thanks, but I've already eaten. Well, that's truly a shame. Stain shrugged and continued. My boy, do you realize what your decision means for Stark Industries? Aside from a drop in shares, it will damage our reputation. Have you thought about that? If Stark Industries stops making weapons, what else can we do? Make toys? Your idea is nothing short of madness, isn't it? Hearing Stain's words, Tony shot back immediately. No, Stain, you're overthinking this. We can't go on like this. Do you know what matters most to us? It's our conscience. Tony's expression grew serious in an instant. Stain, you didn't see it, but I did. I saw with my own eyes people dying because of my weapons. In fact, I was a victim myself. My conscience is tormented. At that moment, I even wanted to die. I've thought long and hard about stopping weapons manufacturing, and I'm convinced it's the right thing to do. No, you're wrong. Because right now, you haven't given me any reason to support you. Son, you know why your father left me here. It was to keep those board members in check. But now, I have no grounds to convince them. Rip. Just then, Tony suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing the reactor embedded in his chest. Isn't this enough? Seeing Tony like this, Stain's eyes lit up instantly. He rushed over, hurriedly pulling Tony's jacket to cover his chest. Oh, son, quick, hide that. This mustn't be exposed. Finally, everything became clear. There was a complex, indescribable look in Stain's eyes, and this whole scene did not escape Lin Fei's notice. Stain's purpose in coming today was to see what Tony had in his chest, because he'd already received word that it was because of this device that Tony could control the Iron Man armor. So this trip was, in fact, Stain's way of gathering information in advance. At this moment, seeing Tony like this, Stain finally felt the weight in his heart lift. He glanced around, and seeing no outsiders nearby, he smiled and said, Kid, now I understand. All right, I won't say any more about it. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of this. However, I still hope you can speed up your research. When the time comes, let the facts silence them. You know what I mean? Of course I understand. Good kid. Stain patted Tony on the shoulder, grinning. Well then, since I know the truth now, I'll get going. Good luck, kid. Good luck. Hey, your pizza. You all go ahead and eat. I've already had some, and honestly, it was really delicious. Watching Stain walk away, Tony couldn't help but smile. He picked up another slice of pizza and headed downstairs. It really is delicious. As Tony left, Pepper came over to stand in front of Lin Fei. Mr. Lin, I can't shake the feeling that there's something unsettling in Stain's eyes, like he's hungry for something. You're a prophet. I'm sure you can sense that something's off, can't you? That's right. Gazing in the direction Tony had disappeared, Lin Fei let out a sigh. But now that everything's been said, whether he listens or not, that's Tony's own choice. Hey, Pepper, are you around? Just then, Tony's voice suddenly echoed throughout the room, a signature feature of Tony's place, where the sound system made sure Pepper could always hear him when he needed her. Hearing Tony call, Pepper responded, I'm here. What do you need? Of course, come down here for a moment. I need your help with something. All right, I'm on my way. With that, Pepper headed straight for the stairs, and Lin Fei followed after her. He knew perfectly well why Tony was calling Pepper. He wanted help installing a new reactor, one that would make him feel much stronger. But then, as Lin Fei thought about it, something suddenly occurred to him, and he quickened his pace. Oh, Pepper, yes, just like that. Help me pull this thing out. Don't worry, it's just some electrolyte inside. That's perfectly normal. Nothing to be concerned about. It's totally safe, don't you think? Hearing their conversation, Lin Fei arrived just as Pepper, face filled with alarm, reached her hand into Tony's chest. There, a metal cylinder, crafted from an alloy, was embedded, designed specifically to hold the reactor. Tony, hearing what Lin Fei said, Tony smiled. Hey, Mr. Lin, what do you think? Do you like this thing too? Want to give it a try? I'll pass. My hands are too big. It wouldn't even fit. Tony, I actually have an idea. Lin Fei walked over to Tony's side as he spoke. Is it possible that you don't change this thing just yet? Why not? Tony looked puzzled at Lin Fei's suggestion. Lin Fei replied, because if you replace it now with that even more miraculous reactor made from the cosmic cube, there might be some risks in the future. What kind of risks? Tony's curiosity was piqued, but Lin Fei hesitated, as if he wanted to say more, but then stopped himself. Never mind, I won't say it. Lin Fei seemed helpless. He knew Tony wouldn't believe him anyway, not with how much trust Tony placed in Stan. Maybe even too much trust. Thinking it over, Lin Fei decided to just let it go. Seeing Lin Fei shrug his shoulders, Tony turned back to look at Potts and said, Oh, darling, let's keep going. So here's the deal. A wire inside me has come loose, and you need to pull out. That way, I can put the new reactor in. I've heard this one's made from the cosmic cube. It can completely power my body. But be careful, don't remove the magnet. Tony looked exasperated as he saw the magnet had already been pulled out. Oh man, I actually took it out. What now? All this electrolyte is making me feel a bit sick. Should I try to put it all back in? No. Seeing what Potts was about to do, Tony immediately stopped her. Forget it, babe, just leave it. Let's keep going, okay? See this? New reactor? Put it in, but make sure you find the socket, and whatever you do, don't touch the circuit board next to it, all right? Potts, hearing Tony's instructions, was at a loss for words, but could only continue as best she could. At last, everything was in place, and Potts felt like this was almost too much to handle. Phew, that's a relief. I feel fantastic. This thing is amazing. Tony sat up straight, patting the device on his chest, feeling more energized than ever. Looking at the old reactor they'd just taken out, Potts asked, a little uncertain, So, what should I do with this? Toss it. I'm the kind of guy who's always after the new and shiny. No attachment to old things at all. No. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei immediately understood what was going on. This thing absolutely couldn't be thrown away. If it were, Tony would be in big trouble. Just wipe it down, swap out the circuitry, and then leave it over here. Hearing Lin Fei's instructions, Potts finally nodded and left the room. Mr. Lin, I feel amazing right now. My body's never been better. Really? I believe you'll come to appreciate it even more. All right, my friend. How about we head upstairs for a little rest? Hearing Lin Fei, Tony nodded and headed upstairs with him. Once upstairs, Tony turned on the TV. Catching up on the news had become part of his daily routine. Tonight, we'll be hosting a charity gala. According to reports, Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries, will not be attending due to a severe concussion. Everyone is speculating about Tony's recent revelations at the press conference. If what he said is true, it's truly terrifying. Ridiculous. With a sharp click, Tony switched off the TV and collapsed onto the sofa. What nonsense. A severe concussion? I'm perfectly healthy. Isn't that right, Mr. Lin? Lin Fei simply shrugged at Tony's words. Your board might not agree with you. If I had to guess, they're probably figuring out how to impeach you right now, since you've disrupted their momentum. Utter nonsense. Tony was clearly frustrated, raising his hand in protest. Seeing this, Lin Fei could only sigh and pulled out a can of cold Tsingdao beer. Taking a swig, Tony scoffed. They just don't understand what war really means. All they care about is money. Otherwise, they'd never act like this. But they don't know that. So, are you attending the gala tonight? Of course. Tony nodded firmly. If everyone expects me not to show, then I'll prove them wrong. Tony Stark, will definitely be there. All right. I hope you'll put on a good show tonight. Mr. Lin, are you coming too? I think I'll pass. I'm planning to have a chat with your father tonight. As for the gala, don't count on me. What a shame. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave, something crossed his mind. All right, buddy, I almost forgot. Do you remember Christine? At Lin Fei's words, Tony's expression turned a bit awkward. Of course I do, Mr. Lin. I know her very well. Actually, thanks to you, she left quite the impression on me. Listening to Tony, Lin Fei naturally understood the meaning behind his words. After all, their first meeting had been because of Christine. Back then, when Tony was just about to get intimate with her, Lin Fei had shown up. Lin Fei could only sigh helplessly. All of this was just the system playing tricks on him. What could he say or do about it? For a moment, Lin Fei shook his head with resignation. Remember to look for her at tonight's party. She has some important information to give you, Lin Fei said, then turned and left. Tony stared at the closed door, momentarily puzzled. What kind of information could that woman possibly have for me? Oh well, since Mr. Lin said so, I'll check it out tonight, he thought. Night soon fell. Tony stepped out of his bedroom and called for Potts, only to realize she wasn't around. Maybe she had things of her own to take care of. With that thought, Tony headed down to his underground workshop, picked out his favorite car, fired up the engine, and sped off, the roar echoing in the air. Time ticked by, and before long, Tony arrived at the city's largest auditorium, the very place where tonight's charity gala was to be held. After parking his car, Tony got out. The people nearby erupted in astonished cries when they saw him. None of them had expected Tony to show up tonight. His appearance was a complete surprise. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the hall, Stain was standing by the door, being interviewed by reporters. For Stark Industries, weapons manufacturing is actually a very small part of our business. We've devoted far more effort to fire safety technology, and the results have been outstanding, he explained. Our technological advancements have brought considerable returns, and I believe Stark Industries is on the verge of a breakthrough that will change everything. Hey, how come no one told me about this party? A voice rang out just then. Hearing it, Stain turned in surprise to see Tony standing before him. A flash of astonishment crossed Stain's eyes, but he quickly broke into a smile. Well, look who's here. Buddy, I thought you weren't coming tonight, he said with a hearty laugh. How could I miss this? The media's out there claiming I've suffered a serious concussion. Of course I had to show up. I'll head inside first, Tony replied. All right, see you inside, buddy. As Tony walked past, Stain leaned in and whispered, Hey, I just got the board under control. Try not to say too much tonight. No need to give them any ideas that might lead to unexpected trouble. Of course I know. I'm just here to take a stroll. Before long, Tony walked in and made his way to the front desk, where he ordered a drink. Just then, a man approached Tony. Hey, Tony, how are you? I'm Agent Coulson. Oh, hearing the voice, Tony turned to look and saw the man beside him. It was indeed Agent Coulson. Seeing this, Tony grinned and said, Oh, I know you. You're that. Well, never mind. Your name's too long. I really can't remember it. Yeah, you're not the only one who says that. Coulson smiled at Tony and continued, Mr. Stark, I came here today because I'd like to know what happened back at the Central Building. Would you mind talking to me about it? Oh, of course. Or maybe another time. I see a colleague of mine. I should go say hello. With that, Tony set down his glass and walked away. Hey, Pepper, what a surprise running into you here. Tony, what are you doing here? This is so embarrassing. I never expected to run into my own boss looking like this. What's the big deal? You look beautiful tonight. Thank you. Seeing Pepper in that moment, Tony couldn't help but be a little captivated. My dear, would you care to dance with me? Of course, just don't mind if I'm a little nervous right now. I wouldn't dream of it, Tony said as he gently wrapped his arm around Pepper's waist, and the two of them swayed together to the soft, flowing music. Soon, the dance ended, and Pepper felt a bit overwhelmed. Noticing Pepper's discomfort, Tony smiled and said, Why don't we step outside for a dance? That sounds wonderful. With that, Pepper headed straight for the door. Before long, the two of them found themselves out on the balcony. It was quiet here, and as Tony gazed at Pepper, he was completely entranced, looking at her with a newfound tenderness. Oh, darling, you really are stunning tonight. Really? Well, this dress is from you after all. Then I must have excellent taste. Their eyes met, and Tony could feel his heart beating faster. Leaning in, he puckered his lips, ready for a kiss. Oh wait, just then, Pepper pulled back a little nervously and looked at Tony. I'm sorry, I think I need a drink. Sure, what would you like? I'll go get it. I'll have a Vesper Martini. Make it strong, and extra olives, please. Of course. One moment, sir. With that, Tony headed toward the bar counter. Hey, buddy, I need 2 martinis strong. And for one of them, extra olives. Right away, sir. As Tony waited, a voice called out to him. Hey, Tony Stark. Tony turned immediately at the sound, and soon spotted a woman in an evening gown approaching. She was strikingly beautiful. It took Tony only a moment to recall her name. After all, Lin Fei had especially mentioned her tonight. Oh, Christine, my goodness, I never imagined that the famous Tony Stark, always so busy, would actually remember me. You're really letting loose tonight, aren't you? Am I? I have to admit, Tony, I'm rather curious. Did you lie to me? I really want to know, what exactly is your company involved in? Why did you suddenly shut down the weapons division? Oh, sorry, I haven't been at the company for a while. I honestly don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? Well, let me help you find out. Christine reached in her purse and pulled out a stack of photos, handing them directly to Tony. This little town is called Gulmira. You should recognize it, right? It's Dr. Eanson's home. What? Tony was momentarily confused by Christine's words. But as he looked down at the photographs, surprise washed over him. The images showed Gulmira, exactly as Dr. Insun had described. Tony's brow furrowed even deeper at the sight. Because in the photos, there was more than just the town of Gulmira, there were also weapons. What shocked Tony most was that these weapons were manufactured by Stark Industries. The logo on them seemed to glare back at him. What the hell is going on? What's going on? Hearing Tony's question, Christine let out a cold, mocking laugh. Oomph. Mr. Stark, shouldn't I be asking you that? From Christine's tone, Tony began to piece things together, but he simply wasn't ready to admit the awful truth. Oh no, my dear, I'm sorry, but I really can't tell you about this. You know as well as I do that I haven't been here for many days now. You're aware of that. I was captured by those people, and I was even injured because of it. I don't want to see things turn out this way, but still, I want to know. Can you tell me what really happened? All right, I'll choose to trust you on this. Listening to Tony, Christine shrugged her shoulders. These are the photos from Gemera. You're not mistaken. They were taken by one of my colleagues. He told me himself. This is the current state of Gemera town. Right now, the entire town has fallen under attack by those terrorists. The residents have all been forced from their homes, and countless people have lost their lives because of this war. It was my friend who sent me these photos, and soon after that, he lost his life as well. I'm sorry. Hearing Christine's words, all Tony could offer was an apology. At Tony's words, Christine shrugged again. Let's just leave it at that. Maybe this was his fate, something arranged by God. But Tony, are you sure this has nothing to do with you? Of course. You know, I haven't been around for a long time now, and as you saw, I made my decision publicly, right in front of all those reporters. That's true, I know, but how am I supposed to know if what you're saying is true? Do you really not trust me? Christine gazed into Tony's eyes for a long moment, and finally, she spoke. All right, I'll choose to believe you, and I trust that you'll make the right decision, won't you? That's right. Trust me. I'll look into this thoroughly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have something to take care of, so I'll be going. Tony picked up the glass the bartender handed him and left. Once outside, Tony looked around until he finally found Pepper Potts. Hey, Pepper, here's the drink you wanted. Oh, I'm really sorry. Something urgent just came up and I have to leave right away. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. You're my boss. I understand you're busy. Go on. I'll head back when I'm done. Remember, if you need anything, just let me know. All right, I will. Don't worry. With that, Tony left without another word. Arriving at the entrance, after searching around for a while, he finally found Stain. At that moment, Stain was busy fielding questions from a swarm of reporters. Seeing this situation, Tony strode straight up to him. Stain, I need an explanation. Hey, Tony, you're here. Perfect timing. Come on, let's take a photo. Hearing Stain's words, Tony wasn't in any mood for small talk. He quickly pulled Stain aside and demanded, Tell me, what's going on? Why are Stark Industries' weapons ending up in the hands of those fighters? They're the bad guys. I want an explanation. An explanation? What's there to explain? No, I need an explanation. Tony, do you have to be so agitated? Can you try to calm down? We could talk about this later. No, I want to know now. Stain, tell me, why are our weapons being sold to them? Have you lost your mind, chasing profits? Tony, at last, Stain's patience snapped a little. He looked straight at Tony, a trace of displeasure in his expression. Tony, can we just take the photo first? We're in public. We need to maintain our image, all right? Fine. Hearing Stain's words, Tony decided to go along and pose for the photo, leaving the rest for later. Finally, the two of them stood together for the pictures, their close poses giving off an air of perfect harmony, as if there had never been an argument between them at all. At last, the photo session wrapped up, and Stain signaled for everyone to disperse. As the reporters filed out, Tony quickly turned to ask, Stain, don't you think you owe me an explanation now? An explanation? What's there to explain? Watching people pass by them one after another, Stain lowered his voice and said, Tony, you're really not a good leader. You know that? Why do we run a company? It's so everyone can make money. But haven't you completely gone against that idea now? Think about what you've done. You've shut down all our weapons production, and now our cash flow has dried up. Seeing Tony's expression, Stain continued, Those people can give us a lot of money. Why shouldn't we do business with them? You're absolutely insane. Do you know why I don't want to be in the weapons business anymore? It's because I've seen what happens to people because of the weapons we make. The way they're treated, it nearly broke me inside. I just can't stand to see them suffer like that anymore. Stan, we can't make money at the expense of our conscience. Nonsense. Stan's expression twisted with a touch of wildness. We're people who rise above the rest. As long as there's money, it's a good thing for us, isn't it? Don't forget who you are. You're a businessman. I'm doing this for your own good, kid. For now, just stay out of the company's affairs. With that, Stan turned to leave. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he stopped and asked, "Do you know who's keeping you from working?" "It's me, kid. I'm doing this to protect you. Think about it. I'm leaving now." "Bastard." Watching Stan stride away, Tony clenched his teeth, trembling with fury. "Oh, Tony, why are you still here?" At that moment, Pepper Potts stepped out, spotting Tony and asking in confusion. Hearing her voice, Tony turned around. He looked utterly drained and lost. "Pepper, let's go home. I'm tired. Would you drive?" "Of course." Seeing Tony like this, Pepper was at a loss for words. In her memory, Tony had never acted this way before. But today, witnessing it firsthand, Pepper couldn't help but be surprised. Still, as Tony's assistant, Pepper dutifully started the car, driving Tony back to his place. After parking, she noticed Tony remained in his seat, lost in thought. Unable to contain her concern, Pepper finally asked the question weighing on her mind. "Tony, what's really going on? I think you should tell me, don't you?" "You're right." Tony listened to her, then reached into his jacket and pulled out a stack of photographs. Handing them over, he said, "These are what I discovered today. Christine gave them to me. Take a look, Pepper." "All right." Pepper accepted the photos, but as she glanced at their contents, her eyes widened in shock. "Oh my God, what is all this? Tony, why did you do it?" "No. Pepper, you know that's not true. I wasn't even here before, was I? Do you really think I could have done something like this?" Hearing Tony's words, Potts hesitated for a moment, but soon enough, he chose to trust what Tony had said. "All right, so what do you plan to do next?" "What do I plan to do?" Tony covered his face with his hands, his voice heavy with pain and uncertainty. "I think I'll tell Mr. Lin about all this and see what he has to say." "You trust Mr. Lin now?" "I've always trusted him." With that, Tony stepped out of the car and started heading upstairs. Before long, he reached the upper floor and found Lin Fei standing at the doorway. But he wasn't alone. Someone else had come along. The sight of this person made Tony's heart sink. It was Dr. Insun, and Insun's home was in Gulmira. Tony could hardly imagine. If Insun knew what had happened in the town of Gulmira, what would that mean for him? He didn't know how to face Insun now. "Oh, Tony, you're back." Lin Fei's greeting made Tony force a smile, a bitter one. Seeing Tony's expression, Lin Fei gave a gentle chuckle. "What's wrong?" "From the look on your face, I take it you've already heard what Christine said?" "Never mind, come, have a seat." Tony was a little puzzled by Lin Fei's words, but he sat down anyway. No sooner had Tony settled than Insun spoke up. "Tony, my family, they all perished in the bombing." "What?" Tony's face showed utter shock. How could Insun know about this? Seeing the pain etched on Insun's face, Tony finally let out a long sigh. "I'm so sorry, Insun. I really am about all of this." Insun managed a weak smile. "It's all right. You don't need to say that." He let out a bitter laugh. "I already know what happened in Gulmira. Mr. Lin told me. I know what went on there. I never imagined something like this could happen." "Oh no. I'm sorry. I just found out myself. It turns out our people were sneaking around, making deals with them behind our backs, selling weapons in secret. I only learned about it recently. I'm so sorry for what happened." "You don't need to apologize. None of this is your fault. Mr. Lin already explained everything to me. I know now, and I don't blame you. Mr. Lin said you have your own way of handling things. Isn't that right?" "That's right." Tony promised firmly, reassured by Insun's words. "Insun, don't worry. You gave me this life, and when something like this happens, I know exactly what I need to do. I'll do everything in my power to help you all. When the time comes, those soldiers will pay the price they deserve." At this moment, Tony felt much more confident. All of his confidence stemmed from the Iron Man suit he had created. Whenever he thought of his armor, Tony's heart brimmed with hope for the future. Seeing Tony's expression, Insun couldn't help but smile. "Tony, I believe in you. Of course, I'm homeless now, so I hope you can offer me a job." "That's absolutely not a problem." Tony agreed right away. "There's no need to even ask. Don't worry, once this storm passes, I'll arrange a position for you at our company. You can pick whichever job you like." "Uh-huh. Then I'll just go back to what I do best. I'll continue researching the micromolecular technology one never quite finished. I hope it will be of some help to you. As long as you're comfortable, that's all that matters. I hope you won't be too sad. My condolences. It's all right. I'll come to terms with the cycle of life and death, especially when it comes to fish. Don't worry, I won't dwell on it. Still, I have to say it. I truly am sorry. It's all right." At last, their conversation wound down, and everyone decided to get some rest. Tony lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long while. Meanwhile, over in the small town of Gmira, a brutal and merciless slaughter was unfolding. "Run! They're coming again!" Screams filled the air as deafening gunfire and explosions echoed all around. Panic-stricken, everyone scattered in desperate flight. Behind them, a group of soldiers gave chase, each gripping a gun and wearing a look of utter ferocity. "Everyone, listen up and do exactly as we say. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens next. All the men, Go over there and get to work. All the women, head that way and start cooking. The bearded man's orders sent a wave of terror through the crowd, but after he fired 2 shots into the air, everyone fell silent and obeyed. Daddy, don't go. Please don't go. In that moment, a scene drew everyone's attention. A child clung tightly to his father's leg, refusing to let go, terrified that his father would leave him forever. At that sight, the bearded man's expression changed as he quickly took in what was happening. Raising the gun in his hand, the man strode forward quickly. What are you doing? What are you all doing? Huh? Didn't I make myself clear? Somebody, get over here. At the sound of the bearded man's shout, 2 men rushed over without delay, heading straight for them and kicking the little boy hard. Ah, my child. The child's father, hearing his son's anguished cry, suddenly yelled and tried to break free and run over. Seeing the man's desperate move, the 2 soldiers immediately reacted, raising their guns and aiming them at him. Facing the barrels pointed straight at him, the man panicked, stumbling backward until he fell to the ground. Noting the effect of his intimidation, the bearded man allowed himself a satisfied smile. Just then, a bald man stepped out from the crowd. It was Reza. Seeing that everyone had now been subdued, Reza nodded in approval. Set up our camp right away. After that, we need to start preparing for what comes next. Hearing Reza's orders, the bearded man nodded in satisfaction and continued with the arrangements. Time ticked by, minute after minute, until night fell. At that moment, a vehicle drove up and entered the heart of the camp, coming to a halt. The door opened, and out stepped Stan. Spotting the soldiers surrounding the area, Stan walked straight ahead. He soon reached the front, where a tent stood before him. Without hesitation, Stan went inside. Inside, Reza was standing in front of a computer monitor, poring over a flood of data that, when pieced together, formed the outline of a suit of armor. So this is what Tony used to defeat you all back then. Hearing Stan's voice, Reza turned around and, seeing Stan standing behind him, couldn't hide a flicker of excitement. Oh, Mr. Stan, I really didn't expect to see you here. Why not? We're partners, aren't we? For your future, I need to keep an eye on things. After all, we have a lot of work ahead of us, don't we? Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mr. Stan. But about this suit you wanted me to look into, it's incredibly difficult to study. I've discovered that we don't have any proper energy source to power it. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Stan gave a dismissive laugh. That's nothing for us, don't worry. I already have that thing on my end, but maybe we shouldn't take it away from here. Oh, take it away? Mr. Stan, can't you do your research here? We put a lot of effort into this, didn't we? A lot of effort. Riza sat down on the sofa, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He was clearly unhappy. After all, his brothers had toiled for so long, and now they were being asked to just hand everything over. There was no way Riza would accept that willingly. But at that very moment, Stan stepped forward, pulling a red device from his pocket. It looked almost like a lipstick tube. Without hesitation, Stan pressed a button on the device. Instantly, Riza's face flushed deep red, veins bulging on his neck, his eyes turning bloodshot. What are you doing? Riza shouted with all the strength he could muster. Stan responded with a cold, derisive laugh. I haven't done anything. I'm simply taking back what was mine to begin with, aren't I? Tony is my child. It's only fair that I reclaim what belongs to him, don't you think? Stan, this is going too far. Don't you realize how much effort my brothers and I put into this? Are you really just going to take it right in front of them? Yeah, of course not. But did you really think I came here alone? Riza wanted desperately to fight back, but found himself utterly powerless. The sounds of gunfire rang out from outside, filling him with anguish. Stan strode toward the suit of armor and the computers, shouting loudly. Man, almost immediately, four soldiers entered the room. Take everything. Bring it all back to Sector 64. Yes, sir. At Stan's order, the men moved quickly and efficiently. In no time, everything had been packed up. Stan laughed, his laughter echoing wildly as he went. Damn it, damn it. Finally, after 15 minutes, the duration of the device's effect, Riza recovered. He sprang to his feet and rushed outside. At the center of the camp, he saw his men lying on the ground. Some had been shot and were sprawled in pools of blood. AR. Riza threw back his head and let out a heart-wrenching cry, his grief echoing to the sky as he shouted in agony. Stan, if I don't kill you one day, I swear I'm not fit to be called a man. My grand enterprise, all ruined because of you. Remember this. One day, I will avenge today's grudge. Time slipped by minute, and before he knew it, night had fallen. At the crack of dawn, Lin Fei was awakened by the clanging of metal. Hearing the noise, Lin Fei got out of bed with a resigned sigh. He took out a roast duck, took a bite, and walked straight out. Downstairs, at Tony's workshop, Lin Fei was just about to step inside when, all of a sudden, he caught sight of a burst of blue-white light. Startled, Lin Fei instinctively leapt back. At that moment, the glass in front of him shattered with a sharp crash. "Come on, Tony, are you trying to kill me?" Lin Fei noticed that Tony didn't respond, and a bit confused, he made his way inside. There, Tony sat before the television, his face twisted with anger. The TV was broadcasting news of the attack on Town. "Hey, Tony, what's going on? You don't look like you're in a good mood." Having narrowly avoided that surge of energy, Lin Fei walked right in. Sure enough, he saw Tony staring at the screen, which was showing the dire situation unfolding in Town. Tony's fists were clenched, fury burning in his eyes. He was practically grinding his teeth in rage, glaring at the television as if he wanted to smash it to pieces. Seeing Tony ignore him for so long, Lin Fei could only shake his head helplessly. He walked over and patted Tony on the shoulder. "Hey man, what's up with you? Even if you're nursing a grudge, you could at least acknowledge my greeting, don't you think?" At last, Tony seemed to hear Lin Fei. He turned with a bitter smile, unsure of what to say. "Mr. Lin, I really regret it now. I never imagined something like this would happen in Town. Oh God, isn't it all my fault?" "No, it's not your fault. None of this is your fault." Lin Fei smiled at Tony's words. "Listen, Tony, this isn't your doing. It was all Stan's doing. He acted on his own. I know you're full of regret right now. But have you thought about what you should do next?" "What should I do now?" Tony heard what Lin Fei said and turned his head to look at the television. On the screen, the residents of Town were desperately fleeing from the soldiers chasing them. Gunfire rang out in every direction, and one life after another was cut short. The more he watched, the more agitated Tony became. Anger welled up inside him, and with effort, he turned back to Lin Fei. His expression darkened as he said, "Mr. Lin, right now the only thing I want is to go to Town myself and put an end to those soldiers who are tormenting the townspeople." "Oh, not bad. At least you're still capable of thinking for yourself. Since that's what you want to do, why not act on it?" "Me? But if I go, will the townspeople blame me for it?" For a moment, Tony hesitated. Lin Fei, hearing his words, looked puzzled. "Why would you think that?" Tony's face grew a little embarrassed at Lin Fei's question. With a wry smile, he explained, "Mr. Lin, the weapons those soldiers are using were all supplied by Stark Industries. If I really go there, wouldn't people think I'm on the same side as them? That I'm just putting on a show, pretending to help? Absurd, truly absurd. I never imagined you'd think that way." Lin Fei walked over and sat down right across from Tony, then pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "What are you really thinking, Tony? You worry about being misunderstood if you go, but have you ever considered what happens if you don't go?" "If I don't go?" Tony wavered, pondering Lin Fei's words. It was a tough call. No matter what he chose, it seemed there was no easy answer for him. Seeing Tony's indecision, Lin Fei sighed helplessly. With a wave of his hand, a food cart appeared in front of him. He quickly gathered the ingredients for making a Chinese flatbread and began to cook. What Lin Fei was preparing was the bold, over-the-top signature flatbread. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed by the name. It really was a bit much. "Mr. Lin, what are you doing?" Tony asked in confusion, watching Lin Fei's busy movements. As far as he remembered, he wasn't even hungry. Lin Fei ignored Tony's question, focusing only on his cooking. After a minute, the flatbread was ready. He packed it in a bag and handed it over to Tony. "Mr. Lin, what is this? I'm really not hungry at all. Stop with all the pointless chatter. Just eat it. If you don't come to me. If anything happens later, I won't help you again." In order to get Tony to eat the flatbread, Lin Fei had no choice but to resort to a direct threat. Finally, seeing the look on Lin Fei's face, Tony gave in with a sigh and took the flatbread, eating it bite by bite. 2 minutes later, when Lin Fei saw that Tony had finished the entire flatbread, he smiled and asked, "So, Tony, how do you feel now?" "How do I feel? Honestly, there's a lot on my mind right now." He spun around quickly, eyes fixed on the Iron Man suit. Without hesitation, Tony strode over, shouting as he went, "Jarvis, get the suit on me right now. I can't wait another second. I'm ready to wipe out those bastards." Watching Jarvis obediently fit each piece of armor onto Tony's body with mechanical arms, Lin Fei rubbed his forehead, unable to hide his exasperation. This flatbread really is something else. It can completely change a person's character. Luckily, Lin Fei knew the effect would only last half an hour. Otherwise, he had no idea what to do. Just imagine, who would want to deal with someone who's fearless, brash, always mouthing off, never backing down, and acts like he's the king of the world every single day? 5 minutes later, Tony turned back, now fully encased in the gleaming golden Iron Man armor. He lifted his mask and looked at Lin Fei. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. If it weren't for you, I might never have been able to make such a simple decision. It was just too difficult for me, caught between two impossible choices. But now it's all clear. I still don't understand how that thing you call a flatbread has such a magical effect, but I have to thank you anyway. All right, I'm off. Go, Tony. But remember, I want those warriors utterly defeated. I don't want to see them running wild any longer. Don't worry. I'm already burning with rage inside. I won't come back until I've completely crushed them, left them in pieces. Jarvis, let's go, buddy. It's our time to shine. Yes, Mr. Stark. We're heading out now. With a thunderous crash, it finally happened. At that very moment, Lin Fei saw Tony piloting his iron suit, leaving this place behind. Lin Fei felt no need to worry about what would come next, because Tony, in this moment, was invincible. Yet, Lin Fei couldn't shake a lingering regret. Tony never believed him about one thing. That Stain was, in fact, his final enemy. Lin Fei had tried to tell him, but there was nothing to be done. Tony simply wouldn't believe it. After all, Tony and Stain had always been so close. Who could accept such a thing? Really? If this happened to anyone, they would never believe it. Their friend turning out to be their greatest foe? How could that possibly be true? Soaring through the skies, Tony's mind replayed the things he'd seen on the news. The children on television asking reporters, "Where's my father?" The pain in their eyes left Tony feeling utterly wretched. Jarvis, how much longer until we reach Gulmira? Hearing Tony's question, Jarvis paused to calculate, then replied, "Sir, it will take at least another 3 hours to arrive at Gulmira." "All right, I understand. Full speed ahead." "Of course, sir." Time slipped by, minute after minute. Meanwhile, in the small town of Gulmira, the soldiers continued to torment the villagers. Each of them gripped a rifle, and any villager who dared disobey would be struck on the head with a rifle, but leaving them in agony. "Hurry up! Move faster!" The soldiers shouted, barking orders as chaos unfolded around them. Some even launched missiles at the village homes, trying to force everyone out. With the roar of explosions echoing in their ears, the villagers of Gulmira could hardly bear it any longer, darting desperately for cover. "Oh, I can't run anymore. Please, I beg you, let me go. Just let me go." In that moment, a man suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in pain as he clutched his ankle. His ankle was already badly swollen. Seeing that the man could go no further, a bearded soldier strode over, glaring, and pressed his gun to the man's head. "Are you going to run or not? If you don't, you know there's only one way this ends for you." "No. Please, I truly can't run anymore. Just let me rest. Please, my ankle is swollen." Hearing the man's words, the bearded warrior's expression darkened with displeasure. Without hesitation, he kicked the man to the ground, then followed with several more kicks. With his pistol trained on the man, he shouted menacingly, "I'm giving you one last chance. Are you running or not? Please, I beg you, let him go. He truly can't run anymore." Seeing the man's condition, the surrounding villagers cried out in alarm, their voices filled with concern that something terrible might happen to him. But the bearded man paid no heed to their pleas. He kept his gun pointed at the man, shouting even louder, "Get up and run. Now, get up this instant." Just then, a sudden whooshing sound sliced through the air, a noise so unexpected that everyone froze. The villagers rose to their feet, gazing up at the sky, trying to pinpoint where the sound had come from. Even the bearded man looked up, startled. In the sky above, a humanoid figure was flying swiftly toward them. A heavy thud followed as the armored figure landed on the ground. Silence fell as everyone turned to look. The newcomer wore a striking suit of red and gold armor, gleaming with style and power, with blue-white light glowing from the eyes and chest. It was none other than Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit. With a sudden landing, Tony looked around at the gathered crowd, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Seeing that there were no serious casualties, he let out a breath of relief. "Hey, who are you?" The bearded man fixed his eyes on Tony, clearly displeased and wary. He had no idea who this newcomer was. "Hi, never thought I'd run into you again." Tony raised his mask, revealing his face to the bearded man. A cold smile tugged at his lips. "I'm surprised. You become my enemy. Why did you capture me back then? Are you starting to regret it now?" "What? It's you." At the sight of Tony's face, the bearded man staggered back 2 steps, shock and fear written all over him. He hadn't expected Tony to appear here. He'd seen firsthand how powerful Tony's Iron Man suit was, and this new armor looked even more formidable, more terrifying. For a moment, panic overtook him. The bearded man stumbled back again and shouted urgently, "Quick, everyone, kill him now." Listening to the bearded man's words, a soldier quickly reacted. He raised his gun and aimed straight at Tony, pulling the trigger as a hail of bullets flew toward him. But all that could be heard was the metallic clang of bullets striking armor. Tony remained completely unharmed, sparks blossoming like fireworks across his suit. "Now it's my turn to get revenge," Tony muttered with a cold snort, hastily lowering his helmet into place. He charged forward in a flash, and with a single punch, sent the gunman flying onto the shattered rooftop of a nearby building. Spinning around, Tony noticed another soldier who had also recovered and was about to fire. Without hesitation, Tony raised his right hand. A surge of energy shot out, blasting the man off his feet. He crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. With every pulse of energy Tony unleashed, soldiers fell one after another, knocked out cold where they stood. Seeing this, Tony immediately began searching for the hostages. But just at that moment, a sudden shout cut through the chaos. "Stop! Don't come any closer, or we'll shoot the hostages. Leave now and let us go." Fear was written across every soldier's face. They were truly terrified. A cluster of soldiers stood menacingly over the hostages with their guns raised. Most of those in their grip were women and children, and Tony's brow furrowed deeply as he took in the scene. Such despicable people, he thought. They'll do anything to save themselves. This was exactly why Tony could never bring himself to cooperate with them. Seeing their brazen arrogance, Tony's finger twitched. He lowered both hands, allowing the energy in his palms to slowly fade away. At the same time, he spoke. "Jarvis, analyze their positions for me. I want to deploy the rapid missiles." "Yes, sir." Jarvis's calm voice echoed in Tony's mind. In an instant, information about the terrorists began to appear as light projections across the inside of Tony's mask. Moments later, a cluster of homing missiles emerged from his shoulders and streaked toward the targets, striking several of the terrorists directly in the head and dropping them to the ground. Just then, a small child broke free from the crowd and rushed to the man who had just been bullied by the bearded leader. "Daddy, are you okay?" he cried, throwing his arms around him. The man quickly embraced his child, answering in a reassuring voice, "I'm fine, son. I'm all right. Don't worry." Seeing the situation unfold before him, Tony didn't hesitate for even a moment and continued his search. Meanwhile, just behind a wall, the bearded man was frantically pulling out his phone, attempting to trigger the remote explosives and blow the place up. But just then, suddenly with a crash, a fist burst straight through the wall. The bearded man snapped to attention at the sight of that fist, instantly recognizing it as the gauntlet of Tony's Iron Man suit. Panic seized the man. He spun around, desperate to escape. But in that instant, Tony lunged, locking his arms around the man's neck and yanking him backward with tremendous force. The wall crumbled under the impact, and the man, propelled by inertia, tumbled right in front of the gathered crowd. Tony soared swiftly into the air, hovering above. Looking down at the people, he spoke just one sentence before flying off. "He's yours now. Everything he's done to you, all the harm he's caused, make him answer for it today." With that, Tony rocketed skyward, leaving the scene behind. Cutting through the air, Tony continued his relentless search. At last, he spotted a small town below. There, scattered among the buildings, he saw weapons from his own Stark Industries, now in the hands of terrorists. Tony knew he had to take care of them. Then, with a thunderous boom, a sudden explosion of sparks erupted across Tony's armor. A direct hit from his company's own tank. The force flung him violently to the ground. Shrouded in dust and smoke, Tony struggled to his feet. His appearance was battered, his armor battered and scarred. Quickly regaining his footing, Tony saw the tank preparing to fire another missile. With lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged aside, raised his right hand, and launched a homing missile. In a flash, it struck the tank. An earth-shaking explosion followed. Flames shot high into the sky, a mushroom cloud billowing upward. But it wasn't over yet. As Tony turned, he saw enemy soldiers opening fire, unleashing a hail of bullets in his direction. Yet, the bullets were useless against him. Tony rose swiftly into the air. Spotting a missile near the group, Tony pressed a button on his gauntlet. An energy beam shot out, detonating the missile. In an instant, the blast swept through the area, wiping out the enemies surrounding it. After destroying the entire small town, Tony finally felt at ease. From now on, there would never be another war in this place. Satisfied, Tony soared into the sky, heading straight for his estate. But at that very moment, Tony had no idea what was happening in New York. At the Airborne Command headquarters, chaos was erupting. Countless soldiers had already sprung into action, for their radar screens showed a fast-moving object streaking across the sky. "Oh my God, Colonel Rhodes, what on earth is that thing?" Hearing his subordinates shout, Colonel Rhodes, who had been talking on the phone nearby, rushed over. As he looked at the display, he was taken aback. He could only make out a tiny red dot moving at an incredible speed, far faster than any fighter jet. Taking the situation, Rhodes quickly asked, "My God, what is that thing? How can it be moving so fast?" "I don't know, Colonel Rhodes. I have no idea what it could be." "Is it one of ours?" Rhodes pressed. "No, sir, it's not. We have no flight operations today, and that area is completely off limits to us. We have no clue what that thing is." Hearing his subordinate's report, Rhodes frowned deeply. Do we have any visual on the target? He asked, eyes fixed on the screen. The soldier shook his head. No, sir. That area isn't under our jurisdiction, and we don't have any surveillance assets there. Oh, this is giving me a headache, Rhodes muttered, furrowing his brow. Did this thing just appear out of thin air? Why isn't our radar picking it up? Sir, it's just too small, the soldier answered honestly. Is it a stealth aircraft? No, sir. Judging by the specs, we suspect it might be a drone. Colonel Rhodes, what should we do? Just then, another man walked over to Rhodes, his brow knit with worry. He hadn't expected anything like this to happen. It was completely out of the blue. Rhodes considered the question for a long moment, frowning in thought before finally replying, I'll make a call. Stepping aside, Rhodes picked up a phone and dialed Tony directly. The phone rang sharply. Meanwhile, Tony was soaring through the air when his phone suddenly rang. The call was routed directly through his Iron Man suit, and within moments, Tony saw the incoming call on the digital display before his eyes. He hurriedly answered, Hello? Tony, it's Rhodey. Who is this? The wind was roaring all around him, so loudly that Tony couldn't quite make out the voice on the other end. I said, it's Rhodey. Oh, for heaven's sake, could you speak up a bit? Damn it. Why is there so much noise where you are? Inside the Iron Man armor, Tony finally caught Rhodey's words and froze for a split second. Did Rhodey know what he'd been up to? That shouldn't be possible, though. As he thought about it, Tony quickly gave an explanation. Oh, yeah, I'm driving a convertible. Even Tony almost laughed at his own excuse, but he managed to keep a straight face. There was really no better explanation at the moment. This was all he could say. Hearing this, Rhodey replied quickly, I need a favor, Tony. Oh, I never thought I'd see the day you'd need something from me. What a surprise. Yeah, speaking of surprises, there's been an explosion at the munitions depot in Gulmira, not far from where you're held captive. I figure you're pretty familiar with the area. Oh, absolutely. That's a hot spot. I've been keeping a close eye on the news these past few days. You sound out of breath. What's going on? Rhodey was puzzled by Tony's odd behavior. This wasn't how their calls usually went. Yeah, I'm, jogging through a canyon right now. Didn't you just say you were driving? Tony hesitated for a moment. His story didn't quite add up. He scrambled to explain. Right, I'm driving to the canyon, and now I'm jogging in it. Tony, I know you're hiding something from me. Are you working on some new tech you haven't told me about? Of course not. What could I possibly be hiding? I've just been working out lately, nothing to report. Tony wasn't ready to reveal the truth yet. Everything was still in the testing phase, and he had no desire to draw attention. He just wanted to quietly solve this problem. Only then could he put his anger to rest. Sir, we've located the target. At that moment, Rhodey heard a report from the soldier beside him. Hearing the voice, Rhodey quickly said, That's good, Tony. I hope you're not keeping anything from me. Now I've spotted an unidentified flying object, and I'm taking it down. Oh, I'd better get off the main route, Tony replied, hurriedly ending the call. His body dropped rapidly, diving straight through the clouds. As this happened, two fighter jets were speeding after Tony, close on his tail. In an instant, Iron Man and the two jets were embroiled in a fierce aerial chase. This is one. I've got the target in my sights. What is it, one? In the command center, Rhodey quickly picked up his radio, shouting into it. Oh, sorry, sir. I can't tell. I'm too far away, and he's moving too fast. I can't see what it is at all. Rhodey asked. Have you tried communicating with him? Of course we have, sir, but there's been no response. Rhodey listened to the report in silence for a moment, then finally made his decision. All right, you're clear to engage. Yes, sir. In the skies, the fighter jets surged forward, hot on Tony's trail. At the same time, Tony accelerated once again. From inside the jets, the pilots could hardly believe what they were seeing. My God, he's broken the sound barrier. I've got a lock on him. As he spoke, the pilot pressed a button. Instantly, a missile shot out towards target. Sir, Sidewinder missile detected. Jarvis urgently warned Tony. Seeing the missile icon closing in on his radar, Tony made a split-second decision. He immediately deployed flares to intercept it. At that instant, two flare dispensers popped open at Tony's waist, releasing a barrage of flares behind him. The burning decoys struck the missile head-on, causing the Sidewinder to explode in midair. With a thunderous blast, the missile detonated. The shockwave knocked Tony off balance, sending him tumbling downward. The two jets behind hurried to follow, but Tony quickly righted himself and shot upward again. Suddenly, Tony felt bullets whizzing past him from behind. Reacting fast, Tony dove down, then grabbed onto the left wing of one of the jets. Inside, the pilot lost sight of him completely. Oh God, sir, I've lost visual. The thing's vanished from radar. What? Begin a search immediately. Find him now. Hearing what Rhodey said, the soldier looked a bit helpless for a moment. After scanning the surroundings several times, he finally spoke up. Sorry, sir. I can't find him anywhere. Just then, Rhodey's phone rang. He looked at the screen. It was Tony calling. Surprised by this, Rhodey glanced around, then picked up the phone. Hello. Hey, it's me. Hearing Tony's voice, Rhodey immediately had a suspicion and teased. Who is this? It's really me. Everything you want to ask? I already know. It's me. Oh my god, Tony, you've lost it. You can't just send civilian equipment into our combat zone, can you? That's not equipment. I'm inside. It's just a suit. What you're seeing out there, that's me. What? Rhodey was taken aback by Tony's words. Just then, the officer beside him looked over and asked, Rhodey, what's happening? After thinking for a long moment, Rhodey spoke into the radio, mark your positions, and return to base. The soldiers in the fighter jets responded immediately upon hearing the order. But at that very moment, the pilot on the left quickly maneuvered his jet into a spiral, turning to head back to base. Suddenly, the soldier on the right noticed something beneath his aircraft. It was the very person they had just been chasing. He's actually hiding under the jet, holding on and flying along with us. Oh, I see him. It looks like a person. The soldier reacted quickly and reported to his teammate. In an instant, the pilot of the left jet also responded and swiftly jerked the control stick, making sharp evasive maneuvers one after another. There was nowhere to grip on the underside of the jet, and Tony could feel his hands slipping more and more. He shouted as he struggled, and at last, he couldn't hold on any longer. His grip gave way. But just then, Tony saw another jet speeding toward him from behind. He had no way to control his body, and his suit slammed into the jet's wing. A deafening crash sounded. The wing shattered instantly. I've been hit. I've got to eject. The pilot reacted at once, yanking the emergency lever and ejecting himself from the cockpit. In that moment, the jet exploded in midair. One down. Oh God, I can't get my parachute open. Everyone in the command center tensed up the moment they heard the soldiers shout. If his parachute failed to open, the loss would be that of a brave warrior falling to the earth. Just then, Tony streaked through the sky, cutting a white trail in the air as he sped directly toward the falling soldier. Sir, Number 2 has locked onto a flying object, came the urgent report from the second jet. The officer beside Rhodey in the command center quickly ordered, lock on and track immediately. Take the shot as soon as you have the chance. I know who he is, Rhodey replied. Order our men to return to base right away. The officer's face darkened at Rhodey's words. Impossible. He's already destroyed one of our jets. That thing was worth $100 million. No way. Number 2, close in. I wanted to take him out personally. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, high above, Tony received a report from Jarvis. The jet had locked onto him again. Without hesitation, Tony continued his charge toward the soldier, quickly reaching his side. He smashed the parachute's deployment device with a single punch, causing the chute to burst open and billow in the wind. The jet behind him paused for a moment, taken aback by what had just happened. Seizing this opportunity, Tony sped away, heading straight for New York. With the crisis finally over, Rhodey breathed a sigh of relief and picked up his phone. Tony, are you still there? Thanks. Of course I am. I'm fine, no worries. Rhodey couldn't help but laugh at Tony's voice. Oh God, you're a real maniac, you know that. At last, the matter was settled, and Rhodey understood Tony's situation. But suddenly, something came to his mind, and he blurted out, Tony, you owe me a plane, you know? Tony chuckled before explaining. But let me tell you, he crashed into me, not the other way around. Do you believe that? Believe you? Not a chance, Tony. Now tell me, how am I supposed to explain this to the media? You know what kind of mess you've made, right? Of course I do. But you could just say it was a training accident, can't you? Isn't that what you guys always say? Anyway, I've got to go. I'm almost home. You. Before Rhodey could finish, the line went dead. Staring at his phone's glowing screen, Rhodey could only let out a helpless sigh. How could it be that easy? There's no way this will just blow over. 2 hours later, Tony finally made it home, where he found Lin Fei watching TV. On the television, Rhodey was facing the reporters, answering their questions. 2 hours ago, during a tactical exercise in the Gamma region, unfortunately, due to an operational error, our pilots lost control and 2 jets collided. One of the jets lost a wing and was destroyed on the spot. But fortunately, our pilots are completely unharmed. Hearing the voice from the television, Tony couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Lin Fei turned to look at Tony and smiled as well. So, everything's settled, right? Of course, all taken care of. Mr. Lin, do you happen to have any beer? I could really use a drink. Help yourself. Dealing with Tony, a well-known lover of drink, Lin Fei could only sigh helplessly. Why did everyone he met seem to love beer so much? Was Tsingdao beer really that irresistible? As he mulled it over, Lin Fei grabbed a bottle for himself and took a generous swig, letting out a sigh. Well, it really was that good. Looking at Tony, Lin Fei smiled. So, how is it? Dodging fighter jets makes for an exciting game, doesn't it? Oh, Mr. Lin, you figured it out. What's there to figure out? Don't forget who I am. But right now, I imagine there's someone out there who's absolutely furious. Who is it? Never mind, it's not important. Even if I told you, you wouldn't care much. With that, Lin Fei stood up and headed toward his bedroom. The person he was referring to was, in fact, Stain. At that very moment, in Stain's residence, he was watching the news coverage on TV, his face filled with displeasure, brows knit together in deep thought. Meanwhile, Tony glanced at the armor he was still wearing and made his way downstairs, eager to take it off. Living life in that suit was utterly impossible. It was just too cumbersome. After struggling for quite a while, Jarvis spoke up with a note of exasperation. I'm sorry, sir, but this suit is really on too tight. It's proving very difficult to remove. Oh, I know. I'm just asking you to do your best. Hey, Jarvis, easy would you? Be gentle, will you? Tony didn't notice that, at that moment, Pepper Potts had come downstairs. Hearing Tony's conversation with Jarvis, Pepper was puzzled, having no idea why Tony would say something like that. But when she saw what was happening in front of her, she was utterly astonished. Is that thing yours? Yes. Seeing the scars on Tony's body, Pepper exclaimed in shock. Oh my God, are those bullet holes? It's nothing. Soon, another day had quietly slipped by. In the evening, Pepper came downstairs to call Tony for dinner, only to find him still absorbed in tinkering with his Iron Man suit. The armor now looked flawless, as if nothing had ever happened to it. Hearing Pepper's footsteps, Tony turned his head and smiled at her. Hey, could you do me a favor? I need you to go to the company and look for something. What is it? Pepper asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Here, take this, Tony said, handing her a black USB drive. Go to the company's main computer and retrieve the full inventory list. With this, you'll be able to get in. Pepper took the USB drive from his hand, instantly recognizing it as proof of Tony's authority as chairman. With it, she could access any computer in the company. Look for it in the hidden drives, Tony continued. Just check the one with the smallest number. You should find it there. And what are you planning to do if I actually find this evidence? Pepper asked. As always, Tony replied, his voice resolute. They're making deals behind closed doors. I need to stop them. I need to find my weapons and destroy them. Hearing Tony's words, Pepper's face clouded with distress. She looked at him and spoke softly, concern in her voice. Tony, you know I'd do anything for you. But if you keep going down this reckless path, I'm not sure I can help you anymore. Tony watched as the data on the Iron Man suit continued to perfect itself on the screen. After a long moment of silence, he finally spoke. Oh, Pepper, from now on, I might always be this way. All right, Pepper said, her voice trembling with disbelief. If that's how it is, then I resign. Pepper could hardly believe Tony would make such a decision. One of her most important roles had always been to help the company grow stronger, yet now Tony seemed unwilling to even consider her advice. With those words, she tossed the USB drive onto the table and turned to leave. Just then, Lin Fei suddenly came down the stairs. Hey, Pepper, why are you so upset? Lin Fei said, walking over with a helpless smile and giving her a light pat on the shoulder. Pointing at Tony, Lin Fei continued, Pepper, have you ever wondered why Tony is making this choice right now? All these years, you've helped him profit from destruction, but do you really feel comfortable about it? You always believed your job was to help Stark Industries grow stronger. But have you ever thought about how Tony feels inside? You didn't witness the astonishing events in that little town of Gemera, nor did you see the agony Tony endured when he was first captured. Naturally, you can't possibly understand what Tony felt when he watched those children struck by missiles, crying at his feet. Weapons, though instruments of violence, have a way of making people lose themselves. Now Tony wants to atone for his past and redeem himself, and you're thinking of walking away? Oh, Mr. Lin, what Tony's doing is practically suicide. You realize that, don't you? Stark Industries could be utterly destroyed by this one action of his. Our company might vanish overnight. Surely Mr. Howard wouldn't want to see that happen, would he? How can you be so sure he wouldn't want to see it happen? As he spoke, Lin Fei took out his phone. The screen lit up with Howard's name, and at that moment, Howard's voice came through. Potts, I'm sorry you're going through all this. I know what's happening with Tony, and I've heard about everything he endured from Mr. Lin. I can almost feel it myself. As for Tony's decision, I support him. I certainly don't want to see something like this happen to Stark Industries, but everything comes down to our shared conscience. Still, I believe Tony will handle this well, so I hope you'll continue to stand by his side. What? Hearing Howard's words, Potts was surprised. He hadn't expected Howard would support such a decision. At that moment, Tony leaned back in his chair. So what if it's suicide? I don't want to make money at the cost of my conscience anymore. That's the whole reason I'm alive. Looking into Tony's sincere eyes, Potts felt a tangle of emotions. He took a few deep breaths, finally finding clarity. Returning to the table, he picked up the USB drive, left a single sentence behind, and walked away. I have no choice but to trust you. As Potts departed, Lin Fei shrugged and turned to Tony. So, my friend, how's the work on the suit coming along? It's going great, Mr. Lin. I've already been through a battle with it and truly felt its power. I can't tell you how happy I am right now. Is that so? Well, let me ask you, do you trust me? Of course. Of course I trust you. Tony looked at Lin Fei with a hint of surprise. Mr. Lin, why do you ask? No special reason. Since you trust me, good. Now, I need you to remove the reactor from your chest and replace it with the previous model. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony grew more puzzled. Mr. Lin, what is this really about? Why do you want me to do this? Why are you asking so many pointless questions? Are you going to listen or not? Oh, sorry, with all due respect, Mr. Lin, if you don't tell me the reason, I might not take off this device I'm wearing. It's just too comfortable. Tony, do as he says. Just then, Howard's voice rang out again from Lin Fei's phone, and Tony's expression instantly turned awkward. Looking at Tony's reaction, Lin Fei couldn't help but let out a cold, knowing chuckle. Dealing with you is easier than I thought. If you won't listen to me, I'll just get your father to handle you. It's just like back in school. Whenever something happened, the teacher would always say, go call your parents. Lin Fei felt this trick was always effective. Sure enough, he watched Tony obediently remove the device, then pick up the reactor that had been sitting on the table. This was a keepsake specially made for Tony by Potts, and inside was the old-fashioned arc reactor. Tony pressed it to his chest. Looking at Lin Fei, Tony couldn't help but voice his confusion. Mr. Lin, why exactly do you want me to do this? Does any of this have a purpose? Purpose? You'll understand soon enough. I'll come find you when the time is right. And don't worry. Just remember, I won't do anything to harm you. With that, Lin Fei took the reactor and left the room. Watching Lin Fei's retreating figure, Tony suddenly realized something and called out, Oh, Mr. Lin, the reactor I have right now only has enough power for 5 hours. If you don't bring it back within 5 hours, I might die. No need to worry. I'll be back in no more than 2 hours. With that, Lin Fei left, leaving Tony completely baffled. Good evening, Miss Potts. At that moment, the security guards at the entrance of Stark Industries saw Potts and greeted her politely. Potts smiled and returned their greetings one by one, but there was still a trace of worry on her face that she didn't share with anyone. Once inside, Potts went straight to the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor, the chairman's office, where Tony was waiting. Pepper hurried up to the top floor and made her way straight to Tony's office. The room was spacious, filled with all sorts of things, but what she was looking for wasn't here. She headed to the far end, behind the bookshelves. With a swift motion, she pressed on a spot atop the shelf. In an instant, the shelves parted, revealing a hidden door right in front of her. This was Tony's secret room, a place where he kept many things hidden away. Important materials, like sensitive client files, were naturally stored out of sight in such a concealed space. She entered the room, pushing open the door and stepping inside. In the very center of the room stood a computer, the reason for Pepper's visit tonight. She quickly powered up the computer, and the boot-up screen appeared. Within seconds, it was fully operational. Without hesitation, Pepper plugged in her USB drive and navigated directly to the computer's hard drive. Soon, she found a deeply buried folder, marked by an unassuming code. Clicking it open, she found exactly what she expected, countless client records. But then, something else caught her eye, a file labeled Iron Man. The folder bore the words Sector 64, a name that startled her. Sector 64 was one of Stark Industries' most secretive divisions, a place where no research had been conducted for years. Pepper was surprised. Was someone really trying to get a share of what Tony and Lin Fei had built? This information was precisely what Tony needed. Pepper clicked copy without a second thought, but she hadn't anticipated just how large the file was. The progress bar crawled along, and after a long wait, it had barely reached 40%. As Pepper waited anxiously, the sudden sound of a door opening sliced through the silence. Her heart jumped, and she was gripped by a rush of panic, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Looking up, she saw Stain standing in the doorway. Hi, Pepper. I didn't expect to see you back here. What a surprise. As Stain strode into the room, Pepper's mind raced. She fought to compose herself, searching for an excuse. After a tense pause, she finally managed to say, Oh, I just came by to check if Tony had left anything important behind. If there's anything he needs, I can bring it to him. After all, the board isn't allowing him to work right now. Isn't that so? Hearing Potts' words, Stain believed her and nodded with a smile. He made his way over to a nearby table, quickly spotting the fine liquor atop it. He poured himself a glass, muttering under his breath, Yes, there's nothing I can do about Tony either. It's all the board's decision. What else can I do? I just hope he'll come to his senses soon. Exactly, you're absolutely right, Potts replied, quickly picking up a newspaper from the stack of magazines and casually placing it over the flash drive. At the same time, she carefully clicked the upper right corner of the computer, and in an instant, the screen returned to its screensaver. Just then, Stain walked over to Potts and glanced at the computer. Seeing nothing unusual, he finally relaxed. When Tony first came back, do you know how happy everyone was? It was as if we'd seen a light in the darkness. All of this was thanks to you. It was you who brought him back to us. The sense of hope he gave us was truly powerful. But now I realize Tony never really came back at all. He never considered this company his home, nor did he ever think about the rest of us and our desire for prosperity. Isn't he just being selfish? Listening to Stain, Potts hurried to agree. Yes, he really is a man of many contradictions. But I still believe he'll get better. When that happens, I'm sure he'll continue Stark Industries' tradition of weapons manufacturing. Mr. Stain, please don't worry. I believe in Tony, and I believe all of us can make Stark Industries even greater. Stain looked at her, and for a moment, Potts' gaze was so resolute, there wasn't the slightest hint of hesitation. Stain was momentarily taken aback, but finally spoke. You're right, and you're a good subordinate. I trust that you'll help Tony change, little by little. Tony doesn't realize just how lucky he is. With that, Stain extended his hand. Potts promptly reached out and shook it, grateful for the gesture. Right now, Potts felt her anxiety surging. Gathering herself, she finally managed to say, I think I should be heading back now. She stood up, picked up the newspaper covering the flash drive, swiftly unplugged the drive, and with a calmness that belied her nerves, slung her bag over her shoulder. With one smooth motion, she tucked the flash drive inside her bag and quickly left. As Stain watched Potts walk away, he hesitated for a moment. Was there something odd about that newspaper? Why did Potts only take that particular paper with her? Stan suddenly stood up and walked toward Potts. Oh, is that today's newspaper? He asked. Hearing Stan's question, Potts quickly replied, Yes, it is. Would you like to have a look, Mr. Stan? Of course, I enjoy reading the news. Without further ado, Stan took the newspaper from her and glanced at it. To his surprise, there was nothing unusual about it. For a moment, Stan was puzzled. As he watched Potts slowly walk away, he couldn't help but wonder what exactly she had come here to do. No matter how he tried, he just couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Stan hurried back to his computer. When he turned it on, he was met with the message "Copy complete" on the screen. Instantly, everything became clear. Stan slapped his forehead in frustration. He couldn't believe it. His secret had been exposed. Downstairs, at that very moment, Potts spotted someone sitting off to the side. It was Agent Coulson, seated quietly in a chair. The moment she saw him, Potts walked straight over. Coulson looked at Potts, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Miss Potts, why are you in such a hurry? Oh, and by the way, you haven't forgotten our appointment, have you? Of course not. Let's go now. Please, come with me. Coulson felt a bit bewildered by her urgency. He wanted to ask what was going on with Potts and why she seemed so anxious, but instead, he simply stood up and followed closely behind her as they made their way outside. Neither of them noticed. Up on the glass railing above, Stan stood watching Potts as she left, his gaze filled with an indescribable emotion. Zone 64, right within Stark Industries. Stan arrived quickly. Inside, everything was running as usual. Dozens of researchers sat at their stations, diligently at work. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening caught their attention, and Stan entered. The lead researcher immediately stood up. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Stan. Honestly, your request is simply too much for us. We just can't find a way to power an iron armor suit. Impossible? Now you tell me it's impossible? When I assigned you this task, why didn't you speak up then? And now, at this critical moment, you're telling me you can't do it? Stan gripped the man's shoulder, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He hadn't expected this man to start shirking responsibility at such a critical moment. Now that all of his plans had been exposed, there was simply no time left for further delays. He had come here today expecting to see everything completed, every detail studied and perfected, yet nothing had even begun. Oh, Mr. Stan, we simply don't have the technology. Our skills are nowhere near what's needed for this. Technology, you say? Stan seized the researcher by the shoulder, pointing toward the massive reactor before them. This thing is right here in front of you. All I need is for you to make it small enough to fit inside that armor. Is that really so impossible? Sir, I'm sorry, but it's just not possible. Something this large contains an enormous amount of energy. How could we ever hope to shrink it down? Crack. In an instant, Stan turned and slapped the man hard across the face. The researcher stumbled aside, his steps faltering, his face drained of color and panic overtaking him. Stan glared at him, shouting, Tony managed to do it. Why can't you? He built it inside a cave, on his own. How'd he pull it off? What am I even paying all of you for if you're so useless? I'm sorry, Mr. Stan. I truly am. I apologize. The researcher could only stare at Stan, at a complete loss. He was overwhelmed with anxiety, unable to comprehend how Stan could expect him to accomplish something like this. The task was simply too daunting. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stan, but I'm not Tony Stark. Worthless." With a cold snort of disgust, Stan turned on his heel and strode away. Time trickled by, minute after minute. At last, an hour later, over at Tony's residence, Tony had just completed his latest research project. Making his way upstairs to relax, he grabbed a bottle of cola and sank onto the sofa. Just then, his phone began to ring. Hearing the ringtone, Tony glanced over and saw that the caller was Pepper Potts. He frowned in confusion. Why would Pepper be calling him at this hour? Had she run into some kind of problem? As he pondered this, Tony reached for the phone, ready to answer, but suddenly, a wave of numbness swept through his body. A piercing sound echoed in his ears. Tony's entire body shuddered, his strength draining away in an instant. In that split second, he realized exactly what was happening. This was the very device he had once studied. But how could it be here now? Feeling someone supporting him from behind and helping him onto the sofa, Tony was filled with deep regret. Who could be behind such a terrifying act against him? The very thought was chilling. Yet in this moment, Tony had no strength left to stand. "Relax, my friend. Relax, my child." At last, the person behind him spoke. In an instant, Tony recognized the voice. It was Stain. But why would Stain do something like this to him? "Do you remember this device?" Stain looked at Tony's shocked expression as he placed the contraption beside him, giving a little shake. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction. "Unfortunately, I couldn't get official approval for it. It only causes temporary paralysis, just 15 minutes, but that's plenty. Sometimes it really comes in handy." As he spoke, Stain stepped right up to Tony, squeezing Tony's face with a twisted pride. "Tony, I was the one who ordered them to eliminate you. Those soldiers you ran into over in the central wing. But they failed, didn't they? Or, to be more precise, they were completely outmatched." With that, Stain moved to the side, where at some point he had placed a file box. From inside, he pulled out another device, a round one. "I used to have my doubts, always afraid you'd stand in the way of my ambitions to rule the world. But now, nothing you say matters anymore. Soon, you won't have the strength to oppose me at all." Holding the device, Stain approached Tony and pressed it against his chest. In an instant, mechanical claws shot out, locking onto the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. With a swift yank, Stain wrenched the reactor free. The blue-white glow of Tony's arc reactor was torn from his body. Stain looked Tony straight in the eye, saying, "This was your last reactor. Now, what do you possibly have left to fight me with? Frankly, I don't think it'll be long before your blood flows the wrong way and you die." A muffled gasp escaped Tony. As the reactor was ripped out, Tony instantly felt as if his blood had frozen inside his veins. The shrapnel lodged in his chest had always been held at bay by the reactor. Without it, he couldn't survive. And now, the person taking it away was his closest friend. Did you really think that just because you invented something, it would always belong to you? A harsh, metallic snap rang out. With a faint click, Stain yanked the reactor out completely, leaving Tony's face drained of color in an instant. His eyes were wide with disbelief as he stared at Stain, rendered speechless. Not that he could have spoken at all in his current state. Gazing at the gleaming reactor, Stain couldn't help but marvel. "Oh my, just look at this, what a beautiful piece of work. This will be my very first step toward conquering the world. This is your last reactor, Tony. It's all you have left, and soon, even that will be gone. Do you think this marvel could be the heart of a new generation of weapons? Oh, I have no doubt about it. I believe in your research. I believe in your genius. What you've created will open a whole new world for everyone. How I wish you could witness the day I rule the world. But I'm afraid, Tony, you won't live to see it. Oh, by the way, there's something I forgot to mention." Stain placed the reactor into a briefcase. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. He turned back to Tony. "I've also acquired a prototype, the very one you built back then. Of course, mine's a bit more aggressive, a real giant. Oh, and about Potts. Honestly, I never imagined you'd send her into your office to steal those files. You really are reckless. I was actually planning to spare her. She was innocent, but now, that's impossible. Potts's fate won't be ordinary. Trust me, I'll make sure she goes quickly, without pain." For a moment, Tony watched helplessly as Stain walked away. He felt utterly powerless, never expecting that, at this critical moment, his friend would betray him. Tony was overwhelmed by a sense of utter failure. Right then, Tony heard footsteps approaching. He rolled his eyes to look, and sure enough, Lin Fei was coming down the stairs, holding Tony's latest reactor, far more advanced than the one Stain had just taken. Looking at Tony, Lin Fei broke into a grin. "Hey buddy, what do you think now? Do you believe me yet? Everything I've done is for your own good. All you have to do is trust that, right?" Hearing this, Tony's eyes filled with bitterness. He couldn't even speak anymore. He never imagined that everything Lin Fei had said would actually come true. From the very beginning, when Lin Fei told him that Stan would become his enemy, Tony had harbored some prejudice against Lin Fei. He simply couldn't imagine why his friend Stan would ever turn against him. Such a thing was absolutely unimaginable for Tony. But now it had really happened. At the same time, Tony couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Relief that Lin Fei had replaced his latest reactor beforehand. For a moment, Tony felt truly fortunate. It was all so incredible. Lin Fei stepped in front of Tony and glanced at the circular device on Tony's chest, then looked down at his own hand. Damn, I can't believe I forgot about this. Why didn't iPods come back? By now, she must have been taken away by Agent Coulson, and her goal is to get to Sector 64, find Stan's project, and destroy it. Well, never mind. Don't look at me like that. Even if I can't help you directly, I can always offer something else. Don't forget, I still have the device. With that, Lin Fei made a swift gesture, and a mechanical arm appeared in his hand. The arm was compact and agile. Lin Fei clamped it onto the reactor's interface and plugged it right in, pressing it firmly onto Tony's chest. Instantly, Tony's color began to return, and his strength started to come back as well. Pulling out a can of Tsingdao beer, Lin Fei handed it to Tony with a smile. So how do you feel now? Any thoughts? I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I think that's the first thing I want to say right now. Seeing the genuine sincerity in Tony's eyes, Lin Fei could only smile wryly. Forget it. You don't have to apologize. Everything I've done has been for you. I'm good. I just hope you can learn something from all this. And don't worry, I will never deceive you. Everything I do for you is to help you grow stronger. Yes, Mr. Lin. Maybe I didn't understand before, but now I truly believe you. You really haven't lied to me. What reason would I have to lie to you? What could I possibly gain? Drink this beer. It should help you recover some strength. With that, they both downed their beers in one go. Tony finally felt energy returning to his body. Looking at Lin Fei, Tony, for the very first time, asked on his own initiative, Mr. Lin, what should I do now? What should you do? Let me explain what's happening right now. Potts and Agent Coulson are on their way to Sector 64, because Stain is over there assembling his own Iron Legion. But at this point, he can only operate a single suit, since he doesn't have more arc reactors. He needs to get his hands on yours to test its performance, and only then will he begin mass production using your design. As for Rhodey, I bet Potts will call him soon, asking him to come find you and help you out. That should happen in just a few minutes. In this situation, Stain and Potts will become adversaries, so I'm sure you understand what needs to be done. Sector 64. Huh? Alright, I'll head over there now. Mr. Lin, will you come and help me? Of course I will. You'll need my help. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle Stain. At the very least, if you do manage to take him on, you'll pay a heavy price. Oh, heavens, the brute he's built is truly terrifying, easily twice my height. And you know, I'm not exactly short myself, am I? As Lin Fei suddenly asked this question, Tony found himself momentarily at a loss. After a long pause, he managed a wry smile. Mr. Lin, I really admire you. Even at a time like this, you can keep your spirits up. As for me, my heart's already suffering more than I can say. Lin Fei chuckled. Oh, come now. There's nothing strange about it. So long as you can take a step back and see the bigger picture and know how to respond, every problem has its solution, doesn't it? All right, go suit up. I'll wait for you outside. Okay. Tony, where are you? Tony, can you hear me? Are you all right? Just then, Tony finished donning his suit of armor. Lin Fei stood at his side, watching him, when suddenly a shout rang out, catching both men's attention. It was Rhodey's voice. Hearing it, Lin Yunfei turned and, sure enough, saw Rhodey coming down from above. As he reached them, Rhodey caught sight of Tony in his armor and couldn't hide his astonishment. Oh my god, is this the thing you built? That's incredible. Rhodey, this isn't the time for that. We need to hurry and rescue Potts. She's in danger. There's trouble already at Sector 64. You're right. Potts called to warn me that Stain might be coming after you, so I rushed over as fast as I could. Thank goodness you're okay. What a relief. Hey, Rhodey, long time no see. We should get going now. We have to hurry over to District 64. Stan's about to step out in his big suit and cause havoc in the world. Oh, all right, Mr. Lin. Let's go quickly then. Rhodey had felt a bit awkward around Lin Fei before, unsure how to face him since he'd once slapped Lin Fei in the face. But now, seeing that Lin Fei didn't seem to hold any grudges, Rhodey finally felt at ease. But suddenly, Rhodey snapped back to reality. He watched as Tony was already airborne, soaring outwards, and couldn't help but ask in confusion, how are we supposed to get there? It takes at least half an hour from here to District 64, and we can't fly. Who says we can't fly? With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei summoned his invincible food truck right in front of Rhodey. Without a second thought, Lin Fei hopped in, rolled down the window, and called out, Buddy, get in. What? Mr. Lin, you mean we're driving there? Your car can't be that fast, right? Why not take mine? How about a sports car? It'll be quicker. Just hop in, and you'll see soon enough which one's faster. All right. Rhodey shook his head helplessly at Lin Fei's words, then got into the passenger seat. The moment he sat down, Lin Fei started the engine, and the car shot forward like an arrow released. From a bow, the sudden acceleration slammed Rhodey back in his seat, leaving him utterly stunned. What on earth was happening to him? Why did he keep running into so many bizarre things? What shocked Rhodey even more was that Lin Fei's car burst out of the underground parking lot, and as soon as they emerged, the car transformed before his eyes, turning into a fighter jet that soared into the sky in an instant. Whoa, Mr. Lin, what is this thing? This is insane. How'd you pull this off? Ever heard of Transformers? Transformers? What's that? Never mind. It's too complicated to explain. Let's go. District 64, here we come. Oh, right. I forgot to ask Tony where exactly District 64 is. Lin Fei chuckled awkwardly, realizing just how foolish he must look. He'd made all these plans to head for District 64, but had completely forgotten to ask where it was. He couldn't help but question his own intelligence. Just then, Rhodey quickly spoke up. Mr. Lin, I know where it is. I'll guide you. We just need to keep going straight for 30 kilometers, and we'll be at District 64. All right, as long as you're headed in the right direction, that's all that matters. Let's move out. In an instant, the jet fighter surged to full speed, racing ahead with a velocity that now surpassed the speed of sound. Halfway through their journey, Lin Fei suddenly raised his hand. Out of nowhere, a parachute pack appeared in his grip. He turned to Rhodey with a smile. Here, Rhodey, strap this on your back. You're going to need it soon. Huh? Why? Aren't we going to land the plane? Land? Who said you'd have time for that? Just put on. You'll see what I mean soon enough. Meanwhile, Potts and her group had arrived at Zone 64. She pulled out her identification card and used it to unlock the door. As everyone stepped inside, Agent Coulson waved his hand, prompting the others to draw their weapons. Over here. Stain's just over here, right there. Potts called out, pointing toward a yellow door marked with a number 64. She hurried over and swiped her card, only to find that the door didn't respond at all. It was completely locked. Oh no, they've already revoked my access, she exclaimed. Agent Coulson just shrugged indifferently. He reached in his coat and pulled out a small black device, walking up to the door and attaching it firmly. Potts, puzzled, asked, What is that? Are you really going to open the door with that thing? Of course. Please, step back a little, Coulson replied. Hearing him, Potts quickly retreated and took cover behind the others. A deafening explosion followed, startling Potts to the core. But the result was undeniable. When she turned around, the door had been blasted open. Unbeknownst to them, inside the room, Stain had just installed an arc reactor into a massive iron suit and was in the midst of testing it. The boom sent a shudder through the room, and Stain spun around, a sense of dread gripping his heart. Someone was here. Without hesitation, he strode toward the suit. With the door now open, Potts and the others rushed inside. Their eyes widened at the sight of the rows of iron suits. Potts couldn't hide her shock. Oh my God, Stain really was working on something like this. It's terrifying. Yes, it looks like you were right. He's been building armor all along, Agent Coulson remarked, equally astonished at the scene before him. At this moment, Potts hurriedly spoke up. Looks like this one's even bigger. Guys, we're out of time. Quick, we have a fine Stan. No matter what, we must find out where he is. Suddenly, time felt like it was slipping away. Everyone sprang into action, a sense of foreboding settling in each of their hearts. People darted through Sector 64, the clinking of iron chains echoing all around as they passed. The sound sent a wave of tension through everyone, as if some deadly symphony were playing just for them. They split up, each searching for any sign of Stan within the sprawling sector. The place was enormous. 3 or 4 minutes went by, and still there was no trace of him. They searched as quickly as they could, and finally, Potts caught sight of a shadow in a dark corner at the end of a corridor, hidden away and sealed off by rows of heavy chains forming a makeshift gate. Potts gently parted the chains in front of her, and the instant she saw what was inside, she shouted out in alarm. There, looming before her, was a suit of iron armor forged from gleaming silver metal. Its eyes glowed with a chilling blue light, and its massive form made Potts feel like her heart had skipped a beat. Ah! With a scream, Potts turned and bolted for the exit. At that very moment, Agent Coulson and the others, noticing the disturbance, rushed over. Suddenly, it felt as though the entire ground was trembling beneath their feet. Oh my God, what on earth is that? Everyone cried out in shock. Potts burst into view, hiding behind the others just as Coulson and his team caught sight of the suit of armor, towering 2 or 3 meters tall and radiating terror. Quick, everyone, open fire, take it down. Agent Coulson, seasoned as he was, snapped to action, immediately ordering everyone to shoot. But the suit's armor was far too strong. The bullets struck the surface, sparking harmlessly with no effect. As the Iron Giant closed in, everyone felt a fresh wave of horror. In a panic, they instinctively dove aside, running for cover, forgetting, in their rush, that Potts was left behind. In an instant, the suit of armor charged straight at Potts. Potts reacted swiftly, turning and running away as fast as she could. But no matter how hard a person tries, they can never outrun a machine. It wasn't long before Potts, thrown off balance, stumbled and fell hard to the ground. As the armor loomed right in front of her, despair flooded her heart. With a harsh metallic creak, the mask of the armor swung open, revealing Stain's face staring back at her. "So it really is you, Stain?" Looking at Stain standing before her, a chill spread through Potts's heart. Tony was most likely in serious trouble right now, and here she was facing this nightmare on her own. Everything felt impossibly difficult. Seeing the terror written all over Potts's face, Stain couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh my, this is just too amusing. Do I truly enjoy watching people tremble in fear this much? It's simply delightful. What do you want from me? Why are you doing this?" Potts finally voiced the question burning inside her. Stain let out a cold, derisive laugh. "What do I want? It's simple. I want to destroy you. You've uncovered my secret, and anyone who knows. My secret must die. Soon, I'll build an army of iron soldiers and rule the world. By then, anyone who dares defy me won't stand chance." "You're insane." Potts stared at Stain for a long moment before she could utter those words. Stain was so far gone, his madness was terrifying, even to someone who had stared fear in the face before. Stain burst out laughing at Potts's words. "You're absolutely right. I am insane. So what? You have your ambitions, and I have mine. Honestly, if only Tony had listened to me, things could have turned out so much better. If we just worked with those fighters, the world would have been ours in the end. Tony could have become the most powerful man alive. No one would dare oppose him. Wouldn't he want that? Despicable. Shameless. Tony would never want something like that. You're deluding yourself." Staring at Stain, Potts closed her eyes. "Fine. Do it then. If you're so set on killing me, just get it over with." "Stop." Just then, Agent Coulson and his team arrived. Raising their guns, they fired 2 shots at Stain. "Stain, I strongly advise you not to do anything foolish. If you surrender now, we might still let you live. What are you people even worth?" Turning to look at the people behind him, Stain didn't feel the slightest urge to deal with them. These people were simply too weak. They couldn't even scratch his armor. At the same time, Stain felt a surge of gratitude for having acquired such a powerful weapon. With that thought, Stain raised his hand. Instantly, a hatch opened up on his armor, and a miniature missile emerged, launching straight toward Agent Coulson. "Everyone run!" Agent Coulson quickly grasped the danger and dove to the side, reacting with lightning speed. A deafening explosion rocked the air. By the time Agent Coulson managed to get back on his feet, he was horrified to see that more than half his team had been killed or injured. For a brief moment, his eyes burned red with fury. Driven by desperation, he raised his pistol and frantically fired at Stain. But to Stain, such an attack was nothing. He let Coulson empty an entire magazine, yet his body bore not a single scratch. He simply regarded Coulson with cold indifference. "A monster! He's a monster!" Coulson stared at Stain, his brow furrowing deeply. He had never imagined that Stain would be this powerful. To Stain, Coulson was nothing but a clown. He didn't spare him a second thought. Instead, he turned toward Pepper Potts, pulled a grenade from his suit, and prepared to hurl it at her. But at that very moment, another tremendous blast erupted behind him. Stain spun around just in time to see smoke and debris billowing in the air. As the dust settled and the smoke cleared, Stain could hardly believe his eyes. Standing confidently before him was a figure encased in red and gold armor, Tony himself. Glancing back at Agent Coulson, who had collapsed in terror 5 meters away, Tony offered a helpless smile. "Oh, Agent Coulson, I'm truly sorry for scaring you. How about after we wrap things up tonight, we sit down and talk about all those things you want to know?" Coulson, still reeling from shock, could only nod absent-mindedly, his mind unable to process anything else. If he could choose again, he would never have come here. This was beyond terrifying. Both Tony and Stain, these two were monsters. In a clash between these armored titans, who could possibly emerge victorious? "Tony, how can you still be standing? Didn't I already take your reactor? What's it on your chest now?" As Tony was chatting with Agent Coulson, Stain's voice suddenly cut through the air. Tony turned, looking in astonishment at Stain behind the mask, unable to hide his shock. His eyes were filled with frustration. Clearly, Stain couldn't figure out how Tony was still standing there, safe and sound, even though the arc reactor had already been taken from him. What's more, the device glowing on Tony's chest was unmistakably the reactor itself. But how could this be possible? Tony shot Stain a cold, mocking smile. You really thought that by taking my arc reactor, I'd be helpless? Stain, I never would have imagined this from you. We were the best of friends, and yet you choose to betray me at a moment like this. You know what I value most? Loyalty from my friends. And what I hate the most is being betrayed by them. Are you ready for the pain and punishment that comes with that? Stain quickly recovered, sneering in response. Punishment? You must be joking. What do you have to fight me with? You're just a man with a toy. Do you have any idea how powerful my armor is? You really think you could take me on? There's only one way to find out, Tony replied, his voice steady. No sooner had he spoken than Tony's fingers twitched, and blue-white arcs of light burst from his limbs. In an instant, the Iron Man suit surged forward with full force, slamming straight into Stain. Tony's hands clamped tightly around Stain's throat. The sheer impact sent Stain careening backward. Pepper Potts barely managed to dodge out of the way as the two crashed through the wall and tumbled out onto the street. After rolling several times across the pavement, Tony sprang up, angry and ready to strike. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash an energy blast at Stain. But Stain reacted just as quickly, swinging his arm up and swatting Tony away with a single, powerful blow. Tony flew through the air and crashed down onto a parked car below, crumpling it beneath the force of his landing, so hard that the car alarm didn't even have a chance to sound. Dazed and disoriented, Tony struggled to regain his senses. But before he could recover, Stain charged at him, seizing Tony and landing two brutal punches that left him even more dazed. The street had erupted into chaos. Drivers blared their horns in panic, and some scrambled out of their cars to see what could possibly be happening. No one could believe their eyes. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare, something utterly beyond belief. A piercing whistle and a thunderous crash erupted, adding to the mayhem. At that moment, Stan suddenly launched a missile at Tony. But Tony reacted swiftly, dodging the attack in a flash. As he turned his head sharply, he realized with horror that the missile had exploded right in the middle of the crowd. In an instant, countless innocent people were thrown through the air by the blast, collapsing to the ground. Stan, have you lost your mind? Those people are just civilians. You're willing to harm them just to achieve your own ends? What you're doing is nothing short of crime. A crime? Spare me your sanctimonious nonsense. All I want is to rule the world. Their lives and deaths mean nothing to me. Stan, now completely unhinged, fired another missile, aiming it straight into the heart of the crowd. Seeing this, Tony's reflexes kicked in. He hurled himself at the incoming missile. The explosion sent a powerful shockwave, tossing Tony through the air and slamming him onto the roof of a nearby car. Tony, you're such a fool. Even now, you're still thinking about saving others. If I were you, I'd have run for my life long ago. Why stay here and fight me? That's what makes us different. Tony shot to his feet, soared into the air, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Stan. Stan quickly leaped aside to dodge, and Tony gave chase. In no time, the two were locked in fierce combat, exchanging blows high above the ground. With a loud bang, Tony seized Stan in a tight hold and rocketed upward, dragging him higher and higher into the sky. Soon, they had climbed to a dizzying 3,000 meters. Stan desperately launched incendiary rounds at Tony, but Tony paid them no mind, a cold smile on his face. Stan, did you ever bother to frostproof your armor? What? Stan was thrown off by Tony's question. Suddenly, he felt his suit growing cold. Disbelieving, he glanced down to see his entire body encased in a layer of white frost, ice crystals spreading across his armor. What's happening to me? Tony let out a mocking laugh. Didn't you ever learn? The higher you go, the lower the temperature. As he spoke, Tony acted. In a flash, he drove his knee into Stan's abdomen. The force of the blow left Stan numb and paralyzed, sending him hurtling earthward. Watching Stan plummet, Tony finally let out a breath of relief. This opponent had truly been formidable. With a heavy crash, Stan slammed onto the rooftop of District 64's tallest building. Tony quickly descended, landing before Stan, whose armor was now covered in a layer of ice. Tony couldn't help but sneer at the sight. Stan, I never would have thought you'd become my enemy. But perhaps it's for the best. I can finally see your true colors. Honestly, I'm glad I know now. Oh really? Just then, Stan's voice suddenly rang out. Before Tony could react, he saw Stan swiftly lift his leg. The crystal on Stan's armor vanished in an instant, and his leg slammed hard into Tony. Stan straightened up and strode over to Tony. Tony, feeling his blood surge and churn, lay sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. Stan planted his foot squarely on Tony's chest. The crushing force wrung a muffled groan from Tony, his life hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, high above, Lin Fei's car sped toward the rooftop of District 64, where Tony and Stan were locked in confrontation. Lin Fei called out, All right, Rhodey, we're about to land. Are you ready? Mr. Lin, I'm ready, but how are we supposed to land? That's easy, isn't it? With only 500 meters left to the rooftop below, Lin Fei's mind stirred, and in that instant, the entire aircraft disappeared. What the? Feeling the biting wind whip past, Rhodey let out a startled shout. He could hardly believe what was happening. This was beyond anything he could comprehend. Hearing Rhodey's cry, Lin Fei turned and smiled. You're on your own for the landing. I have to go. Without another word, Lin Fei let gravity take over, and with a sudden whoosh, he plummeted toward the ground at breakneck speed. Mr. Lin, are you out of your mind? Seeing Lin Fei hurtle down like that, Rhodey dove after him, but Lin Fei was simply too heavy. His fall was much faster than Rhodey could manage. As Rhodey descended to within 50 meters of the rooftop and still hadn't deployed his parachute, he suddenly realized Lin Fei wasn't wearing any parachute at all. Dressed in nothing but casual clothes, there was no sign of any other gear. For a moment, Rhodey couldn't help but wonder, could Mr. Lin really be planning to use his own death as a way to threaten Stan? But the whole thing was just too bizarre to make sense. Without hesitating any longer, Rhodey pulled his parachute cord. His fall halted abruptly, catching a side wind and carrying him away from the drop. As he turned his head, Rhodey caught sight of something that left him utterly astonished. Now, let's look at Lin Fei, who was plummeting rapidly, aiming straight for Stan's steel armor. At that very moment, Stan was still bullying Tony with his heavy boots. Seeing this, Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. Stan, always picking on those weaker than himself. What's so impressive about being bigger? In the end, you'll just get taken down like anyone else. There was a thunderous crash. Lin Fei landed hard on top of Stan, the force of the impact slamming Stan straight to the ground. He toppled face first, sprawled out, and too stunned to recover immediately. Tony, witnessing this sudden turn of events, reacted quickly. He scrambled aside, gasping for air in ragged breaths, the pain clear on his face. What on earth had he just been through? Mr. Lin, I never expected you'd come to save me. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei let out a cold chuckle. Isn't that the most natural thing to do? Otherwise, what would be the point of me sticking by your side all this time? Tony could only give a bitter smile in response, not saying anything more. He glanced at Stan, who was still sprawled on the ground, and scoffed. Mr. Lin, what do we do now? I have to admit, this Stan is more than I can handle. What did I tell you before? Lin Fei shook his head, exasperated. I warned you. This was your greatest enemy, but you just wouldn't listen. Can you really blame me for that? With a sigh, Lin Fei stepped in front of Stan. Seeing Stan was still struggling to recover, Lin Fei grabbed him by the ankle and, with a sudden burst of strength, hoisted him into the air. My God, Mr. Lin, Stan's armor must weigh at least a ton. How on earth are you doing that? Is it really that hard? Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. His hands tightened, and with a mighty roar from deep in his chest, he lifted Stan high overhead. The sheer force of Lin Fei's action made the ground tremble beneath his feet, cracks spidering across the surface. But Lin Fei didn't care. He gripped Stan tightly and began spinning him faster and faster, whirling him around like a blazing wheel. Tonight is the night of your destruction. Off you go. With a shout, Lin Fei hurled Stan through the air, sending him crashing to the ground. Struggling to his feet, Tony fought his way to the edge of the rooftop. He stared in disbelief at Stan, who now lay sprawled on the ground more than 30 meters below. Tony flipped up his faceplate, his astonishment written all over his face. Mr. Lin, how did you do that? This is unbelievable. Without a bit of strength, how could I ever be your Mr. Lin? Patting his own hands, Lin Fei suddenly felt a chill run through him. Get ready for battle, he told himself. Calm down for now. There's no way Stan would die from just a wound like that. His fighting prowess is leagues above yours. Of course I know that. I'm just trying to regain my strength right now, Mr. Lin. By the way, do you have anything to eat? I think if I have a bite, I'll recover even more quickly. Are you a bottomless pit or what? Lin Fei looked at Tony, exasperated. How could this guy always be thinking about food? Was everything he made really that delicious? With a resigned sigh, Lin Fei took out a roast duck and handed it to Tony. Tony didn't stand on ceremony. He slipped off one glove and started eating right away, not bothering whether his hands were greasy or not. 3 minutes later, after Tony had devoured 2 duck legs, Lin Fei suddenly said, All right, enough chatter. Stan is getting back up. What? That fast? But I haven't finished eating. Quick, Mr. Lin, hand me a can of beer. I think I'm choking a bit. Are you a pig or something? Listening to Tony, Lin Fei could only shake his head in helplessness. Day after day, he felt like he was playing both father and mother, having to look after everything. With that thought, Lin Fei hurriedly pulled out a can of Tsingdao beer and passed it to Tony, who popped it open and chugged it down. Suddenly, The sharp sound of something slicing through the air broke the moment. Both men heard it at once, and looking up, they saw Stan charging straight at Tony, his fist drawn back, every ounce of his power packed into the incoming blow. As the fist came flying, Tony dodged swiftly, leaping to the side. In the process, the roast duck in his hands went sailing, straight into Stan's face. The duck hit Stan squarely, smearing grease all over his mask. In an instant, Stan's fury erupted. "Tony, right now, all I want is to see you dead. You've interfered with me again and again. And you Lin Fei, is it? I never thought you'd stoop so low as to join Stan in ganging up on me. But it's a pity, today all that awaits you is death." "Death, my ass." Hearing Stan's words, Lin Fei was instantly fired up. In a flash, he vanished from where he stood. At the same time, he swung his right leg up high, channeling all his strength into the kick. In that split second, there was a resounding clang. A sudden, agonized scream burst from Lin Fei. He staggered backward and collapsed on the ground, clutching his foot. The pain was excruciating. Why on earth had he risked his own body trying to damage Stan's armor? That thing was just too tough. Lin Fei was at a loss. He'd originally assumed that Stan hadn't made any real breakthroughs, but now it was clear he'd been completely mistaken. Stan's defensive capabilities were far beyond what he'd imagined. "Mr. Lin, are you all right?" Tony couldn't help but worry when he saw Lin Fei sitting on the ground. He hurried over to check on him. Lin Fei waved a hand dismissively. "Ahem, it's nothing. I'm fine," he replied, though his eyes lingered on Stan with exasperation. How could that armor be so impossibly hard? By now, his own body strength was enhanced to 8 times that of an ordinary person, far surpassing even Captain America. Yet against Stan, he still found himself at a loss. Cautiously, Lin Fei turned to Tony. "Tony, what do you think we should do now?" "Mr. Lin, from what I can tell, the material used in Stan's armor must be one of the hardest substances, something that only comes from," Tony began. Lin Fei cut him off before he could finish. "Stop. Spare me the technical details. I'm asking what we should do, not how Stan built his suit. I couldn't care less about the process. I just want to destroy it." "Oh, all right," Tony replied, looking a little hurt by Lin Fei's bluntness. After a moment, he glanced at Stan and continued. "Mr. Lin, I have 2 ideas. We can either try burning him with fire or freezing him with ice." For crying out loud, Tony, you could have mentioned that sooner. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. With a thought, a flamethrower materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he ignited it and sent a fierce stream of fire roaring towards Stan. "Wait, Lin Fei, where did you get that thing?" "Oh my God," Tony exclaimed. As the scorching flames erupted from Lin Fei's flamethrower, Stan immediately rocketed into the air, fleeing the scene at high speed. His suit wasn't insulated against heat, so the sight of the flamethrower filled Stan with dread. He worried that the fire might reach him inside the armor. The armor itself wouldn't melt, but he was still inside it. A cold smirk played on Lin Fei's lips as he watched Stan soar into the sky. "Do you really think I can't hit you just because you're airborne? Unless you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, you'd best be ready to receive my highest salute right here." In the blink of an eye, the flamethrower in Lin Fei's hand vanished, replaced by a rocket launcher. Without hesitation, he took aim and instantly pulled the trigger, firing at Stan in the sky. With a sharp whoosh, the rocket soared through the air. The tremendous recoil nearly knocked Lin Fei off his feet, but his attention remained fixed on Stan above. However, Lin Fei had forgotten that Stan could move freely in the air. As the rocket homed in, Stan reacted swiftly, darting sideways with ease and narrowly evading the warhead. "Damn it, Tony, shoot that rocket down. If it lands in the crowd, it'll be a catastrophe," Lin Fei shouted. Hearing this, Tony quickly grasped the consequences. Without a moment's delay, Tony raised his arm and unleashed a blast of energy. It struck the rocket midair, igniting it in a brilliant flare. The burning debris drifted down, but by the time it reached the ground, the rocket's threat had been extinguished. At that, Lin Fei stowed away his launcher, frowning. "Stan is truly cunning. If fire won't work on him, then I suppose freezing him would be useless as well." "Not entirely, Mr. Lin," Tony replied. Lin Fei looked puzzled. "Tony, what do you mean by that? Can you just explain it all at once? I'm really not following." "Oh right," Tony responded hastily. "Mr. Lin, remember? The reactor I built doesn't have much energy stored. At most, it can power normal operations for 5 hours. Now with Stan using up energy so recklessly, if he keeps flying around for another 10 minutes, he'll crash down to the ground. By then, he won't even be able to stand. After that, we can use a third method." "A third method? Are you kidding me? If there's a third way, why didn't you say so sooner?" "I just forgot," Tony answered, a bit embarrassed. "Don't forget, Stan's armor is still made of metal. Its defense might be impressive, but it's still conductive. That's the point. Damn, I can't believe I overlooked that. So if we keep Stan in the air for 10 minutes, this fight is as good as won. Exactly. The real question is how we keep him airborne for that long. That's not exactly easy for us, is it? That's nothing difficult. Watch me. With those words, Lin Fei pulled something out. A Gatling gun appeared in his hands. Gazing up at Stan in the sky, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Mr. Lin, how do you have one of those too? Where on earth do you keep all this stuff? Don't tell me you're hiding it behind your back. Get lost. Hearing Tony's comment, Lin Fei's face darkened. Damn it, Tony could still crack jokes at a time like this? Was his heart really that big? Lin Fei looked up at Stan in the air and waved his hand dismissively. Stan, I hope you can dodge my bullets, but just so you know, I'm loaded with armor-piercing rounds. No matter how tough your suit is, I don't believe it'll survive a dozen shots from this. With that, Lin Fei raised the Gatling gun and opened fire at the sky. Stan, upon hearing Lin Fei's words, froze for a split second. But he quickly snapped back to his senses and tried to dart away. In Stan's mind, as long as he could dodge Lin Fei's attack, he'd be fine. So why not just evade? Mr. Lin, he's getting away. Tony called out. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. If he's running, why can't you stop him? Here, take one for yourself. As he spoke, Lin Fei tossed another Gatling gun, which sailed through the air and landed heavily in Tony's hands. Tony was briefly stunned as he looked at the hefty weapon. Mr. Lin, I'm honestly curious now. Where are you hiding all this? It's just unbelievable. You're seriously still worried about that right now? Lin Fei nearly lost his temper, seeing Tony's reaction. Just hurry and stop him. Don't forget our plan. All right. I'll block him now. Tony quickly lifted his own Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets skyward. Just as Stan tried to escape, he was forced to halt, a hail of bullets raining down in front of him. At that moment, Stan hovered in midair, staring down at Lin Fei and shouting, Lin Fei, do you really want to go against me? Do you have any idea what the consequences will be? Hearing Stan's words, Lin Fei could only shake his head. Consequences? I couldn't care less about consequences. Right now, your biggest problem is whether you can dodge my bullets. Stop lecturing me about consequences. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Stan moved swiftly, for he could see Lin Fei's bullets were about to hit him. In midair, Stan dodged frantically, weaving back and forth. Each time he tried to flee, Tony would respond instantly, blocking off any escape route. For a while, Stan was forced to keep flying through the air, unable to find any path or opportunity to escape. What Stan pinned his hopes on was that, fierce as the Gatling guns were, they would eventually run out of bullets. Yet, just when he finally waited for that moment, he saw Lin Fei's Gatling gun suddenly vanish from his hands, only to be replaced by another, fully loaded. The same thing happened with Tony. As soon as the bullets ran out, Lin Fei would slap the gun, it would disappear, and a fresh Gatling would appear in its place. Stan was nearly driven to tears. How could they bully him like this? This was just too much, far beyond unfair. At last, after only 8 minutes had passed, Tony suddenly noticed the light in the reactor on Stan's chest dimming. He immediately called out, Mr. Lin, Stan's out of power. We can stop now. I'm sure he'll lose flight control soon and come crashing down. All right, in that case, let's wrap this up, Lin Fei replied. With that, Lin Fei put away his own Gatling gun and gave a firm slap to the one in Tony's hands. In an instant, both men were empty-handed. Still, Stan, out of habit, kept dodging in the air until he suddenly realized the gunfire around him had ceased. Sensing that something had changed, Stan quickly caught on. He turned and saw that neither of his opponents had any weapons left. They were completely disarmed. Bursting into laughter, he gloated. Huh, what now? You're out of weapons, aren't you? I can't believe you kept this up for so long, but in the end, you still can't beat me. Now, isn't it time you admitted that I'm the strongest? For you both, there's only one outcome left, death. Hearing Stan's words, Lin Fei's eyes darted about, and he quickly caught on to the situation. Turning to Tony, he shouted, Tony, run. We're out of options. We can't fight him anymore. He's just too powerful. Tony echoed, in surprise. Tony was taken aback by Lin Fei's words. The two of them hadn't even broken a sweat. How could they possibly lose to Stan now? Just as he was about to speak up, he noticed Lin Fei winking and making faces at him. Seeing Lin Fei's expression, Tony instantly understood. Lin Fei was playing a trick, trying to lure Stan down. Suddenly, Tony snapped to attention and hurriedly collapsed onto the ground, looking at Lin Fei in pain and crying out, Mr. Lin, I can't go on. I've just suffered internal injuries, and now I can't move at all. You have to run. Don't let Stan catch you. Remember to avenge me in the future. What the? Seeing Tony's theatrics, even Lin Fei was left speechless. Tony was a natural-born actor. Lin Fei hadn't expected a drama king to emerge on the spot. With his flair for performance, Wouldn't it be a shame if he didn't star in an Iron Man biopic? But Lin Fei quickly caught on. He dashed over to Tony's side, grabbed his arm, and shouted, "No, I can't leave you behind. Hurry, I'll carry you on my back. We'll escape together." "No, Mr. Lin, if you carry me, you won't be able to run fast enough. Stan is too strong. We have to split up. Leave me here. He's after me, not you." "No." Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei let out a heart-wrenching cry, so intense it seemed the very heavens would shake. His eyes were filled with anguish and deep reluctance. Meanwhile, high above, Stan watched their emotional display and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looking down at them, he said, "I never expected you two could muster such genuine feelings at a time like this. Honestly, you surprised me. Knowing how powerful I am, you still refuse to run. You're both truly foolish. In that case, you can both die together." With that, Stan flew to a spot about 5 meters above them, swiftly raising his hands. In his palms, a powerful surge of energy began to build. Seeing this, Lin Fei froze for a moment, then turned to Tony and asked, "Didn't you say Stan was out of energy? How is he still gathering power?" "Mr. Lin, trust me. He's barely got any energy left. He won't be able to pull it off. Let's count down from 5 together if you don't believe me." "All right, I trust you." So Lin Fei actually began the countdown in earnest. 5, 4, 3. But before he could reach 2, Lin Fei suddenly saw the reactor in Stan's chest flicker and go completely dark, not a single glimmer left. At that moment, Stan let out a wild shout as his body spun out of control and plummeted from the sky, headed straight for Lin Fei and Tony below. "What the? You sneaky little devil!" Lin Fei yelled, shoving Tony aside while quickly leaping back himself. With a thunderous crash, Stan slammed onto the rooftop, making the entire surface tremble from the impact. "This thing of his is really troublesome," Lin Fei muttered as he approached Stan. By now, Stan was completely immobilized. After all, with such a massive suit, without an energy supply, it would be impossible for any human to move it by sheer force. At that moment, Stan cried out in shock, his voice strained with disbelief. "What? What did you do to me? Why can't I move at all? What's happening?" Catching the surprise in Stan's tone, Tony couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He stepped forward, flipped open his own mask, and leaned over to look Stan in the eye. Without hesitation, Tony struck out with his palm, launching a burst of energy at Stan's helmet. The mask shattered instantly under the blow. Deprived of its energy connection, the armor now seemed utterly fragile. Stan's face was scraped in the process, but he paid no heed to the blood trickling down. Instead, he stared at Tony in terror, a deep fear washing over him. "Tony, are you really going to do this to me? Have you forgotten everything we've been through together? I'm your uncle, you know. Your father and I were the closest of friends. You still have the nerve to call yourself my uncle?" Tony's anger, which had been simmering, now erupted at Stan's words. Without warning, he stomped down hard on Stan's chest. The armor groaned and creaked under the pressure. Tony sneered down at him. "If you truly remember you're my uncle, then how could you try to destroy your own nephew, to leave me stranded in the sky? Did you ever think about what we meant to each other? Don't forget, I heard you loud and clear back there. You kept saying you wanted me dead. So what is this regret I see now?" Stan faltered, at a loss for words as he met Tony's gaze, his eyes brimming with regret. He couldn't say anything at all. It was true. He had wanted Tony dead, and now fate had trapped him in a situation where he was totally powerless. After a long silence, Stan finally voiced the question burning inside him. Staring at Tony, he asked, "What happened? At least let me die knowing the truth. I need to understand. Why can't I control the suit anymore?" "Because your reactor's been out of power for a long time." At this moment, Tony confessed honestly, "It's exactly because what you took was my discarded arc reactor. It didn't have much energy left to begin with, and with you dodging around in the sky, the energy was drained even faster. That's why you ended up in this situation. How could this be? What's really going on? You clearly knew this was a discarded reactor, so why were you still carrying it with you?" For a moment, Stan was completely baffled. He couldn't understand Tony's actions. The whole thing just felt utterly beyond belief. Hearing Stan's words, Tony let out a cold, mocking laugh. He turned his head to glance at Lin Fei and said with a smile, "It was all thanks to Mr. Lin. He told me what I really needed to do with this, and that's how I was able to pull it off." Turning to Lin Fei, Tony smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, I really have to thank you this time. If you hadn't insisted I replace the reactor, it would have been much harder to deal with Stan. I even considered tossing him into the reactor and using its explosion to finish him off." Lin Fei chuckled. "If every problem were so difficult, what use would I be? But Tony, I hope you'll listen to me more often from now on. You've got plenty more challenges ahead, and if you follow my advice, I guarantee things will go much smoother for you." Yes, Mr. Lin, Tony replied earnestly. To be honest, I didn't really trust you before, but now I trust you completely. You're incredible. You've given me hope for my life, and because of you, I have even more ideas about how to pursue my dreams. As Tony began to get sentimental, Lin Fei could only smile helplessly and said nothing more. He turned his gaze back to Stain, a cold smirk on his face. Surprised, Stain? The plan you thought was flawless was as transparent as glass to me. No one escapes my eyes, and any obstacle will be uncovered. You must be a prophet. Oh my God, I can't believe I didn't investigate your background beforehand. What a pity. I never thought I'd fall into your hands, just as I'd taken the first step toward ruling the world. Turning to look at Tony, Stain's expression suddenly softened, becoming almost pleading. Tony, I'm your uncle. Can't you let me go? For the sake of the years we've spent together, I beg you, please, spare me. Damn it. Listening to Stan at this moment, Lin Fei felt a bit bewildered. Why do villains always end up begging for mercy? For a moment, he was at a loss. People like this could never be kept around. Sooner or later, they would become a threat. At this point, Tony quietly turned his head, looked at Lin Fei, and asked, Mr. Lin, I'll let you decide what to do about this. What? Tony, are you out of your mind? Why should we let someone else decide what happens between us? This is our business, our relationship. Lin Fei is an outsider. He shouldn't get to influence your decisions. I know if you agree to let me go, Lin Fei won't say anything about it, Stan protested. All right, enough with the nonsense. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. Do you really think Tony cares about you that much? Right now, he'll do whatever I say. He trusts me completely. As for you, you're just Tony's first real enemy. It was thanks to you that he developed his resilience. I hope this will help him achieve even greater things in the future. In a way, maybe we should thank you. How does that feel? Do you feel heroic now? Nonsense. Stan's face darkened at Lin Fei's words. Fine, I admit defeat this time, Lin Fei. I just asked you to let me go. I promise I'll never cause trouble again. I just want to live an ordinary life now. Huh, now you're thinking about that? If you knew this would happen, why did you make those choices in the first place? You knew villains never come to a good end, so why did you insist on becoming one? Did you really believe you could rule the world? You were far too naive. Lin Fei could only respond with a cold laugh. Faced with someone like Stan, he truly had nothing more to say. Stan, hearing Lin Fei's words and seeing the disdain in his eyes, felt his pride being trampled. After a long silence, he finally asked, Are you really not going to let me go? Why should I? Suddenly, Lin Fei noticed a strange clattering sound coming from beneath Stan's armor. Instantly, he realized something was very wrong and shouted, Tony, get out of here, now. As he spoke, Lin Fei quickly retreated. Tony, too, snapped into action, launching himself into the air without hesitation. A thunderous explosion erupted. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very air like a bolt of lightning crashing down on flat ground. The sound exploded in everyone's ears. Hearing it, Lin Fei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He hadn't expected that in the very last instant, Stan would choose to self-destruct. Even at the brink, Stan's mind was bent on destroying both himself and Tony. How could someone like that ever truly feel remorse? Mr. Lin, are you all right? Just then, Tony descended quickly, landing beside Lin Fei. He glanced at Lin Fei, concern in his eyes. Hearing the deafening blast, Lin Fei shook his head and looked over the rooftop, now collapsed and ruined. He could only sigh and shake his head again, resignation written on his face. Stan was twisted to his core. Even in the end, his only thought was to kill the both of us. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, who knows what kind of mess we'd be in right now. You're right, Mr. Lin. If it weren't for your quick reflexes, I might not have escaped unscathed. Stan used the latest kind of bomb. You know, the materials he used are... All right, that's enough. At Tony's words, Lin Fei hurriedly raised his hand to stop him, a hint of exasperation in his voice. What's with your habit of explaining everything you know to everyone? I really don't need an info dump. I'm just here to help you succeed. Defeating your enemies is all that matters. Why are you telling me this now? Occupational hazard, I guess. Hearing Lin Fei's response, Tony could only give a helpless, rueful smile and drop the subject. At that moment, Lin Fei's mind was suddenly filled with the voice of the system. First, congratulations to the host for completing this mission. You have been awarded Super Brain, Furious Jianbing, Steady Lamb Skewers, Invincible Food Truck, Third Form, Titan Form, and Workbench. All rewards will be bound to the host when the next mission begins. Please confirm if you wish to start the next mission. Oh, hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Fei quickly came to his senses. That's right. He had nearly forgotten he'd actually finished the mission. For a moment, Lin Fei was surprised, but also delighted. At last he'd earned some new rewards. Seeing the effects of those jianbing and lamb skewers, Lin Fei could already guess what his next task would be. Naturally, it would involve helping the mighty Hulk complete his mission. With the 30-day countdown for the new mission already ticking away in his mind, Lin Fei simply chose to ignore it. Right now, he was in no rush to complete his task. There were still some things he wanted to take care of before moving on. At this moment, Tony also noticed the look on Lin Fei's face. He saw Lin Fei grinning foolishly to himself, and for a moment, Tony was completely at a loss. He had no idea what had gotten into Lin Fei, so he asked, "Mr. Lin, what's going on? Did you forget to take your medication this morning? Get out of here." Lin Fei snapped back to his senses as soon as he heard Tony's words, casting an exasperated glance at him. "You're the one who forgot your medication. I was just thinking about something, that's all. Anyway, things are wrapped up here. Let's get Stan's body cleaned up. Your lady is waiting for you downstairs, and she must be worried sick about you." "My lady," Tony echoed in confusion, not quite understanding what Lin Fei meant. Lin Fei, however, just smiled without offering any further explanation. Sure enough, just then, Pepper Potts came rushing over, hurrying to Tony's side. Seeing this, Baiching was momentarily puzzled. "Oh, Tony, are you all right? Look at all these wounds on you. What on earth happened?" Hearing the concern in Pepper's voice, Tony felt something tender stir deep within him. Suddenly, he realized his feelings for Pepper had changed somehow, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. It was a feeling too complex to put into words. Seeing the worry etched on Pepper's face, Tony quickly waved his hand. "Oh, it's nothing, I'm fine really. Don't worry. All right, as long as you're okay. I'll take care of the mess from the explosion. Tony, you should go home and get some rest. Don't worry, I'll handle everything here and make sure nothing leaks out." "Oh no, Pepper, I don't think I can leave just yet. We caused quite a commotion here, so I need to explain things to the public. Actually, could you get in touch with the press for me? I think I need to hold a press conference and tell everyone what happened." Right now, Pepper was surprised at Tony's urgency, but after a moment's thought, she understood. After all, everything that had just happened had already put the entire neighborhood on edge. It really was time to give an explanation. Seeing Tony nod in affirmation, Pepper shook her head helplessly and said, "All right then, I'll contact the journalists now. We'll hold the press conference in the main hall at headquarters." "Good." As Tony spoke, he moved, and his armor clattered to the ground in pieces. "Oh, Potts, remember to have someone take my suit back. Looks like I'll need a proper day to rest again. Honestly, every single battle leaves me in such a mess. Do you know how much effort I put into getting that piano lacquer finish on it? You should be glad you made it out alive. Why are you still fussing about the paint job?" At this point, Lin Fei came over to Tony, looking just as resigned. Seeing Tony's expression, he couldn't help but chuckle, then simply slung an arm around Tony's shoulders and walked with him. Before long, the two of them arrived at headquarters. As soon as they got there, a car pulled up quickly and stopped right in front of them. A moment later, a man got out of the car, a face both of them knew all too well. It was Rhodey. Seeing Rhodey appear before them, Tony looked genuinely surprised. "Oh, Rhodey, don't tell me you just got here. How could I have just gotten here?" Rhodey replied, clearly exasperated. He glanced at Lin Fei, and with a hint of misery in his voice said, "Mr. Lin, you really wore me out today. The wind here was just too strong. I couldn't control where I landed. I ended up 5 kilometers away. If it hadn't been for a kind soul who lent me a car, I don't think I'd have made it here by now." Lin Fei heard Rhodey's complaint and couldn't help but smile wryly. All he'd done was drop Rhodey off on the rooftop in District 64. As to where Rhodey ended up, Lin Fei genuinely had no idea, nor did he have time to care. All he'd been thinking about was getting to Tony's side to help him defeat Stain. Now that everything was finally over, he realized he'd nearly forgotten about Rhodey. "Oh, by the way, Tony, let me tell you, I really went all out to save you this time. Seeing how much I care, shouldn't you just tell the owner to give me this car as a thank you gift?" "You wish." Tony shot back. At that moment, he almost wanted to grab his suit just to give Rhodey a good smack. Rhodey really had no shame, always mooching things off him just because they were close. But what could Tony do? Rhodey was his best friend, after all. Tony could only laugh helplessly. "Forget it. If the car belongs to someone else, you should return it. I'll get you a new one myself. Won't that do?" "Perfect. That sounds great." Hearing Tony's words, a sly glimmer flashed through Rhodey's eyes, as if a scheme of his had just succeeded. Noticing Rhodey's expression, Tony finally realized what was going on. So he'd actually fallen for Rhodey's little trick. But it didn't really matter. Tony couldn't care less about such things, especially since it was for a friend. What's the harm in that, after all? With that in mind, Tony was just about to head into headquarters when Rhodey, a bit surprised, called out, "Hey man, where are you going?" Tony turned back with a puzzled look. "I'm going to hold a press conference. Something this major has happened at Stark Industries. How could I not say something to the public? Are you out of your mind?" Don't tell me you're actually planning to tell everyone about you wearing the Iron Man suit. Tony, you can't be so high-profile about this. If you do, you'll bring endless trouble upon yourself. There'll be countless people eyeing you, and that suit of yours. Trust me, the danger you'll face won't end there. Of course, I've already thought about the consequences. But if I don't do this, how am I supposed to grow? Don't you think so? Absolutely not. Rhodey immediately shot down Tony's idea. You can't look at it that way. If you do, you'll be in way too much danger. I can't just stand by and watch the whole world zero in on you. Tony, listen. To me, just say it was an attempted murder, that it was the company or someone using their own armored suits. But thanks to you, thanks to Stark Industries' powerful weapons, everything was resolved in the end. No, I can't accept that approach. Forget it. There's no need to persuade me. I know exactly what I'm doing. What? Are you going to tell me to call it a training exercise again? I've had enough of those. I really can't stand them. As Tony spoke and strode inside, Rhodey could only watch helplessly. Spotting Lin Fei nearby, he quickly went over and asked, Mr. Lin, what do you think is up with Tony? How about this? He always listens to you. Why don't you try talking some sense into him? Sorry, I can't help with this one. Lin Fei replied with a shrug. Besides, I actually hope Tony goes public with it. His identity is bound to be revealed to the world sooner or later. Why not use this chance to boost his reputation while he still can? Stark Industries has already taken a severe blow because of recent events, but if Rhodey is willing to reveal this now, I believe revival will no longer be out of reach. Mr. Lin. As Lin Fei walked into the hall at that moment, Rhodey found himself at a loss for words. What were these two really thinking? Did they not fear the desires burning in so many people's hearts? Human desire is a frightening thing. What if something unexpected happens because of this? Barely half an hour later, everyone had gathered. The press had filled the small auditorium, cameras trained on the stage, and Rhodey, stepping up in a moment of need, took on the role of host for this event. Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm honestly impressed. You all managed to get out of bed and come here so late just for this interview. Your professionalism truly commands my respect. A round of hearty laughter rippled through the room. The truth was, with such a major incident unfolding, who could even think of sleep? Getting the scoop, the first-hand reports. These were more precious than anything else. Seeing Rhodey, a reporter hurriedly asked, Mr. Rhodey, may I ask what really happened? We heard there were 2 giant metal beings fighting out there. What's the story behind this? Is this some new project from Stark Industries? But this project has already injured so many people. How do you explain that? Oh, no, you got it all wrong. Sensing the conversation heading in the wrong direction, Rhodey quickly clarified, actually, this was just a drill. Unfortunately, the robots we're testing are still in their trial phase, and because of some instability, things got out of hand. We're truly sorry for the panic caused to the surrounding community, and I can assure you our company will compensate those who were injured in this incident. Is it really just an ordinary drill? Somehow it doesn't look like one. Why were the 2 robots fighting each other instead of helping clear the area or protecting civilians? Well, their programs malfunctioned, and they started seeing each other as enemies. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. Now, everyone, let's invite Mr. Tony Stark to the stage to share his latest research results with us. Watching as Rhodey stepped down from the stage, Tony couldn't help but frown at him. He hadn't expected Rhodey to come up with an excuse for him in advance, and the excuse left him feeling a little helpless. If he didn't go along with what Rhodey had said, there was a real chance that the reporters would suspect him of lying, or worse. For a moment, Tony could only walk onto the stage with resignation. As countless camera flashes exploded around him, he felt numb to it all. All right, folks, whatever you want to ask, just go ahead. Mr. Stark, I have just one question, and I think it's something we've all been wanting to ask. That Iron Man armor, was it really the result of your research, or something else? Because, according to eyewitnesses at the scene, the big, black machine let out a shout, and it sounded like it was calling for your death. So, Mr. Stark, could you explain what actually happened? Hearing the reporter's question, Tony hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. He turned to look at Rhodey, only to see him give a silent shake of his head, signaling him not to reveal the truth. Tony understood Rhodey's concerns. If he exposed his identity, there would be all kinds of dangers waiting for him down the road. Exactly what Rhodey was trying to prevent. But as Tony thought it over, he wondered, was he really afraid of danger? Suddenly, everything became clear to Tony. He turned to face the reporters, flashed a warm, easy smile, and said, All right, everyone. I'll be honest with you. I am Iron Man. So what do you think? Cool name, right? A stunned silence was followed by an uproar. Whoa, Tony. A few nervous chuckles echoed through the room. The journalists went wild, each of them frantically raising their cameras to capture this unbelievable moment. Rhodey, on the other hand, was in a frenzy. He was shocked, thinking, why didn't you listen to me? Do you have any idea what consequences this might bring? Meanwhile, Lin Fei simply smiled, his expression calm and untroubled. He had long foreseen this outcome. In the Marvel Universe, Tony's identity was bound to come out sooner or later. And this was the moment it happened. By revealing himself as Iron Man, Tony instantly became a superhero, admired by all, and Stark Industries' potential soared to new heights. Lin Fei didn't see this as a bad thing. For Tony, it was just another ordinary occurrence. After all, Tony had always been that flamboyant type, always talking about keeping a low profile or something else along those lines, but no one understood him better than Lin Fei. If this matter wasn't made public, Tony might actually feel stifled. As he faced the reporters, Tony delivered his final remarks. Let me tell you all what really happened. Our company's Mr. Stan struck a deal with those terrorists and sold them our weapons. It was based on information from him that I was captured by those militants. So much has happened since then. I am truly sorry. I never imagined such a traitor could exist within my own company. And over in the Central District, I developed my first Iron Man suit. It's a suit that carries the weight of time itself. It was thanks to this armor that I managed to make it back here. I'm glad to have returned, but I also regret that Stan discovered my plan. That black Iron Man armor you all saw was under Stan's control. He wanted to destroy me, to build an army of iron soldiers, and to use them to dominate the world. But I stepped in just in time, defeated Stan, and put an end to his dreams of conquest. Don't you all think you ought to thank me now? Seeing the stunned looks on the reporters' faces, Tony smiled, satisfied that he'd achieved the effect he wanted. He left the stage content, walking away under Rhodey's astonished gaze. Hey Tony, are you out of your mind? You're a real madman. Why couldn't you stick to what I told you? Do you realize how much attention you'll attract by doing this? Do you know what kind of danger you're inviting? Tony just shrugged at Rhodey's words. Of course I know, but so what? I just wanted to say what was really on my mind. Now I feel so much better. Rhodey, maybe you'll never truly understand what I've been through all this time. I've kept so much bottled up inside. I need to give my company confidence again. The decline of Stark Industries is on me, and that's why I have to seize this opportunity to help it rise again. Even if countless people want to threaten me or take what I have, they'll have to prove they're strong enough first. As soon as Lin Fei waved his hand and summoned the invincible food truck, Tony hopped on without hesitation. He glanced over at Rhodey with a smile. So, buddy, how about coming over to my place? Just the two of us, having a good drink together. Rhodey shook his head. Forget it. I still have some PR mess to deal with. Honestly, I don't want to deal with a maniac like you right now. Goodbye, Tony. See you. Don't forget to drop by whenever you have time. Watching Rhodey walk away, Lin Fei couldn't help but give a wry smile. It's all right. Rhodey will come around soon enough. Of course. Once I give him a set of that Iron Man armor, he'll understand quickly. It's nothing unusual. Everyone needs a little time to accept something new, don't they? Lin Fei chuckled. You're absolutely right. I'm glad you see it that way. Well, we should head home too. After all, there's someone waiting for you at your place. Someone's waiting for me? Mr. Lin, who do you mean? Oh, that person? Telling you now wouldn't help. Better to go home and let him introduce himself. With that, Lin Fei set the destination for Tony's house. Then he went to the back, grabbed 2 cans of beer, and the two of them sat back, drinking slowly as the car drove itself, deftly weaving through traffic on its way home. An hour later, Lin Fei and Tony finally arrived at Tony's mansion. As they stepped inside and pushed open the door, a melodious singing floated from the living room. There really is someone here, Lin Fei remarked, just as he had said. Someone was indeed waiting for Tony at home. But Tony was still puzzled. Who could it be? Tony walked in and soon saw the man's face. The man was bald and wore a black eye patch, looking every bit like a pirate. There was no mistaking the air of a rogue about him. Clearly, he had lost one eye. Oh, hello there, sir. May I ask who you are, and what brings you to my home? Tony, this is Nick Fury, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't need to say more about who he is. Just like Agent Coulson, he's been here before. Only this time, it's Fury who's come. Ah, Lin Fei, Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard from Coulson about your uncanny predictions. I wasn't sure I believed it at first, but now that I've seen for myself, I do. You truly have extraordinary abilities. Hearing Fury's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle, saying nothing more. He stepped forward and, with a swift gesture, set 3 bottles of Tsingdao beer down on the coffee table. Glancing at Fury, Lin Fei grinned and asked, So, would you like one? Oh, there's even beer to drink? Wonderful. It's been ages since I last had a beer. Let me give it a try today, Fury replied, clearly delighted. Without any hesitation, Fury walked over, popped open a can, and took a deep, refreshing gulp. The cool, crisp sensation was so delightful that he couldn't help but praise it. Mr. Lin, this is really good. I never expected your beer to taste this great. Coulson told me ages ago that lots of people love your beer, but he never had the chance to try it himself. I suppose I'm tasting it on his behalf now. Why you keep bringing up Coulson? Lin Fei said, slightly exasperated. You mention him every chance you get, as if there's something going on between the two of you. Just then, Tony, not to be left out, began drinking as well. After a moment, he turned to Fury and asked, So, Mr. Fury, what brings you here to see me? Of course, I'd like to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury said. I wonder if that would interest you, Mr. Stark. Oh, Fury, I suppose I could join your S.H.I.E.L.D., but what's in it for me? As the saying goes, businessmen always seek profit. As chairman of Stark Industries, Tony viewed everything through the lens of benefit and loss. He had no interest in doing anything that didn't serve his interests. So upon hearing Fury's offer, he cut straight to the point. What's in it for him? Fury, taken aback for a moment, then smiled. There are certainly benefits. For one, if you ever run into trouble, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be there to help you out. But honestly, Mr. Stark, I prefer not to see you get into any trouble at all. Wouldn't it be better for all of us to just play by the rules? Tony thought for a moment. Help me out, huh? And what would I have to do in return? What would you do? You'd help us form the Avengers. Hearing Fury's words, Lin Fei grew a little excited. The Avengers were, in fact, starting to take shape at this very moment. Tony would be the first key member, and soon Fury would be seeking out the second, Dr. Banner. Tony, still puzzled, looked at Fury. Mr. Fury, I'm really curious now. What exactly is this Avengers thing? Actually, it's pretty simple. The Avengers is just an organization. They're responsible for the safety of the entire world. The members of this alliance go about their normal lives, but the moment there's danger, they rush out to help people in crisis, pulling them back from the brink. Of course, they won't bother you with trivial matters. Only when there's real trouble, things that regular people simply can't handle, will they call on you. Oh, so we're just a bunch of heavy lifters, huh? No, absolutely not. Fury waved his hand at Tony's words, cutting in. You'll actually get plenty of benefits, and there will be even more in the future. It's just that the Avengers haven't been officially formed yet, and I haven't had time to work out the details. So, Mr. Stark, there's really no downside for you. And if one day you decide you're no longer interested, you're free to walk away. I won't stand in your way. Of course, if you leave and then turn to the dark side, well, we might end up as enemies. Is that so? Hearing Fury's explanation, Tony fell quiet, lost in thought. He found the idea quite feasible. Having an organization to watch their backs sounded like a great thing. But suddenly a thought struck him. Maybe he should check with Mr. Lin first. After all, Tony trusted him now. Everything Lin Fei had done was for his benefit, and Tony could feel that deeply. So, at this moment, he wanted to know what Lin Fei thought and how he should respond. Just then, Lin Fei heard Tony's question and couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to Fury and said with a teasing smile, Mr. Fury, why didn't you invite me? I'm really curious. Am I not qualified enough to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Oh no, Mr. Lin, you've got it all wrong. Of course you're more than qualified to join us. A prophet like you would be a tremendous asset in our future battles. And to be honest, I'm also quite intrigued by your personal abilities. Your physical prowess is 8 times greater than an ordinary person's. That's really something I'm curious about. Oh, so you've been investigating me. Lin Fei was a little surprised by Fury's words. He'd never had a formal assessment of his physical abilities. Only his own system had told him he was over 8 times stronger than a normal person. Nobody else was supposed to know this. For Fury to figure out at this moment truly caught Lin Fei off guard. Listening to Lin Fei's words, Fury couldn't help but chuckle before speaking. Mr. Lin, don't misunderstand me. Actually, I was just analyzing the data. But I must say, I'm genuinely curious about you. For someone to be called a prophet and possess such formidable power, what have you experienced to become so strong? It's not often you find someone as charming as you with such remarkable abilities. What the heck? Hearing Fury's words, Lin Fei was completely taken aback. Why was Fury suddenly flattering him? This was unexpected. Couldn't they just have a normal conversation? Why did he have to start buttering him up out of nowhere? Honestly, this was a bit much to take in all at once. Amused by Fury's words, Lin Fei laughed and replied, Oh, Fury, I really like your way of putting things. It's great. Seriously, where else are you going to find someone as handsome and capable as me? At that moment, Tony sighed helplessly and interjected, Mr. Lin, could you maybe show a bit of humility? Get lost. Hearing Tony's comment, Lin Fei could only shake his head in exasperation. Wasn't he allowed to have a decent conversation here? Tony just had to come in and ruin his moment. Was he not good-looking? Was he not competent? When Lin Fei playfully cursed at him, Tony scratched his head, unable to argue further, though he kept his thoughts to himself. Lin Fei then turned back to Fury and said, Mr. Fury, I'm really sorry, but I can't join your Avengers. Still, you can rest assured my very existence comes with a mission to help superheroes overcome their adversaries. In that sense, you could say I'm part of S.H.I.E.L.D. too. Whenever these heroes face danger, I'll be there to help. So, Mr. Fury, you truly have nothing to worry about. Oh, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to have such a calling. That's quite a surprise, but it's wonderful news. Our mission is to let these superheroes defend world peace. And with your vision, I believe if we work together, we'll have no trouble facing any threats to the heroes in the future. Exactly, just as you said, my purpose is to make it easier for these superheroes when they confront their enemies. And that's what I've been doing. Plus, Mr. Fury, don't worry. I'll keep finding new superheroes for you, one after another. I know where to find them, and I know what challenges lie ahead for each of them. So you really have nothing to be concerned about. Really? That's wonderful, Mr. Lin. I honestly didn't expect this. At first, I was quite worried because I didn't know you well, and I had no idea how you felt about all of this. But now I'm completely at ease. Who would have thought that we both started out with the same intention, to do our best for those superheroes? Hearing Fury's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Then, as if a thought struck him, he looked at Fury and said, "Oh, Fury, if I may be frank, there are some traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. I won't say too much about this person for now. I just hope that when you have the chance, you'll keep an eye out." What? There are traitors in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fury was taken aback by Lin Fei's comment. After everything they'd been through, Fury had chosen to trust Lin Fei, and he agreed with most of what Lin Fei said. But now, hearing this, Fury couldn't help but be surprised. If there really were traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D., who could it possibly be? He quickly asked, "Mr. Lin, I really want to know who this person is so I can catch them before they cause trouble." Lin Fei shook his head. "Let's leave it for now. You don't need to know about this person just yet, because at the moment, it doesn't really matter. I can't judge the outcome so hastily. Who knows? Maybe this person will change in the future. If they do, everything might turn out differently, right? And if you eliminate them now, wouldn't that just mean losing someone with potential?" Fury was caught off guard by Lin Fei's response. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to think this way. But for him, it was actually a relief. Time ticked by, and everyone kept drinking, going through bottle after bottle of beer until the room was filled with laughter and cheerful chaos. Finally, Fury stood up and looked at Tony with a smile. "Mr. Stark, I believe we'll have a great partnership in the future. Since it's getting late, I won't keep you any longer. I'll take my leave now, but if there's ever another chance, I'll be sure to drop by again." "All right, Mr. Fury, I hope we'll have more opportunities to work together. I'm sure our future collaborations will be very enjoyable." "Of course. It'll be a pleasure, I'm sure." With that, Fury turned to Lin Fei and added, "Mr. Lin, don't forget our agreement. If you come across any superheroes, please be sure to contact me. When the time comes, I'll invite them to join our League of Affiliates. Don't worry, it won't be long now. I'd say in about half a month, that person will arrive. He's an incredibly powerful individual." "Oh, really? Well, I'm looking forward to it then. Mr. Lin, if that's the case, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." After watching Fury leave, Tony turned to Lin Fei and asked, "Mr. Lin, am I making the right choice by joining this Avengers thing?" Hearing Tony's question, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. In this world, there's no such thing as right or wrong. It's all about whether you're willing to do something or not. As long as you follow what I tell you, I believe everything will go smoothly for you. Nothing will be too difficult, right? Rest assured, I wouldn't lie to you. When the time comes, I'll help you handle whatever needs to be dealt with. In fact, there's even a battle in your future where you might lose your life. But for me, all of that can be avoided." "Oh, really? That's fantastic, Mr. Lin. I'm truly glad to have met you, and grateful for everything you've done for me. I'm so happy. I really hope we'll have a great future working together." "Of course. Don't worry, everything is under my control. All right, we should both get some rest. Tomorrow is a new day. But if I had to guess, by tomorrow morning, your front door will probably be surrounded by reporters. How you handle them is up to you." "Oh, goodness, I really don't like dealing with reporters and their questions. It gives me such a headache. There's no way around it. Every superhero's rise to fame is accompanied by endless media coverage. You'll have to get used to it." "All right. Wow, this thing is absolutely incredible." Out on a country road, Lin Fei stood in awe of the massive silver suit of armor before him. He couldn't help but marvel at it. This was a real behemoth. Just half an hour earlier, after completing Tony's task, Lin Fei had gained a wealth of new things. First of all, Lin Fei found his mind to become much sharper. He felt as if countless ideas were flooding his head, and most of them were just like what Tony had. Envisioned technological innovations of all kinds. Lin Fei realized these things could be immensely useful to him, but for now, he had no intention of actually building any of them. As for this sort of thing, Lin Fei couldn't care less. What truly occupied his mind was what he would gain next. The rampaging jianbing and the composed lamb skewers. These two items were of immense importance to him, as he believed they could help Bruce Banner complete his mission. After all, Lin Fei's own mission had already been issued, to assist Banner in defeating Abomination. This was a task that lay ahead for Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew that, for the Hulk, Abomination was presently his greatest foe. Naturally, Lin Fei felt compelled to help in overcoming such a formidable enemy. He wasn't sure what challenges awaited when the time came, but after unlocking the third form of the food truck, Lin Fei simply offered a dismissive smile. Standing before him was a giant, easily 10 meters tall, double or more the height of the Hulk, who was only about 4 or 5 meters himself. Lin Fei now felt entirely confident that he would have no trouble facing off against such an opponent. He decided to name this giant the Mega Truck. Lin Fei's confidence soared with this new form at his disposal. He was certain that, when dealing with others from now on, he could stride through any situation with ease. Most importantly, he reminded himself, this vehicle was invincible. With a single thought, a door opened beneath the Mega Truck, and Lin Fei stepped right inside. Once inside, he immediately noticed the floor beneath his feet rising steadily. In a matter of moments, he found himself in the topmost cockpit. Before him lay an array of controls and instruments, countless in number. Yet Lin Fei felt no unfamiliarity. It was as if these controls were part of his own mind. He instinctively knew the function of every button and, without hesitation, began operating the vehicle. The Mega Truck surged forward, moving rapidly ahead. What pleased Lin Fei most about the Mega Truck was how lifelike it seemed. No, it was more than lifelike. It resembled a transformer in every way. As he sped along the road, Lin Fei veered off into a nearby forest. The trees around him toppled in his wake, crashing to the ground, creating a scene of utter awe and power. This thing was far more formidable than Tony's Iron Man suit. What's more, to Lin Fei's surprise, the Mega Truck could even shrink, down to a size comparable to Iron Man himself, without any issue at all. Lin Fei wasn't too astonished by this, as he had already guessed at the principle behind these transformations. Essentially, the invincible food truck had evolved into the Mega Truck, while the small car had transformed into an Iron Man-like suit of armor. There was a clear connection between them all. Finally bringing the vehicle to a stop, Lin Fei summoned his will once again. In an instant, the massive truck transformed into an ordinary food truck. It was at this moment that Lin Fei made his way to the rear, where a workbench had appeared. He began to study it with great interest. Opening the workbench quickly, Lin Fei was taken aback by the array of information displayed before him. The system was astonishingly powerful. It offered him countless blueprints for manufacturing all sorts of items, even dangerous weapons, all fully within his capacity to create. Yet, Lin Fei found himself largely indifferent to these weapons. His body was already formidable, and with the giant vehicle at his disposal, he was confident that he could handle any monster with ease. For now, at least, he felt no need for additional weaponry. Without hesitation, Lin Fei disregarded the workbench entirely. It was, after all, something he had no intention of using, and there was no reason to dwell on it now. At this point, Lin Fei turned his attention to his current mission, to assist Banner in defeating the Abomination. Yet, Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder, where exactly was Banner? Right now, according to the records of the Marvel Universe, Banner should be on the run in Canada at this time. His purpose for heading there was to seek out his beloved Betty. Since that was the case, Lin Fei resolved to head there himself. With this in mind, Lin Fei left the lounge and stepped into the cockpit. With a mere thought, the entire vehicle shifted form, becoming a helicopter. After setting the coordinates for Canada, Lin Fei settled in for some rest, estimating that in 24 hours he would arrive. That coincidentally will be the very moment Banner sought out Betty. Once the destination was set, Lin Fei left the controls behind, ready to get some sleep. As for his future plans, Lin Fei hadn't made any elaborate preparations. He intended to simply follow the natural course of events as they unfolded. Regarding the Abomination, Lin Fei surmised that the creature had already completed its first transformation. That first transformation, as Lin Fei understood it, occurred when Betty's father obtained the super soldier serum used on Rogers years ago and injected it into Blonsky, triggering his physical change. The second transformation, however, would happen later when Mr. Blue used Banner's blood, prompting yet another dramatic evolution. For a situation like this, Lin Fei actually had a solution. Once Banner recovered, he could simply take Mr. Blue away. But the more he thought about it, the less realistic it seemed. The system's task was clearly laid out. He was supposed to deal with the Abomination. If the Abomination didn't show up, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Lin Fei wasn't willing to take that kind of risk, anxious as he was about any unexpected trouble that might crop up. Since things were like this, he would have to sacrifice Mr. Blue in order to help Banner and complete his own mission. As for Mr. Blue's fate, what lay ahead for him, Lin Fei honestly had no control over it. After all, the mission's requirements were right there in front of him. At last, a day later, Lin Fei arrived in Canada and made his way to the university. Before long, he spotted Banner, who was sitting on a bench, waiting for Betty. Betty, though, was still in class and hadn't come out yet. She was a professor at the school, teaching and guiding her students. Looking at the frail, thin figure of Banner, Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He walked up and greeted him. "Hey, good morning, Dr. Banner." "What? You know who I am?" Banner's response was quick and sharp. Let's not forget, he was on the run. The moment he heard Lin Fei, he tensed, ready to flee. He was worried Lin Fei might be one of their people. If he was caught, he knew things wouldn't end well for him. Lin Fei noticed Banner's alarm right away. He reached out, placing a steadying hand on Banner's shoulder, and chuckled, "Come on, Dr. Banner, no need to run. I mean you no harm. Why are you always trying to escape? Who are you? Who exactly are you?" Banner eyed Lin Fei warily, suspicion written all over his face. He just couldn't figure it out. Who else could possibly know him besides people from above? Lin Fei, seeing Banner's guarded look, simply smiled and extended his hand. "Relax, Dr. Banner. My name is Lin Fei. You can call me Mr. Lin. As for why I'm here, it's to help you face your final enemy. And if you let me, to help you control your transformations into the Hulk." "You're Mr. Blue?" Banner asked, caught off guard by Lin Fei's words. No, I'm not Mr. Blue. I'm Mr. Lin. Mr. Blue's skills don't even come close to mine. I'm much stronger than he is, believe me." "Mr. Lin," Banner echoed, falling into deep thought as he pondered Lin Fei's words. "I'm starting to seriously doubt whether you're really one of them. How you plan to prove it to me? Of course, let me be clear. If you try to deceive me, I'll be furious. And trust me, making me angry is never a good thing." "Oh, come on. You'll get angry? As if I haven't seen that 1,000 times before. How about this? You could just treat me as if I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D.? What on earth is that?" For a moment, Banner's eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't fathom what Lin Fei meant by this shield. Hearing Banner's question, Lin Fei could only sigh with exasperation. He honestly didn't know how to begin explaining this. It took quite a while, but Lin Fei eventually managed to make himself clear. Even so, Banner still looked at him with deep concern. He just couldn't figure out Lin Fei's true identity. After years on the run, Banner's caution was something few could truly understand. "Stop doubting me. I'm not here to trick you. Honestly, you're nothing like those people I met before. All the other so-called superheroes would just do as I said, obediently, without question. But you? Why are you so suspicious? Do I really look like a bandit to you? Other people?" Banner's confusion only deepened at Lin Fei's words. Who were these people Lin Fei kept referring to? Banner could hardly believe any of this. Lin Fei caught the doubt in Banner's voice and couldn't help but chuckle. "You don't know the others, and that's fine. Let me put it this way. I'm a prophet. I know what your future holds. Right now, you're still on the run from Betty's father, but soon you'll have to face them. And Abomination is going to be your greatest enemy. My purpose here is to help you. Afterward, I'll arrange for you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. From that point on, General Ross, Betty's father, won't be able to torment you anymore. You'll have a brand new identity." "Oh, really?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Banner was genuinely surprised, and a glimmer of hope lit up in his eyes. What he wanted most was a legitimate explanation for his identity that would give him a chance to truly move forward. He couldn't stand the thought of spending the rest of his life as a fugitive. That was a torment he never wanted to endure again. Lin Fei saw the anticipation in Banner's eyes and nodded in affirmation, reassuring him. Seeing Banner's tension finally ease, Lin Fei knew he'd managed to give him some peace of mind. "Oh look, Betty is coming out. I think you two must have a lot to talk about. So go on, head over. Of course, I should tell you, Betty has a boyfriend now. But that shouldn't bother you, because in the end, it'll still be the two of you together. Go on, hurry over. I bet you both have so much to say to each other." "Oh really? Is that true?" Banner felt a bit embarrassed when he heard Lin Fei's words. He turned his head, and sure enough, he saw Betty walking out of the academic building with a man. The man was obviously very attentive to her, and with her long hair flowing down her back, Betty looked more beautiful than ever today. For a moment, seeing Betty like this, Banner hesitated. Should he go over? Should he listen to Lin Fei? What if he didn't go? Then what would he do? "Here you go." Suddenly, Lin Fei handed him a Chinese pancake, holding it right under Banner's nose. It was the same kind Lin Fei had made earlier. Banner looked at it in surprise and asked, "Oh, Mr. Lin, what is this?" "Just eat it. It's not poison, you know. What are you afraid of? Eat it, and you'll find the courage to face Betty." "What? Is this thing really that powerful? Banner couldn't help but doubt, but then he glanced back at Betty, gritted his teeth, and took the pancake from Lin Fei's hand. Without another word, he stuffed it into his mouth and began to chew, the crisp sound filling the air. Before long, he had finished the entire pancake. There was a change in Banner's eyes, and all at once he straightened up, shoulders back, a new confidence radiating from him. Seeing Banner like this, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Well, don't you feel like you should go talk to Betty now? Absolutely. I can't wait. With that, Banner jumped to his feet and strode toward Betty in the distance. At the same time, Betty was walking with her boyfriend, when suddenly she heard someone calling her from behind. Betty. Hearing that voice, Betty was startled. She turned around and, to her complete surprise, saw the face she had kept hidden in her heart for so long. She never expected Banner to appear before her at that moment. Oh, Banner, what are you doing here? She stared at him, momentarily stunned, her mind going completely blank. She simply hadn't imagined that Banner would show up here of all places. It was more than she ever could have expected. Listening to Betty's words, the man beside her spoke up at this moment, asking, "Oh, Betty, is this person?" Hearing the man's question, Betty quickly turned around, apologetic as she replied, "Darling, can I explain this to you a bit later? Right now, I'd like to speak with him alone. Would you please give me this chance?" The man, it had to be said, was someone who knew how to show respect. When he heard Betty's words, he nodded without protest. He glanced at Banner, offered a polite smile, and then left the two of them alone. As Banner approached her, Betty suddenly reached out her hand, gently running her fingers through his hair, then softly touching his weathered cheek. For a moment, her heart ached with sorrow. "Oh, Banner, just what have you been through all these years?" "Running. All I could do was run," Banner replied. "Your father has been hunting me relentlessly, trying to capture me, to use my blood, to strengthen more soldiers. All I could do was run. Our genetic project failed, and your father never once considered letting me go." "Oh no, please don't mention my father. I haven't spoken to him in so long. I'm filled with regret over him, and yet he feels no remorse at all. How can someone like that deserve to be my father?" Hearing Betty's words, Banner was deeply moved. He smiled and said, "But now, things are different. I finally get to see you again. Betty, you have no idea how much this means to me. It's wonderful, truly wonderful, that we found our way back to each other." Moved by Banner's words, Betty gazed at him with tenderness, her eyes filled with an unspoken emotion. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. "All right, you two, shouldn't we get things back on track now?" At that moment, a voice rang out. Betty turned in confusion and saw Lin Fei standing before her. She was caught off guard. "Oh, sir, may I ask who you are? Why are you interrupting our joyful reunion?" "There will be plenty of time for reunions," Lin Fei replied. "For now, let's take care of business. If my guess is right, Betty, your father, General Ross, already has people keeping an eye on you. News of Banner's appearance has surely reached them by now. I doubt it will be long before they come for you both." "What?" Banner looked at Betty in surprise. Betty, too, was bewildered. "Oh, Banner, please believe me. I truly have no idea what's going on." Looking at Betty's sincere expression, Banner couldn't help but shake his head helplessly for a moment, then said, "Never mind. I'm used to this sort of thing by now. Even if someone is following you, what does it matter? But Betty, we really should get out of here quickly. I want to look for the evidence you mentioned before. Do you know where it is?" "Evidence? You mean the evidence? It's at my place right now." "Oh, Banner, here's what we'll do. Come home with me right away. Once we've got everything, I'll help you leave. Otherwise, if those people show up and attack you, it'll be too late." Hearing Betty's words, Banner felt a wave of emotion well up inside him. He nodded, then followed Betty toward her house. At this moment, Lin Fei stepped in as their driver, starting up his car and taking both Betty and Banner straight to her place. In all the rush, they completely forgot about Betty's boyfriend, leaving him stranded behind. In the end, Betty's boyfriend never realized she was gone and ended up being scolded by her father instead. But all of that, of course, is another story. Soon, they arrived at Betty's home. Betty produced a silver box, opened it, and took out a USB drive. "Banner, this contains all the evidence we've gathered from our years of research. Everything we have is in here." As Banner took it from her, Betty asked unsurely, "Banner, I don't know what you plan to do with this evidence. Are you going to use it for something? Or are you thinking of continuing our old research?" "No, I'm planning to give it to a man named Mr. Lon. After so many years, our research still hasn't yielded any real results. I'm honestly a little heartbroken. But Mr. Lon told me he can use this research to find a solution for my condition. He can help me resolve the problems inside my body." "Oh, this is all just so crazy," Betty exclaimed, a note of worry in her voice. "Banner, can we really trust this Mr. Lon?" "Of course we can. Don't worry. Mr. Lon doesn't know who I really am, so he doesn't have any hidden motives. That's why he's willing to help me. We can rely on someone like him. Listening to Banner's words, Lin Fei said nothing, quietly standing by. For Lin Fei, that moment would be the time to seek out Mr. Lin. Lin Fei needed that doctor, because the fierce jianbing guozi and the calming lamb skewers he possessed could help Banner shift between forms quickly. However, they couldn't restore peace to Banner's blood. What Lin Fei needed now was to return Banner's genetic makeup to its previous state, something only Mr. Lin could accomplish. Only after Banner's blood returned to its normal state could Lin Fei proceed with his next plan. At that point, those marvelous powers of fury and tranquility would truly become his greatest assets. Only then could Lin Fei fulfill his true potential. Having obtained this item, Banner couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy. This was the very thing he'd been on the run for so long to find, and now, finally, it was in his hands. Yet, in that very moment, the sudden rumble of engines echoed from outside. He rushed to the window and saw a squad of armed soldiers, weapons at the ready, charging toward Betty's residence. "Oh no, Betty, we're exposed." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Banner quickly warned Betty. Hearing Banner's words, Betty was suddenly jolted to her senses, her eyes filling with panic. "What should we do? I can't believe they found us so quickly." "Banner, you need to go. Let me hold them off. As long as you're not caught, there's still hope." "No, I won't leave. I'll protect you. I can't just stand by and watch something happen to you." Seeing the two of them so fired up, both unwilling to leave the other behind, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. "Honestly, what are you two so afraid of? If they come, just chase them off. Banner, don't forget, you're the Hulk." "The Hulk? Afraid of a few soldiers?" Banner hesitated at Lin Fei's words. Though he was the Hulk, the act of transforming was something he couldn't control. He'd never truly known how to harness such a force. At that, Lin Fei shook his head in exasperation. With a casual wave of his hand, and to the amazement of both Banner and Betty, Lin Fei's small pushcart appeared before them. "Mr. Lin, what is this thing exactly?" For a moment, Banner stared at Lin Fei's pushcart in confusion. When had he ever seen something like this? It was simply astonishing. Hearing Banner's words, Lin Fei simply smiled without saying much more. He got straight to work, and in just a minute, he had whipped up a serving of his signature Wisdom grilled cold noodles. With swift, practiced movements, he made 2 more portions, then handed one to Banner. As he did so, Lin Fei infused it with the effect of wisdom, and said to Banner, "Eat this. When you transform later, you'll retain your intellect. You won't be that mindless Hulk anymore, only driven by anger." "Really, Mr. Lin? That's honestly hard to believe," Banner replied, his voice full of skepticism. "I can hardly accept what you're saying. It all just sounds too incredible." Lin Fei could only give a helpless, wry smile. "Just eat it already. The sooner you eat, the sooner you can transform." Still half in doubt, Banner accepted the grilled noodles and began devouring them in big bites. Meanwhile, Lin Fei handed the other 2 portions to Betty and himself. Betty eyed the food warily at first, fearing Lin Fei might have ill intentions toward them. But when she saw Lin Fei eating as well, she finally relaxed and took a bite. "Come on, eat up. It's midday, you can't go without lunch." "So, Banner, how do you feel now?" Watching Banner polish off the noodles in one go, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. He could clearly see a change in Banner's eyes, a sharpness, a new intelligence lighting up his expression. Looking at Lin Fei, Banner asked in amazement, "Mr. Lin, what exactly is this stuff? That pancake you gave me earlier filled me with boundless courage. And now these grilled cold noodles have given me such clarity of mind. Problems from my previous research are suddenly unraveling right before me." "This isn't the time to dive into research," Lin Fei cut in. "Transform now, and go deal with those soldiers outside." "All right, there's someone named Blonsky out there. Remember, don't kill him. He'll be your final adversary. You need to face him yourself." "My final adversary? Mr. Lin, if he's my last enemy, why shouldn't I finish him now?" "Because I said so," Lin Fei answered firmly. "He still has a role to play for many people. We need him to make it to the end, to face you driven by his own rage. But don't worry, when the time comes to deal with him, I'll help you." Listening to Lin Fei, Banner was utterly bewildered. He couldn't quite grasp what Lin Fei was trying to say, but managed a helpless, bitter smile. "Mr. Lin, I don't think I could transform right now. I'm not angry at all." "Anger, is it? Well, in that case," suddenly, the recipe for making a Chinese pancake flashed through Lin Fei's mind. He set to work with swift, practiced movements. As soon as the pancake was done, Lin Fei purposely didn't add much filling, since Banner no longer looked particularly hungry. Could he even manage a whole one? Lin Fei figured he probably couldn't. When Banner saw Lin Fei handing the pancake over to him, he was even more bewildered. "Mr. Lin, I really can't eat right now. I don't think I can stomach anything at all. Hurry up, stop making excuses. Eat it, and you'll be able to transform. Trust me. I think it's time for you to become truly powerful. Eat it, and I'll transform? Mr. Lin, you're not joking with me, are you? I need anger to transform, not to stuff myself until I burst. At this, Banner seemed to perk up, and his mind worked quickly, catching on to what Lin Fei was implying. Lin Fei didn't bother to explain. He simply walked up to Banner, pried his mouth open, and shoved the pancake right in. Meanwhile, Betty, standing off to the side, was completely stunned by this turn of events. What on earth was happening? Wasn't this going a bit too far? Suddenly feeling a surge of sympathy, Betty pleaded, Mr. Lin, maybe we should let Banner off the hook. He really can't eat another bite. He can't eat? If he doesn't eat this pancake, we'll be facing those armed soldiers outside. Do you really want all three of us to die here? If we have a way to help him solve this, why wouldn't we take it? Hearing Lin Fei's words, both of them fell into deep thought. It was true. The soldiers outside would be upon them any moment. Lin Fei, meanwhile, was keen to test his own theory. What would happen if Banner, after eating the wisdom-filled grilled pancake and the furious Chinese pancake, transformed? What kind of person would he become? Everyone knows that Banner's intelligence drops sharply after his transformation, and that was what Lin Fei was worried about. If his intelligence were raised before the transformation, then decreased, would the outcome feel different? Everything needs to be tried. Only through practice can you know what the result will be. At that moment, Lin Fei was putting his theory to the test. Sure enough, not long after Banner finished eating the jianbing guozi, Lin Fei could clearly see that Banner was changing entirely. His body was slowly turning green, and his whole demeanor was becoming wild and furious. A deep, thunderous roar erupted from Banner's mouth at that very moment. Hearing this, Betty gasped in astonishment. Oh, what's happening? Banner has actually transformed. What in the world is going on? For a moment, Betty was utterly stunned, watching as Banner's body grew larger and larger. The confined room could no longer contain his expanding frame, and the ceiling above began to crack and collapse, sending debris tumbling down. Just then, Lin Fei, almost as if by magic, produced a large iron shield and held it protectively over both of them. The falling chunks of ceiling landed harmlessly on the shield and gradually ceased. Seeing all this, Betty turned to Lin Fei in disbelief. Mr. Lin, what on earth is happening? How did Banner suddenly turn into the Hulk? It's the effect of the jianbing guozi he just ate, Lin Fei replied calmly. Didn't I tell you? Eating it would trigger the transformation. But don't worry. Obviously, Banner hasn't lost control himself. Isn't that right, Banner? As he spoke, Lin Fei turned to look at Banner, now the Hulk. Banner's eyes were unexpectedly clear. He glanced at Lin Fei and suddenly broke into a smile. Mr. Lin, what is going on? Why is my mind so lucid now? I've never felt this way during a transformation before. Suddenly, I can actually feel what it's like to be in this form. Oh, it's absolutely incredible. I feel as if I'm overflowing with unlimited strength. Of course, Lin Fei responded with confidence. That's exactly why I'm here, to help you. Don't worry, I'm here for you today. Seeing Lin Fei's assured expression, Banner couldn't help but smile with newfound confidence himself. This surge of power filled Banner with endless self-assurance. Glancing outside, he saw a group of soldiers rushing in, and this time, instead of fear, he found himself grinning. Dealing with these soldiers now, well, it would be no trouble at all. The thought barely crossed Banner's mind before he sprang into action, striding straight for the exit. The door ahead was no obstacle for him. In fact, it was less than an afterthought. With a single, forceful blow, the entire wall gave way and crumbled. Banner burst outside, where he found soldiers rushing toward him. With one swift motion, he struck out at them. Instantly, the sheer force of his blow sent the soldiers flying through the air. They crashed to the ground, knocked out cold. With Betty's house collapsing, it was pointless for Lin Fei and his companion to remain inside any longer. The two of them quickly stepped outside and looked over at Banner, who was holding his own against the soldiers with impressive precision. For a moment, Betty stared in disbelief. Oh, Mr. Lin, is this the reason you had Banner eat that food earlier? Was it really so terrible that it made him transform? If you keep talking nonsense, I might just have to shut you up, Lin Fei muttered, exasperated. My goal was to help Banner become a stronger warrior, to give him the ability to choose for himself. And now, it seems to be working quite well. Lin Fei was genuinely satisfied with what he had achieved. Banner now seemed to possess his own wisdom, unlike before when he was more like a mindless brute. This realization pleased Lin Fei greatly. As expected, anything produced by the system was truly remarkable. Watching Banner handle the soldiers with such ease, Lin Fei shouted, Banner, head over to the garden, to the grassy field. There are too many people here. You might accidentally hurt innocents. We can't let that happen. Yes, Mr. Lin. Banner felt nothing but deep respect for Lin Fei at this moment. At first, he'd never imagined Lin Fei could be so powerful. But now, there was no more room for doubt. Lin Fei was truly formidable. Obediently, Banner did exactly as he was told. Hearing Lin Fei's command, he didn't hesitate for an instant. With a mighty leap, he bounded toward the distant field. In a single bound, Banner covered 500 meters. His strength was truly astonishing. He landed squarely in the field before the soldiers could even react. What are you all waiting for? Move. Don't let Banner escape. We can't afford to hesitate any longer. Are you waiting for him to take us all out one by one? Someone shouted. Galvanized by the call, the remaining soldiers snapped to attention and rushed toward the field where Banner had landed. They loaded there. Guns and open fire, bullets whizzing through the air. Some even hurled grenades toward Banner, determined not to let him get away. Little did they know, at this moment Banner's physical resilience far exceeded anything they could have imagined. Someone even fired a rocket directly at him, but when it struck Banner, it had absolutely no effect. Time ticked by, second after second. Lin Fei and Betty hurried over, and as they caught sight of Banner's situation, they instinctively followed behind the soldiers. The soldiers, too focused on the chaos before them, didn't even notice Lin Fei and Betty's arrival. Hurrying closer, Betty's eyes widened as she saw Banner fending off his attackers. She couldn't help but grow anxious. Mr. Lin, do you think something might happen to Banner? Don't worry, Lin Fei replied calmly. There's nothing to fear. Banner is far stronger than you imagine. Right now, he's completely unleashed. Let him enjoy this battle. Only through it can he gain a brand new experience. What I should do now is simply watch over him and step in to help at the right moment. Help him? Then why don't you go now and deal with those soldiers? Wouldn't it be better to defeat them right away? Betty pressed. That's where you don't quite understand, Lin Fei said, waving her off. Forget it, there's no point explaining. You probably wouldn't get it anyway. Though he didn't elaborate, Lin Fei's thoughts ran elsewhere. Why should a character as important as himself appear too early? Heroes are meant to show up at the critical moment, swoop in to help the side characters, and vanquish the foes in spectacular fashion. That's how true heroism shines. Luckily, Betty had no idea what Lin Fei was really thinking. If she did, she'd surely cry out in disbelief. This Lin Fei, is he really that relaxed? Back on the battlefield, the soldiers had finally realized they were no match for Banner. Even the rockets barely made him stumble a couple of steps, doing no real harm. Panic set in among them. None of them expected to face such a monster. He was terrifying beyond belief. Suddenly, amid the confusion, someone shouted, "Quick! Everyone, prepare the sonic cannons." Someone had finally come to their senses and dashed toward the two vehicles parked nearby. All the while, Banner, entirely absorbed in the fight, paid no attention to their movements. They quickly reached the vehicle on this side. The car sped forward, coming to a halt 15 meters in front of Banner. The two soldiers inside wasted no time. They activated the ultrasonic device, and in an instant, two visible waves of ultrasound shot directly toward Banner. Banner was immediately racked with pain. He hadn't anticipated that this ultrasonic attack would cause him such intense harm. Oh, Mr. Lin, look. Banner has fallen. What's happening to him? It's the ultrasound. This is easy to understand. Right now, although Banner's physical strength can withstand the assaults of those soldiers, the ultrasound delivers a powerful blow to his body. It's no surprise he can't resist it. It was bound to happen. Oh, but Mr. Lin, why aren't you helping Banner yet? He's suffering so much. I can't bear to see him in this much pain. Hearing the worry in Betty's voice and seeing the deep concern on her face, Lin Fei could only nod helplessly. In truth, Banner was capable of handling this situation. Himself, in future battles, he would easily overcome such obstacles. Still, Lin Fei decided to step in and help. If he could spare Banner some pain, it was worth it. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, the invincible food truck appeared right before their eyes. Betty was already somewhat used to Lin Fei's magical ways, yet she was still surprised. She couldn't fathom how he managed to summon the vehicle from thin air. But what happened next astonished her even more. With a single thought from Lin Fei, the food truck transformed in an instant, rising up and standing erect like a giant. 5 seconds later, Betty stared in awe at the colossal vehicle before her, towering like a steel titan. She was utterly stunned. What was happening here? How did Mr. Lin do this? And what exactly was this gigantic monster? No one could make sense of it. Lin Fei offered no explanation, moving with swift determination as he entered the giant vehicle. Under his control, the massive machine strode forward, quickly reaching Banner. Lin Fei maneuvered the armored giant to stand before Banner, shielding him from the ultrasonic assault. His vehicle was invincible. Even as the ultrasound battered against it, Lin Fei felt no strain at all. He stood calmly in the path of the sonic waves, exuding an air of effortless composure. Looking at Banner, he suddenly felt the pressure lift from his shoulders. Confused, he raised his head, only to find a gigantic machine, twice as tall as himself, standing right before him. Startled, he cried out, "Oh my God, what is that thing?" Lowering his head, Lin Fei looked at Banner, who now only reached his waist. For a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, buddy, how are you feeling? I bet you're in great shape right now, aren't you?" "Yes, Mr. Lin, this feeling of being able to control my own mind is absolutely incredible. I think I could go another 300 rounds with those guys. This is just amazing. Such a thrill. Mr. Lin, will you always help me like this in the future? Whether I'll always be there to help you, I can't really say for sure. But at the very least, whenever you're in danger, I'll be there for you. You can count on that." "Well, Banner, now that you've experienced it for yourself, I trust you believe who I am. Is there anything else you'd like to resist about my arrangements?" "No, Mr. Lin, I have no objections at all now. Whatever you need me to do, just let me know. I believe in who you are, and I think we'll make a great team." "Of course. Don't worry. Working together is a given. Now that you're on board and you remember who I am, let me handle these guys for you." With that, Lin Fei turned around and looked at the stunned soldiers in the cockpit. He could well imagine why they were so shocked. After all, they'd already deployed their most powerful weapon, ultrasound, but it had no effect on him. As Lin Fei raised his hand, a burst of energy suddenly shot from his palm, uncannily similar to Tony's repulsor blasts. The wave of energy fired out in an instant, slamming into two vehicles and making them explode on impact. The whole area fell silent. "Oh my God, Mr. Lin, your weapon is unbelievably powerful. I never realized you were so much stronger than I am." "Powerful? It's nothing really. All right, you can change back now. Let's get ready to leave. Our next destination is New York." "But Mr. Lin, I don't know how to change back. What should I do? My blood feels like it's boiling inside me." "Oh, I almost forgot about that part. Hold on, give me a second to think." As for how Banner could turn back, Lin Fei certainly had an idea. He could give Banner a calming skewer of lamb. But in the current situation, there simply wasn't any time for Lin Fei to prepare it. Surrounded by all these soldiers, each one watching him like a wolf eyeing its prey, Lin Fei could only shrug helplessly. Just then, a soldier suddenly dashed out, charging straight to the front of the crowd. This soldier, holding his gun, unleashed a wild spray of bullets at Lin Fei while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Come on, let's fight. I want to see just how strong you really are." Seeing the soldier's crazed look, Lin Fei suddenly caught on. He frowned in confusion and called out, "Are you Bronsky?" "That's right, I'm Bronsky. So what? Are you scared? If you're scared, just say it. Because when the time comes, I'm going to beat you to a pulp." Watching Bronsky's arrogant display, Lin Fei could only offer a wry smile. Since when had he ever been afraid? If he was, why bother coming here in the first place? With that thought, Lin Fei focused his mind, and the massive vehicle shrank instantly, transforming to the size of Iron Man's suit. The sight left Banner staring in amazement. "Oh, Mr. Lin, how did you do that? This is incredible. It defies all scientific explanation." "Science? There's nothing scientific about me," Lin Fei replied with a chuckle. At that moment, Bronsky sneered at Lin Fei. "Is that all you've got? Seems you're not much after all." "Not much." Lin Fei laughed at Bronsky's taunt. Without another word, he swung his right fist in a blur, landing a solid punch on Bronsky's chest. In a flash, Bronsky was sent flying backward, crashing into a large tree and falling instantly unconscious, blood streaming from his body, clearly, every bone shattered. "Oh, Mr. Lin, are you trying to kill Bronsky?" Banner exclaimed. "Look at him now. How could he possibly get back up? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill him?" Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry. Bronsky will be fine. His regenerative abilities are far stronger than you might imagine. Even if you hit him with all your strength, he'd still survive." Hearing this, Banner nodded silently. He didn't really know the full extent of Bronsky's condition, but he couldn't help feeling astonished in his heart. What kind of superhuman healing could possibly be that strong? And at that moment, it was as if time itself had come to a halt. All the soldiers around looked at Bronsky's condition, then glanced at Lin Fei and Banner. None of them could find the words to speak. Seeing the situation, Lin Fei couldn't help but give a wry smile. "Let's go, Banner. I think it's time for us to leave. I need to get you something that will help you transform back." "All right, Mr. Lin." Banner replied obediently, not saying much more. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them soared off into the distance. Of course, before that, Lin Fei also brought Betty along. After transforming into that gigantic vehicle, Lin Fei's cockpit had more than enough room, and soon Betty appeared as well. when she caught sight of the dazzling array of controls inside the cockpit, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh, Mr. Lin, this is truly astonishing. How on earth did you manage all this? There's really nothing to it. You get used to it. Come on, let's find someplace quiet. I'll help Banner change back." "Oh, Mr. Lin, do you really have a way to help him revert? My goodness, I've always been amazed by this. I know Banner can transform, but if his emotions aren't calm, there's just no way for him to change back." "Emotions, is it? What I'm going to do is forcibly calm his emotions. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Let's go." As they spoke, the two of them, under the astonished gazes of those left behind, flew swiftly into the distance. Banners, each stride spanning hundreds of meters, left everyone watching in awe. Meanwhile, at the site of the recent battle, countless reporters had already arrived, eager to capture every moment. They snapped photos like mad and clamored for interviews to find out what had happened. But clearly, Ross had no intention of answering their questions. Watching the reporters bombard him, he simply waved them off and left with a curt, "No comment." Back to Lin Fei and Banner. They finally reached the outskirts of town 10 minutes later. Here, not a soul was in sight. Only then did Lin Fei have Banner stop. What surprised Lin Fei was that even after half an hour had passed, Banner's intellect showed no sign of fading. Lin Fei figured it must be due to those genes. Perhaps Banner had already adapted to this new level of intelligence. For a moment, Lin Fei felt truly satisfied because this meant that Banner could fully control his transformed state. That alone was more than enough. It promised a much better future for Banner. "Mr. Lin, how exactly can I turn back? Right now, I feel like my blood is racing and I just can't calm down." "You can't calm down? Don't worry, I'm here. Trust me, I can help you shift back in no time." As he spoke, Lin Fei stowed away the massive vehicle with a wave of his hand, making it vanish. In its place, his small cart appeared. Beside him, on top of the cart, a grill for skewers had somehow materialized. Without hesitation, Lin Fei began grilling lamb skewers. In no time, he arranged a skewer on the rack, tending to the flames with practiced ease. Barely half a minute later, the aroma of freshly roasted lamb wafted through the air, mouth-watering and rich. At that moment, Lin Fei looked at Banner and infused a calming effect into the food. "Banner, here, eat this lamb skewer. Once you do, everything will be fine." Mr. Lin, I really can't eat anymore. Do you still want me to eat?" Banner sounded helpless, wondering why Lin Fei always insisted on feeding him at every turn. It wasn't as if he had any appetite left. Seeing Banner's innocent, almost pleading expression, Lin Fei frowned. "Just eat it. Why so many complaints?" Banner hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly reached out and picked up the lamb skewer. Given his enormous size, the skewer looked comically small in his hand, like a giant gripping a toothpick. The sight was oddly entertaining. Soon enough, Banner finished the skewer. Right before Lin Fei's and Betty's eyes, his body began to shrink, gradually returning to its normal size. In just a matter of seconds, Banner was once again an ordinary man. "Oh my, this is unbelievable. I never imagined I could transform back so easily. This whole experience has been full of surprises, and the feeling of shifting is just exhilarating." Lin Fei glanced at Banner, and couldn't help noticing that, apart from a pair of shorts, Banner had nothing else on. With a resigned wave, Lin Fei conjured a set of clothes and tossed them over. "All right, put these on first. We'll deal with everything else later." "Oh, Mr. Lin, could I get something with a bit more stretch? That way, if I transform again, I won't end up like this." "Enough with the chatter. Whether you transform again or not, isn't that up to me? Now hurry up and get dressed. We might need to go look for Mr. Blue." Listening to Lin Fei, Betty hurried over to Banner and helped him get dressed. When she saw the innocent look on Banner's face, she couldn't help but laugh and say, "Darling, let's just do as Mr. Lin says. He can now control your transformations completely, so I'm sure he has other solutions. Let's get going." Hearing Betty's words, Lin Fei could only sigh inwardly. He didn't really have any special solution, just that when he grabbed some clothes earlier, he picked one at random and forgot Banner preferred stretchy ones. But it didn't really matter. There were plenty more where that came from. If needed, he could always change again later. Soon, Banner finished changing. Lin Fei watched the two of them snuggled up together and felt a bit helpless, no matter where they went. These two always managed to flaunt their affection. But what could he do about it? With a wave of his hand, the unbeatable food truck appeared once again. Lin Fei said directly, "You two go rest in the back. We're heading to New York, but I don't plan to rush. This time, it might take us 2 days, so we'll spend them on the plane. Whatever you want to eat or watch, you'll find it in the back." "A plane? Where's the plane?" Banner looked at Lin Fei in confusion. All he could see in front of him was a food truck, definitely not a plane. "You'll see the plane in a minute. Come on, hop in," Lin Fei replied, a little exasperated. Was Banner always this full of questions? At last, everyone boarded the food truck. In an instant, Lin Fei started it up, and to everyone's astonishment, the unbeatable food truck transformed into a helicopter, swiftly rising into the sky. With that, everyone finally relaxed. The plane had appeared just like that. Banner had been wondering how Lin Fei's plane would show up, but now he realized he'd been overthinking it. This was all too easy and effortless. Time ticked by second. Once Lin Fei set the aircraft course for the university in New York, they quickly left their previous location behind. Everyone headed to the back to get some proper rest. This time, Lin Fei showcased his impressive culinary skills. Though, truth be told, he mostly made simple snacks like Chinese pancakes and grilled flatbreads. What really surprised Lin Fei was Banner's obsession with lamb skewers. Without delay, Lin Fei fired up the exhaust fan and began grilling skewers right inside the food truck. Just like that, a grand barbecue feast was born. At that moment, Lin Fei and Banner watched Betty devouring her food with unrestrained enthusiasm. For a moment, they couldn't help but exchange a wry smile. After all, she was supposed to be a lady, yet there wasn't a trace of ladylike demeanor in her now. Time ticked by second, until everyone was finally full and satisfied. The skewers, the beer, and everything else had been thoroughly enjoyed. After the meal, Lin Fei turned to Banner with a smile. "Hey, Banner, these lamb skewers actually have a special effect for you. They can calm your blood, steady your emotions, and help you stay unfazed no matter what happens. So, I have to ask, would you like another skewer? After all, you and Betty still have some things to take care of later, don't you?" "Oh, Mr. Lin, I didn't know you had such extraordinary abilities tonight. In that case, could I have 2 more? I might find that one just isn't enough." Seriously, Lin Fei shot Banner a middle finger and then got busy once more. All he really had to do was add a couple of special properties to the skewers. Nothing too complicated. When he handed them to Banner, he cautioned, "Whatever you do, don't let Betty have any of these. If she does, something unfortunate might happen." "Understood, Mr. Lin. In that case, why don't the 2 of us go and get some rest?" Seeing Banner's excited expression, Lin Fei could only shake his head in helpless amusement. Still, he was grateful for the soundproofing on his plane. Otherwise, he couldn't even imagine what he'd do. Good insulation really was a blessing. That night, Lin Fei slept soundly and peacefully. Not a single sound reached him from the adjoining room, so he had no idea what Banner and Betty had been up to next door. All he saw was that, come morning, Betty's face was flushed with embarrassment, and she could barely meet Lin Fei's gaze. At last, Lin Fei understood. He looked at the 2 of them and chuckled. "You 2 don't have to be so sentimental. Honestly, I didn't hear a thing last night. The soundproofing here is top-notch." "Really?" Betty blurted out, visibly relieved as she realized Lin Fei truly hadn't heard any of their late-night activities. With this reassurance, she finally relaxed. Banner, meanwhile, came over to Lin Fei, grinning mischievously. "Mr. Lin, how about we have more skewers tonight? You little rascal." Listening to Banner's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He didn't say much more, simply turned on the television and started watching a program. At the same time, he busied himself with preparing breakfast, though it was nothing more than some simple fare. And so, the day quietly slipped by. Everyone got through it calmly and without incident. In the evening, as Banner had requested, Lin Fei prepared some grilled skewers for him. Banner had been insistent, and Lin Fei could hardly refuse. After all, keeping both of their moods steady was the best choice he had at the moment. Time ticked away, second by second, until morning arrived. After breakfast, Lin Fei suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind, announcing that they would soon reach their destination, New York. That was the very reason for this journey, to find Dr. Blue and ask him to help Banner to make some changes so that Banner's blood could return to normal. With a voice echoing in his head, Lin Fei turned to the other 2 and said, "Get ready. We'll be arriving in New York in about half an hour. You both can finish up whatever you need to do, because we'll be heading out in 30 minutes. "Yes, Mr. Lin," they replied. Both of them planned to freshen up and prepare to meet Dr. Blue. No one knew what the future would bring here, but Lin Fei was all too aware. Soon, a battle would erupt in this place, a battle that could destroy the entire city. Of course, Lin Fei was determined to prevent such a disaster. As Banner's mentor, it was his duty to help Banner successfully fend off the coming onslaught of monsters. This was Lin Fei's mission, and he firmly believed he could see it through. Time passed quietly. They disembarked from the plane and found themselves on a university campus. Looking around, Banner couldn't help but sigh. If only I hadn't changed, maybe I'd be a professor here right now. That life would have been wonderful. "Oh, my dear, don't worry," Betty said gently. "That life will come to you someday. We just have to believe in ourselves and keep working toward that dream. Banner nodded, clearly moved by Betty's words. You're right. I believe things will only get better for us from here on out. The moments slipped by as they made their way through the school and up to the top-floor laboratory. Soon, Lin Fei spotted Mr. Blue. Standing there, not much to look at perhaps, but his scientific achievements were beyond comparison. No one else could match him. After arriving here, Lin Fei looked at Mr. Lon, and Mr. Lon also looked at Lin Fei. The two of them fell into a silent gaze, each studying the other. Soon, Mr. Lon suddenly snapped out of it and broke the awkward silence, saying, "Oh, may I ask what brings the three of you to see me today? I don't believe we've met before, have we?" Hearing this, Banner quickly stepped forward, looked at Mr. Lon, and said, "Hello, Mr. Lon. I am Mr. Green." "What?" Mr. Lon was taken aback by Banner's words. "You Mr. Green? Oh, I never expected to run into you here. This is truly unbelievable. Oh my, didn't you say you were some kind of monster? But now I see you look just like any ordinary person. There's no difference at all." Seeing the astonishment in Mr. Land's eyes, Banner could only offer a helpless, wry smile before replying with a laugh. "Mr. Lon, I'm sorry, but I can't transform right now. As I mentioned to you before, after I transform, I become that green monster. Today, I've come here hoping that you can help me." "Help you? Of course, I'd be happy to, but Banner, I must tell you, this isn't going to be easy. You see, for your case, I need to introduce some specific energy and then expose you to gamma rays. First, I have to stimulate your blood to trigger your transformation. Only then can I inject the antidote into your body. Oh, and I'll need your medical records. The issues I've found with your condition are truly astonishing, almost miraculous." Listening to Mr. Lon, Banner found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he had no idea what changes his body might undergo in the future, but right now he felt he had to give it a try. After all, what if this time it actually worked? With that thought, Banner handed over the documents he'd brought, and Mr. Lon accepted them without hesitation. At this moment, Lin Fei smiled and said, "Mr. Lon, please help Banner resolve this issue as quickly as you can." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Mr. Lon nodded and replied with a smile, "All right, here's what we'll do. I'll go prepare the antidote, and in the meantime, let me show you around my research facility. I promise you'll see a truly marvelous laboratory." Listening to Mr. Land's words, no one else said much. They simply followed him deeper inside. When Banner caught sight of Mr. Land's dazzling array of research equipment, he couldn't help but be astounded. Mr. Lon was truly formidable. His research was so thorough and meticulous that it left everyone in awe. Lin Fei, however, remained silent, for he knew these things would soon cease to exist. Before long, the abomination would destroy everything in this place. All of it would vanish without a trace. Soon, the tour of the entire facility was complete. Mr. Lon nodded in satisfaction, then led Banner to a hospital bed nearby and helped him onto it. Mr. Lon picked up various restraints from the side and began fastening Banner securely to the bed. "Oh, I've heard that you possess incredible strength when you transform. I can only hope these restraints are enough to hold you. Otherwise, you might just tear this whole laboratory apart. Let's hope so. But don't worry, I can still keep my mind after I transform. Isn't that right, Mr. Lin?" "Of course," Lin Fei replied. With that, Lin Fei waved his hand and produced the grilled cold noodles he prepared earlier, now imbued with a touch of intelligence. He tossed it to Banner, who, without hesitation, began to eat. Seeing this, Mr. Lon could only shake his head in exasperation. "Oh heavens, what are you two up to?" Banner chuckled and answered, "It's nothing. I'm just hungry and wanted something to eat." Banner was well aware that some things about Lin Fei couldn't be shared with others. Hearing Mr. Land's question, he glanced at Lin Fei, understanding he absolutely couldn't speak the truth. Given the situation, lying was his only choice. At this point, Lin Fei felt reassured. Banner was clever enough to know what to say and when. Soon, Banner finished the grilled cold noodles. His eyes grew sharp and clear, and he looked directly at Mr. Lon. "Let's begin, Mr. Lon. I'm ready now." "So soon?" "Very well, but you should be prepared. This process may be extremely painful. I'll need to activate your blood to trigger the transformation. When you're almost done transforming, I'll inject the antidote into your system. Whether or not this succeeds will depend entirely on your luck. I can't make any promises." "No problem. Just come on over. I'm ready." At this moment, Banner nodded decisively as he listened to Mr. Blue. In truth, he had no worries about what was to come. Lin Fei was even more at ease. He was certain Mr. Blue would succeed in the end, and as for how much pain Banner would endure, Lin Fei didn't bother to dwell on it. He believed Banner would make it through. After all, who else would become the Hulk if not him? Seeing that everyone seemed relieved, Dr. Blue wasted no more words and got straight to work, quickly restraining Banner. One by one, the syringes delivered their potent solutions into Banner's body. At that moment, Betty grew tense as well. Even though she knew Banner would ultimately be fine, she couldn't help but worry as she watched the process unfold. A low, anguished sound escaped Banner's throat, a clear sign that the transformation was about to begin. The pain was overwhelming. No matter how many times Banner had gone through this, it was never any easier to bear. Soon, Banner's skin began to turn a deep shade of green, and his muscles swelled, expanding rapidly. Witnessing this, Mr. Blue couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Oh my, this is the transformation? It's incredible. I never imagined Mr. Banner's change would be so extraordinary. It's truly astonishing." Hearing his words, Betty quickly urged him. "Mr. Blue, get ready. Banner's transformation is almost complete. You have to help him relieve his pain as soon as possible." "Understood," Mr. Blue responded. Just then, Banner's massive form pressed down on the hospital bed, causing it to sag noticeably. Mr. Blue reacted swiftly, preparing to inject the antidote. But Lin Fei quickly called out, "Hold on, not yet. He hasn't fully transformed. Just wait a little longer." Though puzzled by Lin Fei's request, Mr. Blue nodded obediently and busied himself with the preparations, quietly waiting for the right moment. Before long, Banner's transformation was complete. As his body reached its full size, Lin Fei shouted, "Now, inject the antidote right now." Responding instantly to Lin Fei's cue, Mr. Blue activated the antidote injector, sending the serum into Banner's bloodstream. A strange reaction took place between the antidote and Banner's blood, and Banner let out a roar of pain. The agony was nearly unbearable for him. "Hey, Banner, are you alright? Can you hold on? If you can't, it's fine. Honestly, you could just let yourself go wild whenever you need to in the future." As soon as Lin Fei said this, Banner responded immediately, "Oh no, I'm fine. I actually feel great right now. I can feel my blood gradually calming down. It's an amazing sensation, just that my muscles are a little sore, that's all." Hearing Banner's words, Mr. Blue couldn't hide his surprise. "Oh my god, does this mean he can keep his intelligence even after transforming? How is that possible?" For a moment, Lin Fei simply shook his head in response to Mr. Blue, saying nothing more. How could he possibly explain something as unusual as this smart pancake? After all, this wasn't something that could be clarified by ordinary means. Since that was the case, Lin Fei decided to let it go and not dwell on the matter. Finally, as the seconds ticked by, Banner's body completely returned to normal after half a minute. At this point, seeing that Banner's clothes had all been torn apart, Lin Fei took out another set. This time, some loose-fitting clothes, and handed them to Banner. "Here, put these on. They'll come in handy for you." Banner didn't hesitate for a moment. He took the clothes from Lin Fei, put them on quickly, and soon stood before Lin Fei, asking, "Mr. Lin, what should we do now?" "What should we do? Let's go. It's time to get ready for Ross's arrival. You'll need to go back with him." "What? I have to go back with him? Mr. Lin, are you saying your plan is still to let them capture me?" At this, Banner looked at Lin Fei with rising anger. From the beginning, he hadn't fully trusted Lin Fei, even though he'd come to believe him. In the end, now Lin Fei's words filled him with fury again. He never expected Lin Fei would still have him handed over to Ross. For Banner, that was unthinkable. He didn't want to be captured by Ross. He longed for freedom, not to watch Ross indulge his madness. Banner was already worried that, once captured, Ross might use his blood to create countless super soldiers. That was the last thing Banner wanted to see. At that moment, Betty also glared at Lin Fei, her voice filled with anger. "Mr. Lin, I can't believe you're still helping Ross. Helping? My father locked Banner up. Have you ever thought about how much pain that would cause us? This isn't the life we want at all. Hey, you two, why are you blaming me at a time like this? All I said was for you to go back with them. I never told them to arrest you, did I?" For a moment, Lin Fei looked at the two of them, feeling a bit helpless in the face of their angry expressions. These two had completely misunderstood him, and he wasn't sure what more he could say. Why couldn't they just listen to what he was actually saying? "What?" At this point, Banner and Betty both looked puzzled after hearing Lin Fei's words. Banner couldn't help but speak up, asking, "Mr. Lin, what exactly do you mean by that? I can't make any sense of it at all." Meanwhile, Mr. Lon, standing to the side and listening to the conversation, was growing even more confused. He quickly interjected, "Goodness, what on earth are you talking about? I can't understand a single word. Mr. Lin, don't you think you should explain this to me?" "Explain my foot. This has nothing to do with you," Lin Fei replied, exasperated. He glanced at Mr. Lon, then turned back to Banner and said, "Come on, let's head outside. I'll explain the whole thing as we go. But trust me, I would never deceive you. After all this time, you should know what kind of person I am, right?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Banner began to ponder. Yes, Lin Fei's character was indeed trustworthy, but he was still filled with doubt. He genuinely worried that Lin Fei might end up controlling him, letting Ross capture him, which was the last thing Banner wanted. Soon, as Mr. Lon looked on in confusion, Lin Fei, Betty, and Banner left together and made their way to the park square inside the campus. They all sat down on the benches. Banner turned to Lin Fei, immediately asking, "Mr. Lin, what's really going on? Why do you want to let Ross arrest me? The whole thing is just unbelievable. I need a reasonable explanation." "All right, fine. Let me explain," Lin Fei said. "Soon, Ross will come to arrest you. But among his men is a soldier named Blonsky. Blonsky will seek out Mr. Lon, and with Mr. Lan's help, he'll transform into a new Hulk. When that happens, Ross will realize what he's done and regret his actions. He'll ask you to confront Blonsky. That's how things will play out. Once you defeat Blonsky, Ross will come to his senses. He'll realize everything he did before was a mistake. Only then will he be able to give you a chance at a normal life." Listening to Lin Fei, both Banner and Betty were struck speechless with surprise. Neither of them had imagined that so many complications could arise from this situation. For a moment, Banner could hardly believe it. He looked at Lin Fei and said, "Mr. Lin, are you sure everything you're telling us is true? This all sounds so unbelievable. Could things really turn out exactly as you say?" "Of course," Lin Fei replied. "Don't tell me you still don't believe me? Relax, this is exactly how things will play out. But we'll have to wait until tonight. Because of the text message you sent to Mr. Lon earlier, Ross has intercepted it. So, now, they're going to change their route and head straight here. Around 6 o'clock this evening, they'll arrive. My plan is simple. You go directly to Ross and let Blonsky seek out Mr. Lon. That way, everything will unfold just as I predicted." Hearing Lin Fei's reasoning, Banner couldn't help but nod. In truth, he had a great deal of faith in Lin Fei's ability to foresee what would happen. Still, the idea of going to Ross felt like turning himself in, and Banner found it hard to accept. But what choice did he have? Since Lin Fei was so certain, Banner had little option but to follow his advice. After all, even if he wanted to escape now, it was completely impossible. Banner could only sigh inwardly at his predicament. "All right, let's not dwell on this for now," Lin Fei said, changing the subject. "Since we don't have anything pressing today, why don't we go to the city park and have some fun?" Betty finally snapped out of her thoughts at Lin Fei's suggestion. She smiled warmly at Banner and said, "That's a great idea, Banner. Let's spend the day at the city park." So together, they headed to the park in the city, enjoying all kinds of amusements. Betty was absolutely delighted, her laughter ringing out as she played, and Banner felt content just watching her happiness. For him, seeing Betty cheerful made everything worthwhile. Meanwhile, Lin Fei sat alone on a park bench, observing the couple's sweet interactions. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. When would he, a perpetual bachelor, finally escape the woes of singlehood? If only he could find a girlfriend too. How wonderful would that be? The thought filled Lin Fei with anticipation for the future. Time slipped by quickly, and soon it was around 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. Lin Fei suggested they all go out for dinner, and the group found themselves at a local restaurant, Qian Yun's Kung Fu Noodle House. Upon entering, Lin Fei turned to Qian Yun with a sly smile and asked, "Old Qian, tell me, can you see any differences in these two?" "Of course. I can tell that you possess a tremendous power within you, sir. This power, I believe, will become your greatest asset in the future. Young Lin, you truly are remarkable. You just casually found someone with such strength. It makes me a little envious, I must admit." "Oh, there's nothing to envy, Elder Qian. In the end, aren't all of us here striving for peace? Anyway, how about it? Can you make us some beef noodles now? We're all starving, and after we eat, there's a big battle waiting for us tonight." "Yes, indeed. Last night, I studied the stars and could already see that a great conflict was destined for tonight. However, young Lin, I hope you'll do your best to prevent this battle and minimize casualties." Hearing Qian Yun's words, Lin Fei silently nodded. He didn't say much more. This was something he intended to do anyway. But as for the coming battle tonight, even Lin Fei wasn't sure how things would unfold. He found himself filled with anticipation. Soon, Banner and the others got to taste Qian Yun's beef noodles, and they couldn't help but be surprised. The noodles were delicious, every bit as good as Lin Fei's roasted pancakes or hand-grabbed flatbreads. Each dish had its own unique charm. Everyone finished their noodles, and before long, the time reached 5:40. Lin Fei checked the clock, then turned to Qian with a smile. "Elder Qian, we'll be heading out now. If we have time later, we'll come back to see you." "All right, you all go on ahead." With that, Lin Fei left and stepped outside. With a wave of his hand, a car appeared at his side. He climbed in, and the others quickly followed, heading straight toward the university. In the car, Lin Fei switched on autopilot, then pulled out his phone and sent a text message. No one knew who the message was for, nor did anyone know its contents. Soon, they arrived at the university campus. As expected, they saw a crowd of warriors gathered at the entrance to the laboratory building, all surging forward with determination. Oh, Mr. Lin, you were right. Ross and his people have really shown up. How infuriating. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be suffering greatly right now. Oh, it's nothing. Hurry up and turn yourself in. You know Ross pretty well, don't you? Go find him and have a good talk. Yes, Mr. Lin. Hey, Ross. Hello there, it's been a long time. I wonder if you missed me. At that moment, Banner stepped in front of Ross. Looking at Ross, he managed a faint smile. There had once been too many barriers between the two of them. Their conflicts ran deep. Yet now, Banner had no choice. This was something Lin Fei had arranged for him, and Lin Fei's power was so overwhelming that even Banner found it hard to believe. Banner was convinced that Lin Fei truly possessed extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could he have made so many things that not only allowed Banner to transform, but also return to normal? For a moment, Banner couldn't help but wonder. Who exactly was Lin Fei? No matter how he turned it over in his mind, he couldn't figure it out. Still, Lin Fei's attitude toward him held not a trace of malice, and that was why Banner chose to trust Lin Fei's suggestion to seek out Ross. Soon, Ross heard Banner's voice and turned around in confusion. The moment he saw Banner standing before him, he couldn't hide his surprise. Oh my goodness! Look who it is, Dr. Banner. I never expected you to show up here. You really have guts. I suppose you can guess why I'm here, can't you? Of course. You're here to catch me, aren't you? Banner couldn't help but give a wry smile, saying little else. In truth, he was all too familiar with Ross's intentions. Lin Fei had told him as much. Ross was here to find him. And now, here he was, delivering himself into Ross's hands. For Banner, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Ross was momentarily taken aback by Banner's words. He hadn't expected Banner to be so frank, so direct about his purpose here, admitting openly that Ross had come to catch him. Hearing it spoken aloud was surprising, to say the least. Looking at Banner, Ross suddenly broke into a smile. Well, I didn't expect you to be so candid. You're right. I'm here to take you in. You've broken a lot of our safety protocols, Banner. Someone like you is a danger to society. I have to bring you back, for everyone's sake. I hope you can understand my position. And for my daughter's future safety, I have to do this. Only then can I make sure no one gets hurt again. Isn't that right? All right, Ross. Spare me the self-righteous speech. Just then, Lin Fei suddenly walked over, with Betty at his side. The two of them looked at Ross, each wearing a different expression. Lin Fei's was one of resignation, while Betty's face was filled with anger. Lin Fei felt helpless. Even at this moment, Ross was still pretending to be a man of integrity. What frustrated Betty was that Ross could actually do something like this now. That was the person she loved most in the world. How could the feelings between two people be so easily explained away? And now, Ross was about to take away the one she loved most. After all, Ross was her biological father. Confronted with this reality, Betty was overcome with fury. Her own father was about to seize the person dearest to her. How could anyone be expected to accept that? Seeing Betty's expression, Lin Fei truly didn't know what to say. He simply smiled and watched Ross, curious to see what else he had to say or do. At this point, Betty's anger flared as she looked at Ross. Her expression hardened, and she pointed at him, demanding, "Do you really know what you're doing to Banner? You know exactly how much we mean to each other. So why are you still doing this? Don't you understand everything we've been through?" "Oh, my child, my daughter, of course I know," Ross replied. "But have you thought about Banner himself? What if he loses control again in the future, if he descends into another rage? Do you realize what that could mean for everyone around him?" "All right, stop trying to play the family card now." For a moment, Lin Fei looked from Banner to Ross and spoke with a resigned tone. "Ross, I understand your concerns. You want to extract Banner's blood to enhance your soldiers, to give them an edge. But have you really thought through the consequences? Including your man Blonsky. After you've turned him into a super soldier, do you know what might happen? Do you understand the risks you're taking?" "What? And who are you exactly?" Ross turned his gaze to Lin Fei, his eyes filled with suspicion. He simply couldn't figure out who Lin Fei was or why. He'd appeared at this moment. The sharpness of Lin Fei's words hit too close to home, and Ross found himself both surprised and deeply unsettled. Hearing Ross's question, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He looked Ross in the eye and answered, "Who I am isn't important. All you need to know is this. I know your plans, and I know what's in your heart. Fine, I'll just spell it out for you. I'm a prophet." Prophet? For a moment, Ross couldn't help but be surprised by Lin Fei's words. This was something entirely new to him. He'd never encountered a prophet before, nor even heard of such a figure. But soon enough, he reasoned it out. Lin Fei was no ordinary man. If someone like this could appear here, knowing everything he had done, then Ross felt his own crisis was drawing near. At that moment, seeing the astonished look on Ross's face, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He said nothing more. simply watching Ross with calm composure. It was the look of a man who held all the cards, as if everything was already known to him. Gazing at Ross, Lin Fei spoke with an easy confidence. What's wrong? Did I hit the mark? Are you starting to regret your decisions? What's there to regret? You're just spinning tales, trying to insult me. Why should I regret anything? Lin Fei, I really didn't expect you to be so formidable. I must admit, it's quite a surprise. Oh, so, you even know my name. I suppose you've done your homework on me. Yes, I looked into you. But as for your true identity, that's something I couldn't uncover. Now I understand, you're just a prophet, nothing more. Even if you're a prophet, what strength do you have to stand against me? As for Banner, I know he's altered his blood. He can't transform anymore, right? You're right. Banner can't turn into the Hulk anymore. As for us, we're nothing special either. If you want to take us down, it would be a piece of cake. We've come here today to turn ourselves in. So go ahead, arrest us. You've come to surrender? For a second, Ross was taken aback by their words. He glanced at Banner, then at Lin Fei and Betty. None of them showed the slightest inclination to resist. Ross couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion. Could it be that Lin Fei and his companions truly meant to surrender? But how could that be? Giving themselves up would bring them nothing but trouble. Why would they choose to do such a thing? Fixing his gaze on Lin Fei, Ross asked, Lin Fei, are you really here to surrender? Do you understand what the consequences will be? You know perfectly well how I view you two, and yet you still choose to turn yourselves in. Have you lost your minds? Crazy? Not necessarily. Sometimes, using a different approach leads to a different outcome. I trust my decision. Within half an hour, you'll regret everything you've done today from beginning to end. What a joke. Me regret? Banner's overall combat abilities have already caused serious repercussions for society. Capturing him is for the greater good. Why would I ever regret that? Oh, really? If you're so stubborn, then go ahead, try it. Enough with the pointless talk. Arrest us both. Soon enough, you'll see how things turn out. Nonsense. With a cold snort, Ross waved his hand decisively. In an instant, the people around them surged forward, snapping cuffs onto both of them. At that moment, Betty stood frozen, staring at Lin Fei and Banner, completely baffled as to why Lin Fei was acting this way. She saw the utter confidence in Lin Fei's expression, and for a moment, a nervous suspicion flickered in her heart. Why was Lin Fei so sure of himself? Was it truly his powerful gift of foresight? If that was the case, the implications were truly terrifying. At the same time, Betty watched as Banner was handcuffed, his eyes brimming with helplessness. Clearly, this was a situation he had never faced before. Then again, whoever had? What Lin Fei described spelled disaster for Banner, and it was easy to imagine how much courage it must have taken for him to make such a decision. At last, the two of them were shackled. The heavy chains hung from Lin Fei's body as if he barely noticed their weight. His physical strength was truly extraordinary. To him, the handcuffs might as well have been nothing. Banner, on the other hand, seemed to grow calmer. Perhaps, for now, this was a rare chance for him to reflect on everything. He needed to think about all that he'd been through, to steady his heart, to consider whether everything he'd done from beginning to end had been right. Was there sense in what Lin Fei had done for him? Was it truly for his own good? These questions lingered in Banner's mind, and though he usually trusted his own judgment, meeting Lin Fei had made him realize that everything he believed before now seemed to have lost its power. Instead, Lin Fei simply stood there with a confident smile, showing no reaction at all no matter how the surrounding soldiers tried to provoke him. He stood, quietly and calmly in place. At that moment, Ross waved his hand and said, "Everyone, let's move out. We can go back now. Oh, by the way, where's Blonsky?" "Reporting, sir. Blonsky is missing. We have no idea where he is right now." What? Upon hearing this report from his subordinates, Ross was momentarily puzzled. He couldn't figure out where Blonsky could possibly have gone. Lin Fei, on the other hand, couldn't help but smile at the report from the soldiers, because he was the only one who knew exactly where Blonsky was. In fact, Blonsky was up in the top-floor lab, in Dr. Blue's private laboratory, getting ready for the experiment, using Banner's blood for his own transformation. It had to be said, it was a mad undertaking. For Blonsky, this was a chance that could change the course of his entire life. His obsession was so wild that even Lin Fei found it hard to believe. Yet, if it weren't for Blonsky's recklessness and his insane ambition, none of this dramatic change would have come to pass. Listening to his subordinate's report, Ross frowned and pondered for a long time before finally speaking. "All right, if we can't find him, then we can't. I trust Blonsky will make his own decisions. Let's prepare to leave." "Yes, sir." The group of soldiers nodded in agreement at Ross's orders, and no one said anything further. Meanwhile, Lin Fei and his two companions were escorted away by Ross's soldiers. They boarded the helicopter and headed straight for Ross's base. Time ticked by minute. Even after boarding the helicopter, Ross still hadn't seen any sign of Blonsky. He decided not to wait any longer and gave a crisp order. "Let's take off." The pilot, hearing Ross's command, immediately started up the helicopter and set course for the base. Little did they know that, high above in the top-floor laboratory, Dr. Blue and Blonsky were in the midst of something that would ultimately reshape Blonsky's entire destiny, just as Lin Fei had hoped. Blonsky, meanwhile, was still searching for Banner. He hurried to the top floor, only to find no trace of Banner. Confused and frustrated, he suddenly caught sight of Dr. Blue nearby. Raising his voice, Blonsky shouted, "Oh, damn it! Where's Banner? Tell me, or I swear I'll kill you. And just who are you?" Dr. Blue was remarkably composed. Even as he listened to Blonsky's words, he showed no sign of fear. Instead, he kept arguing back, convinced that Blonsky was simply an ill-mannered brute. Blonsky, for his part, was unmoved by Dr. Blue's retorts. He strode forward without hesitation, seized Dr. Blue by the collar, and glared at him. His voice thundered with anger. "Tell me, where's Banner? If you don't, I'll kill you." "Banner? I've already cured him. You should have left by now. How would I know where he's gone?" "What? You cure Banner?" Blonsky was thrown into a whirlwind of confusion. The idea that Banner could have been cured at such a crucial moment was almost impossible to believe. "How did you cure him?" Blonsky pressed urgently. Dr. Blue, hearing this question, found his curiosity piqued. With a slight nod, he led Blonsky to the place where Banner's blood was stored, a secret he had already shown to Lin Fei, who had suggested destroying it. But Dr. Blue couldn't bring himself to do so. The research data contained here was simply too valuable. He couldn't bear to see it lost forever. When Blonsky saw the countless vials of Banner's blood, he was overtaken by a surge of excitement. Gazing at Dr. Blue, he muttered under his breath, "So this is Banner's blood? If I could be exposed to it, would I be transformed? Could I become a powerful creature like Banner?" "Oh, come now. What's wrong with you? How could you call that a monster? That's the greatest masterpiece of genetic engineering. He's mastered it completely. But you, what about you? Are you interested in trying it yourself?" "My goodness, I can assure you, I'm the most brilliant scientist there is. Any warrior I enhance becomes an unstoppable force. Well, are you tempted?" As Dr. Blue spoke, Blonsky's expression changed dramatically. His eyes lit up with anticipation and excitement. The truth was, even after being transformed by the super soldier serum, his body still didn't satisfy him. He craved even greater power, thirsted for stronger opponents. This had always been his deepest desire. And now, standing before Dr. Blue, Blonsky sensed he was closer than ever to achieving it. His heart pounded with a thrill he could barely contain. Thinking quickly, Blonsky grabbed Mr. Blue by the shoulder and shook him forcefully, his voice urgent and unrelenting. "Hurry, inject Banner's blood into my veins right now. I want to be stronger than him. I want to become even more powerful. I want to seek out opponents who are even mightier, because only they can give me that thrill, only they can fuel my fighting spirit." "Oh, I never imagined you'd be just as much of a madman as Banner," Mr. Blue replied, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "But I like it. I like a warrior who isn't afraid of danger. I'll give you a remarkable transformation. Come with me." With that, Mr. Blue picked up a vial containing Banner's blood at a concentration of 16% and headed straight for the innermost laboratory. Blonsky, seeing the determined look on Mr. Blue's face, hurried after him without hesitation. Inside, Mr. Blue was already busy with a tangle of intricate instruments by a hospital bed. Blonsky eyed the setup with a hint of doubt. "Are these the tools you'll use to transform me?" "Of course," Mr. Blue replied, pride swelling in his voice. "This is my finest work. The students might have left things a bit messy, but it's still perfectly functional. You can't even imagine the power these machines harness. Come, lie down. I'll show you just how brilliant I am. After all, I am the most gifted scientist there is." Blonsky's eyes flickered with uncertainty at Mr. Blue's words, but after a moment's hesitation, he complied. He lay down as Mr. Blue began attaching the various devices to his body. Still, Blonsky couldn't hide his lingering doubt. "Are you sure you can really turn me into something as powerful as Banner?" "Absolutely. Trust me. I'm the most brilliant scientist you'll ever meet. I will make you into a masterpiece, the ultimate warrior." "Oh, don't you crave that feeling? Just do as I say, lie still, and soon enough, you'll have everything you desire." "All right then. I never expected to meet someone like you here. This is incredible. Don't worry. As long as you can make me stronger, I'll make sure you're well rewarded." "Oh, is that so?" Mr. Blue chuckled. "I don't need much. After you become stronger, just let me have some of your blood for research. That's all I ask, and I'll do everything I can for you." "Deal. That won't be a problem at all." Blonsky answered without hesitation, but no one noticed the faint, cold smile that curled at the corner of his mouth. Time ticked by, second after second. All the machinery on Bronski's body had now been fully installed. At that moment, Mr. Lon, looking thoroughly pleased, smiled and stepped over to the control console. Glancing at Bronski, who was lying on the bed, Mr. Lon called out excitedly, "Hey, buddy, how are you feeling? Ready?" "Of course. I'm ready. Go ahead and start." "I can hardly wait," Bronski replied, his expression wild with anticipation. He was utterly eager for whatever Mr. Lon was about to do, showing not a trace of fear. Seeing Bronski's current state, Mr. Lon nodded with satisfaction and sprang into action. He reached over and pulled a nearby lever, and instantly, countless streams of blood surged into Bronski's body. The moment the blood entered him, Bronski let out a great, anguished cry. "AR!" Hearing Bronski's scream of pain, Mr. Lon hurried to reassure him. "Hold on, buddy. You got to endure this. Only this kind of sensation will stimulate your nerves, make your body perfectly adapt to this new blood, to this transformation." As for Bronski, hearing Mr. Land's words, he clamped his mouth shut, stifling his cries into low, muffled groans. Yet anyone could see the madness burning in his eyes. He didn't care about the pain. Compared to the power he could gain, this suffering was nothing. In fact, he could feel strength surging through him, a sensation so exhilarating that he almost relished it. At last, as more moments slipped by, Mr. Lon hurried back to Bronski's side. He couldn't help but be astonished at the changes unfolding before him. Bronski's skin was beginning to turn green, his muscles swelling and expanding. Even his back sprouted enormous, razor-sharp spikes that tore right through the hospital bed beneath him, giving him a truly fearsome appearance. "Oh my God, is this the transformation? It's terrifying. And yet, why does it feel so thrilling?" Mr. Lon muttered to himself, his eyes alight with excitement as he watched Bronski's monstrous metamorphosis. Far from being frightened, he was swept up in a rush of tense anticipation. This was exactly what he'd hoped for. Bronski was becoming the perfect creation. Only with this transformation would Bronski's blood be worth studying. Only then could he become the masterpiece Mr. Lon so desperately sought. But what Mr. Lon hadn't anticipated was that the changes in Blonsky had brought him an unprecedented danger. A roar erupted. At that moment, Blonsky let out a furious bellow, his body swelling instantly. With a mighty swing of his fists, he struck Mr. Lon squarely in the chest. The force hurled Mr. Lon against the wall, sending him crashing to the floor. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet within his eyes there was a flicker of excitement. Never before had he encountered such a powerful, enhanced warrior. The sheer strength was overwhelming, so much so that he found it frightening, even to himself. Suddenly, with a loud metallic crash, the hospital bed on the floor buckled under Blonsky's weight. In a heartbeat, Blonsky was on his feet, seemingly impervious to pain, and strode directly up to Mr. Lon. "Mr. Lon, I never imagined you'd make me this strong. I truly have to thank you," Blonsky exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Clearly, the rush of raw power was intoxicating to him. Mr. Lon looked at Blonsky in astonishment. "Oh my, I really didn't expect you to retain your intellect as well. That's honestly quite a surprise." "Huh, what's intelligence compared to true power? If I'm to become the mightiest warrior, then intelligence is essential. This feeling, my whole body surging with strength, it's simply exhilarating. I love it." "Thank you, Mr. Lon." "It's nothing," Mr. Lon replied, forcing a smile. "As long as you let me study your blood, that's all I ask. I'm confident I can create even more formidable warriors in the future." "Even stronger warriors? Forget it. One like me is more than enough." "What? Are you going back on your word? You just promised me, didn't you?" Mr. Land's voice trembled with agitation, anger rising in his eyes. Blonsky had agreed, and now, at the crucial moment, he was reneging. In response, Blonsky suddenly thrust out his foot, stomping it down right in front of Mr. Lon. The ground shook violently, making Mr. Lon jump in fright. Blonsky threw his head back and laughed menacingly. "In the face of power, promises mean nothing. You're just a weakling. In my eyes, you're nothing more than an insect." With that, Blonsky broke into wild laughter, saliva dribbling down and landing squarely on Mr. Land's forehead. "I need to find even stronger warriors. I crave battle." Blonsky shouted twice with great force. In an instant, he spun around and leapt away, his entire body springing out of the area and landing on the street. But in that moment, no one noticed what was happening to Mr. Blue. Just as Bronsky's saliva had dripped onto the walnut beside him, something indescribable began to happen to his head. In an instant, his entire head swelled dramatically. Mr. Blue's expression twisted in agony, a splitting pain tearing through his skull, a sensation he knew he would never forget for as long as he lived. Unbeknownst to him, All of this was already within Lin Fei's grasp. At that moment, aboard the plane, Lin Fei lifted his wrist and glanced at his watch. He couldn't help but remark, "It looks like things are about to happen." "What do you mean?" Banner, who sat beside Lin Fei, asked with a puzzled look. Clearly, he had no idea what Lin Fei was talking about. Lin Fei simply smiled calmly and said nothing more. The truth was, only he knew how everything would eventually unfold. Bronski would become the abomination, Banner's most formidable enemy. Yet Mr. Blue was not without purpose. After his head was exposed to Bronski's corrosive saliva, his brain underwent a dramatic transformation. His mind became more powerful than ever before, his intelligence soaring at an incredible rate. He was like a supercomputer, vastly superior, immensely powerful. Of course, Lin Fei had no intention of destroying Mr. Blue. In the end, Mr. Blue would turn from his former path and become General Ross's most valuable strategist. For Lin Fei, this was a good outcome. He knew exactly who was good and who was evil. If, in the end, Mr. Blue had not chosen the right path, Lin Fei would not have hesitated for even a second. He would have eliminated Mr. Blue right there and then, without a shred of mercy. That's why Lin Fei always had a clear sense of judgment about everything that happened. Unlike others who might kill indiscriminately, he weighed everything carefully. He could always tell who was truly good and who was evil. Meanwhile, Ross, sitting at the far end, had overheard the exchange between Lin Fei and Banner. With growing confusion, he asked, "What are you two talking about?" Hearing Ross's question, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "It's nothing. In 10 seconds, you'll receive some very important news." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Ross looked at Lin Fei, clearly perplexed, unable to make sense of what Lin Fei was saying. 10 seconds passed swiftly, and just then, a message crackled through the radio in Ross's ear, shocking him to the core. "Sir, something's wrong. There's a green giant in the city." "What?" Ross was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. He quickly flung open the cabin door and shouted at the driver in front of him, "Isn't the green giant right here with us? Why is there another one in the city?" "Oh, sir, I have no idea what's going on either. My God, this is just unbelievable." The driver, still processing the message, was shouting in near panic. Listening to their exchange, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. In truth, he had expected this outcome. This was exactly what he'd hinted at to Ross just moments before. Ross snapped to attention, turning sharply to face Lin Fei, disbelief written all over his face. "What's happening? You must know something, don't you?" Lin Fei just shrugged and replied, "I've already told you. I'm a prophet. I know everything, including this. I know every move you'll make." "A terrifying prophet," Ross muttered, now choosing to ignore Lin Fei. He lapsed into thought, and, after a long pause, finally gave the order, "Mobilize all our soldiers at once. Destroy that green giant. We'll continue our return journey." "No, don't head back." Hearing Ross's arrangement, Lin Fei interrupted, "You have no chance of success. That green giant is Blonsky. Oh, but now he calls himself Abomination. Your conventional weapons are useless against him. Turning back now will only lead your men to pointless sacrifice." "What?" Ross spun around, staring at Lin Fei in shock. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to say something like this. And sure enough, at that very moment, the soldiers' frantic shouts came through. "Sir, we can't take him down." "What? You can't handle him?" Ross was incredulous. At that instant, the giant screen flickered to life, displaying the ongoing battle. Abomination was facing off against the soldiers with wild ferocity. Bullets struck his body as if they were nothing, leaving him completely unscathed. Seeing the situation unfold before him, Ross was filled with deep regret. He had clearly never expected things to turn out this way. He had only just dealt with Banner, and now another Blonsky had emerged. How could Ross possibly accept such a reality? Noticing the shock on Ross's face, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He then said, "This is the super soldier transformation program you wanted so badly. Well, do you still find it as appealing as before? Are you satisfied with these results?" "You." Ross stared at Lin Fei, utterly astonished. He never imagined that things would come to this. It was far beyond anything he could have pictured. Banner spoke up at that moment. "Mr. Ross, this is the outcome you've been waiting for all along. Are you satisfied now? If you take me back and use my blood to transform those soldiers, they'll end up just like this too." "Oh no, this was supposed to be my greatest achievement. Why has it come to this? Why? This isn't what I wanted at all." Many people don't want to see this happen, but there's no avoiding it. This is the consequence of the wrong choice you made. Ross, you were wrong. As the saying goes, one misstep leads to another, and from the very start, you made a lot of mistakes. Looking at Lin Fei, Ross didn't know what to think. His thoughts spun in endless circles, until at last, after a long silence, he spoke. "Maybe I really was wrong, but my intentions were good. I wanted to give those soldiers strength. I wanted to change the fate of everyone. You're right, Lin Fei replied. That's what you wanted, but you went about it the wrong way. Some things aren't inevitable. The creation of genetically modified super soldiers was really just a coincidence, an exception to the rule. Not everyone is going to adapt to results like these. Banner has changed for the better, Blonsky for the worse. To you, it might seem inevitable, but it's exactly as I predicted. For a moment, listening to Lin Fei, Ross fell into deep thought. It was clear that he had never expected things to take such a turn. And it was just then that Ross suddenly remembered Lin Fei's true identity. Seeing how calm Lin Fei remained, Ross could hardly believe the decision he had made. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Mr. Lin Fei, since you're a prophet, tell me, what do you think should be done about all this? What should we do about this? Ross, are you sure you're talking to the right person? You're the one in charge here, aren't you? Don't you think making this kind of decision is a bit too much for you? Or is it that you can't handle the weight of it anymore, and you've just been heading down the wrong path from the very beginning, getting further and further away with every step? Ross looked at Lin Fei, at a loss for words. It was true. He finally realized he might have made a terrible mistake. The project he'd been so proud of, his grand plan for human enhancement, had now completely collapsed. Ross could hardly believe he was the one who had made this decision. For him, it was almost impossible to accept. At that moment, Betty stepped up in front of Ross and looked him in the eye. Dad, you were wrong from the start. Completely and utterly wrong. You thought everything would go according to your plans, but you forgot. People are the hardest thing to control. That goes for Blonsky, and for Banner too. Banner was impossible to control at first, but now he's learned to manage himself. That's a good thing. But can you guarantee Blonsky will be the same? Just look at what's on the TV right now. Blonsky, after his transformation, is destroying everything. He's trying to tear the city apart. Look at all those people lying on the ground. What will become of them? Did you ever stop to think about that? Hearing Betty's words, Ross turned his head with difficulty. Sure enough, on the TV, he saw Blonsky in a violent rampage. A wave of regret crashed over Ross. He'd never imagined things would come to this. In truth, this possibility had never even crossed his mind. But he had refused to face the facts. Staring at the television, Ross muttered to himself, I was wrong. I messed up everything. I don't even know if it's too late to regret it now. It's not too late, Lin Fei said. Sure, there's no such thing as a magic fix for regret. But for you, Ross, it's still not too late to change your mind. Don't forget, we still have Banner. Banner. Ross turned to look at Banner, confusion written across his face. After a long moment, he let out a bitter laugh. How could that be? Banner's blood has already been altered. He can't transform anymore. Even if I had him, what good would it do? Who says he can't transform? Lin Fei smiled confidently at Ross and said, Ross, at a time like this, are you really still going to keep me and Banner under lock and key? Hearing what Lin Fei said, Ross's expression turned awkward for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He hastily waved his hand and called out to his soldiers, Quick, unlock their handcuffs. Yes, sir. With Ross's command, 2 soldiers hurried forward and immediately released the handcuffs from Lin Fei and Banner. Lin Fei took this chance to stretch his sore wrists, giving Ross a rather helpless look. He said, Ross, I'll help you with this, but I hope that in the future, you'll reconsider your approach. Not everything will turn out the way you expect it to. I hope you can understand that. All right, I understand. For a moment, Ross stood there looking at Lin Fei, at a loss for words, much like a child who's just been scolded, awkward and helpless. Lin Fei could only smile wryly at this. He had no intention of meddling in Ross's future choices. The only thing that mattered to him was what path Ross would eventually take. As long as Banner was safe from harm and allowed to live his life in peace, that would be enough. This was Lin Fei's only purpose. Soon, with a wave of Lin Fei's hand, a small cart appeared. Looking at Banner, Lin Fei grinned and said, Hey, buddy, are you ready to face a new Hulk? Oh, right, I forgot to mention, his name is Abomination. How about that? Doesn't it sound fierce? Can't wait. Upon hearing this, Banner let out a cold laugh. Mr. Lin, just watch. Soon I'll have him on the ground, begging for mercy. Lin Fei chuckled. That's the spirit. I like your confidence. I'll be helping you out as well, so don't worry. Here, let me get some grilled cold noodles ready for you. Eat grilled cold noodles, and you'll fight with style. As he blurted out this catchy slogan, Lin Fei was a bit stunned himself. When did he become so witty, tossing out memorable lines so effortlessly? He couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Banner was also taken aback for a moment, but soon caught on and said nothing more. In truth, he was looking forward to the grilled cold noodles. He knew that after eating them, he'd gain boundless strength when he transformed, a sensation Banner truly relished. Meanwhile, Ross watched Lin Fei conjure up the little cart out of nowhere, his eyes wide with astonishment. Oh my god, what is that? Lin Fei, how on earth did you do that? Listening to Ross, Lin Fei could only offer a helpless smile. He didn't say much more. After all, how could something like this ever be clearly explained? Without missing a beat, Lin Fei swiftly gathered the ingredients for grilled cold noodles and jianbing, then began cooking them one after the other. He ended up making 2 servings of grilled noodles and 1 jianbing. Lin Fei took one for himself, eating as he glanced at Ross and said, "Aren't we heading back yet, Ross? Or do you plan on having us walk all the way from here?" "Oh, right. I completely forgot about that." Ross snapped to attention, immediately shouting at the pilot, "Return at once. We need to go back to where Bronsky was just now." "Yes, sir." The soldiers on the aircraft quickly responded to Ross's command, steering the helicopter toward Bronsky's location without delay. Time seemed to fly. In just 3 minutes, the aircraft hovered above Bronsky's position. Ross was about to order a landing when Banner interjected, "No need to land. It's not necessary for me." The back hatch of the helicopter swung open, and everyone stepped onto the rear platform to survey the situation below. There, in the street, Bronsky, now the monstrous abomination, was unleashing chaos. Apartment buildings crumbled beneath his fists, each blow leaving them more battered and broken. Cars were crushed and mangled, bursting into flames in an instant. But the explosions, fierce as they were, had no effect on Abomination. He seemed utterly invulnerable to the searing fire. As for the residents, the moment they caught sight of Bronsky's terrifying form, they scrambled to escape, only to realize there was nowhere to run. Bronsky himself faced a hail of bullets from the soldiers, but he showed no fear. Instead, he simply ignored them, pressing forward without hesitation. Oh my god, he's terrifying. He's become something I can't even begin to comprehend. Truly terrifying. Ross frowned deeply at the unfolding disaster. How could he have foreseen things would come to this? Regret gnawed at him. He bitterly wished he'd never allowed Bronsky to undergo the transformation. It was, without question, the most disastrous decision he'd ever made. Now, Ross could only hope Lin Fei would help resolve this mess. Otherwise, he knew he'd never sleep soundly again. He imagined the impact this catastrophe would have on ordinary people, how it would haunt their lives. He had set out with the hope of bringing peace, but in the end, all he had managed to deliver was chaos and destruction. Watching the abomination at that moment, Lin Fei turned his head and smiled. Then, looking at Banner, he said with a laugh, "Well, what do you think now? Tell me, my friend, do you have any thoughts about this Blonsky?" "Of course I do, Mr. Lin. I have plenty of thoughts right now. As long as I could transform, I'm pretty sure I'd give him a serious beating." "Transform? No problem at all. Hungry? How about some grilled cold noodles and a jianbing? I've got enough for both of us." Seeing Lin Fei hand over 2 portions of grilled cold noodles and jianbing, Banner couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He could transform at will now, but there was one catch: he had to eat something first. With his usual small appetite, he rarely ate much, and now, faced with Lin Fei's hearty snacks, Banner found it rather torturous. Forcing himself to eat, Banner soon finished the grilled cold noodles. He glanced at Lin Fei, who nodded at him in encouragement. Banner nodded back, then, without hesitation, stuffed the entire jianbing into his mouth. At this, Ross seemed rather surprised. "Mr. Lin, what exactly are you doing? Why make Banner eat all this? Eat grilled cold noodles, and you'll look sharp in a fight. Eat jianbing, and you won't be afraid of anyone in battle. Don't worry, I promise I won't do anything bad to Banner. Right now, he's just making some final preparations before his evolution, that's all." As Lin Fei finished speaking, Banner's entire body began to change rapidly. His expression twisted in pain as his transformation started. Ross gasped in astonishment as he watched Banner's skin turn green and his muscles swell larger and larger. Overwhelmed by the sight, Ross couldn't help but cry out, "Oh my god, what's happening? This is incredible. I swear, this is the most miraculous thing I've ever seen. Absolutely astonishing. That surprised you already?" Lin Fei gave a helpless, wry smile at Ross's reaction. Then he turned to Banner, who was rapidly transforming, and shouted, "Banner, hurry over there to get ready for battle. Don't stay here. You're going to burst the whole plane if you do." "Got it, Mr. Lin. I'm on my way." Banner turned to glance at Lin Fei, a confident smile on his face. Now, with his own intelligence intact and the surge of strength from his transformation, Banner felt an exhilarating sense of power. In the next instant, Banner sprang into action, heading straight for the front of the aircraft. He reached the cabin door, his body now halfway through its transformation. With a mighty leap, the entire plane seemed to shudder, and Banner himself plunged straight toward the ground below. Everyone quickly closed in, seeing with their own eyes the dramatic transformation overtaking Banner's body. While still suspended in midair, his entire form began to swell, growing larger and larger until at last the green giant, Hulk, burst forth in all his might. Oh, this is absolutely incredible. I swear, this is the most astonishing thing I've ever witnessed in my life. Mr. Lin, you truly are a remarkable man. I never imagined I'd encounter someone like you. Ross exclaimed, his words brimming with awe. Hearing Ross's reaction, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. There are plenty of wonders in this world, and if you think I'm extraordinary, you shouldn't be so surprised. In fact, I plan to personally take part in the coming battle. What? You're planning to join the fray too? For a moment, Ross stared at Lin Fei in disbelief. Mr. Lin, you can't be serious. You're not just an ordinary man, but how could you possibly face someone like Banner? This is impossible. Lin Fei laughed off Ross's concerns. What? You think I'm not strong enough? Trust me, I have more than enough power to handle them. As he spoke, Lin Fei's will stirred, and in that instant, a silver suit of armor began to materialize around him, piece by piece. The armor seemed to appear out of thin air, encasing him completely. This sight left everyone utterly stunned. The soldiers, and even Ross himself, could scarcely believe their eyes. For a moment, they forgot to breathe, to speak, to even think. Only Betty seemed to relax, her fears ebbing away. She had already witnessed Lin Fei's transformations before, so, unlike the others, she met this spectacle with calm and composure. Now fully armored, Lin Fei strode to the hatch of the aircraft. With a burst of energy from beneath his feet, he hovered effortlessly in the air. Turning back to Ross, he lifted the faceplate of his helmet, revealing a gentle smile. Mr. Ross, some things are simply beyond your judgment. Today, my purpose is to show you the consequences of your past actions. Your intentions were good, and I understand what you hope to achieve. But you chose the wrong path. I hope in the future you'll find a better way. After all, fighting isn't always the answer for people like us. As Lin Fei's words faded, his body suddenly began to grow, his suit expanding with him until he towered like a giant, 10 meters tall and floating in midair. Everyone below stared up at him, utterly dumbfounded by this new marvel. At this moment, Ross couldn't help but feel astonished. He had never imagined that Lin Fei would possess such incredible power. The reality was almost terrifying, just with the armor Lin Fei wore now. Even if he were to face an even stronger monster, that creature likely wouldn't stand a chance against him. Ross couldn't help but wonder if he had truly made a grave mistake. Yet now, it seemed too late for regret. All he could do was pin his hopes on Lin Yunfei and Banner. From a distance, Lin Fei could already see the situation unfolding on Banner's side, and he also caught a glimpse of the expression on Ross's face. He couldn't help but smile, then called out, "All right, you can get ready to land. Unless something unexpected happens, we'll have this wrapped up in 5 minutes." With those words, Lin Fei retracted the energy jets from his boots, and his body, pulled by gravity, began to plummet swiftly toward the ground. Meanwhile, Banner, who had already landed, was locked in one fierce bout after another with Abomination. The two were brawling hand to hand, fist meeting fist, feet striking feet. Banner had never anticipated that Blonsky could be this powerful. His strength was simply overwhelming. But what truly took Banner by surprise was that Blonsky had retained his intelligence. He had inherited this monstrous body and its immense power, yet his mind remained so sharply intact. This realization unsettled Banner. In that very moment, Blonsky came charging at him with astonishing speed and landed a heavy punch squarely on Banner's body. Blonsky's reflexes were blindingly fast, his strength vastly superior to Banner's. The impact sent Banner hurtling through the air, crashing into a car behind him, crushing it flat. Waves of searing pain shot through him. Banner could hardly believe just how formidable Blonsky had become. Right then, Blonsky stepped up in front of Banner, a cold sneer on his face. "What's wrong? Are you scared now? Is this all you've got? I thought you'd be a worthy opponent, someone strong enough to make me crave battle. But it turns out you're nothing but trash, a complete failure." With a furious roar, Banner shot back. "Hulk is not trash. Hulk is here to defeat you." In that instant, Banner sprang to his feet, swinging a fist straight at Blonsky's head. But all he managed was to make Blonsky's head turn slightly, while a jolt of intense pain shot through Banner's own fist. The sensation was almost unbearable. Turning his head, Blonsky glared coldly at Banner, a sneer curling his lips. "Oh, Banner, your strength is pitifully weak. So weak it's almost a shame. How could someone like you be saddled with such a frail body? What a waste. Only I am worthy of power like this." As he finished, Blonsky moved with lightning speed, slamming his foot into Banner's stomach. Banner was sent flying, crashing into the wall of a nearby apartment building. His body smashed straight through, debris tumbling down in a shower of stone and dust that pelted Banner mercilessly. And that wasn't the end of it. Blonsky hefted a car with ease and hurled it at Banner's direction. The car, propelled by immense force, slammed into the rubble, exploding on impact. Flames roared to life, devouring the wreckage in a blazing inferno. A cold chuckle escaped Blonsky. Well, I never imagined I could become this powerful. It feels incredible. But why? Why isn't there a single opponent in this world who can give me a real fight? You're all just so weak, pathetically weak. Banner, can't you be stronger? Can't you give me the thrill of a true battle? Blonsky, Banner replied, his voice steady. We strive to become stronger, not just to defeat powerful foes, but to overcome the enemies that threaten us all. Our purpose is peace for the entire world. If you can't see that, how are you any different from the monsters we fight? Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Banner burst out from the ruins. He leapt high, landing firmly on the ground to face Blonsky. In that moment, a sense of clarity washed over him. Now he finally understood. With such power coursing through him, he realized that strength comes with responsibility. It isn't about doing whatever you want just because you can. True strength means using your abilities for good, making a difference in the world. That, Banner now understood, was the meaning of his existence. Blonsky eyed Banner, taking in the bruises and wounds covering his body, and let out a cold snort. Strength, what you call it, means nothing to me. I crave battle. I live for the thrill of seeing my enemies fall at my feet. Is that so? What a pity. Maybe it's time you woke up to reality. And just then, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. Blonsky looked up, puzzled, his attention caught by the sudden sound. In the sky above, a massive figure appeared, hurtling downwards at astonishing speed. Blonsky's eyes widened in shock. He leapt back instinctively, as the shadowy form crashed into the very spot he had been standing just moments before. This was a suit of silver steel armor. Upon seeing this, Blonsky's eyes lit up with excitement. The thrill was undeniable. Before him stood a towering steel giant, a full 10 meters tall, and high up in the cockpit stood a man, commanding everything inside. The man's voice rang out over the comms. Blonsky, you crave a worthy opponent, don't you? Today I'll show you what true power is, so powerful, it will make you tremble. Oh, so you're Lin Fei, are you? Blonsky sneered. I've read your file. I never expected you to show up here. What a surprise. Do you really think you can give me the thrill I'm searching for? Of course. Why else would I be here? Lin Fei replied coolly. I'm here to help Banner defeat you. You've caused chaos and terrorized society. Someone like you doesn't belong in this world. You deserve to be punished. Blonsky let out a cold, mocking laugh. What a joke. Who are you to judge me? What makes you think you can hurt me with that tin can of yours? Let's see what you've got. With that, Blonsky sprang into action, unleashing his strength in a sudden burst. In a flash, he closed the distance between them and launched a punch straight at the abdomen of Lin Fei's armored giant. At that moment, Banner shouted anxiously, Mr. Lin, watch out. He's incredibly strong. Strong. Lin Fei scoffed, a faint smile on his lips. So what if he's strong? He showed no fear of Blonsky's power. After all, his colossal machine was the very definition of invincible. And sure enough, in the next instant, Blonsky landed a full-force blow on the belly of Lin Fei's colossal machine. But all that followed was a metallic clang. Lin Fei's giant didn't so much as flinch, while Blonsky's reaction was quite different. Blonsky recoiled, hurriedly pulling back his fist, clutching his hand in agony. His face twisted in pain. Damn it, what is this thing made of? It's ridiculously tough. My hand, why does it hurt so much? Lin Fei, what did you do? How did you make your armor so indestructible? Seeing Blonsky writhing in pain, Lin Fei couldn't help but sneer. What's the matter? Scared already? Did you really think you were the strongest? With skills like yours, you want to take me on? You're nowhere near my level. No, this can't be true. It just can't be. I'm the strongest. My last hit must have landed in the wrong spot, that's all. As he spoke, Blonsky lashed out with a fierce kick, aiming right for Lin Fei's knee. Yet, even as his foot struck out, Lin Fei remained completely unmoved. Lin Fei stood there, not even the slightest twitch in his knee, simply staring at Blonsky before him. His expression was the very picture of arrogance, as bold and unrestrained as one could imagine. Come on, Blonsky, is this really all you've got? Lin Fei taunted. Weren't you always craving a powerful opponent? What's wrong? Now that you're facing someone far stronger than you imagined, are you backing down? I'm not. Blonsky shouted, his voice raw with pain. He looked utterly tormented, unable to comprehend how he'd come up against someone like Lin Fei. This man was terrifying, so overwhelming that Blonsky found himself stripped of even the faintest hope of resistance. For a long moment, Blonsky just stared at Lin Fei in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. "How are you doing this? How is this even possible?" he demanded. Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle at Blonsky's words. What's so impossible about it? I've always been stronger than you. Far stronger. Did you really think your little tricks would be enough to handle someone like me? You're far too naive." Seeing the state Blonsky was in, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Sometimes, he found himself at a loss for words. He was quite fond of the suit of armor he wore, and he wondered if, with this armor, dealing with future threats would become just as effortless. The thought was both thrilling and unsettling, so much so that even Lin Fei himself could barely believe it. Blonsky, meanwhile, was still struggling to come to terms with Lin Fei's overwhelming power. He stared at Lin Fei, who loomed before him, his figure massive and many times stronger than Blonsky himself. Panic began to set in. He was completely intimidated by Lin Fei, unable to believe the sheer disparity in strength. At that moment, Banner approached Lin Fei, reaching out to touch the iron armor with a look of utter amazement. "Oh my goodness, Mr. Lin. This thing of yours is that powerful. It's incredible. Absolutely unbelievable." "What's so unbelievable about it?" Lin Fei replied lightly. "All right, let's tidy up Blonsky here. We've got more things to take care of, and there's plenty ahead that still needs doing." Listening to Lin Fei's words, Banner nodded for a moment, then turned to Blonsky and said, "Blonsky, isn't it time for you to surrender?" "Impossible. How could I possibly surrender? I'm a mightiest warrior. I will defeat all of you. How could I ever be afraid?" Blonsky shouted defiantly, refusing to accept such an outcome. To him, this was truly terrifying. He had never imagined he could be so thoroughly bested. The strength he once took pride in had clearly been enough to overpower Banner. But now, facing Lin Fei, things were far more difficult. For a moment, Blonsky's eyes darted around quickly. Suddenly, he spotted an iron chain nearby. Reacting instantly, he hurried over, grabbed the chain, and wound it tightly around his hand. Attached to it was a massive iron weight, which he swung with all his might straight at Lin Fei. Determined to defeat Lin Fei with this single blow, he unleashed every ounce of his strength. Seeing the heavy iron weight hurtling toward him, Lin Fei grew more serious. Although he claimed to be invincible, that didn't mean he could withstand every force. Even Lin Fei would be forced backward, or even knocked down by such overwhelming power. Earlier, when Blonsky fought him head-on with his own strength, it hadn't been much of a challenge. The immense power of Lin Fei's colossal form was more than enough to hold him at bay. But now, things were different. With this huge lump of iron added to the mix, Blonsky's strength had multiplied. Facing this threat, Lin Fei realized he needed to respond carefully. As the massive iron weight came flying toward his side, Lin Fei leapt nimbly aside, dodging it completely. Banner, meanwhile, had already darted off to who knew where to avoid getting caught in the chaos. Just then, Lin Fei landed swiftly and saw Blonsky swinging the chain once again. Lin Fei realized he couldn't let this continue. He needed to do something. Watching as Blonsky tightly wound the chain around his injured arm, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He strode forward, dodged another swing of the iron weight, and let the chain wrap around him. Unfazed, Lin Fei grabbed the chain with a powerful grip. The heavy iron weight, pulled down by gravity, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. At that very moment, Lin Fei acted swiftly and pulled hard. In the blink of an eye, under Blonsky's astonished gaze, Lin Fei yanked him right in front of himself. The force and sudden tug sent Blonsky flying straight toward Lin Fei, so that he found himself standing face to face with him, utterly bewildered for a moment. Looking at Lin Fei's honest, almost goofy smile, Blonsky felt a surge of dread. Lin Fei had become so powerful that Blonsky knew he was completely outmatched. Not only did Lin Fei possess superior strength, but his intelligence was on another level, a combination Blonsky had no hope of countering. Realizing the grim truth, Blonsky instinctively tried to escape, but just as he moved, he suddenly found Lin Fei right in front of him again. With another burst of force, Blonsky's body was spun around so that his back was to Lin Fei. In that instant, Lin Fei seized both of Blonsky's arms, locking them in a vice-like grip. One of Lin Fei's fists held Blonsky so tightly that escape was impossible. Turning his head to look at Banner, Lin Fei grinned and said, "Hey buddy, how do you like this? A live target just for you. Want to give it a try?" "Absolutely, absolutely." Banner responded eagerly, rushing over at once. Seeing Blonsky pinned and helpless, Banner wasted no time. His fists landed punch after punch into Blonsky's stomach. Blonsky groaned in agony. He wasn't Lin Fei. He wasn't invincible. Each of Banner's blows landed with real pain. The suffering was unbearable, and groans escaped his throat muffled but desperate. Clearly, this torment was far more than he could take. Just then, a helicopter descended rapidly behind them. Stepping out were Ross, Betty, and a few others. As they took in the scene before them, they could hardly believe their eyes. The whole spectacle was beyond imagination. Lin Fei still gripping Blonsky's arms, and Banner pummeling him relentlessly. It all looked so surreal, so out of place. Seeing this unfold, Ross exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my God, I never imagined the two of them working together could be this formidable." Everything that had just transpired was witnessed by Ross. He saw clearly that Bronsky's attacks had no effect whatsoever on Lin Fei's iron suit. The blows didn't leave so much as a scratch. For a moment, Ross was utterly astounded. What kind of monster was this Lin Fei to have developed such a thing? And let's not forget, this suit had appeared out of thin air, which only highlighted Lin Fei's might. He was so powerful that no one dared to harm him, nor even covet what he possessed. A deafening crash rang out. At last, Banner had gathered his strength for the most powerful blow he could muster. Bronsky, unable to withstand the force, was knocked flat onto the ground. Clutching his abdomen in agony, Bronsky could barely comprehend what he was facing. Lin Fei and Banner were truly terrifying. Their strength was overwhelming, far beyond his ability to endure. And Lin Fei's restraints were so formidable that he couldn't even struggle. Lying face down on the ground, Bronsky was utterly immobilized. His body was drained of all strength, and in his heart, a desperate wish surfaced. If only he could die right then and there, how much easier that would be. But, as it turned out, death was not an option for Bronsky. At that moment, Ross and his men rushed over. Glancing at the battered soldiers around him, and then at Bronsky's wretched state, Ross gave a sharp wave of his hand and commanded, "Everyone secure Bronsky at once and take him to our underground facility. He must be imprisoned permanently. Someone like him cannot be allowed to remain in this world. Inform me if Banner ever comes to his senses." "Yes, sir." As Ross spoke, everyone snapped into action, scrambling to find chains and binding Bronsky tightly, so securely that even the slightest movement was nearly impossible for him. Once Bronsky was finally under control, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Soon, helicopters roared in, descending to pick Bronsky up. He was strapped tightly to one of the aircrafts, and without delay, flown away from the scene. All that chaos and struggle had eaten up half an hour. Now, surveying the area, Ross saw a battlefield engulfed in flames. People everywhere were fleeing in a mad panic. Those who turned to see what was happening were stunned to find both Lin Fei and Banner standing there. Disbelief spread through the crowd, and startled cries erupted. "Oh my God, there's another monster. Now there are two of them. Everybody run." Lin Fei naturally heard the shouts from the crowd below, but he didn't say anything in response. This was not something that could be easily explained. Everything he had done was entirely worth it, just so Banner would be able to unleash his full strength when the time came. Now, the next step was to help Banner transform quickly. With this in mind, Lin Fei's expression shifted slightly. In an instant, the massive vehicle vanished, and Lin Fei dropped from a height of 10 meters, landing squarely on the ground. Thanks to his body being more than 8 times stronger than an ordinary person's, he wasn't the least bit afraid of such a fall. He hit the ground with a heavy thud, then, with a wave of his hand, summoned the small food cart once again. This time, Lin Fei wasted no time at all. In just half a minute, he had grilled a skewer of lamb and, after adding its calming effect, handed it straight to Banner. "Eat up. Once you're done, we need to discuss what comes next with Ross and the others." At Lin Fei's words, Banner nodded and took the skewer, eating it without hesitation. Barely half a minute later, Banner's body began to quickly return to a normal size, and his familiar face reappeared before everyone. "Oh my God, this is incredible. Have I ever witnessed anything like this before? It's completely beyond belief." Ross exclaimed, utterly stunned by what had just taken place. He could hardly believe Lin Fei possessed such power. It was truly unsettling. After all, the entire battle had been won thanks to Lin Fei. Even Blonsky's defeat was his doing. Of course, Ross had no idea that, had it continued, Banner would likely have managed to defeat Blonsky himself, since Banner now possessed his own intelligence and cunning. But with Lin Fei's intervention, the fight had ended much more quickly, and that was the real significance of his actions. Taking in the scene around him, Lin Fei heard the familiar sound of a mission being completed ring out in his mind, prompting him to consider the next task. He'd received plenty of rewards, but they would only be his once the next mission began. For now, Lin Fei paid it no mind. There were still things he needed to do, and it was far too soon to call this mission finished. At last, seeing Banner restored to his ordinary self, Lin Fei smiled, put an arm around Banner's shoulder, and led him aside. Then, looking toward Ross and Betty in front of them, he grinned and said, "Mr. Ross, may I ask what's on your mind now? Is there anything you'd like to say at this moment?" "Of course, Mr. Lin. You truly surprised me. I never imagined something like this would happen. As for my thoughts, I do have a few. I think from now on, I won't pursue this kind of research anymore. All of this is simply too terrifying. I keep thinking about how foolish I once was, actually considering using Banner's blood to transform those soldiers. I was really so naive. It's all right, as long as you've come to understand. All I wanted was to help you see that sometimes what you believe isn't always what's right. We don't need so many superheroes. 1 or 2 are more than enough. Yes, perhaps we really don't need that many superheroes." At this moment, Ross quickly realized what was being said, and he agreed with Lin Fei. Stepping forward, Ross looked directly at Banner and gave him a deep, sincere bow. "Oh, Banner, I'm truly sorry. I can't believe I did something like that to you. I really am sorry, but I hope you can forgive me. Of course, as long as you let me live an ordinary life, as long as I can be with Betty and live peacefully together, that's all I need." "Oh, come on, you and Betty? You're such a big creature. Can Betty really handle that?" Hearing Ross's words, Banner was momentarily stunned. It took him a while to realize Ross was teasing him. With a body like his, maybe Betty wouldn't be able to handle it. But it's not as if he's always in that form, right? Lin Fei, too, couldn't help but feel both exasperated and amused as he listened to Ross's remarks. "Don't worry, Mr. Ross. I'm working on a way to change my body at will. I believe it won't be long before I find a solution." "All right then, if that's the case, I have nothing more to say. I hope the two of you find happiness together. From now on, I won't interfere in your lives anymore. How your future unfolds is no longer something I'll concern myself with." As Ross spoke, he also turned to the soldiers and shouted, "Everyone, let's go. It's time to head home." At Ross's command, the soldiers snapped to attention. The battle was finally over, and it was time to return home. Soon, everyone boarded the plane and flew toward the underground base. As for what the future would hold, no one could say. Lin Fei watched them leave, and soon after, he heard Banner's voice. "Mr. Lin, what should we do now? I must admit, I'm a bit lost about the future. I don't know what's coming, so I hope you can show me the way forward." "The way forward? It's simple. It's just what I told you before." "Oh, Mr. Lin, you mean the Avengers, right?" Banner immediately recalled what Lin Fei had mentioned earlier. The name was deeply etched in his mind now, and he certainly knew about the Avengers. But honestly, he hadn't given it much thought. All his ideas came from Lin Fei's words. Hearing Banner's response, Lin Fei nodded. Betty, seeing this, quickly chimed in, "Oh, Mr. Lin, are you one of the Avengers? Are all the Avengers as powerful as you?" "Hey, what are you thinking? Of course not everyone is as strong as me. The Avengers are just a group of talented individuals, a team of superheroes. As for Banner, what he needs to do is join the Avengers and contribute his strengths to the team. I believe that won't be too hard for him, right?" "Oh yes. Mr. Lin, I never imagined I'd have the chance to be someone like that. This is amazing. I'm actually starting to look forward to it." "Is that so? Well, don't be too hasty. In a moment, someone from the Avengers will be arriving. You can meet him first and then decide." As Lin Fei finished speaking, a commotion suddenly broke out among the people nearby. Lin Fei looked up in curiosity. In the sky, a dazzling streak of light was racing toward them. As it drew closer, Lin Fei finally saw who it was, Iron Man Tony. Iron Man was always the kind of person eager to show off at every opportunity. Lin Fei could only smile helplessly at his theatrics. Soon, Iron Man landed right in front of them, his helmet opening with a smooth mechanical whir. "Hey, good evening, Mr. Lin. Tell me, have you found your superhero yet?" "Of course I have. Isn't he right here?" Looking at the two, Lin Fei chuckled. "So, do I still need to introduce them to each other?" "No need at all." At Lin Fei's words, Tony grinned and reached out to Banner. "I'm quite familiar with Dr. Banner, a brilliant young scientist in genetics. Although you've been keeping a low profile these past years, Dr. Banner, it seems you've been taking it easy." "Tony Stark." Banner couldn't help but chuckle, then extended his hand to shake Tony's, smiling as he said, "Mr. Tony Stark, I must admit your words are making me feel a bit flattered and uneasy. I think there's no need for me to elaborate on what kind of person you are. You're the youngest entrepreneur, the chairman of Stark Industries, and right now, your company possesses rather extraordinary capabilities. Are you, by any chance, also a member of the Avengers, Mr. Stark?" "Oh, heavens, Mr. Stark, don't tell me you can also grow and shrink in size, just like Mr. Lin and the rest of us." "Oh, Dr. Banner, you must be joking. How could I possibly have powers on par with Mr. Lin?" For a moment, Tony could only give a wry smile, then turned to Lin Fei, speaking with genuine astonishment. "Mr. Lin, I think I saw everything that just happened with you. How on earth did you do all that? How are you so incredibly powerful? And why do you have an Iron Man suit as well? On top of that, yours can change size. Honestly, this is all beyond anything I can wrap my head around. Lin Fei gave a soft laugh. I'm not going to bother explaining this to you. There's really no point. You won't be able to figure it out. This is something unique to me. Enough with the surprise. By the way, you haven't gone to look for Ross yet, have you? Of course not. Ross just left a moment ago. I'm planning to go find him a little later. After completing his daily tasks, Ross always goes to a local bar for a drink. If I leave in half an hour, the two of us should arrive at about the same time. Oh, is that so? Well then, how about we grab a bite to eat first? Hearing Lin Fei's suggestion, Tony's expression instantly brightened. He called out in excitement. Yes, yes, yes. I absolutely love your food, Mr. Lin. It's fantastic, truly amazing. Let's not waste any time. Let's eat now. I'll head out in half an hour. You can only smile helplessly at Tony's enthusiasm. He really is a foodie. Turning, you glance at Betty and Banner, who are now nestled close together. Lin Fei can only smile wryly at the sight, then claps his hands, summoning the invincible food truck. Seeing this, everyone boards the truck and soon gathers in the rear. Lin Fei brings out several servings of Peking duck, some braised pork head, and a few bottles of Tsingdao beer. The group enjoys a hearty meal together, eating and drinking with great cheer. At that moment, Betty turns to Lin Fei and asks, Mr. Lin, is Banner completely fine now? Is he free to leave this place? Can we finally have a better life? All we want is to live in peace. Listening to Betty, Lin Fei smiled and then said, a peaceful life may only last for a while for you too, because before long, Banner will become a member of the Avengers. He'll have to face those enemies. But don't worry, he continued. These will only be brief battles. Once they're over, Banner will still be by your side. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Betty nodded firmly, her eyes shining with happiness as she looked at Banner. After all, what could be more blissful than being with the one you love? Time seemed to fly by, and soon everyone was fully enjoying their meal. At that moment, Tony looked at Lin Fei and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Mr. Lin, this is all just so delightful. I absolutely love the dishes you've made. They're simply delicious. I really hope I'll get to eat your cooking more often in the future. Lin Fei chuckled non-committally at Tony's words, then replied, That's nothing. I'm sure you'll have plenty more chances. He added, But right now, I need to help Banner with something. Once that's done, I'll assist you again, because you'll be facing a new enemy soon. What? Another new enemy? Oh my, life is certainly never dull. Oddly enough, I find myself enjoying all of this. It's truly wonderful. Hearing Lin Fei, Tony's face filled with anticipation. For Tony, defeating enemies wasn't the only joy. As long as he could eat more of Lin Fei's food, he felt content. As for Lin Fei, he realized he needed to speed things up. His schedule was just too packed these days. So Lin Fei decided to hurry the pace of his tasks, because only then would he have more time to rest. He was also thinking about visiting Qianyan to learn the art of cultivation. Lin Fei's physical strength was already formidable, but learning more would be incredibly useful for him. As for cultivation, Lin Fei had no intention of seeking immortality, but becoming powerful beyond anything he'd ever known was something he truly looked forward to. He was eager for that transformation. Half an hour later, everyone was finally full and content. At this point, Tony stood up, looked at Lin Fei, and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, I think I should go find Ross. At the very least, I ought to inform him that Dr. Banner is joining our Avengers team. And I also hope that from now on, he'll stop pursuing this kind of research. S.H.I.E.L.D. will likely have a word with him about it when the time comes. All right, go on then. Make sure you explain things to him properly. I believe you'll find a good way to handle it, so I won't say any more. I'll come find you when the time is right. Understood, Mr. Lin. I'll be on my way. Donning his Iron Man suit, Tony sprang into action. In a flash, he vanished from sight, rocketing skyward toward the bar where Ross was at that moment. Banner glanced at Lin Fei, then at the spot where Tony had already disappeared. Holding Betty back, he turned to Lin Fei and said, Mr. Lin, I wonder if the two of us might leave now? I've made up my mind. I'd like to head to the school where Mr. Lon works. Betty and I are going there to become professors, to impart knowledge to those kids. We hope we'll accomplish something meaningful there. It's the career we've both always dreamed of. Hearing Banner's words, Lin Fei shook his head. Hey, my friend, that's not possible for you just yet. You can't leave now. You'll need to wait at least a week before you can go. And during this week, you'll have to stay with me. Oh, Mr. Lin, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I'm really a bit confused. Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle at Banner's confusion, then explained, Don't forget your current condition. Even though your blood has calmed, if something triggers your rage, you'll still transform. What I need to do now is help you. Help you truly control your emotions and master your transformations. That's what you really need for your future. Control my transformations freely? Mr. Lin, that sounds absolutely insane. You must know how difficult that would be for me. Of course I do. That's exactly why I'm going to help you. Over the next week, I'll work with you to bring about this change. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Banner fell into deep thought. He knew that although his blood had changed after eating Lin Fei's wildly powerful jianbing, he was still capable of transforming, which was a real dilemma for him. In other words, his emotions could still trigger a transformation, and that was hardly a good thing. If, in the future, something truly irreversible were to happen, Banner might lose control and transform again. At the same time, Banner couldn't help but wonder, if he stopped eating Lin Fei's grilled pancakes, would his consciousness remain when he transformed? All of this was shrouded in uncertainty. But now, with Lin Fei by his side, Lin Fei, who possessed formidable strength and could help Banner withstand whatever might come, Banner found himself wholeheartedly agreeing with Lin Fei's proposal. Deep down, Banner hoped that with Lin Fei's involvement, some change would come about for him as well. With this in mind, Banner looked at Lin Fei and nodded, a smile breaking across his face. Mr. Lin, I'll be counting on you in the week ahead. Don't worry. I promise I'll help you, Lin Fei replied, flashing a confident grin. For Lin Fei, guiding Banner to total control over his emotions was no challenge at all. In truth, Lin Fei's plan was to use his array of unique foods to help Banner discover that crucial feeling of control. As for the final outcome, while it might be much the same as before, Lin Fei was certain he could speed up the process. He was full of confidence. He believed that Banner could achieve exactly what he hoped for, and once that happened, Lin Fei could move on to his next task. Meanwhile, in another part of town, frustration reached its peak. Can someone please tell me what you actually want from me? Do you even realize what you've done? You've basically kidnapped me in my own home. My God, this is infuriating. I just can't accept it, not at all. At that moment, Tony found himself facing Fury, Natasha, and Coulson. The three of them stood there, and Tony's eyes were wide with disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how these three, of all people, had managed to keep him captive in his own house. Thinking back, it must have been several days earlier. Tony had participated in a racing event, and there, on the track, he had encountered a man wielding a whip, a man who nearly killed him on the spot. If Iron Man hadn't arrived just in time, if Tony hadn't managed to suit up in the nick of time, he would have been powerless against such a threat. The whole ordeal had truly shaken him to the core. At the same time, Tony was becoming more aware than ever of just how much he relied on the Iron Man suit. Yet there was little comfort in that, because he was facing a new problem, palladium poisoning. It was a reality Tony could hardly bring himself to believe. Palladium had become his greatest fear. His body was growing weaker by the day, and at times he could hardly catch his breath. If he were to put a number to it, once his blood reached 100% toxicity, death would follow swiftly from total system failure. Something like this had happened, and Tony realized just how serious the problem was. Yet, he really didn't want to deal with it. He always believed he could find a substitute for the palladium, and he'd been working tirelessly toward that goal. But after all this time, Tony still hadn't made any progress. For the first time, he truly felt the pressure and started to reflect on his situation. Just yesterday, Tony ran into Fury. At that moment, he saw the secretary he had originally hired, Natasha. It turned out she was actually an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony could hardly believe his ears. When he heard this, he even considered firing Natasha on the spot, but clearly, Fury had no intention of letting that happen. Fury simply made his move, never giving Tony the chance to protest. At that time, Fury told Tony he had a medication that could alleviate the effects of the palladium, but it was only a temporary fix. For Tony, it was still urgent to find a new element as soon as possible. Hearing this, Tony felt deeply frustrated. It was just too overwhelming. He'd already spent 6 months searching and still hadn't found anything that could even come close to replacing the palladium. At this point, Tony was genuinely at a loss for words. Looking at the box in front of him, Tony asked in confusion, "Oh my, what exactly is this? I want to know what you put inside." Hearing Tony's question, Fury couldn't help but chuckle. "Tony, don't be surprised. This is something that will accompany you into the future. I hope in the coming days, you can focus on your research and strive to develop a true replacement for the palladium. This is crucial for you, absolutely vital. In fact, this is all because of you. If it weren't for your actions, how could Iron Man have ended up in Rhodey's hands?" At these words, Tony's mood soured. "Come on, Fury, this has nothing to do with me. Iron Man ended up with Rhodey because he took it himself, not because I gave it to him." "Is that so?" Natasha interjected, unable to hide her curiosity. "But as far as I remember, your place is under pretty tight security. If someone managed to take something without your permission, well, that's almost impossible, isn't it?" "Oh my God, Natasha, I really regret it now. I can't believe I let you into my world, let you know me so well. All of this just makes me so angry. Really? Angry? I can't say I feel the same. But Mr. Tony, don't you think it's time for you to focus on studying this thing? Hey, come on, guys, this is practically torture. Do you even realize how much of a test this is for me? It's almost impossible. Haven't you thought about that? Finding a replacement for palladium is incredibly difficult. I've been searching for 6 months, and I still haven't found anything. How could you expect me to come up with a solution in just a few days? Hearing Tony's words, Fury couldn't help but chuckle. That's just because you haven't had the right motivation. Well, now I'm giving you one. I hope you'll have some promising results in the next few days. Oh, come on, guys, stop pushing me. How can you expect this to work? Even if you give me all the potential and pressure in the world, this is still way too hard for me. Have any of you considered why you're making me do this? Can't I have a bit of personal freedom? I need freedom, the kind that lets my mind work at its best. Fury, hearing Tony's words, gave a cold laugh. Tony, are you still thinking about freedom right now? Think carefully about what's happened. Rhodey took your Iron Man suit. He's already brought it to them. They're about to start studying and modifying it. When that happens, Iron Man won't be your exclusive achievement anymore. Do you really want to see that? That's something you simply can't let happen. Tony, you should be thinking about how to fix this, but you haven't even realized how much this could affect you. Listening to Fury, Tony frowned deeply. The truth was, he knew exactly what had happened, and none of it was anything he wanted to see. Yes, his friend Rhodey had taken all of it away, and Tony had even given his permission. After all, everything required Tony's authorization. Rhodey had only taken Tony's things after being personally authorized by Tony himself. The thought of this made Tony feel a surge of anger. He had never expected Rhodey to betray him. For Tony, this was truly hard to accept. But soon, another issue came to Tony's mind. He looked at Fury and said, "Oh, Mr. Fury, I still want to ask if you could give me a little more time. This life you've arranged for me is really confusing. I can't concentrate on my research at all. It's too late. Whatever you say now, it's too late," Fury replied flatly. "I'm telling you, I'm only giving you these few days. During this time, Agent Coulson will stay with you. Meanwhile, Agent Natasha will continue to work undercover at your company. Mr. Stark, when you finish your research, that's when I'll return your freedom." With that, Fury turned and left. Tony was left standing there, frowning in distress. In truth, this whole situation was incredibly hard for him to bear. He'd never imagined something like this would happen. Everything seemed aimed directly at him. He truly wanted to finish his research, but it was just not something that could be accomplished overnight. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it seemed. Watching Fury's receding figure, Tony felt increasingly frustrated. He desperately wished Fury would grant him some extra time, but it was clear that wasn't going to happen. At that moment, Coulson approached Tony, gesturing towards the boxes. "These boxes contain everything you need. I hope you can finish your research as soon as possible. Good luck, Mr. Stark." Natasha also came over, looking at Tony with a smile. "I've already shut down all communications from your estate. Unless you finish your research, I'll be the only one who can restore them. Until then, don't even think about leaving." Tony's frustration boiled over. Come on, this is torture. What about my rights? He was truly upset. He hadn't expected them to go this far. For Tony, this was anything but good news. Natasha listened to Tony's words and couldn't help but laugh. Human rights? Did you ever consider the consequences when you first created this thing? When you developed Iron Man, did you ever stop to think about what might happen? I'm telling you, it's too late for regrets. Now, the only thing you need to do is finish this research as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I'll keep going like this. When you're done, that's when you'll get your freedom. As for Pot's safety, you don't need to worry. I'll stay by her side and protect her at all times." Hearing Natasha's words, Tony grew even more frustrated. He couldn't believe Natasha would actually do this to him. Just then, Natasha left with a smile. In that moment, Tony felt as though his life had been utterly upended. He was deeply troubled, never imagining he'd find himself in such a predicament. For Tony, this was a whole new level of misery. Looking over at Coulson, Tony couldn't hold back any longer. "Don't you think you should treat me a little better? At the very least, if you wanted to work on this, you ought to provide for me. You know I like coffee when I'm working. How about you make me a cup?" "No can do. Nothing for you," Coulson replied with a helpless, wry smile. "You get nothing. Just get this research done as quickly as possible. I'm under no obligation to help you with any of this." "Oh, come on. This is awful for me. You're really not making this easy. How do you expect me to invent anything if you treat me like this? Have you ever considered my personal freedom, my basic rights? The least you could do is try to be a little nicer. Take Mr. Lin, for example. Whenever I need something, he always provides. Unlike you, who won't even spare a dime." At that moment, a sudden whooshing noise sliced through the air. Tony looked up and saw a silver glint speeding toward them through the sky. "Oh my God, what on earth is that?" Tony was stunned by the sight in the sky. He hadn't expected to encounter anything like this. What was that thing? Could it be a missile? If it really was, then he might be facing death right now. He never imagined things would escalate to such a point. The result appeared swiftly, and it was clear that Tony had been overthinking things. In the sky above, that silver figure drew rapidly closer. A suit of armor reminiscent of Iron Man himself. In a flash, he landed right in front of Tony, a smile playing on his lips as he faced him. Tony, startled by this unexpected encounter, blurted out in surprise, "Oh my God, are you Rhodey? But why would Rhodey take my Iron Man suit? Sure, his is silver too, but he never made an entrance like this. Yours looks way cooler. What's going on here? Don't tell me you invented this yourself." "Hey Tony, old pal, it's been a while, but you're just as talkative as ever." As Tony spoke, the Iron Man suit's faceplate retracted, revealing Lin Fei's face. He couldn't help but give Tony a helpless, wry smile. Tony really did love the sound of his own voice. Tony, still in disbelief at what he was seeing, stared at Lin Fei's face and exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Lin, it really is you. Oh my God, I'd almost forgotten. You have your own suit too. I remember seeing it 6 months ago. I never thought you'd show up here again. And now I'm really in a tight spot." Lin Fei smiled at Tony's words and replied, "I know you're in trouble. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. basically kidnapped you, right? But honestly, I think they did the right thing." Coulson, listening to Lin Fei, chuckled and said, "Hey, Mr. Lin, long time no see. It's been what, 6 months? I never imagined you'd show up here again. And I have to say, I really like your attitude. You're a great supporter of Director Fury's work, and I'm truly glad to hear it. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for standing behind us." Lin Fei simply smiled at Coulson's words, saying nothing more. "Come on, it's nothing really. I just want Tony to grow up a bit faster. My mission is to help him mature as quickly as possible. And, honestly, your goals are the same as mine. You all want to see Tony grow and develop, and I think that's a wonderful thing." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Coulson couldn't help but chuckle at that moment, while Tony's expression turned gloomy. "Oh, Mr. Lin, are you sure you're not pulling my leg? What exactly are you talking about? You're actually siding with him to deal with me? Do you two really think that locking me up will somehow make me come up with the solution you want? That's impossible. This sort of thing takes a long time." "All right, Tony, don't be so upset," Lin Fei replied gently. "This really isn't all that difficult for you. Trust me, I'll help you. While I'm helping you tackle this daunting challenge, I'll also give you a hand in dealing with Vanko when the time comes. Vanko is no easy opponent, after all." Tony was taken aback by Lin Fei's words. "Oh, Mr. Lin, you even know about Vanko? That's honestly surprising. I didn't expect you to be aware of all that. Does that mean you've known everything I've been through lately?" "Of course," Lin Fei answered calmly. "I know all about what you've experienced. I just haven't had the time to come and help you myself, since I've been busy assisting Banner in mastering a way to transform at will. That's been incredibly difficult for me. Banner's really been wasting a lot of my time." As he spoke, Lin Fei couldn't help but think back on everything he'd done to help Banner. The memory left him feeling frustrated. He'd never imagined it would be so hard for Banner to gain control over his transformation, or that accepting this fact would be so difficult. Indeed, 6 months ago, Lin Fei had already decided to help Banner find a way to transform into the Hulk at will. Yet, he hadn't expected things would turn out as they did. Originally, Lin Fei's plan was to use a steady supply of his favorite street foods, crispy pancakes, savory crepes, and lamb skewers, to help Banner master the knack of transformation quickly, to give him the skills he needed to control it. Only then could Banner truly complete his transformation. But what Lin Fei hadn't anticipated was just how much time all of this would take. Banner ended up wasting a full 6 months of his time. However, as early as the end of the very first month, Lin Fei had already completed his task. He received some rewards, but truth be told, these prizes held little value for him. The only thing of note was that his physical constitution had been enhanced more than 12-fold, far surpassing Captain America's mere 3-fold strength. Lin Fei's power now reached unprecedented heights, and his body's metabolism and recovery abilities had become instantaneous. Later on, Lin Fei even gained a superhuman mind, granting him a photographic memory and the processing speed of a computer. With just these two gifts, Lin Fei no longer felt any dissatisfaction. He hadn't expected this round of rewards to be so underwhelming, to the point where they seemed to offer him no real advantage at all. But there was nothing he could do. After all, the system had forced these rewards upon him. Lin Fei could only accept it in silence, knowing they were of little use. So once he received this latest prize, he wanted nothing more than to leave quickly. However, to his frustration, Banner proved to be far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Originally, Lin Fei had hoped to help Banner grow rapidly, to take care of everything needed before his transformation as quickly as possible. Yet he hadn't foreseen just how little control Banner had over his own transformation. From the very beginning, Banner's changes relied entirely on Lin Fei's intervention, and by the end, there had been no improvement at all. Lin Fei could only sigh, helplessly, bewildered that Banner had turned out this way. By all logic, Banner should have been clever enough to master it swiftly. But Banner confessed to him that this was something truly difficult to grasp, something utterly unpredictable and impossible to control. Faced with this, Lin Fei could do nothing but shake his head in resignation. He hadn't expected Banner to be so stymied. In the end, Lin Fei simply activated his workstation and began a series of in-depth analyses on Banner's blood. This research stretched on for 5 months. Over those 5 months, Lin Fei not only helped Banner with repeated adjustments, but also delved into every aspect of Banner's blood. Finally, just a few days ago, Lin Fei discovered a method that would allow Banner to transform quickly. The key lay in introducing the main components of 3 specific foods into Banner's bloodstream. Only by doing this could Banner grow more familiar with the sensation he needed. When Lin Fei placed those 3 foods on his workstation, compressing and extracting their energies, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a mysterious reaction. This discovery, however, was only effective for Banner, as his genes had been altered by the Hulk's power. Once he used this method, Banner's body became even stronger than before. At last, just a few days ago, Lin Fei had completed his own mission, and Banner was finally able to transform freely. Now that Banner was here by Betty's side, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion as he looked at her. Seeing such a change in Banner, Betty was deeply moved, and Lin Fei felt an immense satisfaction. To him, achieving this was no easy feat. Fortunately, everything had finally reached a resolution. Lin Fei hurried over, and upon arriving, he had originally planned to visit Tony's house. However, he happened upon this very moment and immediately understood that Tony was already halfway through dealing with the Vanko incident. Right now, Tony must have already encountered Vanko and had even been humiliated by him at the racetrack. Although Vanko was later apprehended, Lin Fei knew very well that Vanko's fate was already sealed. He would be helped to escape by Hammer. At this moment, Vanko was assisting in the research of Iron Man suits, but what he was developing was an unmanned Iron Man armor. This would be an immense challenge for anyone, and facing it in the end would certainly bring about great difficulties. But Lin Fei had no need to worry. For him, things would unfold smoothly, and he firmly believed that with enough effort, dealing with these adversaries would not be a problem at all. At this point, Lin Fei quickly made his way to Tony's side. With a simple gesture, a steaming cup of coffee appeared in his hand, which he handed directly to Tony. "Oh, Mr. Lin, what's this? Is this your latest invention? What kind of effect will this coffee have on me? Will it restore my energy, or maybe cure my palladium poisoning after just one sip? What are you thinking? You've really got a vivid imagination. There's no such easy fix." Looking at Tony, Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "Tony, you're a bit obsessed right now. You've racked your brains trying to break free from this predicament. This is just an ordinary cup of coffee. Go on, drink it. Didn't you just say you wanted some coffee? Well, here it is, delivered right on time. Don't you think I'm rather punctual? Mr. Lin, if you're really here in time, why don't you just get me out of here right now? I truly hate this kind of life. They keep forcing me to develop a new element that could possibly replace palladium, but how could that be possible for me? This time, it's just too difficult. You know, I've been searching for 6 months, but I still haven't found anything. Mr. Lin, can you help me?" Of course I can help you. Otherwise, what would be the point of me being here? Don't worry. The reason I came today is precisely to help you search for a substitute for palladium, and at the same time, to help you develop it as quickly as possible so you can deal with Vanko. Oh, Mr. Lin, you're just like them. You're all devils. You all know how much I hate this life, but you still make me do this. It's really unbearable for me. You're all so unfriendly to me, and I truly despise this kind of life. Mr. Lin, how about this? You help me create that substitute for palladium as soon as possible. Then let's defeat Vanko quickly, so I can have a better life. I really don't want to deal with this anymore. It's just too much torture for me. All right, don't get so worked up. Listen to me. Everything you're experiencing is just a natural part of the process, and you need to finish your research as soon as possible. But rest assured, I'll do everything I can to help you develop this new element. Still, in the end, the final push must come from you. All right, Mr. Lin, I see you're not really planning to help me. In that case, let's work together. There's just nothing I can do. Why? Do I always end up in these miserable situations, Mr. Lin? But since we're here, I want to ask, does that mean my final enemy is Vanko? That's right. Your ultimate enemy is Vanko. Right now, Vanko is at Ham's factory, working on research related to Iron Man suits. What? Ham? Do you mean Justin Hammer? When Tony heard this, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile, then replied, "Exactly, Ham. Right now, Ham wants to defeat you, and what he needs most is to find Vanko to help him develop such technology. He really holds a grudge against you, and he wants nothing more than to utterly defeat you. But why? There shouldn't be any real conflict between us. Why does he want to defeat me?" For a moment, after hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei simply smiled and replied, "Isn't all of this because of you? Have you forgotten what you did at the council meeting before when you undermined him? It was precisely because of that incident that Ham developed such a grudge. He's been desperate to defeat you, to outshine you in the field where you excel most. Only by doing this can he gain higher status and acquire greater power. That's the only way he'll be able to secure a place among the council members." Hearing Lin Fei's explanation, Tony couldn't help but be surprised. He never expected that Ham would end up like this. It was truly hard for Tony to accept, and he looked at Lin Fei in astonishment. "Oh, Mr. Lin, if that's the case, why don't we just arrest Ham directly? Wouldn't that save me from having to face Vank again?" "You're overthinking it. How could that be possible? First of all, let me tell you, if you wanted to arrest Ham, it wouldn't be that difficult for you. But don't forget, Ham is the counselor's favorite. They don't like you, remember? They want to get the Iron Man technology from you, but you refuse to hand it over. That's one of the reasons they're not fond of you. But Ham, he's different. He's willing to share all his technology, making everyone happy. That's why he's gained so much appreciation from so many people. Tony, I think you should understand this. For you, shaking his position now would be extremely difficult. Ham's status has already reached new heights. If you try to challenge him, you'll face fierce opposition from the council members. They'll definitely have strong opinions about you. And in the worst case, they might even go so far as to eliminate you. Is that really what you want to see?" "Oh, I never imagined things would turn out like this. But Mr. Lin, what do you think I should do?" For a moment, Tony was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't expected Ham to be so tough to deal with, nor had he imagined he'd be facing a situation like this. It was all so unexpected. At this point, Lin Fei smiled and said, "There's nothing to be done. Just let things run their course. Only when Ham realizes the consequences of his actions will he truly repent. When that time comes, it'll be easy for you to take action against him and shake his newfound position." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony nodded numbly. In fact, this was already the best solution for him. He truly had no other way of dealing with Ham. So at this moment, he could only choose to trust what Lin Fei said. But clearly, that was not the end of it. Lin Fei continued, "Tony, the second thing I want to talk to you about is Vanko. Because Vanko is currently in Ham's factory. If you try to apprehend him now, you probably won't be able to hurt him at all. In fact, he might slip away even faster. If that happens, you'll be faced with an even tougher problem. You have to understand, Vanko is extremely powerful. If you let him escape, he'll go underground, and your danger will become unpredictable. At the very least, right now I can foresee that Vanko will soon come after you. Once he completes his new Iron Man suits, he'll use them against you without hesitation. But if you alert Vanko and he manages to get away, who knows what he'll do? That would truly be a nightmare for you. If he comes at you with his latest research and I'm not there to help, it would be a devastating blow, just like what happened at the racetrack. You really lost control back then." For a moment, Tony felt awkward listening to Lin Fei's words and couldn't help but say, "Mr. Lin, how do you know about that? I thought you wouldn't have heard about what happened." "Oh, come on. Is there anything I don't know? You want me to spell it out for you? Haven't you realized I'm practically a prophet? There's nothing you can hide from me." Looking at Tony's expression, Lin Fei added, "Everything is within my plan. Whatever Vanko and Ham are doing right now is exactly what I expected. Don't worry, I'll always know what's going on." Listening to Lin Fei, Tony finally felt a weight lift from his heart. After all the confusion he'd faced recently, Lin Fei's presence always brought him reassurance. Lin Fei truly seemed to know everything and be capable of anything. No matter what danger Tony faced, he knew Lin Fei would be there to help him through it. At this moment, although Lin Fei was the last to arrive, Tony couldn't help but feel that everything was simply wonderful. At the very least, when he found himself in danger, Lin Fei would absolutely be there by his side to help. Now, looking at Lin Fei, Tony finally let out a sigh of relief. He had come to fully trust Lin Fei, accepting everything that had happened as if it were only natural. Lin Fei, for his part, was quite pleased with this outcome, and his view was clear. "Tony, you can rest easy. Just remember what I told you before. I will never hurt you. I'll always be here to help you." Lin Fei wasn't just saying this to comfort Tony. Meeting Tony was, in Lin Fei's eyes, a stroke of good fortune. He also had his own mission from the system, to help these superheroes accomplish their goals and stand against their enemies. Only by doing so could Lin Fei find the best path forward for himself. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony nodded earnestly, having chosen to completely trust Lin Fei. Lin Fei was like the sun to him. What else could Tony do but believe? Only by trusting Lin Fei could he hope for a brighter future. Finally, at that moment, Coulson, who had been standing to the side, looked at the two of them and couldn't help but interject. Excuse me, gentlemen, shouldn't we head inside already? Honestly, standing out here like this, what kind of scene is that? Don't you feel hot? Oh, I don't think it's too bad, Lin Fei replied with a laugh when he heard Coulson's remark. Without further delay, he led Tony inside, only to notice that Coulson wasn't following them. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh, half amused and half exasperated. Agent Coulson, don't you want to try some authentic Peking duck? What do you think? Interested? If so, come on in. Coulson, hearing Lin Fei's invitation, was momentarily embarrassed. He had never expected Lin Fei to say something like that to him. He hesitated, then said, Mr. Lin, if you don't mind, I prefer to keep an eye on Tony from out here. I can't risk letting him slip away. This is a really important assignment for me. Fury has made it clear that I have to keep a close watch on Tony. Otherwise, those higher-ups might take notice of him, maybe even try to seize his Iron Man suit or his technology. That's something I definitely don't want to see happen. All right, those are just your own concerns. Honestly, as far as I'm concerned, there's no way Tony could ever leave, not with me by his side. With me around, is there anything he can't figure out? Suddenly, Tony couldn't help but laugh. That's true. At first, I really did want to leave this place, but now there's no need at all. Now that Mr. Lin is here, I don't have any reason to go. And with all the things Mr. Lin has at his disposal, why would I ever want to leave? Hearing Tony's words, Coulson couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He never expected Lin Fei's arrival would have such an effect on Tony. Tony had always been restless, someone who acted on his own whims, never caring about how the higher-ups viewed him. If it hadn't been for Fury's strict orders this time, Tony would probably still be going his own way, doing whatever he pleased. But now, everything was different. With Lin Fei's sudden appearance, Tony seemed like a changed man. He was so much more grounded now, free of his usual wild ideas. Seeing Tony like this, Coulson finally felt relieved. It was something he'd never imagined before, but witnessing it now, Coulson couldn't help but smile. He casually followed Lin Fei and Tony as they headed inside. Before long, they arrived in the living room. Lin Fei took out the roast duck from Yanjing and some Tsingdao beer, placing everything neatly on the coffee table. At the sight of this feast, both men's eyes lit up with excitement. Tony couldn't hold back and shouted, "Oh my God, this is incredible. I can't remember the last time I saw something like this. This is just amazing." Hearing Tony's enthusiastic outburst, Lin Fei smiled with a hint of helplessness. "Hey, Tony, there's no need to get so worked up. From now on, there'll be plenty of this. I'll be sticking around for a while, and whenever you want to eat, I'll make sure you get what you crave. Honestly, it's no trouble at all." Tony grinned in satisfaction. For him, this was exactly what he'd been hoping for. Ever since he'd first tasted Lin Fei's cooking, he couldn't get it out of his mind. He'd been thinking about those flavors ever since. Is this the true power of fine cuisine? Tony mused, slightly at a loss. He never imagined he'd find himself in a situation like this. For him, it was an utterly unexpected delight. At this moment, Coulson showed no hesitation. He simply took out a can of Tsingdao beer and began to drink it with gusto. The cool, refreshing sensation instantly made him feel an incomparable sense of satisfaction. Turning to Lin Fei, Tony couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, what have you been up to all this time? Why is it that you're only showing up here now?" "You see, I remember quite clearly that you told me you'd be coming to me soon. And sure enough, things unfolded just as you predicted. Between me and Vanko, there have been so many challenges, so many incidents, and only now do you appear." Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei could only smile with a touch of helplessness. "Hey, it's all because of Banner, you know. He's the Hulk. He can turn into a terrifying force of nature. I've spent this whole time helping him master his transformations so he can change at will. Honestly, it wasn't easy for me at all. But now that I've finally helped him achieve that, I can't tell you how happy I am." Tony was clearly surprised by Lin Fei's explanation. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to have been involved in such matters. Now, finally understanding Lin Fei's side of the story, Tony realized there were reasons for everything. In truth, all these unexpected events had caught him off guard, but at least now he had some real answers. At the very least, knowing that Lin Fei had returned to his side, ready to lend his help and bring all these valuable resources, left Tony feeling genuinely satisfied. This was exactly what he had been hoping for, and now that Lin Fei was finally here, a smile broke across Tony's face. Meanwhile, as Lin Fei spoke, Coulson took another swig of beer and, reaching for a duck leg nearby, took a bite before laughing. "Mr. Lin, you really are full of surprises. I never imagined you'd accomplish so much. Today, I'd already heard you were something of a prophet, but I never guessed you had so many responsibilities on your shoulders, or that you'd be out there helping all these superheroes. That truly amazes me. Well, there's really nothing so surprising about it. Everyone has their own path, their own mission to fulfill. I'm just doing what I'm meant to do. The good news is that everything has worked out just as I hoped. Everything is developing exactly according to my plans. And I've also found a superhero for Fury. I imagine you all already know who it is. Of course, Tony has already brought over information about this superhero. Oh, that would be Dr. Banner. Our director, Fury, knows about all this now, and he's quite pleased. He also asked me to thank you on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., Mr. Lin, for everything you've done. Even though you never intended to join S.H.I.E.L.D., your actions speak for themselves. It's something worth celebrating for all of us, isn't it? Listening to Coulson, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. All right, let's not get caught up in exchanging compliments. It's really nothing for me. I'm just glad I could do it. Honestly, it feels fantastic. Coulson chuckled at Lin Fei's words. Indeed, he understood well enough by now. Lin Fei had never cared about these things from the very start. He'd always been driven by his own dreams. As for his true purpose, Coulson still wasn't sure what it was, but seeing how things had turned out, he couldn't help but feel a quiet sense of joy. Finally, as time ticked by and everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Tony began to look a bit puzzled. He turned to Lin Fei and asked, Mr. Lin, what do you think will happen with Vanko in the end? I want to know what kind of strength he really has. After all, knowing your enemy is the best way to deal with them. Lin Fei smiled at Tony's question. Honestly, for Tony, Vanko was going to be a real challenge. He thought for a moment before answering. Tony, Vanko might just be an incredibly formidable opponent for you. He's got a mind just as sharp as yours, and shares your genius for design. Everything he comes up with is powerful in its own right. Hearing this, Tony was visibly surprised. I don't get it. Are you saying this old man, Vanko, is like another Iron Man? Is he actually working on his own suit of armor too? Listening to Tony, Lin Fei nodded. That's right, that's exactly how it is. Vanko is also working on an iron suit, but his is actually a drone. When you finally face him, there will be countless drone suits coming at you. At that moment, everything will become a nearly insurmountable threat. Hearing this, Tony furrowed his brow. In truth, he hadn't expected things to escalate to such a degree. For a moment, Tony couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Oh my God, could things really be that bad? This is going to be incredibly tough to handle. I never imagined Vanko would develop such formidable power. It's honestly astonishing. Lin Fei said nothing more, simply giving a resigned look. For Tony, this was certainly an immense challenge. Still, Lin Fei felt reassured. Once he lent Tony a helping hand, all of this would cease to be an obstacle. In fact, Lin Fei was determined to get involved personally and see this through. His goal, his mission, was to help Tony bring down Vanko as swiftly as possible. Lin Fei had no doubt he would succeed. Coulson, meanwhile, was also taken aback by Lin Fei's words. He'd long heard of Lin Fei's reputation as a prophet, but hearing this level of insight firsthand was still a shock. Coulson hadn't expected Lin Fei to possess such remarkable abilities. Taking a moment to compose himself, Coulson spoke up. Mr. Lin, I truly didn't expect you to be this powerful. I sincerely hope you can help us complete this mission soon. Only by defeating Vanko can we restore order and make things right again. You're absolutely right, Coulson, and I'm glad you see it that way, Lin Fei replied. This is exactly what I've been working toward. I'm confident that I can help Tony achieve this goal. Vanko is simply not someone who can be allowed to continue unchecked. So for me, defeating Vanko is both a mission and a responsibility. I won't let him keep acting with impunity. Everything he's done will have consequences, and Vanko must pay the price for his actions. To Lin Fei, if you asked whether he was tired, he certainly was. He'd already made up his mind from the very beginning to finish this matter as quickly as possible, so he could head over to Chinyan's place and help her study some cultivation techniques. That was what he truly looked forward to. Yet now, one thing after another kept coming up. Lin Fei hadn't expected to run into so many troublesome matters. No wonder the intervals between these superhero events always felt so short. There was nothing Lin Fei could do about it. The task set by the system had to be completed, whether he liked it or not. Still, he believed that sooner or later, he'd have enough time to learn the things Chinyan deemed useful. As for cultivation, Lin Fei didn't have too many thoughts. What he wanted was to truly gain some real knowledge. When Tony actually mastered these skills, his development would reach a whole new level. And if he himself learned cultivation and combined it with his current enhanced physique, Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder how far he might grow. He had already witnessed Chinyan's strength. Xiaoyu was practically ageless. Her power had genuinely surprised him. Now, Lin Fei couldn't help but anticipate. After he gained such abilities, what kind of transformation would he undergo? He was filled with endless hope. At last, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Lin Fei glanced at Tony and couldn't help but chuckle. Tony, take a good rest today. Tomorrow, I'll take you too. Tackle the things you need to get done. I'm sure 3 days will be enough for you. Once you've finished all your research, Vanko won't be able to stand against you. Oh, Mr. Lin, I never imagined you'd help me so much, Tony replied, a note of surprise in his voice. But there's something I'm really curious about. When will Vanko make his move? I can hardly wait. I'm actually looking forward to facing him head-on. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh again. You really are a battle maniac. I never expected you to be so obsessed with fighting. Well, let me tell you, there's about half a month left. After that, Vanko will have completed all his mechanical suits. By then, even Hammer won't be able to do anything about him. At this point, Coulson, who had been listening quietly by the side, couldn't help but interject. Half a month from now? Isn't that exactly when Hammer's Technology Expo is scheduled to open? That's right, it was at that time that the conference would open, and Ham would unveil the invention that Vank had developed. At that very moment, he would shamelessly claim all the credit for himself. This was what enraged Vank. In response, Vank directly took control of those mechanical suits, unleashing chaos across society. Only if you act quickly. Tony, can you stop this from happening? Listening to Lin Fei, Tony nodded. In fact, now that the event was unfolding, he already had a rough idea of what was coming. For him, the sooner he could resolve this matter, the sooner he could regain his freedom, something Tony longed for with all his heart. At this moment, Coulson turned to Lin Fei and said, Mr. Lin, I'll have to trouble you to move as quickly as possible. In a few days, I'll be leaving as well. S.H.I.E.L.D. has assigned me to my next mission. Melbourne, isn't it? I already know about your next mission. All I can do is wish you the best, and hope you complete it smoothly. And after I help Tony, I'll be heading your way soon, because there's something there that I need as well, something that's part of my own mission. Oh, you're coming to Melbourne too, Mr. Lin? That's wonderful news. I'd really like to travel with you, but it seems that may not be possible. Still, I hope you'll be able to help Tony finish his task as soon as possible. Lin Fei didn't say much in response to Coulson's words. Truth be told, he didn't need to go to Melbourne. After all, that was where Thor's hammer would appear. Lin Fei could easily guess that his next mission would involve Thor's hammer. But for now, that event hadn't happened yet, and he needed to help Iron Man, Tony, complete his own mission. This was something Lin Fei had to see through. Without further comment, Lin Fei turned to Tony and said, All right, Tony, get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to begin the research. All right, Mr. Lin. I'll get some rest then. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony couldn't help but nod. In truth, he didn't have much more to say about all this. In his heart, he was looking forward to a good night's rest, and he couldn't help but wonder what Lin Fei would bring him tomorrow. Suddenly, Tony felt a thrill of anticipation. If he really could develop that new element, would it mean a tremendous leap forward for him? At last, Coulson was seen off at this point, though in truth, he merely went to rest at the entrance. He still needed to keep an eye on Tony. Although Coulson trusted Tony at the moment, he still hoped to observe him closely. After all, he had his own mission, and there was really no way Tony could do anything that would betray Lin Fei. Watching Tony, Lin Fei couldn't help but ask, Tony, where's Potts? Potts? Tony looked a bit embarrassed after hearing Lin Fei's question. The relationship between us isn't exactly great at the moment, Tony admitted. I've handed the company over to her, and she's really not pleased with my work lately. Listening to Tony, Lin Fei immediately understood what had happened. It all went back to Tony refusing to hand over his Iron Man technology to those senators. The politicians had grown frustrated with Tony, and this put Potts in a tough spot. She couldn't count on Tony to do what was best for the company's development. Yet, Potts had little choice. After all, Tony's inventions were the result of his painstaking effort. How could anyone expect him to just give them away? In the end, Potts only took over from Tony to shield him, hoping she could manage things better and keep everything on track. Lin Fei knew all about this and didn't blame anyone. In fact, he'd seen it coming long ago. Still, it wasn't something he could explain. Soon enough, solutions would present themselves. Lin Fei believed time would resolve all things. As for what Potts was up to now, Lin Fei didn't care to dwell on it. The truth would soon come to light. For now, his main concern was helping Tony resolve the immediate issue as quickly as possible. With everyone busy eating and drinking, time passed swiftly. Evening soon arrived, and Lin Fei decided it was time to get some rest. Lying in bed and staring at the ceiling, Lin Fei's thoughts wandered to all the challenges the future might hold. But he reminded himself not to overthink what lay ahead. Before long, he realized it was all rather simple. Just deal with the villains as they came. As long as he could defeat them, Lin Fei believed the clouds would part and the sun would shine again. In the end, What kind of existence Lin Fei would become, he couldn't say. For now, his only goal was to finish the system's tasks and then help these superheroes grow stronger, so they could reach their full potential even faster. Moreover, Lin Fei couldn't shake the feeling that, in the end, he would face an enormous challenge. Though what exactly this challenge would be, he still didn't know. He hoped he would have the chance to encounter such a test. He wished to confront even greater difficulties. This was precisely what Lin Fei relished. With these thoughts, he couldn't help but smile to himself, then drifted off to sleep. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of his efforts to help Tony with those research matters. By Lin Fei's estimation, 3 days should be sufficient. 1 day to locate the necessary materials, and the remaining 2 to assemble them. For Tony, this would require a period of adjustment, and Lin Fei planned to help him adapt to that new energy as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Tony would truly suffer. He needed to acclimate fast. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. Lin Fei got up early, and sure enough, Tony was already seated nearby, waiting for him. Carlson, meanwhile, stood outside on the balcony, gazing out at the sea, visibly admiring the view. "Mr. Lin, you're up," Tony greeted him. "Yes, I'm up. How about you? Is there anything you'd like to eat? I can cook something for you," Lin Fei replied. Tony chuckled. "Anything's fine this morning. Nothing too greasy, though. Let's just keep it simple." Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei wasted no time and set to work. Soon, he had breakfast ready and brought it over for both Tony and Carlson. After breakfast, Lin Fei took Tony straight to the lab. Once inside, Tony seemed at a bit of a loss, uncertain about how to begin or even what direction his thoughts should take. Seeing Tony like this, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. "Did you forget about the box Fury brought you? Inside are your father's old research materials. Take a closer look. You might find them helpful." "Oh, really?" Tony was momentarily stunned by Lin Fei's reminder. He honestly hadn't thought those contents would be relevant. Without delay, he hurried over, opened the box, and soon found the recordings left by his father, Howard Stark's old footage. Without hesitation, Tony started the video. The projector flickered to life, and on the big screen appeared scenes of Howard in his younger days, making reports and appearing in various recordings. But for Tony, none of these things were of any real help. He hadn't realized any of the underlying problems in front of him. At this moment, he picked up Howard's old research notes and began to go through them. When he had finally finished reading all the notes, Tony looked at Lin Fei with some confusion and said, "Mr. Lin, how come I didn't discover anything at all? A revelation? You'll know soon enough. Just wait and see." Upon hearing this, Tony's confusion deepened, and he quickly turned to watch. In that instant, the footage on the screen shifted. In the next moment, Howard appeared, looking into the camera as he began to speak. "Tony, I know you're still young now, and you can't possibly understand all of this. But, in time, I believe you will. Behind me is the model for the Stark Expo. In fact, it represents my latest discovery about the world. Tony, because of the limitations of my equipment, I couldn't take the research any further. But all of this, Tony, I trust that you can accomplish. I know you will." Seeing Howard's serious expression, Tony was lost in thought for a while. He gazed at the model of the expo behind Howard, frowning unconsciously. He felt that all of this was some kind of message meant for him. But what exactly was this message trying to convey? Tony's doubts only grew. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed Howard's number. At that moment, Howard was still resting, not yet out of bed. Seeing Tony's call, he quickly picked up. "Oh, Tony, what's up? Is there something you need?" Hearing Howard's voice, Tony couldn't help but laugh. "Dad, I want to know what your old research footage really means to me, especially what you said to me at the end, and what that model is supposed to represent for me." Howard chuckled. "Kid, I won't say much more. You should study it carefully on your own. I'm sure you'll figure it out. After all, isn't this just another form of learning for you?" "Dad, come on, I'm not a little kid anymore. Do you have to lecture me like this? You're really making things tough for me. Is this a lecture? For a genius like you, does it even count? Go take a closer look. I think you'll find all the answers you need." Listening to Howard's words, Tony couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness for a moment. In truth, he had his own pride. All the challenges he'd faced before had been difficult, but in the end, he always managed to overcome them. That was the advantage of his brilliant mind. Now, Tony found himself confronted with a similar situation once again. Honestly, it wasn't really that difficult for him. He just felt a bit resigned. He had never expected his own father to entrust him with such a task. Could it be that his father already knew he would one day need to research this new element? The thought brought a wave of questions to Tony's mind. He quickly glanced at the phone and spoke. "Dad, did you know all along that I'd be researching a new element like this?" "A new element?" "Well, not exactly," Howard replied. "It's just that I dabbled in that area myself in the past, but I couldn't make any real progress. The facilities were too outdated. Son, I'm old now, and I simply don't have the energy to keep up with this kind of research anymore. So I'm leaving it all to you, Tony. You have to see this through. I may not know how much it'll help you in the future, but I believe you can do it. Isn't that right? I understand, Dad. I can do it. Thank you for believing in me. It's honestly such a surprise. I never imagined you'd have so much faith in me. But don't worry, I'll definitely figure this out. I won't let you down. That's good to hear. I won't say anything more. I imagine Mr. Lin is with you now, isn't he? Just be ready. Mr. Lin will be there to help you. And you won't face any real obstacles. For you, this is just another ordinary step in your life. Keep going and believe in yourself. I know you can do it. For a while, listening to Howard's words, Tony found himself at a loss for what to say. After a long silence, he finally let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, his father had so much faith in him, so much that it made Tony feel both honored and a little overwhelmed. That kind of trust carried enormous pressure. But after thinking it over for a long time, Tony gradually started to come to terms with it. He realized he needed to act. He couldn't just drift through life aimlessly. As the chairman of Stark Industries, he couldn't afford to be so defeated. He had to do something, whether to make up for his past mistakes or, perhaps, to create something entirely new. Hearing Howard's words, Tony nodded and said, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll definitely succeed. I believe I can create something that will astonish everyone. You have to believe in me too. I promise I'll make something to impress you." "Of course, my child. I've always believed in you. From the very beginning, you've always given me faith. I'll see everything you accomplish, but, of course, these things take time to prove themselves. I suppose today you'll be studying your inventions again? As for what those things are, I won't pry. After all, you need a little fun in your life, don't you?" "All right, Dad, you do love to challenge me. But the more difficult something is, the more I enjoy it." "Why do you think that is?" Howard chuckled. "Why? Because you're my son, Tony. If you didn't enjoy a challenge, how could you call yourself my son?" "I really like hearing you say that, Dad." "All right, then. I'll face this challenge and overcome the difficulty in front of me." With that, Tony ended the call and turned to look at Lin Fei, who was standing right beside him. Tony glanced at Lin Fei and said, "Mr. Lin, what do you think I should do now?" "Now? It's not about what I think you should do. It's about what you want to do. If you have an idea, go after it boldly. I want to find that exhibition model. I have a feeling it's important to me that it might inspire a lot of ideas. I can't say for sure, but I'd like to take a look to see exactly what it is." "Mr. Lin, what do you think of this idea?" "I think it's a great idea. At least now you have a goal. Study that model. So what are you waiting for? Why aren't you looking for it already?" "I'd like to, but I don't know where it is." Tony's frustration was clear. He genuinely wanted to find this thing, but had no clue where to start. This was the biggest obstacle to his research. Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle at this, then said, "Ah, right, I almost forgot to tell you. You think it's hard to find, but sometimes what you're searching for is right in front of you." "Oh, so, Mr. Lin, are you saying it's somewhere in my estate? But why haven't I ever found it?" For a moment, Tony was genuinely puzzled. He had never come across such a thing before, and upon hearing Lin Fei's words, he couldn't help but wonder where on earth this thing could be. Listening to Tony's question, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Why did Tony always assume things could be so straightforward? If it were here, that would be too easy. Truth was, it wasn't here at all. But Lin Fei realized he hadn't explained himself very clearly just now. With that in mind, Lin Fei spoke up. "Tony, the item is with Potts. I think you should go and see her. Look for Potts. I believe you'll find exactly what you're searching for." "Really?" Tony sounded even more uncertain as he replied. "Potts? Why would it be with Potts?" "Oh, right. Potts should be at the company now." "Mr. Lin, are you saying everything is at the company?" "That's right. It's all at the company. Go and check, my friend. Trust yourself. You'll be able to find everything you're looking for. I also believe these things will help you a great deal. Go on, and remember, believe in your own success." For a moment, Tony felt a little helpless listening to Lin Fei's words. If it really was at the company, searching for it would be no small feat still. Tony decided he might as well give it a try. With that thought, he stood up, ready to head out at once. Just then, Lin Fei hurried after him, calling out, "Tony, remember, you'll pass by a strawberry vendor on your way. Don't buy any strawberries. Potts really dislikes them. Instead, why not stop by the supermarket and pick up some apples or other fruit for her?" "Oh, right. Potts actually hates strawberries. It would have been pretty awkward if I brought her some." "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Lin." Tony was just about to leave when he spotted Coulson walking over. Seeing Tony, Coulson looked genuinely surprised. "Oh, Tony, didn't I tell you not to leave? Are you treating S.H.I.E.L.D. orders like a joke?" No, Agent Coulson, believe me, I really do have something important to do. It's not that I want to leave, but I need to go out and find something. Once I have it, I'll come right back. There's no need for you to worry." "No, I can't do that. I need to take responsibility for you. What you're saying now is just your own opinion, but I have to make sure you're safe." There are so many people out there who want to take your life. I absolutely cannot let you do this. Hearing what Coulson said, Tony couldn't help but feel exasperated for a moment. He turned his head to glance at Lin Fei. At that moment, Lin Fei looked at Coulson and spoke up. Agent Coulson, don't worry. Nothing will happen to Tony. Right now, he has to go out and get that thing. Because it truly matters to him. Trust me, I'll make sure everything stays safe. Besides, I won't mind helping out today. For me, it doesn't mean much. No one will come after Tony today. I promise you that. Coulson, for his part, could only sigh in resignation. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to say something like this. In truth, he really didn't want Tony to leave, but after thinking it through, he couldn't come up with a convincing reason to refuse Tony. Still, with his responsibilities weighing on him, Coulson found himself at a loss for what to do. Just then, Lin Fei noticed Coulson's hesitation. He walked over, casually draping an arm around Coulson's shoulders, and spoke in a reassuring tone. Agent Coulson, my friend, there's nothing to worry about. Tony will be perfectly fine. You could trust my prophetic instincts. He's just stepping out for a bit, and we'll be back in no time. Why don't we take this opportunity to grab a beer and have a chat? Relax for a while. Well, all right. As soon as Lin Fei said Tony would be back in half an hour, Coulson felt a weight lift from his heart. He turned to Tony and said, Tony, I really do hope you'll come back soon. Don't make me worry about this any longer. Don't worry. I'm honestly looking forward to creating this new element. There's no way I'd run away from this. I'm even more excited than you are. I'm off now. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Tony's thanks were meant to show his gratitude to Lin Fei for smoothing things over. Lin Fei didn't say much in response, for he knew Tony needed to go to Pepper's office. Otherwise, Tony would never discover that crucial clue. As Tony sped away in his sports car, Lin Fei kept his arm around Coulson's shoulders, and the two of them headed back inside, ready to enjoy a beer and some conversation as they waited for Tony's return. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone else, inside Ham's factory, Ham made his way to the innermost workshop, carrying a box in his hand. When he arrived, he spotted Wank, who was deep in his research, and couldn't help but call out with a grin, Hey, my friend, come see what I've brought you. It's your favorite, your parrot. Oh, has my parrot finally come back? That's wonderful. Hearing this, Wank quickly came down from his perch. In truth, what he wanted most was his own parrot. Back when he was first rescued by Ham, Wank had told him right away how much he missed his parrot, his very own companion. Ham had promised on the spot to help him find one, and Wank had been quite pleased with that promise. But when Wank peered into the box and saw the parrot inside, his brow furrowed. Oh no, Ham, this isn't the parrot I wanted. This isn't my parrot at all. Hey Wank, how can you say that? This is exactly the kind of parrot you like, the kind from your own country. How can it not be yours? No, this really isn't my parrot. Come on, what's out into you? Why are you so stubborn? I went all the way to your homeland to get this parrot for you myself. How could it not be yours? What I mean is, this isn't the parrot I told you about in the first place. What? Are you dreaming? Ham was visibly annoyed by Wank's words. It was your pet. How was I supposed to know where it was? Do you know how much I spent to buy this one? For you? It's the best, the smartest parrot around. How could you not like it? Enough talk, it's yours now. I hope you two get along from now on. With that, Ham turned to leave, but just then something caught his eye. Oh, what's this? He spotted the equipment Wank had been working on. There, on the Iron Man armor, appeared two iron clumps, each about the size of a fist. Ham stared in confusion and quickly turned to his assistant. Go over there and take that thing off. What is it? Is it supposed to be a helmet? Upon hearing Ham's words, the assistant hurried over, climbed right up the ladder, reached the research platform above, and took down the item in question. But when he brought it before Ham, to his surprise, set the thing on his own head and tried it on, only to find himself puzzled. It simply wouldn't fit. Puzzled, Ham turned to look at Vanko and asked, somewhat bewildered, Hey, tell me, man, what exactly is this thing? Is it supposed to be a helmet? Because no matter how I try, I can't seem to put it on. Ham was genuinely taken aback. The thing just wouldn't go on. Wasn't the Iron Man suit designed for people to wear? Why in the world would they create a helmet like this? All of it struck him as completely unexpected. Seeing the look on Vanko's face, Ham grew even more frustrated. Hey, buddy, I need you to explain what's going on here. What exactly is this thing for? Please, just walk me through it, will you? What's there to explain? Vanko replied, shrugging indifferently. This thing is a drone. I designed it to be unmanned. If it's manned, we can't control it properly. Only when it's unmanned can it carry out our strategies perfectly. Oh, for heaven's sake, Vanko! Do you not understand my goal here? You're really making me speechless. I want ordinary people to be able to use this. I want to make money off it. The idea isn't to turn it into a drone for reconnaissance. Do you get what I'm saying? No, I don't want to get what you're saying. I don't think I did anything wrong. This is how it has to be. Only this way can it really work. Now, stop bothering me. I have work to do. Work? You still want to work? Ham was genuinely floored. In fact, he was furious. He never expected Vanko to do something like this. It was a complete shock. This wasn't at all what he had envisioned. He'd wanted to create something truly formidable, something that would have people lining up to buy it. That was Ham's dream. But now, clearly, none of that is possible anymore. At this moment, Vank has completely ignored his advice. He's already taken matters in his own hands and developed the thing on his own. Such was the parent he had. For a while, Ham was furious. He had never expected Vank to act like this now. But after thinking it over, Ham realized there was nothing he could do. After all, Vank had already made up his mind. What choice did he have? At that moment, Ham let out a cold snort and fixed his eyes on Vank. Listen, Vank, I'm giving you another 15 days. In these 15 days, you must finish developing this thing. If you don't, you'd better watch out, because I won't be so nice next time. Not so nice. And what exactly do you plan to do to me? This is already the best I can make it. Why force me to go through the whole process all over again? The best. Huh. Don't kid yourself. I know exactly what your work amounts to, and it's not at all what I've been hoping for. Ham, listen. What you hope for isn't what I hope for. This is my research. If you really think you could do better, why don't you try it yourself? Vank, I suggest you watch your tongue. Don't forget who let you walk out of there alive, and who gave you the life you're living now. If you insist on going against me, you won't like how things turn out. I hope you can see that for yourself. No good outcome? So what? This is what I want, and no one could change my mind. That's enough. Vank, I strongly advise you to take a good look at your situation. I won't discuss this any further. I'll give you 10 more days. In 15 days, I'll be holding the exposition. If you haven't finished and fine-tuned your research in the next 10 days, you'll have yourself to blame for what comes next. With those words, Ham turned and stormed off, seething with anger at Vank. He couldn't believe he'd done so much for Vank, only to be repaid like this. It was a blow to his pride. As he watched Vank leave, the sound of his footsteps fading, Ham let out a cold laugh. He turned to the parrot beside him and began to absent-mindedly play with it. Yet, all of this had long been within Lin Fei's expectations. He had already calculated that Ham would discover Vank's behavior around this time. As for everything else, Lin Fei had no intention of interfering, for in the end, Vank was bound to fail anyway. When that time came, he would simply step in to help Tony, nothing more. At this moment, Tony had already arrived at Pepperpot's office. He pushed open the door and found her watching the television, which was now broadcasting news about Stark Industries. The coverage weighed heavily on Tony's heart. Every headline seemed intent on smearing Tony's reputation. The reporters showed no restraint at all. The past glory of Stark Industries meant little to them now. They seemed almost gleeful at the chance to tear Tony down. In truth, many of them loathed him because Tony refused to agree to the senator's demands. Those senators desperately wanted the technology behind the Iron Man suit, but Tony had no intention of handing it over. This was a bitter pill for them to swallow. For these people, Tony had become a target of their anger. Just then, Tony stepped further into the office and saw that Pepper was on the phone. She was listening to someone on the other end, fiercely arguing back. With renewed determination, Pepper retorted, "We have the real Iron Man technology. Everything you have is just a poor imitation. Ours is the original. No, please, believe me, we are already managing mass production. We have even more advanced technology that we want to use for the good of society. Don't listen to those senators' nonsense." Hearing this, Tony called out, "Mute." The television instantly fell silent. At that moment, Tony moved closer as Pepper ended her call. She looked at Tony, a cold, sharp smile on her lips. "What are you doing here?" The tension between Pepper and Tony was palpable. Their relationship had been strained for some time now. A silent Cold War hung between them. Pepper was furious with Tony for refusing to hand over that technology, yet she was just as helpless because she knew it simply couldn't be given away. But the real issue was Stark Industries' decision to halt weapons manufacturing. If that hadn't happened, Pepper might never have faced such harsh criticism or suffered these wounds inflicted by so many. Tony felt nothing but helplessness in the face of all this, and Pepper was no less frustrated. She looked at Tony and, after a pause, asked, "So why are you here?" Tony caught the edge in her voice and couldn't help but smile slightly as he replied, "Why am I here? I came to see you. On my way, I bought you some apples." "Oh, you actually remembered to buy me a gift. Honestly, I'm surprised. This might be the only time you've done so since we met." Hearing Pepper's words, Tony couldn't help but chuckle. In fact, it was true. He had never considered buying gifts for anyone before. Even when he bought these gifts, it was with a hint of resignation. He'd always wanted to get something for Pepper, but never knew what to buy. As it happened, he spotted a street vendor selling strawberries. Tony had originally thought of bringing some back, but then Lin Fei's words came to mind. So instead, he stopped by another stall, bought a few apples, and brought them along. Now, Tony picked up a fruit knife from the side and started peeling an apple. He came closer and soon finished peeling one. But the result was so uneven, it was almost hard to look at. His technique was truly lacking. When Tony saw Pepper's bemused yet exasperated expression, he couldn't help but laugh. He realized it had been ages since he'd last seen her smile like this. "My dear, I sliced this apple just for you. Come on, give it a try. You really are impossible, you know that?" With that, Pepper walked over, took the apple from him, and bit into it. To her surprise, it was actually quite sweet, and for a moment, Tony felt genuinely pleased with himself. She took a big bite, and Tony finally relaxed. The silent standoff between them had eased somewhat. This small gesture was a real step forward. At last, Pepper finished the apple. She looked at Tony and asked, "So, why are you here?" "I just wanted to see you," Tony replied with a smile. Truth be told, his main reason for coming today was to look for the model from the exhibition. But right now, he had no interest in discussing that. All he wanted was to have a proper conversation with Pepper. Hearing Tony's words, a faint blush crept onto Pepper's cheeks. She couldn't remember Tony ever saying anything like that to her before. She had to admit, though, that it worked wonders. Just at that moment, the office door swung open and Natasha strode in from outside. As soon as she spotted Tony, her brows drew together in a frown. She hadn't expected to find Tony here. She'd already told him he wasn't allowed to come and go from her place as he pleased. But as usual, Tony paid no heed to her warnings and showed up anyway. Pepper, too, frowned slightly, caught off guard by the situation. Natasha, too, soon appeared before Potts. She had no intention of revealing her true identity. After all, she was undercover here, and Potts knew nothing about it. As such, Natasha simply told Potts that she was just an ordinary person, here only to work as her secretary. "Chairwoman Potts, our plane is about to depart. May I ask if we are ready to leave now?" "Yes, of course. Let's go now, then." With that, Potts gathered her things, then turned to Tony and said, "Tony, you should head home and stay put for a while. It's best if you don't go out these days. Everyone out there is after your Iron Man technology. Everything you're doing right now is about keeping yourself safe. Do you understand? I don't want to see you get into any trouble, and neither does Stark Industries." Hearing Potts' words, Tony couldn't help but smile. He replied, "All right then, I won't meddle in company affairs. I'll head home a bit and leave the company in your capable hands." "Of course, that's fine. Oh, by the way, I'll take this apple with me. I love it. It's so sweet." Tony watched as Potts left with the apple in hand. He smiled quietly, saying nothing more. This turn of events suited him just fine. Their relationship seemed to have eased, and Tony was pleased with that. As he turned, he noticed Natasha tidying up Potts' files, while Potts herself departed with her bodyguard. Natasha glanced at Tony and let out a cold chuckle. "Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you not to leave your estate?" "Oh, did you? But there are a few things I need to take care of." "Things to do? Are you saying your business here was just to bring her an apple? That excuse is a bit much, don't you think? What's your real reason for being here?" "Oh, I'm sorry, but I really don't feel like telling you." "Well, perhaps I can give you a hint, since you're so insistent. You want to know what I'm working on, isn't it true you're keeping me confined, so I can hurry up and develop that new element? Well, I actually am close to cracking it, and what I need for the work is right here." At Tony's words, Natasha let out a dismissive snort. "You'd better get back now, or I'll have no choice but to escort you myself." "Hey, what's with you, woman? Can't you be a little gentler? With an attitude like that, you'll never find a boyfriend, you know? Mind your own business, will you?" Natasha shot Tony a cold look, not bothering to hide her disdain. Hearing her blunt response, and seeing the look in her eyes, Tony couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. There was no denying that Natasha really seemed to hold a grudge against him, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, everything that was happening was perfectly normal from his point of view. He had only come here with Lin Fei's permission. He had no choice but to be here. Tony trusted Lin Fei's words. The model for the expo was supposed to be here somewhere. What puzzled him was how Stark Industries could have had such a thing without his ever noticing it before. Still, regardless of how odd that was, now that he was here, he had to find it. As Natasha walked out, Tony got to his feet and began searching the room casually. At last, in a corner by the door, he spotted something draped with a cloth. Surprised by his discovery, Tony walked over and lifted the cloth. The moment he saw what was underneath, a smile broke across his face. It was the very model from the exposition. Tony couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Sometimes you search high and low for something, only to find it right under your nose. Still smiling, Tony got to work, carefully moving each part of the model downstairs. Some of the company employees, seeing what he was up to, stepped forward to offer their help. But Tony waved them off. He preferred to handle this himself. Besides, he was worried that if someone else damaged any part of the model, it could spell real trouble for him. Half an hour slipped by in the process. He'd originally promised to be back in 30 minutes, but by now, he'd been gone for a full hour. There was nothing he could do about it. Once everything was finally loaded into the car, Tony drove straight back to his place. Meanwhile, back at Tony's residence, Carlson kept glancing at the clock, growing more and more anxious. He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, what's taking Tony so long?" Listening to Carlson, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. "It's all right. There's no need to worry," he said. "He probably just got delayed a bit. Honestly, half an hour isn't nearly enough for him. Just getting from where he is to the company already takes half an hour. Let's wait a little longer. Don't worry, nothing will happen to him." Carlson, hearing Lin Fei's words, felt a wave of helplessness. He hadn't expected Tony to waste so much time. Though anxious for Tony's safety, seeing Lin Fei's calm demeanor gradually put his mind at ease. He simply couldn't imagine how Lin Fei, as a prophet, could be so confident. This was the strength of a true prophet. Glancing at the situation, Carlson sighed inwardly, then reached for a beer nearby and took a hearty swig. Watching him, Lin Fei chuckled quietly without saying much more. In truth, he knew it was merely a matter of time, and Tony wouldn't run into any trouble tonight. From this moment on, Tony would rapidly make progress on the things he needed. Lin Fei found himself wondering, under these circumstances, what new breakthroughs might Tony achieve. Finally, after half an hour, Tony returned. He came in carrying several wooden boards, heading straight for the lab. Once inside, Tony set everything out and within 10 minutes had finished arranging it all. Soon after, Tony came upstairs, greeted Lin Fei and Carlson, and, without a hint of formality, sat down with them. He grabbed a beer from the side and took a long, satisfying gulp. "Mr. Lin, you really are something," Tony exclaimed. "That thing was actually in the company, right there in Pepper's office. I never would have guessed. It really took me by surprise." Lin Fei just smiled wryly at Tony's words and didn't say more. To him, all of this was just another episode in the Marvel Universe. Hearing Tony, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh again. At last, everyone started eating. The food was truly delicious, and before they knew it, it was already 11 o'clock. After checking the time, Lin Fei smiled and turned to Tony. "So, Tony, what do you think? Shall we start our research now?" "Of course, Mr. Lin. I've been looking forward to it," Tony replied eagerly. "All right then, gentlemen." Listening to the conversation between the two, Carlson stood up and walked outside. At this moment, he had no interest whatsoever in these research discussions. Without hesitation, he left the area, stepped out onto the balcony, and began to take in the view beyond. Meanwhile, the other two also made their way downstairs. As they reached the lower level and caught sight of the exhibition model, Lin Fei couldn't help but marvel at it. He was genuinely astonished by Howard's ingenuity. How had Howard ever managed to invent something so extraordinary? To Lin Fei, Howard truly possessed a genius mind. Lin Fei was also convinced that, given the circumstances, Tony would eventually develop something remarkable too. He considered Tony incredibly fortunate. No matter what challenges he faced, he always had Howard's unwavering support behind him. At the same time, Lin Fei's thoughts drifted back to earlier events, recalling that when Vanko first appeared, some details of the story had already been revealed. Vanko's father, it turned out, had once conducted important research together with Howard. The two of them had unique and profound insights into the arc reactor. Yet, according to Vanko, Howard had indeed stolen some of his father's work. Lin Fei felt a sense of helplessness about this. He had no way of knowing who was telling the truth. But at least for now, it seemed clear that Tony had his own ideas and his own ambitions. In Lin Fei's view, Tony was far more assertive than Vanko's father had ever been. No one could predict how this story would ultimately unfold. As the saying goes, everyone has their reasons. But if Vanko had truly dedicated all his research to the benefit of society, perhaps he would never have become Tony's adversary in the first place. Lin Fei could only imagine if both men had wielded such immense talent and strength, and if they had joined forces, it would have been beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Two researchers of such caliber, combining their brilliance, could have forged an unrivaled technological empire. But clearly, such a possibility was out of reach. Tony had no intention of giving Vanko that kind of opportunity, and Vanko was consumed by hatred toward Tony. The idea of the two of them working together was little more than a fantasy, something that could hardly ever come past. At this very moment, Tony had walked over to the exhibit model. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile, casually pulling out a can of cola and sipping it completely. At ease, he was enjoying the scene, curious to see whether Tony would be able to figure out the workings of this device and just how long it might take him. Tony, for his part, paid no attention to Lin Fei at all. He simply threw himself into examining the model on the display table, circling around it again and again, scrutinizing every angle. Yet, he made no progress. His mind was a jumble, likely thanks to the beer he'd just downed, leaving his thoughts a bit muddled. He hadn't expected this contraption to be so complicated. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't spot a single flaw. For a moment, Tony was overcome with confusion. He turned to Lin Fei and asked, "Mr. Lin, could you give me a hand? This is really getting a bit too difficult for me. I feel like I've hit a wall." "Seriously? That's unexpected," Lin Fei muttered, clearly surprised by Tony's request. After all, in the Marvel universe he'd known before, Tony would have uncovered the secret in no time. Why was he suddenly asking for help now? But Lin Fei quickly figured it out. Tony was probably just angling for a taste of his grilled cold noodles. He could tell Tony had grown a little lazy since Lin Fei had shown up, almost as though he expected Lin Fei to help him with everything. This, in truth, was a kind of laziness. When such a situation arises, people can't help but think about it, but when it actually happens, everything seems to unfold naturally. After all, Tony wasn't always like this, and Lin Fei had no intention of being his babysitter. He didn't want Tony to rely on him for everything. Tony needed to work through problems on his own and come up with his own ideas to finish this task. Yet, after thinking it over for a while, Lin Fei simply sighed and shook his head in resignation. In the end, his mission was to help Tony accelerate his research. With a resigned wave, Lin Fei summoned his invincible food truck. In no time, he had whipped up a serving of grilled cold noodles and handed it directly to Tony, infusing it, of course, with a touch of wisdom. Looking at Tony again, after eating that serving of grilled cold noodles, his mind suddenly became razor-sharp, and his eyes grew keen and focused. Seeing the situation before him, Tony couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. "Mr. Lin, this stuff is incredible. I find myself growing more and more fond of it." "All right, that's enough out of you." It was clear Tony was craving another helping of the grilled cold noodles, and Lin Fei could only shake his head helplessly. "Tony, sometimes you're just too confident. Let me tell you, when it comes to this kind of research, or really anything you work on from now on, I can't always be involved. For you, it's always best to explore and develop things on your own. All I can say is, don't count on me too much. In the future, this time, I'll help you handle Vank, but after that, I might have to go elsewhere to help someone else. I can't be at your side, watching over you every moment. So, when you're working on your research from now on, I hope you'll really try to think things through yourself." Tony just scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. "Honestly, Mr. Lin, I just really wanted to eat more of those grilled cold noodles. They're delicious. I don't have any other motives. As for the research, I already have a preliminary idea. In fact, I figured it out earlier. You don't have to worry about me." Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei could only sigh and head over to a nearby sofa, sitting down quietly to watch. Meanwhile, Tony walked up to the exhibition's model platform. He called out quickly, "Jarvis, scan everything here and create a 3D hologram." "Yes, sir." Jarvis responded at once, placing the scanner on the display stand and beginning a thorough scan. In no time, everything was scanned, and Jarvis projected the entire image. Tony then brought the hologram to his side. Gazing at the glowing blue projection, Tony's brow furrowed in puzzlement. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he knew something was off. There was something hidden here that he just hadn't noticed yet. But many Tonys also noticed the display model on the globe at the very center. After seeing this, Tony's eyes filled with doubt, because he had a strong feeling that this object might be of great significance to him. For a moment, Tony pondered, then quickly spoke up. "Jarvis, get rid of everything except for this sphere. I only want this thing. And help me with some transformations between protons and quanta. I want to see everything inside it." "Yes, sir," Jarvis responded without hesitation, faithfully following Lin Fei's instructions. He swiftly set everything in motion, and soon, when the preparations were complete, Tony found himself face-to-face with a small sphere. He couldn't help but let out a delighted laugh. "Dad, oh Dad, if it weren't for Mr. Lin's scallion pancake, I'd probably have to spend a lot more time on this. I really didn't expect your research to reach this level. This thing of yours is truly astonishing, but I have to say I love it. This is absolutely fantastic for me." Staring at the sphere, Tony felt as though something entirely new was unfolding before him. The thrill of it all was almost overwhelming. He had never seen anything like it. Unable to restrain his excitement, Tony chuckled and said, "Mr. Lin, what do you think? Am I smart or what? I managed to figure this thing out so quickly. Isn't that impressive?" Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh with resignation. He looked at Tony and called out, "Come on, don't act so surprised. Haven't you considered whether this thing can actually be manufactured? The greatest challenge for you isn't the theory, but the fabrication. It's simply impossible to synthesize it by hand, you know?" Tony nodded in agreement. He was well aware of this fact. With that in mind, Tony lifted his hands and gazed at the small sphere. Suddenly, his hands widened, and, in that moment, the sphere enlarged as well. The entire laboratory was instantly bathed in blue. Energy. Countless energy particles swirled around him, and Tony grinned with joy, spinning in his chair as he looked around. He was genuinely amazed, but soon, his amazement faded into another broad smile. Jarvis, having noticed these developments, couldn't help but feel happy for Tony. "Congratulations, Mr. Tony," he said. "You've managed to create a brand new element. But this element really can't be manufactured directly. We can only make it appear through some very specific methods. Of course, I've already got it figured out, gamma rays. That's no trouble for me at all. Though, I might need to remodel this place a bit." As he spoke, Tony turned his head, surveyed his surroundings, and then looked at Lin Fei. "Mr. Lin, I may need to set everything up here from scratch. Could you provide me with some materials?" "Of course. Just tell me what you need. There's plenty to go around." Hearing Lin Fei's reply, Tony immediately grabbed some paper and a pen, quickly jotting down a list of materials he would need to synthesize the new element. He worked efficiently, detailing everything on the list before handing it over to Lin Fei. Glancing at the list, Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Tony really was a mad scientist. His requirements for any kind of research were always so exacting. Still, without hesitation, Lin Fei waved his hand, and in an instant, all the materials appeared in the lab, piling up until half the room was filled. Seeing this, Tony was taken aback. "My goodness, Mr. Lin, this is incredible. Ever since I met you, everything I need just appears out of thin air. I'm beyond impressed. You never cease to amaze me." "All right, enough flattery," Lin Fei replied, not missing a beat. "Hurry up and get everything set up. Once you're done, it's all yours. I need to step out for a bit." Tony couldn't help but ask, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Mr. Lin, you're heading out? Where are you going?" Lin Fei just smiled. "So many questions. Just focus on your research. I have my own business to attend to. Get to work, and once you're done setting up, start your experiments. I'll be off now." With that, Tony nodded earnestly and dove into his work, fully satisfied with the top-quality materials. He wasted no time, getting everything in place and beginning to assemble the equipment needed for his research. At this moment, Lin Fei quietly slipped away. Carlson noticed Lin Fei leaving but didn't make any move to stop him. Seeing the situation unfold, he couldn't help but smile to himself. Lin Fei enjoyed a certain freedom, a liberty all his own. After all, Lin Fei wasn't under SHLD's authority, nor did S.H.I.E.L.D. have any reason to control him. The truth was Lin Fei was simply far too powerful. His strength was something everyone found formidable. In fact, Carlson had once watched a video of Lin Fei in action and had been deeply impressed by the display of power. Everything about Lin Fei was extraordinary, and his physical prowess had reached an unprecedented level. Faced with such a phenomenon, Carlson couldn't help but feel astonished. He truly wondered how Lin Fei had become so powerful. What kind of experiences could have shaped him into such a remarkable force? Just then, a sudden rumbling echoed through the space, catching Carlson off guard. He spun around, bewildered, trying to make sense of the commotion. Glancing into Tony's living room, he saw everything trembling as if an earthquake had struck. Perplexed by the chaos, Carlson hurried over and quickly traced the source of the disturbance. There he found Lin Fei wielding an enormous impact drill, boring straight into the wall. The wall looked like it might come crashing down at any moment. Surprised, Carlson called out, "Hey, what on earth are you doing, man? Are you trying to tear this place apart?" Hearing Carlson's words, Tony chuckled helplessly and replied, "Of course not. I'm building a brand new research lab, right here. I'm working on something truly incredible. Oh, it's a new element. What do you think? Pretty impressive, right?" "A new element?" Carlson echoed in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelation. He hadn't expected anything like this. Tony really was extraordinary. As one of the world's most brilliant scientists, Tony always approached his research with unique perspectives. Carlson couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. He wondered what it would be like if he himself possessed such a remarkable creation. What kind of possibilities would that open up? Soon, Tony saw Carlson standing right in front of him. He called out in a hurry, "Hey, buddy, come on, give me a hand, will you? Here's the deal. Grab those jackhammers and help me bring this wall down. And that one over there, too. We need to knock them both out. Come on, help me out." For a moment, Carlson was taken aback by Tony's request. He hadn't expected to be put to work at a time like this. But after a moment's thought, Tony flashed him a grin and urged, "Hey, Carlson, come on, help me out. This is really tough for me." Hearing Tony's plea, Carlson could only smile helplessly. He hurried forward and got to work, taking up one of the jackhammers nearby. Just as Tony had said. Soon, the two of them were working together efficiently, and everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. At last, the entire wall came crashing down with a thunderous crash. The two men wasted no time and moved on to the next wall. Tony couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Lin's equipment is incredible. Smashing down walls with this thing is ridiculously easy." Hearing this, Carlson managed a wry smile. By now, he was covered in dust from head to toe. His black suit was streaked with gray. He could only shake his head at his own appearance, but said nothing more. Carlson's real task now was to help Tony find the new element as quickly as possible and assist him in getting everything done. Although he'd told Tony earlier that he wouldn't get involved in such manual labor. At this point, he simply wanted to help Tony finish as soon as possible. Meanwhile, neither of them knew that Lin Fei had just been involved in a traffic accident. "Ma'am, are you all right?" Lin Fei hurried over to the scene, quickly reaching the woman and helping her up. It had happened so suddenly, he'd accidentally knocked the woman down. Lin Fei hadn't expected it at all. As he was driving normally, the traffic light malfunctioned. He thought it was green, but in reality, it was red. The woman dashed across the street, and Lin Fei couldn't avoid her in time. Fortunately, his food truck wasn't moving fast, and thanks to its powerful brakes, he managed to stop before anything worse could happen. The woman was knocked down, but aside from that, there were no further complications. But Lin Fei was truly startled by this. As he looked at her, he quickly helped the woman, who had just fallen to the ground, back to her feet. Worry filled his heart. He had never imagined something like this could happen. In fact, he had never run into any problems before, and the car's radar detection system was supposed to be state-of-the-art. It was just that he'd chosen to switch to manual driving in a Lincoln a moment ago. In the end, he had no one to blame but himself. Fortunately, the car hadn't hit the woman with much force, so she managed to get up quickly. Still, she looked rather exasperated, clearly not expecting Lin Fei to hit her with his car. Understandably, a look of displeasure flashed across her face. She stood up and stretched, making sure she felt fine. Once she was certain there was nothing wrong, she let out a sigh of relief. Turning to Lin Fei, she asked, "How on earth were you driving? Don't you know the light was red?" "I know it was red, but the thing is, the signal just broke down. Look for yourself if you don't believe me." As he spoke, Lin Fei pointed at the traffic light. Sure enough, at that moment, the signal was malfunctioning. The woman saw this and was momentarily taken aback. She really hadn't expected something like this to happen. But she quickly fixed her gaze on Lin Fei and said, "So, just because it's broken, you think you can run people over? It's clearly your fault. Don't try to talk your way out of this. I'm not making excuses. I just want to explain what actually happened, all right? Anyway, let's not argue. How are you feeling? Are you sure you're okay?" At the same time, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. He realized the woman was speaking Chinese. Could she be from China as well? He couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, are you from China too?" Hearing his question, the woman nodded and replied, "Yes, I am. My name's Tang Xin. You're lucky you didn't actually hurt me today. If you had, I wouldn't have let you off so easily." All right, you're right. You wouldn't let me off, but at least nothing serious happened, right? Now, get up and check yourself over. If you feel even a little uncomfortable, I'll take you to the hospital right away. Better to have it looked at than regret it later if something's wrong. Hearing what Lin Fei said, Tang Xin couldn't help but frown for a moment. She went on to check herself over again, only to find that there really wasn't anything wrong with her. After a moment, she brushed off her clothes and looked at Lin Fei, saying, "I'm fine, there's nothing wrong with me at all. It's a good thing I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have definitely gotten hurt by you. Honestly, you really need to be more careful when you drive." Lin Fei listened to Tang Xin's words and, for a while, didn't know what to say. In truth, he really was at a loss for words. What Tang Xin said was, in fact, all because of what he had done. He didn't feel much need to explain himself any further. To him, the whole situation was just frustrating. Things had happened, and there was no changing that. Now that a mistake had been made, someone had to take responsibility for what had gone wrong. At last, Tang Xin simply walked away. Lin Fei watched her as she left, momentarily forgetting himself. He should have asked her for her phone number just now. Tang Xin really was striking. Just looking at her, he felt a little enchanted. Lin Fei couldn't help but dwell on his old, persistent problem. When would he finally solve it? He never expected to run into such a beautiful woman at a time like this. But to Lin Fei, this was just a minor episode, nothing more than a passing moment that had no real impact on him. He soon got back in his car and set off for Qianyin's Kung Fu Noodle House. He still wanted to check in on Qianyin's place. Now that he finally had some time to himself, he wanted to take care of everything he'd planned. After all, practicing cultivation was something he'd always wanted to try. Though he had no idea what the final outcome would be, or how he might change in the end, Lin Fei still hoped to give it a shot. At the very least, Only by making the effort would he ever know what results he could achieve. Without further delay, Lin Fei rented a place and a car, arranged for a half-year lease at the Noodle House, and soon arrived at Kung Fu Noodle House. At that moment, Ivy also walked in. Right then, he saw Qianyun, who was sitting inside the Noodle House, absent-mindedly gazing at a few copper coins laid out in front of her. She seemed completely lost in thought. Seeing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but step forward. When he saw Qianyun, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Master Qian, what are you up to?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Qianyun turned his head and couldn't help but smile. "Oh, young Lin, you're here." "Me? What am I doing?" "I was just trying to see how much time I have left in this life." "Oh, and did you manage to figure it out, Elder Qian?" "Huh, what could I possibly figure out?" Qianyun sighed helplessly for a moment. "My lifespan is simply impossible to predict. It's honestly quite vexing. In fact, I'm troubled by it. To find myself facing such a situation, it's truly uncomfortable for me. There's no way I could ever become an immortal just because of this. To tell you the truth, I'm not particularly fond of a life like this. Personally, I don't enjoy it. I'd much rather have an ordinary, peaceful life, just something simple and uneventful. This endless existence is really a source of frustration for me. That's easy to fix. If you want to die, why not just end your own life?" For a moment, upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Qianyun nearly choked in disbelief. Completely exasperated, Qianyun shot Lin Fei a glare and said, "Kid, what are you talking about? Who would go looking for death like that? Besides, do I look like someone who'd do such a thing? I'm actually quite content with the way things are now, so why would I seek death? You really have a way with words, don't you?" Elder Qian, I get it. Actually, I know you're enjoying life as it is. Otherwise, how could you have lived for so long?" Listening to Lin Fei, Qianyun paused in surprise, then replied with a resigned smile, "You rascal. What am I supposed to say to you? Fine, I can't out-argue you. Think whatever you want. But honestly, you're not wrong. I really do enjoy my life as it is, and I have no intention of ending it. The world these days is just too fascinating. I get to see so many people and so many stories, so many interesting things." Hearing Elder Qian's words, Lin Fei nodded silently. In truth, he understood what was in Qianyun's heart. There were so many things waiting for him to discover, so many mysteries left to explore. For Qianyun, that was truly a wonderful thing. And finally, at that moment, Qianyun turned to Lin Fei with a cheerful smile and said, "Young Lin, what brings you to see me today? Are you craving some noodles? All right, just wait here. I'll go and make you some." "No need, Elder Qian. I didn't come here today just for noodles. The real reason I'm here is that I want to learn. Honestly, since you've talked to me about this before and I already gave you my word, I thought today I'd come and see for myself, see whether this path of cultivation is really something I can adapt to and what kind of outcome it might bring me. So, Elder Qian, I wonder if you have time today." "Of course I do. Absolutely," Qianyun replied, nodding eagerly as he listened to Lin Fei. "I have plenty of time right now. But Lin, my young friend, there's something I need to tell you. At the very start of cultivation, to be honest, it's crucial to establish a solid foundation. First of all, you'll need to undergo another round of physical strengthening. Even though your body is already quite formidable, there are still impurities that aren't suited for cultivation. So, I'll help you expel those impurities from your system. Once that's done, your physical qualities will be enhanced to an even greater level. After that, I'll teach you the principles and techniques of cultivation. By then, you'll be able to follow these methods precisely, and you'll become an exceptionally powerful practitioner. Of course, the whole process will take about 10 days. I wonder, Lin, do you have any concerns about that?" 10 days. Lin Fei paused, thinking it over. There were about 14 days left before the Hanmu Expo, so he quickly nodded and replied, "That works, Elder Qian. I've got more than enough time for that. Honestly, I thought it would take at least a month or two, so I'm surprised everything can be completed in just 10 days. "Oh, it's really nothing," Qianyun said with a light laugh. "This process isn't actually that difficult. It might be tough for ordinary folk, but for you, given the strength and resilience your body already possesses, you're far beyond most people. So for you, none of this will be a challenge at all." After hearing what Elder Qian said, Lin Fei simply nodded and didn't say much more. In truth, he was quite satisfied with his current strength. For him, reaching this level of power was the result of many calm, diligent days, and only after helping those superheroes complete mission after mission did he gain all these abilities. Lin Fei's physical prowess was now enhanced to 12 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with all the other things he had acquired, his strength was practically invincible, especially with that suit of iron armor. Once he put on, he was unstoppable. He believed that even when facing much stronger opponents in the future, he would have nothing to fear. Still, What weighed on Lin Fei's mind was the existence of beings like Thanos, those who surpassed human limits. He couldn't help but worry about whether his current abilities would be enough to defeat them. It was a troubling concern for him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Fei turned toward Elder Qian and couldn't help but ask, "Elder Qian, may I ask what we should do next?" "Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Qian Yun smiled and replied warmly, "Young Lin, just wait here for a while. I need to tidy up a bit first. Today, we'll close the shop early. Afterwards, come with me to my place. We'll have a proper discussion. I'll teach you everything you need to know." Listening to Qian Yun, Lin Fei nodded in agreement. He understood that all of this needed to be conducted in a very private setting. Of course, he was also eager to see what might happen next. So Lin Fei quietly waited, taking out a cigarette and enjoying it in silence while Qian Yun went to the back kitchen to start packing things up. Finally, after half an hour, Qian Yun finished tidying everything. He came to the entrance, closed the door, and pulled down the shutter. Then leading Lin Fei outside, they set off together. "Young Lin," Qian Yun said, "let's take your car. We'll head to a secluded mountain area. I have a place there. When we arrive, we can take a proper look together." Upon hearing Qian Yun's words, Lin Fei was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected Qian Yun to say something like that to him, nor had he imagined that Qian Yun would have a place to stay deep within these remote mountains. Still, Lin Fei didn't dwell on it. He simply led Qian Yun into his invincible food truck, which then transformed into a helicopter. Guided by Qian Yun's directions, they soared off into the distance. Before long, they arrived at the place Qian Yun had indicated. Standing atop the helicopter, Lin Fei looked out at the scenery below and couldn't help but marvel at the beauty. The mountains rose up on all sides, shrouded in swirling clouds, creating a breathtaking scene that filled Lin Fei with awe and admiration. "Old Qian, you really know how to pick your spots," Lin Fei exclaimed. "This place is absolutely stunning. I have to ask, how did you ever discover such a hidden gem?" Qian Yun chuckled. "Well, it's like this. Cultivators are naturally sensitive to the flow of spiritual energy, and the aura here is unusually rich. That's how I sensed it right away, which is why I brought you here. Come on, let's land and take a look around. Down below is my little wooden cabin. I have a feeling you'll like it." Listening to Qian Yun, Lin Fei didn't hesitate. He deftly piloted the helicopter down, and soon the two of them were standing on the ground. Before them stood a charming wooden cabin, its architecture distinctly old-fashioned and Chinese in style, every detail steeped in the essence of traditional culture. But what impressed Lin Fei most was the path of smooth river stones leading up to the cabin. Stepping onto it felt wonderfully soft and comfortable. Underfoot, an absolute delight. Glancing around, Lin Fei saw a clear stream running nearby, and in the distance, a waterfall cascaded down the cliffside in a dazzling silver torrent. The scene called to mind the classic line, "The waterfall plunges down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way were descending from the heavens." Lin Fei thought to himself that poetry had never described a place as aptly as it did this one. Taking in the surroundings, Lin Fei couldn't help but praise, "Old Qian, you really know how to enjoy life. This place is so beautiful. I'm honestly amazed you chose it as your retreat." Qian Yun smiled. "Beautiful, isn't it? But Lin, haven't you noticed how clear-headed you feel right now? And how easy it is to breathe here?" "HM? Oh, really?" Hearing Qian Yun's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. After a moment of concentration, he finally spoke in surprise. "You're right, Elder Qian. What exactly is going on? Ever since I arrived here, my mind feels astonishingly clear, and even my breathing has become so much smoother." Seeing Lin Fei's reaction, Qian Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, this is quite a remarkable place. I've set up a spirit gathering array here. It draws in the spiritual energy from the air and concentrates it in this spot. Over time, the environment has changed dramatically. For cultivators like us, it's a tremendous advantage. Even ordinary people who come here will notice that they can breathe more easily and their minds become sharper. That's just one of the wondrous effects of this place. So what do you think, Lin? Do you like it? If you do, why don't we get started with our cultivation practice right away? Sound good? But actually, I'm feeling a bit hungry. How about we grab something to eat first? Maybe some Beijing roast duck and a cold Tsingdao beer. What do you think? Hearing Lin Fei's suggestion, Qian Yun laughed warmly. "All right, let's eat first. It'll be the perfect chance for me to tell you about what you'll be experiencing over the next few days. Think of it as a little heads up, a way to prepare you for what's to come, and to point out a few things you should pay special attention to." Lin Fei nodded silently in agreement. The two of them then walked deeper inside. Soon, they came upon a small square table, neatly set with teaware, as if someone tended to it regularly. Lin Fei couldn't help but ask in surprise, Elder Qian, does someone come by to clean up here often? Of course, Qin Yun replied with a smile. I come back here every week. I like to drink fresh spring water, absorb the spiritual energy, and enjoy the tranquility of nature. It's something I've always done. Otherwise, life would get too dull, wouldn't it? Sometimes you just need to find a little peace for your mind and body. Oh, so you come back every week? But this place is 300 kilometers from New York. That's quite a trip. Must take a lot of time, doesn't it? 300 kilometers? That's nothing. It only takes about 2 hours round trip. For me, it's no challenge at all. Don't be surprised, Lin. Soon enough, you'll be able to do the same. When Lin Fei heard what Qianyan said, he was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected it at all. By normal standards, if you're taking a plane, covering 300 kilometers in an hour would be perfectly possible. But let's not forget, Qianyan had made it here relying solely on his own strength. Lin Fei found himself not just surprised, but also reflective. His own physique had been enhanced, making him incredibly strong, and he was now capable of extraordinary leaps. Lin Fei had begun to understand this, but even by his own estimates, running a one-way trip of 300 kilometers would take him at least 2 hours. For a moment, Lin Fei was astonished by just how powerful Qianyan truly was. At the same time, a hope sparked in Lin Fei's heart. What sort of result might come from combining his own physical enhancement with Qianyan's cultivator techniques? At that moment, Qianyan seemed to sense the questions swirling in Lin Fei's mind. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, Young friend Lin, there's no need to be so surprised. I believe that after you've experienced this for yourself, you too will become incredibly formidable. Of course, you may not reach my level right away. It takes time to temper yourself and refine your cultivation. But after this, I trust you'll progress quickly. When that day comes, surpassing me might not be impossible at all. Hearing Qianyan's words, Lin Fei nodded. In truth, he was filled with anticipation. Seeing the look of expectation in Qianyan's eyes, Lin Fei made up his mind on the spot. He was determined to master this. No matter what, for Qianyan's sake, he couldn't let him down, especially since he had already promised to follow the path of cultivation. He knew he couldn't waste Qianyan's efforts and good intentions. In fact, Lin Fei didn't overthink the idea of cultivation. What he really wanted was to become stronger, to be able to protect himself in the future. That would be enough. After all, no one could predict what kind of enemies they might face down the road. Even if it were Thanos, Lin Fei couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be an even more powerful organization looming behind him. The thought worried him. So, his only option was to become stronger. Only then could he protect himself and survive. Looking at Qianyan's expression, Lin Fei waved his hand, and in an instant, Peking duck and Tsingdao beer appeared on the square table. The two of them began to eat together, letting the meal mark the beginning of something new. Qianyan looked at Lin Fei as he ate, and couldn't help but smile as she spoke. Young Lin, let me tell you something in advance. Soon, I'll be using this spring water to refine a medicinal pill called the marrow cleansing pill. This pill will open up all the meridians in your body and expel all the impurities within you. But when that happens, you will experience excruciating pain throughout your entire body. However, if you can endure this agony, your achievements will become limitless. The more impurities you expel, the greater your potential. In fact, this process serves as a tempering for your body and willpower. It will strengthen your resolve and toughen your body, honing its resilience. If you can make it through this ordeal, not only will your body be free of impurities, but your physical strength will reach an extraordinary level. Imagine, after enduring such a long and rigorous trial, your body will be as hard as steel, nearly invulnerable to blades and bullets. Of course, bullets might still leave some marks on your skin, but even that will be minimal. Listening to Qianyan, Lin Fei nodded thoughtfully. In truth, he didn't mind only being able to withstand bullets. After all, every formidable foe in the Marvel Universe came armed with powerful weapons. To him, bullets were nothing but the most mundane threat. It was those high-powered laser weapons that truly concerned him. Lin Fei found himself wondering, if he really became as tough as steel, could he withstand those laser attacks? If he could, that would be almost unbelievable. He couldn't help but look forward to seeing just how far he could eventually progress. At this point, Lin Fei spoke up. Elder Qian, I'm wondering, how long will this process take before I can move on to the next stage? It should last about a day, Qianyan replied. For a whole day, you'll feel intense pain, and I sincerely hope you can endure it. Once all the impurities have been purged from your body, you can go to the base of the waterfall to cleanse yourself. At that point, I'll be able to teach you the theoretical knowledge you need, and you can start practicing the heart technique. This will be an excellent opportunity for you. A day, huh? I really hope this day goes by quickly. But I do have a question, Lin Fei added. Lin Fei spoke up. Elder Qian, I'm really curious. How did you do it before? Did you proceed the same way? And I'm also curious. Who was your master? My master? I never had one. Hearing Lin Fei's questions, Qianyun could only shake his head with a wry smile as he replied. To be honest, I had no guidance from master. Everything I know, I figured out on my own bit by bit. When I was wandering through rivers and mountains, I chanced upon many strange and wonderful things. It was during those travels that I stumbled across an ancient ruin. Inside, I discovered an old manual for cultivating immortality. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I didn't even know if the method was real or just a fantasy. Out of boredom, I practiced it once. A year passed, and to my surprise, I succeeded. Only then did I truly realize this thing actually existed. I was astonished, of course. After all, in this world, there may not be more than a handful of true cultivators, and yet I happened upon this stroke of extraordinary luck. Sometimes I think perhaps I've been favored by the heavens, but honestly, it didn't bring me much joy. For me, immortality is more of a curse than a blessing. It means a life far longer than any ordinary person's, and that is a terribly lonely fate. My lifespan now is dozens of times that of a normal person. Dozens of times? Lin Fei echoed, nodding in amazement at Qianyun's words. That would mean living for thousands of years. He couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. He hadn't imagined such power was possible, and it was remarkable that Qianyun had stumbled onto this cultivation method by sheer chance. Looking at Lin Fei, Elder Qian gave a gentle chuckle. But, young Lin, I hope you'll forge an excellent path for yourself in the future. I truly believe you'll grow through this experience, and I'm sure that the pain it brings will be nothing you can't handle. Am I right? Yes, perhaps it really is nothing to me, Lin Fei answered. I'm determined to see this through, Elder Qian. You can rest assured. I'm eager to learn and embrace the ways of cultivation. I'm also prepared for the powerful foes I'll face in the future. When the time comes, I want to have the strength and skills to defeat every last one of them. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Qianyun nodded in approval. Lin, my young friend, you are absolutely right. Over this period, I have been observing the stars night after night, and what I've seen troubles me. The battles that await you in the future will be unimaginably painful. Although I cannot fully unravel your fate, I have glimpsed the enemies you will face. These adversaries are extraordinarily powerful, each one more formidable than the last. If you don't truly strengthen yourself, you may find yourself unable to stand against them, and there is a real danger that you could fall at their hands. As he listened to Qianyun, Lin Fei couldn't help but knit his brows. In truth, he was well aware of everything being said. Still, he was curious about what the system would ultimately turn him into, how much it would enhance his strength. But Lin Fei was never someone willing to let the system dictate his destiny. What he desired was to grow stronger on his own, for only then could he seize control of his own battles. Lin Fei did not want to rely on the system to hand him power at the last moment, only to discover that it wasn't enough to truly overcome his foes. Such a fate was the last thing Lin Fei wanted. To him, that would be unbearably painful, even to the point of costing him his life. He was determined not to let such a tragedy befall him. That was why he resolved to study cultivation himself. For Lin Fei, this was a way to temper and refine himself, a test of his own will and strength. Time slipped by second, and at last the two had eaten and drunk their fill. Only then did Qianyun take out a small medicine pot and head outside, with Lin Fei following close behind. They stepped out into the open air, where Qianyun walked to a small stream. He filled the pot with fresh water and then returned to the yard. Setting several stones together to make a stand, Qianyun flicked his hands, and instantly a burst of flame shot forth, igniting beneath the pot. Cultivation is, at its heart, a matter of the 5 elements, Qianyun began to explain. It's actually quite similar to traditional Chinese medicine, which also speaks of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The human body is composed of these 5 elements, and mastering them is a gradual journey for each of us. I have also uncovered certain mysteries within this. Beyond the 5 elements lies chaos, and it is by reaching this state that one can gain even deeper insights. But don't worry, my young friend. My hope is that you too will one day attain such understanding. And of course, I will do all I can to help you along this path. Chaos, huh? Just how powerful is this chaos, really? As Lin Fei listened to Qianyun's words, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He too wondered just how formidable this so-called chaos truly was. It was at that moment that Qianyun spoke up again. In truth, young Lin, I don't know all that much about chaos myself. For me, I've only barely scratched the surface, just touched upon its threshold. As for any deeper understanding, I have to admit that I'm in the dark. Still, I believe that in the future, you'll make remarkable progress in studying it. I also believe you'll be able to unravel its secrets. However, hearing this, Lin Fei asked, however what? It's just that, for us, this chaos, well, in ancient ruins I've seen some records about it. The old texts say that chaos can cause strange changes in heaven and earth. Supposedly, it can bring about events that no one can escape, tipping the balance between creation and destruction in a single thought. Of course, I can't say for certain if any of this is true, but I do believe in the power of chaos. Young Lin, I'm sure that one day you'll astonish the world with what you accomplish. Listening quietly, Lin Fei nodded. The truth was, he didn't really understand much about chaos, and he had no idea what kind of connection it might have with the 5 elements. As he pondered, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he truly mastered chaos. What kind of abilities would he gain? Just then, with a wave of his hand, Qian Yun conjured a ball of fire, demonstrating his command over the fire element of the 5 elements. To be able to manifest such power was proof enough that Qian Yun had achieved deep understanding of the 5 elements. As the flames steadily heated the medicinal cauldron, Qian Yun began adding the prepared herbs one after another. Then Lin Fei watched as Qian Yun pulled a small pouch from his robes. At first glance, the bag looked empty, but Qian Yun kept producing one medicinal ingredient after another from within, placing them into the cauldron. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Oh, Elder Qian, I didn't expect you to have a storage pouch. I hope I'm not mistaken, but this must be a storage pouch, isn't it? Listening to Lin Fei, Qian Yun nodded and then joked, that's right, this is indeed a storage pouch, but it doesn't hold much, only about a dozen cubic meters at most. Still, it's more than enough for me, since I don't have much to put inside anyway. But I've always been curious, Lin, how you can simply wave your hand and produce so many things. I'm guessing you must have some kind of storage item as well, don't you? Lin Fei nodded at Qian Yun's words, but replied a bit sheepishly, to be honest, Elder Qian, I'm not quite sure how this thing came to be. It's as if it just appeared in my mind out of nowhere. Whenever I focus on it mentally, the items just emerge right away, almost as though they've always existed in my mind. So I really have no idea how it works. Elder Qian, have you ever done any research on something like this? Qian Yun shook his head at Lin Fei's question and said, how could I possibly have something like that? It's just as much a mystery to me, and quite a surprising one at that. But no matter what, the fact that you have such an ability is remarkable in itself. All right, Lin, just wait here for a bit. The medicine should be ready in about half an hour. This one is called the marrow cleansing pill, and I truly believe it will help you tremendously. Hearing this, Lin Fei fell silent. He stepped to the side, lit a cigarette, and began to ponder. After more than 10 days of effort, he wondered if this would finally make him stronger. If it did, he hoped he could speed up his efforts against the superheroes. In fact, many of these superheroes had already appeared before. Lin Fei wanted to resolve everything quickly in this situation, so that afterward, he would have more time to spend as he wished. Lin Fei didn't want to be shackled by the system's tasks any longer. He wanted to try more things that truly belonged to him, to accomplish more goals that were his alone. After all, no matter who you are, you'd hope for a better life. Lin Fei didn't want to remain so busy every single day. Even people with regular jobs get time off, but Lin Fei hadn't had a break at all. He was constantly on the move. The work itself wasn't all that exhausting, but for Lin Fei, the mental strain was truly painful. After Lin Fei learned that once Tony had dealt with the trouble from Vanko, he would go in search of the Thunder God. When that time came, both the Thunder God and his brother would appear together. The final mission would be to defeat the Thunder God's brother directly. Lin Fei's plan was simple. The best course would be to eliminate him the moment they emerged, and by then, Lin Fei would have ample time to see this through. Yet, what Lin Fei hadn't anticipated was that while helping Tony contend with Ivan Vanko, something wholly unexpected occurred. Something that became the first event in the Marvel world that Lin Fei could not predict. Of course, this was something to be recounted later. At last, Qian Yun had finished preparing everything. Lin Fei gazed at the pitch-black pill before him, and for a moment, hesitation flickered in his heart. Truthfully, he was worried whether this thing would suit him at all. But he had no choice. Lin Fei understood that he had to go through with it. Otherwise, he would never become stronger. He looked at Qian Yun, reached out, and took the pill, his brows furrowing with uncertainty. He finally spoke up, Elder Qian, I'll take it now. Hearing this, Qian Yun nodded and replied, Go ahead, young Lin. Don't worry, there's no poison in this for you. It will only cause you some pain. Still, I believe you'll get through it easily. Lin Fei was at a loss for words. Though Qian Yun made it sound effortless, who could truly fathom the pain involved? At that moment, Lin Fei felt like Someone lost before the unknown, unsure of what lay ahead. He was genuinely anxious. If the pain did make him faint, the consequences would be unimaginable. But there was no turning back. No matter what, Lin Fei had to take this pill. For him, the hope of becoming stronger was everything. Only by doing so could he face all those formidable enemies with power of his own. What Lin Fei had always worried about was precisely this. When faced with such a situation, just how formidable would his opponent truly be? Lin Fei was the kind of person who liked to plan ahead, so he always hoped to prepare for every possible scenario in advance. That way, when confronting an enemy, he wouldn't be caught completely off guard. This was something of a trademark for Lin Fei. He didn't want to be the kind of person who, when danger arose, simply shrugged it off or acted carelessly. Nor did he want to be powerless to fight back in the face of peril. That was never the outcome he wished to see. As for the enemies that awaited him, Lin Fei knew only that there were many of them. He was well aware of what that meant. Each adversary was potentially powerful enough to destroy a superhero. Although those superheroes always managed to resolve crises swiftly in the end, Lin Fei knew better than anyone just how dangerous those situations truly were. So, when faced with a pill like this, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He hoped that, through this experience, he could grow to become truly formidable. As for just how powerful he would become in the future, Lin Fei honestly had no idea. Still, he couldn't help but look forward to it, believing that this would lead him to achieve something unprecedented. Finally, at this moment, Lin Fei took out the pill, brought it to his lips, took a deep breath, and popped it into his mouth. The pill instantly dissolved on his tongue, releasing a sweet and tangy flavor. For a moment, Lin Fei turned to Qianyun and asked in confusion, "Heavens, why does this thing taste sweet and sour?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Qianyun couldn't help but chuckle, then said, "Lin, my young friend, it tastes sweet and sour now, but just wait. You might regret it soon enough." Lin Fei was puzzled by Qianyun's words. He had no idea what Qianyun meant. But after just a few minutes, Lin Fei was struck by a wave of panic. Suddenly, Lin Fei felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his entire body, so intense that it consumed him. He felt as though he'd forgotten how to breathe, and, in that moment, he was driven to the brink of madness. He never could have imagined that this would be so excruciating. "What the hell is this, Elder Qian?" Lin Fei couldn't help but shout at the top of his lungs. He never imagined he would have to endure such agony. The pain was simply unbearable. In truth, it had never crossed Lin Fei's mind that something like this could ever happen to him. He had always assumed that taking a pill would be an easy affair, nothing more than swallowing it without much discomfort. Although earlier he had already spoken to Qianyun, and Qianyun had warned him that the pill's effects would be extremely painful, Lin Fei found himself utterly unable to endure it when the pain really struck. He simply couldn't believe it. This was beyond anything he could accept. The suffering was overwhelming, more intense than anything he had ever experienced. Lin Fei had never thought he would face anything like this at such a moment. Qianyun, hearing Lin Fei's outburst, glanced over and couldn't help but smile before gently saying, "Young friend Lin, you must hang in there. This is just how it works. As long as you can endure it, you'll find it brings you nothing but benefits. Please trust me, I would never deceive you. At the very least, this will do you a world of good. Even if it's good for me, isn't this too much pain?" Lin Fei cried out, his voice cracking with distress. He found it nearly impossible to accept what was happening, but after a long moment, he could only sigh. After all, he had already agreed to Qianyun's request, and, as the saying goes, when you talk big, you have to see it through no matter what. With that thought, Lin Fei let out a hoarse, desperate cry, his voice breaking as he pushed himself to his very limits. Every muscle in his body tensed and trembled uncontrollably, as if he were about to explode from within. Qianyun, observing Lin Fei's agony, couldn't help but furrow his brow in concern. Inside, he was anxiously hoping Lin Fei would pull through. He was deeply worried that something might go wrong. In truth, Qianyun himself had never witnessed firsthand just how excruciating the effects of this pill could be. He barely remembered how he had survived it himself in the past. Watching Lin Fei suffer now, Qianyun could only pray that Lin Fei would make it through, because if he didn't, it would be a devastating blow for Qianyun as well. He dared not even imagine what might happen if Lin Fei couldn't endure this ordeal. This was truly an unfamiliar experience for Qianyun, as in the past, he had always relied on himself to figure things out. But now he was the one guiding someone else. The difficulty of this task, perhaps only Qianyun himself could truly understand. At that very moment, Qianyun saw Lin Fei's muscles begin to tense and bulge. Lin Fei's face contorted with pain, his body swelling several sizes as if he were an overinflated balloon. Watching Lin Fei's condition, Qianyun couldn't help but clench his fists in anxious anticipation, his hands tightening involuntarily. Time ticked by, minute after minute. Finally, after half an hour, sweat began to pour from every inch of Lin Fei's body, accompanied by thick, pitch-black impurities seeping from his skin. Witnessing this, Qianyun finally let out a breath of relief. He knew that if Lin Fei had reached this stage, he had likely made it through the most difficult part. The impurities within Lin Fei's body had been expelled, and his meridians were now clear and open. With the situation now stabilized, if the cleansing elixir continued to work on Lin Fei's muscles and meridians, it probably wouldn't be nearly as agonizing as before. Thinking this, Qianyun dragged a chair over from the side and sat down quietly, watching Lin Fei, who was still seated cross-legged on the ground. He kept silent, simply observing. As for Lin Fei, his feelings at this moment were nothing short of helplessness. His mind was perfectly lucid, but the pain was overwhelming, far beyond anything he could have imagined. He had never expected to encounter such an ordeal. It felt almost like torture. Lin Fei could swear that this was the most excruciating experience of his life. Compared to this, everything else faded into insignificance. The torment was nearly unbearable, and he found himself on the verge of breaking down, even tempted to abandon the process. Altogether, after struggling with these thoughts for a long while, Lin Fei finally let out a sigh. He didn't want to give up. He worried that quitting now would leave a deep psychological scar, perhaps even shattering his will to pursue cultivation ever again. As the saying goes, grit your teeth, and any difficulty will eventually pass. At this moment, Lin Fei held on to this very thought. Slowly, he forced his eyes open a sliver, glancing at Qianyun in front of him. He saw Qianyun looking back at him, worry etched across his face. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel moved by this. After all, it was heartening to know that Qianyun had been so concerned for him and had done everything to help. But as the seconds ticked by, Lin Fei suddenly felt his consciousness slipping away, as if he were being drawn into a trance. In an instant, he lost all strength and fainted right there. Seeing Lin Fei collapse so abruptly, Qianyun's heart tightened with anxiety. Without hesitation, he rushed over and knelt by Lin Fei's side. Qianyun quickly pressed his hands onto Lin Fei, carefully sensing his current condition. To his relief, he found that Lin Fei's body showed no alarming changes. His meridians were actually expanding, and impurities within his body were steadily being expelled. Witnessing this, Qianyun finally felt his worry ease. It was clear now there was nothing wrong with Lin Fei. At least for the moment, his body was in no real danger. Still, Qianyun couldn't help but furrow his brow. He worried that if Lin Fei succumbed to the pain and lost himself, or even worse died, it would be too terrible to imagine. Fortunately, no real mishap occurred, and Lin Fei's fainting, in fact, turned out to be good news for Qianyun. Because now, while Lin Fei was unconscious, he would be spared from the agony. At the very least, he no longer had to endure the suffering, and Qianyun could finally let go of his worry. With a deep breath, he stepped outside, preparing to concoct a special pill for Lin Fei. This remedy would help Lin Fei align himself with the natural energy of the world. At the same time, Qianyun planned to craft a small spiritual token, a kind of talisman that would allow Lin Fei to better sense the mysteries of the surrounding spiritual energy. So, each of them set about their own tasks. For Lin Fei, his only duty now was to remain unconscious. As the hours passed, Qianyun spent the day deep in his preparations. Before he knew it, dawn arrived. Qianyun headed out into the mountains, searching for wild fruits and game. Before long, he'd caught 2 pheasants and even managed to bring down a wild boar. With his spoils in hand, he carried them back to their dwelling. It had to be said, Qianyun possessed truly formidable strength. Even now, he was carrying that wild boar in one hand without showing the slightest sign of strain, striding along as if it were nothing at all. Such was the might of a cultivator. Just as Qianyun returned to their dwelling, he suddenly noticed that Lin Fei had already awakened. At this moment, Lin Fei was sitting in the small stream, legs crossed, quietly sensing the state of his body. Seeing Lin Fei like this, Qianyun immediately understood. Lin Fei must have found himself unbearably grimy. The greatest effect of the marrow-cleansing pill had not yet passed, so there were still impurities being expelled from Lin Fei's body. With that in mind, Qianyun walked over and stood before Lin Fei, speaking to him. "Little Lin, how are you feeling now? Is the pain gone?" "Not at all," Lin Fei shot back without missing a beat. He opened his eyes and looked at Qianyun, his expression filled with helplessness. His brow was tightly furrowed. The pain he was enduring was something only he could truly understand. Casting a quick glance at Qianyun, Lin Fei said with resignation. I'm still in a lot of pain. The only difference is that now I'm starting to go numb, truly completely numb. Honestly, this is just ridiculous. Elder Qian, if this was always going to hurt so much, why didn't you warn me sooner? Hearing Lin Fei's words, Qianyun could not help but chuckle and replied, Little Lin, what are you saying? I did warn you before that this would be extremely painful. And if I remember correctly, you were the one who said you didn't mind. Or have you forgotten? Listening to Qianyun, Lin Fei could only laugh at himself, helplessly. This was all of his own making. He had indeed claimed not to care. Now, regret filled his heart. Had he known it would be this excruciating, he might have simply given up on the whole affair. But since he had endured for so long, even falling unconscious for most of the day, how could he quit now, when the ordeal was almost over? The only thing left to do was to grit his teeth and push through. At the same time, Lin Fei could still sense certain changes within his body. He felt a surge of power coursing through him, a sensation growing stronger by the moment. Not only was his strength increasing, but the flexibility of his body and the coordination between his muscles were also improving continuously. Feeling these changes so vividly, Lin Fei couldn't help but break into a smile. In fact, this was a profound transformation, one that genuinely delighted him. At the very least, what was happening right now was truly something to be happy about. It proved that the marrow-cleansing pill was by no means useless. On the contrary, for Lin Fei, its effects were significant. To experience such tangible, perceivable changes, he had to admit, it filled him with joy. Meanwhile, Qianyun had started to clean up the wild boar. After a while, he glanced over at Lin Fei and asked, Young Lin, how are you feeling? Would you like to have a bite to eat in a bit? Elder Qiao, please don't tease me, Lin Fei replied with a wry smile. Look at the state I'm in. Do you really think I can eat right now? Why don't you go ahead? I just want to sit here and savor these changes in my body. Honestly, I'm amazed. This stuff is incredible. I can truly feel the changes inside me, and it's simply wonderful. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Qianyun nodded thoughtfully and said, That's right. It expels impurities from your body while tempering your meridians, a true forging of the flesh. Don't worry, young Lin, this can only benefit you, never harm you. As long as you endure it, which you clearly have, you've already adapted to this pain by now. Lin Fei could only sigh helplessly at Qianyun's words. But soon, another thought occurred to him. Looking at Qianyun, he asked, Elder Qian, I'm curious. Did you have to endure the same pain yourself? How did you manage to get through it? How did I get through it? Qianyun gave a dry chuckle. To tell you the truth, I was knocked out cold for 3 days and nights before I finally woke up. Would you believe that? For a moment, Lin Fei was stunned by Qianyun's admission. He had never expected the old man to reveal something like that. Still, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that Qianyun must have experienced his own share of trials. There was nothing more to say about it. He simply braced himself and continued to endure the pain. At last, by late afternoon, as Qianyun was preparing dinner and the aroma of grilled meat filled the air, Lin Fei finally recovered. In that moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of vitality coursing through him. With a single leap, he soared dozens of meters into the air. The sensation of flying, of cutting through the sky, left Lin Fei breathless with excitement. This experience was simply electrifying. Landing heavily on the ground, Lin Fei stamped his foot with force, and instantly, a deep footprint appeared in the earth beneath him. Witnessing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. Damn, just how much stronger has my body become? By my calculations, I must be at least 20 or 30 times stronger than a normal person now. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Qianyun nodded in agreement and replied, That's right, Lin, your body is now about 30 times stronger than an ordinary person's. But this is still not your limit. Once you master the inner technique, your strength will climb yet another level. That's when you'll truly begin to realize your full potential. Oh, there's more room for improvement? I can't wait. Lin Fei's anticipation was unmistakable. He was genuinely eager to discover just how much stronger he could become after learning the inner technique. At the same time, Lin Fei couldn't help but imagine, if he truly mastered this inner art, what kind of person would he become? What new heights could he reach? Now, with his body pushed to such incredible limits, Lin Fei glanced at the black, grimy residue covering his skin. Qianyun quickly waved his hand and urged, Lin, you'd better go get cleaned up. You're absolutely filthy. Hearing this, Lin Fei looked down and gave a wry smile. His entire body was covered with impurities, the black gunk radiating an unbearable stench, enough to make anyone around him feel queasy. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the waterfall and let the rushing water wash over him. letting it cleanse him from head to toe. But soon, Lin Fei noticed something unusual. As the waterfall pounded against his body, he felt a sharp twinge of pain. It wasn't the kind of pain to make him cry out, but rather a fleeting, bittersweet ache, as if hardship was giving way to newfound strength. He could feel power surging through every fiber of his being. Startled by this unfamiliar sensation, Lin Fei was about to step out and ask Qianyun what was happening, when suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Lin, my young friend, the water in this waterfall is actually a special kind of spiritual liquid that tempers the body. It's formed by the constant transformation of spiritual energy. Just stay in here and immerse yourself. When you reach the point where you feel nothing at all, then you can come out." Hearing Qianyun's words, Lin Fei was taken aback. He hadn't imagined that there would be something so magical about this waterfall. The realization was beyond surprising. It was truly unexpected. Lin Fei couldn't help but think to himself, if this really is as miraculous as it sounds, then this is truly fascinating. But regardless of what he thought, Lin Fei trusted Qianyun completely. There was no doubt in his mind that what Qianyun said was true, and that this waterfall really did have such an effect. So, without hesitation, Lin Fei stepped right under the waterfall and began to let the water wash over him again and again. In less than a minute, all the impurities on his body were completely cleansed. Lin Fei felt his whole body grow increasingly comfortable, as if he were soaking in a hot bath on a cold winter's day. At this moment, Lin Fei was wholly absorbed in the experience, standing motionless beneath the waterfall, blissfully unaware that the stone beneath his feet was being pressed so deeply that it had sunken several inches. The sheer force of his body was astonishing, enough to startle anyone who saw it. But Lin Fei paid no mind to any of this. He was fully submerged in the spiritual energy of the spring, focusing on the abundant power flowing through his body. He also noticed something different within himself, a faint, white speck of light flickering in various parts of his body. For Lin Fei, this was no ordinary phenomenon. It was as if countless tiny points of light were appearing throughout him, yet he found he had no way to control or summon them. Being clever as he was, Lin Fei quickly realized that these must be traces of spiritual energy. As for what exactly this energy was, or what it could become, he had no idea. All he could do was look forward to the day when the spiritual energy transformed and cleansed him completely. When that time came, Qianyun would surely explain everything, and all would become clear. Lin Fei never expected that this cleansing would take an entire day to get used to. He'd originally thought he'd be able to join Qianyun for dinner that evening, but it wasn't until the following night that he finally emerged. At last, as the next day drew to a close and the sun set in the west, Lin Fei realized that the waterfall no longer evoked any special sensation in him. Apart from the sheer force of the water pounding down, he felt nothing more. He quickly stood up and walked to the side, gazing at the waterfall. Seeing that it remained unchanged, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. At the same time, he found the mysteries of cultivation to be both astonishing and unexpected. Now, Lin Fei was filled with anticipation for the world of cultivation. He looked forward to stepping into that realm, hoping to gain greater strength once he entered. Lin Fei was eager to find out what kind of person he might become. Just then, Lin Fei caught a whiff of something fragrant. He turned his head and saw Qianyun busy roasting meat, the savory aroma wafting through the air. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile at the appetizing smell, and he made his way over. "Elder Qian, that waterfall is truly amazing. And during this time, I felt as if bright specks of light had appeared inside my body, like tiny particles I can't control. Elder Qian, what's happening to me?" At last, Lin Fei voiced the question that had been on his mind. This curiosity had lingered within him for some time. If these were indeed the mystical energies known as spiritual qi, then having so much of it inside him would be a wonderful thing. Sure enough, Qianyun listened to Lin Fei's words and immediately broke into a smile, nodding as he spoke. "Young friend Lin, you are absolutely right. What you're feeling is spiritual qi within your body. The presence of spiritual qi entering you is exactly what's happening now. I never expected you to have such insight. When I first cleansed myself beneath this waterfall, I didn't sense anything like this. It wasn't until later that I understood. According to the ancient texts, those who are born with the ability to sense spiritual qi have limitless potential in the future." Hearing Qianyun's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected such high praise from Qianyun. But no matter the reason, the fact that he could sense this mysterious energy was, for Lin Fei, a truly fortunate thing. Looking at Qianyun's expression, Lin Fei spoke up, "Elder Qian, why don't we have dinner now? Afterwards, you can teach me the method to circulate this cultivation technique. Don't rush, Qingyun said gently. Let's start with a good meal tonight, then get some proper rest. Your body has just undergone a significant strengthening. You need some time to get used to it. As for my spirit gathering array, it won't be ready until tomorrow morning at the earliest. That's when you'll truly begin to comprehend this cultivation technique. I'll teach you then. For now, let's eat. Hearing Qingyun's words, Lin Fei nodded in agreement. With a casual wave of his hand, several cans of beer appeared before him. The two of them wasted no time, each grabbing a can and taking hearty swigs. They began their meal, and Lin Fei was taken aback by Qingyun's unexpected talents. Qingyun's culinary skills were truly impressive. These dishes were every bit as delicious as the savory pancakes and grilled noodles Lin Fei used to make himself. Amazed by the flavors, Lin Fei couldn't help but speak up. Elder Qian, your cooking is genuinely remarkable. I still remember that beef noodle soup you made before. It was delicious. But your grilling skills are even more amazing. Oh, it's nothing special, Qingyun replied with a chuckle. I've spent my life roaming the mountains and rivers, and I've encountered all sorts of things along the way. I learn a lot, not least about food. I suppose you could call me a foodie. I always hope to discover delicious things and learn how to make them. Over the years, I've picked up many fine techniques, taken the best, left the rest, and refined my craft. That's how I've ended up with the skills I have today. Lin Fei nodded quietly, reflecting on Qingyun's words. He understood that a person's experiences are shaped and honed by time. Qingyun's wisdom and skills had been built up through countless adventures and challenges. This realization gave Lin Fei new insight. It was a valuable lesson, and he found himself inspired. Before long, the meal was finished. Qingyun looked at Lin Fei and spoke kindly. Young friend Lin, you should get some good rest now. Tomorrow morning, we'll begin the transmission of the cultivation method. I'll place you inside the spirit gathering array, and how long it takes you to emerge will depend entirely on your own fate. I won't say much more. Everything will be up to you. I hope you can truly experience this journey. So rest well tonight. All right, Elder Qian, then I'll trouble you with this. Hearing Qingyun's words, Lin Fei naturally understood his true intentions. Silently, he returned to the wooden cabin. Inside there was nothing but a single bed, which made Lin Fei shake his head with a wry smile. Without much hesitation, he stepped outside, gave a quick wave of his hand, and in an instant, a massive tent appeared before him. Lin Fei walked inside, and the interior was astonishingly luxurious. Every kind of appliance imaginable, even a shower, all powered by solar energy and fully charged at that. This was the true strength of the system Lin Fei had gained. Seeing all this, he couldn't help but break into a broad grin. To him, everything felt wonderful. He hurried inside, freshened up, and finally lay down on the comfortable bed, drifting into a sweet, peaceful sleep. What Lin Fei didn't notice was that Qingyun remained standing quietly outside the tent. Watching Lin Fei, Qingyun couldn't help but smile. In truth, finding a disciple like Lin Fei was a stroke of incredible fortune for him. Qingyun knew he himself lacked great talent, which was why he'd always hoped to find a gifted student, someone to inherit his cultivation techniques and carry on his legacy. Qingyun understood that although he might have a longer lifespan than most, immortality could never last forever. There would come a day when his time would end. If he could pass on his teachings and perhaps even gather more people willing to help him, that would be a truly wonderful thing. So, when he encountered Lin Fei, he already sensed something extraordinary about him. From the very start, Qingyun realized he couldn't see through Lin Fei's future, and for someone like Lin Fei, Qingyun had only one thought. This young man was destined for greatness. With such feelings in his heart, Qingyun couldn't help but feel both envious and fond of Lin Fei, wishing for him to become his disciple. That was the origin of everything that followed, and Qingyun was deeply grateful that Lin Fei had agreed. For Lin Fei, this was a marvelous opportunity. He had finally found someone like himself. Now, witnessing Lin Fei's strength and talent, which far surpassed his own, Qingyun felt even more delighted. It was something he had already seen clearly before. Lin Fei's constitution was already different from that of ordinary people. His physique could even reach 8 or 12 times that of a normal person. Coupled with his intelligence and his gift for prophecy, Qingyun couldn't help but be surprised. Someone like this truly was the ideal candidate to become his disciple. That was why Qingyun had sought out Lin Fei. Today, Lin Fei had managed to endure the effects of the marrow-washing pill, and even under the waterfall formed by spiritual energy, he could still sense the presence of that energy. This was a quality only those with extraordinary talent possessed. Witnessing this, Qingyun's heart brimmed with joy. In truth, he already felt an indescribable excitement at the prospect of Lin Fei becoming his disciple. There's a saying, a master leads you to the door, but cultivation is up to the individual. Qianyan firmly believed that once he brought Lin Fei onto the path, Lin Fei would repay him in miraculous ways in the future. Qianyan looked forward to it. He truly did. He anticipated the day when Lin Fei would soar to new heights, and he was sure that day was not far off. Yet neither of them could have imagined that Lin Fei would end up losing some time while trying to comprehend the cultivation method. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Lin Fei rose early and took a bath, while Qianyan prepared breakfast. After they finished their meal, Qianyan led Lin Fei to the back of the small wooden cabin. There, behind the cabin, was a cave. A faint, gentle light shone from within, casting a warm and inviting glow. Stepping inside, Lin Fei could clearly see that the cave contained several pieces of jade, arranged into a small formation, just big enough for one person to sit cross-legged at its center. Taking in the scene, Lin Fei couldn't help but speak up. Elder Qian, is this the small spirit gathering array you mentioned? That's right. This is the spirit gathering array. The light you see is spiritual energy drawn together by the formation. Right now, it's fully charged. Lin, my young friend, go ahead and sit inside. I'll teach you a cultivation method. As for how you comprehend it, how you unlock its mysteries, and how much time it might take, that's all up to you. Hearing Qianyan's words, Lin Fei nodded and walked over to sit down. At that moment, Qianyan began to recite an obscure and mysterious phrase. As Lin Fei listened, he found himself bewildered. Terms, like drawing energy into the dantian, made no sense to him at all. Everything seemed so cryptic and difficult to grasp. For him, this was a world shrouded in mystery, and he couldn't help but feel lost. But there was nothing he could do. Qianyan clearly had no intention of lending Lin Fei a hand. Since that was the case, Lin Fei could only rely on his own understanding to grasp the meaning behind all of this. Fortunately, Lin Fei possessed a photographic memory and an exceptional mind. Everything Qianyan had explained, Lin Fei had etched deep into his memory. What came next was reflection and assimilation. Lin Fei had no idea how long it would take for him to truly comprehend this matter. He continued to ponder and study the words Qianyan had left him. At the same time, Qianyan had also pointed out some issues concerning the 5 elements, and Lin Fei decided to contemplate both matters together, striving to comprehend them as one. Meanwhile, Qianyan stepped outside the cave. He turned back to glance at the tranquil darkness within, and unable to help himself, let out a long sigh. Ah, young Lin, he murmured, I know this must be quite difficult for you, but I still hope you can grasp it as soon as possible. If you were only trying to understand the mental technique, it might not be such a challenge for you. But I want you to master the 5 elements as well. Should you succeed, it will be of tremendous help when you seek to comprehend the evolution of the 5 elements into chaos in the future. So, keep at it, young Lin. I believe in you. Of course, Lin Fei had no inkling of Qianyan's thoughts. If he had known, he would have been outraged. Qianyan was simply piling more tasks onto him, and Lin Fei detested being saddled with extra tasks. But as the saying goes, hard work pays off. At last, after 15 days of relentless effort, Lin Fei managed to comprehend everything. When Qianyan found out, he was more than a little surprised. He had never imagined that mastering both the mental technique and the 5 elements would be anything but a monumental challenge for Lin Fei. Yet, Lin Fei had accomplished the impossible in such a short span of time, a feat most would have deemed utterly unachievable. Watching Lin Fei's exuberant expression, Qianyan found himself at a loss for words. He stood in silence for a long moment before finally letting out a resigned sigh. I truly did not expect, young Lin, that you would possess such talent. You have astonished me. Hey, Elder Qian, what's that supposed to mean? Lin Fei replied with a grin. Why can't I work hard? Why can't I have some strength of my own? Hearing this, Qianyan simply shook his head and gave a wry smile, choosing not to say anything more. In truth, Lin Fei understood perfectly well what he meant. What he didn't know was that, from the very beginning, Qianyan had given him the 5 elements and the mental technique together, expecting him to master both at once. At this moment, as the sun set in the west, Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. Elder Qian, how many days have I been here? You've been practicing this technique for 12 days, Elder Qian replied. Why do you ask, Lin? Is something the matter? What? This is bad. Lin Fei's brows instantly furrowed, his eyes brimming with worry. Elder Qian, we need to return immediately. Howard's son, Tony, is going to face a dangerous situation today. I have to hurry back and help him. Oh, it's happening today? Then let's go quickly. Elder Qian was taken aback by Lin Fei's words. He hadn't expected something like this to happen. Without wasting a moment, Lin Fei made a swift gesture, and an aircraft appeared before them. In a flash, Lin Fei sprang into action. The two of them boarded the plane, and it soared off in the direction of New York. On the flight, Lin Fei's mind was filled with concern. He could only hope that Tony would make it through this ordeal. Although he and Rhodey would be able to stand together against Vanko, who else could truly understand the peril that awaited them? Lin Fei's only thought was to get there in time to help Tony. Without his support, it might truly be too much for Tony to handle alone. Meanwhile, far away in New York, at the Stark Industries Expo, preparations were underway for today's big event. Hammer was also scheduled to hold his own presentation, and the evening would begin with an opening ceremony. Tonight was destined to be a wild one. The crowd was already on their feet, everyone waving glow sticks with abandon, their lights shining brilliantly in the night. Backstage, Hammer waited for his cue, meticulously inspecting his lineup of iron drones. Each one was unmanned, but there was little more he could do. His own research had only gotten him this far. Vanko had struggled to develop even this one model, and though it was just a drone, at least Hammer had something to show. For him, this was as good as it could get. Patting one of the suits, Hammer couldn't help but grin. "Hey buddy, it's your time to shine. Don't let me down tonight, alright?" At that moment, the drone's eyes lit up, responding to the embedded AI program within. It could, after all, understand Hammer's words. "Mr. Hammer, it's time for you to go on stage." Just then, a voice called out. Hammer turned to see an official from the expo approaching, there to let him know it was time to get ready for his presentation. Hearing this, Ham nodded and walked toward the exit, heading straight for the front of the stage. He quickly made his way backstage, and from behind the curtain, he could hear the audience erupting in cheers. Ham couldn't help but smile at the sound, and with that, he stepped out onto the stage. Ham was considered rather handsome, and the sight of him excited the audience even more. They hadn't expected Ham to be so striking in person, and their cheers grew all the more frenzied. "Hey everyone, I'm thrilled to see you all tonight, and I'm even more excited to share with you the results of my research. I remember back when Tony claimed it would take at least 20 years for anyone to fully unravel his Iron Man technology. Well, I'm sorry to say, but I've done it, and my version is even more intelligent. These are drones, Iron Army suits. What do you think? Exciting, right? Don't worry. Tonight you'll witness my latest achievement." As Ham spoke, the lift behind him began to move, and one after another, the armored suits were brought onto the stage. For a moment, the entire audience burst into renewed cheers. No one had expected that Ham would actually succeed in creating something like this. Who could forget how Tony had once boasted at the expo that it would be impossible for anyone to replicate his achievement in less than 20 years? But now it was clear someone had done it, and that someone was Ham. Ham watched the reaction from the crowd, a broad smile spreading across his face. This was truly an extraordinary moment for him, the culmination of everything he had worked for. Meanwhile, Potts, seated in the audience, furrowed his brow. He had never imagined Ham would actually pull off something like this. For Potts, it was almost too much to believe. Potts' company now found itself in a difficult position. They couldn't possibly hand over their technology, yet outsiders had been. Desperate to learn the secrets of the Iron Army suits, Potts had always refused to reveal anything, keeping the technology closely guarded. So only now did Potts realize, to her astonishment, that someone had already figured this thing out long ago, and that person was none other than Ham. For a moment, as she watched Ham's brazen display, Potts couldn't help but frown. She never imagined things would turn out like this. Who could have predicted that Tony's proudest Iron Man tactics would be cracked and reverse-engineered by someone else at a time like this? Potts quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Tony's number. Tony answered almost immediately. At that moment, he was sitting out on the balcony, letting the wind blow across his face. The truth was, Tony had already developed the new element long ago. If you looked at Tony's chest now, you'd see a blue-white triangular light pulsing there, a source of indescribable joy for him. He had thoroughly fine-tuned the device. Its endless energy surged through him, and with no trace of palladium poisoning, Tony felt as if he had been given a new lease on life. That exhilarating sense of invigoration coursing through his whole body was almost overwhelming. Never in his wildest dreams did Tony think he would reach this point. He was truly elated. Gazing up at the birds gliding across the sky, Tony broke into a smile. Just then his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Potts calling. Seeing her name, Tony picked up right away and said, "Huh, Potts, what's up? This is a surprise. You're actually calling me first. How long has it been since you last did that? I'm honestly thrilled." "Tony, this isn't the time for jokes," Potts said urgently. "I need to ask you something. Did you leak your Iron Man suit technology?" "How could I?" "Potts, you know me. Even if I were to leak something, it certainly wouldn't be this, right? Then how do you explain what's happening at your expo right now?" Ham is holding his own iron suit exhibition there, and his suits are on full display. Why is this happening? Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Oh, it's fine. Mr. Lin told me it's not that serious. Apparently, it's a guy named Vanko who developed it. Don't worry. I'm getting ready to head over now. Just make sure you keep yourself safe, all right? For a moment, hearing Tony's words, Potts couldn't help but feel surprised. She had no idea why Tony would say something like that. In her mind, there had to be some unspeakable reason behind it. After all, what else could explain why he would suddenly ask her to be careful? Then, out of nowhere, Potts thought of someone Lin Fei. Could it be that Lin Fei had come back? But why hadn't she seen him at all before? She recalled just a few days ago, she had visited Tony's house, only to discover that Lin Fei wasn't there at all. This left her even more puzzled about the whole situation, unable to figure out what was really going on. With these thoughts in mind, Potts simply sat back down, deciding not to worry about other trivial matters for now. Meanwhile, Tony had entered the living room. The entire estate was eerily quiet. He was completely alone now. Carlson had left to tend to his own mission, and Tony left too. His own devices turned on the television in the living room. The broadcast from the expo was already playing, showing Hammer swaggering around, brimming with arrogance. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but sneer. Jarvis, what do you think? Whose suit is stronger, his or mine? Sir, I believe you have the upper hand. Our energy supply is state-of-the-art, limitless, and you yourself are practically a perpetual motion machine. This new element is truly incredible for us. As for Vanko's Iron Man suits, I don't think they're that impressive. He's just relying on sheer numbers, nothing more. Oh, you're right about that. Look, my old friend's making his entrance. Seems like it's time we want to check things out. As Tony spoke, another figure stepped onto the stage, Rhodey. Rhodey was now wearing the silver Iron Man suit he'd taken from Tony. The suit had been heavily modified, bristling with gadgets. There was even a Gatling gun and rocket launchers mounted on it. Looking at the scene, Tony couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. All these modifications went against the very principles behind the Iron Man suit's design. He had always envisioned it as agile and efficient, built for swift movement and flexibility. Clearly, Rhodey's version was the complete opposite, and seeing it so transformed, Tony could only shake his head in resignation. Jarvis, can you tell me how Rhodey could be so disobedient? How could he do something like this? It's insane. Who would turn Iron Man into something like that? This must be unbearable for him. I can't imagine Iron Man enjoying this at all. Hearing Tony's words, Jarvis let out a gentle chuckle before responding in his composed, synthesized voice. Sir, I believe you're right. He has indeed strayed from the original vision of Iron Man. Our Iron Man was designed to be lightweight and streamlined, but his modifications have completely disregarded that philosophy. Mr. Stark, why don't you show the world what the strongest suit of armor truly looks like? Of course. I can hardly wait, Tony replied with a laugh, unable to hide his amusement at Jarvis's words. The truth was, Tony was at a loss for words over the modifications to the Iron Man's suit. For him, it was almost painful to see his most cherished creation altered in such a way. It was torment, not just for him, but for anyone who understood what it meant to him. Without delay, Tony made his way down to the lab. He glanced at his crimson armor, now fully upgraded. He had added new features to withstand extreme temperatures, among other enhancements. Standing by the control panel, Tony announced, Jarvis, let's get started. I want to show them what true power really looks like. At Tony's command, Jarvis replied affirmatively. Instantly, a swarm of robotic arms swept into action, swiftly removing the specialized armor pieces from the racks and assembling them around Tony with mechanical precision. One by one, the suits locked into place over Tony's body. The spectacle was breathtaking, a display so exhilarating that it would set anyone's heart racing, though Tony was the only audience present. At last, when the final piece snapped into position, Tony lowered his helmet. His eyes glowed with a piercing blue-white light, the unmistakable sign that the Iron Man's suit was fully activated. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his armor, Tony let out a cold, confident chuckle. Well then, today I'll see for myself what kind of opponents Hammer and Vanko really are. And with that, Tony sprang into action. In a burst of energy, he soared into the air and shot out of the lab, ready to face whatever awaited him outside. Now let's turn our attention to Rhodey at this moment. He was already up on the stage at the exhibition hall. There was a specific request from the organizers, and to be honest, Rhodey wasn't exactly thrilled about it. But he had no choice. He still needed to showcase his latest research. Results to everyone like a poet presenting his work. The experts had modified his suit, transforming it into a brand new weapon design to protect public safety. The organizers' intent was clear, to demonstrate the overwhelming power of their new arsenal and reassure the public. And clearly, they had succeeded. At least for now, the audience was buzzing with excitement. Watching Rhodey standing there, the Crowd couldn't help but break into enthusiastic cheers. For Rhodey, this was an incredible feeling. He relished every moment of it. Hey everyone, I'm so glad to see you all here tonight, and even more excited to show you our most powerful achievement yet. That's right, it's the suit I'm wearing right now, the Iron Armor. Built with the latest technology and countless upgrades, each of its weapons represents a new level of strength. But don't worry, I promise. I'm not about to start firing at you. The audience burst out laughing at Rhodey's words. In truth, none of them were actually worried that Rhodey would fire at them. Doing something like that would only open him up to endless criticism. Rhodey continued, "Folks, it's a real pleasure to let you witness just how powerful this suit is. Starting today, it'll be here to protect you all. I'll be patrolling New York around the clock, making sure everyone stays safe. If you ever run into real trouble, just reach out, and I'll be there to help as soon as I can. But if you're just looking for a lost cat or dog, maybe leave me out of it, especially since jet fuel isn't cheap." The crowd erupted in cheers once again at Rhodey's joke, thrilled by his words. To them, having Iron Man standing guard over their safety was nothing short of exhilarating. Rhodey couldn't help but laugh at the scene before him. This was exactly the outcome he had hoped for. He then noticed Ham walking up as well, facing the audience. Below the stage, Ham began to speak. "Hey there, folks. All of these are products developed by our company. I'm thrilled to show you such a transformation. And today, I want to demonstrate just how powerful we truly are. Next, I'll be giving you a little presentation. These drone battlesuits behind me are entirely my own creation. Oh, you have no idea how much effort I put into developing these. I'm delighted that you can witness the fruits of my research today." Everyone listened to Ham's words with surprise. None of them had expected that these things were Ham's own inventions. The crowd erupted into cheers there, excitement unmistakable. Yet, even as the celebration continued, no one realized that, back in Ham's factory, a man was carrying out a brutal slaughter. That man was Vank. At this moment, his long hair tumbled messily down his back, and his whole appearance was unkempt. He held a parrot in his hand. This was indeed Vank. Just half an hour earlier, Ham's bodyguard had captured him. All of this had happened because Ham was deeply dissatisfied with Vank's work. Ham had always wanted him to create a suit of iron armor big enough to fit a person, but instead, Vank developed a drone battle suit. When Ham came by to inspect the results today, he suddenly discovered that Vank hadn't followed his instructions at all. In a fit of rage, Ham ordered his bodyguards to restrain Vank, hoping to teach him a lesson. But no one had anticipated just how formidable Vank truly was. The more Vank thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted revenge, and at the very least, he wanted to snatch back his parrot from the bodyguards. That was his parrot, and he refused to let anyone else have it. So Vank began his rampage. He struck swiftly, killing the two bodyguards and retrieving his parrot, which he perched on his shoulder. Then he made his way to a nearby laboratory, where Vank found his latest invention, a whip powered by electricity. This whip stretched 3 meters long and looked undeniably impressive. But how many could truly grasp the power it held within? After that, Vank headed straight for the computer lab. At this moment, the bodyguards also noticed something unusual about him. Instantly, they tried to stop him, but none of them expected the sheer power of Vank's whip. He swung it back and forth with swift, precise movements. In the blink of an eye, everyone around him collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Each one was struck by a surge of electricity so intense that getting back up was almost impossible. Seeing the chaos unfold, no one could have imagined that Vank would prove to be this formidable. Vank himself couldn't help but let out a cold laugh as he glanced down at the 2 electric whips in his hands, products of his own invention. He was truly satisfied with this latest achievement. Judging by the current situation, his strength was simply overwhelming, so much so that even he found it hard to believe. With each passing second, Vank finally reached the computer lab. He switched on the computer and began monitoring the events unfolding at the expo. A smirk played on his lips as he took in the situation. "Ah, Ham, do you really have any shame?" he sneered. "All of this is your own research, is it? Do you actually think anyone will believe that just because you say so? Sorry, but I don't. I can't stand it when others use my research to fool people, pretending it's theirs. Tonight will be unforgettable for you, Ham, because I'm about to take my revenge. I'm going to make sure everyone knows you could never have developed something like this for your carrier." With that, Vank sprung into action. The computer screen was filled with layer upon layer of firewall software. But to Vank, these posed no challenge at all. They were laughably easy to break through, as if designed by school children. This novel is available for download through Xingyu's open-source, free Xingxian downloader. If you obtain this novel via a downloading agent and the seller did not provide the software source code or open-source link, please request an immediate refund and report the seller. Author email: Shing_YV@outlook.com. Author QQ. 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group. 149050832. Official Telegram Group. https://t.me/fqtool. Vang's personal abilities were truly remarkable, especially his computer skills, which left everyone astonished. In just a matter of minutes, he had already hacked into all the computers. At that moment, the monitors displayed the locations of every drone suit and their current programming. Vang couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. He was confident he was about to deliver a visual spectacle that would leave the audience in awe. Meanwhile, back at the expo, Rhodey was issuing commands to the suits, making them walk, jump, and perform a variety of other moves. Rhodey stood quietly to the side, observing it all. He felt a surge of pride at the successful design of the drone suits. After all, as someone in a leadership position, he genuinely hoped these creations could be put to practical use. He wanted them to protect civilians, and to Rhodey, nothing could be more gratifying. Clearly, things were moving in the right direction. Rhodey was deeply satisfied, eager to witness this vision become reality. He felt fortunate that everything seemed to be changing for the better. Hey, guys, that's enough, isn't it? Did you really think that just developing an iron suit would make you as impressive as I am? Just then, a voice rang out. Everyone turned instinctively toward the sound, only to see a red and gold figure streaking toward them, a brilliant blue glow pulsing from his chest. Cheers erupted from the crowd. They all knew exactly what this meant. Iron Man, Tony Stark himself, had arrived. In an instant, the entire audience broke into frenzied shouts and applause. After all, their very first impression of Iron Man had been Tony's own creation. Tony's appearances always stirred up intense excitement, and now, seeing him descend in person, the crowd burst into enthusiastic cheers. They hoped Tony would explain what was going on, since these suits were apparently the work of Hammer, and Tony had previously claimed that no one would achieve this level of technology for at least another 20 years. Now, clearly, this called for a reasonable explanation. Tony landed swiftly, facing Rhodey. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Deep down, he regarded Rhodey as a traitor, but no matter what had happened, their years of friendship couldn't simply be dismissed. At the same time, Tony knew all too well that Rhodey had his own reasons for what he'd done. So, when it came to Rhodey's state of mind, Tony could more or less understand him. At the very least, he could sense the guilt lingering in Rhodey's heart. This was something that really depended on how Rhodey himself wanted to handle it. Looking at Rhodey, Tony broke the silence. Hey man, it's been a long time since we last saw each other. Yeah, it's been ages. Honestly, it's great to see you like this, Tony. I want to apologize for what happened before. I'm really sorry for what I did. But I had no choice. I was under a lot of pressure from above. If I hadn't done what I did, it probably wouldn't have turned out so well for you either. Yeah, I get it. Don't worry about it, Rhodey. I'm not going to hold it against you. Tony couldn't help but give a wry smile at Rhodey's words. By now, he completely understood Rhodey's position, and any anger he might have felt was long gone. At this moment, Tony's curiosity shifted to Rhodey's War Machine suit. He wondered just what kind of power it held. With a quick scan from the Jarvis system, Tony soon discovered the full arsenal Rhodey was carrying. Chuckling, he remarked, "Hey man, that's pretty intimidating. Why do you load yourself up with so many weapons? Isn't it heavy?" "Oh, it's heavy, all right, but that's the price for real firepower. This is the only way I can do it. Hey, take a look at these suits behind me. What do you think? Not bad, right? Not bad? You really think so? Well, if those suits start attacking you in a minute, I bet you won't be saying that." "What? What's that supposed to mean?" Rhodey was completely taken aback. He hadn't expected Tony to say something like that. Confusion clouded his mind. He just couldn't figure out why those suits behind him would ever attack him. For Rhodey, the idea was unimaginable. Just then, the suits in the background suddenly began to move, activating one after another. Seeing this, Rhodey managed a small, uncertain smile. "Hey man, they sure don't look like they're about to attack us, do they? Is that so? And are you watching now?" No sooner had Tony finished speaking than the drone armors sprang into action, moving at blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, they surged forward and surrounded Rhodey. At the same moment, they activated their built-in weapons, aiming them directly at Tony. Energy pulses began to build and hum ominously within their armaments, charging up for an attack. But that wasn't the end of it. What shocked Rhodey most was that his own suit was moving rapidly without his control, and an array of weapons deployed, all locking onto Tony as their target. Witnessing this, Rhodey couldn't help but shout in alarm. "Whoa, man. What the hell is going on? I can't control my armor at all. What's happening here? Weapons, stand down. Why are you targeting my buddy?" Faced with this turn of events, Rhodey could only let out a bitter laugh. It was clear to him now. He was being controlled, just as Tony must have suspected. Oh, Rhodey, did you somehow let your system get linked to theirs? How was I supposed to know? They overhauled the whole weapon system. I had no idea this would happen. Tony, you need to get out of here. My suit's building up energy. If this next shot hits you, you won't stand a chance. Tony, hearing the gravity in Rhodey's voice, wasted no time. He reacted in a flash, vanishing from his spot and soaring into the sky. Seeing this, Rhodey involuntarily raised his arm, and with a burst of energy, unleashed a shot straight at Tony as he flew overhead. Tony's reactions were razor-sharp. He dodged just in time, barely avoiding the blast. He never expected any of this. He'd anticipated an attack from the drones, but for Rhodey to turn on him as well, that was something he hadn't foreseen. A sudden barrage of rapid gunfire erupted, echoing through the air. The remaining drone armors had locked onto Tony, unleashing a relentless fusillade. Tony twisted and darted through the sky, dodging the onslaught as best he could, but the weapon's aim was erratic. Some explosive rounds even struck the crowd below. Panic swept the entire scene. The audience scattered in terror, fleeing for their lives. No one could have imagined things would spiral so wildly out of control. For everyone present, the chaos was beyond belief. At this moment, the most astonished of all was Rhodey. He simply couldn't believe what was happening. He had completely lost control over his suit. Until now, after countless tests, he'd always found the armor to be as responsive as his own limbs. There had never been a situation where he couldn't operate it. But clearly, something unexpected was happening now. As he watched himself rise into the air, Rhodey was at a loss. He couldn't fathom what on earth was going on. He quickly caught up behind Tony and shouted loudly, "Hey, Tony, what's happening here? I need a reasonable explanation. Why is the suit acting like this?" Tony replied matter-of-factly, "It's simple. You abandoned my operating system and switched to the one Vanko installed for Hammer. That made it much easier for him to hack you." "Vanko? And who's that?" "My suit was upgraded by Hammer's team. Where does Vanko come into this?" Even as Rhodey demanded answers, Tony was busy dodging the relentless pursuit of the Iron Legion behind him. Dozens, perhaps 40 or 50, of armored suits soared through the sky, closing in fast. Tony swept his arm back and unleashed a burst of energy. With a single blast, more than a dozen suits were struck, tumbling down to the ground below. Finally, Tony had a moment to answer Rhodey's question. "Vanko works for Hammer's factory. His goal is to destroy the world. He wants to rule it. Why else would he pull a stunt like this? But don't worry, Rhodey. I'm sure you'll be free of his control soon." At that moment, Tony's phone began to ring. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Pepper calling. Given everything that was happening, Tony didn't hesitate. He answered right away. "Tony, what's going on? What in the world is happening? I need an explanation. What exactly is happening out there?" Listening to Potts, Tony replied helplessly, "Oh, Potts, I can tell you with absolute certainty now. Those Iron Man suits have been hijacked. They're loaded with weapons, and the one controlling them is Vanko. He's at the HMMER facility, and his plan is to take over the world. I can't explain everything right now, but I really need you to find Natasha immediately. Have her initiate a counter-trace. She might be able to break Vanko's control over Rhodey. Only if Rhodey is freed can I buy enough time to deal with those suits. The two of us together stand a chance against them." "Natasha? Why her? Who is she, really?" For a moment, Potts was at a loss for words. After all, as far as she knew, Natasha was just someone who knew her way around computers. Just then, Natasha stood up from the side and dashed forward. There was a computer nearby, and its screen was flashing with warning signs, clear evidence of a security breach. Without hesitation, Natasha shoved the technician aside and launched into action. Her fingers danced across the keyboard with breathtaking speed, like a flurry of nimble choreography. At last, everything fell into place. It took her a full 5 minutes, but Natasha finally managed to hack into the opposing system and locate the line controlling Rhodey. She hit the confirmation key, and in that instant, Tony, still airborne, sensed that Rhodey had returned to normal. He flew straight to meet him. "Hey, buddy, how are you feeling now? Any better?" "Yeah, a lot better, actually. But what just happened? I need a real explanation here. Why is Vanko targeting us?" "Because Vanko wants to build more Iron Man suits. He's desperate for some kind of twisted triumph. It's just like what happened at the racetrack. I think you know what I mean." "Of course I do. So it really was him? That guy's a maniac. He's got a death wish, going after you like this. So, Tony, what should we do now?" Hearing Rhodey's words, Tony nodded and looked at him. "It's time to fight back. There may be a lot of these Iron Man suits, but they're just drones. Their AI isn't nearly as fast as our reflexes. Taking them down won't be a problem for us." Hearing Tony's words, Rhodey nodded in understanding, then turned his gaze directly to the Iron Legion in the sky. He swiftly readied his weapons, and in an instant, gunfire erupted everywhere. At the same moment, both of them saw countless suits releasing waves of energy, and their reflexes kicked in. They shot up into the air to dodge the attacks. In this heated chase, the two of them eventually arrived at the city center's most prominent landmark, a massive globe constructed entirely of steel. Every detail on its surface was incredibly lifelike, making it a popular attraction for many visitors. But now it was clear this spot was about to become their battlefield. They landed quickly. The scene here was picturesque, with little bridges overflowing streams, so full of charm. It wouldn't be long before this place was transformed into a war zone. "Oh, heavens, please! There are just too many of them," Rhodey exclaimed. "And I've heard that Hammer has manufactured at least 1,000 iron soldiers. If they all show up, Tony, that's going to be real trouble, no matter how you look at it." Tony frowned at Rhodey's words, and just then, Jarvis's voice sounded inside his helmet. "Sir, Ms. Potts and Ms. Romanoff would like to start a video call with you." "All right, put them through." As a connection was made, the faces of Natasha and Pepper appeared on Tony's Iron Man visor display. Seeing the two of them, Tony couldn't help but smile and greeted them. "Hey, ladies, good evening." "Good? There's nothing good about this. Now is not the time for pleasantries." Pepper snapped, staring at Tony. "Tony, what on earth is going on? I need a real explanation. Why are those suits attacking people? Tony, what is happening here?" "Oh, darling, this has nothing to do with me. Can't you see it? Those suits are being controlled. Someone's behind this. Vanko must have already hacked into the system. There's no way this could be resolved that easily." "Natasha, how's it going on your end? Any luck breaking the control over the other drones?" "No luck at all," Natasha replied. "Vanko's firewalls are way too tight. The suit Rhodey's wearing only just managed to establish a connection, so disabling his was easy. But the rest? That's a whole different story. This really is giving me a headache." For a moment, Tony couldn't help but speak with a note of resignation. He hadn't expected things to spiral like this. The whole situation was a massive challenge for him. The drone armors were completely out of control, which meant that everything, absolutely everything, now depended on the two of them to resolve. At that moment, Pepper looked at Tony, her face creased with worry. "Tony, how are things on your end? Are you all right? I honestly can't believe this is happening. If you don't want to explain it to me, then maybe I shouldn't even ask. Still, I really am curious. How did things end up like this for you?" Hearing Pepper's words, Tony was at a loss for how to explain. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Pepper, how should I put this? All of this is being controlled by someone behind the scenes. That person, Vanko, the same guy who came after me before, you know who I mean. His whole goal is to take me down. Only then, in his mind, can he get what he wants. Only by defeating me does he think he can rule the world." "Rule the world? Has he gone mad? Who does he think he is, believing he can rule the world all by himself? I don't know exactly who he thinks he is, but the scary truth is he might actually have a means to try. Right now, there are thousands of Iron Man suits in Hammer's factory. If all of them were unleashed, it would be a huge challenge for me and Rhodey. And with his drone control technology, his skills are frighteningly advanced. If he really can command all those suits at once, I'm afraid no one in the world could stand against him." Hearing Tony's words, both Pepper and Natasha could only frown in concern. The truth was this situation had already gone far beyond anything they could have imagined. Neither of them had ever thought things would escalate to this point. For a moment, both women found themselves deeply worried for Tony. Seeing Tony actually manage a laugh at this moment, Natasha, unable to contain her frustration, snapped, "Seriously, Tony, you can still laugh at a time like this?" "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Hearing Natasha's words, Tony couldn't help but smile, then said, "Besides, Rhodey has recovered now. The combined force of the two of us is beyond what you can imagine. Rhodey is my best partner. He's got tremendous combat experience. So when it comes to dealing with those unmanned Iron Legion suits, the two of us will be more agile, and we'll have superior strategy. It's not like we don't stand a chance against them." For a moment, listening to Tony, Pepper spoke up, her voice tinged with concern. "Tony, you're not seriously planning to take on both of them, are you? This could be too dangerous for you." Tony shrugged off her worries. "Dangerous? Why? I don't see it that way. Besides, if we don't deal with this now, it could end up being even more dangerous in the long run. Sometimes you just have to step up and do something about it, right? Trust me, I want to see this through." That was all Tony could say in response to Pepper's worries. Pepper, however, frowned, unable to believe Tony would actually go through with it. Deep inside, she was truly worried about him, afraid something unexpected might happen to Tony because of all this. At this point, Natasha spoke up as well. "Tony, I've already informed Fury about your situation. I'm sure he'll be sending people over soon." Hearing Natasha mention this, Tony's mind suddenly flashed to someone else, Lin Fei. He couldn't help but wonder why Lin Fei still hadn't shown up. What was going on? To Tony, this was almost unbelievable. Normally, Lin Fei would have appeared by his side by now to help deal with the armored drones. But clearly, this time was different. Lin Fei still hadn't shown up, and that made Tony frown in concern. Mr. Stark, Mr. Lin Fei is inviting you to a video call. Would you like to accept? Just as the saying goes, when you need something, it comes to you. Tony had only just thought of Lin Fei when a video call request from him popped up. Without hesitation, Tony accepted, immediately launching a four-way video call. Soon spotting Tony, Lin Fei couldn't help but break into a smile. At the same time, the three with Tony visibly relaxed upon seeing Lin Fei. In particular, Natasha finally let out a sigh of relief at Lin Fei's arrival. After all, everyone present knew what had transpired earlier. This Lin Fei was a formidable figure, possessing both extraordinary strength and abundant resources. Now that Lin Fei had appeared, Natasha smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, I truly didn't expect you to show up right on time. This is wonderful. We really need your help right now. Those Iron Legion suits are still searching for Tony, trying to kill him." "I'm well aware," Lin Fei replied. "I'm making my way back as quickly as I can." At this moment, Lin Fei was brimming with energy, his spirit evidently more vigorous than ever. Noticing that Tony was already on high alert, Lin Fei couldn't help but give a reassuring smile. "Hey, Tony. So, has the control over Rhodey finally been lifted?" "Yeah, nothing escapes your notice, Mr. Lin. You're right. The control over Rhodey really is gone now. But, Mr. Lin, I got another problem. How should we deal with Vanko? He'll be here soon. How much longer until you arrive?" Hearing Tony's question, Lin Fei thought for a moment, then glanced at the ETA displayed on his navigation device before finally replying. "I'll be at your location in about half an hour. Tony, hang in there, just 30 more minutes. Leave Vanko to me when I get there. Your combat skills are impressive, but going up against Vanko will be tough. I'll have your back, so don't worry." Listening to Lin Fei's words, Tony finally felt reassured. The truth was, he'd been genuinely concerned about what would happen if he couldn't handle Vanko when the time came. But now, Lin Fei had dispelled those worries. Lin Fei's arrival was, without a doubt, a welcome relief for Tony. Right then, Rhodey stepped up to Tony. On the front display of Tony's Iron Man suit, a brand new projection showed all three of them together. Rhodey waved his hand in greeting. "Good evening, Mr. Lin. I never thought we'd meet again so soon. Of course, we absolutely have to meet up. Otherwise, dealing with Vanko will be no easy task. He's about to deploy all of his suits, and they'll be sweeping the entire area searching for you. My advice for now is simple. Get out there and confront them head on. Move the battlefield away from this place. Save your final confrontation with Vanko for here. Even though this environment has its advantages, it's not suitable for defense. Enemies could come at you from all directions. If you try to hold your ground here, you're just inviting disaster." "Oh, Mr. Lin, it seems you know exactly where we are." Hearing Rhodey's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. With a chuckle, he replied, "You're right in the middle of the city, inside that giant globe. Of course I know where you are. But listen, you two need to get out of there right now. The Iron Man suits have already locked onto your location and are closing in fast. If you stay, you're nothing but sitting ducks. Each of you will have a missile with your name on it. You'll be done for before you could even react." Just then, Natasha spoke up as well, her tone urgent. "That's right, Mr. Lin is correct. I can already see Vanko directing the Iron Man suits toward your position. You've been spotted. Your only option now is to escape. Otherwise, you'll be under siege. Go now. There are at least 100 Iron Man suits converging on you. This is a threat you can't afford to face head-on." Listening to Natasha, Tony's brows furrowed, and Rhodey's expression grew serious. Neither of them had any better ideas. The scale of the crisis was far beyond what they'd expected. That many Iron Man suits, it was almost impossible to believe. For just the two of them, the odds were overwhelming. They could fight, but against 100 Iron Man suits, there was no way to hold out. Even if bullets couldn't reach them, a single grenade could spell disaster. If they got hurt, things would go downhill fast. Everything was unfolding just as Lin Fei had predicted. After Natasha spoke, Lin Fei chimed in again. "Hey, what are you two waiting for? Why are you still hanging around? Do you really want to end up as target practice for them? Oh my god, this is all just too insane. You are all completely crazy, and so is that Vank. Can't you just hurry up and take care of it? Do you really have to wait until Vank wipes you all out before you do something?" These words naturally came from Potts. At this moment, he was on the verge of a breakdown. He had never imagined something like this would happen. In his mind, as long as Lin Fei was present, nothing could possibly go wrong. He also believed Tony and Roger would quickly deal with the fight. But clearly, this battle had already surpassed what the two of them could have imagined. Potts looked at Tony and Rhodey, unable to help himself as he said, "Look, You two have such powerful weapons. Are you telling me you really can't handle those iron armors? This shouldn't be difficult for you at all. Tony, aren't these the inventions you're most proud of? So how did things end up like this? Hearing Pot's words, both Tony and Rhodey could only give a helpless smile. In truth, this was indeed a very tough situation for the two of them. The number of iron armors was simply overwhelming. Tony, honest for once, explained, "No, you're giving us too much credit. Sure, we're strong, but don't forget, those are iron armors. And there are over 100 of them. For just the two of us, this is nearly impossible. And every one of those armors is fully armed. Even with all our power, we have to give it everything we've got just to have a shot at beating them. That also means our energy reserves won't last long. Right now, all we can do is come up with some strategies, maybe get them to take each other out, or set up traps to thin their numbers. Only with tricks like that do we stand a chance against them. You really shouldn't expect too much from us. In the end, we're only human. Even here, our fighting power has its limits. If there were only a few dozen enemies, we might have had a good shot at wiping them out. But with over 100, for just the two of us, it's an all-out war. What you're expecting is just too much." As Tony spoke, Rhodey nodded in agreement. Natasha and Potts, hearing this, both frowned, clearly troubled by the situation. In truth, neither of them had anticipated that this would turn out to be such a grueling battle. How could they have known? For the two of them, this was an excruciating ordeal. At the same time, they both found themselves wishing that Tony could bring this fight to an end as quickly as possible. How wonderful that would be. If that happened, there would be no more danger to worry about. But clearly, things weren't going to be resolved so easily. Watching Tony and Rhodey on the video feed, Lin Fei couldn't help but speak up. "You two, I think it's time for you to split up and act separately. If you each head toward your own destination and occasionally cross paths, those Iron Legion suits won't be able to react in time. They'll end up crashing into each other. And don't forget, you can use the tall buildings around you. Try to lure them into the pillars. I think you'll both catch on quickly. This approach should be quite simple for you." "That's right, Mr. Lin. I was thinking along those lines myself," Tony responded. "Even though those drones are unmanned and run by smart programs, at the end of the day, their reaction time isn't great. They can't keep up with the pace of their own bodies, which puts them at a disadvantage. For us, that's a huge opportunity. So, to deal with them, all we really need to do is exactly what you said." Hearing Tony's reply, Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction. There was no need to explain things in detail to someone as sharp as Tony. Was certain Tony would grasp his meaning instantly. From this point on, everything depended on how Tony chose to act. Lin Fei couldn't help but hope Tony would bring this confrontation to a swift close. If by the time he himself arrived, Tony had already dealt with Vanko, that would be ideal. But realistically, that seemed unlikely. This fight was eating up far too much of their time. With that in mind, Lin Fei gave a decisive nod and said, "All right, enough chit-chat. Get moving. If you don't hurry, those suits will surround you. By then, you'll have no chance to escape. Tony, they're on track to box you in within 20 seconds. Move now." Natasha's voice chimed in, echoing Lin Fei's urgency. Hearing both Natasha and Lin Fei's warnings, Tony and Rhodey wasted no time. They immediately shut off the video link. Tony turned to Rhodey, grinning. "Hey buddy, looks like it's time for us to team up. Let's go. I have a feeling tonight's going to be one heck of a fireworks show." "You got that right. Tonight's going to be a spectacular display. Good luck, brother. I'll take the lead." As Lin Fei spoke, he moved in a flash. A surge of energy burst from beneath his feet, propelling his entire body into the air as he shot off into the distance at incredible speed. Seeing the direction Rhodey was heading, Tony didn't hesitate for a moment. He mirrored the move, darting rapidly in the opposite direction. In that instant, both of them arrived in the area, soaring into the sky. At that moment, Tony noticed that there were no fewer than 40 or 50 Iron Man suits closing in on them. Faced with such a situation, Tony quickly veered off to the side and, spotting Rhodey, he called out, "Rhodey, let's head to the park. We'll regroup there, and when we do, let's give them a performance to remember." Hearing Tony's words, Rhodey, now in the distance, replied over the radio, "Got it. I'm already on my way there. Tony, you'd better hurry up." "Don't worry. I can see your location now," Tony reassured him. "I've had Jarvis connect with the computer Natasha's operating, so whatever's happening on her end, every bit of data, it's all visible to me, buddy. Just watch out for your own safety. If anything happens to either of us, the consequences would be more than we could bear." As he spoke, Tony glanced back, raised his hand, and fired off a blast of energy. The beam struck one of the Iron Man suits, sending it crashing to the ground. Without missing a beat, Tony sped toward the park. Although the new element Tony possessed now provided him with what seemed like limitless energy, the reality was that every surge of power eventually needed replenishing. No matter how abundant energy wasn't truly infinite. If Tony kept using these attacks endlessly, the drain would be enormous. So Tony had to move with caution, strike, advance, gradually making his way toward the park. Rhodey, on the other hand, had a different advantage. With the weapons at his disposal, he could deliver more precise attacks. A few well-placed bullets were often enough to hit the suit's weak points. In terms of raw combat power, Rhodey was actually outperforming Tony at the moment. But even so, defeating all these suits was no easy feat. The energy in Tony's chest reactor couldn't keep up, a significant problem. Rhodey's ammunition was running low, which was an even bigger issue. After all, his suit couldn't store that many rounds without becoming too bulky. This challenge was proving to be a serious test for Rhodey as well. At that moment, the two of them kept dodging, weaving left and right along their route, still heading toward the park. But right now, this had become an incredibly daunting challenge for them both. The situation had escalated far beyond their expectations. For the two of them, simply managing to hang on was already something to be grateful for. Meanwhile, over by Potts, she stood in front of the computer, watching as Natasha operated it. Observing the status of Tony and Rhodey displayed on the screen, she spoke up, her voice full of worry. They won't be in any real danger, will they? Hearing Potts' concern, Natasha nodded and replied, they should be fine. I trust that the two of them can handle this. After all, their combat abilities far surpass those of the armored suits. There's nothing more we can do right now. Let's just hope for the best, and pray that they'll deliver a result that surprises us all. I hope so, Potts said, anxiety lacing her words. I really am worried. If something were to happen to either of them, what would I do? Tony means so much to me. The company needs him. And Rhodey, he's responsible for keeping the peace. For this kind of thing to happen now, that Vanko is truly despicable. And Natasha, didn't your Fury say he was sending people? Why aren't they here yet? Oh my goodness, it's just unbelievable, Potts continued, shaking her head. I can't believe you're actually an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just too much to take in. I never would have guessed. If I'd known from the start, why would I have ever kept you around? You're not here to steal my secrets, are you? Natasha was momentarily taken aback by Potts' outburst, then calmly replied, what secrets would I possibly want to steal from you? What good would that do me? Have you ever thought about why I'd even need to do such a thing? Hearing Natasha's words, Potts immediately realized she had a point. Yes, what secrets did her company even have at this point? Everything important was secured by Tony himself. The company's most valuable secret was the technology behind the Iron Man suits. And if that wasn't getting leaked, then what was Natasha's real reason for being here? Still pondering, Potts pressed further. Then what exactly is your purpose here? Natasha smiled slyly. Well, that's something I can't tell you. It's a secret. Natasha had no interest in chatting with Potts about this right now. She could only use such an excuse to brush her off. She said, Potts, is this really the time for this conversation? Look, Tony and the other guy are already in danger, and here we are discussing these things. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate? Hearing this, Potts fell silent. At that moment, she suddenly noticed something and quickly shouted into the computer microphone. Tony, be careful. There's a suit underground that's charging up and aiming its energy at you in the air. Got it. I see it now. I'm trying to figure out the range of its attack so I can dodge the energy wave. Don't worry, I'll make it through. In fact, Tony had already noticed what was happening. He was monitoring Natasha's computer and had seen the developments on the ground. Sure enough, he spotted an Iron Man suit below, its arms raised, channeling energy directly at him. The suit was locked onto Tony, tracking his every move. Inside, a formidable wave of energy and homing missiles were being prepared. To Tony's surprise, these missiles could actually track him, which made the challenge even more daunting. He hadn't expected Vanko to have installed such powerful weaponry in the suits. It was a combination of energy waves and homing missile technology with added tracking systems. This was how it managed to target Tony so precisely. But for Tony, this situation posed a huge challenge. He hadn't anticipated facing something like this. And if those homing missiles kept pursuing him, shaking them off would be no easy task. The energy wave was even more agile than the missiles, far more unpredictable. Given his current capabilities, dodging them completely was almost impossible. All he could do was keep maneuvering, but eventually, he'd get hit. At that moment, Rhodey suddenly thought of a possibility and said, why don't we use guided missiles to destroy those suits? That would really turn the tables on them. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but laugh. Buddy, you're brilliant. I never expected you to come up with something like that. This is getting really exciting. All right, since you suggested it, I'll get started right away. As Tony spoke, he sprang into action with incredible speed. Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the ground. Turning his head, he saw a blue wave of energy streaking toward him from afar. Racing through the sky and slamming into his body. The attack was swift and relentless. In that instant, Tony summoned every ounce of power he had, his body shooting off like a rocket into the distance. Seeing Tony pick up speed, the ironclad war machines and the energy blast they fired shifted tactics as well, surging after him in hot pursuit. At the same time, the energy wave beneath Tony closed in rapidly. It was clear everything was unfolding just as he'd anticipated. He accelerated again, executing a sharp turn. Tony's quick reflexes allowed him to dodge, but the maneuver came at a price. Pain shot through his body, and the jarring impacts left him reeling. The sensation of being battered back and forth was almost unbearable. With a harsh cough, Tony spat out blood, then spun around and pressed on, determinedly charging at the armored suits behind him. The ironclad warriors responded by unleashing the weapons mounted on their frames. Tony didn't hesitate, he dodged. With lightning speed, heading straight for the machines. Just as the blue energy from the steel suits surged his way, Tony darted into the fray. In a flash, the energy wave struck one of the armored suits, erupting in a brilliant explosion. The aftermath of the blast was dazzling, showering the scene in radiant light. Tony couldn't help but smile. This level of energy was truly formidable. In a single instant, more than a dozen iron suits were obliterated, leaving only a little over 20 for Tony to contend with. By now, 15 minutes had passed. Tony couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, Vanko's weapons really are powerful. I never expected him to come up with something like this. If we hadn't discovered it ahead of time, this would have been a nearly impossible challenge for us. It's almost unimaginable. Rhodey, how are things on your end?" "Oh man, I'm not doing well at all," came Rhodey's reply. "I'm out of ammo, and I can't hold off these iron suits chasing me. What am I supposed to do? We're still at least 5 minutes from the park, and getting there any sooner just isn't possible." Listening to Rhodey's words, Tony spoke up as well. "Hold on, we have to hang in there until Mr. Lin arrives. Otherwise, this is just too hard to believe. I'm seeing it right now. Hammer Industries has sent out another 100 Iron Man suits. It's almost unbelievable. Natasha, how's it going on your end? Have you managed to get everything under control? I hope you can sever the link between those drone armors. This is just unbearable for us. Only by cutting off their connection can we stop them from coming after us." Amid the chaos on Natasha's end, she replied, "Tony, I'm afraid that's impossible now. Vanko has already given those drones a kill order, to destroy you at any cost. Even if I cut off their link, they'll act on their own, unless I can hack into their systems and wipe them out completely, and honestly, that's almost impossible for me. Can you get Jarvis to help me out?" "Oh, darling, Jarvis can't do it either. He doesn't have the bandwidth right now. He's busy helping me calculate the positions and attack patterns of these iron suits. It's tough for you, and it's just as tough for me, Natasha. You have to hold on and try to break into those systems, or this will only get worse for all of us." "Oh, come on. You're really putting me on the spot here. You know this is a huge challenge for me, too. Why are you dumping this on me? Tony, you sure have a lot of faith in me, don't you?" Hearing Tony's request, Natasha couldn't help but realize that this task was just as much a challenge for him as it was for her. As the seconds ticked by, Tony couldn't help but urge, "Rhodey, come on. Let's take care of these suits. Another 100 had just come online. This must be the limit of what Vanko can control. Let's finish this quickly. Otherwise, there will be more and more suits, and this battle will only get harder. Yeah, all we can do now is dodge back and forth. This is so suffocating. Honestly, when have we ever faced something like this before?" Seeing the situation unfold before him, Rhodey was well aware of how serious things had become. For him, this was a truly difficult predicament, an immense challenge that left him doubting whether he could resolve it all. At that moment, he realized he was out of bullets, a fact that brought him a deep sense of frustration and pain. This battle had become grueling for both men. Neither of them had any ammunition left, and their energy reserves were quickly running dry. To them, it felt like an impossible task. Just then, they finally reached the park. Without hesitation, the two of them charged at each other, meeting in the open. Their hands locked in a fierce clash, and in the blink of an eye, their bodies shifted and shot upward, soaring into the sky with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the iron-armored suits behind them surged forward, racing to where the two had just stood. The machines failed to react in time, colliding with each other in a chaotic crash. Explosions blossomed overhead with dazzling brilliance, like a cascade of vibrant fireworks. The shattered armor rained down to the ground below, though the fight had been extraordinarily difficult for both Rhodey and his companion. At least they had managed to take down over 100 enemy suits, a hard one but satisfying accomplishment. At last, the two men hovered above, witnessing all that had happened around the magnetic meteorite. They regarded each other, both battered and bruised. Bullet grazes and scorch marks from explosions covered their bodies, a sight almost beyond belief. Clearly, both of them were now facing an enormous challenge. Looking at Rhodey, Tony couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, buddy, you're really in rough shape. Didn't think you'd take such a beating." Rhodey grinned back at Tony, shaking his head. "Come on, man, don't tease me. We're both a mess, aren't we? You say I'm hurt, but look at yourself, covered head to toe in wounds. Seriously, Vanko is a nightmare to deal with. What's going on here? Is he really that strong?" "No, I don't think it's just about Vanko's strength," Tony replied, his tone thoughtful. "He caught us completely off guard. If not for that, none of this would have happened. One way or another, this is turning out to be one hell of a challenge for us." Hearing Tony's words, Rhodey furrowed his brow as well. "Man, what are we supposed to do now? Didn't Natasha just say that there are already hundreds more Iron Legion suits flying out? This is becoming an impossible challenge for us. Are we really supposed to just keep dodging like this? Isn't all of this a bit too much to bear?" "Don't worry," Tony replied, glancing at the clock. "Look, 20 minutes have already passed. In just 10 more minutes, Mr. Lin will be here. Why don't we take advantage of the time we have left to avoid their attacks, and then meet up by the globe in 10 minutes? I'm sure Mr. Lin will be able to give us a huge boost." Hearing Tony's plan, Rhodey nodded, feeling a surge of relief. To him, this was the only hope that brought any sense of safety. Only Lin Fei's arrival could ease his anxiety, a notion that seemed almost unbelievable to Rhodey. At that moment, the air was suddenly filled with the shrill sound of countless armored suits slicing through the sky. The two turned to see a swarm of Iron Legion suits rapidly closing in from every direction. Each suit activated its weapons, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire at them. Seeing this, both Tony and Rhodey quickly lowered their helmet visors. In a synchronized motion, they soared into the air, dodging and weaving as they forced back the onslaught of metal attackers. "Buddy, we'll have to split up. Otherwise, these suits will blast us to pieces," Tony shouted. "Got it," Rhodey replied, immediately veering off in one direction, while Tony rocketed away in the opposite. They continued evading the relentless pursuit of the Iron Legion. Finally, after 10 long minutes, they reached the interior of the globe structure. But their respite was short-lived. Dozens more armored suits were about to burst in, ready to attack. At the same time, Tony found himself silently praying for Lin Fei's timely arrival. "Hey guys, sorry to keep you waiting." Just then, Lin Fei's voice rang out, swift and clear. "Oh my god, Mr. Lin, you're finally here." At the sight of Lin Fei, Tony and Rhodey couldn't contain their excitement. The ordeal they had endured up to this point had pushed them to the brink. His arrival was almost too good to be true. Lin Fei smiled, and, letting gravity take over, dropped swiftly from above like a missile. In a flash, he landed squarely between Tony and Rhodey. But clearly, this wasn't the end. Another figure landed effortlessly behind Lin Fei. The newcomer moved with such lightness, like a feather descending from the sky, as if he weighed nothing at all. When he touched the ground, not a single sound could be heard. This elderly man was none other than Qian Yun. Tony recognized Qian Yun as well. Seeing him appear here, Tony couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Oh, Elder Qian, I didn't expect to see you here. What's going on? Have you been with Mr. Lin this whole time?" Qian Yun smiled at Tony's words and replied, "Yes, I've been with young Lin all this while. I've been helping him grow stronger, and thankfully we finally made some progress. That's why we rushed over as quickly as we could. So what do you think? Is the battle still within your ability to handle?" "Oh, Elder Qian, if you hadn't shown up when you did, I honestly don't know if I could have held on. This is just too much. The number of those iron suits is overwhelming. Mr. Lin, I think we really need your help here. They're just too powerful for us to handle." "It's not that you aren't capable," Qian Yun responded. "It's just that their numbers are simply too great. That makes it a real challenge for you all." "That's right. The two of us can barely use our weapons now because our energy reserves are running dangerously low. And if we really go all out, we might not be able to keep fighting for much longer. It's tough for both of us," Tony admitted. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony could only sigh helplessly. For him, this was an almost impossible situation. He simply didn't have enough energy to keep fighting for an extended period. His reserves weren't infinite. That's why Tony needed to restrain himself at all times. If Lin Fei hadn't shown up, he really wouldn't know how to deal with a challenge like this. Just then, the surrounding iron-armored suits swarmed in. Sensing the danger, Lin Fei's mind shifted instantly. His own suit of armor split into countless gun barrels, all aiming skyward. In a flash, a barrage of high-explosive energy rounds rained down, and the armored suits exploded one after another, crashing to the ground. The impact left deep craters everywhere, and the scene around them became a picture of utter devastation. "Oh my god, Mr. Lin, what kind of weapon is that?" How can it possibly be this powerful? Listening to Roddy's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile for a moment. He knew that Roddy also had his own weapons, yet Lin Fei's arsenal was clearly more formidable. This stirred a hint of envy in Roddy. Otherwise, why would he ask such a question? Hearing Roddy's inquiry, Lin Fei didn't say much in response. In fact, these things are really just energy-enhanced missiles. We've added energy components inside, converting that energy into weaponized forms. For Tony, this kind of problem is actually quite easy to solve. He'll definitely be able to make something like this, too. That's true. I've always had a similar idea, but the real issue is the limited payload. Unlike you, Mr. Lin, I can't summon an endless supply of weapons at will, without any preparation. I have to carry everything with me, so I'm forced to rely on energy-based attacks. But you could easily store the energy in a device, and have it convert that energy into bullets. Then you could just fire energy rounds directly. Wouldn't that be even better? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Fei's suggestion. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. This was an incredible idea for him. In fact, Tony had never thought of something like this before. Now, listening to Lin Fei, he felt as if his mind had suddenly cleared, and those stubborn problems he'd been stuck on began racing through his thoughts, looking for solutions. Oh, Mr. Lin, you're extraordinary. Honestly, I never would have thought of that. It's like you woke me from a dream with a single word. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei could only give a helpless smile, choosing not to explain further. For Tony, it was simply a matter of being stuck in a particular mindset. As long as Lin Fei could offer a bit of guidance, Tony was bound to make great strides forward. This was perfectly normal for him. All Lin Fei needed to do was help Tony grow. Hey, you two, enough chatting. It looks like Vanko has just piloted some kind of self-control display unit out. But it's not heading your way. Instead, it's moving toward that department store near you. I have no idea why he'd go there. In that moment, Natasha's voice suddenly rang out, filled with worry. When Tony heard what she said, he couldn't believe his ears, listening in utter disbelief. He hadn't expected Vanko to head to the department store at all. There were countless people inside. At the same time, Lin Fei frowned. For this situation had already far exceeded the predictions he'd made. In a normal Marvel universe, such a thing would have been impossible. Now, with Vanko heading there, it was most likely for the sake of those civilians, perhaps to take control of them and seize the initiative for himself. At that point, Tony turned to look at Lin Fei, his eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment. Unable to hold back, he asked, Mr. Lin, what's going on? Why would Vanko go to the department store? Has her prophecy failed? Didn't you say Vanko would come here instead? Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but furrow his brow. The truth was, there was never any real prophecy. For him, it had always been a matter of anticipating events based on the Marvel Universe's established storyline. But now, things had completely gone off script. Vanko clearly wasn't acting according to plan. It was obvious to Lin Fei that everything had changed. Listening to Tony, Lin Fei hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Finally, after a long pause, he said, Oh, Tony, I honestly didn't see this coming. After all, if Vanko suddenly makes a decision, who could possibly predict it? It really comes down to his own intentions. The prophecy itself was genuine, but the two of us have already altered how things unfold. That means Vanko might make choices nobody expected. What Lin Fei said was true. In the Marvel world, everything had followed its natural course, until Lin Fei appeared and changed everything. His presence and strength had put immense pressure on their enemies, forcing them to adapt and seek new strategies. They weren't fools. Faced with such circumstances, they would naturally take steps to shift the course of events. For Lin Fei, this was the downside of his so-called prophecy. It wasn't that the prophecy itself was flawed, but rather that his very presence had changed the story's original path. At this moment, faced with such a situation, Lin Fei couldn't help but hesitate for a while. In truth, he was filled with uncertainty. About the future, he worried that if things really unfolded in this unexpected way, what kind of changes might occur. For Lin Fei, it was almost unbelievable. He was deeply concerned that if everything now became uncontrollable, it would become a truly difficult matter for him. He feared that, just like those superheroes, he would be forced to passively accept whatever came his way. Lin Fei didn't like this kind of outcome. He didn't want to become a passive figure, waiting for things to happen. He wanted to take the initiative to confront and resolve these problems head-on. For Lin Fei, that was the right way to handle things. But right now, it was clear that nothing was going as planned. Staring at the situation before him, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit surprised and anxious, uncertain about where things would lead in the future. But, regardless of how he felt, what had happened was already reality. No matter what, Lin Fei knew he had to face all of it head-on. Looking at Tony, Lin Fei spoke up, "Listen, Tony, this has already gone beyond what I expected. Because of my appearance, Vanko has changed all his plans. The prophecy about what would happen doesn't quite apply anymore. Things have shifted, so why don't we head out now and take down Vanko as quickly as we can?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony frowned, unable to hide his surprise. The situation had clearly spun out of his imagination as well. He hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Still, now that they knew what they were up against, the best thing was to act quickly and defeat Vanko. At that moment, Rhodey nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Qianyan waved his hand and said, "All right, you two. I won't be joining you for this one. I'd best get back to my noodle shop and keep it running. At my age, I'm not as spry as I used to be. I don't want to hold you back. Go ahead and handle it on your own." When the others heard Qianyan's words, they could only shake their heads helplessly. Everyone knew he ran a kung fu noodle shop, after all. And now, even Xiaoyu didn't plan on joining the operation. It didn't really matter to Lin Fei, since the rest of the group was more than strong enough in battle. So if Qianyan wanted to leave, Lin Fei saw no reason to stop him. At this moment, Lin Fei continued, "Elder Qian, you should head back for now. When things settle down in the next couple of days, I'll come find you. Then, the two of us can take our time to study how all these things are supposed to work." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Qianyan nodded and replied, "Young Lin, now that you've mastered the power of the 5 elements, it'll be easy for you to wield them. Later, when you're in battle, if you can use the 5 elements to your advantage, it'll be a tremendous help. I also hope you can try some new approaches, develop your own unique style." Well, that's all I have to say for now. I'll be waiting for you at the Kung Fu Noodle House when the time comes. With those words, Qianyan took a stride that covered dozens of meters in an instant, disappearing into the distance. Lin Fei couldn't help but marvel at Qianyan's growing strength. At the same time, Lin Fei could feel energy surging through his own body, filling him with confidence. Even if the situation had changed, even if Vank had truly become unimaginably powerful, Lin Fei was unfazed. He now had the cultivation techniques of the true way and the energy of the 5 elements at his command. For Lin Fei, dealing with Vank was no longer an insurmountable challenge. Just then, Natasha's voice rang out once more. "Everyone, Vank has reached the rooftop of the department store. I think you need to hurry over there right away. I'm really worried about what he'll do next. This is all incredibly dangerous. If Vank acts out in a fit of madness, the consequences for the people could be catastrophic, irreversible." For a moment, everyone frowned at Natasha's words. In truth, they already understood what was at stake. To each of them, the implications were all too clear. If Vank did something truly disastrous, the outcome could be beyond redemption for everyone involved. At last, Lin Fei quickly spoke up. "All right then, let's move out fast. We have to get to Vank before he makes a move. We can't let anything go wrong. Oh, and Roddy, come here for a second." Lin Fei stayed right where he was, and as soon as Roddy heard him, he didn't hesitate. He stepped up directly in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei placed both hands on Roddy's body, and in an instant he could sense the state of the weapons inside Roddy, as well as the ammunition required. With a single thought, Lin Fei loaded countless bullets straight into Roddy's iron armor. Roddy felt this sudden change and couldn't help but be amazed. "Wow, Mr. Lin, you're incredible. I never imagined your abilities were so extraordinary. You can even fully replenish all the ammo my weapons need. This is a huge surprise for me. I feel more powerful than ever. Mr. Lin, you're absolutely amazing. You're truly my savior." Hearing Roddy's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile wryly and wave his hand dismissively. In truth, there was nothing more that needed explaining. This was a tremendous boon for Roddy, and Lin Fei knew such a gift would bring about a great change in him. As long as Lin Fei could guarantee Roddy's ammunition supply, he'd have the strength to go up against Vanko. With that settled, there was nothing left to worry about. The 3 of them simply had to maintain their formidable power at this critical moment. At the same time, Tony's energy reserves had fully recovered. Looking at Lin Fei with renewed confidence, he said, "Mr. Lin, let's go. We need to get to Vanko right away." "All right, let's move." Lin Fei nodded, and with swift action, the iron suit soared into the air, heading straight for the department store. As for Lin Fei, he didn't have to worry about his own energy at all. He had no idea where his power truly came from. It was inexhaustible, a well that would never run dry. For Lin Fei, this was a remarkable advantage. Others could only look on with envy and suspicion, wondering how this mysterious system had ever come to exist. The countless conveniences it provided made Lin Fei's combat strength grow stronger and stronger. His energy seemed limitless. For those around him, this was nothing short of a tremendous boost. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them appeared high above the city, speeding toward the department store. In less than a minute, they arrived. Just then, they saw Vanko suddenly leap off the top of the building, landing heavily on the ground below. The impact left a deep imprint where he landed. And, clearly, this was far from over. At that moment, Vank glanced at the person beside him and, with a swift motion, pulled them directly into his arms. For a split second, everyone was stunned by the sight. Vank's expression twisted into something fierce, and the whip in his hand crackled instantly with an electric charge, lashing out in a sweeping arc that ensnared everyone nearby. Those caught in its path were immediately immobilized, unable to move an inch. The surrounding civilians were thrown into chaos, panic rising in their eyes. They had never imagined they would encounter something like this. Meanwhile, Lin Fei and his two companions hovered in midair, witnessing the unfolding scene below. Even in a crowded street, none of them had ever faced a situation quite like this. All they could do was watch as the woman was seized and subdued by Vank. Lin Fei's brow furrowed in concern. But soon, a scan from his iron suit brought a sudden realization. He recognized the woman. Wasn't this the very girl he had accidentally knocked over back when he was searching for Chinyan? The memory flashed in Lin Fei's mind. If he remembered correctly, her name was Tang Xin. She was strikingly beautiful, with a bit of a spoiled streak back then. Thinking of this, Lin Fei's frown deepened. He never would have expected Tang Xin to fall into Vank's grasp. It all felt like too much of a coincidence. Looking at Tang Xin now, her expression showed no trace of fear. If anything, there was a flicker of anger. Even in these dire circumstances, she seemed to harbor a defiant resolve. If she was captured, so be it. Sooner or later, there would be a way out. At worst, it would cost her life. Catching sight of Lin Fei and his companions floating above, Vank let out a cold, mocking laugh. You three up there come down here. I control all these people now. Do you really want to see them all die? Get down here, admit your mistakes, and let me deal with you. Otherwise, I'll kill every last one of them. The threat sent a chill through the group. They exchanged uneasy glances, each reading the worry in the other's eyes. This turn of events was hard to believe. Even in their wildest imaginings, none of them had expected things to become so dire. Let's go down first and see what Vanko is really thinking. Lin Fei quickly made up his mind. No matter what, he needed to go down there to see with his own eyes what was really happening. At the very least, he had to understand Vanko's intentions. Only then could he figure out how best to deal with him. Hearing Lin Fei's words, both Tony and Rhodey nodded in agreement. After all, those civilians, no matter what, they were real living people. Even if someone was powerful enough to act with complete disregard for human life, it was impossible to be truly indifferent in a situation like this. With that, the three of them swiftly descended, landing directly on the ground. They stood face to face with Vanko. Looking at him now, their eyes burned with fury. None of them had expected that, at a moment like this, Vanko would go so far. His madness left everyone feeling helpless. Staring at Vanko, Lin Fei couldn't help but speak up. Vanko, let her go. If you don't, I promise you, there will be no good end for you. Believe me, I'll make sure your death is both miserable and excruciating. Vanko burst out laughing, his voice brimming with contempt. What a joke. Do you think I'm a child? Save those words for someone naive enough to believe them. Do you really think you could take me down? Ridiculous. Far too innocent. Right now, I'm the king of the drone armors. I'm invincible. If you want to stop me, you'd better ask my whip for permission first. And if you truly try to stop me, I'll make sure this woman dies before anything else happens. Lin Fei, I can't believe it's you. Why are you here? Are you Iron Man? At that moment, Tang Xin recognized Lin Fei. As his mask slipped off, she saw his face and couldn't hide her shock. She'd met Lin Fei once before, and even though it was brief, she'd gotten a sense of who he was. All she'd ever heard was that he was some kind of superhero, but to see it for herself was truly astonishing. She already recognized Tony and Rhodey by his side, both famous in their own right. Could it be that Lin Fei was working with them? The thought sent a thrill through Tang Xin. She never imagined that, when danger struck, it would be these very people who appeared to rescue her. For her, this was nothing short of astonishing. Seeing Tang Xion's calm expression at that moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but pause in surprise. He spoke up. Tang Xion, aren't you even the slightest bit afraid? This is a demon we're dealing with. A devil with a history of wicked deeds. Aren't you at least a little scared right now? What's there to be afraid of? Tang Xion replied serenely. You're here now, and you'll help me, won't you? Besides, as long as you're here, what reason do I have to feel afraid? I may not know exactly who you are, but I believe in you. Anyone who dons that iron armor must possess great strength, and I trust you'll help me too, won't you? Listening to Tang Xian's words, Lin Fei found himself at a loss for what to say. Even the others nearby were taken aback and didn't know how to respond. One thing was certain, though. Tang Xian's composure was truly remarkable. Not a trace of fear could be seen in her, which, from Lin Fei's perspective, was a welcome sign. At the very least, when the action started, even if things turned violent, he could rest assured that she wouldn't panic. That alone was a relief for Lin Fei, and he genuinely appreciated it. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Wan Ku's anger began to boil over. Naturally, he had overheard Lin Fei and Tang Xian's conversation. Wan Ku let out a cold snort and said, "Are you two really flirting right now? Do you even realize what kind of situation you're in? Is this really the time for this? You two must have nerves of steel. Don't tell me you're not afraid of danger at all. Unbelievable. Since that's the case, I'll just kill him now." With a glare, Wan Ku raised the barrel of his gun. In an instant, Lin Fei and his two companions swiftly dropped to the ground, narrowly dodging the attack. As for Tony and Rhodey, both of them were taken aback. They hadn't expected Lin Fei to know this woman. Could she be his girlfriend? If that was the case, then facing such danger together was truly incredible. Lin Fei's obvious protectiveness only reinforced their suspicions. The two of them sincerely hoped nothing bad would happen, and so they began to consider how best to subdue Wan Ku. Only by doing so could they nip the danger in the bud, right here and now. What Lin Fei was truly thinking was that, regardless of whether he knew Tang Xian personally, he couldn't bear to see anyone get hurt because of this. Even if she were a complete stranger, Lin Fei would feel the same. These enemies were utterly despicable. The lengths they would go to for their own ends were appalling. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. This was what made Lin Fei so furious. He simply couldn't stand to witness such things happen. At last, upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Wan Ku let out a cold, mocking laugh. "What's this? Regretting your boldness now? Weren't you acting so arrogant just a moment ago? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Well, come on then. I'm giving you the chance right now. Now that I have a hostage in my hands, I see you're scared. Didn't you say you weren't afraid? Why not show me your resolve then?" Hearing such words, Lin Fei couldn't help but burn with anger. Yet, in this moment, he forced himself to remain calm and communicate clearly with Wan Ku. With this in mind, Lin Fei quickly spoke up. "Wan Ku, listen. If you let her go, we'll let you walk away. We won't pursue you any further today. Just release these people. I don't want to see any of them come a harm." For a moment, Wan Ku was genuinely taken aback by Lin Fei's offer. "Are you serious?" he asked, his tone full of suspicion. "If I let her go, you're really going to let me leave?" "Absolutely," Lin Fei replied firmly. "Just set her free, and I'll let you walk out of here. I'm a man of my word. Wan Ku, if you release her now, you have my promise. You'll be free to go. What do you say?" As Lin Fei spoke, Wan Ku's expression grew uncertain. He hesitated, wrestling with doubt. Could he truly trust Lin Fei to keep his promise? It was a difficult choice for Wan Ku to make. Part of him hoped Lin Fei would let him go. If that happened, he could escape, lie low for a while, hone his skills, and upgrade his ironclad armor. Then, once he was ready, he could return stronger than ever. Wan Ku believed that, when that day came, he would have no equal in the world. Still, what troubled Wan Ku most was whether Lin Fei was speaking the truth. Was this all just a trick? He had no way of knowing for sure, and it tormented him. Wan Ku had never imagined things would come to this. And now, faced with such a dilemma, he found himself consumed by uncertainty and pain. At this moment, the decision facing Vank was excruciatingly difficult. If Lin Fei were truly released, then everything would turn out just fine. But if he wasn't, and the hostage was handed over, Vank himself would undoubtedly be harmed. None of these outcomes were what he wished to see. Just then, Tony and Rhodey hurriedly spoke up. "Vank, let him go, and we'll let you walk out of here right away. I'll report everything to my superiors." Vank glanced at Rhodey, momentarily puzzled, and asked, "And who are you? Do you really need to be the one to decide this?" Hearing this, Rhodey quickly flipped through his pockets, took out an identification badge, and held it up. "Vank, I'm Colonel Rhodey. As long as you release the hostage, I'll let you go immediately. We won't pursue you any further, and I'll inform my superiors that you escaped. Wherever you run afterward, I won't come after you." Hearing Rhodey's words, Vank finally started to believe him. Rhodey claimed to be someone from higher up, and Vank was convinced by that identity. In his heart, he thought, if this is really true, then this is perfect. Eagerly, Vank said, "All right, I'll let them go. But you have to promise you'll really let me go, right?" At this point, the people gathered around were in a daze, consumed by terror and squatting on the ground. They couldn't believe this was really happening. The pain was almost too much to bear. But when they heard the exchange between Rhodey and the others, hope began to flicker in their hearts. Rescue was finally within reach. Faces that had been shadowed with fear now lit up with excitement, as if they could see hope for life itself. This was the outcome everyone desperately wished for. Observing Vank's expression, Rhodey spoke in a gentle, coaxing tone. Vank, here's what we'll do. Release them now. Once you've let them go, you can leave first. We'll wait 10 minutes before we go. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Vank finally relaxed. This was the perfect plan for him. With 10 minutes head start, he could get far, far away. Even if they wanted to go after him later, it would be almost impossible. In that moment, hearing such words, Wanka nodded his head. He gently set Tang Xian down from his arms, then retracted the long whip he held. The whip was still radiating a dazzling blue light, and Wanka was clearly preparing himself. If Lin Fei truly dared make a move in the next instant, Wanka would show no mercy. He might even kill the hostages on the spot without hesitation. Finally, witnessing this tense situation, Tang Xian suddenly dashed toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei immediately extended his arms, his heart filled with relief as long as she managed to reach him safely. He sincerely hoped nothing would happen to her. After all, Tang Xian was one of the few compatriots he knew in this place. Despite her occasional princess-like stubbornness, Lin Fei had always admired both her audacious spirit and her striking beauty. He couldn't deny his appreciation for beauty. Given the chance to favor such a lovely woman, what man wouldn't? But then, in the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's eyes widened in shock. Behind Tang Xian, Wanka suddenly raised his hand. The muzzle of a gun appeared, aimed straight at Tang Xian's back. Sensing imminent danger, Lin Fei reacted instantly. His figure vanished from where he stood, racing toward her. Almost simultaneously, Wanka squeezed the trigger. A missile shot out, the very latest model developed by Han Mu, notorious for its immense destructive power. If it detonated in the middle of the crowd, the death toll would be catastrophic. Thousands would perish in an instant. Confronted with this horrifying turn, Lin Fei barely had time to process it. He reached Tang Xian just in time, pulling her tightly into his embrace, then spun around to shield her with his own body, bracing himself to withstand the missile's impact. The massive shock wave hurled Lin Fei up and away, but he felt no pain at all. His armor was truly invincible. That was the power granted by the system's invincible canteen, and Lin Fei couldn't help but feel incredibly lucky. Without this armor, he might have been gravely injured, or worse. As Lin Fei was flung through the air and crashed heavily to the ground, he shifted his position at once, ensuring Tang Xian remained completely unharmed in his protective grasp. For a moment, witnessing such a scene, Tang Xian finally couldn't hold back any longer. She never imagined that Lin Fei would do something like this. It was simply unbelievable to her. Originally, she thought it would be more than enough if Lin Fei could just come to her aid, but she hadn't expected him to use his own body to shield her from missile. To her, this was the most moving thing in the world. In fact, for a woman, what could be more touching than a hero? When a hero steps in to save her, she can't help but give her heart and soul to that man. Sure enough, Tang Xian was just like that at this moment. Seeing Lin Fei suddenly appear before her, she was deeply moved. Looking at him, she spoke with emotion. Are you crazy? Why would you take that missile for me? Don't you realize you could have been hurt? Hearing Tang Xian's words, Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. Then he got to his feet, glanced at Tang Xian, and gave a wry smile. Hey, it's nothing. Just a missile, right? As long as you're unharmed, that's all that matters. Those words left Tang Xian stunned. She never expected Lin Fei to say something like that. In that instant, warmth flooded her heart. She could hardly believe he would say such a thing. It touched the softest part of her soul. At that moment, Tang Xian's composure finally broke. She was overwhelmed. It was all too incredible. Tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes, and for a moment, she didn't even know what to say. Hey, you too. Is this really the time for a romantic moment? Tony's voice interrupted from nearby. Shouldn't you let go for now? Lin, that Vank has already fled. We really ought to catch him before he gets away for good. Just then, Tony's voice snapped them back to reality. Lin Fei quickly stood up, helping Tang Xian to her feet. He checked her over carefully, relieved to find she hadn't suffered any injuries. Seeing how fragile she looked right now, Lin Fei affectionately patted her head and said, Go home and rest. Okay? I'll handle Vank. When I get back, I'll take you out for noodles at my favorite kung fu noodle shop. The food there is amazing. I'll introduce you to some good friends of mine. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tang Xian's heart fluttered like a startled deer. The usual willful princess demeanor quietly melted away, and as she gazed at Lin Fei, she found herself growing inexplicably excited. She listened to everything Lin Fei said with complete trust. The most Important thing to her was simply having Lin Fei by her side. At this moment, she felt as though that alone was more than enough because Lin Fei had already planted in her heart the image of a tall, steadfast hero. That image stirred Tang Xian's emotions in a way nothing else could. But Lin Fei, of course, had no idea what Tang Xian was thinking at that moment. His only concern was to make sure Tang Xian wouldn't get hurt, and that the others could recover quickly. As far as Lin Fei was concerned, if he could do that much, he would be satisfied. With this in mind, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He turned around and addressed Tony and Rhodey. "Hey guys, which way did Vanko run off to? Can you track his location right now?" Just then, Tony quickly checked his device after hearing Lin Fei's question. He replied, "Natasha just sent an update. Vanko's fleeing southeast. What should we do, Mr. Lin? Should we go after him right now? If we move quickly, we should be able to catch him in the mountains in that direction, but I'm worried he might disappear into the wilderness. The terrain out there is complicated, and once he gets inside, it'll be easy for him to hide. That's probably exactly what Vanko is counting on, finding a place to vanish and shake us off. If I were him, that's what I'd do." Lin Fei nodded at Tony's words. In truth, he had already anticipated that Vanko would try to hide like this. After all, anyone in Vanko's shoes, having done something so drastic, would naturally want to run and disappear, especially knowing that the three of them might be chasing him relentlessly. As someone on the run, Vanko would have to seek out the best place to hide, and that untouched forest was the perfect option. Lin Fei agreed that heading there to check it out was the right move. If Vanko really was hiding out in those woods, Lin Fei would not hesitate to act and put an end to this once and for all. Lin Fei found it hard to believe that Wank would actually do something like this. Originally, he had planned to let Wank go and had even intended for Wank to spare the hostages. But to his shock, Wank ultimately chose to kill them all. For those hostages, this was beyond infuriating. In that moment, Lin Fei also suddenly realized just how much he cared about Tang Xian, though he himself couldn't quite understand why he felt this way. "All right, everyone, let's move out. We head southeast. We must find Wank. I truly don't want to see even a sliver of hope for his continued existence. I swear I'll make him wish he were dead." What Lin Fei didn't expect was the way his words moved Tang Xian. At that very moment, she was deeply touched. She never imagined Lin Fei would say something like that, and it felt almost unbelievable to her. Her heart stirred with emotion. Lin Fei's determination made her look at him in a new light, lifting his place in her heart even higher. Lin Fei, oblivious to all this, watched as Tony nodded at him, and, in an instant, soared into the sky. Rhodey and Tony both took flight behind Lin Fei, and the three figures shot off side by side toward the southeast in hot pursuit of Wank. Everything that was happening now had already surpassed Lin Fei's expectations. After all, in the Marvel Universe, such events should have been impossible. Still, Lin Fei felt a sense of clarity. From the very beginning, everything had followed the usual course of Marvel's storyline, unfolding as it should. But with Lin Fei's appearance, events had started to shift, and now nothing was quite the same. For everyone involved, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. Yet Lin Fei understood one thing clearly. As long as something out of the ordinary appeared, he just needed to eliminate it. At first, Lin Fei's own strength was negligible, but now things were different. The food truck was invincible, and he himself was no longer weak. With such power at his disposal, he had no reason to fear injury. So, with this newfound confidence, he was ready to face whatever enemies might come his way. At that moment, seeing what had just happened, the three of them quickly headed southeast. Suddenly, Tony spoke up. "Mr. Lin, why didn't you get that lady's number just now? What if you can't find her when we get back? If you had her number, you could stay in touch." For a second, Lin Fei was taken aback by Tony's words. That's right, he hadn't asked for her number. The whole situation was incredibly awkward. Lin Fei couldn't help but say, "Well, this is my first time, you know. I got a little nervous." Tony was surprised to hear Lin Fei admit this. He hadn't expected such a candid response. The truth was, Lin Fei really didn't know how to handle it, but regardless, things seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Roddy took the chance to joke, "Mr. Lin, if you ever get married and throw a big wedding banquet, you'd better not forget Tony and me." Hearing their words, Lin Fei was briefly stunned. "What are you two imagining? We're just friends, nothing more. Don't let your minds run wild." Listening to Lin Fei's protest, Tony and Roddy exchanged a knowing glance and gave a helpless smile. In reality, they probably understood the situation between Lin Fei and the lady better than anyone. They'd seen enough in their lifetimes to read between the lines. Now, seeing this unfold, they had a pretty good idea of what was going on, even if Lin Fei refused to admit it. All they could do was shake their heads and say nothing more. Finally, Lin Fei broke the silence and said, Lin Fei, can Natasha track Wang's location and direction now? If she can, have her send us the live feed immediately. We'll share the footage and figure out exactly where Wang is. I can't let him get away. This time, I'll make sure he regrets it. I'm going to finish this once and for all. Hearing Lin Fei's determination, Tony nodded and immediately reached out to Natasha. Natasha, how's it going? Have you found Wang's location yet? For a moment, upon hearing Tony's words, Natasha quickly got to work on the computer and said, "Oh, Tony, this is not easy to handle, but I can confirm that Vanko has definitely entered the primeval forest to the southeast. However, I can't pinpoint exactly where he is, because once he entered the forest, all signals were lost. Clearly, Vanko shut off his tracking system. He must have known you'd come after him, which is why he took such measures." Hearing this, Tony frowned. He hadn't expected Vanko to be so cunning, and this was certainly not good news for him. Turning quickly to Lin Fei, Tony said, "Mr. Lin, Vanko has entered the forest, but after that he disabled his locator. Now we have no idea where he might show up. We're left with nothing but a search." "A search? No problem. We'll look for him then. I'm sure I can deal with Vanko. Come on, let's head out right away." At that moment, Lin Fei was brimming with confidence. After all, he had a project right on his workbench, a high-range infrared detection device. This device was incredibly powerful and could scan a vast area. With this idea in mind, Lin Fei planned to assemble the device as soon as they landed, so they could immediately start tracking Vanko. If they really managed to find him, Lin Fei would show no mercy. By now, his anger had reached its peak. He couldn't stand the thought of Vanko getting away scot-free, especially since he'd never intended to let Vanko off the hook in the first place. And now, Vanko had even laid a hand on Tang Exen. Lin Fei's fury was impossible to hide. With this thought, Lin Fei paused for a second, surprised at the intensity of his own feelings. He hadn't expected himself to be so consumed by this urge. For a moment, he wondered where this surge of emotion was coming from. This was truly unexpected for him. But after thinking for a long time, Lin Fei still couldn't figure out why such a thought had crossed his mind. For him, this was something utterly unimaginable. In fact, he had never even considered such a possibility before. Yet now, this sudden idea had appeared, and for Lin Fei, wasn't this in itself a first attempt? At this moment, in order to calm his restless heart, Lin Fei felt compelled to kill Wank. Finally, just then, Tony and Rhodey watched Lin Fei, whose actions had become strangely erratic and disjointed, and they couldn't help but feel bewildered. Neither of them could make sense of what was going on with Lin Fei or why he was behaving this way. For a moment, the two exchanged helpless glances in the dim corner, still unable to understand the reason behind Lin Fei's strange movements. At last, they arrived in the southwestern primeval forest. Once they touched down, the three of them quickly disembarked. The forest before them was shrouded in darkness, and the cries of wild animals echoed all around, making everyone instinctively furrow their brows. Tony immediately lifted up his mask, but didn't turn on the lights on his suit. "Mr. Lin, what should we do now? If we move recklessly, we might alert the enemy. Wank is already on guard against us. What's our plan? If anything unexpected happens, we'll be in a real bind," Tony said, his voice low and cautious. Upon hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei shook his head and replied, "Let's get inside the van first. I need to look into something." Tony and Rhodey exchanged puzzled looks. They had no idea what Lin Fei wanted to study, or why he insisted they go inside the van. At that moment, Lin Fei simply waved his hand, and in an instant his iron armor vanished. Before them appeared the invincible food truck. Without hesitation, Lin Fei strode inside, with Tony and Rhodey following closely behind. Once on board, Rhodey took an interior for the first time and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He had never expected anything like this. The array of gadgets and the sheer luxury of the setup left him utterly astonished. Tony, on the other hand, wasted no time. He went straight to the onboard computer and ordered 3 cans of beer. He handed one to each of them, and together, they cracked them open and drank deeply, the camaraderie settling the tension, for a moment at least. Lin Fei took the can of beer and headed straight for the nearby workbench. As he manipulated the equipment, countless streams of data began surging across the screen, running wild in that very instant. He studied the data on the computer, his gaze unwavering. Every bit of information was already deeply etched in his mind. He was intimately familiar with these things. In fact, when it came to computer expertise, Lin Fei could very well rival Tony. His mind was exceptionally sharp, and he certainly wasn't about to concede defeat when measured against Tony's genius. Meanwhile, Tony had come over to Lin Fei's workbench. As he stared at the data displayed on the screen, surprise flickered across his face. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to be working on something like this. From his statistics on the monitor, he could piece together a general idea of what was going on. The appearance of such data left Tony not only astonished, but also deeply impressed. He never imagined that Lin Fei would possess such a forward-thinking vision. This idea was truly ahead of its time. Mr. Lin, are you developing an advanced long-range infrared device? My goodness, that's incredible. I actually had a similar idea once, but it was far too difficult for me. I simply didn't have the equipment or the materials. Creating something like this would require an enormous amount of resources. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He didn't say much in response. In truth, pursuing such a project was no small challenge for him either. But Lin Fei did have a significant advantage he never lacked. For materials, whatever he needed, he could simply retrieve from his storage space and place right here on the workbench. This made things considerably more convenient, and Lin Fei found himself quietly grateful for that bit of luck. At this moment, Tony stared at the ever-changing data displayed on the computer screen, unable to hide his astonishment. Mr. Lin, your data is truly impeccable. Honestly, I had thought about this before, but the data has always been my biggest obstacle. I simply hadn't considered so many factors. Limitations in both equipment and materials meant I could never take my research this far. But you, Mr. Lin, have somehow crafted such a flawless solution. I'm honestly amazed. If you ever have the time, could you teach me? Teach me how you managed to pull this off? I often have designs that require complex calculations, and if you could really help, I believe Stark Industries would reach new heights. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei paused for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Tony, do you really think I have the time for that? Once I finish helping you with this, someone else will come asking for my help with their problems. My schedule is packed. I really can't spare the time to sit down and do this research with you. Maybe in the future, after everything is settled, when we have some downtime, I'll help you with something like this. Listening to Lin Fei, Tony could only nod in resignation. He knew full well that Lin Fei had his own affairs to handle. Still, Tony couldn't help hoping that this collaboration might happen someday, even if Lin Fei clearly had no such plans for the moment. Faced with this reality, Tony found himself at a loss for words. Tony was aware that Lin Fei truly had a lot on his plate. He knew Lin Fei's life was incredibly busy, and the fact that Lin Fei was there with him now was already more than he dared hope for. Lin Fei had also given Tony tremendous support, allowing him to make significant progress. Everything was moving forward in an orderly fashion, and Tony was genuinely satisfied. Still, he remained unsatisfied with the status quo. He wanted Stark Industries to grow even stronger. The Iron Man armor technology was never something he could just hand over, so why not delve into other fields of research? This had always been one of Tony's aspirations. At that moment, Rhodey arrived, clutching his beer and staring at the indecipherable lines of code on the computer screen. After a while, he blinked in confusion and exclaimed, "Oh my God, what exactly are you guys researching here? Why can't I understand any of this? Seriously, this is incredible." Hearing Rhodey's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. He didn't bother to explain further. There was no way Rhodey could understand something like this. To him, it was as impenetrable as an elementary schooler tackling college-level problems, utterly overwhelming. Soon, Lin Fei reached the final stage of his research. Before everyone's eyes, a massive holographic projection materialized. It was the size of a computer desk, a formidable-looking device. Displayed on its surface was a progress bar, showing a percentage from 0 to 100. At that moment, it had reached 3%. Hey, Mr. Lin, this is straight out of science fiction. Even in the movies, they haven't managed something like this. Everything you're doing here used to require physical manufacturing, but now all you have to do is project a hologram and let the system complete itself. It's absolutely astonishing, Mr. Lin. You're truly remarkable. Lin Fei and Tony soon launched into a round of mutual compliments. Lin Fei chuckled and replied, "Come on, Mr. Tony, listen to yourself. You have way more financial muscle than I do. Look at me, driving around in this beat-up little car every day. In your mind, let's not forget how brilliant you are. You have legions of fans who adore you. What's the point of envying me? You should be proud of yourself and focus on making the most of your own talents." As the two of them continued their good-natured exchange, Rhodey couldn't help but slap his forehead in exasperation. Really, you two? What's the use of all this? Mutual flattery right now? Aren't you completely missing the point? Instead of sitting here, complimenting each other, shouldn't you be out looking for Vank? The moment Rhodey spoke, both men burst into hearty laughter. The truth was, for Lin Fei and Tony, this banter was nothing more than a way to unwind after work. Of course they planned to go after Vank, but for now, with nothing urgent on their plates, All they had to do was wait for the super-powered infrared detection device to finish assembling itself. Another 10 minutes slipped by, and now the infrared device had reached 100% completion. Lin Fei stopped his work at the table and walked over to the apparatus. What he saw was a massive screen mounted above a complex array of tightly assembled instruments. Gazing at this creation, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. This was his latest breakthrough. This infrared vehicle-mounted device could detect any infrared signature-bearing organism or equipment within several hundred kilometers. Its capabilities were truly formidable. Looking at the device before him, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile again. He turned to Tony and said, "Tony, would you like to give this a try? I'm sure you'll pick it up in no time." "Really? Let me try it out." Tony was taken aback by Lin Fei's invitation. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to offer him such an opportunity, and it was more than he could hope for. In fact, Tony was already growing impatient. He was eager to investigate the device and experience for himself just what it could do. Lin Fei nodded, and Tony's face lit up. Without wasting a moment, he strode forward to the console. As his eyes fell on the familiar characters displayed on the computer screen, Tony wasted no time. His fingers danced swiftly over the virtual keyboard. Just 10 minutes later, once all the diagnostics had been completed, Tony seized the moment to put on a performance of his own. He pressed the confirmation button next to him, and instantly, everything sprang to life. At that moment, everyone present sensed a subtle shift in the air around them, as if the very space was rippling with energy, powerful, almost overwhelming. Rhodey couldn't help but ask, "Oh, Mr. Lin, I have to admit I'm curious. Does a device like this really emit no radiation? If it does, wouldn't that be dangerous for us?" For a moment, upon hearing Rhodey's words, Lin Fei and Tony couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, there was no radiation from such a device, none whatsoever. Only Tony and Lin Fei themselves understood the materials used in making it. They knew that the entire construction was completely free of radiation. In fact, even if there were some powerful radiation, the specialized casing would filter it out in an instant, erasing any trace of it. This was precisely the genius of Lin Fei's design, and what made the device so remarkable. Lin Fei had crafted it to perfection. It fulfilled its purpose to the utmost, while causing no harm, none at all. If there were any risk at all, perhaps it would be from noise, since after all, the machine did make some sound. At this moment, Tony decided to play along, putting on a show as he turned to Rhodey and shouted, "Oh, Rhodey, run. This thing is giving off massive radiation. We're doomed. It's like atomic radiation. It's just too much. It could kill us all." Rhodey, caught off guard by Tony's dramatic warning, froze in confusion. He hadn't expected the device could really be so dangerous, and for a brief moment, he was about to make a dash for the exit. But just then, he heard Lin Fei and Tony's laughter ringing out. As the sound reached his ears, Rhodey instantly realized what was going on. It dawned on him that the two had been teasing him all along. Spinning around, he looked at them and exclaimed, "Come on, you two. Can you stop messing with me already? This is a pretty crucial moment, and you're still joking around. Seriously, I'm speechless." Listening to Rhodey's protest, Lin Fei and Tony just exchanged glances, sharing another quiet laugh. Right at that moment, Tony turned his attention back to his instrument, which had begun its scanning process. The scan was not particularly fast, as every detection system needed to expand its range to gather comprehensive data. By now, the device had already swept a 5-kilometer radius. As Tony watched, only a few red dots appeared on the display. Lin Fei zoomed in, carefully examining each one, only to find they were all just animals. No sign of any people at all. Narrated had also arrived recently, and when he caught sight of what was on the screen, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Whoa, this is just uncanny. I never imagined it would be so lifelike. Are these the animals from the forest? This is truly amazing." Hearing Narraty's words, Lin Fei nodded and replied, "That's right. These are the animals from the primeval forest. But for now, all we can see are some of the creatures that are either moving about or resting. There's still no sign of Wank, which is honestly rather unexpected for us." For a moment, after hearing this, Narodi simply nodded and didn't say much more. He too hoped they could catch Wank, but right now, everything required patience. Nothing could be accomplished in a single stroke. It was impossible to have everything fall perfectly into place at once. This was proving to be quite a challenge for all of them. At this point, all they could do was wait quietly, waiting for the surveillance to complete its sweep. And this kind of waiting would likely take several hours. From time to time, Lin Fei glanced over at Tony and couldn't help but smile as he said, "Tony, if you ask me, why don't we just set up an automated program, then get some rest? When the system actually picks up a human figure, it can notify us." "All right, Mr. Lin, But, Mr. Lin, I'd like you to grant me access. I'll have Jarvis assist with the surveillance. Jarvis is a highly intelligent program. If Wank does show up, Jarvis will definitely alert me. Hearing Tony's suggestion, Lin Fei agreed that it was a good idea. Without hesitation, he released the base's system permissions and said, Jarvis, you can come in now. Yes, Mr. Lin. I'm in. Fantastic. I never expected your setup here to be so well designed. I absolutely love it. This place is gorgeous. If possible, I'd love to drop by every day. At the very least, I feel like I could learn so much here, and it would definitely help Mr. Tony grow even faster. Listening to Jarvis's enthusiastic words, Lin Fei was a little exasperated. He truly hadn't expected Jarvis to be so human-like. Thinking this, Lin Fei quickly replied, Suit yourself. Come by whenever you want. But just a heads up, this setup might disappear at any time. If you end up trapped here, don't blame me. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Jarvis fell silent and resumed monitoring the detection device. Soon, a number of automated resource readings began to appear on the device's interface. These were the results that Jarvis had detected and processed. Witnessing this unfold, Lin Fei couldn't help but turn to Tony and Rhodey beside him and said, All right, let's all take a break. Let the equipment do its job and track down Vank as soon as possible. Of course, if Vank isn't here, that would be a truly disappointing outcome for us. For a moment, everyone frowned at Lin Fei's words. In truth, they had all considered this possibility. If Vank really was not here, it would be a hard pill to swallow. After all, the last place Vank had vanished was right here in this primeval forest, and the forest itself was vast, stretching at least 100 kilometers in a straight line. If it turned out that Vank was not here, their efforts to pursue him from here on would face enormous obstacles, which is a prospect none of them relished. No one wanted to give up on Vank. If he truly was in hiding, he'd be nearly impossible to find, and in the future, that would spell serious trouble for the team, especially for the sister. They worried that this could lead to complications down the line, and they feared Vank would seek revenge on a grand scale. Should that happen, it would be a distressing turn of events, a source of pain for all involved. As things stood, everyone headed into the lounge and lay down to rest. Lin Fei's mobile kitchen had plenty of amenities, making everyone feel exceptionally comfortable. Lying on the beds, the temperature was just right, and relaxation came easily. Yet Lin Fei himself couldn't sleep at all. He gazed up at the sky, his brow furrowing as he sank into deep thought. The current situation was anything but good, and Lin Fei was genuinely worried. If something happened with Vank in the future, it would spell nothing but trouble for him. Lin Fei's purpose was to help those superheroes defeat their enemies. In other words, his mission was nothing less than to safeguard world peace. To be honest, the way people described it over there was a bit exaggerated, but he had to admit it truly was a pressing reality. Lin Fei hoped he could help restore peace to the Marvel Universe as soon as possible. No matter what others said, protecting world peace and ensuring the safety of the people was something Lin Fei regarded as essential to his mission. However, now that Vanko had made his appearance, everything Lin Fei had previously believed was turned on its head. He was anxious this moment had finally arrived. If Vanko really did go through with his scheme, it would create a situation Lin Fei would find incredibly difficult to handle. Everyone was worried. If that dreaded outcome truly came to pass, what would the consequences be? Lin Fei did not want to see things spiral out of control. With that in mind, he felt the only solution was to take down Vanko directly. If not, Vanko would continue to threaten the world, making it impossible for anyone to live in peace. This was all Lin Fei could think about. He had no room in his mind for anything else. At this moment, his sole wish was to eliminate Vanko. That would be fantastic. But was it really possible this time? Doubt gnawed at his heart. He couldn't guarantee the outcome. If he failed to stop Vanko, what would that mean for him? As the saying goes, hard work pays off. Finally, at 2 a.m, an alarm blared in Lin Fei's mind. Turning his head, he saw Jarvis's holographic projection appear at his door. It was hard to make out exactly what it was, but the stream of data looked mesmerizing. Seeing Jarvis show up at his doorway, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Whoa, Jarvis, are you trying to give me a heart attack? Popping up out of the blue like that is a bit much, don't you think? Did Vanko show up? Is that what happened? I can't wait to hear your answer. Hearing what Lin Fei said, Jarvis couldn't help but speak up. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, if I startled you, but I do have some good news to share. I've finally located Vank. What a stroke of luck. After all this time, I've managed to find him. He's deep inside the primeval forest, about 80 kilometers from here, in a particularly well-hidden spot. I just checked with the satellite, and I discovered a cave there. Vank is inside that cave right now. I'm not sure what exactly he's doing, but I can see he's been moving back and forth, busy with something. Jarvis's words snapped Lin Fei awake. but to be honest, he still didn't quite understand what Jarvis meant. If what Jarvis said was true, and Vank had been pacing inside that cave, then what on earth was he doing in there? Lin Fei found himself puzzled by the whole situation. He mulled it over for a moment, then climbed out of bed and walked over to the sink. After a quick wash, feeling a bit more refreshed, he stepped out and headed straight for the equipment. There, on the screen, the image had already zoomed in to the area 80 kilometers away. Lin Fei started to observe closely. Sure enough, he could see a shadow, a human figure, constantly on the move. Whoever it was, they were moving at an impressive speed, almost as if they were flying. Judging by the figure, Lin Fei guessed it had to be Vank. But what baffled him was what exactly Vank was up to. Why would he be in such a remote place? With the image so crisp and clear, Lin Fei found himself speculating, turning over possibilities in his mind. What was really going on here? What was Vank's purpose for being in this place? No matter the reason, just being able to locate Vank was a tremendous relief for Lin Fei. The thought made him want to call Roddy and Tony right away. But before he could do so, he saw that Roddy and Tony had already appeared, stepping out of their rooms and coming over to join him. Roddy caught sight of the screen, and his eyes widened in surprise. Is that Vank? What on earth is he doing? Is he practicing flight maneuvers? Or is he trying to burn off his energy? Tony shook his head and replied, I don't think so. My guess is that Vank is researching something. He's rushing around in there, clearly trying to accomplish something important. For a moment, everyone spoke at once, each offering a different opinion. No matter what the outcome might be, it was clear to all of them that this was something that required their close attention. With that in mind, Lin Fei spoke up, All right, everyone, it's time for us to suit up and head out. Whatever Vank is up to, we need to see it for ourselves. If he really is up to something terrible, I think it's our responsibility to put a stop to it. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the group nodded in agreement. In fact, they all understood the gravity of the situation. If they could truly put into whatever Vank was planning, it would be an excellent outcome for them. Each of them secretly hoped they could achieve exactly that. Just then, Tony strode toward the exit, and as he walked, the mechanical arms inside Lin Fei's food truck sprang into action, swiftly assembling his armor onto him piece by piece. By the time the two of them stepped out the door, they were both fully suited up, their armors gleaming and imposing. The sight of them in their battle gear was undeniably impressive. Tony hadn't expected the food truck to be so well equipped. The technology inside Lin Fei's truck was truly advanced. Almost anything could be fabricated here. As for the suits themselves, Lin Fei was no stranger to their design. After all, he had his own armor. And when it came to repairing or building these mechanical arms, Lin Fei was, if anything, even more skilled and knowledgeable than Tony or Rhodey. Once everyone was suited up, Lin Fei glanced around and then spoke. Jarvis, I think it's time for you to go back. If this place disappears in a moment, I really can't guarantee you'll be able to return. Hearing this, Jarvis sounded a little regretful. Oh, Mr. Lin, I must say I'm disappointed. Your place is truly full of surprises. Honestly, I don't want to leave it all. There's so much here that I'd love to learn about. Lin Fei gave a wry smile. That's life. Sometimes we have to accept a little regret. Go on, head back for now. If you want to come back and learn more, we can talk about it later. For now, we have serious business to take care of, don't we? Jarvis, I'm sure you understand what I mean. Hearing what Lin Fei said, Jarvis spoke up. That's right, Mr. Lin, you're absolutely correct. Of course I understand your intentions. You're eager to resolve the Vanko situation as soon as possible, and I truly believe you're more than capable of doing that. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave for now. I do hope we'll have more opportunities to work together in the future. I want to grow stronger under your guidance. Mr. Lin, I hope to learn even more from you. Your place is simply amazing to me. I feel like there's so much knowledge I can absorb here. Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. He was just about to leave when his system detected that Jarvis had logged out of the invincible food truck and returned to Tony's Iron Man armor. At that moment, Lin Fei waved his hand, and the invincible food truck vanished in an instant. In its place, a suit of silver Iron Man armor materialized on Lin Fei's body, gleaming with a striking, metallic sheen that radiated style and strength. This was Lin Fei's own Iron Man armor, invincible, just like its master. He turned his head, eyes settling on the southwest corner of the dense primeval forest. Deep within, 80 kilometers away, was where Vanko was hiding. Lin Fei couldn't help but speak. All right, Tony, Rhodey, I think the three of us had better get going. We must catch Vanko and stop him from endangering the world. Any further, the hatred in his heart runs deep. Even if someone controls him, it won't truly rein him in. Today, our mission today is to eliminate him once and for all, to prevent him from doing even more harm. If Vanko really manages to unleash chaos on the world, that's something none of US can accept. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony and Rhodey both nodded in agreement. In truth, they understood very well just how grave the consequences would be if Vanko were allowed to continue his reign of terror. His mind was completely twisted, to an extent that astonished everyone who encountered him. Vanko's mentality had diverged far from that of a normal person. No one wanted to see things spiral further out of control. They all hoped to put an end to Vanko, because only then could everything that followed have a chance to develop for the better. Naturally, everyone grew tense at this development. Each person felt a creeping sense of unease and confusion, turning over the same questions in their minds. What on earth was Vank doing over there, and why did he keep moving around? For a moment, not only was everyone puzzled, but they also began to speculate about what could possibly be happening. If for reasons he couldn't quite explain, Lin Fei felt a distinct sense of foreboding at that moment. He couldn't shake the feeling that this matter was far from simple. Just after completing his initial investigation and stepping away from the invincible food truck, an ominous premonition had struck him. Lin Fei was deeply concerned about what Vank might be up to inside. He sensed that whatever it was, it certainly wouldn't bode well for him. But regardless of his worries, if he truly wanted to uncover the truth, the only option was to go and see for himself. With this resolve, Lin Fei wasted no time. His energy surged, propelling him swiftly into the air. He was determined to get there as quickly as possible and see the situation with his own eyes. If Vank really was engaged in something unspeakable, Lin Fei was ready to destroy it without hesitation. He couldn't stand idly by and watch Vank carry out such deeds. With urgency in his voice, Lin Fei called out, "Everyone, brothers, let's move out. No matter what, we have to find out exactly what's going on." As he spoke, Lin Fei channeled his energy and shot off toward the southwest. At that moment, Tony and Rhodey didn't hesitate for a second. They took to the air and quickly followed close behind Lin Fei, heading straight for the source of the disturbance. Their speed was extraordinary. Within just 10 minutes, they had reached the site. When they finally caught sight of the scene unfolding on the ground below, all of them were struck with astonishment. In truth, none of them could have anticipated what they were now witnessing. Spread out across the ground were countless suits of iron armor, each one radiating a dazzling white glow. The armored suits looked overwhelmingly imposing, towering at least 2 to 3 meters tall. Faced with this sight, Lin Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh my god, what on earth is this? Has Vank actually built an iron fortress here? From the looks of it, there must be at least 10,000 of these things." For a moment, faced with such a sight, Lin Fei couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had never expected anything like this to happen. He was utterly unprepared for the revelation that what Vanko had been so busy with all along was, in fact, these steel battle armors. There were at least 10,000 of them, their sheer numbers enough to make anyone's head spin. Lin Fei found himself both dazzled and deeply shocked. Things had already spiraled far beyond what he had anticipated. At that same moment, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept what he was seeing. "Oh, Mr. Lin, what on earth is this? This is truly terrifying. Could it be that Vanko managed to build so many of these iron suits so early on? This is practically an entire legion of steel. If these things were ever unleashed, I honestly believe no one in the world could stand against him. It's absolutely terrifying." Rhodey, too, was caught off guard and spoke up in astonishment. "Good heavens! If these things actually counterattack in a moment, how in the world are we supposed to fight back? This is way beyond us. The three of us, how could we possibly take on 10,000 iron suits? Unless we had weapons of mass destruction. But even then, how many would it take to destroy all of them? Their defenses are formidable, and if you stand among them, the surrounding armors would immediately shield the others. They're designed to protect each other." For a while, everyone was stunned, clearly never having imagined Vanko would go to such lengths. Lin Fei, meanwhile, felt a growing tension in his heart, realizing that everything was now well outside his expectations. None of this was unfolding according to the trajectory of the Marvel stories he knew. At the same time, Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder if things hadn't gone so off course. If events had unfolded along the normal timeline, would Vanko still have created such an army? After thinking it over, Lin Fei concluded it was quite possible. After all, Vanko had no way of knowing Lin Fei would suddenly appear. Today was actually the very first time Lin Fei and Vanko had ever met. If not for this day, Vanko wouldn't even know Lin Fei's identity. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that before Lin Fei even showed up, Vanko had already manufactured all these things in advance? If that's really true, Lin Fei found it almost impossible to believe. Everything about this simply defied his imagination. He had never expected events to escalate to such an extent. In fact, back in the original Marvel Universe, Vanko was directly destroyed by Rhodey and Tony. Now, with things unfolding this way, Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder if these machines truly had appeared ahead of time. It would be an incredibly difficult situation for Vanko healers to handle. And if Lin Fei didn't destroy Vanko, he was absolutely certain that Vanko would, in the end, deploy all those Iron Legion suits. By then, the entire world would pose no challenge for Vanko. Fortunately, in a normal Marvel universe, Rhodey and Tony had already taken care of Vanko, so nothing like this ever surfaced. Now, Lin Fei finally understood. It wasn't that his predictions had gone wrong, nor was there some fundamental error in the way things played out in this Marvel world. Rather, it was because Vanko's intelligence had increased. Faced with this kind of crisis, Vanko had made a bold and unexpected choice, leading to this new and daunting situation and bringing forth his Iron Army right now. This was undoubtedly a tough predicament for everyone. No one had imagined Vanko possessed such hidden resources. In this situation, destroying him suddenly seemed much more difficult. For a moment, staring at the countless Iron Man suits below, Lin Fei was at a loss as to how to take them out. If he used high-powered explosives, he might end up damaging the land around them. But if he didn't, he truly didn't know what else he could do. In that instant, all those Iron Man suits seemed to come alive, their eyes lighting up as if awakened. Witnessing this, Tony couldn't help but shout out in shock. "Oh my God, what is happening here? Mr. Lin, I think these Iron Man suits are about to attack us. Look, they've activated their weapons. All of them are targeting us. Oh my God, what are we going to do?" At that moment, upon hearing such words, Lin Fei couldn't help but furrow his brow. If these steel-armored soldiers truly intended to attack them, it was something far too difficult to accept. For a brief instant, Lin Fei felt a wave of nervousness rise within him. Finally, Lin Fei saw clearly that the countless armored warriors below had gathered energy at the muzzles of their weapons. He immediately recognized the threat and sensed the danger pressing in on him. Yet, despite the peril of the moment, Lin Fei showed little concern. With a mere thought, his armor instantly expanded, transforming into a colossal vehicle that wrapped itself around him. His body shifted swiftly, aligning parallel to the ground and hovering in midair as he watched quietly from above, while a hail of bullets streaked toward him like a swarm of locusts. Meanwhile, Tony and Rhodey, whom Lin Fei had placed behind him for protection, realized they were completely shielded by Lin Fei's armor. Surprised by this unexpected turn, both men stared in disbelief. Rhodey couldn't help but shout, "Mr. Lin, what are you doing? You're putting yourself in harm's way." Hearing their words, Lin Fei could only give a wry smile and replied, "What's there to fear? Getting hurt means nothing to me." At last, Tony and Rhodey understood why Lin Fei had spoken with such confidence. They saw a white halo shimmering around Lin Fei, and, as countless bullets struck him, his armor continued to rise into the air, completely unharmed. The only effect was the shock wave from the explosions propelling him skyward. Both Tony and Rhodey were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Lin Fei seemed utterly immune to such attacks. To them, it was simply unimaginable. Witnessing all this, Tony couldn't hold back his astonishment and cried out, "What the? Is Mr. Lin invincible? This is unbelievable. How is this even possible? Why is something like this happening?" Hearing what Tony said, even Rhodey couldn't help but be surprised at this moment. He had never expected that Lin Fei would encounter such an extraordinary situation. Could he really be invincible? If that were really the case, then all of this was truly astonishing. Watching Lin Fei now, transformed as he was, Tony and Rhodey found themselves standing at the side of Lin Fei's massive vehicle, keeping him company as the gigantic machine soared higher and higher into the sky. At last, when they reached an altitude of 2,000 meters, Lin Fei's body gradually came to a stop, floating steadily in midair. At that moment, Lin Fei's voice echoed out, "Hey, you too. Standing on my waist, I don't mind that. But what's with the idle conversation? Are you really that relaxed? How about you go down there and destroy those iron armors for me?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, the two of them exchanged awkward smiles. Truth be told, they hadn't felt the slightest bit of danger just now, so they both let down their guard, standing on Lin Fei's waist and chatting away. They even started discussing what each of them should have for breakfast tomorrow, which left Lin Fei feeling rather helpless. At that moment, Tony couldn't help but chime in, "Mr. Lin, listen, we were just making small talk, nothing more. Please go on, continue what you're doing. Right, Rhodey? Let's cheer you on. Go, Mr. Lin. You got this." Lin Fei was left speechless by Tony's remark, not quite sure how to respond. Tony was just too much, still joking around even now. Of course, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. But regardless, the threat from the iron armors had been dealt with. At this moment, Lin Fei still had the infrared detection device in his mind. It had already merged with his workbench, ready for him to use at any time for reconnaissance. Just then, Lin Fei clearly saw, deep within the mountain cave above, a lone figure working intently at a computer. That must be Vanko. What surprised Lin Fei was that Vanko hadn't chosen to flee yet, an unexpected stroke of luck that Lin Fei found quite satisfying. No matter what, in the midst of such chaotic combat, what Lin Fei feared most was that Wanku would escape. If Wanku managed to slip away, it would be a terrible outcome for Lin Fei. Worse still, if Wanku truly vanished without a trace, it would pose a daunting challenge for Lin Fei in the future. He worried that Wanku might return one day, bringing an unknown danger with him, something Lin Fei had no desire to confront. At last, the barrage of attacks had come to a halt. Tony had arrived on the scene, landing in front of Lin Fei. He looked at Lin Fei and couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Lin, what exactly are we supposed to do now? There are just too many of these iron suits. We can't even get close. Their firepower is overwhelming. Overwhelming, is it? Lin Fei replied with a confident grin. Just because their attacks are fierce doesn't mean ours can't be even fiercer. I refuse to believe that these iron suits can withstand an endless rain of bombs. Endless bombs. Tony's eyes widened as he heard Lin Fei's words. In that instant, he understood what Lin Fei intended. Rhodey, too, brightened with excitement. He had never imagined Lin Fei could come up with something so bold and reckless. The thought thrilled him. For both of them, this might just be the perfect solution. Right then, Lin Fei lifted his arms, revealing a pair of metal cases emerging from his gigantic vehicle's hands, one in each. He handed the cases to Tony and Rhodey, saying, "Here, one for each of you. Start dropping them. I'll take a break." Tony and Rhodey both froze for a moment, surprised, but quickly took the cases. Each was massive. Without the support of their own armored suits, they might not have even been able to lift them. "Oh, Mr. Lin, what's in here? This must weigh at least 500 pounds. Tony exclaimed in astonishment. As he opened his case and got a look inside, his grip loosened in shock, and the entire box plummeted downwards. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack, Mr. Lin? What's going on here? Why do you have so many bombs?" In that instant, Tony was completely stunned. Just moments ago, the very box he had opened was filled with countless bombs. Now, those bombs lay quietly inside, sending a chill down Tony's spine. He was truly alarmed. If any of those bombs had actually gone off, it would have spelled disaster for him. As he watched the bombs gently descend to the ground, Tony found himself too shaken to even think about picking them up. When Rhodey saw Tony's reaction, he was equally puzzled. He couldn't quite grasp why Tony was so shaken. Without hesitation, Rhodey hurried over and opened the box himself. But when he caught sight of what was inside, a wave of vertigo hit him. He felt himself almost lose his footing, his body unsteady as he stared down in shock. It took him a long moment to regain his composure, and only then did his expression settle. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, the sound splitting the air without warning. Everyone turned their heads toward the source, and what they saw was a towering, crimson mushroom cloud blooming in the distance. Flames shot skyward, illuminating the entire group. Even though they hovered 2,000 meters above the ground, they could all feel the intense heat wave wash over them, leaving everyone in stunned awe. Witnessing this scene, Tony was left speechless. "Mr. Lin, what on earth is this? How could something have such devastating power?" "This is high-concentration explosive," Lin Fei explained calmly. "Its purpose is to destroy those steel suits of armor. Of course, I don't think this primeval forest means much to us anymore, so why not just blow it up? Once we do, all those suits will be obliterated. I really don't believe they could possibly stand against us after that, do you?" As Lin Fei finished speaking, Tony suddenly understood. He never imagined that Lin Fei would bring out something so terrifying. It was beyond anything Tony had ever experienced. It truly unsettled him. As the aftershock of the explosion finally faded away, Tony was left deeply shaken. If that bomb had detonated right next to him, he shuddered to think of the consequences. The thought alone was horrifying. At that very moment, Roddy couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. He laughed wildly, overcome by the sheer absurdity of the situation he found himself in. He had never imagined something like this would happen. His first thought was how much he absolutely loved it. Having Lin Fei's bombs in his hands was a thrill beyond words. Roddy cradled the box with one hand, and with the other, grabbed a bomb and hurled it far down below without hesitation. Boom! The explosion this time wasn't quite as thunderous as the previous one, but it was enough to set hearts racing with excitement. Now, the group was too far away to clearly see what was happening below. It was impossible to tell if the bomb had struck the center of the iron-armored suits at all. With that thought, Roddy quickly spoke. Up, Mr. Lin, why don't we hurry down for a look? I really want to see if those armored suits just now were actually hit. If they were, that would be wonderful. I want to see them flying through the air. For a moment, Lin Fei could only sigh at Roddy's enthusiasm. He hadn't expected Roddy to be this wild, to actually enjoy something so chaotic. Still, Lin Fei thought it wouldn't hurt to go down and take a look as well. After all, if they were going to keep throwing bombs, it would be much harder from this distance. They wouldn't be able to aim accurately at all. It made more sense to get closer, prepare everything properly, and then begin their assault. With that in mind, Lin Fei looked up at Tony and said, let's go. It's time for us to head down too. Here, I'll give you another. Box, hold on to it tight this time. You can't drop it again. If you do, I won't give you any more. You really need to treat this toy with care. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony was nearly in tears. Did Lin Fei really see these things as mere toys? That was too much for him to process. At this moment, Tony was at a complete loss for words. The whole situation was hard enough to accept, but Lin Fei's nonchalance made it all the more surreal. In truth, none of them had ever considered using such methods to wipe out an army of iron soldiers. The whole thing seemed nearly impossible. They never would have imagined doing something like this. And honestly, for them, it simply wasn't feasible. These bombs were far too heavy. They couldn't possibly lug so many explosives back and forth, running around all the time. But things are different now. With Lin Fei able to supply so many bombs, it truly feels like a stroke of luck for the group. None of them had expected to have access to such a powerful stockpile of equipment. Both Tony and Roddy found their confidence renewed. The two of them now felt an unshakable self-assurance about whatever might come next. Dealing with those iron armors no longer seemed like a problem at all. At that moment, the whole group began descending rapidly. As they closed in to within 300 meters of the ground, the iron armors below spotted them once again. In an instant, the armored suits swung their weapons back toward Lin Fei and his companions. Yet right then, everyone's attention was drawn to the area that had just been rocked by explosions. There, countless remains of iron armors lay scattered and still on the ground. Clearly, the massive crate of bombs had dealt a devastating blow. At least several hundred suits had been destroyed. However, after all, these iron armors were made of steel. They could still form defensive formations among themselves. So, at present, the bombs hadn't had as overwhelming an effect as one might hope. But luckily for Lin Fei and his group, what did they lack? Nothing at all. If there was one thing they had in abundance, it was weapons. To deal with these iron armors, all they had to do was keep tossing down bombs. More than enough to finish the job. Meanwhile, Tony and Roddy had once again taken their places at the waist of Lin Fei's colossal vehicle. This time, they kept their heads down and followed orders. Facing such a barrage of weapons from the iron armors, they knew better than to try. And withstand the onslaught themselves, they simply weren't that powerful. At the same time, the two of them couldn't help but wonder, how is it that Lin Fei seemed completely immune to these attacks? Could it be that Lin Fei was truly invincible? If Lin Fei really was invincible, it would be a most astonishing revelation for them both. Neither had ever imagined that Lin Fei could possess such strength. Now, watching as Lin Fei deflected every bullet and even adjusted his energy waves midair to counteract the force of the attacks, they saw him stabilize effortlessly, hovering in the sky against all odds. At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but speak up. Hey, you two. Are you just here to watch the show? Why haven't you started attacking yet? There's so many of these armored suits. If we don't start dealing with them right now, it'll be impossible to finish them off. With their numbers, we'd be working through the night and still not be done come morning. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Fei's words. In truth, they understood exactly what Lin Fei was saying. The sheer number of these armored suits was overwhelming. If they didn't begin the assault immediately, there was a real chance they wouldn't be able to take care of them all later on. It was an incredibly difficult task. Still, they felt fortunate at least with Lin Fei by their side, they had a fighting chance. Only by having someone like Lin Fei around could they muster the strength to take on these armored suits. Standing behind Lin Fei, they felt entirely at ease. Even if a missile struck him directly, he would merely shake it off, and a shockwave from the explosion wouldn't harm the two of them in the slightest. At this point, the two of them looked at the situation unfolding before them, as if they were watching a movie up close. They exchanged helpless smiles, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, Lin Fei finally seemed a bit exasperated, looking at the two of them, unsure what to say. Fortunately, the two of them had enough self-awareness to spring into action. Without hesitation, they hurled the bombs in their hands outwards, letting them drop freely. Mere seconds later, everyone heard a thunderous explosion. Tony and The others looked up at the sound and saw the ground erupting in flames. Armored suits were sent flying in all directions, and the metallic bodies collided midair with a cacophony of clanging and banging, creating a truly spectacular scene. That single explosion wiped out more than a dozen armored suits. In Tony and his companion's eyes, this was a remarkable outcome. At that moment, Lin Fei gave a satisfied smile and said, "Excellent. Let's keep it up, everyone. I think we should pick up the pace, otherwise we might not finish even by morning." After all, the sheer number was simply overwhelming. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel helpless. In order to destroy all these steel-armored suits, he needed nearly 1,000 bombs. At the very least. But there was no other way. The reality was that the quantity was just too immense. Ordinarily, no one would even consider taking on such an impossible task. In fact, most people would choose to run away at this point, unless they had a formidable cache of weapons at their disposal. Without such reserves, no one would dare attempt something like this. But now, things were clearly different. Lin Fei's arrival had changed the entire situation. His arsenal seemed inexhaustible, a limitless supply of firepower. Even Tony and Rhodey couldn't hide their astonishment. They simply couldn't figure out where Lin Fei had managed to acquire so many weapons. Yet there was nothing they could do. No matter how they looked at it, Lin Fei's capabilities left them utterly amazed. What was on their minds now was to get this job done as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once all those armored suits launched a counterattack, it would be too late. By then, they'd have an even tougher battle on their hands. Just imagine the scenario. The armored suits, under Vanko's command, had already gathered together. For them, it was the perfect opportunity to drop bombs. But if they let this chance slip by and the suits scattered around the globe, the task would become nearly impossible. Tracking down every last one of those armored suits would turn into a monumental challenge, one that might never end. And so, the group wasted no time. They started relentlessly bombarding the armored suits on the ground. Their pace was incredibly fast, hurling bomb after bomb down below. Each bomb was about the size of a small watermelon, heavy and solid in the hand. Clearly, this couldn't go on for too long. After just an hour, the number of armored suits had only decreased by 2,000 or 3,000. But for Tony and Rhodey, that was already more than they could handle. The two of them were now standing around the waist of Lin Fei's enormous vehicle. Tony stood up, looked at Lin Fei, and said, "Mr. Lin, I can't take it anymore. This is just too exhausting. Swinging our arms back and forth like this is really wearing me out. These things are just too heavy. Even with our energy-assisted suits, it's getting difficult for us. Our muscles just can't take the strain." For a moment, seeing the situation between the two men, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, he was simply trying to tease them a bit. They were just too bored, after all, and someone had to get them to do some work. With that thought, Lin Fei willed a piece of steel at his waist to float up into the air. Noticing their surprise, he called out, "All right, you two, come in and take a break. Leave the rest to me." Seeing this, Tony and Rhodey exchanged puzzled glances and stepped inside. Once there, they immediately headed straight for the window, without hesitation. From this vantage point, they watched as Lin Fei's armored suit came to life and stood tall. Suspended in midair, the armor loomed before Lin Fei, who raised both hands. Inside the lounge, Tony and Rhodey watched as the giant vehicle's arms transformed. Where there had been ordinary metal, 3 massive gun barrels now emerged on each arm, 6 in all, each one aiming at the ground. Suddenly, a blinding light flared, and 6 missiles shot out, streaking towards 6 directions below. Tony couldn't hold back his astonishment at the scene. No way. Mr. Lin actually has his own weapons? Was he just playing with us this whole time? Has he been making us do all the work on purpose? This is just beyond frustrating. Lin Fei, having caught Tony's outburst, looked down at the unfolding chaos below and laughed. "Tony, how could I not make you work a little harder? Honestly, you two have been far too lazy. I'm here to help, not to let you just lounge around all day, am I right? We gotta work together, and that's how we'll find some joy in the job, don't you think?" In that instant, the missiles struck the ground, and a series of thunderous explosions erupted. Countless iron suits were sent flying, and nearly 100 of them lost all combat capability in a flash. Lin Fei looked on, thoroughly satisfied, a smile spreading across his face. Those weapons from just now were also developed through his own workbench. Once he finished the research, all he had to do was equip them, and the missiles would become endless, pouring forth in an infinite stream. Their destructive power would be tremendous, wreaking havoc on the ground. Below, you could see now that a crater more than 10 meters deep had already formed, a truly astonishing sight. Witnessing this scene, Tony couldn't help but remark, "Mr. Lin, if I had managed to invent weapons like yours back in the day, the world might have found peace a long time ago. Is that so? But if these weapons had fallen into the hands of terrorists, the world would have plunged into chaos. Chaos that no one could ever contain. For a moment, Lin Fei could only respond with a helpless sigh at Tony's words. He hadn't expected Tony to still be hung up on Stark Industries after all this time. In truth, Lin Fei had always felt powerless about what happened back then, but everything had ultimately been Tony's own doing. If he hadn't built Stark Industries to such heights, if he hadn't let it become a target for terrorists, perhaps things would never have turned out this way. Thankfully, all of that was in the past now. Lin Fei had put an end to Stan, and with that chapter closed, all that had happened was, in a way, a blessing for Tony. At this moment, Tony gave a wry smile at Lin Fei's words. He realized now, perhaps a little too late, that building his company into a giant had only made it irresistible to those with dark intentions. Those terrorists had seized his inventions, twisting them into tools of destruction, trying to conquer the world with weapons meant to protect it. The thought left Tony feeling uneasy. He'd never imagined things could spiral so far out of control. Still, Tony found comfort in the fact that all of that was now behind him. At least, for him, everything was moving in the right direction. That alone was something to be grateful for. After all, every weapons manufacturing operation had ceased. Though Tony had lost a fortune in the process, he'd gained respect, he'd found a measure of peace, and, above all, he could finally sleep at night. Meanwhile, Rhodey wandered over to the ordering terminal, grabbed 2 cans of beer, handed one to Tony, and took a hearty swig. Then, raising his voice, Rhodey called out, "Mr. Lin, let me bring you a beer." "Forget it, I've got my own right here." Lin Fei waved his hand as he spoke, and a can of beer appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, he popped it open and took a long gulp, the drink fizzing as he swallowed. His hands didn't stop moving. Again, he pressed a red button before him. As soon as the button was pressed, countless missiles shot out in an instant, streaking toward different directions. Explosions erupted across the ground, shaking the earth as steel-armored suits burst apart in fiery blasts. Watching the chaos unfold, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At this moment, Lin Fei was more than pleased with the outcome. Everything was progressing just as it should, following a perfectly logical course. No matter what Vang tried to do now, he would have to face the consequences. Lin Fei felt invincible. No matter how strong Vang might be, as long as he stopped causing trouble for others, Lin Fei would remain unbeatable. He had no reason to worry about the situation. Dealing with Vang was almost too easy. With this, a weight lifted from Lin Fei's heart. Things had gone far beyond his expectations. The prophecies he once relied on no longer held true. Perhaps the presence of outsiders had sent things off course. But even so, even if nothing followed the Marvel Universe's original plot anymore, Lin Fei was untroubled. Just like now, Vang could hide wherever he wanted, Lin Fei would still find him, still take him down. For Lin Fei, all of this simply made him stronger. So, for Lin Fei, dealing with Vang was hardly a surprise. Seeing how things were turning out, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. Vang was about to be taken care of at last. As Lin Fei and his companions realized that Vang's defeat was imminent, joy bubbled up in their hearts. This was the outcome Lin Fei had always hoped for. Once Vang was dealt with, nothing would stand in Lin Fei's way. At last, it was at this moment that countless missiles were launched once again. As the number of iron armors rapidly dwindled, Lin Fei suddenly caught sight of a figure moving swiftly into the distance. Realizing what was happening, Lin Fei shouted loudly, "Tony, Rhodey, quick, go and capture Vanko. That man is Vanko. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Leave the rest to me." By now, the iron armors on the ground had stopped their assault, all because Vanko had left. Lin Fei swiftly realized that Vanko was trying to use the chaos of the explosions to mask his escape, hoping to slip away unnoticed. But clearly, Vanko had overestimated his luck. Vanko was now racing away at full speed, and Lin Fei reacted in an instant, calling out to Tony and Rhodey. Tony and Rhodey, quick on the uptake, sprang into action as soon as they understood. Seeing Vanko soaring into the sky, the two of them tossed aside their cans of beer and, in a flash, launched themselves from Lin Fei's open hatch, streaking after Vanko in hot pursuit. Whether or not the two would actually catch Vanko was not something Lin Fei worried about at this point. He had no idea what might happen next, but regardless, he had his own matters to attend to. So, Lin Fei soared into the sky, while the massive armored vehicle continued to unleash volley after volley of missiles, bombarding the ground below. The earth had become a living hell, with iron armors everywhere being blasted apart, flames bursting from their shattered forms. Lin Fei felt no pity for them. After all, they were nothing more than machines, creations that, in the wrong hands, could one day threaten the world. Lin Fei was determined not to let them remain here, especially since no one could say if they might possess some form of self-awareness. If Vanko had indeed programmed them with an independent will, that would spell serious trouble for Lin Fei down the line. But just then, Lin Fei was taken aback. The iron armors, which had been attacking moments before, suddenly ceased fire and shot up into the air. In an instant, they surged towards Lin Fei, coming to a halt right in front of him. For a moment, as he faced this unexpected scene, Lin Fei found himself at a complete loss. But regardless of how it happened, all the armored steel suits on the ground suddenly gathered around and closed in on Lin Fei. For Lin Fei, this actually saved him some trouble. Just as he was about to strike back at these steel suits, he suddenly noticed something strange. Every one of them began to glow all over, trembling violently. Sensing this situation, Lin Fei saw countless tiny red dots appear on these armored suits. In an instant, he realized what was happening and couldn't help but grin. The real purpose of these steel suits was now clear to him. They intended to self-destruct, hoping to take Lin Fei down with them. But upon understanding their plan, Lin Fei only found it amusing. Self-destruction? Did they really think blowing themselves up would do anything to Lin Fei? In truth, it was utterly useless against him. His own armor was invincible. Hadn't Vank figured that out by now? For a brief moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but speculate. Perhaps Vank still hadn't realized what made Lin Fei so formidable. Vank seemed to think Lin Fei's armor was simply thick enough to withstand any explosion, and so his plan was to have all the steel suits self-destruct in hopes of obliterating Lin Fei. But what Vank didn't know was that Lin Fei was not just protected by thick armor. He was truly invincible. Facing these self-destructing armored suits, Lin Fei didn't feel the slightest hint of fear. In fact, he was secretly delighted. He'd thought he'd have to expend some effort to wipe out all these suits, but now they'd come to him, choosing to destroy themselves. This was nothing short of self-annihilation. Lin Fei, fully aware of what was happening, couldn't help but be pleased. This would save him quite a bit of trouble, he thought. This turn of events was simply fantastic. If all these armored suits chose to self-destruct, it would spare him the hassle of figuring out how to deal with them altogether. And sure enough, at that very moment, the armored suits erupted in a series of rapid explosions. Countless blasts surged toward Lin Fei, and the shockwaves buffeted his body from side to side. Yet Lin Fei wasn't concerned in the least. He only found the jostling a bit nauseating. At last, in that very moment, every single steel suit exploded in a blinding cascade. Seeing this situation, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. He had never imagined that Wan Ke would come up with such an idea. It was truly terrifying, a move that would only lead to his own downfall. The explosion raged on for a full 10 minutes. During this time, the steel-armored suits were torn apart, with shattered limbs and fragments raining down to the ground. Witnessing such a scene, Lin Fei found himself amused. The ground before him was now in utter ruin, pockmarked with countless deep craters. Confronted with this devastation, Lin Fei was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this degree, and the way everything resolved in the end turned out to be surprisingly effortless for him. Still, one way or another, everything was finally settled. Those armored suits had lost any purpose for existence. With that thought, Lin Fei immediately activated his scanning system, sweeping the ground thoroughly. In no time, he discovered that there was nothing left. Every suit had either been destroyed by his own hand or had self-destructed. Before long, Lin Fei's attention was drawn to the cave where Wan Ke was hiding. Inside, he spotted a computer. Without hesitation, Lin Fei fired a missile directly at the cave. The explosion leveled the entire cavern in an instant. Observing this, Lin Fei smiled inwardly. This was a matter he had to resolve. He simply could not allow Wan Ke to continue his reckless schemes. To Lin Fei, it was almost unbelievable how far things had come. All traces had to be wiped out. This was evidence that could allow Wan Ke's madness to persist. Lin Fei had no intention of letting it survive. Moreover, he saw no reason for anyone else to study these things any further. With his super brain and supercomputer, he regarded these gadgets as child's play. To be able to destroy them all brought him a sense of satisfaction. For Lin Fei, it was, in its own way, a fitting conclusion. Finally witnessing such a scene unfold, Lin Fei simply made the massive vehicle vanish, and in an instant, his body appeared 500 meters high in the sky. At that moment, Lin Fei began to plummet straight down in free fall. As he was about to hit the ground, every muscle in his body sprang to life, surging with power and ripping through his clothes. In a heartbeat, Lin Fei slammed into the earth below and Thunderous boom resounded. He felt a tingle of numbness under his feet, but it lasted only a moment before he quickly regained his composure. Looking down, Lin Fei saw that beneath his feet was a massive crater, caused by the tremendous force of his landing, as if a small bomb had gone off, gouging out a deep pit in the ground. Yet Lin Fei himself stood there completely unharmed. This was the result of his physique being enhanced more than 12-fold, and he was deeply satisfied with this. Transformation. As his body grew ever stronger, Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder what incredible powers he might gain should he encounter the God of Thunder. The thought filled him with anticipation and a pleasant sense of surprise. If facing the Thunder God could truly grant him some extraordinary abilities, Lin Fei felt he would be more than content. He eagerly imagined what it would be like to wield the power of the Thunder God. If that day came, he would become unimaginably powerful. It's said that the Thunder God's might can summon the lightning of heaven and earth, channeling it into the legendary hammer, a weapon of immense weight that no ordinary person could ever hope to lift, unless they possessed the power of the Thunder God. Lin Fei wondered whether, with his 12-fold physique, he might be able to lift such a weapon himself, just to see what it was like. Moreover, after honing his body through cultivation techniques, his strength could be further enhanced. If his constitution, multiplied 12-fold, could grow even more, perhaps to 30 times that of an ordinary person, Lin Fei would become a being of unimaginable power. Just imagine, a human 30 times stronger than the average person. What would that mean for ordinary people and for his enemies? The consequences would be nothing short of overwhelming. With that thought, Lin Fei picked up a set of clothes and quickly changed into them. With a casual wave of his hand, a leather sofa appeared on the floor. Lin Fei sat down without hesitation, poured a can of beer into a tall glass, and began to drink leisurely, thoroughly enjoying his ease. Time slipped by quietly, minute by minute, until it was suddenly 7 in the morning. Lin Fei was surprised. Tony and Rhodey still hadn't returned. Could something have happened to them? Worried, Lin Fei took out his phone and dialed Tony's number. The call connected quickly, and Tony responded on the other end. "Hey, Tony, why aren't you back yet? What on earth are you two up to? You're really dragging this out." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony replied helplessly, "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Vanko ran incredibly far. We chased him for over 100 kilometers. We're heading back now, just give us a little longer. We should reach you around 8. Honestly, that guy is unbelievably slippery. He runs like you wouldn't believe. But the good news is, we finally got him under control." Hearing this, Lin Fei finally relaxed. As long as Tony and Rhodey were safe, he was satisfied. What mattered most to him was their well-being. If anything had happened to them, especially since he'd asked them to handle things personally, he would have felt deeply guilty. After all, those Iron Man suits could be deadly. If he hadn't destroyed them, those self-destructs could have killed Tony and Rhodey several times over. It was truly a double-edged sword. Still, Lin Fei felt he had done the right thing. Now, seeing how things had played out with Vanko, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Soon, Vanko would get his due, and Lin Fei was looking forward to venting his anger in person when they brought him back. At last, Lin Fei sprang into action, rolling out his little cart and setting about making breakfast for Tony and Rhodey. Nothing too complicated, just some Chinese crepes and grilled noodles, a bit of Beijing, roast duck, and a few cans of Tsingdao beer. It turned out to be quite a hearty breakfast. By the time he finished, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Lin Fei waited patiently for Tony and Vanko to arrive. At exactly 8 o'clock, Lin Fei finally heard the sound of something slicing through the air. He turned to look and saw Tony and Rhodey flying swiftly overhead. In their hands, they each carried a black suit of armor, and inside that suit, a figure hung his head low. This must be Vanko. At last, Vanko had been captured. Only now did Lin Fei feel a weight lift from his heart. With Vanko apprehended, everything was finally over for Lin Fei. All the troubles had come to an end. Tony and Rhodey landed, dragging Vanko over to where Lin Fei stood. For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He rose to his feet, and as he did, the sofa behind him faded away, along with the wine glass he had been holding. Lin Fei walked over to face Vanko, studying him for a moment before breaking into a gentle laugh. "Well, good morning, Vanko. I have to say, I never expected things would turn out this way for you. Surprised, aren't you? I bet you never imagined you'd be caught by us like this. Bah, you shameless scoundrel. To come after me at a time like this. Do you really think you can subdue me so easily?" Listening to Vanko's bravado, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh no, my friend, you're mistaken. I'm not here to subdue you, nor to capture you. For you, there's only one outcome, death. There's no way I'm letting you get away with everything you've done." "What? You're going to kill me? Why? I don't think I've done anything wrong. Why do you want to kill me? What gave you the right?" Lin Fei paused at Vanko's words, then after a moment, gave a resigned smile. Tell me, Vanko, have you lost your mind? Why wouldn't I kill you? After all the evil you've done, your attempts to conquer the world with your iron suits, why shouldn't I? Damn it, I did nothing wrong. All of this happened because Tony's father stole my father's technology. His father did so many unforgivable things to mine. Why shouldn't I take revenge? Everything that happened was because of him and his father. How can you blame me for any of this? Hearing Vanko's words, Lin Fei once again understood what drove him. From the very beginning, Vanko had always believed all the inventions were his father's work. Yet to this day, no one could definitively explain what really happened. No one knew the true story behind it all. At this moment, seeing the furious look on Vanko's face, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh helplessly and say, Vanko, how many times do I have to tell you, when it comes to right and wrong, everyone has their reasons, and everyone makes mistakes. But for you, the biggest problem is that you should never have done something so reckless. You have to understand, those who master the technology of iron, man should be using it to benefit humanity, not to act as wildly as you are now, letting hatred consume everything in your heart. As for what happened in the past between you all, I don't want to judge too much, nor do I care to say who was right and who was wrong. At least for now, you're clearly in the wrong, because you've done something utterly deranged, something that brought pain to so many. You nearly destroyed the world. If your iron armors really got out, countless more people would be hurt because of it. Do you realize that? Me? Humph. You people just don't get it. None of you understand. None of you can grasp how powerful the iron armors my father developed truly were. You keep idolizing Tony's Iron Man suits, but none of you know how much work my father poured in before all of this. Lin Fei shook his head and replied with a wry smile. Come on, Vanko. I think you're missing the point here. Anyone can possess the technology behind the iron armors, but at the very least, you have to use it in the right way. By now, Lin Fei had truly run out of patience. Vanko was completely consumed by his own obsession, an obsession that had driven him to madness, turning him into a public enemy. For Lin Fei, none of this was a good thing. And now, after everything that had happened, Vanko's heart had grown twisted. Such an outcome would never be good for anyone. Looking at Vanko, who remained stubbornly set in his ways, Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Vanko, ultimately, all of this is your own fault. You've been far too stubborn. I have nothing more to say. From this day on, you will cease to exist. The world no longer needs you. For someone like you, perhaps only death can set you free. I hope, somehow, you can find peace in whatever comes after. At the very least, what has happened now is by no means a good outcome for you. And remember, Vanko, sometimes it's not about who's right or wrong, but whether you know how to make use of what you have. And have you ever considered another possibility? What if, back then, it was Howard who invented the arc reactor first, and your father was the one who copied his work? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. My father would never lie to me. Your father would never lie to you, but Tony's father wouldn't lie to him either. So, in the end, all of this is just your side of the story. As for what the future really holds, who can truly say? That's why, Vanko, you shouldn't see things in such absolute terms. Just because you believe something doesn't necessarily make it right, nor does it guarantee your view is correct. If you jump to conclusions before a thorough investigation, the results may not turn out as you wish. With a helpless shake of his head, Lin Fei lifted his hand, and suddenly a pistol appeared. In the blink of an eye, he pulled the trigger, and the bullet struck Vanko squarely between the brows. At last, Vanko died in that moment. Perhaps Lin Fei might have felt a twinge of regret for him, for Vanko was a man with a genius mind and a powerful vision for design. His iron armor was formidable, a testament to his brilliance. But for Lin Fei, letting Vanko live was simply not an option. Vanko had become the target of everyone's fury. His actions had gravely endangered the peace of the world. No matter how you looked at it, even in the mainstream Marvel universe, Vanko was destined to die. Everything that happened, Lin Fei saw not as needless twists of fate, but as inevitable steps to this conclusion. Tony and Rhodey, meanwhile, finally released their grip on Vanko's hands. Vanko's lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground. Looking at the corpse, Rhodey let out a long sigh. Sigh. The events of those years. Who was right? Who was wrong? Who can say for sure? But one thing's certain, Vanko violated the order of this world. What he did required someone to step up, to put an end to it. Exactly. Vanko was creating danger. Danger no one could ever take joy in, Tony echoed, standing by Rhodey's side. Neither of them dwelled on Vanko's fate. No matter how eloquently Vanko had defended himself, no matter how righteous his words seemed, the reality was plain to see. He was recklessly tearing society apart, bringing peril to the people. In the face of all this, Tony and Rhodey felt no room for pity. Beep. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. You have 1 month until the mission ends, after which you may proceed to the next task. Your mission reward will be automatically granted before the next task begins. For a moment, Lin Fei heard a voice in his mind. He let out a long breath. At last, this task was finally over. As for the rewards given for completing it, Lin Fei no longer cared much about them. Right now, his mind was filled with other pressing matters, one of which concerned a certain someone. Turning to Tony, Lin Fei couldn't help but ask, Tony, do you have any way to help me find that person's phone number? Tony couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Fei's question. See, Mr. Lin, I knew it. You definitely forgot to get her number, didn't you? Hearing this, Lin Fei could only shake his head in mild exasperation. Enough with the jokes. Just hurry up and check. Do you guys have her number or not? Can you find a way to contact her? Tony grinned. Of course we can find it, Mr. Lin, but you really shouldn't be asking me. You should talk to Rhodey. Don't forget who he is. He's a colonel. If he wants to track down someone's contact info, is there anything that could possibly stop him? That's right. Lin Fei suddenly realized, instantly enlightened by Tony's words. He turned toward Rhodey, who was standing nearby. Rhodey, catching Lin Fei's expectant look, was briefly puzzled, but then he spoke up. No need to rush, Mr. Lin. Here's what we'll do. Let's head back first. I'll contact my people right away and have them look into it for you. By the time we get back, I bet they'll already have what you need. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. Truthfully, he was looking forward to it. Being able to pursue this matter further was an exciting prospect for him. And it had to be said, Rhodey truly got things done efficiently. As soon as Lin Fei's invincible food truck transformed into an airplane and they boarded, Rhodey wasted no time. He immediately started searching for Tang Xian's phone number on Lin Fei's behalf. From the tension in Lin Fei's eyes, Rhodey could tell how much this meant to him. Solving this promptly was just as much a relief for Rhodey as it would be for Lin Fei. Rhodey quickly called up his contacts, explaining that he needed to find the phone number of someone named Tang Xian. His team responded right away, without the slightest hesitation. Rhodey's word was all they needed. And before the group had even made it back to New York, the message came through. They'd already found the woman. At that very moment, she was getting ready to go to work. Hearing those words, Rhodey couldn't help but smile as well. He reached over, took the woman's phone, and only then did he finally end the call. Looking at Lin Fei, Rhodey chuckled and said, Mr. Lin, I've got Tang Xian's phone number now. Do you want to call her right away? Not now. Just give me the number for now. I still have something else to take care of when I get back. Let me finish that first, and then I'll deal with this. Something else? Mr. Lin, are you saying there's another enemy about to show up? That can't be, can it? If that's really the case, everything's going to be even more complicated. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. What are you imagining? There aren't that many enemies. Right now, Vanko is the only one, and as for the other matter, well, that one isn't something you could handle anyway. Leave it to me. In fact, what I'm talking about today is actually your business, Tony. Don't forget, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been evaluating you. Today is the final day of your assessment to join S.H.I.E.L.D., and you'll get your results today. Tony suddenly realized. Of course, he'd been under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s observation all this time. At first, S.H.I.E.L.D. had tried to recruit Lin Fei, but he turned them down. So they turned to Tony and started putting him through a series of tests. In fact, the reason Natasha had joined Stark Industries in the first place was to evaluate Tony. Now that the Vanko situation was resolved, Tony knew that today's assessment was the final part of the selection process, and the results would be announced soon. For a moment, Tony couldn't help but feel excited. He looked at Lin Fei and asked, Mr. Lin, do you think I'll get into S.H.I.E.L.D. today? You're overthinking it. S.H.I.E.L.D. will never let you join as a regular member. Your personality just isn't a good fit, and honestly, a lot of what you've done goes against their fundamental principles. But they will invite you to be a special consultant. When the time comes, just accept the role. It's basically the same thing. Besides, being a special consultant is a unique position. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? So that means I can't join S.H.I.E.L.D. after all, can I? For a moment, Tony was clearly frustrated after hearing what Lin Fei had said. Although he didn't really know what this special consultant position entailed, just from the name, it didn't sound like anything official. That made Tony even more exasperated. He really wanted to join S.H.I.E.L.D. At the very least, if he ever got himself into trouble, there'd be someone to cover for him. Yet, no matter how much he wished otherwise, things had already happened as they had. For Tony, there was nothing he could do to change it now. So as long as he could still join S.H.I.E.L.D., he'd take the opportunity. With a resigned sigh, Tony fell silent, while Lin Fei merely shook his head and said nothing more. He steered the plane, setting a course for New York. As the others sat around, growing bored from waiting, Lin Fei's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Fury. Lin Fei was caught off guard by this unexpected call. He had no idea what Fury could possibly want from him, and he pondered it for a moment before finally answering the phone. Hey, Fury, what's up? Why are you calling me? I have to say, I'm really curious. Are you calling to invite me to breakfast or something? Hello, Mr. Lin. Honestly, you never cease to amaze me. I just saw through the satellite feed that you've completely destroyed Vankos. Iron Legion. That's something I never would have thought possible. If you hadn't shown up, I doubt things would have turned out this way. Realizing Fury was trying to butter him up, Lin Fei couldn't help but respond rather wearily. Fury, let's not waste time flattering each other. Things have reached this point, and you know exactly what I'm capable of. I assume you're calling because you want Tony to come over so you can run some evaluations on him, right? Fury was genuinely surprised by Lin Fei's words. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to see right through his intentions. Caught off guard, he let out a small gasp, then said, That's right, Mr. Lin. You're absolutely right. That's exactly why I called. I wanted to find him for that very reason. Mr. Lin, you really are remarkable. I never imagined you'd figure it out so quickly. Stop. Let's cut the mutual flattery, shall we? There's nothing about your plans that I don't already know. How about this? Why don't you go ahead and start preparing breakfast on your end? Look, none of us have eaten yet. Why? Don't we all head over, grab some breakfast, and chat over the meal? Frankly, your ideas aren't exactly top secret. Nothing that can't be shared. The three of us are hardly outsiders. And besides, I've already filled Tony in on everything. What? Mr. Lin, you've already told Tony? Wait, does Tony know that I'm planning to hire him as a special consultant? Of course. Why wouldn't he? You think I don't see through your little schemes? Anyway, that's settled. We're almost there. How about we just go to that Kung Fu Noodle House? I'm guessing you know the place. It's actually pretty good. And as for old Chien, I think both of you should get to know him better. So let's meet there. Listening to Lin Fei, Fury couldn't help but laugh and said, All right, Mr. Lin, since you insist, let's go to the Kung Fu Noodle House. I'm really looking forward to it. And I'm curious to see if Chien Yun has woken up by the time we get there. You really think old Chien is like the rest of us? He could go years without sleep and still be fine. Anyway, I'm almost there, so I'll hang up now. As Lin Fei's helicopter entered the heart of New York City, he headed straight for Chien Yun's Kung Fu Noodle House. Soon, he arrived above the little restaurant and carefully landed the helicopter. The craft instantly transformed into a dazzling food truck, and everyone climbed out. Sure enough, by this time, Chien Yun was already awake. Seeing Lin Fei arrive so early, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to show up this soon. For a moment, Chien Yun looked at Lin Fei in surprise and said, Young Lin, what brings you here so early? I didn't expect to see you today. Hey, old Chien, what are you saying? I'm just here to snag a free meal. That's all. Don't worry. You won't be the one doing the cooking. Fury will be here in a bit, and he'll bring breakfast for us. We just need a place to sit, eat, and chat for a while before heading out. Oh, is that so? Well, in that case, I won't say any more. But I have to ask, did you try out any of the meditation techniques I taught you the other day? For a moment, upon hearing what Chien Yun said, Lin Fei was taken aback. Then, with a helpless sigh, he replied, Elder Chien, let's just leave it at that. There really wasn't any opportunity today. The matter was resolved before I could even try. I honestly feel a bit powerless. This whole thing turned out to be so simple. I thought it would take a lot more effort, but now it's all over so easily. What else could I have done? Hearing Lin Fei's words, Chien Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. In truth, from his perspective, this was a situation that was difficult to judge, no matter how he looked at it. Now, seeing Lin Fei here, Chien Yun at least knew that everything had been settled. It genuinely pleased him. Turning, he caught sight of Tony and Rhodey standing to the side, and he broke into a warm smile. Hey, you two, hello, Tony, Rhodey. I know both of you, and I'm well aware of all the effort you've put in for the safety of our society. I'm really grateful for everything you've done. I hope you both enjoy yourselves today and have a wonderful time here. Tony and Rhodey were at a loss for words after hearing Chien Yun's gratitude. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say, but in their hearts, they shared the same thought. The matter with Wank had finally been resolved, and they both felt a wave of relief. The weight lifted from their shoulders, and genuine happiness shone on their faces. They truly felt lighter, as if a burden had been taken away. Time slipped by quickly, and before long, Fury arrived once again. This time, he was accompanied by a woman. The moment Tony saw her, he was visibly startled. He sprang to his feet and called out, Potts? What are you doing here? Didn't you have work today? Indeed, it was Potts. Hearing Tony's words, she shook her head with a resigned smile. Work? How could I possibly go to work when something this serious happened to you? I've been worried sick, Tony. There was no way I could just sit in the office. Do you even realize how worried I've been about you? I've been keeping an eye on you every moment I could. I had to know how you were doing. Even Natasha was concerned. We all were. Tony, it's such a relief that you're safe. Honestly, nothing matters more than that. As long as you're okay, that's all I could ever wish for. For a moment, hearing what Potts said, Tony couldn't help but chuckle. Then he spoke up. Hey, what could possibly happen to me? With Mr. Lin by my side, nothing can go wrong. Honestly, Mr. Lin is just incredible. Being with him, I barely had to lift a finger. He took care of all those iron armors on his own. Oh, is that so? Mr. Lin really is amazing. As she spoke, Potts turned her gaze to Lin Fei, her voice full of gratitude. Mr. Lin, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, who knows what might have happened to Tony by now. I truly appreciate what you've done for him. Hearing Potts' words, Lin Fei could only shake his head helplessly, saying nothing more. In truth, this was something Lin Fei had always felt he needed to do. He had to ensure Tony's safety because in the end, Tony's fate at the hands of Thanos led to so many unforeseen events. Lin Fei simply didn't want to see any of that happen again. So, in his mind, helping Tony now might even spare him from future dangers. Of course, all that was for later. Right now, those concerns were not what Lin Fei needed to think about. At this moment, his focus was on what needed to be done next. He turned to Fury a bit, surprised, and said, Hey, Fury, where's our breakfast? Didn't I tell you to bring us some food? After everything I just did for you, are you telling me I can't even get a decent breakfast? Come on, Mr. Lin, what are you saying? Fury couldn't help but give a resigned smile at Lin Fei's words, pausing for a moment before replying, and Natasha's on it. I already sent her to get her breakfast. Don't worry, I even made sure she's picking up something to suit your taste. Authentic Chinese breakfast, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Are you looking forward to it? Oh, soy milk and fried dough sticks? I actually do quite like that. It's been ages since I've had something like that, Lin Fei replied. I bet it's the same for you, Elder Qian, right? Elder Qian couldn't help but laugh at that. Not for me. I have breakfast like that almost every day. There's a breakfast shop right here in Chinatown, so getting that kind of breakfast is really no trouble at all for me. For a moment, hearing what Qian Yun said, Lin Fei was caught off guard. He could only respond with a helpless smile. That's true. In Chinatown, you simply can't find a truly authentic Chinese breakfast. The thought of it made Lin Fei chuckle to himself. Sorry to have kept everyone waiting. I'm late. Just then, Natasha's voice rang out. The group turned to see her standing at the entrance of the Kung Fu Noodle House, holding 2 large bags filled with soy milk and fried dough sticks. Seeing this, Lin Fei didn't hesitate. He strode right up, grabbed a fried dough stick, poured himself a cup of soy milk, and started eating. Tony was just as unreserved, and under Natasha's careful distribution, everyone began to eat with gusto. In no time, the whole group was happily savoring their breakfast. Lin Fei took this moment to speak up. Fury, isn't it about time you got down to business? Actually, you don't really need to say much. I've already told Tony about your special advisor proposal, and he's tacitly agreed. From now on, if you need anything, look for him. Of course, if something urgent comes up, I'll be there in no time. For our friends, what used to be dangerous no longer poses much of a threat. In fact, I might even help them get things done faster. Oh my goodness, that's quite unexpected, Mr. Lin. I thought Tony would need a long time to come around to this. After all, something like this doesn't really suit his image, and I figured he'd be reluctant to take it on. I've been racking my brain about how to convince him to accept this role. I didn't expect you to help me out like this. Lin Fei could only smile wryly at Fury's words. He replied, It's really nothing. I just gave you a hand with persuading him today, that's all. If this is the outcome, then there's no more to say. At the very least, Tony is now in the loop. To be honest, Tony's biggest issue is his tendency to go his own way. Of course, I also hope that in the future there can be better communication between the two of you. Tony, you must remember that everything we do is ultimately for the benefit of society. You have to keep this in mind. As long as you can achieve this, it will make the company a better one for the whole community. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony nodded earnestly and replied, Mr. Lin, I've truly learned a lot from what you've said. Don't worry, I'll work hard and strive to grow. I promise to put your ideals into practice and do my part to benefit society. Lin Fei smiled at Tony's words, but said nothing more. As time ticked by, everyone gradually finished their breakfast. Lin Fei was just about to go look for Tang Xian when a sudden thought struck him. Just as everyone was about to leave, Lin Fei called out to Fury and Natasha, Hey, you two. Hold on a moment. There's something I want to talk to you about. At Lin Fei's words, the two of them turned, puzzled, to look at him. Neither could guess what Lin Fei wanted to discuss, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. By now, the others had left. Qian Yun, meanwhile, settled herself onto a lounge chair by the door, basking in the sun. Lin Fei clearly had no intention of avoiding her presence. Looking at Fury and Natasha before him, Lin Fei spoke up. What I want to talk about concerns the prophecy involving the two of you. Fury, you're eager to establish the Avengers, aren't you? You want the team to grow stronger and soon, right? Fury nodded at Lin Fei's words and replied, yes, that's exactly what I want. But to be honest, Mr. Lin, it's been difficult. The council members above me, well, they're not really on board with the idea. They see these people as a bunch of lunatics who might endanger public safety. There's been constant opposition from them. I'm only able to keep pushing forward because I haven't given up. Listening to Fury, Lin Fei nodded and said, I don't think this is much of a problem for you. If I'm not mistaken, you probably already have a good solution in mind, don't you? After all, this isn't the kind of issue that's beyond your ability to handle. So, Fury, now that it's already happened, let's just let things play out. When something truly unexpected happens, when real results are achieved, those critics will finally be silenced. Oh, Mr. Lin, are you suggesting there may be some kind of incident in the future? Fury was momentarily taken aback by Lin Fei's words. If something truly did go wrong in the future, it would be bad news for everyone. The thought left him uneasy, since the whole reason he'd formed the Avengers in the first place was to stand against even greater threats. Now, hearing Lin Fei, Fury couldn't help but wonder, if a more formidable enemy did appear, could his current lineup really handle it? Right now, his team was painfully small, just Tony and Banner. As for the others, he hadn't even found them yet. Lin Fei noticed Fury's anxious expression and chuckled. Hey buddy, don't worry. I've already thought everything through for you. No matter how tough things get, it won't be too much for you to handle. Trust me, you can relax. I'll even help you find your next superhero. In fact, I might bring you two. One of them is a bit older, at least in theory. Oh, Mr. Lin, what exactly do you mean by that? I honestly can't follow. Lin Fei laughed at Fury's confusion. There's nothing complicated about it. But that's not something I need to discuss with you right now. Just know that one day in the future, the cosmic cube in your possession is going to cause some trouble. What? Mr. Lin, you actually know about the cosmic cube? Fury's eyes widened in shock at Lin Fei's words, unable to believe what he was hearing. To Fury, the cosmic cube was an extremely well-kept secret. The fact that Lin Fei knew about it before he'd even mentioned it left Fury utterly stunned. Looking again at Lin Fei, who was watching Fury's astonished expression, he couldn't help but smile wryly and said, why are you so surprised at a time like this? The Tesseract isn't some shameful secret. After all, you just want to use it to create an unlimited energy source. Of course, I don't care to comment on your specific intentions. Now that I know about it, what I need to tell you is this. In the near future, the Tesseract here will undergo a massive energy mutation. When that happens, I hope that after you arrive, you'll step back and stay out of it. Just let the Tesseract evolve on its own. Especially you and Barton, you both need to get out of there quickly. Once you're safe, you can contact me, and I'll help you deal with whatever comes next. Wait, Mr. Lin, what do you mean by all this? Before Fury could respond, Natasha, standing to the side, spoke up with clear surprise. Lin Fei's words had brought Barton into the conversation, and for a moment, Natasha tensed up. Everyone knew how much she cared about Barton, and now, hearing Lin Fei's warning, worry began to gnaw at her heart. Hearing Natasha's question and seeing both of them wearing expressions of confusion and concern, Lin Fei gave another helpless smile. It's nothing. This is just the danger I wanted to warn you about. Remember what I said. If I'm not mistaken, he continued, turning to Fury, you're planning to bring in Dr. Selvig to run some special research, aren't you? That's right, Mr. Lin. It seems nothing escapes your notice, Fury replied with a hint of admiration. You're absolutely correct. I intend to have Dr. Selvig study the Tesseract. He's an outstanding physicist, so I hope his research will yield groundbreaking results. If we can truly unlock the Tesseract's energy, it could be an incredible boon for everyone. But now you mention Barton, I'm curious. What exactly is going to happen? Listening to Fury's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, it's nothing too catastrophic. Dr. Selvig and Barton may find themselves in danger in the process, but in the end, everything will return to normal. Still, if you can avoid the trouble, then do your best to avoid it. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Fury couldn't help but express his surprise. Oh, those two might actually encounter an accident? That's honestly hard to believe. But Mr. Lin, why didn't you let me release Dr. Selvig at that time as well? If I had, maybe neither of them would have been caught up in that incident. At that critical moment, I truly didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Don't worry, Lin Fei replied. I've already told you. While the two of them might face some unexpected events, they won't die. That's why one of them has to take on this role. As for Barton, I imagine he holds a special place in Natasha's heart. She certainly wouldn't want to see Barton get hurt. So, if that's the case, why not let Dr. Selvig bear the consequences instead? For a moment, Fury was taken aback by Lin Fei's words. In truth, he was already aware of Barton's situation. The relationship between Barton and Natasha was anything but ordinary, and Fury had always known they shared a unique bond. Now, hearing Lin Fei speak so frankly, Fury couldn't help but fall silent, lost in thought. He understood exactly what Lin Fei was implying. If these words were spoken now, there was a good chance that such a situation might indeed play out in the future. Mr. Lin, could you tell me, if I were to get involved, what would happen then? If you do show up, here's what I can tell you. That enemy, he's a powerful sorcerer, so strong, in fact, that he can twist people's minds and alter their thoughts. He has the power to change a person's will, making them utterly obedient to him. You could call it mind control or even hypnosis. Under his influence, both Barton and Selvig fell under his control, and a chain of events unfolded from there. If you'd been present that day, you would have been attacked as well. Had you not reacted quickly enough, it could have cost you your life. So Fury, my advice to you is this. If that day really comes, don't go. There's no need for you to get involved. Let Dr. Selvig handle the situation himself. As for Barton and yourself, you both can simply step back and return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Once it's all over, you can call me. I'll be there to help you through whatever comes next. Oh well, I must say, I'm truly delighted to have met you, Mr. Lin. Someone like you. All right, since you're so fond of flattery, I'll just accept your praise. But Fury, I want you to really hear these words. Everything I tell you is genuinely. For your own good, I would never deceive you. So I hope you'll take my advice to heart. At the very least, if you do, you won't run into any trouble. Understood, Mr. Lin. I trust you, and I've taken your words to heart. But I have to admit, I'm a bit worried. If that person does become even stronger in the future, how are we supposed to deal with him then? You don't need to worry about that. Leave it to me. He won't be so hard for me to handle. When the time comes, I'll gather some superheroes to help, and they'll naturally become members of your Avengers. With them by your side, you'll have nothing to fear. I'll lead them, and together we'll take down the enemy. Admittedly, the world might feel the impact, but in the end, everything will be resolved. The Avengers will take care of it all, and that monster will be defeated. So for you, this is actually a good thing. You won't be hurt, and there's no need to worry. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Fury couldn't help but nod in agreement. In that moment, he truly felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered someone like Lin Fei. As a prophet, Lin Fei had been constantly guiding and assisting Fury, helping him accomplish so much. Feeling all this, Fury couldn't help but marvel at his luck, and joy welled up inside him. For him, meeting someone like Lin Fei was a stroke of extraordinary good fortune. All dangers had already been uncovered by Lin Fei. Every hidden threat had been eliminated thanks to him. Everything had fallen into place, and it was all turning out remarkably well. As he thought about this, Fury looked at Lin Fei with eyes full of hope and anticipation. He found himself wondering what kinds of challenges he might face in the future, and how Lin Fei would help him solve them. For Fury, this was a source of immense happiness and excitement. Time slipped by second. Lin Fei noticed the expression on Fury's face and couldn't help but smile. All right, you two. I won't keep you any longer, he said. There's nothing more to discuss for now. Just follow the plan I've laid out for you. Next, I'll be going to assist another superhero. Once I've finished helping him, I'll bring him back here to join your team. After that, I'll set out to find yet another hero, someone who's extremely important to me. He and I go way back, and if I can bring him in, he'll be a tremendous asset to you. More than that, he's destined to become the leader of all the superheroes. Hearing this, Fury couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh my, is that so? That's truly wonderful. Mr. Lin, I'm really curious. If everything turns out the way you describe, I'll be absolutely delighted. Mr. Lin, let me thank you in advance. Thank you for everything you've done for S.H.I.E.L.D. Our mission has always been to protect world peace. Now that you've helped me accomplish this, I truly couldn't be happier. All right, let's get going. But Fury, I do want to say something to you about your habit of mutual flattery. You really ought to work on that. Honestly, it's of no use to me at all. Everything I do isn't because I'm following my heart, so all these compliments you're giving me really don't do anything for me, you understand?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Fury couldn't help but chuckle for a moment. In truth, he had never even considered such a thing. As for flattery, that simply wasn't his intention. He just wanted to express his gratitude to Lin Fei from the bottom of his heart. For everything Lin Fei had organized, Fury felt incredibly grateful and happy. She never imagined that after leaving, things would turn out to be so powerful, and now, one problem after another had been solved for her. For Fury, this was truly something to be happy about. And so, at last, Fury and Natasha left the area. As for what might happen next, Fury felt no worries at all, because Lin Fei had already paved the way for him. What he was looking forward to now was simply for Lin Fei to gather those superheroes as soon as possible so that when faced with those overwhelming threats, he'd have some real leverage to deal with them. For Fury, this was something he absolutely needed to be ready for. Meanwhile, with everything finally settled, Lin Fei found himself with a rare moment of his own. Thinking of this, Lin Fei picked up the phone and dialed Tang Xian's number. The call connected quickly, and Tang Xian's voice came through. "Hello. Who is this? May I ask what you need?" Hearing Tang Xian's words, Lin Fei suddenly found himself growing a little nervous, an inexplicable tension tightening inside him. He didn't know what might happen next, but no matter what, he hoped things could be resolved. Staring at the phone, he managed a smile and finally said, "Tang Xian? Hi, it's Lin Fei. I'm the one who wore the silver armor yesterday." "What? Lin Fei? Oh, it's really you. I can't believe you actually called me. This is wonderful. Oh, I've been worried about you all night since yesterday. Are you all right? Are you hurt at all? If you are, I'll take you to the hospital right away." Listening to Tang Xian's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle for a moment. The way the situation had turned around was truly astonishing. When he first bumped into Tang Xian, he had been worried about taking her to the hospital for a checkup, but now things had taken such a different turn. He was the one being fussed over instead. Hearing her say that, Lin Fei felt genuinely touched. What a string of coincidences. So much had happened from beginning to end, and Lin Fei found himself deeply moved. All of this was far beyond anything he could have imagined. As the saying goes, life is full of twists and turns. Perhaps everything is really the best arrangement heaven could offer. Seeing how things had played out, Lin Fei felt a wave of happiness. At the very least, everything now seemed to be moving in the right direction, and he was truly satisfied with how things were unfolding. Recalling Tang Xian's worried expression, Lin Fei gave a helpless little laugh and said, "I'm perfectly fine, really. There's nothing to worry about. But hey, I called you out of work in the middle of your shift. Is your boss going to give you a hard time?" Hearing this, Tang Xian shook her head and replied, "No, not at all. My boss is actually really kind to me." Lin Fei finally nodded, reassured by her answer. At that moment, Tang Xian asked, "So, Mr. Lin, what did you want to see me for today?" Lin Fei gave a wry, helpless smile and said, "You don't have to call me Mr. Lin. Just call me Lin Fei, or Fei Ji if you like. I wanted to take you out today, maybe have a meal, or go see a movie. It's up to you." "Really? That sounds wonderful. How about this? Let's have some Sichuan food, and then we can catch a movie. There's a new release that just hit theaters." Lin Fei nodded without hesitation. All he wanted was to spend some time with Tang Xian, to stroll around and enjoy her company. He really didn't care what they ended up doing. At the same time, he found himself wondering why Tang Xian mattered to him so much. What was it about her that had such an effect on him? Her presence in his life felt almost dreamlike, and Lin Fei noticed a calm settling over his heart. In that moment, everything seemed to find its natural release. Very soon, Lin Fei learned where Tang Xian was, and he set off to find her. Seeing Tang Xian's expression at that moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't say much, but simply brought Tang Xian along and got into his car. This was no ordinary vehicle. It was an impressive, unbeatable food truck, truly eye-catching wherever it went. Witnessing this, Tang Xian couldn't help but marvel at how wealthy Lin Fei must be. The vehicle looked just like a luxury RV. Just a few minutes later, as Tang Xian finished admiring every detail of the interior, the car came to a stop. Lin Fei stepped from the front to the back. Looking at Tang Xian, Lin Fei said, "Xiaoxin, let's go. We've arrived at the Sichuan restaurant. It's said to be the most famous one around here, and you recommended it. Let's go check it out together." "All right, Fei Ji. I have to tell you, this place serves incredibly delicious Sichuan cuisine. Let me show you. I'm sure you'll love it." Lin Fei smiled at her words and didn't say much more. To be honest, he didn't care much about the environment of the place. As long as he could enjoy a good meal with Tang Xian and spend some quality time together, that was more than enough for him. Still, Lin Fei was genuinely pleased with the atmosphere of the restaurant. Everyone inside was Chinese, and hearing the familiar dialect of his homeland touched him deeply. Once they'd settled in, the two of them ordered a steaming, extra spicy hot pot and dove right in. As they ate, Tang Xian couldn't help but ask, "Fei Ji, who are you really? Are you actually Iron Man or something?" Lin Fei chuckled, "No, I'm not Iron Man. I'm just someone who helps people like Iron Man grow. They ran into some trouble this time, so I came to help. Xiaoxin, you mustn't tell anyone about this, all right? If word gets out, I'll never have a moment's peace." "Don't worry, Fei Ji. How could I possibly tell anyone about something like this? You can trust me." Hearing her promise, Lin Fei didn't say anything more. In truth, he wasn't concerned about Tang Xian revealing his secret. Even if she did, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. All the major players who needed to know about his abilities already knew. So whether the secret stayed hidden or not, it made no difference to Lin Fei. Sitting there quietly, eating his meal, Lin Fei found himself gazing at Tang Exin. At this moment, her delicate and beautiful face captivated him so much that he couldn't help but lose himself in her. Tang Xin was truly stunning. Her beauty could topple kingdoms, like a character stepping straight out of a painting. Looking at her now, she was simply enchanting. Soon enough, Tang Xin noticed Lin Fei's gaze. In an instant, her cheeks flushed red, and with a hint of surprise, she looked at Lin Fei and said, "Fei, why are you staring at me like that? If you keep looking at me this way, I'll get embarrassed." "Because you're beautiful. I think I might be falling for you," Lin Fei blurted out, not even sure himself why he said such a thing. Inwardly, he felt a bit helpless. When had he ever spoken like this before? He'd never even had a girlfriend before, so he had no experience saying such words. Yet now, speaking them felt so natural, he couldn't help but wonder what had changed in him to let such words slip out. When Tang Xin heard Lin Fei's words, her face turned an even deeper shade of red. She suddenly seemed unsure what to do with her chopsticks, holding them awkwardly mid-air, the piece of food between them trembling and nearly falling. Lin Fei immediately noticed and reacted quickly, picking up the morsel himself and gently bringing it to Tang Xin's lips, ready to feed her. Tang Xin, seeing the unexpected gesture, was surprised. She hadn't expected Lin Fei to take the initiative like this. For a moment, she was both excited and moved. Hastily, she opened her rosy lips and took the bite. This tender scene did not escape the attention of those around them. Lin Fei, for his part, simply ignored the onlookers. As the people nearby witnessed this moment of warmth between Lin Fei and Tang Xin, smiles of satisfaction appeared on every face. Clearly, no one had expected these two to be so affectionate. But Lin Fei wasn't paying attention to any of this. At this point, his usually sharp mind seemed to have short-circuited. The only thought echoing in his head was that old saying, when people fall in love, their IQ drops to 0, or maybe even into the negatives. Experiencing this for himself now, Lin Fei couldn't help but worry that his intelligence had taken a nosedive. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Lin Fei couldn't be sure what he was experiencing at that moment, but one thing he was certain of, ever since he met Tang Xin, he felt as if his mind had been filled with an overwhelming sweetness. His whole being seemed to be wrapped in this newfound tenderness, a feeling he had never known before. He looked at Tang Xin again. Her cheeks were flushed, and she gazed back at Lin Fei, seemingly at a loss for words. In that instant, their feelings for each other seemed to burst forth all at once. Staring at Tang Xin, Lin Fei suddenly spoke gently. "Xin, will you be my girlfriend? I may not always have a lot of time to spend with you, but whenever I can, I promise I'll be there for you." "Yes, Brother Fei, I will," she answered. Tang Xin agreed to Lin Fei's confession without a moment's hesitation. She knew nothing about his background or identity, but none of that mattered. What mattered was how well he treated her. Every woman is drawn to the idea of a hero rescuing her, and Lin Fei had once saved Tang Xin from danger. She had never forgotten that moment. To her, Lin Fei's presence brought happiness, excitement, and a sense of security she had never felt before. He had appeared in her life like a hero descending from the heavens, just like the Monkey King riding his colorful clouds. From that moment on, Lin Fei's image was etched deeply into her heart. Of course, Lin Fei had no idea about all this. He was still caught up in the excitement of Tang Xin accepting his feelings. He had never experienced anything like this before, and the moment left him both thrilled and at a loss for words. Seeing Tang Xin accept him, Lin Fei was so overwhelmed with emotion that he didn't even know what to say. He stammered, utterly tongue-tied as he looked at Tang Xin. At that, Tang Xin burst into laughter, her giggles light and clear. She couldn't help but shake her head, then gently reached out and tapped Lin Fei on the forehead. "You silly boy, don't tell me you've never been in love before." "Well, have you?" Lin Fei retorted. "If you have, maybe you can give me a few pointers." For a moment, Tang Xin was caught off guard by Lin Fei's words. I've never been in a relationship either," she admitted, a little awkwardly. Seeing that both of them had said the same thing, Lin Fei and Tang Xin suddenly burst out laughing together. After that, they went on eating, but the atmosphere between them had subtly changed. Lin Fei kept serving food for Tang Xin, who accepted it gladly, and she in turn would occasionally pick out dishes for him. The warmth between them was unmistakable, and to any bystander, the scene was so touching it would warm the heart. Soon, a server hurried over, carrying a new dish in their hands. Placing it in front of them, the server said with a smile, "It's such a pleasure to see such sweetness." between the two of you here in our restaurant. I'm truly delighted. This dish is a special treat from our owner. It's called Everlasting Love. We hope you enjoy it. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw the dish. It was simply a plate of noodles, but these noodles were extraordinarily long, much like longevity. Noodles, only now renamed Everlasting Love. The meaning behind it was perfectly fitting for the moment. Lin Fei found himself chuckling at the gesture. Thank you really for such a thoughtful gift. We're very pleased, truly grateful to you. No need to thank us, sir, the server replied with a gentle smile. As long as the two of you can be happy together, that's all that matters. Our owner loves seeing couples like you. In fact, she once confessed her love to her husband right here in this very restaurant. The two of them have lived happily together ever since, and she eventually bought this restaurant as a memento. She hopes you two will have a love that lasts as long as those noodles. Lin Fei hadn't expected to hear such a story. For a moment, he was quite moved. Indeed, the power of love is something truly extraordinary. It can change the course of anyone's life. Seeing all this, Lin Fei felt that today was an especially lucky day. He and Tang Xin had finally come together, and he promised himself he would always cherish and protect her, never letting any harm come her way. At this moment, Tang Xin also broke into a blissful smile. She immediately brought the noodles to her lips, and the two of them began to chew their noodles together. They had started eating, each picking up one end of the noodle and slowly slurping toward the center. For a while, as their eyes met, both felt a wave of shyness and nervousness. After all, this was a first-time experience for them, something brand new and a little overwhelming. Yet, no matter how they looked at it, it was undeniably a moment of happiness worth cherishing. Watching this scene unfold, the noodle between them grew shorter and shorter, until finally, they were drawn into each other's embrace. Just then, the sound of thunderous applause erupted around them. Everyone stood up, their faces beaming with joy as they gazed at the couple. None had expected to witness such a sweet and touching moment today. It was truly something wonderful for the pair. A perfect match, both in looks and talent. They were witnessing it with their own eyes. The man was handsome, the woman stunningly beautiful. Seeing these two come together was sure to become an unforgettable memory for everyone present. They were simply made for each other. Taking in the sight of the couple, the onlookers couldn't help but offer their blessings. Lin Fei and Tang Xin finally released each other from their embrace, but their hands remained intertwined. As they looked at the crowd around them, all those warm and congratulatory glances made both Tang Xin and Lin Fei blush with embarrassment. Fei, maybe we should go now. I'm feeling a little awkward, Tang Xin whispered. Hearing her words, Lin Fei chuckled helplessly. What's there to be embarrassed about? Are you worried that our relationship can't stand the light of day? Xin, there'll be moments like this in the future. Since we've decided to be together, why shouldn't we accept their blessings? There's nothing wrong with it, right? Besides, having everyone here to witness our love, doesn't that make you feel truly happy? Fei, you're right. I really do feel incredibly happy. For a moment, Tang Xin nodded in agreement. In truth, she understood exactly what Lin Fei meant. At this very moment, she was overwhelmed with happiness. Everything Lin Fei ever suggested always sounded so inviting to her. She longed to experience it all. Each of these moments brought her a sense of warmth and joy that felt almost magical for them both. Seeing Tang Xin accept his proposal, Lin Fei was elated. With a grand gesture, he swept his arm out and announced, "Everyone, today is a special day to celebrate us. Becoming a couple, whatever anyone eats today, it's all on me. Thank you all for joining us for this lunch, and thank you for witnessing the beginning of our love." A chorus of delighted cheers erupted from those around them. People looked at Tang Xin, now leaning sweetly against Lin Fei's shoulder, and couldn't help but smile at the heartwarming scene. At that moment, the warmth in the air was unmistakable. To Tang Xin, Lin Fei's heartfelt words were a source of tremendous happiness. Even though she worried that it might be a bit extravagant for him, everything had unfolded so naturally that it felt right to celebrate like this. After all, for Lin Fei, it was indeed a moment worth cherishing. As for Lin Fei himself, he had actually received a gesture from Tony some time ago. Tony had once given him a bank card, one loaded with a substantial sum. At first, Lin Fei hadn't planned to accept it, but Tony insisted, saying it might come in handy someday. With his unbeatable food truck, Lin Fei rarely needed to spend any money. Everything was self-sufficient. But today was different. Witnessing the scene before him, he felt grateful that he'd taken Tony's card after all. He had checked the card back then, a sleek black card containing billions. Lin Fei had been somewhat speechless at Tony's generosity. He never expected Tony to go to such lengths. But now, at last, the money was serving its purpose. Thinking about all this, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Just then, the owner of the restaurant came out as well. She was a woman of striking beauty, her face now glowing with happiness. Seeing Lin Fei and Tang Xian both radiant with joy, witnessing the moment when these two truly came together, the restaurant owner was visibly moved. "It's truly a pleasure to witness such a heartfelt confession," she said warmly. "Seeing the two of you find happiness together fills me with joy. Once, I too made a confession in a place just like this back. Then it was with my husband. We found happiness together, just as you have today. It makes me genuinely happy to see you like this. It's a delight to meet both of you, and I hope you'll become a loving couple and build a happy family together. My congratulations come from the bottom of my heart. As for today's meal, well, I'm glad this gentleman is willing to cover the cost for everyone who witnessed your moment. It was a wonderful surprise. At the very least, it shows how moved he was by this occasion. I won't refuse your kindness. After all, running a restaurant is about making a living, isn't it?" Hearing the owner's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He said little, for to him, this was hardly a burden. After all, he wasn't short of money. A meal like this would at most cost 10 or 20,000. Nothing he'd worry about. He waved his hand dismissively, not caring in the slightest. The owner, seeing his generosity, responded with a smile of her own. After accepting the payment, she didn't say anything more. And so, the memorable lunch finally came to an end. Lin Fei left the restaurant surrounded by countless well-wishers. As he walked away, his arm wrapped gently around Tang Xian's slender waist. Tang Xian leaned her head on his shoulder. The two of them strolled through the bustling streets, happiness radiating from their closeness as they took in the sights around them. For a moment, both felt deeply touched by it all. "Brother Fei, I never imagined we'd truly end up together," Tang Xian said softly. "Back then, I wouldn't have even dared to dream of it. But I have to be honest, I really do love you. After everything you did for me, being my hero, what woman wouldn't fall for that? When you saved me, your presence was etched so deeply into my heart. That's why I couldn't help but fall for you. And now, finally we're together. Brother Fei, I'm just so moved, I can hardly believe it." Hearing Tang Xian's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't say much more. In truth, he knew that their feelings for each other were far from something easily understood. At that moment, Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words when it came to Tang Xian. Looking back, he realized that he had once been quite confused about the feelings between the two of them. Yet Lin Fei could say with certainty, when he first met Tang Xian, his heart had truly skipped a beat. There was no denying that he had fallen for her at first sight. From that moment on, everything he did seemed to revolve around Tang Xian. In those days, Lin Fei often felt helpless, never expecting himself to act that way. But regardless of how it happened, the fact was it had happened. At the very least, now that Tang Xian was willing to walk this road with him, Lin Fei felt a rush of excitement at such a moment. Witnessing this turn of events, Lin Fei was overwhelmed with happiness, his smile lighting up his face. As Tang Xian leaned her head gently on his shoulder, Lin Fei was deeply moved. In his heart, he resolved that no matter what happened in the future, he would give Tang Xian a perfect life. No matter what challenges lay ahead, he would never let harm come to her. But soon, a sudden thought crossed Lin Fei's mind. He couldn't forget that he was about to leave for his next mission. At a time like this, his actions and thoughts shouldn't have been so easily swayed. He wanted to do his own thing, but now realized that such freedom was out of reach. After all, Tang Xian was now his girlfriend, and the system's mission still bound him. He had to leave soon, and this filled Lin Fei with frustration. Though he wished he could abandon the mission, it simply wasn't the right time for such a choice. Even so, Lin Fei was determined to find a solution. With that in mind, he took out his phone and dialed Tony's number. The call connected quickly, and Tony sounded surprised. "Hey, Mr. Lin, what's up? Is there something you need? I have to say, I wasn't expecting your call. Aren't you supposed to be in a presidential suite with that lady right now? Why are you calling me?" Listening to Tony's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel exasperated. "Tony, what do you take me for? Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Presidential suite? Seriously? We just finished dinner and are strolling down the street. We're about to catch a movie, that's all." "Oh my goodness, that sounds so wonderful. Truly marvelous. Mr. Linley, I'm honestly envious that you get to enjoy such a lovely day, to experience something so delightful. I'm genuinely happy for you." Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei could only sigh. Tony was, without a doubt, a master of mutual flattery in business. For a moment, Lin Fei was at a loss for words about this situation. After a long pause, he finally replied helplessly, "All right, Tony, I'm really not in the mood to talk about this right now. There's something I'd like you to help me with." Hey, Mr. Lin, what are you saying? If there's anything you need, just let me know. I'll take care of it. No problem at all. You just have to ask, and I'll agree to it right away. All right, actually, it's quite simple. I'll be leaving soon. I have another mission to take care of. You know how busy I am. But I'm worried about my girlfriend, to be honest. So, Tony, I'd like to ask if she could stay at your place for a while and go to work with Potts every day. Let her stick with Potts for her safety and for Potts's as well. This way, she'll have a secure job, a stable place to stay, and a safe environment. Of course, that's no problem at all, Mr. Lin. Absolutely not an issue. In fact, Potts was just telling me that since Natasha left, she's without a secretary, so she asked me to help her find a new one. Now that you brought this up, it's perfect. Your girlfriend can take the job. Oh, her name is Tang Xi, right? What a beautiful name. Honestly, I think it sounds wonderful. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head and say, all right, enough with the flattery. At least leave my girlfriend out of it. That's settled then. After the movie tonight, I'll bring her over so she can meet Potts. The moment he heard Lin Fei's words, Tony agreed without a second thought. The two of them promptly ended the call. At that moment, Tony felt a surge of emotion. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to act this way so often, and it truly touched him. For Tony, this was something wonderful. At the very least, he was glad to have the chance to help Lin Fei. Now that this opportunity had come about, Tony found himself looking forward to it. As far as he was concerned, being able to support Lin Fei was already a very good thing. After hanging up, Lin Fei turned around and saw Tang Xi gazing at him, her expression full of heartfelt emotion. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Silly girl, you're moved already? You know, my identity really does set me apart from others. With so many responsibilities on my shoulders every day, I hope you can understand. In a couple of days, I'll have to leave this place and head to the next location to complete my mission. But once I'm done here, I'll come back to be with you again. During this time, I want you to stay with Potts, Tony's assistant, that woman from the Stark household. She's now the CEO of Stark Industries, as you probably know. Of course, Tang Xin replied, her voice brimming with admiration. She's a role model for women everywhere, a real-life superwoman. So, many of us look up to her and feel proud of what she's achieved. Her life and her accomplishments are something anyone would be proud of. Hearing Tang Xion's words, Lin Fei nodded reassuringly. Good then. I've already arranged everything for you. You'll work as Potts' secretary and stay right next door to her. You two can look after each other, and when I've finished my work, I promise I'll come back for you. If anything comes up, you can always go to Tony. No matter what, Tony will help you. After all, our relationship is quite special. Listening to Lin Fei's words, Tang Xian nodded in happiness. She had never imagined that Lin Fei would do so much for her. In truth, she never expected to receive such treatment in her life. Her being with Lin Fei was never about money, nor about power, nor any other material gain. She was simply following her heart's beautiful longing. She yearned for a pure and wonderful love. She dreamed that one day a hero would descend from the heavens, just like in the stories, to rescue her. For Tang Xian, that was the most romantic thing she could ever hope for. And now, it seemed, her wish had come true. Tang Xian truly felt overwhelmingly happy, as if she were specially favored by fate itself. The emotions welling up in her chest brought a gentle warmth to her eyes. With these feelings in their hearts, the two of them went to the cinema to watch a movie. But they had barely settled in when Lin Fei encountered a troublesome situation. To Lin Fei's left sat Tang Xian, and on Tang Xian's other side sat a man. This man had a fierce, menacing look about him. When he saw Tang Xian, he paused in surprise, then let out a sly chuckle, his gaze filled with undisguised desire. Tang Xian's beauty was undeniable. The man grinned, then leaned closer and said to her, "Miss, you are truly stunning. I wonder if I stand a chance of becoming your boyfriend." As soon as she heard these words, Tang Xian turned her head, frowning, and replied coldly, "I already have a boyfriend." At this moment, Lin Fei's own expression darkened. He couldn't help but wonder who would be so reckless as to covet his girlfriend right in front of him. To Lin Fei, this was simply intolerable. Just then, the bald man looked over and finally noticed Lin Fei. With a sneer, he said, "Hey kid, you must be this girl's boyfriend, right? Take my advice, break up with her now. She's far too beautiful for you. Someone like you could never deserve her." Idiot. For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but sneer as he took in the situation before him. In truth, he hadn't paid the man much attention at all. Someone like this was nothing more than a clown, putting on a ridiculous show. To Lin Fei, he wasn't worth even a moment's notice. Lin Fei's strength now was so formidable that he no longer needed to concern himself with people like this. He felt a hint of resignation about the whole thing. All he wanted was to finish watching the movie and leave with Tang Xin as soon as possible. At the very least, he didn't want her to be exposed to this kind of atmosphere, which would surely ruin her mood. After all, today was the first day of their budding romance, and to run into something like this was, to say the least, a real dampener. But clearly, the man had no intention of letting things go. Seeing Lin Fei's calm demeanor, he smirked and stood up abruptly, pointing his finger at Lin Fei as he shouted, "Kid, you'd better wipe that arrogance off your face. Do you even know who I am? Go ask around. Everyone in this area knows Baldy. And you actually want to go up against me? Are you tired of living, or what?" Hearing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but let out another cold laugh. The truth was, he didn't have the slightest worry. After all, people often forgot just how powerful Lin Fei was. He was like Iron Man, possessing strength far beyond the ordinary. Dealing with someone like this was hardly a challenge for him. So, Lin Fei simply dismissed the whole episode. He didn't even want to bother with such a clown. To do so would be making a mountain out of a molehill, and he had no interest in bullying someone so insignificant. However, Lin Fei had always disliked trouble. He turned to Tang Xin and said, "Xiao Xin, why don't we just leave? Let's go over to Tony's place instead. He definitely has a home theater, and watching the movie there will be just as good." "All right, Fei, I'll do whatever you say." Tang Xin agreed at once. In truth, she didn't want to stay here any longer either. That man was simply despicable, and Tang Xin was starting to feel annoyed. She just wanted to leave as quickly as possible so that nothing else would go wrong. With that, the two of them stood up and made their way toward the exit. But just as they stepped outside, they found that the man had followed them, phone in hand, dialing numbers one after another. Seeing the situation unfold, Lin Fei naturally noticed what was happening. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness. How could this person be so shameless? Couldn't he tell that Lin Fei had absolutely no interest in him? Bringing this upon himself was truly pointless. For a moment, Lin Fei was at a loss. He wondered if it would be too much to retaliate against someone so clueless. But there was no other way. Some people just couldn't see the reality in front of them. He wanted to challenge Lin Fei, but ended up running headfirst into a brick wall. Meanwhile, Tang Xin watched as the bald man made a phone call, summoning his friends. Hearing this, her expression grew worried. She glanced anxiously at Lin Fei and asked, "Fei, do you think they'll try to hurt you? What if something bad happens? What will we do then?" Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle at her concern. He replied warmly, "Don't worry, Xin. There's absolutely nothing to be afraid of. My abilities are far greater than what you've seen. No matter how many people he brings, it won't make any difference to me. Handling them is as easy as eating or drinking." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tang Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief. To her, the most reassuring kind of man was one who never backed down in the face of danger, who remained confident even when confronted by powerful enemies. That was the quality of a true hero. In her eyes, Lin Fei had become exactly that, a superhero. With this unspoken bond, the two of them quickly left the movie theater. But they had barely stepped outside when the bald man hurried after them, catching up in no time and blocking their path. The bald man stopped them, a cold smirk on his face. He stood directly in their way and stared at Lin Fei. "Kid, what's your name?" he demanded. "I don't kill nameless ghosts. Tell me your name, so when the time comes, you'll know exactly who sent you to your end." "I can't believe you had the nerve to mess with me, Baldy. Do you realize what a colossal mistake you've just made? You've brought destruction on yourself." For a moment, Lin Fei was genuinely surprised by what the bald man had said. In truth, he had never expected things to take such a turn. How could he have even imagined it? Looking at the bald man now, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. "Baldy, aren't you overestimating yourself a bit? Do you really think your skills alone are enough to take me on? You're dreaming." "What?" The bald man was briefly stunned by Lin Fei's words. After a pause, he suddenly burst out laughing. "Did I hear that right? Kid, you're way too arrogant. Do you really think I came alone?" With a clap of his hands, a dozen people appeared at his side, emerging from the shadows along the roadside. They quickly gathered around the bald man, fixing their attention on Lin Fei. One of them sneered, "Boss Baldy, is this the guy who messed with you just now?" The bald man grinned and nodded. "That's right. Take care of him for me. And as for the woman with him, make sure you control her. I'll deal with her personally, right here and now." The group broke out into raucous laughter at his words, not noticing the sudden chill that settled over Lin Fei's face. Lin Fei regarded the bald man with a cold, derisive smile. At this point, Lin Fei was truly angry. He looked at the bald man and let out a frosty laugh. "Baldy, I was actually planning to let you off easy, but that's no longer on the table. The one thing you should never have done is lay your hands on my girlfriend or even think about it. A dragon's reverse scale must never be touched. Those who try die. And right now, that's exactly the mistake you've made. You've picked the wrong person to mess with. What? Huh? Did I hear you right? Are you lecturing me? Trying to scare me? That's a surprise. Kid, I really have no idea where you get the confidence to talk to me like this. Do you even realize the situation you're in? Take a good look. My boys are all here. Do you honestly think you could take us all on? Listening to the bald man, Lin Fei just sneered again. In truth, dealing with these thugs would be effortless for him. He felt no pressure at all. What he really wanted was to teach the bald man an unforgettable lesson, a lesson about who you should and should not provoke. At last, it was at this very moment that the bald man could no longer hold back. He waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Brothers, go! Make sure you pin that kid down. I don't want him to have any chance to fight back. And get that woman under control, too. I want to settle things with him right away. And that woman, she's just too beautiful. I can barely wait any longer." As soon as the underlings heard the bald man's order, they all nodded in agreement. In truth, they were just as eager as he was. Tang Xian's beauty was simply overwhelming. It made their hearts tremble with desire. So for them, if they could really take care of Tang Xian tonight, it would be a most exciting prospect. Their anticipation was impossible to hide. With the bald man's command ringing in their ears, all his lackeys rushed forward, charging straight at Lin Fei. Each of them swung their fists with lightning speed, aiming to take Lin Fei down in one decisive blow, to teach him a harsh lesson he'd never forget. "Fei, watch out!" Tang Xian cried instinctively, seeing the sudden onslaught. She stepped forward without thinking, wanting to shield Lin Fei from the attack. Even though Tang Xian's reaction was purely instinctive, it moved Lin Fei deeply. This was the power of love. Seeing her like this touched something in his heart. He hadn't expected Tang Xian to stand up for him so bravely. While his heart was filled with gratitude, he quickly pulled Tang Xian behind him, determined to protect her. In fact, Lin Fei had never been concerned about these men. For them to take him down would be no easy feat. Tang Xian watched Lin Fei, realizing he wasn't defending himself at all. His muscles tensed across his whole body. She grew nervous, afraid that Lin Fei might be hurt because of her. If anything happened to him, she knew she couldn't accept it. But of course, all of Tang Xian's worries were unfounded. Lin Fei was never in any real danger. Thanks to his cultivation and the 12-fold reinforcement of his physique, his body was now 30 times stronger than an ordinary person's. This unprecedented strength was his shield. He tensed every muscle, bracing himself to endure the flurry of attacks from these thugs. There was a heavy thud. As the sounds of fists striking flesh echoed through the air, the gang of small-time thugs surrounding Lin Fei were left utterly stunned. All they could feel was the sharp, aching pain radiating from their own knuckles, a sensation so unfamiliar and unsettling that it shook them to their core. Never before had they experienced anything like this. It was a situation beyond anything they'd ever heard of. Looking again at Lin Fei, they saw he remained utterly unmoved, standing firm as if rooted to the spot. Anyone observant enough might have noticed that the ground beneath his feet had sunk 2 or 3 centimeters. It was this subtle depression that allowed Lin Fei to absorb and deflect the onslaught of blows, shifting his weight just enough to counteract every attack. Yet for Lin Fei himself, there was not the slightest hint of pain. These men's strength was simply too feeble to have any effect on him. After undergoing physical enhancement, Lin Fei had become incredibly sensitive to the force of any blow, as well as extraordinarily resistant to it. So, faced with their attacks, he felt nothing at all. It was no more bothersome than the bite of a mosquito. For a moment, the thugs stood there in disbelief, staring at Lin Fei as if he were some kind of apparition. The pain throbbing through their fists was so intense it rattled their nerves, and they simply could not comprehend what was happening to them. While Lin Fei remained completely unscathed, their hands throbbed with agony, sending panic cascading through the whole group in an instant. Each of them wondered just what was going on with Lin Fei. Why was it that even though they had attacked him with full force, he seemed immune to any pain, while they, on the contrary, suffered terribly from the reaction forces? The whole situation was beyond anything they could have expected, and accepting it was harder still. As the seconds ticked by, Lin Fei eyed the group of thugs before him and let out a cold chuckle. "Hey, what's the matter? Are you done already? Is that all you've got? You guys really are weak. Weren't you just a moment ago swearing you'd teach me a lesson? Well, I'm giving you the chance. If we don't settle this once and for all today, then no one's leaving." The thugs were completely at a loss, never imagining that Lin Fei would turn out to be this formidable. In that instant, they truly understood that Lin Fei's strength was far beyond anything they could ever hope to stand against. His power had exceeded all their expectations, and seeing him so unfazed only made their panic grow. Especially that bald man, Right now, as he looked at Lin Fei, his eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he noticed Tang Xian beside Lin Fei, she finally let out a sigh of relief and walked over to stand by Lin Fei's side. You could see the worry in Tang Xian's eyes gradually dissolve at last. She was undeniably astonished by Lin Fei's overwhelming strength. Yet, in this very moment, everything that had happened seemed to reassure her. Lin Fei's presence became a source of comfort she hadn't expected. This was the power Lin Fei possessed after having his physique enhanced. As Tang Xian saw Lin Fei standing there, unharmed and calm the face of their adversaries, she finally let go of her anxiety. Turning her head, she glanced at Lin Fei, who was beaming with a radiant smile, showing not a trace of pain or distress. In that instant, a sense of peace settled in her heart. She truly hadn't imagined that Lin Fei would bring her such a powerful sense of security. With her arm draped over Lin Fei's shoulder, Tang Xian could feel the warmth radiating from him. That warmth brought her an overwhelming sense of safety and responsibility, and for a moment, she found herself captivated by it. Looking at Lin Fei, he couldn't help but sneer at the people before him. So is this all you've got? If this is truly the extent of your abilities, you're really not much use to me. Well, Baldy, want to call for reinforcements? I'll give you that chance. Run. In a flash, the bald man snapped to his senses and tried to bolt. But suddenly, he froze in his tracks. He caught sight of a mirror in front of him, and in its reflection, he saw Lin Fei already raising his hand, a pistol aimed straight at his head. Instantly, he stopped, throwing both hands high above his head. Slowly, he turned around. Sure enough, Lin Fei stood there, smiling, his gun pointed right at the bald man's head. Staring down the barrel, the bald man was momentarily paralyzed with shock. What kind of people were they? How could they possess such strength? Who on earth was this Lin Fei? And why did he have a gun? For the bald man, it was all simply beyond belief. Everything that had happened was far outside anything he could have imagined. He never dreamed events would unfold like this. And for him, this was nothing short of astounding. At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he saw that the bald man wanted to run away as soon as he caught sight of him. But it stopped in his tracks because of the pistol in Lin Fei's hand. Hey, I'm giving you a chance to run, aren't I? Didn't you just want to escape? Go ahead, run however you like. If you can outrun this bullet, I won't say another word. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the bald man's face twisted in embarrassment. He forced a nervous laugh and pleaded, Sir, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, I beg you to forgive me. I admit I made a mistake. Please don't come after me, all right? Lin Fei gave a cold, dismissive snort. Coward, you only pick on the weak and fear the strong. What were you thinking just now? Now you know what it feels like to be scared. Earlier, you had your eye on my girlfriend. Did you ever stop to think about the consequences then? For a moment, the bald man was stunned by Lin Fei's words. He had never expected Lin Fei to confront him so directly. It was, in a way, astonishing to him. Of course, the bald man knew perfectly well what he had just done. Everything that had happened was his own doing. If he hadn't acted so outrageously just moments ago, how could Lin Fei have become so furious? Clearly, he had brought this all on himself. Realizing this, the bald man gave a bitter, silent laugh. He truly hadn't expected Lin Fei to possess such strength, utterly overpowering him. At first, he had even thought he could teach Lin Fei a lesson, but now things had changed completely. No matter how beautiful Tang Xian was, at this point, the bald man had lost all desire. For him, the fear of death far outweighed any other pain or temptation. As for Tang Xian, she finally felt a weight lift from her heart. She was surprised by how Lin Fei had produced the pistol, almost as though it had appeared in his hand with a mere flick of the wrist. But after everything that had just happened, perhaps nothing could truly surprise them anymore. After the incident, Tang Xian stepped forward and stood before Lin Fei. Looking at him, she spoke softly, Fei, maybe let's just leave it at that. After all, it's still a human life. We shouldn't go too far, right? Hearing Tang Xian's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit helpless for a moment. He hadn't expected Tang Xian to be so soft-hearted, and to Lin Fei. This was a fatal flaw. If you show mercy to your enemies, it can become a source of endless pain. Sometimes, it might even lead to unimaginable consequences. When it comes down to it, Tang Xian is simply too kind at heart, and for Lin Fei, this was a dangerous weakness. Just think, if this bald man really was frightened by the two of them right now, then letting him go might not cause any trouble. But if he was simply stalling for time, or trying to take advantage of their compassion to escape, only to seek revenge later, it would be a dire predicament for both of them. Lin Fei was deeply worried that the bald man would retaliate in the future, and if that happened, it would be something Lin Fei could hardly accept. Let's not forget, Lin Fei was about to leave soon. Facing such a situation at this moment meant there was a hidden threat lurking in the shadows. Lin Fei was anxious. After he left, if the bald man found Tang Xian again, it could spell new troubles for her. He worried that Tang Xian might end up in danger because of this. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Fei's hand swiftly produced a miniature camera. He quietly pressed the shutter, capturing the bald man's face without attracting attention. Then, he tucked the little camera back into his pocket and looked the bald man in the eye. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Next time, I won't be so merciful. You should be grateful my girlfriend is in a good mood today. She's too kind-hearted for her own good, and she didn't want you to get hurt. So, I suggest you think carefully and never let this happen again. Yes, sir, you're absolutely right. We know we were wrong, and we'll change our ways. This will never happen again. The bald man nodded hurriedly, his words tumbling out in agreement. Yet beneath his forced compliance, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger at everything that had transpired. He simply couldn't accept it. After all, when had he ever faced such humiliation before? But now, everything had changed, and the days when no one dared to challenge him were long gone. At the same time, in the mind of the bald man, he silently committed Tang Xian's face to memory. He still planned to teach her a lesson once he got back. When the time came, especially when Lin Fei wasn't around, he would make sure to deal with Tang Xian properly. This was the thought occupying the bald man's mind at that moment. Seeing how things had turned out, the bald man quickly waved his hand, signaling his followers to leave the area with him as fast as they could. He had no idea that Lin Fei had simply chosen to let him go for now. In truth, Lin Fei had no intention of letting him off for what had happened. After all, Tang Xian's safety was something Lin Fei had to personally ensure. Just then, Lin Fei and Tang Xian watched as the bald man hurriedly left. Tang Xian turned to speak. Brother Fei, let's just let him go. Life isn't easy for them either. We're simply walking different paths, that's all. In the future, we could just keep our distance from him. Listening to Tang Xian's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but give a wry smile. In fact, when the bald man left, Lin Fei had clearly seen a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Fei had already considered all the possibilities. He knew things wouldn't be so simple. The bald man obviously had no intention of letting him off the hook. Faced with this situation, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that he had made all the necessary arrangements. Otherwise, if the bald man really decided to take revenge later, things could spiral far beyond what Lin Fei could imagine. And that was a possibility he didn't even want to contemplate. What worried Lin Fei most was that after helping Thor complete his mission, he might return to find that something had happened to Tang Xian. That thought alone was unbearable for him. To be able to prevent such a thing in advance was, in his eyes, the best possible outcome. As he watched the bald man leave, Lin Fei turned to Tang Xian, words stuck in his throat. After a long moment, he finally managed to smile and said, Xiao. Xian, let's go. Let's head over to Tony's place. I'll talk to Tony and get you set up at the job there. We'll stay at his place tonight and tomorrow. I might have to leave. Okay, Brother Fei, I understand, Tang Xian replied softly. Tang Xian formed some judgments in her heart about the situation. She figured Lin Fei probably had some matters of his own to attend to. Since that was the case, Tang Xian didn't want to disturb him any further. All she hoped was that, when Lin Fei returned, he would spend more time with her. For Tang Xian, that alone would be more than enough to make her happy. So at this moment, whatever Lin Fei said, Tang Xian accepted without the slightest hesitation. So it was that the two of them, under these circumstances, boarded the invincible dining car and headed straight for Tang Xian's place. Lin Fei, however, failed to notice that the bald man hadn't actually gone far. Instead, the man had taken his lackeys to the mouth of a nearby alley. When he caught sight of Lin Fei's invincible dining car, the bald man silently took note of it. Their eyes stayed cold and steady, and the faces of Lin Fei and Tang Xian were now firmly engraved in their memories. Before long, Lin Fei arrived at Tony's place. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked right in. To Lin Fei, Tony's home felt just like his own. There was no need for formalities. Once inside, he saw Tony and Pot sitting together in the dining room, eating dinner. The sight made Lin Fei pause for a moment. He realized that, with this delay, it was already evening. He had hoped to spend a beautiful night with Tang Xian, but now those plans had slipped away. As soon as Pot saw them come in, she stood up quickly and spoke. Oh, Mr. Lin, I really didn't expect you to come back. This is such a surprise. And this lady is she the girlfriend you mentioned? I'm honestly shocked. I just heard Tony mention something about this, but I never imagined she'd really be your girlfriend. Hearing Pot's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. It was clear that a lot had changed between Potts and Tony. At the very least, their relationship seemed to be improving, unlike the Cold War of the past. After all, everything in life requires some change, and now, it seemed, things were finally moving in a positive direction. No matter how you look at it, the shift in feelings between Tony and Potts is actually a wonderful thing for Lin Fei. Watching the two of them now, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He lifted his gaze to them and said, "Ah, good evening, you two. I wonder if you prepared dinner for me yet. The two of us haven't eaten. Let me introduce someone first. This is my girlfriend, Tang Xin. Tony, don't look so surprised. We made things official over lunch today. Well, aren't you happy for me?" For a moment, Tony chuckled at Lin Fei's words. It was clear Lin Fei just wanted to make his position known, at least to show where he stood. He didn't say much more, but Tony and Rhodey could see right through it. Noticing this, Tony felt a twinge of curiosity, but deep down he was genuinely happy for Lin Fei. After all, for Lin Fei to have this outcome is wonderful news for Tang Xin as well. At least Lin Fei has found someone he truly belongs with, and that alone is pretty much a perfect ending. Tony had, in the past, thought about helping Lin Fei with this, but he'd never really taken action. But now it's all worked out. The two of them have finally made things official, and Lin Fei has truly found his own happiness. Tony couldn't be happier. He turned to look at Potts, his gaze now filled with warmth. Potts, sensing something all of a sudden, turned to Tony. She caught him looking at her with intensity, and for a moment she was taken aback, not quite understanding why Tony was looking at her like that. But there's no denying Potts is quick-witted. After just a moment, she caught on, and her cheeks flushed a rosy red. She hadn't expected Tony to have such thoughts at this very moment. Lin Fei, noticing this, couldn't help but tease them. "Hey, you two, could you not be so lovey-dovey right now? Honestly, you may not have made your relationship official, but who on the outside doesn't know what's going on between you? Come on, let's get moving. Help me get dinner ready, will you? Xin, why don't you go help Potts? Oh, and Potts, I think you already know about that thing I want Tony to arrange for me, right?" Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Potts immediately understood and nodded quickly. "Of course, Mr. Lin. Tony already told me about this. You want Miss Tang to join my company and also to take up the position of my secretary. I agreed to this a long time ago. There's really no problem at all. In fact, I just happen to be in need of a secretary right now. But actually, I see Xiao Xin more as someone who could help me in. Assistant, really. The two of us could manage the company together. I hope, by working side by side, we can take this company to new heights." For a moment, as Pot spoke, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel moved. In truth, he was well aware of how difficult such an arrangement must be. After all, co-managing a company and merely being someone's subordinate are two very different matters. The distinction in status is world apart. Hearing Potts offer this, Lin Fei felt a surge of gratitude. Turning to Tony, Lin Fei couldn't help but speak up. "Tony, I really have to thank you for this. I never imagined you'd go so far out of your way. I'm honestly surprised by what you've done." Tony, hearing Lin Fei's words, simply waved it off with a casual gesture. "Hey, Mr. Lin, don't mention it. The company just happens to have a vacancy right now. What we really lacked was the right person for the job. Now that your girlfriend is here, of course she should step into that position. To be honest, I don't think any other role would suit her as well, especially since she's your girlfriend." Lin Fei was taken aback for a moment. Tony's words were unexpectedly flattering, and Lin Fei found himself a little unaccustomed to this commercial back and forth. Still, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Tony's words were not only pleasant to hear, but they showed just how much Tony valued him. Clearly, Lin Fei's own standing was influencing Tony's decisions in a significant way. At this moment, sensing the situation, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile and said, "All right, there's no need for you to flatter me any further. Let's not dwell on this matter. Oh, by the way, where's your father now? I'm planning to visit him tonight. Tomorrow, I intend to leave for another place to help someone else, and it might take me about half a month to return. I'd like to have a good talk with your father this evening. Let's set a course for Stark Industries' future development. I believe he'll have some excellent ideas, and with that, the company is bound to reach even greater heights." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony was genuinely moved. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to still be thinking about his future at a time like this. Tony couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, may I ask, how exactly do you plan to help?" "As for how I'll help, that's not something you need to worry about," Lin Fei replied. "The only thing I need to do is to have a thorough conversation with your father about the direction of the future. He'll pass on my thoughts to you. Tony, I believe you'll understand all of it perfectly. But if I were to tell you directly, knowing your personality, you'd probably want to act on everything at once. Wouldn't that be a little too hasty? What we need now is steady progress, not rushing into things. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I hope you can understand this, Tony. At that, Tony gave a wry smile. That was just like him. Whenever he had an idea, he wanted to put it into action immediately. That's how Stark Industries had grown so powerful. But the truth was, Tony understood that his company had a weakness. Everything was moving a bit too fast, and that left the foundation less solid than it should be. What they had now was more superficial than real. Tony felt helpless about this. After all, it was simply his nature. That's why he had Pepper Potts manage the company. He hoped that under her leadership, the company could reach heights it had never seen before. Looking over at Tang Xin, she listened to Lin Fei's words and watched Tony's serious expression. For a moment, she was stunned. She hadn't expected that Lin Fei would be so important to Tony. After all, Tony was truly a powerful figure in the entire city. Stark Industries commanded everyone's attention, and now, the founder, no, it should be the successor, of Stark Industries was treating Lin Fei with such respect. This situation genuinely surprised Tang Xin. At the same time, Tang Xin couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. After all, Lin Fei was her boyfriend. For Lin Fei to hold such a position, well, that was certainly something wonderful for her, too. As she watched all this unfold, Lin Fei simply waved his hand and turned to Potts, saying, "Potts, why don't you take Xin and get dinner ready? Tonight, I want to have a drink or two with Tony, then I'll get back to my own business." Potts didn't hesitate for a second. She quickly led Tang Xin into the kitchen, where they began to prepare the meal. Meanwhile, Lin Fei leaned over to Tony and spoke in a low voice. "Tony, there are two things I'd like to ask of you." As soon as Lin Fei spoke, Tony caught on immediately. With a sharp mind, how could he not understand? Lin Fei was clearly saying this just for his benefit, and also as a pretext to speak privately. Otherwise, why didn't he bring it up when Tang Xin was still in the room? Realizing this, Tony looked at Lin Fei and said, "Mr. Lin, just say the word. If it's something I can do, I'll do everything in my power to help you." Hearing Tony's response, Lin Fei nodded and didn't waste any words. He continued, "Tony, I think you're the only one who can help me with this. The first thing I want to talk to you about is arranging for Tang Xin to work at your company. More specifically, I'd like her to be with Potts, so she could be under her care and protection. You know I'll be heading off to my next destination soon, and for a while, I won't be able to look out for her myself. Given who we are, people around us tend to attract a lot of attention, and that's never a good thing. Her safety is my biggest concern, and knowing she's protected would really set my mind at ease." Hearing what Lin Fei said, Tony couldn't help but pause for a moment. In fact, this was something he had considered himself, because it truly was a very serious matter. Potts had often found herself in countless dangerous situations, and if Tony hadn't arrived in time, or hadn't recognized the true threat posed by those people, Potts might have ended up in real danger. Now, as Lin Fei voiced these concerns, Tony didn't hesitate for a second. He accepted Lin Fei's arrangements without reservation, willing to follow them to the letter. Looking at Lin Fei, Tony gave his word, "Mr. Lin, don't worry. I promise I will handle this matter with the utmost care. I won't let Miss Tang run into any trouble. And you can trust me. I'll see her as important as Potts herself. If anything unexpected happens, Mr. Lin, you are welcome to come to me and hold me accountable." Lin Fei simply waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Oh, there's no need to talk about blame. I have complete faith in you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have entrusted you with something this important. Now, let's move on to the second matter." With that, Lin Fei took out the small camera he had just used to take some photos and handed it directly to Tony. Tony wasted no time. He quickly began to look through the pictures. As he browsed the images, he was surprised to see photos of the bald man and his gang. The faces seemed oddly familiar, and Tony couldn't help but ask with some confusion, "Oh, Mr. Lin, who are these people? They look somewhat familiar to me. Do they? You recognize them? That would save us a lot of trouble. Now, the second thing I need you to do is this. I want you to find Rhodey today and have all these people rounded up. I don't want to see them strutting around the streets like they're untouchable." Tony was caught off guard by Lin Fei's request. He hadn't expected this at all, and honestly, this wasn't something Tony would normally consider. After all, these were just ordinary people, and moving against them was a serious decision, one that required careful thought. There were consequences to consider. Even now, as he listened to Lin Fei's words, Tony couldn't understand why Lin Fei wanted to take such action. He looked at Lin Fei, uncertainty clouding his gaze. "Oh, Mr. Lin, I wonder if you could tell me what exactly happened. I'm truly curious. Why did you do this? Would you mind explaining the entire story to me, from beginning to end?" For a moment, hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei naturally understood that Tony was genuinely at a loss about the whole affair. In truth, Lin Fei might say that he didn't really want to go through with such actions either, but there was no other choice. Now that Lin Fei had made his decision, All Tony could do was come to Lin Fei to ask for the reason behind it all, to find out what exactly had happened. So now, Tony kept his eyes fixed on Lin Fei, waiting for an answer. Meeting Tony's gaze, Lin Fei, after hearing his question, began to explain, "Tony, this is something I feel compelled to do. Even though I'm usually an easygoing person, I simply can't tolerate this situation. That bald man tried to harm Xiao Xin. He covets her beauty." As Lin Fei explained everything that had happened that day, a wave of anger surged through him. He had never expected things to spiral out of control like this. The bald man had clearly crossed Lin Fei's bottom line. Otherwise, Lin Fei would never have acted so decisively. For someone of his strength and status, making such a move was not something he took lightly. If this incident were to create any negative repercussions, it could even cause panic in society. So Lin Fei felt the need to clarify his reasoning. Soon, Tony understood Lin Fei's explanation, and for a moment, he was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. For Tony, the situation was almost unimaginable. The bald man really had crossed Lin Fei's line. In fact, Tony could sympathize with how Lin Fei felt. After all, Xiao Xin was the person Lin Fei loved most. If the bald man had provoked Lin Fei would be furious. But if someone went after Pepper, Tony knew he himself might be even angrier than Lin Fei was now. There are some things they could both endure, some compromises they could make because of who they were. But when it came to the ones they cared for most, such offenses were simply unforgivable. For both men, any harm coming to the woman they loved was intolerable, and all they truly hoped for was to resolve the matter in the best way possible. At this moment, Tony felt a surge of anger as he listened to Lin Fei's words. He hurriedly promised, "Mr. Lin, here's what I'll do. I'll call Roddy right now and make sure he takes care of everything. I guarantee you, that bald guy won't be able to cause any more trouble. Trust me on this." Hearing Tony's response, Lin Fei nodded with satisfaction. In fact, this was exactly the outcome he had been hoping for. He truly didn't want that bald man to continue his misdeeds, and he hoped he could get him under control. Only in this way could they all be sure that nothing unexpected would happen. What they wanted most right now was to resolve everything perfectly, and clearly, things were heading in that direction. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel pleased with how well arranged everything was. He believed that as long as Roddy got involved, there would be nothing more to worry about. With that thought, Lin Fei nodded once again and said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you then. I hope you can make sure everything is handled properly." Tony waved his hand dismissively at Lin Fei's words. In truth, he had already decided to manage this matter carefully, and Lin Fei's gratitude didn't mean much to him. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to thank him at all, and to Tony, receiving such appreciation was something entirely new. In any case, things had already reached this stage, and for Tony, that was a good result. Without wasting time, he pulled out his phone and dialed Roddy's number. The call connected quickly, and Roddy's voice came through, immediately followed by a chuckle. "Hey, Tony, what's going on? Calling me this late? Are you trying to invite me out for dinner?" "Buddy, I hate to say it, but I really don't want to intrude tonight. You and Potts must be enjoying some quality time together. It wouldn't be right for me to interrupt, don't you think?" "Oh, come on," Tony replied. "Potts and I aren't up to anything. Right now, Mr. Lin and his girlfriend are here with us." "Mr. Lin and his girlfriend? Wait, what? Mr. Lin's girlfriend? What's going on here?" For a moment, Rhodey could hardly believe what he was hearing from Tony. He was genuinely astonished. He had never imagined who Lin Fei's girlfriend might be. In a flash, as he processed the news, it dawned on him. Lin Fei's girlfriend was none other than Tang Xin. The realization left Rhodey more than a little surprised, and he spoke up with some disbelief. "Oh man, are you saying that Mr. Lin actually confessed to Miss Tang Xin? This is really unexpected. Are the two of them together now?" Hearing Rhodey's words, Tony glanced at Lin Fei and replied, "That's right, they really are together now. That's how things stand. And I have to say, isn't it surprising? Now, Mr. Lin has arranged for his girlfriend to work at my company. She's managing things alongside Potts. Say, Rhodey, why don't you find yourself a girlfriend too? Then I can help set her up with a job as well. I think I'll pass for now. I'm not really considering that at the moment. If I ever do find a girlfriend, I'll introduce her then. And honestly, I probably want someone in the same line of work as me. Only then could we really understand each other, don't you think?" Tony just chuckled at that and didn't press any further. Rhodey, still mulling things over, spoke up again. "So, Tony, what did you want to talk to me about? Isn't it time you told me?" "Yes, I do have something to discuss with you. But it's not actually me who needs your help. It's Mr. Lin. He'd like you to assist him with something." "Oh, Mr. Lin, is it? Well, just tell me what it is. If it's within my power, I'll do it." Tony was momentarily taken aback by Rhodey's ready agreement. and he couldn't help but reply with a hint of exasperation, "Rhodey, you don't have to be so shameless. Back when I needed your help, you weren't this quick to agree. But now, when Mr. Lin is involved, you say yes right away. You're really making it hard for me here. Oh, come on. Tony, why split hairs between us? You're you, and Mr. Lin is Mr. Lin. You and I have known each other for ages. But as for Mr. Lin, I'd jump at the chance to do something for him. If I ever end up in trouble, having Mr. Lin on my side could be a huge safeguard for my life. That kind of protection is priceless." For a moment, listening to what Rhodey said, Tony couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He hadn't expected Rhodey to think this way, and honestly, it left Tony at a bit of loss. But no matter what, the fact that Rhodey was willing to speak so candidly truly reflected his genuine thoughts. In reality, when it came to Lin Fei, everyone wanted to get on his good side. After all, Lin Fei was destined to be a formidable figure. Knowing people like him would undoubtedly be a great advantage for anyone. Building a good relationship with Lin Fei was something that could bring them real happiness. So, after hearing Rhodey's words, Tony could only give a wry smile, choosing not to say much more. At that moment, he began to consider things more carefully and then said, "Rhodey, here's what we'll do. In a bit, I'll send you a photo. Whoever's in that photo, you need to find a way to bring him in. No matter what charge you have to use, just make sure he's under control. I don't want him causing any more trouble." Rhodey was surprised by Tony's request and immediately asked, "Oh, buddy, honestly, I'd really like to know what's going on here. Why are we arresting someone out of the blue? We need a real reason, don't we? Just what exactly has this person done?" Hearing Rhodey's question, Tony nodded and explained, "This man has already crossed a line with Mr. Lin's girlfriend, Miss Tang. When the two of them were at the movies today, this guy insulted them and even tried to grab Miss Tang. He had the intention of doing something completely inappropriate. With things like this happening, Mr. Lin simply can't let it go. You know as well as I do, Mr. Lin is about to leave soon, so he doesn't want this kind of thing hanging over his head. He wants that bald guy under control so he can focus on his mission without worrying that Miss Tang might get hurt." At that moment, hearing Tony's explanation, Rhodey finally understood the gravity of the situation. He realized just what this really meant. Truth be told, Rhodey was furious about what the bald man had done. He never would have imagined someone could be so brazen in broad daylight. It filled him with a deep sense of anger. For Baldy, at this moment, Roddy naturally understood what was going on. Listening to the phone, he couldn't help but say to Tony, "All right, Tony, don't worry. I'll make sure this is handled properly. Here's what we'll do. Send me the photos right away, and tonight I'll bring you along to catch them. As for the charges, I already have something in mind: disturbing public order. Whether there's evidence or not, they'll receive the punishment they deserve. Trust me." "All right, Roddy, I trust you. There's no need for us to beat around the bush. I'm always confident in whatever you do. Get on with it. I can't wait any longer. I'm really looking forward to seeing those people regret it once they're caught. It's just unbelievable that they dare provoke Mr. Lin. Are they really tired of living?" Hearing Tony's words, Roddy couldn't help but chuckle, offering no further comment. In truth, he was well aware of the situation. To have crossed Lin Fei, now, that was sheer recklessness. Lin Fei was not someone who liked to use force, though Roddy didn't quite know why Tony insisted on taking action. Still, now that this task had landed in his lap, Roddy was determined to help Lin Fei get it done. After all, to be honest, Roddy's feelings toward Lin Fei were rather extraordinary. No matter what others said, Lin Fei's abilities were plain for all to see. Everyone wanted to curry favor with Lin Fei, because only then could they feel truly safe. When danger or trouble arose, someone would be there to help. That's why, given the current situation, Roddy was eager to help Lin Fei resolve this matter. So, after hearing Tony's words, Roddy nodded and said, "All right, Tony, I'll hang up now. I'll just wait for your photos." The call ended, and Tony took the small camera from Lin Fei's hand. After a bit of fiddling, Tony transferred the photos inside to his own phone. With a few more taps, he sent them straight to Rhodey's phone. Not long after Rhodey received one of the photos, he immediately replied with a firm confirmation, then sprang into action, gathering his team and heading swiftly toward the city center. In fact, the location where the bald man had been hiding wasn't difficult for Rhodey to track down. Once Rhodey had pinpointed the spot, he wasted no time. Leading his people, he hurried straight for the bald man's hideout, determined to catch him off guard and leave him no chance to fight back. Meanwhile, time slipped by quickly on Tony's end. Tang Xin and Potts finished preparing dinner, carrying dishes over to the table. Tang Xin looked at Lin Fei with gentle concern and asked, "What's going on, Fei? Why are you smiling like that? You look a little strange to me." Lin Fei waved her off, unwilling to reveal what had really happened. "It's nothing, Xin. Just thought of something funny. A little joke, that's all. Come on, let's sit down and eat." I've got some things to take care of after dinner. But if you need anything, just call me. Oh, and don't worry. I'll be back tonight, probably around 9. I promise I'll spend time with you when I return. Okay, Tang Xin replied, her cheeks flushing ever so slightly. The two of them then sat down and began their meal. Dinner didn't take long. Once they finished, Lin Fei turned to Potts and said, Potts, we watched a movie earlier today, but didn't get to finish it. Xion's probably still curious about how it ends. Do you have a home theater here? Maybe you could set it up for her so she can watch the rest. Of course. What movie was it? I'd be happy to join her. How about this? Once we've cleared the table, I'll sit down and finish it with her. Lin Fei nodded approvingly at Potts' suggestion. Then, after saying his goodbyes to Tony, he left the house and walked to the gates of Tony's estate. With a quick focus of his will, a suit of armor materialized on his body, a gleaming silver suit of iron, shining under the night sky, making him look every bit the hero. At last, Lin Fei sprang into action, soaring swiftly into the sky and heading straight for Howard's residence. Right now, he wanted to have a proper conversation with Howard, to sit down and talk things through, and see if there was anything Howard needed his help with. At the same time, Lin Fei also wanted to discuss Tony's future development plans with Howard. This was something he genuinely looked forward to. He hoped to help Tony grow and thrive. After all, Stark Industries was set to embark on a new path of clean energy, and Lin Fei hoped Tony could benefit humanity by making these plans a reality. For society as a whole, this would be a wonderful thing. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to arrive at Howard's estate. The place was nestled in the heart of the city, a beautiful manor indeed. As he approached the gates, he was stopped by the guards on duty. Seeing the guards' serious expressions as they questioned him, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't told Howard in advance that he was coming, hoping to surprise him, but now it seemed that wouldn't be possible. The guards themselves were a bit thrown off. At first, when they saw the Iron Man armor approaching, they assumed it was Tony. But when Lin Fei took off his helmet and revealed himself, the guards were startled and quickly blocked his path, clearly confused about who he was. Noticing how earnest the two guards were, Lin Fei didn't argue. After all, they were just doing their jobs, and he felt no annoyance at all. Instead, he simply took out his phone, found Howard's number, and dialed. As soon as the call connected, Howard's voice came through. Oh, Mr. Lin, what's the matter? Calling me this late is quite a surprise. Don't tell me you've come to see me in person. Hearing Howard's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Was Howard a mind reader? The thought was amusing. Glancing at his phone, Lin Fei replied with a laugh. That's right. I'm here to see you. So, my old friend, do you have a moment? If you do, could you come out and meet me? Your guards won't let me in. Oh, is that so? I really guessed it right. Mr. Lin, you actually came? Well, our soldiers are certainly dedicated. Here's what I'll do. I'll tell them to bring you in right away. I've also prepared some Chinese tea for you. I've recently become quite fond of it myself. I hope you'll enjoy it, Mr. Lin. Hearing Howard's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected Howard to have such an appreciation for Chinese tea culture. With a hint of resignation, Lin Fei hung up the phone. Almost immediately, Howard's voice crackled through the walkie-talkies at the waists of the two soldiers. Upon hearing Howard's message, the two soldiers turned to Lin Fei, eyes wide with surprise. They hadn't imagined that Lin Fei and Howard would be on such good terms. After all, Howard had just asked them to bring in his benefactor. That word alone left them both utterly astonished. They simply couldn't fathom what had happened to warrant such respect. But whatever the case, Lin Fei's status was clearly not something they needed to question any further. The two soldiers quickly addressed Lin Fei, saying, Oh, Mr. Lin, this is really unexpected. We're so sorry. We had no idea you were Mr. Howard's benefactor. Please accept our apologies for stopping you earlier. Lin Fei waved a hand dismissively and replied, Hey, there's no need to worry about it. You're just doing your job, and you do it well. I understand that. Now if you could, bring me in as soon as possible. I have some urgent matters to discuss with Howard today. Time is tight, and once I'm done here, I still have other things to take care of. It must be said, sometimes the treatment you receive really makes a difference. The two soldiers, hearing Lin Fei's words, responded without hesitation. Of course. We'll bring you in immediately, Mr. Lin. Please don't worry. If you just wait here for a moment, I'll bring the car around and escort you in right away. Soon, a car pulled up. Seeing Lin Fei standing at the door, the driver hurriedly invited him inside. Lin Fei was quickly ushered into the car and whisked deeper into the estate. Seated in the car, Lin Fei couldn't help but observe the surrounding manor. He was genuinely impressed. The place was stunning, vast beyond measure, and every detail exuded a modern touch. Everything around him was sleek and contemporary. Even the living quarters radiated a sense of technological sophistication. Taking in the scene, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. This was exactly what a tech company's headquarters should look like. All of this, he realized, was the result of Howard and Tony's collaborative efforts. For both of them, it was a remarkable achievement indeed. Howard's own residence lay right at the heart of the estate. As Lin Fei glanced ahead, he saw an enormous villa, and there at the entrance stood Howard himself, waiting in anticipation. Spotting Lin Fei's arrival, Howard strode forward to greet him. "Oh my goodness, Mr. Lin. What a wonderful surprise. You've truly caught me off guard today. I'm absolutely delighted. It's been such a long time since we last met." Hearing Howard's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. "It certainly has been a while, Howard, but I have to say, your place is absolutely beautiful. I'm starting to fall in love with it." "Oh, do you really like it, Mr. Lin? If you do, why not stay here with us for a while? You're always welcome, and I can have a villa prepared for you at any time." Howard's words warmed Lin Fei's heart, and he felt genuinely touched. Shaking his head with a smile, he replied, "Thank you, but I'll stick with Tony's place for now. My girlfriend is there too, so it'll be more convenient for the two of us." Howard was taken aback. "Wait, Mr. Lin, you have a girlfriend now? That's quite a surprise. Now I'm truly curious to see what a beauty she must be. With your good looks, I can't imagine your girlfriend being anything less than stunning." Hearing Howard's words, Lin Fei paused for a moment. He hadn't expected Howard to start praising him at a time like this, and it left him feeling a bit helpless. Still, he had to admit that Howard was right. His girlfriend was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, gentle beyond compare, and carried the innocence of a young girl. Faced with such a situation, Lin Fei felt truly fortunate. Meeting someone as extraordinary as Tang Xin was a cause for genuine happiness in his life. After a bit of polite conversation, the two men moved on. Lin Fei walked straight into the villa, and soon found himself inside, where he discovered that Howard had prepared a traditional Chinese tea set. Seeing the array of teapots and cups laid out before him, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. "I never would have guessed that Howard had such an understanding of Chinese tea culture," he thought to himself. Looking over at Howard, Lin Fei was met with an equally surprised expression as Howard said, "Well, Mr. Lin, why don't you come over and take a look? I just brewed this tea, carefully following the traditions of your Chinese tea culture. I hope you'll enjoy it. Of course, I have no idea if I've done it correctly, since it's my first attempt today. If you don't like it, I hope you won't hold it against me." Lin Fei just waved his hand dismissively, not really bothered by it all. The truth was, he'd never been particularly interested in tea before. Whenever he had drunk tea in the past, it hadn't done much for him. If it tasted good, that was enough, and he'd never bothered to delve deeper into the subject. But now, hearing Howard speak with such dedication, Lin Fei found himself unexpectedly intrigued. The idea that Howard had managed to craft such an authentic tea experience made him feel this might actually be something worth looking forward to. With that thought, Lin Fei picked up a small teacup. After gently blowing on the surface, he took a sip. The initial taste was slightly bitter, but as he swallowed, a lingering sweetness blossomed in his mouth. For a moment, Lin Fei was genuinely surprised by how enjoyable the tea was. It was incredibly refreshing. "Oh, Howard, I really didn't expect you to have such a skill," Lin Fei exclaimed, genuinely impressed. "This tea is truly delicious. Thank you so much for letting me taste such wonderful tea today. It's absolutely fantastic." "I didn't expect you to be so interested, Mr. Lin. As for me, I usually don't have much to do each day, so I enjoy exploring all sorts of novel things. Lately, I've really come to appreciate various aspects of Chinese culture. Of course, I've only just started learning about tea culture, but in the future, I hope to delve into Chinese cuisine as well. I believe that one day I'll be able to cook truly authentic Chinese dishes. When that time comes, I hope you'll enjoy them, Mr. Lin." "Oh, is that so, Mr. Howard? You're even thinking about trying your hand at Chinese cooking. That's quite ambitious. Honestly, it's not all that easy, at least not for me. It might take me some time to get used to it. In any case, there's still a few things I need to attend to. I'll be leaving tomorrow, and today, the matter I wanted to discuss with you, Mr. Howard, concerns Tony. I'd like to share my vision with you. It could play a significant role in the future development of Tony's company. Of course, I already spoke with Tony about this today. He's a rather impatient and impulsive person by nature, so if I entrust this to you and you take charge of implementing it step by step, Stark Industries will be able to develop steadily and securely in the years ahead." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Howard's interest was instantly piqued. For a moment, his face was filled with surprise. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to speak to him so candidly. Lin Fei then went on to share his ideas and visions in detail with Howard. Ultimately, Lin Fei was outlining his own plans for the future development of Stark Industries. As for Tony, what he really needed was to learn how to handle things methodically, step by step, instead of always rushing ahead impatiently. That kind of impulsiveness wasn't going to help Tony in the long run. That was why Lin Fei decided to talk to Howard and entrust this plan to him, hoping he would gradually put it into action. Watching Howard listen so intently, Lin Fei explained his forward-thinking theories and innovative plans for the company's growth. For a moment, Howard was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to have such a vision. It was truly astonishing to him. Looking over at Lin Fei, he too was laying everything out on the table. He spoke about all sorts of plans and even shared his own theories regarding the arc reactor. When Howard heard Lin Fei's perspective on the arc reactor, he couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. He had always believed that only he, or perhaps his son, was capable of developing such a thing. The possibility that Lin Fei could have such profound insights into this technology was something he had never expected. For a moment, Howard expressed his deep astonishment to Lin Fei. Lin Fei, however, didn't make much of it. In truth, this was nothing out of the ordinary for him. After all, he possessed a remarkable superhuman mind. For someone like him, tackling such problems was almost second nature. Every question he encountered could be analyzed and solved with ease, thanks to his extraordinary computational abilities. So, Lin Fei didn't dwell on Howard's reaction. He simply glanced at Howard and offered a gentle, knowing smile. "Mr. Howard, tell me, doesn't all of this feel a little magical to you?" Lin Fei said with a chuckle. "Honestly, I understand how you feel. But trust me, I'm going to take care of everything, every last detail. Of course, I'd like you to gradually pass this knowledge down to Tony. He's always been a bit impulsive, and I really don't want him to rush into this too quickly. That wouldn't be good for him. If we can pace things properly, let him learn step by step, I think that would be the best outcome for Tony." Hearing these words, Howard couldn't help but nod in agreement. He knew better than anyone the kind of person his son Tony was. He understood him inside and out. Faced with all this, Howard's instinct was to tackle everything head-on and get all sorted at once. But now, after experiencing this extraordinary conversation, he found himself deeply impressed by Lin Fei's intellect. He never would have imagined that Lin Fei could come up with such ideas on his behalf. All of these matters, all these challenges, had been entrusted to Howard. For each issue, each hurdle to be overcome, and every important detail, Lin Fei explained everything meticulously. The two of them sipped their tea cup after cup as they talked. Howard kept taking notes, even pulling out a small notebook to jot things down as they went. In this way, the arrangements were quickly settled. Soon enough, Howard had recorded every single detail. At this point, he couldn't help but express his satisfaction, saying, "Mr. Lin, you truly are full of surprises. I never expected you to have such a forward-thinking perspective. This is wonderful for me, and I'm confident I can carry out everything just as you described. I believe that when the time comes, Stark Industries will surely rise to new heights because of this." Hearing Howard's words, Lin Fei didn't bother with unnecessary compliments. He had no concerns about Howard's intellect whatsoever. After all, Howard had weathered countless storms over the years and always had a solid plan for everything. There was simply no need for Lin Fei to worry or even looking on things. His only real concern was whether Tony would follow Howard's instructions step by step and see things through. For Lin Fei, that was the only question worth considering. As for Howard's capabilities, Lin Fei had nothing more to say. It had to be acknowledged that for Howard to have brought his company to its current heights, he was, in every sense, a shrewd and experienced investor. That's why Lin Fei didn't need to overthink or speculate about what Howard might do. Everything was unfolding as it should. All that remained was to see how Howard would manage things from here. Before long, Lin Fei instinctively took out his phone to check the time, and was startled by what he saw. He hadn't realized how much he and Howard had discussed. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was already 10:30 in the evening. He thought he would be home by 9 at the latest, but their conversation had carried on until 10:30. Seeing that Howard still looked eager to continue, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a touch of helplessness. Lin Fei thought to himself that he probably shouldn't continue this conversation with Howard, since after all, he had his own matters to attend to. He still needed to return to Tony's place and have a proper chat with Tang Xian. After all, Lin Fei was leaving tomorrow, so tonight, while he still had the chance, he wanted to spend some quality time with Tang Xian to make sure she wouldn't feel too sad about his departure. At the very least, he wanted to give her a wonderful evening. Of course, Lin Fei had no intention of doing anything beyond keeping her company. He simply wanted to be by Tang Xian's side, especially now that the two of them were newly in love. In truth, what they needed most at this stage was to spend time together. Lin Fei understood that a sweet relationship needed the nourishment of companionship at its beginning, and so he felt that taking the time to be with Tang Xian was exactly the right thing to do. With these thoughts, Lin Fei looked at Howard and said, Howard, my goodness, it's getting really late now. I'm afraid I have to go. I still haven't spent time with my girlfriend tonight. Honestly, it's been such a pleasure to share this evening with you. I'm truly surprised. Your open-mindedness and your support for my decision have exceeded all my expectations. I just hope you can carry out this plan perfectly, because only if you do will things work out well for Tony in the end. Howard, upon hearing Lin Fei's words, couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to leave so soon, and for Howard, it was difficult to accept. He genuinely hoped Lin Fei would stay and talk longer about these things. To Howard, it was a real loss, because Lin Fei's ideas were truly remarkable. At this moment, Howard realized that all the questions that had puzzled him for so long, all those seemingly insurmountable problems, had found their answers, thanks entirely to Lin Fei. Hearing Lin Fei say he was leaving, Howard felt a surge of emotion, wishing he could talk with him even more. But clearly, that was not possible now. Lin Fei had no intention of continuing the conversation any longer. His mind was already set on returning home. Howard was well aware that Lin Fei had a girlfriend now. The two of them had just confirmed their relationship earlier today, which meant Lin Fei had a lot to take care of. After all, if their relationship continued to grow stronger, it would be something to celebrate, even for Howard. He genuinely hoped Lin Fei would find his true home, and that would bring Howard great joy as well. So upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Howard, despite any lingering regret, knew he shouldn't say more. He looked at Lin Fei and said, "All right, Mr. Lin, let's leave it at that. When you return in the future, we'll find time to discuss things more thoroughly. Of course, based on what you've told me today, I believe your company now has a clear direction for the next 20 years. I will be sure to carry out your suggestions, and if I have any doubts, I hope you'll be willing to help me." Hearing Howard's words, Lin Fei nodded firmly and replied, "Don't worry. If you run into any real difficulties, I'll definitely help you. I hope that, with our combined efforts, Stark Industries can reach even greater heights, and I do look forward to seeing that happen. Well then, Mr. Howard, I'll take my leave now. If anything else comes up, you can always call me. I'll do whatever I can to help you. Starting tomorrow, I'll be heading to my next destination. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you, I'm going to fetch Rogers. You may just see Rogers soon." When Howard heard this, he couldn't hide his astonishment. It was truly unexpected. He never imagined Rogers would be coming back. For Howard, it was such a surprise. I really do want to see him. It's been nearly 70 years since we last met. It fills me with such emotion. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh at Howard's response. He said, "Oh, come on. For Rogers, he's got his own path to follow. This is his mission. But don't worry, I'll bring him over very soon, and the two of you can finally have a good drink together. The difference between you two is remarkable, though. Rogers still looks exactly the same as he did back then." "Oh, is that so? That's really surprising. What on earth did he go through? I'm genuinely curious." "As for what he went through back then, I'll tell you about it when the time comes. There's really nothing you need to worry about." Lin Fei didn't say much more about it. He figured that when Rogers returned, everything would fall into place. He believed the two of them would have a good, long talk, and whatever was bothering them would eventually come to light. At the same time, Lin Fei wondered if Rogers would even recognize him by then. If it turned out Rogers really didn't remember him, that would indeed be awkward. Definitely not the outcome Lin Fei wanted, especially since he still needed Rogers' help with a lot of things. But Lin Fei couldn't say for sure how things would go. Regardless, he knew he should try to get a sense of how things might play out as soon as possible. However, before that, he still had to help Thor defeat Loki and settle that matter first. So, Lin Fei made up his mind to leave. Looking at Howard, he said, "All right, Mr. Howard, I won't keep you any longer. I'm heading out now." At that moment, Lin Fei's thoughts were with Tang Xin. He hoped to get back soon and help her take care of things. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Howard nodded without hesitation. He understood that Lin Fei had his own matters to deal with and didn't want to get in the way. So the two went their separate ways. Lin Fei drove off in the invincible food truck, heading straight for Tony's estate. By the time he arrived, it was already 11 o'clock. Lin Fei pushed open the door and stepped inside, only to find Tang Xin and another person still sitting in the living room, watching a movie. They were watching a comedy, laughing and enjoying themselves. The moment they heard the door open, Tang Xin instinctively turned her head. Sure enough, she saw Lin Fei walk in. Her face lit up with joy and disbelief, and she immediately got up and hurried to his side. "Fei, you're back." Seeing the concern written all over Tang Xion's face, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. "Yes, I'm back. Sorry I'm so late. I planned to be home by 9, but things ended up taking way longer than I thought. It's all right. As long as you're back, that's all that matters to me. Are you hungry, Fei? Should I make you a late-night snack?" "No need. Let's skip it tonight. Come on, we should get some rest. There's something I want to talk to you about." Hearing this, Tang Xian's cheeks flushed slightly. She nodded in agreement. At this moment, the two of them returned to the bedroom. That night, neither of them really slept. Lin Fei and Tang Xian talked for hours, sharing many thoughts. Yet, as for certain things that should have happened, Lin Fei held back, because, in his heart, he believed that unless Tang Xian agreed, he simply couldn't go further. No matter what, the night was a blissful one for Lin Fei. After all, enjoying time alone together is such a joy. That night, Lin Fei confided in Tang Xian about many things, including a heartfelt conversation about what he should do with his life and what abilities he truly possessed. All of this left Tang Xian somewhat astonished. She hadn't expected Lin Fei to be so remarkable, and at the same time, she grew even more concerned for him. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived, and it was time for them to get up. At that moment, Tang Xian looked earnestly at Lin Fei and said, "Hey Fei, I hope you can promise me one thing. Above all else, you must keep yourself safe. I don't ever want to see anything happen to you. If something did, I honestly wouldn't know how to go on living." Hearing Tang Xian's words, Lin Fei nodded, deeply moved. Tang Xian meant the world to him. At that moment, he made a silent vow in his heart. No matter what, for Tang Xian's sake, he would never let anything happen to himself. It was a promise to the one he loved. Soon after, the two of them got out of bed and went outside. Tony was already awake, and as he saw the pair, he greeted them with a grin. "Good morning. Did you have a nice night?" Hearing Tony's teasing, Lin Fei could only shake his head in exasperation. The truth was, nothing had happened last night. It was about mutual respect and honoring the love they shared. Lin Fei looked at Tony and replied with a smile. "All right, enough of your wild guesses. We just talked all night, nothing else." "Oh, is that so?" Tony replied, feigning surprise. "Mr. Lin, you've really surprised me. Are you sure you're all right? Should I take you to see a doctor?" Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei was momentarily speechless, almost tempted to knock Tony flat. But Tang Xian quickly grabbed his arm, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, and hurriedly held Lin Fei back. In truth, Tang Xian understood that all of this was just the kind of playful banter that existed among these friends. Yet, seeing just how close they were, she couldn't help but feel genuinely touched. She hadn't expected their bonds to be so deep. It was truly heartwarming. For her, witnessing such camaraderie was a wonderful thing. Tang Xian hoped to see Lin Fei continue to grow stronger, to make more friends and expand his circle. So, situations like this were, in her eyes, truly a blessing. Through these experiences, Lin Fei was gradually becoming more resilient and formidable. As for Tony, he didn't say much at this moment, knowing full well that Lin Fei had an easygoing temperament. Joking around with Lin Fei was, for Tony, something to be happy about. He never worried that Lin Fei might take offense. It simply wasn't possible, given how well they got along. Just then, as Lin Fei approached, Tony couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Lin, Natasha mentioned that you were planning to set out today. Do you need a hand? If anything unexpected happens along the way, it could turn out to be quite dangerous for you." There was no denying that the two of them were indeed good friends. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei felt a surge of emotion. He shook his head with a wry smile and replied, "It's all right. I can handle this myself. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of outcome this will have." Tony nodded in response. He wasn't entirely unfamiliar with Lin Fei's mission, but he didn't know where Lin Fei was headed next. In any case, it was bound to be perilous. The risks had been evident when Lin Fei helped him. So if Lin Fei was about to help another superhero, the danger would surely be just as great. That thought made Tony uneasy. He didn't want Lin Fei to face so many threats. Still, Tony sincerely hoped Lin Fei could wrap up this ordeal soon. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Mr. Lin, do you think you'll be gone for a while this time?" "That's right. It'll probably take about 15 days. Maybe only after all 15 days are over and everything is wrapped up will I be able to come back. And then, I'll need to head out again, this time to the frozen snowfields to take a look around. That trip should take about 3 days. After those 3 days, when I return, I'll finally be able to spend a whole month with Xiaoxin, just focusing on her, free from any other distractions." Looking at Tang Xian, who was listening to Lin Fei's words, she couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Hearing Lin Fei promise a whole month together was truly wonderful news for her. Deep down, what Tang Xian had always wished for was more time with Lin Fei. Now, seeing him promise to spend a month with her, how could she not be thrilled? She eagerly looked forward to Lin Fei finishing up his business as soon as possible, so he could hurry back to her side. For her, that would be pure happiness. At that moment, Tony chimed in, "Oh, an entire month? I never expected you'd get such a long break. In that case, Mr. Lin, how about when you get back, we all go on a trip together? Let's go out and explore for a while, what do you think?" "Sure, that sounds great. Of course, let's plan on it." Hearing Tony's suggestion, Lin Fei nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the idea. He thought to himself that if they really could go on a trip at that time, it would be wonderful for both Tony and himself. After all, traveling together was the best way to spend quality time with someone. As long as he could be with Tang Xin, exploring the world outside and accompanying her, that alone would bring Lin Fei immense joy. So, without a moment's hesitation, he agreed to Tony's proposal. Tony, feeling quite pleased with his own suggestion, nodded in satisfaction, convinced he'd made an excellent decision. Just then, Potts came out, carrying trays of breakfast in his hands, filled with local traditional fare. As he reached them, Potts grinned and teased. "All right, everyone, let's dig into breakfast." Hearing what Potts said, everyone sat down without hesitation and started enjoying the breakfast. The food was actually quite good, and everyone ate with relish. At that moment, Lin Fei saw Potts speak up and asked, "Potts, are you taking Xiaoxin to your company today? If there's anything she doesn't understand, I hope you can teach her patiently." "Hey, Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? Miss Tang already knows so much, and she studied finance in college. Honestly, she's bound to become my most capable assistant. You have nothing to worry about. In fact, I've already explained some things she should pay attention to today. I'm confident she'll pick things up very quickly and get right to work helping me manage the company. I truly can't wait. I'm really looking forward to seeing this happen." Listening to Potts, Lin Fei couldn't help but turn his head in surprise. He hadn't realized Tang Xin had studied financial management before. Hearing this, Lin Fei felt a sense of admiration. This was truly a great opportunity for Potts. At the very least, it meant there was no need to make any extra preparations. Lin Fei then looked at Tang Xin and said, "Xiaoxin, make sure you learn well. When I retire, I'll be counting on you to support me." Tang Xin couldn't help but smile helplessly at Lin Fei's words. She tapped him lightly on the forehead and said nothing more. Lin Fei could be such a character, still joking with her at a time like this. But for Tang Xin, this was genuinely something to be happy about. If she could support Lin Fei in the future, that would truly be wonderful. The meal soon came to an end. Just then, Lin Fei's phone rang again. When he took it out, he saw it was a call from Fury. Lin Fei was a bit puzzled. What was Fury calling him about this time? Thinking this, Lin Fei answered the call and said, "Hey, Fury, what's up? Is there something you need?" Hearing Lin Fei's voice, Fury replied, "Hey, Mr. Lin, good morning. I hope I'm not calling too early and disturbing your rest." "Of course not. I've been awake for a while. Besides, even if you disturb my rest, what could I say? You only ever call me when there's something important. If it wasn't urgent, you wouldn't be calling, would you? So just tell me what's going on." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Fury couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, nothing can get past you, Mr. Lin. You're absolutely right. I do have something I need your help with. Mr. Lin, I'm curious, just how much has your physical strength improved lately?" Lin Fei paused for a moment at Fury's question. "My physical strength? I'd say I can boost it to about 30 times that of a regular person. Why do you ask? What's this about?" "Oh, it's nothing too alarming, really," Fury replied. "I just wanted to ask if you have some time. I'd like to take you to Mexico. There's something over there, something incredibly heavy that's been discovered. No one has been able to lift it, not even with cars pulling at it. The vehicles just flip over right then and there. That's why I'm hoping you can come take a look for me. You're experienced and knowledgeable. If anyone can figure this out, it's you." As Fury spoke, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile, for he already knew exactly what Fury was talking about, the hammer of Thor. In fact, Lin Fei's current mission was to seek out Thor's hammer and later assist Thor himself with a few tasks. Hearing Fury's request, Lin Fei laughed and said, "Well, Fury, isn't this quite the coincidence? Don't worry, I was already planning to head to Mexico. The thing you mentioned? That's called Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. It belongs to the Thunder, God himself." "What? Are you telling me Thor really exists? Isn't he just a figure from mythology?" Fury was taken aback by Lin Fei's words. The idea that Thor's hammer was real was astonishing, and for him, it was almost beyond belief. At this moment, upon hearing what Fury said, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh and reply, "Hey, there's nothing impossible about this. These things, in fact, have always existed. They just remained up in the immortal palace and never came down. This time, a few unexpected incidents occurred, and Thor, the god of thunder, ended up appearing here. All right, Fury, you don't need to get too involved in this matter, and there's no need for you to escort me either. I'll go in person. I'm confident that I will handle this for you. As for Thor, when all's said and done, he's bound to become one of the Avengers. Trust me, I'll make sure he joins your team, and I'll resolve all of this as soon as possible. Let's say, by the time Tang Xintian expects. Oh, and by the way, regarding that small town near Mexico, I'd like you to evacuate everyone from there in advance. A major battle is about to break out, and countless vehicles could be destroyed in the chaos. to prevent unnecessary harm. I hope you can get everyone out a few days ahead of time. It should take about 5 days. After that, the battle will likely erupt. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Fury was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to know about these things ahead of time. Sensing this kind of foresight, Fury couldn't help but feel moved. Everything about it was truly remarkable. Lin Fei was clearly helping him manage so much, saving Fury a great deal of effort. At first, Fury had been worried about whether Lin Fei could actually handle this matter. But now, it was clear that Lin Fei intended to take care of everything himself. Realizing this, Fury couldn't help but feel lucky. He was grateful to have met Lin Fei, who had taken so much off his shoulders. Normally, Fury would have had to investigate all of this on his own, but with Lin Fei's presence, everything had changed. For anyone else, having Lin Fei's help would have been an incredible stroke of luck. At that moment, hearing Lin Fei's confident voice over the phone, Fury couldn't help but let out a chuckle and say, "Mr. Lin, you're truly amazing. I never expected you to do all this for me. It's fantastic. In that case, I won't accompany you. You clearly have everything under control. Coulson is already waiting for you over there, so if you run into any problems, feel free to contact him at any time. Don't worry, I'll go find Agent Coulson. Thor is going to show up over there, so I need to help Coulson handle the situation." Hearing Lin Fei say this, Fury quickly agreed. "All right, Mr. Lin. When you come back, I'll treat you to a good meal. You've really done so much for S.H.I.E.L.D., more than we could ever ask for. When it's all over, the two of us should really sit down and have a drink together." "Let's skip the drinks, Fury. That's not necessary. If you really want to show your appreciation, you probably already know I have a girlfriend now, don't you?" "Of course, Mr. Lin. I'm well aware of that. In fact, I've already sent several agents to Tony's estate. There are 4 of them at the moment, all stationed nearby, keeping a close watch to ensure Tang Xian's safety." Oh, Lin Fei was a little surprised by Fury's words. His mind flickered, and with a thought, he activated his infrared scan. In an instant, he detected 4 people positioned within half a kilometer of Tony's estate, each one keeping a vigilant eye on the perimeter, diligently safeguarding the area. Realizing what Fury had arranged, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected Fury to not only know about his personal affairs but also to act so swiftly to assist him, quietly resolving a potential problem on his behalf. It truly caught Lin Fei off guard. A smile tugged at Lin Fei's lips, and for a moment, he was genuinely moved. He hadn't expected Fury to go to such lengths for him. The investigation into his background didn't bother him. After all, given his unusual identity, it was only natural for Fury to take such precautions. For S.H.I.E.L.D., someone like Lin Fei was as much a potential threat as an ally, so it made sense for Fury to be thorough, for his own safety and that of the agency. It was a perfectly reasonable measure. So Lin Fei smiled and said, "Fury, you really outdid yourself this time. Honestly, I'm touched. Still, seeing this level of security, I know I have to leave soon. My girlfriend's safety is in your hands now. And of course, I hope you'll keep an eye on Pepper and Tony as well. They could probably use your protection, too. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. There won't be any issues with Pot's safety, rest assured. As for Tony, he's one of our S.H.I.E.L.D. members. Naturally, we have both the ability and the duty to protect him. So really, Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry about any of this." "Well then, since that's the case, I guess there's nothing left for me to worry about. Fury, you're truly impressive. I never expected you'd go to such lengths. This is truly wonderful for me. But don't worry, I'll make sure everything is arranged. When the time comes, this new superhero will join S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. You can count on it." "All right, Mr. Lin, I won't say any more. Good luck. I'll be waiting for news of your triumphant return." "No worries. I'm hanging up now." At last, the call ended, and Lin Fei finally let out a long sigh of relief. Right now, Fury was still helping Lin Fei ensure Tang Xian's safety, which made Lin Fei feel truly honored. After all, Fury already regarded him as a friend, and for Lin Fei, that was something truly wonderful. Seeing all of this unfold, Lin Fei turned to look at Tang Xian. He couldn't help but smile, gently ruffling her hair, and after a moment, he spoke up. "You know, you really do have a lot of people looking out for you now. There are 4 of us protecting your safety at the moment. Honestly, I have no worries about you anymore." Hearing this, Tang Xian giggled. She felt a deep sense of happiness at being cared for like this. This was what security felt like. To Tang Xian it was all thanks to Lin Fei's presence that she could feel so safe, that her life had changed so much. So how could she not be overjoyed by all of this? Finally, as time was running short, Potts was getting ready to take Tang Xian to work. Watching Tang Xian leave reluctantly, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh with a touch of helplessness, and said, "Xian, go on. Now, it's only a dozen days or so before I get back. Take this time to learn a few new things, and when I return, We'll pick up our life together right where we left off. I promise. I'll make it up to you. Although Tang Xin understood these words, when a moment of parting truly arrived, she found herself reluctant to say goodbye to Lin Fei. Listening to what Lin Fei said, Tang Xin was at a loss for words. It took her quite a while to collect herself. Guided by Potts, the two of them quietly left the scene. Seeing Potts leave, Lin Fei finally felt at ease. He realized it was time for him to go as well. Turning to Tony, who was standing nearby, Lin Fei spoke earnestly. Tony, what I want to tell you now is that I hope you could develop the company as quickly as possible. You need to understand that there's a lot of work to be done here. I've already shared all the plans with Howard, so whenever you need guidance, you can go to him. I believe that once I leave today, Howard will assign you your very first task. As for this first task, I won't say much more. Everything now depends on you. I hope you'll grow even more through this challenge. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony nodded firmly. He had witnessed so much before and knew that Lin Fei was indeed a man of great ability. No matter what happened, Tony was genuinely looking forward to the new challenges Lin Fei would bring. He was also convinced that he could help Stark Industries grow and flourish at an even faster pace, a success that would largely be thanks to Lin Fei. Tony had learned much from Lin Fei's guidance, and under his watchful eye, Tony had gradually grown stronger. Tony couldn't help but feel a touch moved. Watching Lin Fei prepare to leave, he spoke with genuine concern. Mr. Lin, I hope you'll come back soon and stay out of harm's way. I believe you'll accomplish what you set out to do, won't you? Lin Fei responded with a confident smile. Hey, there's no need to worry about that. These things are nothing to me. Rest assured, I'll handle everything. And Tony, I truly hope you'll take on more responsibility. After all, these are things you'll have to tackle on your own. That's all I have to say. I won't repeat myself. Tony, don't let me down, and let's both grow stronger in the future. Well then, I'll take my leave. After all, my next mission is already waiting for me. For a moment, as Lin Fei spoke, Tony nodded in understanding and watched as Lin Fei departed. Lin Fei, without delay, climbed onto the invincible food truck. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle transformed into a helicopter, lifting off and heading slowly toward Mexico. At this point, Lin Fei felt no need to rush. He knew well that the day's first significant event would only unfold in the evening. So he decided to spend the whole day relaxing aboard the helicopter, waiting until nightfall to deal with the matter at hand. Seated in the aircraft, Lin Fei suddenly heard the familiar voice echoing in his mind. The system notification for task completion, followed by the prompt for his next mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have received the following new items. Invincible Food Truck's Dimensional Travel Function, the Power of Thor, and a Mighty Dog Bun of Strength. Hearing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but break into a smile. These rewards, he thought, were truly excellent. The system promptly issued the next mission, to help Thor defeat his brother Loki. Yet, Lin Fei saw complications in this assignment. In his heart, he knew he might not actually be able to kill Loki. After all, they were both immortal beings. Even if he managed to utterly defeat him, there was always the chance that Loki would return stronger than before. What's more, if Loki were actually killed, the future events of the Avengers might never come to pass, and that was something Lin Fei did not want to see. Thus, he realized, some things were best left to unfold as they should. Loki's appearance was essential for the Avengers to assemble. And only with the Avengers would those superheroes become known to the world, capturing the public's attention and imagination. In a way, this was a good thing for Lin Fei as well. Therefore, he had no intention of defeating Loki outright. All he wished to do was to let things follow their natural course, perhaps easing some of Thor's pain along the way. That alone would be a worthy achievement. On the other hand, Lin Fei now understood exactly what was happening. Thor had been cast down, and everything that was happening stemmed from that single event, unfolding step by step. Privately, Lin Fei felt a surge of delight, for among the new powers he had received was the power of Thor, meaning he now possessed Thor's hammer. When the time came, Lin Fei would be able to wield it as he pleased. However, Lin Fei didn't want to use such an object himself. After all, to him, the God of Thunder's artifact truly belonged to Thor. Lin Fei wanted Thor to personally come and retrieve it himself. What delighted Lin Fei even more was that the strength-boosting dog not steamed bun happened to have a unique effect. Upon first consumption, it would grant the power of the God of Thunder. This left Lin Fei genuinely puzzled. He hadn't expected such an item to exist, as if it had been tailored specifically for Thor. The main point was if Tony could eat this bun, he would gain the power of the Thunder God. For Lin Fei, this was a truly wonderful thing. Deep down, he hoped that with this, all the challenges he faced might gradually become easier to resolve. Today, he found himself at the very site in Mexico where the God of Thunder had descended. On top of that, Coulson was also stationed there. So, Lin Fei knew he needed to lend a hand to Coulson with this matter. He planned to first help Coulson solve this issue, and then assist Thor in dealing with his brother Loki. For Lin Fei, that would be more than enough. His mission for the day was set. Time ticked away, minute by minute, until at last evening approached. Lin Fei appeared in the Mexican sky, just as dusk was falling. From above, he could see a massive, deep crater on the ground, and, at its center, a dark hammer lay quietly, abandoned. Around it, tents had been hastily erected, and countless soldiers patrolled the encampment. Even several scientists were busy investigating and gathering data at the site. Taking in the scene, Lin Fei checked his watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon. He decided it was time to land and see firsthand what was really happening down below. Just then, the appearance of Lin Fei's helicopter drew immediate attention. People on the ground quickly spotted it, and in an instant, the soldiers stared up in disbelief. Why would a helicopter show up here? Startled, the soldiers hurriedly raised their weapons, pointing them skyward, ready to open fire at the unexpected aircraft. And suddenly, at that very moment, the helicopter vanished from sight. For a moment, the soldiers were utterly bewildered. They could hardly believe what they'd just seen. How could the helicopter simply disappear? It was beyond their comprehension, and they struggled to make sense of what had just happened. As this bizarre situation unfolded before their eyes, the soldiers stood frozen in shock. Just as the helicopter blinked out of existence, all they could see was a lone figure swiftly materializing in midair. By now, this person was nothing short of unfathomable to the soldiers. They could scarcely believe it. The helicopter was gone in the blink of an eye, and now someone had appeared in its place, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. In an instant, it seemed he was about to land right in their midst. Witnessing this, the soldiers instinctively fell back, forming a defensive circle. At that moment, their eyes remained fixed on the descending figure, bracing themselves for his landing. At last, after just a few seconds, the figure landed with a sudden leap, hitting the ground with such force that the earth itself seemed to tremble. Sensing this, the soldiers surged forward, raising their guns and training them squarely on the stranger before them. The figure was none other than Lin Fei. Confronted by so many muzzles, he couldn't help but let out a wry remark. "Gentlemen, is this really any way to welcome a guest?" The soldiers were taken aback by Lin Fei's words. They had never imagined the helicopter would disappear like that. Lifting their guns, they stared at Lin Fei and shouted, "Cut the nonsense! Who are you? And what are you doing here? Don't you realize what kind of place this is? You're a serious threat to our security right now. Put your hands on your head and tell us who you are. Otherwise, we'll open fire." All right, I get it," Lin Fei replied, his tone easy. "Just give me a second." As he spoke, he slipped his hands into his jacket. The soldiers immediately raised their weapons again, fingers tightening on the triggers, prepared to fire. But Lin Fei moved quickly, pulling a cell phone from his jacket. Seeing the soldiers' tense reactions, he hastily explained, "Relax, everyone. I'm just trying to make a phone call, that's all." Hearing this, the soldiers let out a collective sigh of relief. Who would have thought Lin Fei would simply pull out a phone? For a moment, they were utterly at a loss. They truly had no idea what Lin Fei was trying to do. Soon after, right in front of the soldiers, Lin Fei dialed Coulson's number. It was already getting close to evening, and Lin Fei was hoping to have a quick conversation with Coulson. He didn't want to miss dinner later. The call connected swiftly. Coulson's voice came through from the other end, and when he saw Lin Fei, he couldn't hide his surprise. "Mr. Lin, what a surprise. Why are you calling me now? Don't tell me. You're already here." For a moment, Lin Fei was a bit taken aback. He had mentioned this possibility to Coulson before, so it made sense that Coulson would expect him to show up at some point. Lin Fei replied without hesitation, "That's right, Coulson. I'm here now. How are things on your end? What are you up to?" "Ah, Mr. Lin, I'm near a small town by the Mexican border. We've discovered a very peculiar hammer here. No one has been able to lift it so far. I don't suppose you could come over and give me a hand?" "Oh, my friend, I think I might already be here. Your soldiers have me surrounded. They don't know who I am. Could you come down and pick me up? Maybe you can help me get inside." "Wait, Mr. Lin, you're already here? That's really unexpected. All right, just hold on. I'll come down and get you." Coulson was genuinely surprised by Lin Fei's words. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to arrive so directly. It was almost as if Lin Fei were a powerful seer, knowing exactly where everything would happen. Barely 10 minutes later, Coulson appeared at the scene. Taking in the sight of the soldiers on high alert, he couldn't help but chuckle. Waving his hand, he called out, "All right, guys, you can all relax now. Go and get some rest. This is my friend. My best friend, in fact. He's one of SHLD's most esteemed guests. You don't need to worry about him causing any trouble. Go on, everyone, back to your posts. You all have your own duties to attend to." Mr. Lin is in my care from here. The soldiers were all visibly stunned. None of them had imagined that Lin Fei was someone of such importance. Just moments ago, they'd assumed he was an intruder and were prepared to open fire. Now, he had become SHLD's most honored guest. It was a surprising turn of events, one that left the whole group in awe. No matter what, the most fortunate thing for these soldiers was that Lin Fei hadn't encountered any trouble. Watching Lin Fei walk inside with Coulson, the soldiers couldn't help but feel relieved. They were grateful they hadn't acted rashly toward him just moments ago. Meanwhile, Lin Fei and Coulson quickly made their way deeper inside. Once there, Lin Fei saw that countless facilities had already been set up. Modern equipment lined the area, and the bright lights spoke of the place's splendor and sophistication. Taking in the scene, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Coulson, I have to say, you've done a great job here. I never expected it to look so impressive. Looks like you build all this pretty quickly. Coulson grinned at Lin Fei's words. Mr. Lin, you flatter me. Of course I had to make sure everything was in top shape. We're planning to stay here for quite a while, after all. To be honest, this hammer is truly extraordinary. We have no idea where it really came from. We even tried using bigger trucks and stronger equipment, but nothing could make a dent in it. Everything about it has caught us completely off guard. Mr. Lin, if I may ask, is your visit about the hammer? Of course, Lin Fei replied. It's called Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. It belongs to Thor, the god of thunder. He hasn't come here yet, or rather, he knows about this place, but just hasn't arrived. What? Thor? Isn't he a figure from mythology? Are you saying he actually exists? Coulson was momentarily stunned by this revelation, never expecting things to take such a turn. For him, it was truly astonishing. Lin Fei nodded in response to Coulson's surprise. That's right. Thor is real, and he'll become one of SHLD's superheroes. So there's no need for you to be concerned. My purpose today is to deliver the hammer to S.H.I.E.L.D. When the time comes, I imagine your organization will become even stronger because of it. Upon hearing this, Coulson's face lit up with joy. He hadn't anticipated that things would grow so interesting. Oh, Mr. Lin, you never cease to amaze. I can't believe Thor is going to be one of us in S.H.I.E.L.D. That's truly wonderful news. But, Mr. Lin, do you know when Thor will arrive? Tonight. Tonight. Coulson was taken aback by Lin Fei's words and asked in surprise. If that's the case, should I prepare something to welcome him? No need. He'll come over tonight, but he'll be sneaking in. Right now, he has absolutely no powers, so he'll be desperate to get here. When he arrives, he'll try to slip in unnoticed. At first, your people won't spot him, but later, they'll keep tightening the net and hunting him down. It's important to let this all play out. After all, Thor is just an ordinary man now. When an ordinary person is confronted with overwhelming force, there's simply no way to resist, and it'll bring about a subtle change in his character. So I think tonight we should just stick to the plan, carry on as usual, and when the time comes, I'll step in and help him. Oh, I see. That sounds great. All right then, Mr. Lin, since you say so, we'll do as you suggest. Whatever you need from us, we'll follow your instructions, no questions asked. Hearing Coulson's reply, Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction. In fact, this was exactly how he wanted things to unfold. Just then, a thought struck him, and he spoke. Up! Is Thor's hammer in the back? If it is, I'd like to go and take a look. I want to try lifting it myself, see if there's anything surprising about it. Lin Fei's words left Coulson astonished for a moment before he managed to say, Mr. Lin, do you really want to try lifting Thor's hammer? My goodness, no one has ever been able to do that before. I'm truly amazed. Hey, what's so surprising about that? Just take me there. I want to see for myself what's so special about this hammer. Lin Fei's confidence came from the fact that he had already gained the power of Thor. He was certain he could pick up the hammer with ease. In his heart, he wondered what kind of cosmic phenomena he might trigger when he finally lifted it. This was something he had long looked forward to experiencing for himself, to truly feel the power hidden inside Thor's hammer. In the past, he would never have even dared to dream of such a thing. Long before he ever set foot in the Marvel Universe, Lin Fei had already nurtured a secret hope. If one day he could truly possess the power of Thor, if he could really lay his hands on the legendary Mjolnir, it would be something beyond his wildest imagination. The very thought felt impossibly cool to him. So, even now, Lin Fei was still striving toward that goal. And now, with success finally within reach, how could he not be thrilled? He couldn't help but imagine. If he truly managed to pick up Mjolnir, what would he become? Perhaps he might even summon thunder across the heavens and earth. The mere thought sent a jolt of excitement through him. Lin Fei was eager to see if this would make him stronger. Yet, he couldn't be sure that things would turn out as he hoped. He wondered if he could truly reach such heights. He found himself pondering. Once he touched Thor's hammer, would he truly be able to lift it? After all, the story had already made it clear. Whoever attains the power of Thor can wield Mjolnir. Lin Fei, as the system's chosen user, had been gifted this very power, and with such assurance, he believed he would definitely be able to lift the hammer. In his heart, he was already looking forward to the day when he might stand alongside Thor himself. Two wielders of Thor's might, fighting side by side against their most formidable foes. The thought alone made it seem like victory would be within easy reach. The system had also laid out the rules. The first person to eat the goobly bun would receive the power of Thor, becoming an existence on par with Lin Fei. So now, for Lin Fei, it was crucial to get Thor to eat the bun. After all, in the original story, Thor only broke Odin's shackles and gained his power through his own death. But Lin Fei had no desire to let things play out that way. He wanted to resolve everything as soon as possible. If it could be done quickly, then let it be done. For a moment, Lin Fei turned to look at Coulson and couldn't help but smile. My old friend, I wonder if you'd be interested in letting me see the God of Thunder right now. I'm so excited. I really want to try lifting that hammer. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Lin Fei himself didn't say much, for he hadn't expected Zhou Lin Fei to have such an idea. He wasn't sure how to respond. After all, Coulson was like a prophet, and Lin Fei possessed powers that far surpassed SHLD's imagination. His strength even exceeded that of any of SHLD's current superheroes. He was so much stronger than any of them, by an unimaginable margin. All the abilities those heroes held, Lin Fei possessed as well. He was a living amalgamation of their powers, only far more formidable. At this moment, Lin Fei wished to go over and take a look for himself. Coulson, realizing this, quickly agreed and told Lin Fei he could go down and see what was really there. With that, Coulson led Lin Fei toward the back without hesitation, and Lin Fei followed, unreserved and unabashed. Soon, the two of them arrived at the rear, where a massive pit gaped in the earth. All kinds of scientific instruments were already set up around it, scanning and probing. Resting quietly in the center was a hammer. Upon seeing the hammer, with its intricate runes and markings, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He had never imagined such a thing could truly exist. Thor's hammer. Right before his eyes, its presence exuded an aura of majesty and power, filling Lin Fei with a profound sense of awe and anticipation. Just then, dark clouds began to gather overhead, rolling in thick and heavy. The sky looked poised to unleash a torrential thunderstorm. At any moment, in this tense atmosphere, the radio in Coulson's arms crackled to life. Oh my God, Agent Coulson, what should we do? Sir, our instruments are detecting massive energy fluctuations. There are wild magnetic fields erupting around the hammer. It's completely off the charts. What on earth is happening? This is beyond anything we've seen. We can't even begin to make sense of it. Truth be told, Coulson himself felt the tension in the air. He heard Lin Fei's words, heard his team's urgent reports, and for a moment, he looked at Lin Fei in astonishment, eager for some explanation. But Lin Fei only waved his hand dismissively and said, "Is that all? There's nothing to worry about. Those fluctuations are just because I'm here. As for the hammer, it's simply reacting to the weather. Nothing to be surprised about. Tell them not to worry. Once I pick up that hammer, everything will settle down." Coulson was utterly astounded by Lin Fei's calm confidence. He truly hadn't expected things to unfold this way. At the same time, Coulson became all the more convinced by Lin Fei's explanation. Apart from the possibility that this really was Thor's hammer, there simply was no other way to account for what had just happened. Moments ago, Coulson himself had found it hard to believe, but now, witnessing the scene unfold before him, he could not help but be surprised. Clearly, he had never expected something so extraordinary to take place. With that thought in mind, Coulson picked up his walkie-talkie and spoke to his team. "All right, there's no need to be concerned. This is just a normal magnetic field fluctuation. We're about to do something quite incredible here, so don't worry about it. If you're bored, you're welcome to come and have a look. See for yourselves who the most powerful person in S.H.I.E.L.D. really is." For a moment, the agents under Coulson's command were taken aback by his words. None of them could have anticipated that Coulson would say something like this. But regardless, curiosity got the better of them. They truly wanted to see for themselves just who this most powerful figure might be. So, one after another, they hurried over to the observation platform nearby, eager to watch what would happen next. Barton also appeared at this time, though Lin Fei did not notice his arrival. At that moment, Lin Fei stood facing Thor's hammer, taking a deep breath. He could feel his blood surging, heat coursing through his body, and faint traces of blue lightning crackling over his skin, manifestations of his newly acquired power of the God of Thunder. The sensation of this strength was overwhelming, and Lin Fei could not help but marvel at the system's handiwork. When it promised him the power of Thor, it truly delivered. The exhilaration of such strength filled him with pure delight, as though he was an invincible force between heaven and earth. Such was the benefit of wielding the power of Thor. It could fill a person with courage, make them fearless in the face of anything. Now, Lin Fei found himself in exactly that state. He felt unbelievably strong, and that strength was gathering rapidly within him. Sensing this, Lin Fei did not hesitate. He drew a deep breath, then reached out and grasped Thor's hammer. To his astonishment, he found it completely weightless in his hand. With the gentlest effort, it lifted easily, resting firmly in his grasp. Lin Fei was caught off guard by how effortlessly he held it, and now, curiosity piqued, he began to examine Thor's hammer more closely. At this moment, the people gathered around widened their eyes in astonishment. For them, it had always been impossible for anyone to move this hammer. They had already exhausted so much manpower and resources, and even those with great strength had failed to budge. The hammer of the Thunder God. No one could have imagined that Lin Fei would lift it with such ease. For a moment, everyone was struck with disbelief. This was simply beyond their comprehension. They could scarcely accept that such a thing could truly happen. Looking at Lin Fei now, his entire body crackled with electricity, the sensation of power surging through him, making him feel utterly exhilarated. He hadn't expected that wielding the hammer of the Thunder God would be so effortless. Wasn't this hammer supposed to be impossibly heavy, one that countless others had failed to lift? Just a moment ago, he had used every ounce of his strength, nearly exhausting himself. Fortunately, Lin Fei managed to control his power in time, avoiding any harm to himself. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Lin Fei. He mustn't forget that he now possessed the power of the Thunder God. Originally, he never would have been able to lift the hammer, but now, with the Thunder God's might coursing through him, its weight no longer posed any obstacle. As this thought settled in, Lin Fei finally understood the reason behind his newfound strength, and a sense of relief washed over him. But regardless of how it happened, Lin Fei had claimed the hammer of the Thunder God. Looking up at the sky, where thunderclouds roiled and lightning danced, he let out a sudden, thunderous roar and raised the hammer high. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning came crashing down upon the hammer, striking it with blinding speed. Yet the overwhelming power of the thunder did Lin Fei no harm. Instead, he felt an incredible surge of strength coursing through every fiber of his being, a sensation so exhilarating that he felt utterly unstoppable. This was the true power of the Thunder God. This was the might that came with possessing the hammer. Lin Fei felt invincible, fearless in the face of any foe. In his heart, he believed that from now on, there was no one he needed to fear. He himself had become the strongest. Even so, with all these people from S.H.I.E.L.D. nearby, Lin Fei knew he couldn't unleash the full extent of his abilities. He was genuinely concerned about accidentally hurting them. After all, they were all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. If any of them were injured because of him, Lin Fei would feel truly guilty. In an instant, Lin Fei moved swiftly, placing the hammer back exactly where he had picked it up. At that moment, the unusual phenomena rippling through the heavens and earth vanished, and those around him watched Lin Fei's actions, puzzled. Why would Lin Fei put the hammer back, instead of simply taking it with him? Coulson, observing this, couldn't help but smile and say, "Mr. Lin, you never cease to amaze me. I truly didn't expect you to be this powerful. All of this has surpassed anything I could have imagined. I'm honestly astonished." Hearing Coulson's words, Lin Fei simply waved his hand dismissively, then followed him inside. As they walked, Lin Fei looked at Coulson and said, "All right, my friend, there's no need to be so surprised. We still have preparations to make for tonight. There's no reason for me to take this thing with me now, because Thor will arrive this evening. Let's just get ready to welcome him." Listening to Lin Fei, Coulson understood immediately. After all, the true owner of the hammer was Thor, and Lin Fei had no intention of stealing the limelight. Understanding the situation, Coulson decided to leave the matter be and simply let things unfold as they would that night. But neither of them noticed that, at that very moment, Barton, observing from above, had a wild gleam in his eyes. He was struck by awe and excitement, his heart swelling with ambition. He secretly made up his mind. One day, he would become as strong as Lin Fei. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., Barton had always been dissatisfied with his own abilities. He yearned to become stronger, and if he could ever reach Lin Fei's level, it would be nothing short of a dream come true. Yet, Lin Fei and Coulson remained unaware of all this. By now, the two had arrived at Coulson's quarters. They walked inside, where Coulson had already prepared dinner. The two of them sat down at the table and began to eat, the atmosphere relaxed and easy, as if the weight of the world had lifted from their shoulders. Carlson was thoroughly taken with Lin Fei's Tsingdao beer and that crispy Beijing roast duck. Lin Fei, of course, didn't stand on ceremony and brought everything out without hesitation. Carlson, naturally, helped himself generously, and the two of them enjoyed the food and drink together. Time slipped by, and before long, it was 8 in the evening. Just as they were about to take a break and rest for a while, the sharp wail of alarm suddenly echoed through the base. The sound immediately caught Carlson's attention. His expression tightened as he realized the base might be under attack. Lin Fei, on the other hand, simply waved his hand dismissively and spoke with a calm tone. Come on, there's no need to be surprised. This is just Thor arriving. That's all. Otherwise, why do you think the alarms are blaring? If you don't believe me, ask someone if anyone just broke through the fence on the southeast side. Carlson was taken aback by Lin Fei's words, but nodded in confusion. Without wasting a moment, he picked up his walkie-talkie and asked the soldiers what was happening and where the trouble was. Mr. Carlson, it's the southeast perimeter, came the reply. There's an intruder. The fence has been forced open, and we're not sure what's going on. We haven't found the person yet. All right, find them immediately, Carlson ordered. Hearing the soldiers' report, Carlson quickly gave out standard instructions. After all, this was exactly how he would have handled the situation anyway. Looking at Lin Fei, Carlson couldn't help his surprise. My goodness, Mr. Lin, this is astonishing. I didn't expect you to be right. So what should I do next? Well, what you need to do now is send Barton up high to keep watch around the hammer's location. So we'll be heading over there soon. Tell Barton not to engage him, just observe. We just need to keep an eye on things, and if anything truly unusual happens, we'll act then. But if my guess is correct, there won't be any surprises. So all we need to do is wait and watch from a distance. Understood, Mr. Lin. I'll make the arrangements right away. I have to say, I'm surprised you even know Barton is here with us. Without hesitation, Carlson pulled out his walkie-talkie. The truth was, he had long realized the extent of Lin Fei's abilities. There was little that could surprise him now, knowing that Lin Fei had likely foreseen all of this. Otherwise, how could he have predicted everything so precisely? Very quickly, Carlson, without any hesitation, picked up the walkie-talkie again to contact Barton. Hey, Barton, no time for a break. Get ready to work. Head over to a vantage point near the hammer and keep your eyes on it. I'm sure someone will show up soon. Just remember, don't engage. We're not supposed to attack yet, because that person is very important to Mr. Lin. Oh, all right. Mr. Lin, is it? I didn't expect you'd be here, too. Hello, Mr. Lin. Actually, I already heard about you from Natasha. I really appreciate what you've done for me. Never thought you'd make a prediction like that for my sake. It means a lot, truly. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for everything you've done. Hearing Barton's words, Lin Fei immediately understood what he was referring to. It was about the danger Barton would soon encounter, something Lin Fei had long anticipated. He'd already told Natasha about it, advising that Barton should steer clear when the time came. Clearly, Natasha had passed this on to Barton at S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Fei could only sigh inwardly, a bit helpless, but simply waved his hand and said no more. He told Barton directly, just get on with it. We'll talk after everything's settled. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Carlson didn't hesitate at all and told Barton, get moving now. With that, the two of them went back to enjoying their beers in a leisurely manner. At that moment, Carlson looked at Lin Fei and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, is this really all we need to do? Shouldn't we consider some other actions? What else is there to do? We just sit here. Why go out? Thor is bound to lose his mind when he realizes he can't lift Mjolnir. Carlson, not knowing the full picture, finally relaxed after hearing Lin Fei's words. What he'd really been worried about was that Thor might do something reckless, but with Lin Fei's reassurance, it was clear that Thor had become just an ordinary man. That meant there was nothing to fear. Ordinary people were much easier to handle. Meanwhile, Barton kept a close watch on everything, ready to act at a moment's notice if anything did happen. At that very moment, Carlson's walkie-talkie crackled to life once more. Barton's voice came through, and he couldn't help but report, Mr. Carlson, I've found him. He's headed straight for Thor's hammer and will be here soon. Our people are doing their best to hold him back, but none of them can hurt him. All right, you know what to do. Just keep it up. Mr. Lin and I will head over to take a look ourselves. The two of us should be there soon. Whatever you do, make sure he isn't harmed. Wait for my command before taking any further action, Carlson replied, finally feeling a sense of relief. With those words, Carlson and Lin Fei both rose to their feet and made their way outside, stepping onto a platform above Thor's hammer. They stood quietly together in the darkness, watching the changing scene around the hammer. At that moment, a strange tremor ran through the earth near Thor's hammer, and the sky itself seemed to stir with a hint of something unusual. Outside the camp, Thor was locked in combat, exchanging blows with a burly man standing in his way. For a while, Coulson couldn't help but comment, "Mr. Lin, I get the feeling Thor might not even be able to beat one of my ordinary agents. If that's the case, it really is unexpected. Is this the mighty god of thunder? It's honestly quite surprising." Hearing Coulson's words, Lin Fei gave a helpless chuckle. That's because Thor's under a curse his father put on him. He's lost all his godly powers. Right now, he's just an ordinary man. The brute he's fighting is relying on his instincts and sheer strength. But even so, this ordeal is painful for Thor. Still, I think he'll manage to win this round. Just watch. Coulson, listening to Lin Fei, sighed in resignation. He truly couldn't see how Thor could possibly win. Yet even as he watched, his mind kept turning over the situation. Thor, stripped of his powers, was no longer the god he once was. At that moment, what Lin Fei was pondering was this. If he, too, were to lose his abilities, what would that mean for him? Lin Fei could hardly imagine such a thing. If he truly lost all the powers within his body, it was easy to foresee he would be hurt by it. A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Fei. If ever there was a case of worrying over nothing, this was it. He was truly letting his mind run wild. He genuinely feared that if these abilities left him, he might become utterly useless. The thought of becoming so helpless was something he had never even considered before, and the idea stunned him to his core. But after a long moment, Lin Fei could only smile wryly at himself. In truth, all these worries were nothing but unfounded imaginings. Even now, he hadn't really entertained such thoughts before. He was not the sort to dwell on things that hadn't even happened. Rather than worrying about such distant possibilities, it would be better to focus on the present and make himself stronger. That, he thought, would be the true beginning of his strength. Looking over at Coulson, Lin Fei's smile did not go unnoticed. Coulson, puzzled, asked, "Oh, Mr. Lin, what's the matter? Why are you suddenly laughing?" Hearing Coulson's question, Lin Fei chuckled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing really. I just thought of something amusing, that's all. Come on, Coulson, why are you looking at me like that? Don't you believe me? Look, Thor won." Sure enough, just as Lin Fei finished speaking, they saw Thor standing victorious, having defeated the hulking brute in front of him. For a moment, Coulson was taken aback. He hadn't expected Thor to be so fierce, nor his combat skills to be so formidable. Thor had fought with a reckless abandon, yet there had been real technique in his movements. In the end, he really did manage to defeat that giant opponent. To Coulson, this was almost unimaginable. After all, that was one of his own men, and now his subordinate had been beaten by Thor. It was a hard pill for Coulson to swallow, and the whole situation left him more than a little surprised. But no matter how unexpected it was, what's done is done. There was no use saying anything more about it now. At this moment, Coulson couldn't help but turn his head and look at Lin Fei. He spoke up, "Mr. Lin, what should we do now? Should we step in and resolve this? Thor is unbelievably powerful. He actually managed to defeat my man." Hearing Coulson's words, Lin Fei simply shook his head, entirely unconcerned. He replied, "Why intervene? We ought to respect them. Don't worry, nothing's going to go wrong. Besides, Thor truly does possess remarkable strength. There's no need for us to be anxious. All we need to do is watch and see if he can lift Mjolnir at this moment. Oh, and make sure Barton knows. Under no circumstances should he act. Also, tell him, for Thor, failing to lift the hammer will fill him with deep regret, and he'll give up resisting of his own accord." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Coulson nodded. He was genuinely surprised by such an arrangement. But regardless, the events were already unfolding. All he had to do was follow Lin Fei's advice. As for Thor, he was now staggering unsteadily toward Mjolnir. His emotions surged with excitement. He had succeeded. He was once again close enough to touch the hammer. In that moment, Thor was certain he could make the hammer obey him, certain he could lift it. But Thor failed to notice that the usual changes in the world around him were much less intense than before. In the past, whenever he reached for the hammer, the skies would swirl with powerful omens. Now, his entire attention was fixed on Mjolnir, and he paid no heed to what was, or rather, was not, happening in the heavens. Time seemed to play a cruel trick. Just then, Thor took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and prepared to grasp Mjolnir. But as soon as he touched the hammer, he was stunned to discover that no matter how hard he tried, it simply would not budge. Thor threw every ounce of his strength into lifting Mjolnir. In the past, this would have been effortless for him, a weightless task. Now, all he could feel was an agonizing sense of powerlessness. The pain was unbearable. For a moment, Thor could hardly believe it. He couldn't even imagine what he might have done to end up like this, or why he had become so changed. The moment Thor thought of Odin's curse upon him, he had to admit it to himself. He probably never imagined he would ever face something like this. To him, it was an agony too deep for words. Yet, despite everything, his journey to this point was, in a sense, a natural turn of fate. Still, Thor had never expected such misfortune to befall him, and so, all of this weighed unbearably on his heart. No matter how hard he tried, Thor simply could not reach that object. Mjolnir, the mighty hammer, now felt impossibly heavy. He no longer possessed the power of the thunder god. He couldn't summon the strength within him, couldn't even sense the storm's energy he once commanded. How could any of this be something Thor could accept? At this very moment, he was overwhelmed by shock, utterly unprepared for such a reversal of fortune. As the truth sank in, Thor's spirit began to crumble. He could not fathom how he had ended up in such a state. It was simply unimaginable. But no matter how, he struggled with it. The reality had already arrived. Things had reached this point, and though he longed to set everything right, it was far from simple. Suddenly, rain poured from the sky in torrents. All around, warriors began to converge on his position, intent on capturing Thor. Coulson had already given orders. So long as Thor was not harmed, anything else was permitted. As the downpour lashed his face, Thor remained kneeling on the ground, his head tilted back in a silent, anguished cry to the heavens. Who among them could truly understand the bitterness in his heart? Watching Thor in such a state, Coulson too felt a pang of sorrow. He had never imagined that the god of thunder could be reduced to this. For a long while, Coulson was at a loss for words. At last, he sighed and spoke. Mr. Lin, I think I may finally believe what you said. Perhaps Thor truly is the god of thunder. If he weren't, would he act in a way that moves the heart to pity? It's hard not to feel a little sad. Thor must have once been magnificent, only to fall so low, like a tiger brought down to the plains, mocked by lesser creatures. Hearing Coulson's words, Lin Fei nodded silently. In truth, he had been wanting to know the answer himself. From the past to the present, Thor had endured an incredibly painful journey. Now, witnessing what had just unfolded, how could this not be a heavy blow for Thor? He truly had gone through far too much. At that moment, Thor was on his knees, his face etched with anguish. The surrounding soldiers rushed forward, eager to seize him. Yet Thor made no attempt to resist. This alone was proof enough of the turmoil in his heart. It spoke volumes about his current state of mind. As Thor was taken in by the soldiers, he was swiftly escorted into one of the rooms inside. For a moment, Coulson turned to Lin Fei, his voice uncertain. Mr. Lin, what should I do next? I honestly don't know how to handle Thor. I feel so sorry for him right now. If I keep pressing him, I might do him real harm. Lin Fei waved a hand dismissively and chuckled. Don't worry about it. Just do what you need to do. After you finish questioning him, I'll go see him myself. And you don't have to ask whether he's really the god of thunder. After all, even if he told you, would you really believe it? Some things you only understand once you've experienced them yourself. Instead, talk to him about something else. Ask why he's here, or about other things in his life. Listening to Lin Fei, Coulson nodded. He realized he already knew what he should ask. At a time like this, if he pressed Thor with too many unnecessary questions, he might only hurt him more. So, Coulson quickly headed back, with Lin Fei following close behind. The downpour outside was relentless. It would be all too easy to catch a cold standing out there for long. Thor, meanwhile, had already been captured. This turn of events was something he could never have expected. In that moment, his expression was one of utter resignation, as if he already knew the hour of his doom had arrived. Seeing that expression, Coulson felt another sharp pang in his heart. He truly hadn't expected Thor to end up like this. With a heavy sigh, Coulson couldn't help but say, Hey, I suppose this is our first time meeting, isn't it? At that, Thor simply nodded, then lifted his head to look at Coulson. He didn't say much. Truthfully, he didn't feel like saying anything at all. Coulson couldn't help but smile a little at the silence, then continued. I imagine you must have a lot of stories you'd like to share with me right now. I can tell, just by looking at you, that you have a deep attachment to that hammer of thunder. So you try to lift it. Does that mean you have a special identity? Thor's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light when he heard Coulson's words. He was surprised that Coulson knew about the existence of Mjolnir. After a moment of hesitation, Thor finally nodded and said, You're right. I do have that ability, and I do know about the hammer. Because I am the god of thunder. That hammer belongs to me. Oh, is that so? Even though Coulson had already known this, he still needed to play his part, still had to ask the question out loud. Coulson quickly followed up, Well, sir, I think I need to know what exactly happened to you. Would you be willing to tell me your story? I'm genuinely curious about it. And, believe me, I promise to listen with an open mind. But I have to say, whatever you share will likely be painful to recall, because I can see the regret in your eyes. Am I right? Yes, Thor replied, his voice heavy. I do regret it very much. For a moment, Thor couldn't help but nod, his eyes brimming with regret. With a heavy sigh, he spoke. Let me tell you the truth. In fact, among all the 9 regions of our universe, each with its own Earth, this is just one of them. I come from a celestial palace, where I was regarded as a commander. But because of something I did, my father, the king, cast me down to the mortal world, and that's how I ended up here. Mjolnir, the hammer of thunder, came with me. That's why all of this has been so painful for me. I can hardly imagine that things would turn out this way. But now I've come to terms with it. There's really no reason for me to go back. If I did, it would be pointless. I just can't bear to see my father's angry face again. Coulson, hearing Thor's words, nodded as well. In truth, he had already learned about Thor's true identity, but he still didn't know exactly what had happened. Now, realizing it was because Thor had made a mistake and was punished, Coulson felt a twinge of sympathy. Whatever the details, there was little else to say. In his heart, he could only feel compassion for Thor. Thor nodded again, his expression etched with remorse. Sir, please lock me up, he said. Right now, I just want to stay here, away from everything else. It's all too painful for me. I just want to rest. As for Mjolnir, I can assure you that no one else can lift it. No one without the power of the God of Thunder. Only someone with that power could ever wield it. And how could such a person exist in this mortal world? As far as I know, even across all 9 regions, perhaps I alone have this gift. As Thor spoke, Coulson couldn't help but feel puzzled. After all, he'd witnessed someone else lift the hammer, Lin Fei. That scene was still fresh in his mind, so he was well aware that Lin Fei had been able to pick up Mjolnir. Hearing Thor's certainty made Coulson wonder. Could it be that Lin Fei also possessed the power of the God of Thunder? If that were true, then this was all truly astonishing, almost beyond belief. But of course, this was not something that could be told to Thor. Coulson worried that revealing it would only provoke Thor's resentment. So after hearing Thor's words, he said nothing and simply walked outside. Unbeknownst to him, as he closed the door behind him, another figure slipped inside. Coulson couldn't see this person. He was only aware of the people right beside him. As for this figure, he was completely oblivious. The newcomer was none other than Loki himself. His long hair framed a delicate, almost elegant face, and tonight he was dressed in a sleek black evening suit. He walked up to Thor, who sat with his head bowed, lost in thought. Loki broke the silence, his tone laced with a teasing concern. Hey, big brother, why are you looking so down? What's the matter with you? Thor was startled to hear Loki's voice. Of all the people he expected to see here, Loki was the last. For a moment, shock overtook him, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Oh, my brother, what are you doing here? Did you open the Bifrost again? How did you get here? Did Heimdall open it for you? Loki gave a dismissive little laugh. How could that be? Heimdall would never let me out. Asgard is in chaos right now. Thor's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Why would Asgard be in chaos? What happened? Loki quickly replied, Oh, brother, I'm sorry. I must tell you, father is dead. I never imagined things would end up like this. Maybe he was too angry about what happened with you, and just passed away. I truly didn't expect things to come to this, and I'm sorry, brother. I hope you can find the strength to bear this loss. What? Father is dead. The words hit Thor like a thunderclap. His eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to stand, only to realize, with a painful jolt, that his shackles held him down. Rising was nearly impossible. The cuffs bit into him, making every movement agony. Seeing Thor's desperation, Loki watched as he sank back into his seat, remorse and shock written all over his face. Thor looked at Loki, his voice trembling with disbelief. What happened? Brother, is it true? Has father really died? I suppose that's how it is. Right now, mother is watching over him, and with this news spreading, the whole palace has been thrown into chaos. I've raised his banner and taken control of the palace because I'm truly worried. If father really does die, there's a real chance someone might rebel. So for me, the only thing I can do now is to resolve this situation. I really don't want any accidents to happen. Brother, I truly regret that you didn't return. I regret that father treated you this way. If you had come back, perhaps none of this would have happened. Your power to rule is simply overwhelming, but there's nothing I can do. I simply can't bring you back now. Hearing Loki's words, Thor couldn't help but be filled with regret. His expression was one of deep pain. He waved his hand and spoke. Let's just leave it at that. Don't ask me to go back. I truly have no wish to return, because it was my actions that led father to this state. How could I possibly have the face to go back now? Loki, the palace is yours to rule from now on. Trust me, I won't go back. All right, brother. It seems there's nothing I can say to change your mind. Though Loki spoke these words, his eyes gleamed with delight. He never imagined things would turn out this way. And for him, was simply wonderful. As long as Thor didn't return to the palace, Loki would be the absolute king. No one would be able to defy him. No one could stand in his way. This thought filled Loki with immense joy. With this in mind, Loki looked at Thor and couldn't help but smile. Very well. Since that's your decision, I'll be going now. It seems I truly can persuade you. But I still hope you'll think it over, brother. If you ever decide to return, just call for me. I'll make sure Heimdall opens the Bifrost and brings you home. Seeing Thor nod, Loki let out a laugh. In truth, there was no way he would ever really let Thor return. Loki was thoroughly enjoying this new life. If Thor came back, his power would be gone in an instant, and that was something Loki could never accept. The mere thought of it was far too painful for him. Watching as Loki slipped away without a word, Coulson opened the door at that very moment, stepping into the room. Loki, seizing the opportunity while Coulson was distracted, quietly slipped out into the corridor. Coulson was momentarily puzzled. He felt a sudden rush of wind at his side, but couldn't quite tell where it came from. He glanced around, searching for anything unusual, but saw nothing amiss. After a quick look around, Coulson returned to the room and spotted Thor. He pulled out a cup of coffee, handing it over with a friendly gesture. Here, have some. You look like you've had a long day. Drink up, then get some rest. I'll leave you to it for now, but I have a feeling someone else will want to see you soon. Someone else? Thor replied dismissively. What's the point? Who else could possibly want to see me? Besides Jane, Selvig, and his friends, I don't know anyone else here. Coulson didn't press the matter. He simply left the room, and barely 2 minutes had passed before Lin Fei returned. He found Thor sipping his coffee, seemingly at ease, though there was a shadow of worry in his eyes. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a little helpless at the sight. Hey, buddy, Lin Fei said, breaking the silence. Let me guess, you really believe your father is dead? Must be a tough thing to accept, right? Huh? What? Thor snapped his head up, staring at Lin Fei in utter disbelief. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to bring that up. After all, Thor had just learned of his father's possible death himself. How could Lin Fei know about it? Thor was certain that when Loki had been here, no one else could have noticed him. Loki had used his magic, making himself undetectable. No one should have seen or heard a thing. Yet somehow Lin Fei knew. Thor's disbelief was written all over his face as he looked at Lin Fei. Who are you, really? Seeing how calm Lin Fei remained, Thor couldn't help but grow uneasy. If Lin Fei were an enemy, this could become a dangerous situation, and Thor's concern was clear. He was genuinely worried about what might happen next. As the saying goes, to truly surprise someone, you must first pique their curiosity. At this moment, Lin Fei had indeed aroused Thor's intense curiosity. Thor found himself deeply intrigued by Lin Fei's identity, and this was something Lin Fei was quite pleased with. With a casual wave of his hand, a sofa suddenly appeared behind him. Without hesitation, Lin Fei sat down, and, as if by magic, a cigarette materialized in his hand, which he began to smoke leisurely. Seeing Lin Fei like this, Thor couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What is this? Is this some kind of magic? Not even my brother has ever possessed such an ability. How did you make this happen? Listening to Thor's words, Lin Fei smiled and replied, Your brother, you say? Didn't he just pay us a visit? I must admit, his sorcery is truly impressive. He can turn himself invisible so that no one around can see him. Honestly, I still haven't figured out exactly what kind of magic that is. He really caught me by surprise. The people of your Asgard are truly formidable. Lin Fei's words left Thor utterly astonished. He never could have imagined that Lin Fei would know so much. For Thor, it was a hard truth to accept. After a long pause, staring at Lin Fei, Thor finally spoke. Who are you, really? I think you owe me some kind of explanation. I'm honestly shocked. How do you know all this? Are you my enemy? Because if you are, I have to tell you, you'll get nothing from me. And if the day ever comes when I have the power, I might just destroy you. Lin Fei simply chuckled at Thor's words, unconcerned, and replied with a smile. Thor, must you be so tense? I haven't really said much, have I? As for me, my identity is actually quite simple. I'm a prophet. I can foresee everything, and I also possess some rather extraordinary abilities. Thor, let me tell you this. I can help you reclaim Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, and help your father. Help my father? Why would I want to help him? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, your name is Lin Fei, isn't it? Mr. Lin, I have to say I'm truly surprised you would say such a thing to me. Do you realize I'm the god of thunder, the son of Odin, the leader of the gods? For you to say something like this, are you hoping I'll beg for your mercy? Hey, what are you thinking? For a moment, Lin Fei was caught off guard by Thor's words. Thor, I came here to help you, not to pity you. How could you think things have become so hopeless? There's simply no basis for that. Thor, do you even know what's really going on right now? Do you actually believe what Loki said, that your father is dead? Let me tell you, all of this is Loki's doing. He put your father into a deep sleep, and he even allowed the frost giants into your palace. Because of this, your father is in real danger. What? My brother actually contacted the frost giants? Why? Why would he do that? Why would he reach out to our enemies, the very ones we've always fought against? How could he possibly choose to work with them now? It's actually quite simple. Your brother Loki is the son of Lin Fei, king of the frost giants. Oda knew about this. He discovered Loki when he passed through the land of the frost giants years ago. He noticed that this child looked different from the other frost giants, so he brought Loki back home. Who would have thought Loki was Laufey's son? Loki possesses the powers of a frost giant, as well as your own people's abilities. In a sense, he's a fusion of both worlds, and his strength is truly formidable. Oh heavens, is all of this really true? How could this be? I'm honestly stunned. To tell you the truth, Mr. Lin, what you're saying sounds like something out of a myth. I just can't believe it. I'm also wondering, how do you even know so much about my brother and my father? Still, no matter what, with everything that happened, I'm just too shocked. That's enough, Mr. Lin. Please just go. Right now, I have no desire to pick up Mjolnir. To me, that's something I just can't bring myself to face. What? Really? Lin Fei was puzzled by Thor's words. He hadn't expected Thor to refuse to pick up the hammer. Had things really changed that much? Wasn't Thor supposed to be filled with longing when confronted with Mjolnir? At that moment, after thinking it over for a while, Lin Fei finally understood. Thor had been through so much lately, and now, caught off guard by this turn of events, he was overwhelmed with disappointment. The fact that he could no longer lift his hammer, Mjolnir, and that his father had been hurt because of it, weighed heavily on him. In this moment, regret for his father consumed him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that everything was his fault. Faced with all this, Thor simply didn't want to confront reality. Having figured this out, Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head, choosing not to press the matter. He looked at Thor, sighed helplessly, and then spoke. All right, since that's how you feel, I won't say any more, but I'll stay with you these next few days. If anything unexpected happens, I'll be here to help you. What I can tell you for sure is this. You need to remember that I truly have the power to help you lift Mjolnir. I can do it, but whether you want to take that step is something I can't predict. That's up to you. So think it over. Rest here tonight. Tomorrow, or the day after, I'll take you away from here and bring you back to Jane. Then, the two of you can finally live a good life together. Whatever you need to talk about, talk it out with her. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Thor only nodded silently. The truth was, he no longer cared to deal with any of this. No matter how he looked at it, his heart ached unbearably. He dreaded facing what had happened. His father was injured, Jane was at a loss, and now, Thor felt utterly alone in the world. It even crossed his mind that he no longer wished to live. Such was the devastating power of regret. And just like that, Thor soon saw Lin Fei make a simple gesture, and in an instant, a bed appeared right beside him. With another wave of Lin Fei's hand, the key to the chain's binding, Thor was tossed at his feet. After that, Lin Fei turned and left, paying Thor no further mind. Thor, left on his own, could now free himself, and would at last have a good night's rest. Lin Fei felt quite satisfied with this arrangement. He didn't want Thor to suffer any more harm. Rather than pushing him further, it was better to offer comfort. At this moment, Thor's spirit had clearly been wounded. What he needed most was some solace, something to help him grow stronger. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Thor couldn't help but smile. Looking at Lin Fei, he said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. No matter what, I'm genuinely grateful for what you've done for me. It means a lot. Enough now. Get some proper rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you away from here," Lin Fei replied. Hearing this, Thor simply smiled again and said no more. Lin Fei, not lingering any longer, left and returned to Coulson's quarters. With a casual gesture, a bed appeared in the room. Lin Fei lay down, settling in comfortably, and glanced over at Coulson, unable to hold back a small, amused smile. "Really, Coulson, what are you staring at me for? There's no need to look so shocked. Haven't you already seen what I can do? Stuff like this is child's play for me," Lin Fei said. "Oh, Mr. Lin, I know it's simple for you, but honestly, this is beyond anything I imagined possible. I never thought I'd see something like that," Coulson replied with genuine astonishment. Hearing this, Lin Fei laughed. "Come on, Coulson, is it really that surprising? It's just one of my abilities, nothing more. All right, let's get some rest. The morning after tomorrow, I'll be taking Thor with me, and I'll do my best to finish everything Fury asked of me. Oh, right, Coulson, I need a favor from you. Tomorrow morning, no, never mind, let's just do it tonight. I want you to send some people to the nearby town. Jane and her team are conducting some astrophysics research. Their work might just be able to reopen the Bifrost. So, when it comes to that, I need you to collect all their research materials and bring them together. Mr. Lin, are you suggesting that I continue her research? If that's the case, we might actually need to bring in some astrophysics experts, which could be quite a challenge for us. That's not what I want you to do at all. Lin Fei, clearly exasperated by Coulson's suggestion, replied, I only want you to put all those things away for safekeeping. It'll be a great help for Jane. That small town is going to be attacked in the next few days, and when it happens, everything will spiral out of our control. That's why we must secure and protect those items now. Only by doing this can we ensure they aren't lost or destroyed in the chaos. Once everything blows over, I'll return those things to Jane myself. Don't even think about trying to unlock the secrets of those items yourselves. That's far too difficult for any of you. You simply don't have the capability. Even if you assembled a team of experts, chances are they wouldn't be able to grasp it either. After all, not everyone is as brilliant as Jane. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Coulson nodded silently. He had nothing to add. In truth, he'd already looked into Jane's background and found her to be a true genius, her thinking far beyond ordinary people's imagination. He never expected Jane would be so extraordinary. Just then, another thought crossed Lin Fei's mind, and he broke into a smile. Forget it, Coulson. I'll come with you. Honestly, I'm worried you won't be able to handle this alone. I'll talk to Jane myself, and together we'll sort everything out. Hearing this, Coulson finally smiled, relieved that Lin Fei was willing to lend a hand. For him, this was the best possible outcome. As Lin Fei prepared to leave, Coulson watched him closely. Lin Fei swung his hand, and in an instant, the bed vanished without a trace. The two of them quickly stepped outside. Seeing the soldiers gathered there, Coulson waved and called over 10 men at once. By now, the heavy rain had stopped. Everyone got into several vehicles, and together they set off toward the nearby small town. Very soon, the small town came into view. By now, it was already past 9 in the evening. Yet, the town was still bustling. Many people remained awake, strolling through the streets and sipping on drinks. The whole atmosphere radiated an unmistakable sense of harmony. Lin Fei quickly made his way to Jane's residence. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Jane engaged in a heated argument with Selvig. Selvig, don't you usually listen to me? Jane's voice trembled with frustration. He's my best friend, the only truly extraordinary friend I've ever had. Why won't you help me bring him back? Do you really want to see something bad happen to him? Jane, how could you think that? Selvig retorted, equally exasperated. Don't you know what kind of person Thor is? He's a madman, utterly delusional. You're still thinking about bringing him back. How could that possibly work? No, Selvig, how can you say that? Jane insisted, her tone earnest. I truly believe he's from Asgard. Everything he's done, it's only to protect the justice he believes in. What he's doing is important. How can you call that delusion? Besides, have you forgotten that I'm an astrophysicist? For me, his arrival could be something miraculous. Don't you even want to know how he came to our world, or what his past is? Oh, Jane, you're completely obsessed. Selvig threw up his hands in disbelief. Why are you so fixated on this? He's just a madman, and his condition is getting worse. Why are you still defending him? Jane, this is madness. I won't do it, I just can't. If you want to try, you go and save him yourself. Hearing these words, Jane couldn't help but feel troubled. She turned to Selvig, her eyes pleading. Selvig, please, I really need your help with this. I promise you, I'm not wrong about him. If you help me now, I swear I won't ask you for anything else in the future. Lately, this is the only thing I've asked of you. Selvig, can't you help me, just this once? For a moment, Selvig couldn't help but feel exasperated when he heard Jane's plea. He hadn't expected Jane to be so desperate at a time like this, urging him over and over to find a way to rescue Thor. To Selvig, it was truly a helpless situation. He even started to wonder what had gotten into Jane. Had she fallen under Thor's spell somehow? Why else would she come up with such a wild idea now? Looking at Jane's face, Selvig saw an unwavering determination in her eyes. There was a certain pleading there as well. She knew she couldn't possibly save Thor on her own, so she put all her hope in Selvig, believing only he could help her. If he agreed, maybe Thor could be brought back safely. Jane truly wanted Thor to return. She longed to see for herself what had really happened to him. Jane was filled with anticipation, convinced that Thor was hiding secrets yet to be discovered. For her, this was a matter of great importance. Selvig looked back at Jane and, after a heavy sigh, finally relented. All right then, let's wait until the day after tomorrow. I'll spend tomorrow getting everything ready, and the day after, I'll help you bring Thor back. Hearing their conversation, Lin Fei spoke up at last, unable to stay silent any longer. You two don't need to trouble yourselves. The day after tomorrow, I'll bring Thor back myself. Jane and Selvig both turned to look at him, surprised by such a statement. Neither of them could make sense of it. At that moment, Jane's Friend gasped in astonishment when she caught sight of Lin Fei's face, quickly covering her mouth, her expression dazzled and dreamy. As for Jane, she frowned when she saw Lin Fei standing there. She couldn't make heads or tails of who he was or what he was doing here. Looking at him steadily, she asked, "Excuse me, sir, but I'm really quite curious. Who exactly are you, and what are you doing here? This is our home, you know. You do realize you're trespassing, right?" "Trespassing, is it? All right then, I'll leave. But if Thor doesn't come back as promised, don't say I didn't warn you." Upon hearing such a remark, Lin Fei clearly didn't want to engage any further. In truth, he was simply looking for a chance to tease Jian a little, which was why he had said those words. Afterward, he prepared to leave. But seeing this, Jian quickly blocked his path, looking at Lin Fei anxiously as she spoke. "Oh, sir, I don't want you to leave just yet. I think we should have a proper conversation. How do you know about Thor's situation? Could it be? Did you lock him up yourself?" "That's right. I was the one who locked Thor up. And surely, you know that already, don't you? After all, you sent him in. He broke into our base. By anyone's laws, that would be a crime punishable by death. But I didn't go that far because I know who he really is." "What? Sir, do you mean you also believe he's from Asgard?" For a moment, Jian was taken aback, staring at Lin Fei in disbelief. She never expected him to say something like that, and all at once, her curiosity about Lin Fei deepened. Who exactly was this man? The idea seemed almost impossible for her to grasp. Lin Fei, meanwhile, looked at Jian, his expression a mixture of helplessness and amusement. He couldn't help but laugh softly before saying, "All right, Jian, you really don't have anything to worry about this time. As for me, all I'm curious about now is what will ultimately happen between you and Thor." "Between me and him? Oh, sir, whatever makes you say that. You've really caught me off guard. The two of us are just ordinary friends, nothing more." "Just ordinary friends? Well, that's not quite how it looks to me. But let's set that aside. I only have one reason for coming here today, and that's to take everything you have in this place." Jian was startled by Lin Fei's words, unable to understand why he would say such a thing. And at that very moment, she noticed over a dozen black-clad warriors suddenly appear behind Kesu. Instantly, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Then Selvig rushed in front of Jian, his gaze wary as he faced Lin Fei. "Sir, I want to know who you really are and why you're doing this. You have to understand, all these research results are the fruits of our tireless efforts. If you really take everything from us, it would be utterly devastating. How could we possibly hand all of it over to you?" "Oh yes, you're right. Naturally, you're reluctant to hand over something like this. But let me assure you, we have no intention of stealing it from you. What I can tell you right now is that these things are just as important to me because I truly want to take them, not for my own gain, but to protect you." "Protect us? Why? Why would you do that?" Seeing the wary look in their eyes, Lin Fei couldn't help but say, "All right, I'll explain. My name is Lin Fei. I'm a seer, and I come from S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Selvig. Jane, both of you have been studying that device capable of crossing dimensions. You call it the Bifrost. But I can assure you, the Bifrost is actually fairly simple, and you are both on the verge of figuring it out. You just hit a few snags, problems that, frankly, only Thor can help you solve, am I right?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Jane and Selvig's eyes widened in disbelief. They hadn't expected Lin Fei to speak with such certainty. It was hard for them to believe he could know so much, or why he would say such things. But Lin Fei wasn't finished. He continued, "To be honest, you're both thinking about bringing Thor here to help with your research. When you first met him, it was out in the mountains. There was a fierce tornado that day, and you wanted to get closer to see what was happening. That's when Thor came crashing down from the sky and landed right on your car. In the end, Thor was unharmed. Right beside him appeared the legendary Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. You were both astonished. Dr. Selvig, you went on to look up all sorts of books and legends. I imagine all this talk of gods must have left you feeling pretty helpless, didn't it? Because you just can't bring yourself to believe any of it is real." For a moment, both Selvig and Jane were left stunned by Lin Fei's words. They never imagined he could describe everything so accurately. For them, the truth was right in front of their eyes, but they simply couldn't bring themselves to accept it. After all, it all seemed to hinge on Thor's incredible stories. And yet, the man standing before them spoke with such certainty that, for the two of them, it was both astonishing and deeply unsettling. At that moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Honestly, you two, I don't think you need to be so shocked. For me, this is simply the most ordinary thing imaginable, because what I said truly does exist. I am a prophet. I hope you can keep my identity a secret. As for why I've come today, it's to take all your materials with me. In just a few days, a great battle will break out here. I don't want that conflict to destroy your research data. So I need to take everything away now. Consider it a way to preserve your work. Once the battle is over, I'll have Coulson return everything to you, and then you can resume your research as before. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Selvig's eyes were filled with disbelief. He simply hadn't expected Lin Fei to say such a thing. Was Lin Fei truly planning to leave their research undisturbed? But how could that be possible? The two of them had chosen this small town precisely to stay out of the spotlight and protect their data. And yet, they'd still been discovered. Now, they couldn't help but wonder if anyone else had found them. They would have tried to seize their work. But instead, Lin Fei and Coulson actually wanted to help them protect it. The very thought was almost beyond belief. It was something they never would have imagined. Powerless to resist, they could only speculate in their hearts about whether Lin Fei's words were true. Lin Fei sighed softly. Gentlemen, I know this is hard to believe, but that's exactly why I came here in person today, to convince you. I truly hope you'll trust me. Only if you believe in me will your data be safe from destruction. And I can assure you, my abilities are far beyond anything you can imagine. If I wanted to, I could flatten this place in an instant. But I haven't because I genuinely want to protect you. I hope you can believe that. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the two men fell into deep thought. Could Lin Fei really do what he claimed? They doubted his powers, yet it was clear he was capable of such things. Perhaps, just perhaps, what he said was true. At this moment, Jane looked at Lin Fei with a puzzled expression and asked, "Oh, sir, I really want to know, just how powerful are you? I think we should see your strength for ourselves before we can truly trust your identity. Don't you agree?" "My strength, is it?" Lin Fei replied. "All right then. I suppose I can show you a little demonstration." As he spoke, Lin Fei glanced down. Beneath his feet was a slab of solid marble flooring. He smiled to himself, then said, "Would you mind if I damaged this floor a bit? I hope you don't mind." "Of course not," Jane replied nonchalantly. "Just don't tear down the whole house." But in that very instant, Jane's eyes widened in astonishment. She hadn't even seen Lin Fei move, but the marble beneath him had already sunk deeply, crushed under his feet. The floor caved in completely, with Lin Fei's entire body dropping several centimeters, as if his ankle were now flush with the shattered stone. He hadn't done anything overt, no grand gestures or obvious motion, yet the outcome was undeniable. Jane could scarcely believe what she was seeing. It was almost too much for her to process. Catching her reaction, Lin Fei let out a soft laugh and turned to her, saying, "Well, now do you believe me? You should know, I have no reason to deceive you. What you need to do is trust me and let me take these things away. I promise, I would never harm you or take advantage of you." Jane and her companion were both stunned. After all, marble was incredibly hard, and now they couldn't help but wonder if they tried to resist, would Lin Fei simply destroy them as easily as he had crushed the stone? His strength was terrifying. Even though they hadn't seen how he did it, it was clear if that foot had come down on them instead, their bodies would have snapped just as easily as the floor. At last, seeing the two of them begin to believe him, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest worry had been that they would refuse to cooperate, something he could barely accept. He truly feared they might not trust his words. So, in this moment, he decided to reveal just a hint of his strength. Not a difficult feat for him, but more than enough to command their respect. At that moment, Coulson also stepped forward, taking out his credentials and showing them to the two of them. He said, "Good evening, you two. I am Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. I want to assure you that what's about to happen shouldn't come as a surprise. We're here today for your protection. Mr. Lin has spoken with me and asked that we safeguard your data because you truly have the capability to create the Bifrost." As he spoke, Coulson gestured, and the agents behind him sprang into action. Turning to Jane, he said, "Ms. Foster, I'll need your help moving everything inside. Only by relocating these items can we ensure your safety. But trust me, I have no intention of wronging you." Seeing Coulson's credentials, Jane couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing his words, she nodded, and together with Selvig and her friend, started helping Coulson with the task. The group quickly set about moving all of Jane's equipment and research onto the vehicles. It was clear Jane had accumulated an impressive amount of research. The moving process took a full 2 hours, and by the time they finished it was already midnight. Everyone was understandably weary. Once everything was loaded, Lin Fei turned to Jane and said, "Miss Foster, I think you should take a good rest for the next few days. Of course, once this is over, I'll make sure all your things are returned to you. And I can tell you with certainty, your theory about the Bifrost can truly be realized. What you discovered will have a profound impact on some people. So I hope you'll stick with it." "Oh, I never imagined anyone would recognize my theory," Jane exclaimed, her voice full of disbelief. "This is truly incredible for me." "Sir, Mr. Lin Thank you so much. I never expected you to have such faith in me. Don't worry, I'll make sure to see this research through to the end. Hearing Jane's words, Lin Fei nodded. He knew that Jane would eventually achieve her breakthrough. Though he understood it was a matter that required careful thought on her part. Checking the time, Lin Fei gave a small wave and said, "All right then. In the next day or two, I'll bring Thor back with me. There's no need for you to worry about anything." Really? Oh, Mr. Lin, so what you said about Thor before is actually true. Then the thunder god of Asgard. Does that mean all of this is real? To be honest, I find it hard to believe, because these are things straight out of mythology. I just can't bring myself to accept that something like this actually exists. Hearing Jane's words, Lin Fei simply smiled. His tone relaxed as he replied, "Of course. Some things are indeed real. Otherwise, how could this world be so fascinating? Anyway, I wish the three of you a wonderful evening. I'll be off now." With that, Lin Fei gave a casual wave and walked away. Jane and Selvig, watching him leave, were both a little taken aback. They hadn't expected Lin Fei to come and go so quickly, or to do something so extraordinary. For both of them, all of this felt nothing short of miraculous. In truth, they were deeply grateful to Lin Fei for protecting them, and now they truly believed in his identity. Even so, it was still hard for them to accept everything that had happened. Thor really was the son of a god. The thought left them both utterly astonished. It was almost beyond imagination. And clearly, according to what Lin Fei had said, these things were indeed real. Otherwise, how could Lin Fei have spoken with such conviction? As Lin Fei disappeared from sight, Jane turned to the others and said, "Well, now we're safe, and you don't have to try to rescue Thor anymore. Lin Fei and his people will bring Thor back when the time comes. Actually, we can finally get some rest for the next couple of days. I only hope that big battle happens soon and is over. With quickly, then I can continue my research with Thor. I really can't wait for all of this to be over so I can get back to my work. It's just so exciting." Hearing Jane's words, Selvig couldn't help but chuckle quietly. In fact, he had already decided to help Jane rescue Thor, but now that Lin Fei had shown up and promised to bring Thor back himself, the whole thing had become rather amusing. It certainly saved him a lot of trouble. At this moment, Jane's best friend spoke up, unable to hold back her skepticism. "Oh, come on. Do you guys really believe they're actually going to bring Thor back? What if they decide not to, and just take all your research instead? How would you feel about that?" Hearing her close friend's words, Jane couldn't help but furrow her brows. In truth, she had also considered the very same possibility. Yet she firmly believed that Lin Fei and his companions wouldn't deceive her. After all, if they really wanted to trick her, what would be the point? As Lin Fei himself had said, with such great power at his disposal, if he had truly intended to fool them, why not simply raze this place to the ground? Why go through all this trouble and then simply leave? Was it just for some twisted amusement? Jane and Selvig could hardly bring themselves to believe that Lin Fei would find such a game entertaining. It was something they simply could not accept. So, at this moment, both of them truly believed in everything Lin Fei had done and said, and they were certain he would help them, and when the time came, bring Thor back as well. For a moment, after hearing such words, Jane merely shook her head. She didn't say anything more, but quietly returned to her room to rest. Selvig, too, made his way to his own quarters, leaving only Jane's best friend in the living room. Watching the two of them place such unwavering faith in Lin Fei, she could only sigh in resignation. She believed as well, but truthfully, she just wanted to tease them a bit. After all, they were all adults. What couldn't be gradually understood and figured out between them? And Lin Fei, to the three of them, was truly something extraordinary. Clearly, the fact that they were experiencing such an unbelievable event together was almost beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Lin Fei and Coulson had returned to their own lodgings, and as soon as they hit the bed, they both fell asleep instantly. The night's chaos had left them thoroughly exhausted. As dawn broke and a new day arrived, Lin Fei made his way over to see Thor, bringing him breakfast. Looking at Thor, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile before speaking. "Hey, Thor, listen, I really do have the ability to help you regain your powers as the god of thunder, to restore you to your former strength. I wonder, are you interested in accepting my help?" For a moment, as Thor ate his breakfast and listened to Lin Fei's words, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to say something like that. But after a long silence, Thor finally gave a bitter smile, shook his head, and spoke. "Forget it. I still think it's better to be an ordinary person. Mr. Lin, if you really want to help me, just let me go. I truly want to return to a normal life. I won't ever come here again. I can never go back to the Immortal Palace. My father, he died because of me. That pain is too much for me to bear. I honestly wished I could just die. This is all just too painful. and I really don't want to face them ever again. Hearing Thor's words and seeing the regret in his eyes, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a pang of helplessness. He never imagined that Thor would actually believe Loki's words. It was truly hard to fathom, because what Loki had said was nothing but lies. Lin Fei hadn't expected Thor to trust him so easily. He really was a simple, sincere soul. Back when Odin decided to hand the throne to Thor, it was precisely this quality he had considered: Thor's simplicity, his lack of cunning. Everything Thor did was always for his people. That's why Odin chose to entrust him with this role, rather than giving it to Loki. Deep down, Odin had sensed that Loki harbored different ambitions, that he was someone full of surprises and unpredictable schemes. Loki's mind operated in ways that were always plotting, always searching for something extraordinary. For Odin, it was a real concern to hand over such power to Loki. But now, the situation was almost beyond belief. The deed was done. Loki had successfully inherited the throne. With Odin's lapse into unconsciousness, Loki had seized the moment and risen to power, inheriting the responsibility. Meanwhile, the three brave warriors of the Immortal Palace, together with Sif, Thor's loyal friends, had just arrived at Loki's palace, led by Sif herself. They were still unaware that Odin had fallen into a coma. Their purpose here was simple: to find Odin, plead their case, and beg him to release Thor and allow him to return. The group, heads bowed, made their way into the grand hall. Upon seeing the figure seated on the throne, they couldn't help but look puzzled. It was Loki. For a moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. Voices trembling with shock, they exclaimed, "Oh heavens, what's going on? Loki, why is it you? Why are you sitting there?" Loki, hearing Sif's question, merely smiled indifferently. After a brief pause, he let out a soft chuckle and replied, "What's the matter, Sif? The All-Father has fallen ill and fainted, so I have assumed this position. Do you mean to say you're not satisfied with this arrangement?" The others stared at Loki in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Shocked and unsettled, they instinctively turned to leave. But before they could, Loki slammed his scepter down onto the floor with a thunderous crack. His voice rang out, cold and commanding. "Is this how you greet your king? Who taught you such insolence? Are you not still subjects of Asgard?" The group froze at his words, stunned. They stared at Loki, unable to believe he would use his newfound power to oppress them like this. Still, as loyal subjects of Asgard, they held deep reverence for the authority embodied by that scepter. The sight of Loki wielding it filled them with pain and dread. With no other choice, they quickly knelt, one knee to the ground, hands pressed to their chests, and looked up at Loki, saying, "Our king, we are glad to see you safe." "Good, very good. At least you know when to act with prudence," Loki said with satisfaction. "I won't trouble you further about this. Now, tell me, why have you come here?" Loki was clearly pleased, both with his own performance and with the way they responded. This moment fed his vanity, and it was plain that their submission helped inflate his sense of self-importance. As for Sif, a flicker of steely resolve flashed in her eyes. She never imagined Loki would choose this moment to assert his authority in such a way. It was almost beyond belief. Still, given her position and responsibilities, she knew she had no choice but to play along, no matter how difficult it was. Moreover, the fact that Loki now holds such a scepter in his hand means he has gained the approval of Odin's wife. Given that Odin is at the very least unconscious at the moment, and everything can be governed by this scepter, all matters will unfold exactly as they are meant to. Seeing Loki in this state, Sif couldn't help but recall the pressing matter at hand. She looked at Loki and spoke earnestly. "Oh, Loki, we wish to ask you to bring Thor back. We hope for Thor to return and inherit the throne, to let him lead us once more." For a moment, Loki's face twisted with anguish at these words. The thought of allowing Thor to return was simply too painful for him. After all his efforts to climb to this position, how could he possibly let Thor come back and take it from him? He simply couldn't bear the idea of being replaced by Thor. Otherwise, why would Loki have told Thor that Odin's coma was somehow related to him? Yet, faced with the three warriors of Asgard standing before him, along with the mightiest of female warriors, Loki could not help but hesitate and ponder. If he were to do anything too out of line, it was very likely these people would turn against him and refuse to follow his orders any longer. Realizing this, Loki knew he needed a convincing reason to give them. Only then would they truly accept his authority and not doubt him. With that in mind, Loki quickly spoke up. "My friends, I am truly sorry about this, but these are the king's orders. I simply cannot go against my father's command." This was his final and most important instruction before he fell unconscious. "So, I truly cannot resolve this matter for you. You must understand, for me, honoring my father is the greatest act of filial piety. isn't it? So, I'm very sorry. But please rest assured, I just want to see Thor myself. He is living very well on Earth, and is enjoying his life there. He has no desire to return. He even told me himself that he hopes I can manage Asgard well and let our realm grow stronger under my rule. That's why I sincerely hope you all can support my work. I am truly grateful that you came to see me today. It was such a surprise. At the same time, I ask for your continued support in this matter. Wouldn't it be better for us to work together to make Asgard greater than ever? For a moment, when the others heard what Loki had said, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. They simply couldn't believe that Loki would actually say something like this. To them, it was truly incredible because all they wanted was for Thor to return. Yet now, it was clear that such a thing was no longer possible. None of them had expected that Loki would have already seen Thor. Yet what Loki might have said to Thor became a matter they all felt was worth discussing. With this thought, the group exchanged glances. From each other's eyes, they could sense a flicker of doubt. In truth, they were genuinely suspicious of whatever Loki had done. For them, it was a reality almost too strange to accept. The whole situation was far from simple. At that moment, Sif gave the others a meaningful look. They all responded with a subtle nod of affirmation. Turning, Sif fixed her gaze on Loki and couldn't help but speak. Oh, Loki, what an honor this is. I truly did not expect things to turn out this way. Well then, since that's how things are, there's nothing more for us to say. We'll take our leave. Hearing Sif's words, Loki smiled slightly and waved his hand, signaling that they were free to go. Taking the cue, Sif and her companions rose and made their way toward the exit of the palace. In truth, none of them felt even a hint of surrender in their hearts. What each of them was thinking now was actually rather intriguing. As Sif reached the outside, standing before the doors of their chambers, her anger grew with every passing moment. Suddenly, unable to hold back, she flung her weapon to the ground. With a heavy thud, the weapon struck and embedded itself deep into the earth. Damn it, there's absolutely no way things could be like this. Do you all really believe Loki's nonsense? Do you honestly think this is possible? How could Thor ever be content with life on Earth? He must want to return and fight alongside us. Otherwise, what meaning would his life even have? He was born to be a warrior. For a moment, the others listened to Sif's words and nodded in agreement. In fact, they all understood what Sif was saying. Lin Fei had only been cursed by Odin after all, but to them, it was still a remarkable turn of events. Their feelings for Thor were not something that could be explained with mere words. At that moment, Sif couldn't help but let out a cold snort, then turned her head to look at the others. My friends, I really want to know if any of you are thinking what I am. I want to go to Earth and bring Thor back right now. I just want to ask him what he's thinking. I can't imagine what could possibly be going through Thor's mind. Do any of you feel the same? If so, let's go together. I truly can't believe Thor would do something like this. It's beyond comprehension for us. How could he have changed so much? The others listened to Sif's words and, for a moment, nodded in agreement. In fact, they all shared her thoughts. It was just as hard for them to believe. Thor, of all people, changing in such a way. How could he possibly come to enjoy life on Earth? They were born for battle, and Thor especially was expected to return to them for that very reason. If Thor truly preferred this peaceful life over the glory of battle, it was something they simply couldn't accept. Seeing her companions nod in agreement, Sif nodded resolutely herself, then strode toward the entrance of the Bifrost. Meanwhile, everything that was unfolding did not escape Loki's notice. From within the palace, Loki watched the scene before him, and his anger flared. He could hardly believe they would actually attempt such a thing. It was infuriating. After all this time, they still harbored thoughts of betrayal. Was his authority as king not intimidating enough? Why did they still dare to defy him? Just then, Sif and the others arrived at the entrance to the Bifrost, where Heimdall stood guard, his eyes fixed intently on the world beyond as he gripped his long sword. Seeing the situation, Sif stepped forward and said, Heimdall, we wish to go to Earth. Will you open the way for us? Oh, that's simply impossible. I absolutely cannot let you leave, Heimdall replied, his voice firm. I've received strict orders from Loki. He told me no one is to leave Asgard. No one but himself. What? Sif was stunned by Heimdall's response. Loki was still working against them, even now. It was truly unbelievable. Sif simply hadn't expected Loki to be this vigilant, to keep such a tight watch over them. It was something none of them could really accept. Now, it was clear that they had to persuade Heimdall. Otherwise, how could they possibly make it to Earth? For a moment, they truly didn't know what to say. Heimdall was a person unwaveringly loyal to his orders, and they could hardly believe things had come to this. At that very moment, Heimdall finally spoke up. With orders from Loki and the command of the old king, I really can't let you all leave just like that. Enough. Please go back now. I need to use the restroom." With that, Heimdall promptly left. Seeing him walk away so abruptly, the group couldn't help but furrow their brows. To them, this turn of events was truly surprising. They hadn't expected Heimdall to be so inflexible, so unmoved by their plight. But just then, one of the warriors three couldn't help but call out in a loud voice, "Look, everyone!" The group immediately turned their heads, and there, in the spot where Heimdall had just been standing, lay the long sword that could activate the Bifrost. Realizing what was before them, their faces lit up with joy. None of them had expected Heimdall to leave such a thing behind for them at this critical moment. It was clear Heimdall was helping them. In an instant, excitement washed over the whole group. They could hardly believe such a twist of fate. This was wonderful. Now they could travel to Earth. Soon, they would reunite with Thor. The anticipation was almost too much to bear. They had to bring Thor back, for it seemed to them that great changes were coming to all of Asgard. If Thor didn't return, there would be no one to stabilize the situation. They knew it was absolutely essential for Thor to come back now. At that moment, one of the warriors three spoke up. "Hey, do you think Thor still has it in him to lift the hammer of thunder?" "I believe in him," another replied firmly. "He will succeed, I'm sure of it. We must place our trust in him. After everything we've done to get this far, how could we possibly give up now?" For a moment, those present who heard Sif's words couldn't help but nod in agreement. In truth, they were all quite clear about the situation. Thor absolutely had to reclaim the hammer, Mjolnir. If anything unexpected happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Clearly, none of them wanted to see such a disaster unfold. Therefore, helping Thor accomplish this mission was, in their eyes, an effort for the sake of their own future. With this in mind, the four of them hurried over to the Rainbow Bridge's teleportation device. At that moment, Sif drew her long sword, then turned to look at the others, nodding at them with quiet resolve. For all of them, the only thing on their minds was to hurry and find Thor. Sif, speaking for the group, declared, "Everyone, it'll take us about 3 or 4 days to reach Earth. Let's give it our all and make sure we find Thor." "Don't worry, we'll definitely find him," came the firm reply from her companions. Receiving their reassurances, Sif nodded again, then gripped her long sword and pressed the hilt forcefully into the device. Instantly, the blade sank into the mechanism, and the ground began to tremble. The Rainbow Bridge whirred into motion, its shimmering path aligning toward Earth. In a blink, the group vanished from sight. Just as the group departed, Heimdall strolled back at a leisurely pace. Approaching the device, he grasped the long sword and pulled it free without hesitation. Heimdall was no fool. He knew exactly what was happening in Asgard. He understood the gravity of the situation and did not wish to see things turn out this way. He hoped to change the course of events. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of Odin's trust and care. That was why, just moments before, he had found an excuse to leave and had discreetly left the sword behind, thus enabling the activation of the Rainbow Bridge. Meanwhile, no one expected that Loki, seated upon the throne, had witnessed everything unfold before him. Seeing these events play out, he clenched his teeth in fury. He could never have imagined such a betrayal, that his own people would turn against him, that they would dare to act in this way. It was enough to fill him with boundless rage. Meanwhile, speaking of Loki, he felt his anger burning ever more fiercely within him. At that moment, he finally took action. He went straight down to the lower chambers, where the casket of ancient winters was being kept, along with the destroyer. In no time, Loki found a casket. Without hesitation, he tucked it into his arms. Instantly, a wave of icy chill swept over his body, but it didn't really harm him. After all, let's not forget, Loki is the son of Lin Fei. While others might not know this, Loki himself was well aware of the truth. He had never expected to be Laufey's son. To him, it was almost beyond belief. Loki then quickly made his way to the chamber where the destroyer was hidden. With a sharp motion, he slammed his scepter onto the ground. Instantly, the wall in front of him began to shift and transform. Out of the moving stones stepped a towering iron giant, fully 3 meters tall. Upon seeing the destroyer, Loki spoke coldly. "I do not wish for my brother Thor to return to Asgard. You know what you must do." The destroyer could not speak, but it would obey the commands of the one who held the scepter. Hearing Loki's order, it nodded solemnly before slowly turning to march outside. With everything set in motion, Loki allowed himself a cold, mirthless chuckle. Now it was time to prepare for what came next. He was determined to see this through. After all, someone had betrayed him, and he could not tolerate such a thing. The thought alone filled him with a seething rage. Wasting no time, Loki hurried away and headed straight for the Rainbow Bridge. There at the entrance stood Heimdall, gripping his long sword, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Seeing Heimdall stand guard so resolutely only fueled Loki's anger. Of all people, he had never imagined that Heimdall would be the first to betray him. It was almost impossible for him to comprehend. Loki spoke, his voice laced with a cold laugh. Well, my dearest Heimdall, I never expected you to betray me. Isn't all of this just a little too unbelievable? No, Loki, I haven't betrayed you. I'm simply doing what I particularly enjoy, and besides, no one can get into Asgard under my watch. Unless, of course, they had help. That would be a different matter entirely. Oh, so you're saying the Frost Giants got into Asgard because of me? Was it your doing? I don't want to argue about these things anymore. Loki, now that you're the new king, I hope you'll consider Asgard's welfare above all else. Of course I do. I've always put Asgard first. Otherwise, why would I go to so much trouble and effort? But Heimdall, you forgot my instructions. I never imagined you would betray me. Why did you let those 4 people leave? What? 4 people left? I really have no idea. When I returned, I did notice the Bifrost had been activated. I honestly didn't expect someone would use my weapon to open the Bifrost. Whoever they are, they must not be ordinary people. You're right, they're not ordinary at all. They're all Thor's friends. Otherwise, why would you help them like this? Heimdall, don't think I'm blind. I see everything with perfect clarity. I know exactly what happened, perhaps even better than you do. I can't believe you would betray me. I'm furious. I never thought you'd find out. But since you have, what do you plan to do about it, Loki? As the guardian of the Bifrost, I won't dwell on my own actions. But you, bringing the Frost Giants. Here, you think I don't know? I urge you to consider the consequences. As the one responsible for Asgard, you should devote your heart and mind to its safety, not to your petty schemes. For a moment, Loki was utterly taken aback by Heimdall's words. He hadn't expected Heimdall to openly rebuke him at such a time, and his fury rose like a storm. He gave a cold snort and retorted, Heimdall, do you even know what you're saying? Are you reprimanding me now? Who gave you the courage to do this? Why are you acting this way? Don't you realize what consequences this might bring for you? Consequences? Oh no, I have no idea what consequences you mean. I can only tell you this. I have always been striving to protect the peace of Asgard. Only Thor is worthy to be our new king. He is the mightiest leader. At the very least, that person should definitely not be you. Damn it. Upon hearing Heimdall's words, Loki could not help but erupt in anger. He had never expected Heimdall to speak to him in such a manner. This was a direct slap in the face, leaving him utterly humiliated. For a moment, Loki stared at Heimdall, his eyes wide with fury. His entire expression was filled with barely contained rage. Heimdall, are you actually planning to defy me now? Yet, as Loki's voice rang out, Heimdall's expression remained unchanged. He continued to stare straight ahead, his demeanor unwavering and his intentions crystal clear. Oh no, Loki, I have no desire to rebel against your commands. I act only in accordance with my deepest sense of justice. I truly have no intention of opposing you. Oh, but from where I stand, you're clearly challenging me. You've already defied my orders, Heimdall. From this moment on, I will see to it that you are bound forever, with no hope of rising again. As Loki's words resounded, Heimdall sprang into action, a sense of foreboding rising in his chest. He saw Loki lift his hands, and from that Heimdall could tell that Loki fully intended to strike against him. Realizing this, Heimdall knew he could not simply surrender. He had to fight back. He had to resist. Without hesitation, Heimdall raised his sword, aiming to strike at Loki. But just then, Loki noticed Heimdall's intent. In an instant, Loki's hands shot up, releasing a torrent of icy frost from his palms. The biting cold rushed straight toward Heimdall. Shock flooded Heimdall's mind. What was happening? He recognized Loki's attack as a technique from the realm of the Frost Giants. But how could Loki wield such power? Heimdall was deeply perplexed. He had never witnessed anything like this before. Time moved swiftly. Regardless of his confusion, Heimdall felt a surge of anger at Loki's actions. Yet, as much as Heimdall longed to question what was going on, he never got the chance. The frost had already encased him, covering his entire body in a thick shell of ice. He was frozen on the spot, unable to utter a single word. At this very moment, even Heimdall was still struggling, trying to break free from the comforting cold of the ice blocks that trapped him. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself utterly powerless to do so. The pain of this realization was almost unbearable for him. In an instant, Heimdall finally understood why Loki had let the Frost Giants inside. Of course, Loki was from the land of the Frost Giants himself. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess the powers of a Frost Giant? Suddenly, the truth hit Heimdall like a crashing wave. He was completely shattered by this revelation. As the guardian of Asgard, he had never imagined that a traitor could be hiding within the very palace he was sworn to protect. The thought of it pushed him to the brink of despair, filling him with rage and helplessness. All of this, every single event, would be seared into his memory forever, impossible to forget. At the same time, Loki looked on with satisfaction as Heimdall was completely encased in ice. His spirits soared, gazing coldly at Heimdall. Loki sneered and said, Heimdall, did you really think that everything would go just as you imagined? How naive you are. Let me make this perfectly clear. You are wrong, completely wrong. You never stood a chance against me. With your strength, you're simply no match for me. I'm truly sorry to see you suffer this way, but don't worry. It won't be long before death comes for you. With that, Loki waved his hand. At that moment, Heimdall's eyes moved, and to his astonishment, he saw countless frost giants appearing all around him. They emerged from the Bifrost and filed into Asgard. Heimdall was stunned, for he had not activated the Bifrost. How had the frost giants managed to enter? It was impossible for him to believe, but the reality was unfolding right before his eyes. There was no longer any chance for him to resist. Clearly, the situation was far beyond anything he could have imagined. Heimdall was filled with shock and dismay. The very palace he had sworn to guard was now under devastating attack. For Heimdall, this was an unbearable blow. The frost giants had arrived, and war would soon follow. Would the people of Asgard be able to withstand such an invasion? In this moment of uncertainty, no one could know what the future held. Almost immediately, Heimdall noticed that Rafi had appeared here as well. In the blink of an eye, Rafi stood before Loki, looked at him, and couldn't help but smile as he said, Loki, I have to admit, you really didn't deceive me after all. Our partnership is truly a pleasure. Hearing Rafi's words, Loki smiled back and replied, How could I possibly deceive you? Even if I were to trick anyone, it would never be you. Please, trust me. I am your most loyal partner. Only I have the power to make you stronger, and only through me can you truly invade the Celestial Palace. So you have nothing to worry about. All you need to do is trust me, and everything else will fall into place. Upon hearing Loki's assurance, Rafi clearly chose to believe him. At this moment, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction, for Loki had indeed helped him accomplish what he set out to do, no matter how you looked at it. At the very least, Rafi had succeeded. Having entered the Celestial Palace, he found himself deeply content with how everything had unfolded. It was clear that the current turn of events fit perfectly within his grand design. Witnessing all this, Rafi couldn't help but chuckle. Then he turned to Heimdall, his expression turning cold as he raised his hand, ready to obliterate him. But just then, Loki quickly reached out and stopped Rafi's hand. Surprised, Rafi turned to look at Loki, a puzzled frown crossing his face as he asked, What are you doing? Why are you stopping me from destroying him? Destroy him? What's the fun in that? Loki replied, his voice sly. Wouldn't it be so much more painful for him to witness the destruction of the Celestial Palace with his own eyes? Isn't that a far more satisfying way for us to vent our anger? Think about it. Letting him watch everything he loves collapse before him. Isn't that sheer pleasure for us? For a moment, Rafi was silent, pondering Loki's words. He hadn't expected Loki to be so ruthless, but he had to admit, it was a brilliant idea. The thought of making Heimdall witness the annihilation of the Celestial Palace by his own hand thrilled Rafi to the core. This was exactly the outcome he craved, and the prospect of carrying it out filled him with exhilaration. At this moment, Heimdall's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that Loki would act this way. Loki was truly ruthless. He didn't care at all about the safety of the people of Asgard. Now, as the ruler of the realm, Loki had done something utterly unthinkable. For Heimdall, this was simply unbearable. This turn of events had far exceeded anyone's expectations, and for Heimdall, it brought an agony that was almost impossible to endure. Just then, Loki, together with Lin Fei and the frost giants, strode quickly inside. Seeing this, Heimdall couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He summoned every ounce of strength he had, but found himself completely unable to draw upon his own power. In that moment, panic overtook him. Loki had thrown everything into chaos, and Heimdall had never imagined such a thing could happen. Despite his steadfast efforts, Heimdall managed to crack only a small part of the icy prison around him. For him, this was already the limit of his strength. Never had he thought he would be reduced to such a state, nor that Loki would betray him so completely. This was an experience Heimdall had never faced before. When it came to anger and hatred, no matter how fiercely Heimdall felt them in his heart, there was nothing he could do against Loki now. Loki was terrifying. He had frozen Heimdall completely, rendering him helpless. Meanwhile, the frost giants had already entered the palace. Heimdall felt he had utterly failed in his duty. All he could hope for was that Odin would not place the blame on him. If Odin did, Heimdall truly wouldn't know what to do. In truth, he realized he had made a grave mistake. He had trusted Loki completely, But honestly, who could have suspected Loki? As Odin's son, who would ever believe he could betray them at such a moment? It was a shocking and unimaginable turn of events. If Loki himself could not be trusted, then who in this world would ever be worthy of trust again? But clearly, all these events had already gone far beyond what Heimdall had anticipated. Loki had changed. His actions now seemed to defy the very order of this world. To everyone, Loki had become a dangerous presence. Heimdall desperately wanted to inform Thor, to have him step forward and resolve this crisis at once. But he was utterly unable to move. At this moment, all Heimdall could do was place his hopes on Sif and the Warriors 3, who had already descended. He prayed that the four of them would be able to find Thor and bring him back, for if they did not return, there was a real risk that something truly disastrous might happen. No one could predict what kind of fate awaited Asgard now. All of it unfolded before Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei's greatest concern was whether Thor would come to his senses in time. He hoped Thor could return to Asgard and deal with the situation before the destroyer arrived. Yet, it was clear to Lin Fei that this was almost impossible, because Thor had no intention of trusting his words. Thor's vision was clouded by anger and regret. Right now, Thor was consumed by crushing remorse for everything he had done before. He was so tormented by regret that he no longer wished to step forward to solve anything. For him, everything that had happened was simply too painful to face. Thor wanted nothing more than to retreat from it all, to let his remorse wash over him and atone for his past mistakes by living quietly as a mortal, seeking peace in a humble life. But Thor had misunderstood everything. In truth, the greatest problem lay with him. Thor had never imagined that his own brother would betray Asgard, or that Loki would bring about such chaos. If only Thor had foreseen this, perhaps everything could have been resolved more easily. Yet now, it was clear that such a possibility was out of reach. That was why Thor could not believe Lin Fei. But all of these events required an adjustment period. Lin Fei understood well that it would take time for these superheroes to place their trust in him. It would take patience, and Thor needed time to adapt as well, to choose to believe in his words. And so, Lin Fei continued to do everything he could, working tirelessly toward that goal. Time slipped by second, and before they knew it, the next day had arrived. Lin Fei and Coulson got out of bed, and it was at this moment that Lin Fei approached Coulson. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, breakfast appeared right in front of them. The two began to eat, and as they did, Coulson looked at Lin Fei and couldn't help but ask, "So, Mr. Lin, what's our plan for today?" To tell you the truth, I don't think there's any need to keep studying Thor's hammer. At first, I just wanted to figure out what it was, to see what kind of thing it could possibly be. But now that we know its origin and its purpose, I don't have any desire to keep digging into it. Hearing Coulson's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. He understood perfectly well why Coulson and his team were so eager to study this object. After all, to them, it was truly something miraculous. Naturally, they wanted to figure out what it was to see it for themselves. For them, understanding it might help prevent certain dangers in the future. But now, all of that was unnecessary. After all, it belonged to Thor, and for Coulson, there was really no need to research it any further. In fact, last night he'd already called Fury. Once Fury understood the situation, he immediately instructed Coulson to pause the research and even abandon it altogether. There was simply no need to continue. Seeing Lin Fei at that moment, Coulson's words made everything clear. Lin Fei smiled again, then said, "All right, if you don't want to research it, there's no need to. As for what you all need to do next, I think for you, the best thing is to get some proper rest. In 2 days, we'll be facing a great battle. That fight will be a grueling ordeal for every one of us. So no matter what, we have to see it through. Of course, your main responsibility is to ensure the safety of the people nearby. Focus on evacuating them as quickly as possible. So today, Coulson, your task is to make sure every last resident of this town is evacuated. I don't want anyone left behind, because the coming battle could be devastating for them. There's a real risk they'll get hurt, so if we can move them out ahead of time, that'll be the best outcome for everyone. We can't just stand by and watch innocent people get hurt, can we?" Hearing what Lin Fei had said, Coulson nodded. He knew that everything Lin Fei mentioned was indeed true. The small town would truly suffer a devastating blow. As for just how powerful that blow would be, Coulson himself had no idea. But regardless, in Coulson's eyes, he hoped to resolve this crisis. He didn't like seeing such things happen. If the town were really to be harmed, protecting it would fall squarely on his shoulders. This was now his responsibility. In the face of danger, they had to be the ones to step forward to make decisions ahead of time and to protect the safety of the townsfolk. That was their most important task. After a moment's thought, Coulson spoke up. "Well, Mr. Lin, let's leave it at that for today. Our mission now is to head to the town and evacuate the residents. Oh heavens, I really am curious whether the townspeople will actually listen to us. That's the part that truly surprises me. If they don't follow our instructions, everything could become incredibly difficult. Difficult? Every task is something we have to do, no matter how great the challenge. We still need to see it through. Just think, people could get hurt if we don't act. For us, it's essential to complete this mission. Otherwise, if an accident really does happen, who could possibly bear the consequences? You're right, Mr. Lin. Absolutely right. I think I know what needs to be done now. All right, Mr. Lin, it looks like we'd better get this sorted as quickly as possible. I really do hope we can finish it soon. Then maybe I can finally take a well-deserved vacation. Mr. Lin, after we resolve this business with Thor, do you have any idea when the next big incident might happen? The timing of the next event? Based on my estimation, once Thor's matter is settled, there will be another major conflict in about a month. And that battle will be the most challenging one for me, because it will deal a catastrophic blow to the entire world. So, if I can manage to resolve that, it will be an incredibly tough ordeal for me. What? A catastrophic blow to the whole world? That's honestly astonishing. Mr. Lin, if I hadn't heard it from you myself, I would never have imagined such a thing. Is there really no way to prevent this from happening? There's nothing we can do, because that enemy isn't even from our world. He came from another realm. So for us, the only way to resolve this is to wait until things actually happen, and then do everything in our power to eliminate them. Only by doing that can we avoid always being on the defensive and take back the initiative. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Coulson nodded in agreement. In truth, the whole situation was already beyond anything he could have imagined. Coulson had never expected something like this to happen, but regardless, it had. Now all that was left was to follow Lin Fei's advice and act accordingly. The thought of a cataclysmic blow to the whole world shook Coulson to his core. He simply couldn't believe that such an event could really take place. For him, it was almost impossible to accept, yet clearly, the crisis was real. Both Coulson and Lin Fei now had no choice but to face it head-on. Soon, breakfast was over. Looking at Lin Fei, Coulson couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, should we take Thor back with us today? If we do, he'll probably head straight to that small town to look for Jane. Are we going through with this today? Hearing Coulson's question, Lin Fei simply waved his hand and replied, Let's not. I don't intend to take him back today. We'll leave that for tomorrow. Today, I actually want him to spend some time thinking about whether or not he should trust me. Because for him, choosing to trust me is a crucial decision. I want him to really understand what he should do. Upon hearing Lin Fei's response, Coulson could only shake his head helplessly. No matter how you looked at it, the situation had already unfolded, and it was a tough one for him to accept. After all, Lin Fei had always been willing to help Thor, but Thor, for his part, refused to trust Lin Fei. It was a frustrating impasse for both Thor and Coulson. The two men found themselves in completely different mindsets. Coulson couldn't understand why Thor wouldn't trust someone as powerful as Lin Fei. Meanwhile, Thor was still wondering who Lin Fei really was, and why he should even consider trusting him. What had really happened between them? Their thoughts diverged, and, as the saying goes, with different minds come different actions. It was this fundamental difference that led to the stark contrast in how the situation played out. But no matter what, it was clear that this had already happened. Everyone would have to accept this outcome, and at this moment Coulson couldn't help but worry. At the same time, he was also hoping that Thor would quickly come to believe what Lin Fei had said. After all, Lin Fei truly had treated Thor with nothing but kindness. Coulson didn't want to see Thor get hurt because of this. It would be better for Thor to believe Lin Fei as soon as possible. That way, they could make decisions ahead of time and prevent any harm or danger from coming their way. For Thor, this was what Coulson hoped for the most. But obviously, things were not going to unfold the way they wished. There was no way Thor would simply do what they wanted. Thinking of this, Coulson felt a wave of helplessness. There was nothing he could do. This was a problem Thor himself had to work through. No matter what Lin Fei did, if Thor simply refused to believe him, what else could they do? Time passed quickly, and soon Lin Fei and Coulson arrived at the small town. Once they entered, countless S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sprang into action. They went to the townspeople, urging them to leave immediately, explaining that a great battle was about to break out here. The townsfolk would be relocated to a designated safe place, where they could live comfortably and securely for the time being. Hearing this, many of the villagers were actually quite pleased. After all, as long as they had a safe place to stay, that was already a great relief. Upon hearing these reassurances, the townspeople wasted no time in cooperating with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efforts. However, there were still some who refused to leave, and among them were Jane and Selvig. The two of them, along with Jane's friend, stood their ground, facing Coulson with furrowed brows. Jane spoke up, her voice filled with anxiety. "Oh, Coulson, I can't possibly leave. Thor hasn't come back yet. There's no way I'm leaving now. If something happens to Thor because of me, what am I supposed to do? And if Thor returns and can't find me, then what? You can't guarantee me any of this, can you?" Hearing Jane's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Matters of the heart really did develop too quickly. It was obvious that Jane had seen Thor's extraordinary powers, had been captivated by his appearance, and fallen deeply in love with him. Faced with such a turn of events, Lin Fei felt powerless, but no matter what, he truly did want to resolve the situation. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Fei looked at Jane and spoke up. "Jane, what I want to tell you is that I could never deceive you. Thor will be back. He'll return soon, and when that happens, I'll make sure he comes to find you, all right? This town is about to be attacked. If you don't leave now, you could be in real danger. I'm actually very curious about this attack. What kind of threat is it exactly? Of course, it's coming for Thor. If that weren't the case, why would they evacuate everyone?" Lin Fei blurted out without thinking, but as he said this, he caught sight of Jane's expression changing. In that moment, Lin Fei realized he'd said the wrong thing. Jane was clearly worried about Thor, so why had he mentioned it in the first place? Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Jane's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked straight at him, quickly saying, "Oh, how could that be? You mean this is all because of Thor? Then I absolutely can't leave. I don't want to see Thor get hurt. I have to stay. I need to see with my own eyes that he returns safely, that he stands before me again. Mr. Lin, please don't try to persuade me. I've made up my mind. I'm not going anywhere. Unless Thor comes back unharmed, I won't leave this place, not for anything." For a moment, Lin Fei could only rub his forehead in exasperation. Damn, he really had put his foot in his mouth. To say something like that at a time like this, he felt thoroughly embarrassed. He never expected things to unfold this way. Looking at Jane's determined face, Lin Fei realized he'd indeed said the wrong thing. Jane's feelings for Thor were unshakable, and nothing he said could change that. Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally spoke again, resignation in his voice. "Well then, Coulson, since they have no intention of leaving, when that incident eventually happens, you and the others should stay under SHLD's protection. Otherwise, what if something unexpected happens to you?" "Understood, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, aside from Jane, I've already arranged for the rest of the townsfolk to leave. Mr. Lin, what should we do next? What can we do? Just let Jane get some rest. We should head back now. There's still a few things we need to sort out and finish up. It's almost time for us to prepare to move as well." For a moment, Jane, hearing that Lin Fei was about to leave, couldn't help but speak up, her voice tinged with doubt. "Mr. Lin, what about Thor? Why can't you bring Thor here? I really want to know where he is right now." Lin Fei chuckled when he heard Jane's question, turning to her, as he replied, with a warm smile, "Jane, you really don't need to worry about that. Thor will be back tomorrow. I can't bring him back tonight. He still has something he needs to take care of. But you can rest assured, tomorrow I'll bring him to see you. By then, everything will become clear, and you'll face him again. Isn't that something to be happy about?" Jane's face immediately lit up at Lin Fei's reassurance. The thought of seeing Thor again tomorrow filled her with anticipation. She could hardly wait. But she also knew it was impossible to rush things. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken Thor under their control, and there was nothing she could do about it. Lost in thought, Jane glanced at Lin Fei beside her and said earnestly, "Mr. Lin, I really am looking forward to tomorrow. Please, bring Thor back as soon as you can. I honestly can't wait to see him." "All right, that's enough. No need to say more. He'll be back tomorrow, naturally. For now, we'll take our leave. Wishing you good luck. Let's talk more tomorrow." With that, Lin Fei turned and left. Jane could only nod at the sight, resigned to everything that had happened. There was nothing more she could do, but events had already taken their course. As she watched Lin Fei and the others depart, Jane couldn't help but worry. She hoped nothing would happen to Thor tomorrow. At the same time, she wondered what that looming disaster would mean for the entire town. It was a question that weighed heavily on her mind. At this moment, Lin Fei and Coulson had also returned to the base. Following Coulson's arrangements, everything was executed flawlessly. He led the soldiers in, cleaning up the entire base, and even the research staff joined in, helping to pack up all the equipment and materials, getting ready to move everything out. For them, all these devices were about to be taken away, so there was nothing left to research. In fact, Fury had already told them they could leave. After all, Lin Fei's arrival meant he had taken full responsibility for the situation. Their continued presence served no purpose. There was nothing left for them to resolve. Fury, at this point, couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. Everything had seemed impossibly difficult, shrouded in unanswered questions, but with Lin Fei's arrival, solutions had begun to emerge. Clearly, things were moving in a positive direction now. With Lin Fei here, all the obstacles seemed to melt away. In his heart, Fury was also looking forward to seeing what other surprises Lin Fei might bring him in the end. Time slipped by, minute by minute, and before anyone realized it, dawn had arrived. As everyone prepared to leave, Lin Fei made his way to where Thor was being held. He entered the room, and there was Thor, lying on the bed, his gaze empty as he stared at the ceiling, lost for words. The sound of Lin Fei opening the door disturbed Thor, who looked over in surprise and said, "Oh, Mr. Lin, I must admit I'm quite curious. What brings you here today? Are you planning to take me back?" Hearing Thor's words, Lin Fei nodded and replied, "Of course. I came today to take you back. But first, Thor, I want to ask if you're willing to accept my help. If you do, you'll be able to lift Mjolnir again and return to the fight. Don't you wish to keep fighting for Asgard? I can tell you with certainty, right now, Asgard is in grave danger. Loki has brought the frost giants into the realm, and Heimdall has been frozen as a result. So Thor, given all this, I think you have a clearer understanding now of what needs to be done." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Thor simply shook his head and gave a wry smile. "Mr. Lin, let's just leave it at that. I really have no intention of doing such a thing. No matter what difference does it make to me now that all this has happened? Honestly, I don't want to go back. After all, the Immortal Palace might not be as you described, Mr. Lin. Even though what you say sounds true, to be honest, I just don't plan to believe you. What's with you? Why won't you listen no matter how much I try to persuade you?" For a moment, Lin Fei was at a loss. He hadn't expected Thor to have such thoughts. This truly caught him off guard. No matter how hard he tried to persuade Thor simply wouldn't listen, and Lin Fei didn't even know what more he could say. Yet Thor, hearing Lin Fei's words, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His eyes were full of sorrow as he said, "Mr. Lin, just let it go. Don't try to talk me into it anymore. I genuinely have no interest in returning to the Immortal Palace. I think you can see for yourself that everything that's happened has been unbearably painful for me. So why would I want to go back? There are some things that make people miserable, and you just don't want to face them, including what's happening right now." Lin Fei couldn't help but feel helpless at Thor's words. Thor had clearly suffered a great deal, and his personality had changed so much that he now lacked even the courage to return to the Immortal Palace. Lin Fei had hoped that Thor would change his mind, return to the Immortal Palace, and resolve this matter quickly. That way, Lin Fei's mission would be complete, and he could return early to accompany Tang Exine. But now it was clear that Thor had no intention of doing any of that. Seeing the situation, Lin Fei felt somewhat resigned. The truth was, there was nothing he could do to change Thor's mind. However he looked at it, Lin Fei could only imagine how difficult it would be to make any headway under these circumstances. For Lin Fei, it was truly a challenge. Nevertheless, no matter what, Lin Fei truly believed that he would succeed. With that in mind, he turned to Thor and said, "All right, let's go. I'm sure you'll change your mind. In fact, your 3 brave warriors from Asgard and Sif will all be coming here the day after tomorrow. All 4 of your friends are on their way, and they'll tell you exactly what has happened. I believe that once you hear it from them, you'll finally believe everything I've told you, because I haven't lied." Thor was taken aback by Lin Fei's words. He never expected Lin Fei to say such a thing, and he certainly never imagined that his companions would appear at a time like this. "My goodness, Mr. Lin, are you really not joking with me? Why would they come here? This is all so unexpected. I never even considered the possibility. If they do come, what on earth is going to happen? Why wouldn't they come? You really don't need to worry about it. This is all perfectly normal for you. It's only natural that your companions would make their way here, because in the near future, a great war will break out in this place. They're coming to find you and tell you the reason behind all this. Truly, everything that's happened is in hopes that you'll be the one to resolve it. Loki has already claimed the throne, but of course, things are never that simple. In fact, everyone is concerned, worried that Loki used some underhanded means to seize power. So, just as I told you, if you don't return, the turmoil in your heart will only grow greater." Could all this really be true? Thor exclaimed in disbelief. But after thinking it over for a long while, he could only respond helplessly, "All right, Mr. Lin. With so many people coming, I honestly don't know what to think anymore. I'll wait until they get here, and then I'll carefully consider whether all of this is real or not." Hearing Thor's words, Lin Fei could only shake his head in resignation. At this point, anything he said would be pointless. Even bringing up the 3 Asgardian warriors and Sif made little difference. It no longer held any real weight for Thor. Still, Lin Fei believed that Thor would eventually come to trust him. At the very least, no matter how eloquent he might be now, Thor simply wouldn't believe a word he said. Lin Fei didn't say much in response. At that moment, he simply looked at Thor and said, "All right, let's go. I'll take you back to see Jane." Almost all the residents in this little town have been evacuated. Now, only Jane and her two friends are still here. They insisted on seeing you in person. Of course, I had to bring you to them. Thor, you're truly fortunate. You have so many people who care deeply for you. They're genuinely worried that something might happen to you. Oh, why did you evacuate the townspeople? Weren't they living here peacefully? For a moment, Thor was puzzled by Lin Fei's actions. He couldn't understand why Lin Fei would do such a thing. Looking back at Lin Fei, he could only shake his head helplessly as he replied, "Thor, haven't I already told you? There's going to be a great battle in the future. Loki wants to deal with you. Why else would he go to such lengths? What you need to do now is wake up and try to stop it from happening. Otherwise, if something really does go wrong, I honestly won't be able to help you." "All right, Mr. Lin. It's such a shame, but you really don't understand this predicament. You give me far too much credit. To be honest, I never even thought about dealing with something like this. But hearing you say all this, I can't help but feel a little overwhelmed." "Overwhelmed, my foot. Enough with that. Let's get going. What you really need to do is go back and spend some time with Jane. You don't have many peaceful days left. The battle will probably break out the day after tomorrow, around noon." "Okay then, Mr. Lin, let's go. I really can't thank you enough for helping me and getting me out of here. As for what comes next, we'll deal with it when the time comes." Hearing Thor's words, Lin Fei nodded. Without another word, he walked straight toward the door. At that moment, Coulson was already waiting outside for the two of them. He had overheard their conversation and couldn't help but feel helpless as well. Thor was as stubborn as a rock, refusing to heed Lin Fei's warnings or his predictions. No matter how eloquently Lin Fei tried to convince him, Thor simply wouldn't accept it. Faced with this situation, Coulson could only sigh inwardly. He never expected things to turn out this way. In truth, when it came to Coulson, he placed unconditional trust in everything Lin Fei said. He had already witnessed Lin Fei's formidable power before. Any problem seemed to melt away in the presence of Lin Fei's memory and strength, always finding a perfect solution. So, in this moment of need, it was only natural that Coulson would turn to Lin Fei for help. Time ticked by, minute after minute, as the two of them walked outside together. Just then, Lin Fei suddenly smiled and said, "Oh, that's right. I think it's about time I took Thor's hammer with me. If we leave it here, and someone stumbles upon it by accident, who knows what kind of danger that might cause? That's a risk we simply can't afford." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Coulson nodded in agreement. But Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Lin Fei and protested. "Mr. Lin, you can't possibly take that hammer. That's Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. Its weight is beyond anything a normal person could lift. Only someone blessed with the power of Thor like myself could even hope to move it. But right now, even I can't because my father sealed away my powers. I hope you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Lin." "I understand. Of course I do," Lin Fei replied with a hint of amusement. "You mean only someone with the power of Thor can lift Mjolnir, right? But that's not a problem for me. I possess the power of Thor myself. So why should I have any difficulty picking up that hammer?" "What?" Thor nearly gasped. "Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? You possess the power of Thor? That's impossible. The power of Thor is unique to the gods of Asgard. How could you possibly have it? This is truly unbelievable. Please, Mr. Lin, don't exaggerate. If just anyone could lift Mjolnir, it would throw our entire world into chaos." "You can't lift it." "That doesn't mean I can't. Come on, Thor, there's no need to be so surprised. Let me show you your hammer. I'll prove to you whether or not I can pick it up." Thor listened, shock and disbelief etched across his face. For him, what Lin Fei suggested was utterly impossible. Everything about this moment challenged the very core of what Thor believed. It was almost too much to accept. Soon, the two of them arrived at the location of the Northern Thunder God's hammer. As Thor gazed upon the obscure and cryptic symbols etched onto the hammer, he couldn't help but say, "Mr. Lin, look, there is still the curse marks from my father on this hammer of thunder. That means no one can lift it yet. So, I really don't have to worry about anyone taking it away. It's destined to be mine." "Mr. Lin, you really don't need to say anything more." Lin Fei didn't bother to respond to Thor's words. Instead, he simply picked up the Thunder God's hammer as if it weighed nothing at all. To Lin Fei, the hammer was lighter than air. When Thor saw this, his eyes went wide in utter disbelief. Never in his life had he witnessed anything like this. It was far beyond anything he could have imagined. For a moment, Thor could only stare, eyes bulging in astonishment as he cried out, "Oh my God, what is happening here? How could you possibly lift the Thunder God's hammer, Mr. Lin? This is impossible. My father's curse is still on it. No one should be able to wield the power of the Thunder God again. No one may be able to lift the hammer, But that doesn't mean someone isn't born with the power of the thunder god, Lin Fei answered with a smile. He spun the hammer in his hand with effortless grace, looking as relaxed as could be. Excitement surged within him. He could feel the raw power coursing through his veins, as if his very blood was boiling with energy. Now he understood why Thor had been such a fearsome force in battle. The power must be tied to this thunder god's hammer. Seeing Thor's astonishment, Lin Fei looked at him and chuckled. So, Thor, tell me, am I right? Was your increase in combat strength before all thanks to this hammer? Because right now, I can feel my entire body brimming with energy. I suppose this must be how you felt back then, isn't it? That's right, Mr. Lin, you're absolutely right. The hammer of Thor really can grant me strength. And, I must admit, I'm genuinely surprised that you would even have such an idea. It's incredible. Mr. Lin, how did you manage to do this? Why is it that I can't sense any power from you? Could it be that you truly possess the power of Thor? But how is that possible? My father always told me that in this entire world, I alone hold the power of Thor. How could you possibly have it too? Well, how should I put this? All I can tell you is that I am a prophet, gifted with extraordinary abilities. That's why I'm able to lift the hammer of Thor. And Thor, as I've told you before, I have never lied to you about anything. You've already gone through a great ordeal, and soon, you'll face an even greater challenge. As for wielding the hammer, I only wanted to show you that I truly have the power to do so, to prove just how strong I am. What I want to ask you now is this. Do you still choose to believe in me? Do you still trust that I have this power? I have never deceived you. Are you still unwilling to trust me? Hearing Lin Fei's words, Thor couldn't help but shake his head, then replied with a sigh. Let's just drop it, Mr. Lin. Right now, I don't want to believe in anything anymore. It's simply too painful for me. But I can tell you this. Although I'm shocked by how you possess such a thing, no matter what, I have no desire to return to Asgard. On hearing Thor's response, Lin Fei felt a wave of impatience wash over him. He hadn't expected Thor to be so fixated on this issue, and Lin Fei himself found it frustrating. Despite all his efforts at persuasion, even after displaying such overwhelming power, Thor still couldn't bring himself to trust. Watching the doubt clouding Thor's eyes, Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words. Fine, if you don't trust me, then so be it. Let's go. We should head to the small town now. I imagine Jane and Dr. Selvig must be getting impatient by now. They already know I'm bringing you today, so I bet they've been waiting since first thing this morning. With that, Lin Fei waved his hand, and suddenly, an invincible food truck appeared at his side. At that moment, the food truck looked absolutely formidable, radiating an impressive presence. At this moment, witnessing such a scene, Thor was truly astonished. Although he had already seen Lin Fei conjure things out of thin air before, when Lin Fei produced this particular object just now, Thor still couldn't contain his amazement. He simply hadn't imagined that Lin Fei could create something like this. How on earth had he managed it? Oh my goodness, Mr. Lin, how did you do that? Is this thing real? Can it actually run? Of course it can. Thor, do you really think everything I conjure is useless junk? Come on, get in. We need to get to that town as soon as possible. Coulson, let the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents know that tonight they should move into the accommodations set up for the evacuated townspeople. That way, if anything does go wrong, they'll be close by and can respond immediately. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I've already made all the arrangements. Once we set off, they'll follow right after us. If the town needs any assistance, they'll be there to help. As members of S.H.I.E.L.D., they'll make sure everything is handled properly. Hearing Coulson's words, Lin Fei finally nodded in satisfaction. No matter how you looked at it, Coulson really was an excellent assistant. He could anticipate so many things. For Coulson, handling situations like this was all about resolving them as quickly as possible. And now that this incident had happened, Lin Fei felt genuinely pleased with how things were progressing. For Lin Fei, his mission was to help the superheroes deal with their enemies, and also to minimize casualties and losses. Clearly, things were unfolding just as he had hoped. His goal was always to keep the damage as small as possible. If fewer people got hurt because of it, then that was all he could ask for. But now, Lin Fei truly found himself in a dilemma. He was facing the greatest challenge he had ever encountered. In the past, no matter the situation, people would come to believe in him once he demonstrated his strength. But Thor was different. He simply refused to believe in Lin Fei. Even after Lin Fei revealed everything, explaining exactly why he was here, Thor still wouldn't trust him at all. This left Lin Fei feeling utterly helpless. Yet, no matter what, Lin Fei was confident that he would eventually make Thor yield. Because once the three brave warriors from Asgard appeared, along with Sif, Thor would have no choice but to believe his words. The thought of this made Lin Fei secretly satisfied. Still, what's done is done, and there was nothing more he could say about it now. Time ticked by, second after second. Sitting in Lin Fei's car, Thor kept glancing around, eventually making his way to the back seat. He was astonished by the wonders inside. The setup in the back was completely beyond anything Thor could have imagined. He never expected Lin Fei's car to hold such marvels. For Thor, it was almost unbelievable. "Oh my goodness, Mr. Lin, what is all this? It's incredible. You actually managed to create a car like this, and with all these amazing things inside. It's truly astonishing." "All right, that surprises you? There's nothing to be so shocked about. Just sit tight, we'll reach the town soon." "What, Mr. Lin? Aren't you supposed to be driving? Why are you here in the back?" "Oh heavens!" As Thor turned his head in a hurry, he suddenly realized the entire car was driving itself. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared. This car can move without anyone controlling it? How is that possible? This is all far too astonishing for me. Meanwhile, Coulson strolled over to the computer at the front of the car, grabbed 3 cans of beer, and handed one to Thor. With a cheerful grin, he said, "Hey, buddy, you're really amazed by this? There's no need to be so surprised. The wonders Mr. Lin has here go far beyond your imagination. Just sit back and enjoy the ride." What the heck is this now? For a moment, Thor simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Everything that Thor witnessed always seemed to be far beyond anything he could ever imagine. He had never expected to encounter something like this. Glancing at the beer that was handed to him, Thor naturally popped it open and took a hearty gulp. Feeling the cool, refreshing sensation, Thor couldn't help but be surprised. He turned to Lin Fei beside him and spoke up. "Mr. Lin, I honestly have just one question right now, and it's about your identity. I'm seriously starting to suspect you own a supermarket. Or something. Why do you have so many things at your fingertips? You just pull these things out like it's nothing. Honestly, it's astonishing. By the way, do you Earth folks have something called magic tricks? Mr. Lin, are you performing some kind of magic here?" "Magic tricks? Oh, that's not what this is. If you're talking about magic, it's really just sleight of hand, using what already exists and making a few changes. But what I'm doing is nothing like that. It's far more extraordinary. All right, don't overthink it. There's no point in you trying to figure out. What matters now is that you get ready to head into that town. Just think about what might happen when you meet Jane again. How will you handle yourself then?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Thor nodded without saying anything more. In truth, Thor didn't have any good ideas about what was coming next. All he hoped was that when he saw Jane, things would go smoothly, and whether as friends or something else, they could simply live together peacefully. Thor truly didn't want to deal with the things Lin Fei had suggested. For him, that would just be too painful. As for all this, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered. Thor had to resolve these matters first, or else, if trouble broke out in Asgard, and Loki really did have ambitions of conquering Earth, it would become an especially difficult problem for Lin Fei to deal with. At the same time, Lin Fei felt particularly helpless. After all, he couldn't kill Loki himself. Back when Loki disappeared, he had slipped into a mysterious realm. The people around him needed the cosmic cube, and it was because of this artifact that countless suits of iron armor and monsters were unleashed upon Earth. A series of events unfolded on the planet. Truth be told, all of it could be traced back to Loki. Deep down, Loki still harbored his ambition to conquer Earth. But Lin Fei could only wait. Wait for the Avengers to assemble. Wait for these events to reach their conclusion, before he could hope to resolve any of it. Thinking about all this, Lin Fei could only shake his head in resignation. He didn't bother to say much more. No matter how frustrated he felt inside, there was nothing he could do about what had happened. The only choice was to bide his time and let events play out. Everything, after all, followed its own cycle of cause and effect. Witnessing these things unfold before his eyes, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a deep sense of poignancy. This, too, was something he would never forget. At last, after another hour, everyone arrived at the small town. As they climbed out of the vehicle, Thor looked around and realized that not a single person remained in the town. He couldn't hide his surprise. "Oh, Mr. Lin, why is there no one here? I remember when I first came, the place was bustling with people. Why is it empty now?" Hearing Thor's question, Lin Fei offered a wry smile. "They've all been evacuated. Given what's about to happen here, we had to get them to safety. If anyone were to get hurt, who would take responsibility?" Thor took in Lin Fei's words and finally understood what he meant. Yet it was almost impossible for him to accept. He simply could not believe that his own brother would betray him. It was a truth too painful to accept. So, upon hearing Lin Fei's explanation, Thor fell silent. He wanted his actions to speak for him. No matter how much Lin Fei tried to reason with him, it would make no difference. His intentions were clear. He wanted no part of this. He wished for nothing more than to live a simple, ordinary life, and he had no desire to become entangled in the affairs of Asgard again. Returning to that realm would only bring him pain. As for all of this, Lin Fei really had nothing more to say. He could only meet Thor's stubbornness with quiet resignation. No matter what Thor thought, the events had already come to pass. What more could Lin Fei say? As the seconds ticked by, Lin Fei finally stepped out of the car. Thor hurried after him, and as everyone disembarked, they found themselves standing right in front of Jane's place. Just as they got out, they saw Jane, Selvig, and Jane's best friend already waiting at the door. The moment Jane caught sight of Thor, her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she couldn't trust what she was seeing. "Oh, Thor, I can't believe you really came back today." Just as Mr. Lin said, "It's true. You were brought back by him." "Mr. Lin, I can't thank you enough. I never imagined you'd do something like this for Thor. It's such a surprise. We're truly grateful you brought him back. This means the world to us. There's nothing so remarkable about it. I know why you wanted Thor back. It's because of your Bifrost project. But you really shouldn't worry about that right now. I didn't bring him back just for that reason. I also hope he can help me sort out what's coming. The day after tomorrow, there's going to be a great battle here. Without Thor, we won't stand a chance. That's why he's back. He has a crucial role to play." "Oh, Mr. Lin, is that so? I suppose you must be right. I've already sensed some fluctuations in the air around us. I think it won't be long before someone appears here. But who could it be? I have no idea. Mr. Lin, are these the people from the Celestial Palace you mentioned? If they really arrive, what kind of confrontation are we facing?" Lin Fei was surprised to hear this from Jane. He hadn't expected her to be able to pick up on something like that. For a moment, he was puzzled and asked, "Jane, didn't they already take all your equipment? How are you still able to detect these things? By all rights, you shouldn't have any instruments left that could pick up on this, right?" Hearing what Lin Fei said, Jian couldn't help but smile, then spoke up. "Mr. Lin, I'm afraid I don't have any more of those, but I do have small detection device on hand. It can only pick up certain spatial fluctuations, but it allows me to keep track of everything that's happening around us. I developed it myself, though its detection power isn't very strong. Still, I could clearly see that there was a strong disturbance in the air just now. Clearly some great energy is about to arrive. Honestly, I'm quite surprised myself. What could possibly be happening? Mr. Lin, would you be willing to enlighten me?" Upon hearing Jin's words, Lin Fei let out a soft chuckle, then replied, "Curious about what's going on? Actually, it's not that complicated. All of this stems from a serious problem in the palace where Thor resides. Loki is trying to destroy him. Of course, even if I told Thor about this, he wouldn't believe me. And as for Loki, let me tell you, he's Thor's younger brother." "What? The younger brother would harm his own brother? How is that possible?" "Mr. Lin, that's truly shocking. I never would have expected something like this. Does it even make sense? If Thor's own brother is trying to kill him, that's really astonishing news." "Surprised? I can't say I am. At least to me, everything is unfolding just as it should. Loki is simply seeking more power, and that's why he's doing all of this. So the fact that this is happening isn't surprising to me. What we need to do now is solve this problem as quickly as possible. Lin Fei has even sent the Destroyer to eliminate Thor." "What? The Destroyer?" Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Thor finally lost his composure. After all, hardly anyone knows about the Destroyer. It's their secret weapon. It has always fought alongside them, a fact few others are aware of. Yet now Lin Fei had revealed it to everyone. At that moment, Thor hurriedly asked, "Mr. Lin, how do you know about the Destroyer?" In truth, for Thor, the Destroyer was an extremely well-hidden secret. He never expected Lin Fei to bring it up, and this in itself was enough to leave him astonished. Hearing Thor's question, Lin Fei smiled helplessly and didn't elaborate further. For him, all of this was nothing more than a simple matter. Knowing that such things could happen posed no real problem for Lin Fei. In fact, everything was unfolding just as it naturally should. It was just that Thor didn't want to believe it right now, and Lin Fei could only feel helpless about that. But regardless, things were clearly moving along this path. Time slipped by, minute after minute. Everyone began to rest at Jane's place, and lunch preparations soon got underway. Thor watched Jane bustling about, and for a moment, a look of pure happiness appeared on his face. Lin Fei caught sight of Thor's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He then said, "What's the matter? If you like her, just go for it. Why hesitate? Don't you know that love is something you have to seize for yourself?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Thor's eyes widened in surprise. He froze for a second, then finally managed a wry smile. "Let be, Mr. Lin. Honestly, I'm not sure I can do that right now. Just act on my feelings? How could it be that easy? No matter what, I think I need to get myself together first. Honestly, I feel a bit helpless. This whole situation is really painful for me. What's so painful about it? What's done is done. What more can you do? Besides, I told you before, your father wasn't in some accident. He merely fell unconscious. He'll wake up, and in fact his mind is still clear. He's observing you through what's happening, through his own senses, watching how you react, how you're living now. So, who knows, he might even be listening to our conversation right now. Let it go, Mr. Lin. To tell you the truth, nothing you've said has convinced me in the slightest. No matter how you put it, all of this sounds like unfounded conjecture. So, I'm really puzzled. How do you know about the affairs of our immortal palace? How do you know about my hammer of thunder? And most astonishing of all, how are you even able to lift it? But regardless, all these things happening are just unknowns to me. Frankly, I don't want to concern myself with any of it anymore. So please, Mr. Lin, don't try to persuade me. When the time comes that I'm ready to change my mind, everything will gradually fall into place. For now, nothing you say will make a difference, will it? You really are stubborn, you know? The other replied with a sigh. Honestly, I don't even know what else I can say to you. I'm tired of trying to convince you. Let's just wait and see. In a couple of days, things will start to change on their own. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, everything he and Thor were saying was being secretly overheard by Jian inside. Her hands tightened unconsciously, a clear sign of her mounting tension. But who could truly know what Jian was thinking at that moment? Meanwhile, Lin Fei and Thor continued their conversation. Thor, for his part, was stunned by all of Lin Fei's predictions about the future. He had never imagined Lin Fei could make such claims. It was simply beyond belief. As for how Lin Fei might actually help him, Thor had no interest in dwelling on it. He had already resolved not to return to the Immortal Palace, and so had nothing further to say on the matter. Watching Lin Fei persist in his attempts to convince him, Thor suddenly waved his hand and spoke. Mr. Lin, you really don't need to persuade me any longer. I have absolutely no intention of going back. My purpose is clear. Haven't you realized that by now? Oh, forgive me, Lin Fei answered with a rueful smile. I really hadn't noticed. But even if your resolve seems absolute now, I wonder, by this time tomorrow, will you still feel the same? I honestly can't say, and that surprises me more than anything. Hearing what Lin Fei said, Thor could only shake his head helplessly. What he was thinking was that Lin Fei kept insisting that tomorrow, the destroyer from the celestial palace would descend to destroy him. But how could that be possible? Thor simply couldn't believe the destroyer would come to harm him, to the celestial palace. After all, the destroyer was an invaluable asset. As the palace's guardian, Thor's duty was to defend it against outside invaders. So the idea of such a thing happening was utterly unthinkable to him. He had never encountered anything like it before. Before long, time seemed to fly by. Jian soon finished preparing dinner, then brought the dishes to the table. Everyone gathered around and began eating. And just like that, another day had slipped away. Watching Thor and Jian throughout the day, Lin Fei could only feel resigned. The two of them were openly displaying their affection, almost as if putting on a show. Jian would often pick up a dish and place it on Thor's plate, and Thor would just as quickly return the gesture, picking something out for Jian. Their back and forth became a lively dance of mutual care, and witnessing this scene left Lin Fei at a loss for words. He couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Honestly, the two of you should just get married already. Watching you act like this is almost too much to take. At Lin Fei's words, both Thor and Jian blushed. Neither of them paid much mind to what he said, but it did leave Thor feeling a little awkward. He couldn't quite put his feelings for Jian into words. They were tangled and unclear, leaving him unsure of what to say. Time continued to tick by, and soon, evening arrived. After dinner, everyone began to prepare for rest. Thor and Jian, however, took a long walk outside, not returning until 10 o'clock at night. When they finally reached their lodgings, the two quietly went their separate ways to rest. Thor, of course, wouldn't stay with the others at this stage, as his relationship with Jian had yet to be truly defined. At the same time, he wondered to himself, did he perhaps harbor some deeper feelings for Jian? As the god of thunder, all that filled Thor's heart at this moment was the thrill of battle. Only in combat could he find true joy. Only through fighting could he let loose the wildness within. Matters of love and affection had never crossed his mind, nor had he ever tried to understand what such feelings might be like. But now, standing before Jane, Thor found his heart unexpectedly stirred, rippling with emotions he had never imagined. He could not fathom what he truly felt for her, or what shape those feelings might take. As the minutes ticked by, Lin Fei was preparing to rest for the night. Just then, Jane suddenly emerged from her bedroom, opening the door and stepping out. She nodded at Lin Fei. Before approaching him, her voice lowered as she spoke. Mr. Lin, would you mind joining me on the rooftop for a conversation? There are some things I'd like to discuss with you. Hearing Jane's request, Lin Fei was a little puzzled by her sudden approach. But regardless of the reason, since Jane had come to him with something on her mind, it wouldn't be right to refuse. After considering for a moment, he sighed and said with resignation, looks like I'll have to stay up a bit later tonight. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I didn't mean to disturb you at this hour. But honestly, there are a few things I really need to ask you about. Why don't we head up to the rooftop now and talk? Without hesitation, Lin Fei turned and made his way to the rooftop, with Jane following close behind. Soon, the two of them were seated at the edge of the rooftop, gazing out at the world below. Jane looked out at the rooftop view, her eyes drawn to the scattering of stars across the night sky. A gentle smile appeared on her lips as she began. Mr. Lin, I truly appreciate what you've done for me. I can't thank you enough. When you promised to keep my research equipment safe, I was honestly skeptical. I thought perhaps you were just saying that to take those things away for yourself. But now I see that's not the case at all. You made me two promises. One, to bring Thor back, which you've already done. The other was to return my research equipment. I believe you'll keep your word and complete that as well. Listening to Jane, Lin Fei nodded reassuringly. Of course, Jane. You have my word. I'll see every promise through to the end. I've always prided myself on keeping my word. I would never deceive you. You have nothing to worry about. Of course, Mr. Lin, I definitely believe you, to be honest. In the beginning, I was actually quite confused. I couldn't understand why you would do such a thing. But now I think I finally get it. Mr. Lin, you really can foresee the future, and you truly predicted that Thor might run into trouble down the line, didn't you? Yes, that's right. Thor really will face some trouble in the future. He'll be caught up in a great war. A war so fierce, it could very well take his life. But in the end, he'll pull through. Even though the outcome remains the same. The reason I'm here is to help him accomplish this. That's what I feel compelled to do. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Jane nodded. In fact, it was only now, after learning what Lin Fei had done, that she began to understand the true purpose behind these actions. For a moment, Jane was filled with surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Fei's true identity to be like this. At the same time, she felt a sense of helplessness, knowing that Thor would soon face a grave crisis. This was the last thing she wanted to see. As this thought crossed her mind, Jane turned to Lin Fei and spoke urgently. Mr. Lin, there's something I'd like to ask of you. I wonder if you could grant my request. Go ahead, tell me. Let me see if it's something I can help with. If I'm able to, I promise I'll do my best. You can count on me. I'm always happy to help whenever I can. If it's something within my power, I'll do it for you. All right, Mr. Lin, my only request is that you keep Thor safe. I don't want to see him get hurt. Oh, so that's what it is. It seems you really have fallen for Thor, haven't you? Hearing Jane's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. He could sense exactly what Jane was feeling as she spoke. Just as he expected, Jane truly had grown fond of Thor. When Jane heard Lin Fei's remark, her cheeks flushed red. She hadn't anticipated that Lin Fei would bring up such a topic, let alone tease her about it. It really caught her off guard. Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? How could I possibly like him? I just... All right, that's enough talking. As Lin Fei spoke, he stood up and glanced at Jane, unable to hold back a smile. To be honest, I've sensed what's going on between you two, and I can tell you with absolute certainty, Thor will destroy the Bifrost in the future. When that happens, getting to Earth will become incredibly challenging. But Jane, all the credit for accessing Earth will be yours. If you don't figure out the mysteries of the Bifrost, there's a good chance Thor would never make it here in the first place. So Jane, my plan is this. Once I've shown up and handled things over there, I'll bring Thor back. Then, I'll help you unravel the secrets of the Bifrost. With both of you working together, I'm sure you'll crack it in no time. And after that, you and Thor will finally be able to see each other every single day. What? Mr. Lin, will Thor really destroy the Bifrost? That's truly a surprise for me. If he hadn't destroyed it and I still couldn't figure out how it works, how would we ever meet again after the Bifrost is gone? There's no need for you to worry about that, Lin Fei replied reassuringly. All you need to know is that, for me, none of this poses any problem at all. Even if the Bifrost is destroyed, I can easily unlock its secrets. Honestly, it's not difficult for me at all. At that moment, Lin Fei's smile brimmed with confidence. Even if Thor did destroy the Bifrost, nothing would disrupt the course of events. After all, if the Bifrost remained, the realm of the Frost Giants might well be doomed. And that's something Thor would never want to see. Each of the 9 realms has its own purpose. They all complement each other, creating a delicate balance that keeps the world in order. That's why the Frost Giants' realm must not be destroyed. Lin Fei was determined to help Thor, and even if Thor shattered the Bifrost, it wouldn't pose any trouble for him. After all, let's not forget, Lin Fei possessed something far more powerful. His invincible food truck had already gained the ability to travel freely between realms. This meant Lin Fei could cross between any of the 9 domains as he pleased, so such concerns were trivial to him. The only thing Lin Fei really needed to consider was, after he settled things with Loki, just how many days off he could grant himself. That's right. Even now, Lin Fei's heart was still preoccupied with Tang Xen, the woman who had left such a deep mark on his soul. When it came to her, Lin Fei felt an overwhelming sense of joy and happiness. He had never imagined that he and Tang Xen would come this far, and for him, this was truly astonishing. At the same time, he was filled with delight. Having reached this point with Tang Xen was something he could hardly believe. It was a source of endless happiness for him. Jian, upon hearing Lin Fei's words and seeing the confident smile on his face, chose not to say anything more. She sensed vaguely that Lin Fei was still keeping some things from her, but she didn't wish to pry. After all, she felt it wouldn't be very considerate of Lin Fei if she pressed further. So, as she listened, Jian simply fell silent, gazing quietly at the starry sky beyond the window. Lin Fei noticed Jian's expression and smiled softly. Without another word, he quietly turned and left, returning to his own bedroom. Lying on his bed, Lin Fei pulled out his phone. He was far too excited to sleep. Without hesitation, he dialed Tang Xion's number, and almost immediately, she picked up. The two of them began a video call. Tang Xion saw Lin Fei stretched out on his bed and couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, darling, you're getting ready to sleep so soon? I just got back. Hey, my dearest wife, how can you compare our situations? We're on different missions, after all, and you're still in training, aren't you? Who's your wife? I haven't agreed to marry you yet." Tang Xion's cheeks turned slightly pink as she listened to Lin Fei's teasing. Although she found his shameless jokes exasperating, she couldn't help but feel moved and happy by his words. Deep down, she truly hoped to take things further with Lin Fei. She hoped that one day they could be together for good. To her, nothing could be more wonderful. Lin Fei, sensing her mood, continued to tease her with a playful grin. "So, my dear, how have you been lately? Has anything been especially tough? Are you tired? Is there anything I can do to help? How could I possibly feel that way? These days, I'm more relaxed than ever. Sure, I get a little tired when I'm studying, but Potts takes great care of me. He's taught me so much, and I've truly learned a wealth of new knowledge. So honestly, I'm far from exhausted. If anything, I'm overjoyed. Everything I've been learning lately has proven to be incredibly useful. Compared to what I studied in the past, it feels like I've reached a whole new level of mastery." Hearing Tang Xion's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He was genuinely pleased with everything Potts had arranged. No matter how he looked at it, Potts had always been a steadfast supporter, unconditionally carrying out whatever needed to be done. Lin Fei truly appreciated that. As time ticked by, the two of them continued to share sweet words with each other, making Tang Xion's cheeks flush with a rosy hue. Eventually, night fell, and the clock struck 10. Lin Fei glanced at the time and decided not to disturb Tang Xion any further. With that thought, he ended the call and soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the third day, Lin Fei woke up early, a sense of anticipation already welling up in his heart. He was certain the 3 warriors from the Celestial Palace would be arriving soon. With that in mind, he stepped out of his bedroom, just as Coulson appeared at the door. Catching sight of Coulson's expression, Lin Fei walked over and immediately grasped the reason for his concern. The sky outside was thick with dark clouds, and it was clear that a storm was brewing. Lin Fei nodded in understanding at the sight. "Coulson, what do you think? Doesn't this weather feel heavy and oppressive?" "It does, Mr. Lin. Honestly, it feels like a violent storm is about to break. The weather today is really dreadful. Do you think a battle will really happen today, Mr. Lin? If we have to fight in weather like this, it's going to make things much harder for us. It's nothing to worry about. In fact, I can tell you, the weather is actually connected to those people. The moment the Celestial Palace's envoys arrive, this sort of phenomenon happens. The dark clouds are a sign that they've activated the Bifrost. But once they arrive, all these strange signs will vanish. There's no need to be anxious or concerned." "Oh, is that so? Well, I truly feel at ease now. All that's left for me is to prepare myself for the coming battle. Mr. Lin, is there anything we need to do today?" Hearing Coulson's question, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Then he replied with a warm smile, "There's not much you actually need to do. Your main task is to keep everything running smoothly here. If anything unexpected happens, say there's a fire somewhere or something gets damaged, you just need to handle it quickly. Other than that, you don't have to worry about anything else, especially when it comes to dealing with that big brute. Honestly, you wouldn't stand a chance against him. As for Thor, I think we'll soon see how that unfolds. The folks over there are incredibly powerful. Mr. Lin, who exactly are we going to face in a moment? Are you saying even bullets won't work against him?" "Of course. This opponent isn't someone you can handle with simple means. No matter what, the one we'll be up against is armored like a walking tank, just like Tony Stark. I'm sure you know about Tony. His Iron Man suit is completely immune to bullets, and even missiles don't faze him, because the armor is unbelievably tough. The one we're about to face is just like that. So, no matter what else you try, it won't make much of a difference. All we need to do is be ready, wait for his arrival, and do our best to handle whatever challenges come our way. That'll be enough. Coulson was honestly surprised by Lin Fei's words. He hadn't expected that such a formidable opponent would appear. Someone, in fact, very much like Iron Man himself. If that was truly the case, it was beyond anything he'd imagined. Still, there was no use complaining. With things developing as they were, Coulson knew he had to accept it, no matter what. With that, the two of them finished making all their preparations for what lay ahead. At that moment, Thor couldn't help but step outside, walking over to join the two at the door. He couldn't hide his confusion, for just then he suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation in the air. This feeling struck his nerves with a jolt, making him wonder, could what Lin Fei had said really be true? Thor could now clearly identify that this familiar wave was very likely the sign of the Bifrost Passage, a notion almost unimaginable to him. If things were as Lin Fei suggested, and someone from the Celestial Palace was about to appear here, it would be a shock beyond words for Thor. Time ticked by, minute after minute. Meanwhile, Jian, unaware of what was happening outside, glanced out the window and frowned at the gloomy weather. To him, the day looked particularly dreary, but life had to go on regardless. Resigned, Jian began to prepare breakfast. Soon everyone was gathered around the table, eating together. By the time they finished, the clock had struck 8 in the morning. And just then the weather outside changed abruptly. The sky cleared, sunlight flooding in. Jian's mood instantly brightened, but for Lin Fei, the change brought no comfort. This sudden shift was proof enough. People from the Celestial Palace had arrived. The weather's transformation was not the result of ordinary clouds or rain, but rather the effects of the Bifrost itself. Lin Fei felt a gnawing unease in his heart. He truly was about to face a tremendous battle. Yet beneath the apprehension, he also felt a trace of anticipation. After all, the destroyer was said to be nearly invincible, its entire body clad in layers of steel armor, its power fearsome and overwhelming. In fact, it was this very strength that made the destroyer seem unstoppable. Lin Fei couldn't help but compare the destroyer's supposed invincibility to his own genuine mastery. Which of them, he wondered, would ultimately prove stronger? The prospect thrilled him. He was eager to put this question to the test. At that very moment, Thor, too, was sipping his coffee with Jian's help. Everyone sat together in Jian's room, completely at ease. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant, as if they had not a care in the world. Time ticked by quietly, until, as the clock struck 10 in the morning, Lin Fei happened to glance outside and noticed 4 figures approaching along the street. Each of the 4 wore outlandish clothing and walked with an unsteady gait, their faces tense with nervousness. They kept darting glances left and right, as though searching anxiously for something. Lin Fei had a clear view of all this, but he didn't dwell on it. He simply watched in silence as the scene unfolded outside. After some 10 minutes, the newcomers caught sight of Thor's silhouette seated on the sofa. Instantly, their eyes widened in astonishment, a look of delight flashing across their faces. Arriving in this small town, they had not expected such a turn of events. Since reaching the town, they hadn't encountered a soul, which had left them more than a little surprised. They had even begun to suspect the place was deserted. But now, it was clear they had been mistaken. Spurred by this discovery, the 4 began searching the town more thoroughly. At last, they found people inside Jian's home. The moment they caught sight of these figures, they were struck by recognition. Wasn't that Thor himself? It was as if they had searched high and low for something precious, only to stumble upon it effortlessly at last. Realizing this, the group rushed forward and began pounding insistently on the window from outside. The sharp sound startled everyone inside. All at once, the people in the room turned to see what was happening. Standing outside were 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed in bizarre outfits, each of them grinning broadly. The sight left Jian incredulous. He simply couldn't fathom what was happening or why such strange people had shown up at his door. In his bewilderment, he couldn't help but shout, "Oh my God! What on earth is going on? Who are these people?" Thor, hearing Jian's exclamation, immediately turned to look. Seeing the 4 newcomers for himself was a shock. He had never imagined they would truly appear here, just as Lin Fei had predicted. When Thor thought of what Lin Fei had said, he truly couldn't believe it at that moment. He really didn't want to believe that such a thing could actually happen this way. But now, it was clear that everything had unfolded just as Lin Fei had predicted. It was as if events had followed Lin Fei's very words, and the whole thing seemed nothing short of miraculous. As Thor contemplated this turn of events, he felt as though his mind was spinning with excitement. All of this was far beyond what anyone could have anticipated. Thor never would have imagined that something like this could happen. To him, it was all incredibly astonishing. "Oh, Mr. Lin, I think you must be right. Maybe something really has happened at the Immortal Palace. You truly are extraordinary. I never expected something like this to occur," Thor exclaimed, unable to hide his wonder. Hearing Thor's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, none of this seemed like a natural course of events to him either. Seeing Thor's expression, Lin Fei smiled and said, "Of course, Thor. I told you before, there's no way I would lie to you or make things up. All you had to do was trust me, but you didn't believe me, and now look, everything has happened just as I said. Are you satisfied now? Tell me, Thor, why didn't you listen to me back then? Well, never mind, I won't say any more. Hurry up and go find your friends." Thor instinctively nodded at Lin Fei's words. At this point, he had no other thoughts in his mind except to quickly bring his companions inside. With these thoughts swirling, and under the amazed gazes of those around him, Thor hurriedly got to his feet and went to the door. He flung it open and saw his friends approaching. Each one stepped forward to embrace Thor, and the excitement on their faces was impossible to hide. "Hey guys, how'd you get here? What are the odds of running into you all in this place? I'm honestly shocked. What's going on? I think you owe me a good explanation," Thor said with a laugh, his surprise evident. For a moment, seeing his friends arrive, Thor was caught off guard. He quickly began questioning them, unable to imagine how such a thing could happen. To meet them here, of all places, this was far too amusing. He found the whole situation wildly entertaining. Looking again at the three brave warriors of Asgard, along with Sif, these few people couldn't help but pause for a moment when they heard Thor's words. After a long silence, they finally managed a helpless, wry smile and said, "Thor, don't you think now's the time to invite us in for a cup of coffee? Of course, come on in everyone. Let's go inside and have some coffee." For a moment, Thor hurriedly gestured them in, leading the way. As he looked at them, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. After all, who could have guessed these friends would actually show up here? To him, their arrival was the last thing he expected. The four of them, hearing Thor's invitation, stepped inside without hesitation. Soon after entering, Sif caught sight of Jane. Guided by a woman's intuition, she quickly sensed something special about Jane. Without missing a beat, she walked up and greeted her. "Hello, I'm a friend of Thor's. It's a pleasure to meet you. I truly hope you and Thor can find happiness together in the future." Jane was momentarily taken aback by Sif's words. She hadn't expected Sif to say something like that. Still, regardless of her surprise, hearing Sif speak so openly filled her with joy. Her heart brimmed with happiness. She never imagined Sif would be so supportive, and it genuinely delighted her. After all, what woman doesn't like to receive blessings for herself and the man she cares about? That was exactly what Jane was thinking in that moment. Encountering such warmth made her feel indescribably happy. It was clear Sif knew about her and Thor, or perhaps she had always known about their feelings. Sif understood her affection for Thor. Thor, of course, overheard Sif's remark as well. He glanced at Sif with a resigned smile and said, "Come on, Sif, don't say things like that. Jane and I are just friends for now. Let's not put words in anyone's mouth. For now, you're just friends, but who knows what might happen in the future? What? Am I not allowed to have a friendly chat?" Sif replied playfully. Jane just smiled, unconcerned. She wasn't the least bit worried that Thor might overthink it. To her, little moments like these were just part of everyday life. There was nothing to fret about. Time ticked by second, as everyone settled in. Jane brewed a cup of coffee for each guest. As they sat together, everyone sipped their drinks at ease, the atmosphere calm and relaxed, as if nothing out of the ordinary had ever happened, let alone anything as dramatic as a great battle. At this moment, Lin Fei appeared even more composed and unruffled. After all, everything was unfolding just as he had anticipated. These were merely the natural developments in the grand Marvel universe, nothing more. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was prepare himself for the arrival of the destroyer. When the time came, he would help Thor resolve this crisis. And if Thor could truly accept his assistance, success was all but assured. After a while, Thor could no longer contain himself. He turned to look at the three warriors of Asgard and Sif standing nearby, and couldn't help but speak. "All of you, surely. There must be a reason you've come here. Shouldn't you tell me what's going on now? Honestly, I'm rather surprised. I can't quite understand why you've come all this way." In truth, Thor was deeply astonished. He never imagined that everything would unfold exactly as Lin Fei had predicted. If that was the case, then perhaps their purpose in coming here was truly as Lin Fei had said, to seek him out. It seemed entirely possible, especially considering the situation with Loki. As Thor's thoughts raced over this possibility, his brow furrowed in distress. Clearly, the whole affair was causing him a measure of pain. Realizing what was happening, Thor promptly questioned them, determined to know their real reason for being there. The others, hearing his words, momentarily froze. In fact, they too felt a pang of discomfort in their hearts. None of them had expected things to turn out this way. Seeing all eyes turn to her, Sif nodded and finally spoke. Thor, the reason we came here is indeed important. Frankly, things have gone beyond what we expected. Loki has ascended to the throne. Our father has fallen unconscious, and Loki has seized this opportunity to claim power. We suspect Loki acted so hastily for a reason. We can all see that he doesn't exactly hold you in high regard. I spoke to Loki, asked if we could bring you back, but he flatly refused. He kept making excuses, always finding some reason to delay. That's why we came here ourselves. If you don't return, the whole of Asgard may fall into chaos. How could we possibly accept Loki as our ruler? You know, Loki has always been someone who likes to play little tricks. That's exactly why I really don't want him to lead Asgard. Thor, you should go back. Only you can prevent something like this from happening. Go and set things right as soon as possible. Loki really leaves us feeling completely helpless. For a moment, after hearing Sif's words, Thor couldn't help but widen his eyes. He turned his head, staring at Lin Fei in astonishment. He never imagined that everything had unfolded just as Lin Fei had said. It was completely unexpected. Thor had never even considered any of this. It was as if the whole situation was following a script written by Lin Fei, and that fact alone left Thor deeply surprised. As for Lin Fei, meeting Thor's gaze, he could only offer a helpless smile. He was not surprised in the least, for everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. There was no need to worry about whether Thor would believe him any longer. Everything was developing just as he had foreseen. For Lin Fei, there was nothing more to add. All of this was the result of Thor not listening to his earlier advice. Thor truly hadn't expected any of this, and he felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Why did everything Lin Fei said turn out to be true? Was Lin Fei really some kind of powerful prophet? If that was the case, then all of this was clearly beyond anything Thor had ever considered possible. For a while, Thor simply stared at Lin Fei in amazement, wanting to say something but at a loss for words. He had no idea what to say. Meanwhile, the three warriors of Asgard and Sif noticed Thor's expression and exchanged puzzled glances, especially Sif, who quickly asked, "Oh, Thor, what's the matter? Why do you keep looking at this gentleman? What exactly is going on?" The moment Sif spoke, Thor finally snapped back to reality. He looked at Lin Fei in disbelief, then turned to the others and said, "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Lin Fei, Mr. Lin. What amazes me is that Mr. Lin knows everything. About you, everything you just told me about Loki taking the throne, Mr. Lin already knew all of it. In fact, he knows even more than you do. That's why I'm so astonished. I truly never imagined anything like this could happen." "Oh, what did you say?" For a moment, everyone who heard these words couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief, staring in shock. In truth, none of them had ever imagined such a situation could occur. To them, this was truly astonishing. Who exactly was Lin Fei, and how could he know so much? This question kept echoing in their minds, something they could not help but ponder. At that moment, Lin Fei broke into a smile and spoke. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Lin Fei, and I am a prophet. I know everything there is to know, and I possess remarkable powers. I came here today fully aware of what was to happen. My task is to assist Thor in completing his mission and defeating Loki. Once that is done, my own mission will be finished, and I will no longer have to concern myself with what happens next." As Lin Fei finished speaking, everyone turned to Thor in disbelief. None of them had expected Lin Fei to be entrusted with such a task. To them, Lin Fei had become an incredible and almost unbelievable presence, and none of them could have imagined his abilities to be so formidable. At this point, Sif and the others furrowed their brows, speaking up, "Sir, what surprises me most right now is what will happen next. Would you be able to tell us what's about to unfold? What happens next?" "That's simple," Lin Fei replied. "Soon, Loki will bring the frost giants from Jotunheim right into the palace itself. Your task from now on is to help Thor defeat Loki and drive out the frost giants. If you fail, Asgard will fall into grave danger." "Oh heavens, what is this? How could this be possible?" someone exclaimed. "Mr. Lin, Heimdall is guarding the Bifrost Bridge. There's absolutely no way he would allow anyone to enter. How could something like this possibly happen? What you're saying is a complete denial of Heimdall's abilities. It just can't be true." Clearly, Sif was struggling to believe Lin Fei's words. He couldn't even imagine the consequences if the frost giants were to invade Asgard, as he'd never experienced anything like this before. "Heimdall, after all, was the guardian of Asgard and renowned for his great strength. For Sif, it was simply unimaginable that such a thing could ever happen. Hearing Sif's words, Lin Fei simply smiled with indifference, then waved his hand and said, "Everyone, you think it's impossible to enter this immortal palace, but that's not necessarily true. Don't forget, there's the matter of a traitor among us. Remember, Loki is on the side of the Frost Giants, and he's already managed to freeze Heimdall. So, if someone from the kingdom of Frost Giants can get into this place, is that really so surprising? Isn't that right? Oh, heavens, what on earth is going on? Has Heimdall really been frozen? That's impossible." As she spoke, Sif hurried outside to the street, looking up at the sky. For a moment, she couldn't help but call out with both laughter and disbelief, "Heimdall, lower the rainbow bridge. Answer me quickly." Heimdall had the power to connect any of the 9 realms, and whenever someone called for him, he would always respond. But now, after Sif's plea, there wasn't the slightest reply. In that instant, Sif stared upward in utter disbelief. She had never imagined such a thing could happen. This event had far exceeded anything she'd thought possible. All at once, everyone there was stunned. No one had imagined that something like this could possibly occur. Each person frowned, unable to believe what Lin Fei had just said. Could it really be true, as Lin Fei described? If what Lin Fei said was real, then this was truly terrifying. Immediately, Sif hurried back inside, looked at Lin Fei, and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, I have to ask, are there any other prophecies? What should we do next? Right now, I really don't want any more unexpected mishaps with Heimdall. You must know something. Since that's the case, don't you think it's time to decide what we should do?" "Of course," Lin Fei replied. "But the problem is that Thor has never believed me. I've told him countless times what the future holds, but he never trusts me. What am I supposed to do about that? He's always been so suspicious of my words, hasn't he?" The moment Lin Fei finished, everyone turned to look at Thor in disbelief. At that moment, Thor looked a bit awkward. His expression betrayed his embarrassment, and the others were equally surprised. None of them had ever considered that Thor wouldn't trust Lin Fei. For them, this was truly an astonishing revelation. Clearly, after what had just happened, Thor had no choice but to believe. At this moment, he looked at Lin Fei, his eyes wide with helpless resignation, and said, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you so much before. Now, I think I really ought to trust your words. Mr. Lin, may I ask, how do you plan to help us?" For a while, Thor was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. All of it stemmed from Heimdall's inability to respond to them, and the consequences of this were beyond anything he could have imagined. Thor had never thought he'd find himself in such a situation. It was almost impossible for him to accept. Lin Fei, watching Thor's expression, couldn't help but give a wry smile. After all his efforts to convince Thor, nothing had worked until now. At last, Thor was beginning to believe, and Lin Fei felt a sense of accomplishment. Over this period, Lin Fei's task had always been to assist these superheroes in overcoming their enemies, but the greatest challenge lay in whether they would trust him. Fortunately, now that this event had occurred, Thor had finally begun to believe his words. For Lin Fei, this was an undeniably positive development, something that genuinely made him happy. After a long pause, Lin Fei looked at Thor and continued, "Thor, just as I told you before, your Asgard will soon face a great war. In the end, you'll defeat the Frost Giants from Jotunheim, and you'll overcome Loki as well. But the dangers you encounter will be many and severe, and what I can do is help you accomplish this as quickly as possible. So, let me say it again. I can help you restore your powers as the god of thunder. Do you want my help?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Thor stared at him in disbelief. He was genuinely astonished. He never expected Lin Fei would still be willing to help him, especially after how mistrustful he had been before. Now, seeing Lin Fei step forward like this moved Thor in a way he hadn't anticipated. But no matter what, it was clear that this had already happened. After hearing these words, Thor quickly nodded and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you for your help. I think right now, I really do need your assistance. No matter what, it's incredibly important for me to regain my power as the god of thunder and return to Asgard to resolve this situation." "Oh, that's not what you thought before," Lin Fei replied, a teasing note in his voice. "Back then, you didn't want to go back at all. You were full of regret, convinced that your father ended up like this because of you. So how is it that now you're so sure of yourself and so eager to return?" For a moment, Thor was left speechless by Lin Fei's gentle mockery. He didn't know how to respond. After a long silence, he finally managed a wry smile and said, "Mr. Lin, please don't tease me anymore. I know it was my mistake. I never should have said those things. I was so foolish back then, and honestly, I never believed you'd end up in a predicament like this. But clearly, it's all come true. Mr. Lin, I'm begging you. Now, please help me finish this task as soon as possible. I truly don't want to see things turn out this way. It's just too painful for me. Hearing Thor's plea, Lin Fei could only shake his head helplessly. To him, this really was one of those moments that left you at a loss. Nothing ever came easy for him. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei summoned his little cart, which appeared right beside him. Without a word, he began to take out the ingredients for his signature dog doesn't care buns, deftly setting to work right there on the cart. Everyone around was left in disbelief, staring at Lin Fei. What on earth was going on? No one could have imagined he'd pull out a small cart like that and start kneading dough and preparing fillings right in front of them. It was something none of them had ever witnessed before. Jane, in particular, was utterly stunned. Watching Lin Fei's practiced movements and the confident look in his eyes, she couldn't help but blurt out, "Mr. Lin, what's happening? What are you doing? Are you hungry now? If you're hungry, I can cook you something right away. Just help everyone solve this crisis first, and we can forget about wasting time on food. Wouldn't that be better for everyone?" Listening to Jian, Lin Fei could only smile helplessly and turn to speak to the others. "Do you really think I'm wasting time here? I'm actually here to help Nader. Honestly, there's nothing more that needs to be said about this, and there's no need for you to worry. All you need to do is wait patiently. Trust me, soon enough, I'll have everything finished, and then you'll understand exactly what I'm doing." Hearing Lin Fei's words, dozens of people stood there, momentarily stunned. None of them had expected Lin Fei to be making something like this. In fact, they had no idea what he was up to at all. Judging by his actions, it seemed he was making another pastry, but clearly, whatever it was, they couldn't quite figure it out. As the minutes ticked by, Lin Fei finished preparing both the dough and the filling for the buns. He was just about to start wrapping up the famous gubuli buns when, all of a sudden, there was a thunderous boom, followed by a barrage of loud noises. The entire ground shook beneath their feet. What on earth is that? One of the three brave warriors of the Celestial Palace heard the sound and was completely stunned. He stared outside, in disbelief, his curiosity getting the better of him, and hurried outside. When he saw what was happening at the entrance, his eyes widened in shock. He quickly turned back and exclaimed, "Oh my God, could it really be like Mr. Lin said? Is the destroyer really coming to wipe out Tor? This is bad. None of us saw this coming at all." For a moment, Tor himself was taken aback by his companion's words. He had never imagined something like this could actually happen. This was far beyond anything he had ever envisioned. Staring at the destroyer approaching from outside, Tor's eyes also grew wide with disbelief. What's going on? Why is this happening? Oh heavens, I've never experienced anything like this before. At that moment, Thor couldn't help but widen his eyes. He truly couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lin Fei, meanwhile, let out a quiet chuckle, as if to say, "Are you still surprised by this? Didn't I already tell you? This is exactly what Loki wanted to deal with you. Since the three warriors of Asgard and Sif, the four of you, have come down, Loki doesn't want to see Thor return. He knows very well that if Thor goes back, it will threaten his own position. That's why he did this, hoping to settle the matter by having the destroyer eliminate Thor. That way, no one could challenge him for the throne, and so everything happening now makes perfect sense. Oh my God, this is all just so astonishing. I never imagined something like this could happen." For a moment, everyone simply stared in disbelief, unable to process what they'd just learned. Just then, Sif called out urgently, "Quick, everyone, we need to help Thor deal with the destroyer right now. If we don't act, things will get out of hand. If Thor is really destroyed, we simply can't accept it. Brothers, hurry, we have to stop this from happening." Immediately, the three others nodded without hesitation. At once, they rushed outside, each gripping their trusted, razor-sharp weapons, companions from countless battles past. Once outside, they saw the destroyer advancing relentlessly. Suddenly, the destroyer opened its helmet, revealing a fiery red glow inside. And in that instant, a blast of flame erupted, striking the very spot where they had just stood. They managed to dodge just in time, but the ground where the fire hit was now gouged out, a deep crater left behind. The sheer power of the destroyer's attack was undeniable. Seeing this, the group could hardly believe their eyes. Clearly, this was no ordinary fight. Loki truly wanted to destroy them. Otherwise, how could things have escalated to this point? Hearing all this, Thor, standing by Lin Fei's side, clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He had never imagined it would come to this. For him, this turn of events was almost beyond comprehension, and now, he realized he was about to face the greatest challenge of his life. At this moment, although Lin Fei could clearly see Thor's anger, he also sensed a hint of helplessness in him. Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. "Thor, how about it? You're itching to jump into the fight, aren't you? Don't be surprised. I can feel your emotions loud and clear. Yes, Mr. Lin, I really do want to jump in. For me, this is almost unimaginable. I can hardly wait to get up there and finish this myself. Hearing this, Lin Fei laughed. You want to fight? You'll have to be patient. At least for today's battle, you won't be the one to take action. In a moment, I'll be the one to step in and handle things for you. So, just relax. And Thor, there's something important I need you to remember. Do you see that steamer basket over there? Wait for 15 minutes, then open it. Inside, you'll find a bun. Eat it right away. Remember, don't let anyone else have it. Only you can benefit from it. If someone else eats it, you might lose your chance to ever wield the power of the God of Thunder. Thor was stunned by Lin Fei's words. He had no idea what Lin Fei truly meant, but after a moment, he nodded. He understood all too well what it would mean to lose the power of the God of Thunder forever, a consequence he was desperate to avoid. More than anything, he yearned to keep fighting. Thor glanced at the clock nearby, mentally counting down those 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Lin Fei washed his hands, then casually slipped them into his pockets and walked quietly outside. His manner was calm and composed. At the entrance to Jane's place, a few people watched as Lin Fei approached. With a wave of his hand, the hammer of the God of Thunder shot through the air, landing firmly in his grasp. Instantly, Lin Fei felt his blood surge within him, his eyes burning with fervor. The confidence in his gaze reflected the formidable power he now faced. As for the four warriors of Asgard, they were utterly outmatched, being battered by the destroyer. At that moment, Sif seized her chance. Weapon in hand, she leaped swiftly while the destroyer was distracted, driving her blade deep into its neck. The weapon struck the ground with force, and the destroyer, under Sif's control, was bent double, unable to move. In that instant, everyone present was on the verge of cheering. For them, the destroyer had finally been brought under control, a feat that had seemed nearly impossible. The relief and joy that swept over them was unmistakable. After all they had been through, this moment felt like a hard-won victory. But they were mistaken. Suddenly, the destroyer forced its head to turn, the metal plates covering its body rotating with a relentless mechanical precision. The sight was unnerving. No one had expected it could still move like this, and the shock of the moment left them reeling. Just then, one of the three warriors of Asgard cried out, unable to contain his alarm. Sif, get out of there. Hearing this, Sif froze for a heartbeat, then quickly looked down. She saw the destroyer's helmet splitting open, revealing a searing blast of heat building inside. The boiling energy was about to erupt toward her. With lightning reflexes, Sif dodged aside, but landed heavily and awkwardly on the ground. Before she could recover, the destroyer lunged, its fists colliding brutally with Sif and sending her hurtling through the air. She crashed down, coughing up blood, a clear sign of a grave internal injury. Meanwhile, the destroyer continued its relentless assault. Rising to its full height, it fixed its gaze on Sif, preparing to strike again. But at that crucial moment, a piercing sound cut through the air. The destroyer turned in surprise, only to see a massive hammer hurtling toward its chest. Reacting quickly, the destroyer tried to defend itself, but Mjolnir struck with overwhelming force, sending the monstrous machine flying back, racked with pain. The onlookers, stunned by the sudden turn of events, could hardly believe their eyes. None of them had expected anything like this. As for Sif and her companions, they turned their wide eyes toward the newcomer. Descending from the sky, Lin Fei landed before them, unmistakable and commanding. They saw clearly Lin Fei had come to their aid, and in his hand, Mjolnir gleamed with power as he hurled it straight toward the foe. In that moment, faced with such a scene, the few of them could hardly believe their eyes. They simply couldn't fathom that something like this was happening. Clearly, it was an experience none of them had ever encountered before. Why did Lin Fei possess the power of the God of Thunder? And how could he lift the hammer of Thor with such ease? None of it made sense to them. It was beyond anything they thought possible. Lin Fei was truly making them question everything they understood about the world, driving them to the edge of disbelief. Oh my heavens, what is going on here? Mr. Lin, how is it that you can lift Thor's hammer? Isn't that something only Thor himself can do? Apart from him and his father, no one should be able to pick up that weapon. This is just beyond anything I could have imagined. Why? Mr. Lin, how are you accomplishing this? Hearing Sif's exclamation, Lin Fei simply smiled, unfazed. With a casual gesture, the hammer of Thor shot back into his hand, as if summoned by his will alone. At that moment, the destroyer lurched upright once more, its entire form radiating fury. It glared at Lin Fei, preparing to open the mask on its face and unleash a torrent of searing fire. Right then, Lin Fei couldn't help but speak. Hey, what's gotta know all of you? If this is enough to shock you, then you're really underestimating what's to come. I promise, there's still plenty more to surprise you. As he spoke, Lin Fei's thoughts stirred, and in an instant, a colossal vehicle materialized beside him, towering at least 10 meters high. At the same time, Lin Fei himself was suddenly aglow, radiating a brilliant, dazzling light. The entire area was enveloped by the massive machine. In a flash, a gigantic suit of steel armor stood before them, at least 10 meters tall and even mightier than the destroyer. Everyone who saw the enormous figure could only gape in astonishment, utterly unable to believe what they were witnessing. What on earth was happening? How could such a thing occur? The shock of it all left everyone reeling. At that moment, not just Sif and her companions, but even Thor was stunned. Jane and the others were equally at a loss. Oh my goodness, what is that? Is it Iron Man? But I've never seen an Iron Man so massive. How could this be happening? This is just too incredible to believe. After hearing Sif's words, Thor couldn't help but ask in confusion. Iron Man? What is that? Are you talking about the Destroyer? The Destroyer belongs to Asgard. How could it be Iron Man? Oh, Thor, you have no idea. This Iron Man is truly a remarkable person on our side. His name is Tony Stark, and he's accomplished something incredible. The weapon he wields is Iron Man itself, but I've never seen one so gigantic, towering as tall as a building. It's absolutely astonishing. I've never encountered anything like this before, and it's almost impossible to believe. I can't help but wonder, just who is this Mr. Lin? Who exactly is Lin Fei? Thor echoed Jane's words, his mind swirling with questions. He couldn't hide his own confusion. In truth, he was deeply puzzled, turning over the possibilities of who Lin Fei might be. Clearly, this situation had far surpassed anything Thor could have anticipated. He never imagined he would face something like this. He considered, if Lin Fei truly was a prophet, then he must be an extraordinarily powerful being, with such formidable foresight, that astonishing equipment, and even the power of the god of thunder, holding Mjolnir itself. Thor found it almost impossible to believe. When had he ever encountered something this unbelievable? At this moment, Thor's eyes widened in astonishment. Words failed him. He seemed to forget the danger surrounding them, the sheer force of the destroyer slipping from his thoughts. Just then, the destroyer finally unleashed its attack. Oh my god, Mr. Lin! The destroyer's attacks are incredibly powerful. It said they can burn everything to ashes. Sif cried out in alarm as she witnessed the devastating onslaught. She quickly stepped back, her voice rising in urgent warning. Yet Sif couldn't help but let out a helpless laugh, shaking her head with a wry smile. Hey, everyone, what are you so afraid of? Do you really think these attacks could actually harm me? At that moment, Lin Fei radiated absolute confidence. The threat of the destroyer didn't faze him in the slightest, and he clearly believed it posed no danger at all. After all, Lin Fei's colossal vehicle was invincible. Faced with such an assault, Lin Fei felt not a hint of fear. As the blazing fire swept toward him and struck his frame, he didn't even flinch. The attack fizzled out as if fire had met water, snuffed out in an instant. The flames were utterly ineffective. All they managed to do was send up harmless wisps of white steam as they struck Lin Fei, who simply smiled with casual indifference. He raised his hand, and Mjolnir once again appeared in his grasp. Lin Fei's smile brimmed with unshakable confidence. At this moment, Lin Fei truly smiled with confidence. He felt, beyond any doubt, that he was invincible. The destroyer's attacks were utterly powerless against him. They simply couldn't harm him in the slightest. As this realization washed over him, Lin Fei couldn't help but break into a joyous, almost incredulous smile. He felt a surge of gratitude for the system. Its power was simply too incredible, an existence that could truly be called undefeatable. To think that the destroyer's assault, which might have crushed anyone else, was now completely useless against him. This was something Lin Fei had never dared to imagine. The reality of it, as it unfolded, filled him with a thrill he had never experienced before. How could he not be excited by such a miraculous turn of events? Seeing now that the destroyer was utterly incapable of harming him, Lin Fei lifted his hand in a bold gesture. Clad in his massive steel armor, his form looked more imposing than ever. He raised one finger and, without hesitation, made a mocking gesture of disdain toward the destroyer. In an instant, the destroyer's face twisted in fury. He had never imagined Lin Fei would dare to mock him so openly. To the destroyer, this was simply inconceivable. Yet, no matter what he thought, the deed was done. Lin Fei, meanwhile, was overjoyed by the spectacle. These so-called destroyers of the Celestial Palace were, in truth, far too weak. They simply stood no chance against him. The destroyer stared at Lin Fei in shock, unable to comprehend his audacity. Though the destroyer could not speak, he was far from mindless. After all, he needed thought to carry out the orders given to him. Now, faced with Lin Fei's taunting gesture, a wave of fury surged within him. At that moment, the mask on the destroyer's face slid open, and searing flames burst forth, scorching the air around him. Instantly, the temperature in the area spiked, the heat becoming almost unbearable. Jiang and his companions instinctively fell back, taken aback by the intensity of the heat. They had never imagined this creature could produce such overwhelming power. Suddenly, the destroyer unleashed a blazing beam of energy, the flames roaring as they struck Lin Fei squarely. It was a strike fueled by all the destroyer's might, an attack meant to bring Lin Fei to his knees. But that overwhelming energy also made Lin Fei feel a surge of power. He sensed that his own body was nearing its limit. Yet, at that very moment, two energy cannons suddenly appeared behind him. Without hesitation, the twin barrels unleashed. Two powerful blasts, propelling him forward. The force of these jets perfectly counteracted the destructive energy attack, allowing Lin Fei to surge ahead. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing face to face with the destroyer. With lightning speed, Lin Fei reached out his right hand and seized the destroyer by the neck, effortlessly lifting him into the air. Lin Fei now towered at a height of 10 meters, while the destroyer was barely 3 meters tall. Watching the destroyer flail his fists in vain before him, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. "Look at you, little guy. Is that all the strength you've got? You can't even touch me, can you? Tell me, does it feel exhausting? Are you burning with frustration? I'll give you a chance, go ahead, use your strongest attack. Hit me with everything you've got. If you manage to hurt me, I'll let you go anytime you want. But honestly, do you really think that's possible?" The destroyer, faced with Lin Fei's mocking expression, could only flail his limbs even more wildly. He was unable to speak, unable to express his emotions in any other way, so he could only vent his fury through relentless attacks. But none of this mattered to Lin Fei. Watching the destroyer's futile efforts, Lin Fei just laughed again. He hadn't expected the destroyer to be so weak. He had hoped for a much more powerful opponent. Now, Lin Fei couldn't help but think that perhaps he truly had become invincible. His strength was now unmatched. Glancing at Tony and the others nearby, Lin Fei gave a wry smile before speaking. "Did you really think you were the only one who could become powerful? Did you think you could bully anyone you pleased? Well, you were wrong. Dealing with you is no trouble for me at all. Come on then, make your move." For a moment, everyone around Lin Fei was utterly bewildered. In truth, not a single person had expected that Lin Fei would reveal such a side of himself. To them, it was almost beyond belief. Lin Fei's sheer brutality was shocking. Now, watching the way he moved, the people nearby simply couldn't accept what they were seeing. They wondered aloud just what kind of being Lin Fei truly was. Could he be a monster? Why, in the face of such an onslaught, was there not even the slightest chance to fight back? My goodness, that's the destroyer. It's the most powerful weapon in our immortal palace, and yet Mr. Lin faces it without a hint of fear. What's more, the destroyer can't even strike back. How could this be? Thor, just what sort of person have you brought to us? Hearing Sif's words, Thor could only shake his head in resignation. In fact, he himself had never imagined the situation would turn out this way. He found it hard to grasp what sort of existence he had encountered. Lin Fei's strength in dealing with the destroyer was simply overwhelming. So much so that even Thor felt a chill. At first, Thor hadn't believed in Lin Fei at all. It wasn't until today, when the four from the Immortal Palace arrived, that Thor finally came to trust everything Lin Fei had said. Still, he never expected Lin Fei's power to be so devastating. Originally, Thor had thought Lin Fei could merely lend him a hand and nothing more. But now, it was obvious he had underestimated him completely. Lin Fei's power wasn't just overwhelming, it was utterly one-sided. The destroyer, in front of Lin Fei, didn't even have a chance to resist. All of this made it clear that Lin Fei's strength was simply extraordinary, so much so that even Thor found it hard to believe. Time ticked by moment after moment, until finally the 15 minutes passed. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Lin Fei's mind. The Gubuli steamed buns were ready. With that, Lin Fei turned to Thor and called out, "Hey buddy, hurry up and eat these buns. Make sure nobody else touches them. Only if you eat them will they take effect." Thor was taken aback by Lin Fei's words, not quite understanding what was happening. But since Lin Fei had spoken so seriously, Thor didn't hesitate. He grabbed the steaming basket beside him and stuffed the buns straight into his mouth, not caring at all whether they were hot or not. That Gubuli steamed bun back when Lin Fei placed it into the steamer, had already been imbued with the power of the god of thunder. Whoever ate it would, at that moment, gain the power of Thor. Witnessing this unfold, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile, then turned his gaze to Thor. Thor simply watched Lin Fei in silence, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Yet Lin Fei paid him no mind at all. As for the destroyer, at this point, its attacks felt to Lin Fei like nothing more than a gentle tickle. Utterly powerless and without any threat. The Gubuli Bun possessed a strength-enhancing effect. By Lin Fei's estimation, it could boost a person's power by at least 5-fold. More importantly, the first person to eat it would be granted the power of Thor. That was why Lin Fei had orchestrated for Thor to be the first to taste the bun, so that Thor could reclaim his divine power. Lin Fei understood that, long ago, when Odin had enchanted Mjolnir, he laid down a command. Only one who possessed the power of Thor could wield the hammer. That was the reason for all this. Only by regaining his power could Thor hope to lift Mjolnir again. Contemplating this, Lin Fei watched the destroyer quietly. At that moment, the destroyer's onslaught gradually slowed, coming to a halt. It was clear that it now truly felt the immense pressure. No matter how it attacked, it couldn't harm Lin Fei. At the same time, its energy was rapidly depleting, leaving it unable to maintain its wild barrage. Thor, observing the situation, was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined that this legendary Gubuli Bun could have such a powerful impact on him. It was a revelation that left him in utter disbelief. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel empowered. His muscles bulged explosively, and armor appeared, encasing his body. Upon seeing this armor, Lin Fei laughed. This was none other than the battle armor Thor once wore in Asgard. It was only after regaining the power of Thor that such a transformation could occur. When Odin had banished Thor to the mortal world, Thor had lost all his divine power, which was why he had been so diminished. Now, with the return of Thor's power, he once again stood at the peak of his former glory. At that very moment, the entire sky began to mirror the celestial anomaly that had once appeared. Howling winds and torrential rain seemed poised to descend at any second. All of this was a manifestation of Thor's newfound power as the god of thunder. Thor himself sprang into action, moving with a newfound swiftness. The surge of strength coursing through him filled him with unshakable confidence. Gazing at Lin Fei, he couldn't help but break into a smile. In Thor's mind, he was still contemplating whether he might even be able to defeat Lin Fei. And if that was possible, then what threat could the destroyer pose to him? Of course, Lin Fei was completely unaware of all this. Had he known what Thor was thinking, he would have been utterly dumbfounded. It had never occurred to him that Thor could harbor such a wild notion, actually planning to challenge him. That was pure madness. After all, Lin Fei's iron battle armor was invincible. Even if Thor stood before him, so what? In this world, there couldn't possibly be anyone capable of defeating him. Invincibility, after all, meant having no rivals whatsoever. Watching Thor's current demeanor, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Well, tell me, my friend, are you feeling your strength returning? Does your confidence soar? Do you feel like you're back to your old self again?" Thor nodded eagerly at Lin Fei's words and replied, "Yes, Mr. Lin, I truly feel confident now. My strength has returned. It's almost unbelievable. Who would have thought such a thing possible? Mr. Lin, please hand me Mjolnir. I want to test myself, see if I can lift the hammer again, because I feel the power of the god of thunder has come back to me." Thor's words left those around him stunned into silence. None of them could comprehend what was happening. How could eating a simple bun transform him? Like this? It was simply unbelievable. Who could have imagined that something so extraordinary could occur? The shock on their faces said it all. Meanwhile, Lin Fei merely shrugged, unconcerned, then casually raised his hand and hurled Mjolnir toward Thor. The hammer shot through the air, heading straight for him. Those standing nearby could only nod in agreement. Such was the might of the hammer. If it ever struck any of them, there would be no doubt. It would mean certain death or grave injury. At that moment, Thor didn't seem to care in the slightest. A confident smile played on his lips as he sprang up with astonishing speed. Raising both arms high, he seized the hammer of the god of thunder. In that instant, he yanked the hammer free with ease. As his hand closed around it, he was surprised to find it nearly weightless, almost as if it carried no burden at all. A surge of confidence swept over Thor. He broke into wild, exuberant laughter, his joy echoing as he landed firmly back on the ground. "I did it! I finally did it! I finally gained this power!" he cried. As these words left his mouth, the hardships of recent days rushed into Thor's mind. Overwhelmed, he couldn't hold back his tears. It had been a long and arduous journey, every step paved with struggle and effort. Now at last his perseverance had paid off. He had regained the power of the god of thunder, and for all of this, he owed a deep gratitude to Lin Fei. Thor's heart brimmed with emotion as well as a newfound, unshakable confidence. With Mjolnir once again in his grasp, he felt invincible. There was no one who could stand against him now. Turning to look around, Thor saw that the others were moved to tears as well. None of them had dared hope that he would truly succeed, especially the four. From Asgard, they knew all too well the ordeals Thor had endured. From the very beginning until now, he had faced countless trials and tribulations. Yet, against all odds, he had succeeded. For them, it was almost impossible to believe. Everything had come together at this moment, and to them, it was an event worthy of the highest excitement and celebration. For a while, everyone's eyes were fixed on Thor. Sif stepped forward, giving him a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Hey, my friend, look at you. You finally regained your strength. Ready to play with confidence from now on." At the same time, Jane approached Thor. Her cheeks flushed pink as she looked into his eyes, speaking with heartfelt admiration. "Thor, this is incredible. I never imagined you were truly the god of thunder. What a surprise. Congratulations, you've really made it." Hearing the words of congratulations from those around him, Thor couldn't help but smile. These people had shared his hardships and his joys. They had stood by him through life and death. To him, their presence meant everything. In his darkest hour, they had never left his side. Now that he had triumphed, they remained steadfast, holding true to their beliefs. For Thor, this was a memory he would carry with him for the rest of his life. Looking at the people around him, Thor couldn't help but speak up. "Everyone, I'm truly grateful to all of you for what you've done for me. I never expected this. Thank you so much for sticking by me through all. I really can't thank you enough." For a moment, the others just waved off Thor's words with a casual gesture, as if it was nothing to them. In truth, this wasn't a big deal in their eyes at all. Just then, Lin Fei stepped forward and broke the silence. "Hey guys, I actually have a question. How exactly are we supposed to send this little guy back? He seems to be clinging to something in his heart, and I never imagined he'd go this far. But I think Loki's probably behind it. If I can't erase the mission planted in his mind, there's just no way to get him to stand down." Everyone heard Lin Fei's words, and Jane, in particular, started to worry. She was genuinely concerned that the destroyer might launch another attack, and if that happened, it would be extremely dangerous. But at that moment, Sif couldn't help but laugh, and the others, catching onto her mood, also broke into laughter. To them, the problem was actually quite simple. Just then, Thor stepped up to Lin Fei and began to explain. "Mr. Lin, the destroyer only listens to someone who wields the power of Thor. Loki was able to command it because the scepter he held contained my power, which let him control the destroyer. But now that I've regained the power of Thor, I can order it to stop at any time. In fact, Mr. Lin, you can do the same, since you also possess the power of Thor. So if you want to control it, it'll be easy for you." "What? Just possessing the power of Thor lets me control it completely?" Lin Fei turned his head in surprise at Thor's words, never expecting things to be so straightforward. With that in mind, Lin Fei looked at the destroyer in front of him and couldn't help but say, "Hey little guy, can you behave yourself for once? If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry." Hearing Lin Fei's words, the destroyer seemed to realize the situation and finally settled down. It stood there quietly, saying nothing at all. Seeing this, Lin Fei finally felt relieved. Though he couldn't help but think to himself with a wry smile, "If I'd known it was this simple, I wouldn't have made such a fuss earlier. I could have just stopped it right away." At that moment, the people nearby heard what Lin Fei had said, and their expressions turned a bit awkward. In truth, none of them had considered this possibility before. Only now did it suddenly come to mind. They quickly echoed Lin Fei's words, but honestly, it was already a bit too late because Lin Fei had already finished the battle. If Thor hadn't spoken up, the destroyer might have already been defeated by Lin Fei, only that Lin Fei would have just kept attacking. But now, things were different. Everything was resolved right then and there. Thor, at this moment, swung his hammer and strode over to Lin Fei. For a brief instant, he couldn't help but speak up. "Huh, Mr. Lin, I really am surprised. If I were to attack you with my hammer, would you truly not react at all? I don't know. Why don't you give it a try? After all, you won't hurt me. I'm invincible." "Oh, heavens, you're invincible? That's honestly quite astonishing." For a moment, Thor stared at him in disbelief. He had never imagined that someone like Lin Fei could actually be invincible. For Thor, this was an experience he'd never had before, and it left him utterly amazed. Right then, he gripped his hammer tighter and brought it down on Lin Fei's body. In that instant, Lin Fei channeled the energy within himself, meeting the full weight of Thor's hammer head-on. At last, Lin Fei came to A stop. Thor hadn't managed to cause him any harm at all. Lin Fei felt completely satisfied. In fact, he'd been curious to see just how powerful he truly was. Now, facing the might of the legendary hammer, he realized there was nothing to fear. Sensing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Then he looked down at Thor and said, "All right, Thor, let's stop fighting like this. It's time for a break." Hearing what Lin Fei had said, Thor quickly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Fei finally let go of the destroyer. As soon as the destroyer touched the ground, it stood there respectfully, awaiting orders. Having received the command from the one who now possessed the power of the Thunder God, the destroyer had no intention of attacking again. Sensing this change, Lin Fei finally allowed himself to relax. With just a thought, he appeared 10 meters above the ground, and the iron armor that had covered him vanished instantly. Lin Fei then descended swiftly, landing lightly on the earth. Witnessing all that had just taken place, Thor could not hide his astonishment. "Oh, Mr. Lin, you truly never cease to amaze me. I could never have imagined you possessed such remarkable strength. When I first met you, I never would have thought you were capable of this. Now, I must admit, you've completely surprised me. Mr. Lin, your power is extraordinary. So much so, it's almost infuriating. I told you before, didn't I?" Lin Fei replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. "From the very start, I said I would come to help you. I'm a prophet, and my strength runs deep. My purpose here is to help you defeat Loki, and that alone is enough. It's just that you never really believed me, did you?" "That's true," Thor admitted. "Perhaps I'm still reeling from all that has happened. Mr. Lin, there's something I truly want to know now. Is it really true, as you said before, that my father is actually fine? He's not in any real trouble?" "Of course," Lin Fei replied. "He merely lost consciousness. He didn't die. There's nothing for you to worry about. Rest assured, he's perfectly all right. Thor, I imagine it won't be long before he reappears. When you return to the palace, you'll see him for yourself. Oh, I should warn you. Asgard is in chaos right now. Heimdall has been frozen by Loki, and the entire palace is crawling with frost giants from Jotunheim. If you don't step in to resolve this soon, you'll be facing a fierce and grueling battle." Oh my God, could it really be something like this? For a moment, everyone who heard Lin Fei's words was left utterly stunned. None of them had anticipated that such a thing could happen. Even Sif and her companions found it hard to believe. After all, everything had seemed perfectly normal when they arrived. Naturally, they were all safe and sound. Now, hearing Lin Fei say this, they couldn't help but feel confused. Could it really be just as Lin Fei described? This was precisely what Lin Fei had said at that moment. It was almost impossible for them to imagine such an incident. They all harbored deep doubts about Lin Fei's claim, finding it hard to believe he would say something like this now. Had the legendary palace truly come under attack because of this? If that were really the case, then their current expedition would be a devastating blow for them. Their duty was, after all, to safeguard the sanctuary. But now that they were away, who would be left to protect it? Listening closely to Lin Fei, Thor wasted no time. He immediately looked up to the sky and shouted loudly, "Hey, Heimdall, hurry and lower the Bifrost. Let's up." But even after half a minute, there was no response at all. Thor's brow furrowed in concern. He knew Heimdall never left his post at the Bifrost. Whenever someone needed him, they would simply call his name, and he would respond at once. But this time, clearly, nothing of the sort was happening. Heimdall made no move at all. At that instant, a sense of dread began to rise in Thor's heart. He started to realize that Lin Fei might actually be telling the truth. Heimdall might truly have been subdued. For Thor, and for the others as well, this was a nearly unbearable reality. If Heimdall had really been captured, it could only mean the sanctuary had suffered a catastrophic blow. Thor was momentarily frozen, his face full of inner struggle. He could hardly believe something like this was happening today. "Oh gods, what are we supposed to do now? Mr. Lin, what should we do? I can't even return to the palace. The sanctuary must have already been attacked. What are we going to do? How can we possibly resolve this? Mr. Lin, I beg you, please help us. This is just too painful for us to bear." Hearing what Thor said, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile, then spoke up, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything for you. Now that Heimdall has been frozen, the Bifrost can't be lowered, so you can't return to Asgard. But that doesn't mean I don't have a way. Still, what I'm thinking right now, Thor, is whether you should say goodbye to Jane. Well, it's up to you. After all, once today's problem is solved and your celebration is over, I'll bring you back. You can have a proper conversation with Jane then, take your time, and talk things through." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Thor was thoroughly puzzled by his confidence. How could Lin Fei be so sure he could send him to Asgard? But regardless, it was clear that he would be leaving soon. Since all eyes were on him at this moment, Thor realized he really should have a good talk with Jane before he left. With that in mind, Thor walked over to Jane. Seeing her, he immediately pulled her into his arms and said softly, "Jane Foster, it seems I really do have to go now. There's trouble in my homeland, and I must return to resolve it. If I don't, and something truly terrible happens, I can't even imagine what the consequences would be." Resting in Thor's embrace, Jane felt wrapped in an overwhelming sense of safety. In that moment, happiness welled up inside her. This was what she had always hoped for. Now, finally, it was happening. Looking up at Thor, Jane said, "Thor, don't worry about me. Go with peace of mind. I won't hold you back. I just hope you'll take care of yourself. And keep growing. All of this has come as such a surprise. I never imagined you were from Asgard. But knowing you're the god of thunder, with your own destiny to fulfill, I'd never try to stop you. Just promise me you'll be all right. That's all I ask. Go bravely. Thor, I'll be waiting here for you, and I believe with all my heart that you will come back." "Understood, Jane. Don't worry. I promise I'll return. And when I do, I'll ask you to marry me." "What?" For a moment, Jane's eyes widened in disbelief at Thor's words. She had never imagined that he would say something like this. It was truly astonishing for her. In truth, she had always known in her heart that she was fond of Thor, but she never dared to express it, fearing he might not feel the same way. Yet now, she was completely caught off guard by Thor's unexpected confession. For Jane, it was almost beyond belief. Seeing Jane's confusion, Thor hesitated, and Jane, still in shock, asked again, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Thor, are you serious? Are you really planning to propose to me again? This is just too unbelievable. I never imagined you would say something like this to me. I'm so moved." As she spoke, a single tear of happiness slipped from the corner of Jane's eye. For her, this was such a wonderful surprise, something she could never have predicted. Who could have thought that such a thing would happen? It was simply unbelievable. Thor, hearing Jane's words, broke into a gentle smile and replied, "Jane, please believe me. I truly mean it. I will confess my feelings to you, and when that moment comes, I hope you'll say yes." "All right, you can rest assured," Jane replied, her voice trembling with excitement. "As long as you come back, no matter what happens, I'll say yes, Thor. Now go, quickly, finish what you need to do. I can't wait to see you return. Oh my goodness, I can't believe how excited I am." Hearing Jane's words, Thor couldn't help but smile joyfully. At that moment, Lin Fei quickly interjected, all right, I think we'd better stop talking about this for now. We should set out as soon as possible. The sooner we reach Asgard, the sooner the danger will pass for everyone. There's no point in worrying about things we can't control right now, is there?" For a moment, after hearing what Lin Fei said, Thor was equally at a loss. In fact, he was torn about what to do next. He wanted to spend more time with Jane, but at the same time, he knew that Asgard might face even greater danger because of his absence. So, after hearing Lin Fei's words, Thor finally made up his mind. He needed to return to Asgard as soon as possible to resolve the pressing issues there. Only when everything was settled could he, with Lin Fei's help, come back to Earth and continue his life with Jane. Even so, Thor couldn't help but feel a bit confused. He looked at Lin Fei and asked, "Mr. Lin, I'm really a loss right now. How exactly are we supposed to leave this place? I've been thinking about it, but I can't find a way to activate anything. How are we going to get to Asgard?" Lin Fei heard Thor's question and smiled nonchalantly. Then, he turned his head to glance at Coulson, who was standing by. Without missing a beat, he said, "Hey, buddy, I'll leave things here in your hands. Make sure all of Jane's equipment is sent back, and don't forget the details of her research and all her data. We're not here to steal anything. Our only goal from the beginning was to protect ourselves. I trust you'll handle this. Besides, you know as well as I do, if this research ended up in someone else's hands, they probably wouldn't even be able to make sense of it. They just don't have what it takes." Coulson nodded in agreement and replied, "Understood, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, everything is going exactly as I expected. You won't have to concern yourself with a thing. I'll make sure it's all taken care of." "Good. With your word, there's nothing more to say." "Well then, we'll be off," Lin Fei said with a wave of his hand. In an instant, the invincible food truck appeared by his side. Lin Fei climbed into the driver's seat without hesitation, and the other 5 followed, making their way to the back of the vehicle. When the group gathered at the back of the food truck to rest, everyone was momentarily stunned by what they saw. Everyone except Thor, who looked completely unfazed. He had already witnessed such wonders before. "Guys, what do you think? Surprised? I can tell you with absolute certainty, this is the magic of Mr. Lin. His food truck truly has everything you could imagine, and it's unbeatable too. Honestly, I was amazed for quite a while myself when I first saw it. Come on, let's each have a beer and celebrate." As he spoke, Thor seemed completely unfazed, moving over to the ordering computer with practiced ease. Without a second thought, he pulled out 5 cans of beer, handing one to each person. The group cracked them open and drank heartily, the sound of gulping filling the air. Lin Fei couldn't help but let out a resigned chuckle when he noticed this. Thor really was a force of nature. Meanwhile, Lin Fei finished setting their destination, making sure everything was in order. Only then did he join the others in the back. Without ceremony, Lin Fei grabbed a can of beer for himself and took a long drink, helping himself to the Peking duck as well, savoring each bite without reservation. For a moment, Thor looked genuinely surprised. He turned to Lin Fei and asked, "Mr. Lin, what do we do next? Are we really just heading straight to the Immortal Palace like this? This is honestly beyond my expectations. How exactly are we supposed to get there? I simply don't understand." Lin Fei wasn't the least bit concerned by Thor's questions. With a confident smile, he waved his hand and replied, "What are you worried about? Well, have I ever lied to you all? Not once, right? In fact, in a moment, you can look out the window and see for yourself what's happening. I think you'll find it well worth the anticipation. Don't you agree?" At that, Thor sat down and stared quietly out the window, curiosity gnawing at him. Suddenly, the entire vehicle began to rise rapidly, and the world outside grew hazy and dreamlike. In an instant, Thor realized something extraordinary was happening, and he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had never imagined anything like this could occur. As dazzling ribbons of color danced around them, Thor blurted out in disbelief, "Oh my goodness, is this the Bifrost? But how could that be? Heimdall hasn't responded at all. How could this possibly be the Bifrost? What on earth is going on? I think you owe us an explanation." Hearing Thor's bewildered questions, Lin Fei could only smile wryly before explaining. "It's actually quite simple. What you're seeing is a function of my vehicle. It's equipped with a travel feature very much like the Bifrost, but even faster. So, everyone, I suggest we finish eating. I estimate it'll take just half an hour to reach the Immortal Palace. Once we get there, a great battle awaits us. We'll need to be well fed and ready. After all, you need your strength to fight." In that moment, when everyone heard what Lin Fei had said, they were all deeply astonished. None of them had ever imagined that it would only take half an hour to make a round trip. To them, this was almost beyond belief. Sitting in the car, they could not feel the slightest effect of gravity. Everything was so comfortable, just like standing on solid ground. For these few, it was simply unimaginable. Clearly, Lin Fei's vehicle had already far surpassed anything they could have pictured. Thor, who thought the car's magical item detection ability was impressive enough, hadn't expected it would possess such a power to travel through dimensions as well. This was something none of them had ever dreamed possible. Their shock was palpable, astonished that such an incredible event was actually unfolding before them. At the same time, hope began to blossom in their hearts. If things were truly as Lin Fei claimed, they might soon arrive at the fabled palace of the immortals. The anticipation made their hearts race. As the destination drew near, everyone hurriedly began to eat, quickly replenishing their strength. They knew that once they arrived at the palace, there would be little time to rest. Fierce battles surely awaited them. They could hardly wait. All of them longed to return and resolve the matter of the immortal palace at once, for Loki had brought them far too much pain. For Thor especially, the thought of his own brother committing such an unforgivable act against their father was deeply distressing, almost an act of treason. Yet there was no point in dwelling on it now. If he didn't return and bring this to an end, the consequences could spiral far beyond his imagination. With this in mind, Thor resolved to follow Lin Fei without delay and return to the palace as quickly as possible. Only by doing so could everything be set right. For Thor, this was the only correct path forward. Time passed quickly, and by now everyone had finished the roast duck before them and drained their beers. It was at this moment that many of them noticed a slight tremor in the vehicle. Instantly, a sense of anticipation swept through the group. They could already imagine that they must have reached their destination. Eagerly, they pressed their faces to the windows, peering outside. What they saw confirmed their suspicions. The image of the immortal palace appeared before their eyes, its magnificent architecture brilliantly on display. For a brief moment, everyone was awestruck, unable to contain their amazement. Lin Fei, too, couldn't help but smile and say, "Hey, I must say, folks, your immortal palace is truly stunning. Far more beautiful than I ever imagined." At that, the Thorns were momentarily taken aback. What truly astonished them was how swiftly Lin Fei had managed to return to the immortal palace. For them, it was almost beyond belief, something they never would have thought possible. The surprise lingered in the air, and one of the palace attendants couldn't resist making a playful remark. "Mr. Lin, listen to yourself. Of course our immortal palace is beautiful. If you ever find yourself bored in the future, you're always welcome to drop by and visit us. Sound great? Since you've invited me, I won't be shy about it. If I have any free time, I'll come over. Don't worry, I'll come straight to find you all, Lin Fei replied with a cheerful grin. Everyone laughed with delight at Lin Fei's words. The truth was, they sincerely hoped he would visit more often. After all, Lin Fei's abilities were truly extraordinary. If he could become a regular at the Immortal Palace, lending them a hand from time to time, it would be a tremendous boon for all of them. The thought filled them with anticipation, each person privately imagining how much easier their problems would be to solve if Lin Fei appeared by their side. His power was simply overwhelming, and his legendary invincible food truck had become a source of endless fascination and awe among them. Soon enough, everyone arrived at the side of the vehicle, which was now positioned atop the Rainbow Bridge. Lin Fei simply waved his hand, and in an instant, the car door swung open and everyone stepped out. As soon as they were clear, the vehicle vanished into thin air. Lin Fei took this moment to admire the breathtaking beauty of the Immortal Palace. Inside, the scenery was truly magnificent. However, the air was pierced by countless agonized screams coming from within the palace. The moment these cries reached their ears, the Asgardians couldn't help but gasp in shock. Without a second thought, they charged inside, desperate to find the source of the commotion. Watching their frantic actions, Lin Fei could only shake his head in resignation. There was nothing he could do to stop them. Their concern for the fate of the Immortal Palace had weighed on them throughout the journey. Now, with such torment echoing from within, their pain was palpable. They had to act quickly to resolve the crisis. Only then could they find peace of mind. As Lin Fei watched them hurry inside, he couldn't help but sigh at their single-mindedness. In their rush, they had forgotten something important. Turning around, he glanced at the long road leading back to the outside world. There at the entrance to the Rainbow Bridge, a man stood guard. His eyes were wide with disbelief at the scene before him, and in his hand he clutched a long sword. The man's body was encased in a shell of ice, though cracks had begun to form across its surface. This man was Heimdall. Seeing him in such a state, Lin Fei felt another wave of helplessness wash over him. The others had been so preoccupied with the palace's safety that they had completely forgotten about Heimdall. For Lin Fei, the situation was almost comical, but rather than dwell on it, he decided it would be easier to resolve the matter himself, especially since he had the strength to do so. With that thought, Lin Fei strode up to Heimdall and gently flicked the ice encasing him. In an instant, the icy shell shattered and began to evaporate rapidly. All of this was made possible by Lin Fei's profound mastery of the 5 elements. His understanding of their power had grown even deeper, and now, with a mere sweep of his hand, he unleashed a surge of fire energy. The ice melted away in a heartbeat, freeing Heimdall from its grip. Upon seeing Hada Hamda, he realized what was happening and couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. It was only at this moment that he finally came back to himself. He first checked his own body, and found that he could move freely without the slightest discomfort. Then, turning to Lin Fei, the Heimdall Union spoke up. "Oh, my dear sir, I truly must apologize. I never expected that I would need your help. This has taken me completely by surprise. Though I was frozen and unable to move, I was still aware of what was happening. I know your name is Lin Fei, and I am deeply grateful for everything you've done for Thor. I'm astonished by how much you've helped him. I'm sincerely thankful that you restored Thor's power as the god of thunder, even if I have no idea how you managed such a feat." Hearing these words, Lin Fei simply waved his hand dismissively and replied, "There's really nothing surprising about it. For me, helping Thor was just a task that needed to be done, something I was meant to do. Since you know who I am, you probably also know that my profession is that of a prophet. So, being able to help them accomplish this was actually a rather enjoyable experience for me." After hearing Lin Fei's response, Heimdall nodded in agreement, then looked at Lin Fei and said, "Mr. Lin, you truly arrived just in time. Loki has gone too far. He's allowed all those from the Frost Dragon Kingdom to enter, and now they're wreaking havoc here in the palace. I never could have imagined he would act with such intent. It's truly unbelievable to me, especially since Odin treated him as his own son. Who could have foreseen that he would go so far as to do something so mad? All right, don't we already know how things stand? Even if he treats him as his own son, Odin would never truly hand it over to him. Odin always plays these little games, and that's just his nature. So, when you all did what you did to him, how could he not be furious? At this point, there's nothing more we can say. All we can do is pray and try to resolve this as quickly as possible. All right, you should hurry inside now and help them. From here on, your only responsibility is to maintain peace in Asgard. Soon, Thor will come and shatter the Bifrost. When that happens, you really have nothing to worry about. I will be there to help him see it through. Oh, heavens, Mr. Lin, I may not have your gift of foresight, but I am truly shocked. Why would Thor want to destroy the Bifrost? The Bifrost is the bridge that connects all 9 realms. If it's destroyed, the consequences will be dire. Why must it be shattered? Because wherever you may be, Loki will still get his hands on your longsword. When that happens, he'll use the Bifrost, unleashing its rainbow light to strike the land of the frost giants with devastating force. So, you see, this is something that must happen, and I will help you to effectively stop it. Trust me, there's no need to worry. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Heimdall was surprised, but could only sigh and shake his head. He was truly amazed by what Lin Fei had said, yet in that moment, Lin Fei's reassurance managed to put him at ease. Don't worry, the Bifrost isn't beyond repair. There's someone on Earth right now studying how to restore the bridge. I believe it won't be long before the Bifrost is completely fixed. So really there's nothing for you to be anxious about. This is just a tribulation that Asgard must endure, and my presence here is to help you weather this trial, to ensure things do not spiral further out of control. Hearing Thor's words, Heimdall finally let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. In truth, he had no way of knowing what would happen in the future. He was no prophet. All he ever wanted was to keep Asgard safe. As for the destruction of the Bifrost, to be honest, Heimdall wasn't particularly troubled by it. What truly concerned him was Odin's feelings. If the Rainbow Bridge were really destroyed, Odin would surely be heartbroken. But now it seemed that everything had taken a turn for the better. Why then was Loki acting this way? Still, if the bridge could be rebuilt in time, there would be no reason for Odin to grieve. Time ticked by second. Heimdall charged into the palace, while Lin Fei simply sat by the roadside, lighting a cigarette and quietly smoking. He had no intention of interfering with the battle inside. To him, it was utterly meaningless, a matter he simply couldn't bring himself to care about. Meanwhile, inside the palace, in Odin's chambers, his wife sat by his side, keeping a silent vigil over him. Suddenly, she saw Laufey approaching. From outside, after walking for some time, the woman was taken aback by the sight. She could hardly believe it was Laufey who had come here today. Startled, she quickly retreated to the wall, watching as Laufey seemed intent on stepping forward. The woman could hardly believe what was unfolding before her eyes. Laufey, what are you planning to do? Are you here to harm him? No, I beg you, don't do this. Don't forget who he is. Don't forget the peace pact we all agreed to uphold. Peace pact? That was never something I needed, Laufey replied coldly. Why? Are you finding it hard to justify things now? Listen, everything that has happened is because of your son, Loki. If he hadn't set all this in motion, do you think I would have come to this? No, impossible. How could this be? How could Loki possibly be responsible for something like this? For a moment, she was utterly at a loss, unable to believe what she was hearing. And just then, she noticed a single tear sliding down Odin's cheek. That tear held 1,000 unspoken words she never imagined her husband would show such emotion at a time like this. Faced with Laufey now, she realized she was powerless to resist. Apart from Odin himself, she doubted there were many left who could stand against such a threat. In that moment, confronted with such a shocking turn of events, the woman could hardly believe her eyes. She watched as Laufey drew near Odin, clearly intent on destroying him. Unable to restrain herself, she cried out in alarm. Just then, a sudden surge of energy struck Laufey directly, hitting him so forcefully that he nearly collapsed, barely managing to avoid serious injury. Instinctively, he staggered back against the wall, stunned and disbelieving, then turned his head to see what had happened. There stood Loki behind him, wielding his scepter, launching attack after relentless attack against Laufey. Laufey, taken aback by this unexpected betrayal, was truly at a loss for words. He simply could not fathom that Loki, of all people, would turn on him at this critical moment. To Laufey, the very idea seemed unimaginable. Oh, Loki, do you even know what you're doing? Do you realize the consequences of your actions? Laufey demanded. But Loki responded with a cold laugh, utterly unfazed. Consequences mean nothing to me. What I do know is that you invaded Asgard. As the king of Asgard now, it's my duty to confront you. Laufey, I never expected you would stoop so low, sneaking across borders, skulking in the shadows, and now you dare to accuse me? Do you really think my mother would believe your lies? How foolish can you be? Odin's wife, hearing Loki's words, was equally shocked. None of them had imagined that Loki would say such things. Her heart was in turmoil, struggling to discern truth from illusion, her ability to judge right and wrong slipping away amidst the chaos. As the seconds ticked by, Loki prepared to strike again. Laufey, realizing he was overmatched, vanished in a flash, leaping through the palace roof and escaping into the open air. Soaring high above, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "People of the Frost Giant Nation, flee now." In an instant, everyone below stared in disbelief. The crowd watched as the Frost Giants gathered, anger burning in their eyes as they fixed their gaze on Loki, who now hovered in the air before them. None of them had imagined that the very one who had let them into Asgard would now turn against them in such a cruel and public fashion. Their faces were twisted with fury, betrayed and incensed by Loki's actions. As for Loki, although what he truly wanted was for those who had crossed the plains with their swords to be able to reach this place, something he had claimed credit for himself, he now felt a twinge of regret. He did not wish to witness this situation unfold, nor see such a devastating attack break out. That was why Loki was determined to resolve this matter and decided to launch his assault on Raffi. Deep down, he simply couldn't accept what was happening. Now, though, the unthinkable had indeed come to pass. For Loki, it was almost impossible to believe. Fortunately, his father had come to no harm, and Loki himself had taken care of Raffi. All things considered, these were blessings worthy of celebration. Time slipped by, and at this moment, Raffi led his people swiftly toward the Rainbow Bridge, clearly intent on making their escape. Just then, they suddenly caught sight of Lin Fei's figure ahead. The unexpected encounter stopped Raffi in his tracks. He descended hastily, fixing his gaze on Loki, and sneered, "Tell me, who exactly are you? Why are you here, and why do you block our way? You claim to be from the Palace of the Gods, yet I've never seen you before. Why is that?" "Of course you haven't seen me," Lin Fei replied, a playful glint in his eye. "I'm a special consultant to the palace. Surprised, aren't you?" For Lin Fei, this whole affair was almost amusing in its simplicity. All he needed to do was destroy Raffi and his followers, and the war would come to an end. Of course, that would mean the Frost Giants would have no way home, since he had ensured their hope was extinguished. These 9 realms were deeply interconnected, and if something catastrophic happened in one, it could easily disrupt the balance of all 9. Raffi, upon hearing Lin Fei's words, was visibly shaken. He had never expected Lin Fei to say such things. Wasting no time, Raffi waved a hand and barked out orders. "Quickly, everyone, settle this now. We're going back across the Rainbow Bridge. I have the key to activate it." No one knew why Raffi possessed such a key. Beyond the longsword, there were, in fact, other ways to activate the Rainbow Bridge. For Raffi, being able to do so now made him feel lucky. Thank goodness he had prepared for every possible contingency. At that very moment, Raffi rushed forward, channeling his energy into a fierce attack aimed straight at Lin Fei. At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. As he swiftly raised both hands, countless tongues of flame erupted from his palms. Surging forward in a fierce rush, the fire whirled into a blazing tornado, roaring ahead with unstoppable force. Sensing this terrifying power, the members of the Celestial Palace who had just arrived instinctively fell back, unable to hide their shock. None of them could have imagined Lin Fei would unleash such a technique. What was going on with him? How could he wield such power? Was he even human, or was he some kind of monster? For the Frost Giants, their greatest nemesis was fire. Now, faced with flames of such unbearable heat and intensity, they were thrown into utter disbelief. The very temperature in the air became an unimaginable torment for them. It was just like that time with the Destroyer. The same fear gripped them. The reason both the people of the Celestial Palace and the Frost Giants had dreaded the Destroyer was because of his fire attacks. Now, to their astonishment, Lin Fei was wielding that same kind of overwhelming fire energy, and on a scale just as vast. "Oh no!" Raffi cried out in alarm, unable to hide his shock. He had seen the fire tornado sweeping toward them, and in an instant his entire being was racked with searing pain. As the flames engulfed him, Raffi's body began to fade away, disappearing bit by bit. In just 2 minutes, when all was said and done and the raging flames had finally burned themselves out, Lin Fei stood on the other side, gasping for breath, chest heaving as he struggled to recover. He hadn't expected to expend so much energy. He thought he could easily command the power of the 5 elements. Yet here he was, exhausted beyond belief, caught off guard by how much this technique had taken out of him. Still, Lin Fei found comfort in the fact that he could now control such forces so precisely. Even if it was taxing, the reward was worth the effort. His connection to the 5 elements had grown sharper, more sensitive than ever before. At that moment, he realized he seemed to have stepped into an extraordinary realm, something mysterious and profound. Lin Fei was genuinely surprised by what was happening, unable to imagine what changes this might bring about within him. A surge of anticipation welled up inside. Him, a hope that he might truly grasp the mysteries of the five elements and chaos. If he could ever truly comprehend such power, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Nevertheless, regardless of how things unfolded, it was clear that everything had finally been resolved, a cause for celebration as far as Lin Fei was concerned. While Lin Fei was quietly regaining his strength, Thor suddenly flew over at great speed, landing in front of him. Thor's expression didn't show much surprise as he glanced at the battlefield, but when his gaze fell on the remains of the frost giant kingdom scattered across the ground, he couldn't help but freeze in astonishment. He had never imagined that Lin Fei's combat prowess would be this formidable, far surpassing anyone among them. Oh my goodness, Mr. Lin, this is truly astonishing. How did you manage to do this? This is beyond anything I could have imagined. If I possessed power like yours, I'd never fear any battle again. Hearing Thor's words, Lin Fei could only shake his head with a hint of resignation. Waving his hand dismissively, he replied, "If you had my abilities, then what would you need me for? My task is to assist you, but if you could do what I can, wouldn't that make my involvement pointless? There's really nothing here to be surprised about. For me, it's just another day's work, and for you, there's no need to overthink it. All you need to do is take things one step at a time and complete what you must. Oh, by the way, where's Loki? I haven't seen him around. He's up to something, and you must stop him." Thor's eyes widened as he processed Lin Fei's words. He spun around, just in time to see Loki standing before the Bifrost mechanism, holding Heimdall's great sword in his hand. In a flash, Loki drove the sword down with force. Instantly, the device roared to life, surging with energy that burst forth powerfully, shooting straight toward the direction of the Frost Giant Kingdom. Oh, heavens, Mr. Lin, you were right. I never expected this. Loki truly intends to use the Bifrost to destroy the Frost Giant Kingdom. Does this mean I have to shatter the Bifrost to stop him? There's no way to break through anymore. At that moment, Lin Fei could see the Bifrost apparatus glowing with vibrant, shifting colors, dazzling and intense. The light surged outward, arcing toward the Frost Giant Kingdom. If the device were left to run at full power, it wouldn't be long before the Frost Giants were utterly obliterated. Speaking of the most powerful weapon in the entire Asgardian palace, it is not any individual. It is the Bifrost itself. The energy of the Bifrost, to any kingdom, would be a force of utter destruction. That is why the Bifrost remains in Odin's hands, because Odin is merciful and wise enough to know exactly when and how such power should be used. But now, what's done is done, and nothing can turn it back. Seeing the situation unfold, Lin Fei couldn't help but let out a laugh and said, "So what now? Are you backing down? I told you might as well just destroy it. Why bother trusting them at all? When you get back, Jane can help you figure this whole thing out. If it comes to that, you'll have options. Whatever you decide to do, you'll figure it out, won't you?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Thor paused for a moment in surprise. That's right, there was still Jane. She could help him unravel everything in time. Even if she couldn't, he could rely on Lin Fei to travel back and forth as needed. He realized that there was nothing to worry about after all. With this new resolve, Thor stepped forward. At that very moment, Loki burst out in wild laughter, his voice echoing through the hall. He turned to Thor and taunted, "Well, Thor, aren't you impressed? I wiped out all the Frost Giants. I'm doing a fine job as King of Asgard, don't you think? Don't you think I'm simply brilliant? Go on, give me some praise. You have to admit, I've been an honest king. I had no choice. These were our greatest enemies, and now they're gone forever. Isn't that something to celebrate?" Looking at Loki's crazed, triumphant grin, Thor felt a wave of disbelief. He never imagined his brother could become so unhinged. The shock of it left him momentarily speechless. Thor furrowed his brow and fixed Loki with a stern look. "Loki, you're completely wrong. You couldn't be more mistaken. Do you really think that destroying the Frost Giants will end the fighting? Of course not. The human heart is unpredictable. No one can control it. All you're doing is bringing more suffering and loss. The Frost Giants will never accept such devastation. They deserve a chance at a good life. 2. If we could live in peace, wouldn't that be better for everyone? Then each of us could live happily and freely. Isn't that right?" "No, Thor, you don't understand. The Frost Giants' realm has brought suffering upon countless people. Do you truly grasp the depths of that pain? You always assume your words are right. You always believe you're the only one qualified. But do you really think this is truly right for you? You're mistaken, Thor. Someone like you is not fit to be king. Only I am worthy. Now the Bifrost has been activated, and there's only one outcome awaiting the Frost Giants, their destruction. So don't even dream of stopping this. For you, that's simply impossible." Hearing Loki's words, Thor couldn't help but furrow his brow. He never imagined Loki would become so deranged, so consumed by obsession. The turn of events was beyond anything Thor had ever considered, and he was at a loss for how things had come to such a pass. As for Loki, he was well aware of the situation. Judging from how things stood now, Thor could never hope to stop the Bifrost. Its energy was simply overwhelming, intolerable for anyone to withstand. There was no way for them to halt its power. Meanwhile, Lin Fei stood off to one side, wondering whether his iron armor could possibly stop the Bifrost. Yet, he was reluctant to try, deeply concerned that if he blocked the bridge directly, the sheer force of the energy might fling him who knows where, a risk hardly worth taking. Since that was the case, perhaps it was best to let everything unfold as it should. Thor would surely shatter the Bifrost, putting an end to its assault. In this way, Thor would find a most perfect solution. After all, the Bifrost could always be repaired in the future, thanks to Jane's diligent efforts. All in all, this wasn't such a bad outcome. For a moment, watching Loki's self-assured expression, Lin Fei could only sigh in resignation. After all, everything was just Loki's own scheme. He imagined no one could stop the Bifrost, but that wasn't the truth at all. Stopping it was far easier than he thought. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Fei looked at Thor, momentarily at a loss for words, before speaking up. Thor, what exactly are you waiting for? Are you just going to stand by until everything is lost, until the entire kingdom of the Frost Giants is destroyed, before you finally act? Come on, friend. Are you out of your mind? How could you possibly consider waiting at a time like this? Why aren't we taking care of this problem right now? Isn't that the better choice? Thor, hearing Lin Fei's words, nodded in agreement. In truth, he too wished to resolve this matter as soon as possible. The only thing holding him back was the hope that he could persuade Loki to change his mind. Thor desperately wanted Loki to abandon his reckless plan. Yet, as things stood, it seemed he had been too optimistic. Loki's actions had become so wild, so unhinged, that no one could possibly hope to stop him now. For anyone, this was an almost unimaginable situation. Hearing these words, Loki's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Lin Fei in utter disbelief and blurted out, "Who are you, really? Why are you here? And how could you possibly know how to deal with the Bifrost? The Bifrost has already unleashed its attack. No one can stop it now. You can't even get inside the Bifrost, and you still think you can stop it? Do you really believe that's possible?" At that moment, someone emerged from within the palace. It was Heimdall. He strode out of the palace and approached the three warriors of Asgard, eyebrows drawn tight at the tense scene before him. "Oh heavens! I can't believe this is happening. You've all gone mad. This is beyond anything I expected. Loki, you're the king of Asgard now. How could you do such a thing? Don't you realize how foolish this is? Your actions could easily plunge the 9 realms into war once again. This is a direct violation of our laws of war. Don't you know that? Loki, you've made a terrible mistake. Admit it. Why would you do something so reckless? This is utter madness." When he heard what Heimdall had said, Loki couldn't help but let out a cold snort before speaking. "Do you really think everything will turn out just the way you imagine? Honestly, I am truly surprised, Heimdall. As the guardian of Asgard, you actually let me take the sword from your hand. You've completely failed in your duty. I think it's time you were dismissed. Someone like you doesn't deserve to stay here. You've disrupted everyone's lives, plunged all of Asgard into crisis. If it weren't for you, how could any of this have happened? What? How did this suddenly become my fault?" Heimdall retorted. "Loki, weren't you the one behind all this? If you hadn't insisted on taking my things, how could any of this have happened? You think I wanted your sword? That's only because of your own mistakes. If you hadn't made such a mess in the first place, would I ever have thought of taking it? You brought all of this upon yourself, so don't try to pin the blame on me." For a moment, Heimdall was left speechless by Loki's words. He had never imagined that Loki would twist things around like this. It truly caught him off guard. But regardless, time had already slipped away. The energy surging over the Bifrost Bridge was growing ever stronger. At that moment, Thor gripped his hammer and, without hesitation, started pounding at the rainbow bridge beneath his feet. The ground trembled with each heavy blow, and the resounding crashes seemed to echo straight into Loki's heart. For him, it was an unthinkable development. He never imagined Thor would really know how to deal with the Bifrost, let alone actually do it. Loki was stunned, unable to fathom what was unfolding before him. To him, Thor's actions were nothing short of insanity. He had never expected Thor to go so far. In his heart, Loki desperately hoped Thor would not destroy the bridge, because the consequences would be devastating. If the Bifrost were broken, the realm of the Frost Giants would no longer face destruction and might even invade Asgard in the future, a prospect Loki could hardly bear to imagine. But now, this whole affair is entirely out of Loki's control. Everything that's happened is the consequence of his own actions. He brought this upon himself. If he hadn't made those choices, how could things have turned out this way? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Loki didn't hesitate. Just as he was about to rush forward to stop Thor, Lin Fei stepped directly in front of him, blocking his path. For a moment, Loki was stunned by Lin Fei's sudden move. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to grab him at this critical moment. To Loki, it was a bitter blow. Then, looking at Lin Fei, he couldn't help but speak out. "I know what you're doing, Lin Fei. Let me go. I don't know who you are, but if you help me now, I can promise you endless riches and glory." Lin Fei shook his head. "That's enough, Loki. I'm a prophet. If I let you go now, it will only bring about consequences I cannot bear. I'm here for one reason, to deal with you. The things you've done have angered everyone. Don't think. Your schemes have gone unnoticed. You wanted to use Thor's distraction to sneak Lin Fei, king of the Frost Giants, into the palace, hoping he would unite the realms and reward you with even greater power. Your hunger for power has turned you into this, and I regret to tell you, I know everything. Stopping you is easy. And honestly, Loki, you've been foolish. In the end, you even turned on Lin Fei and killed him, thinking the Frost Giants would bow to you. But you were wrong. We could never allow you to succeed. You crave power, but have you ever considered what would happen if you actually got it? The consequences would be more than you could ever bear. Loki, this time, you truly made a mistake." Loki heard Lin Fei's words, and his eyes widened with disbelief. He simply couldn't accept that Lin Fei had spoken so plainly about what he had always kept hidden in his heart. It was just as Lin Fei said. These were the thoughts Loki had never dared to voice aloud. Yet now, exposed like this, Loki found the truth impossible to accept. At that very moment, Loki waved his hand, clearly preparing to launch an attack, aiming straight at Lin Fei. Even as he moved, he couldn't help but shout aloud, "Oh, Lin Fei, you couldn't possibly understand what's really happening. How could I ever think that way? Lin Fei, you've completely misjudged me. There's no way I'd ever do such a thing. You're nothing but a false prophet. How could you possibly foresee something like this?" Just as Loki was about to strike, he suddenly noticed a surge of energy bursting from Lin Fei's hands. In that instant, an overwhelming heat washed over Loki, so intense that he found himself utterly unable to summon the frost energy within him. He had intended to use his icy power to freeze Lin Fei in his tracks, but never imagined Lin Fei would unleash such searing heat. Loki felt as though his entire body might melt away, leaving him utterly incapable of wielding his glacial energy. A deep, resounding thud echoed through the air. Startled by the turn of events, Loki was truly amazed. He turned his head and saw Thor still hammering away at the Bifrost. Now, faint cracks had begun to spider across its shimmering surface. Loki stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that things could have come to this. Such an outcome was beyond anything he could have ever imagined. Time ticked by agonizing second. Loki's eyes widened as he watched the Bifrost finally shatter with a deafening crash. His face turned pale as chalk. He had imagined countless ways to resolve this situation, but never expected to fail at such a crucial moment. For Loki, this was an unbearable blow. As the seconds dragged on and the Bifrost collapsed completely, its mechanisms tumbled down in disarray, while the air above it swiftly dissipated. Witnessing this, Loki's resolve crumbled, and for the first time, he felt a strange sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. In that moment, there was no regret in his heart. For Thor, however, there was nothing to fear. Lin Fei had already told him that the Bifrost could be repaired. Thor saw no reason to worry. All he needed to do was wait patiently for time to pass, and eventually, the Bifrost would be restored. So, at this moment, Thor truly felt there was nothing left to trouble him. So, having come to this point, Thor truly had nothing left to worry about. All he needed to do was wait for Jane to finish unraveling everything. That was enough. At this moment, Thor was eager to give Loki a hard lesson, hoping that Loki would realize such destructive actions were never an option for anyone. People should have a broader vision for the future, not be caught up in rashness like this. For anyone, what Loki had done was simply unacceptable. Clearly, Thor was now determined to set things right. But even so, Thor still harbored some worries. Everyone always said Loki was smarter than he was, yet Thor had never really cared about that. To him, everything should simply follow its natural course. But this time, Loki had truly crossed the line. He had gone completely mad, flagrantly breaking the rules of peace and war. Loki's reckless actions had already tarnished Asgard's reputation. There was no way Thor could let such a thing happen. At the same time, Thor was thinking about how best to resolve the situation. He hoped to settle things properly to restore calm. If the people of the Frost Giants' realm could let go of their anger, then, and only then, would Thor feel the matter had been perfectly resolved. Yet, facing all this, Thor could not help but feel helpless, at a loss for words. Time ticked by, second after second. At that moment, Thor turned his head, only to see that Loki had collapsed to the ground, something he had never expected to happen. Loki, in turn, looked up at Thor and spoke. Thor, why? Why are you doing this? Don't you understand me at all? Everything I've done has been for the good of Asgard. If we wiped out the kingdom of the Frost Giants, there would be no more war. Don't you see? Do you really love war that much? Think about it. What would happen to Asgard's people if war continued? Your idea is completely absurd. I can't believe you won't support my decision. You're my brother, and now I am king, yet you defy the king's command. Have you truly thought about what you're doing? Enough. At that very moment, a shout rang out. Everyone turned to see an old man with strikingly white hair walking toward them. The instant they recognized him, everyone froze in shock. Hastily, they dropped to one knee, placing their hands over their chests, and called out in unison, Odin, welcome back. Indeed, it was Odin himself. He had awakened and now appeared before them. He glanced around at those gathered, nodding in quiet approval. Then his eyes fell upon Lin Fei, who stood apart from the crowd, leisurely smoking a cigarette, looking completely at ease. Odin took in Lin Fei's relaxed demeanor and couldn't help but express his surprise. Oh my, you must be Mr. Lin. I truly apologize for the trouble my two sons have caused you. I never imagined you would help me accomplish this task. I also didn't expect I would lose consciousness. What a torment it was for me. But now, thanks to you, Mr. Lin, everything has been resolved perfectly. I am so grateful for your help. If there's ever a chance, I will be honored to invite you to dinner. Lin Fei could only respond with a helpless shrug, clearly unfazed. He looked at Odin and said, Mr. Odin, it really is quite unexpected to meet you under these circumstances. I'm relieved to see you in good health. But as for what happened, I hope you won't dwell on it. For me, there wasn't much to prepare. I simply helped them finish what needed to be done, and did it quickly. In truth, everything depended on Loki's own choices. If he hadn't decided to see it through, I wouldn't have stepped in to help. So, in the end, it all came down to his determination. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Odin couldn't help but smile, then quickly added, Mr. Lin, you're being far too modest. Even though I was unconscious, I was always keeping an eye on what was happening on Earth. I truly did not expect things to unfold this way. You seem to know everything about our Asgardian affairs, as if you could see through them all. You're truly a remarkable prophet. In that case, I won't say much more, Mr. Lin. Thank you so much for orchestrating all of this for us. Well then, since that's settled, I won't press you any further. Mr. Lin, I sincerely hope you'll help me see this through. Oh, by the way, according to your contacts, is it true the Rainbow Bridge can still be extended? I'm honestly amazed. People on Earth are simply extraordinary. To be honest, when I first developed the Rainbow Bridge, I had no idea where it truly was or how it came to exist. It was a torment to me. I desperately wanted to help, but found myself completely powerless. In the end, I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Lin, to lend me your aid. Don't worry, there really won't be any problem at all, Lin Fei replied calmly. Rest assured, I'll see this entire matter through to the end, and I won't leave you to handle it alone. You can trust me. There's nothing for you to be concerned about. For a moment, after hearing Lin Fei's words, Odin nodded in agreement. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to say something like this at such a time. To Odin, this was truly a pleasant surprise. Yet, the situation had already unfolded as it had, and Odin found himself overwhelmed with excitement. He felt as though everything was simply wonderful. At this moment, Odin suddenly broke into a smile and said, At last, it's resolved. Still, I feel a hint of regret. I never imagined things would turn out like this. Now that Loki has acted as he did, Mr. Lin, I'm curious. How will you deal with them? Hearing Lin Fei's reply, Odin's brows furrowed slightly. Was there a surge of anger within him? In an instant, he looked over at Lin Fei and said, Mr. Lin, so this is how it stands. I wonder, what do you foresee will happen next? I would like to hear your prediction. That, I think, would be the best outcome for us. Please, go ahead. As for matters like yours, prophecies? Well, forget it, Mr. Odin. This is something you'll have to resolve on your own. When it comes to this situation, I really don't want to say much more. In the end, everything comes down to a single choice of yours. Do as you see fit. I trust you'll make the right decision. Oh, is that so? Odin paused for a moment upon hearing Lin Fei's words, then turned his gaze to Loki, who was lying on the ground, and said, Loki, you are truly foolish. You always think your clever tricks will be enough. You always believe what you do is right, and you assume you alone can bring this conflict to an end. But have you ever considered what would happen if you destroyed the realm of the Frost Giants today? The balance among all 9 realms would be shattered, and tomorrow, it's entirely possible that unrest would break out somewhere else. Have you ever thought of that? You're so fond of your little schemes, but you never look to the bigger picture. No, father. If I destroy the Frost Giant's kingdom, then the other realms will see the might of Asgard, won't they? They wouldn't dare to rise against us. I've thought it all through. Father, how could you think so little of me? I am your smartest son. Haven't you always praised my cleverness? Why would you contradict me now? I never imagined you'd speak to me like this. Do you really think I'll always be this kind of person? This is more than I can bear. Hearing Loki's words, Odin remained silent. He truly hadn't expected Loki to harbor such reckless thoughts even now. To Odin, this was a bitter surprise. Loki was intelligent, yes, but he always relied on cunning little tricks, and it was exactly this penchant for scheming that had put Asgard in such a vulnerable position. Now, Asgard had reduced the kingdom of the Frost Giants to ruins, and there was no question that their reputation would suffer greatly. As a result, Odin was thinking far ahead. He sincerely did not want Asgard to be impacted so heavily. For him, this was almost too much to believe. As the moments slipped by, second after second, I wondered if at this point we should have the driver pass a message to him. Forget it, Loki. It seems you truly cannot understand my intentions. I hope you'll take some time to reflect calmly, to consider what it is you're about to do, and what consequences your actions might bring. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to place you under confinement, lock you away for 3 years. During that time, I hope you'll come to understand my reasons. You're so childish, so quick to assume everything is yours by right, yet you never stop to consider the consequences. If you go through with this, do you have any idea what it could mean for us all? Loki, you are so foolish. I never imagined you would do such a thing. What? 3 years? You want to lock me up for 3 years? And for what? Do you honestly believe that would make me repent? You're completely mistaken. You've underestimated me, completely. Father, everything I've ever done has been for Asgard, for your sake. Otherwise, why would I have wasted so much effort to help you defeat him? Why would I do any of this if not for you? If I truly meant you harm, you'd have been gone long ago. The fact that you'd even think this of me, truly, I'm astonished. At Loki's words, Odin's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined Loki could be so reckless. At this moment, Loki had become a thorn in everyone's side, an enemy in plain sight. Odin's heart was full of disappointment. He could only shake his head in helplessness, a single tear slipping from the corner of his eye, a tear born of anger and sorrow for Loki's refusal to change. He had devoted so much to raising Loki, poured out his heart, only to see things come to this. Suddenly, beneath the stunned gaze of everyone present, Loki sprang to his feet, bolting toward the edge of the Rainbow Bridge. Without hesitation, he leapt off. For a moment, everyone was frozen. In disbelief, Odin shouted, his voice echoing with desperation, and Thor rushed to the bridge's rim, desperate to catch sight of Loki, but he was already gone, fallen into the endless abyss below. Oh heavens, why? Why did it come to this? Why must our hearts be burdened with such grief? At that moment, Odin hurried to the edge of the bridge, overwhelmed by the enormity of what had just happened. He had never imagined that something like this could occur. It was far beyond anything he could have expected. For a while, Odin stared at the spot where Loki had vanished, filled with deep regret. He blamed himself bitterly. Why had he ever spoken those words to Loki? The reality of it all was simply unimaginable to him. As these thoughts swirled within him, Odin's face darkened, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Just then, Lin Fei, witnessing the scene, remarked with a hint of surprise, "Hey, you too. Do you really think Loki is gone for good because of this? You're seriously overthinking it." What? Odin was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He couldn't fathom why Lin Fei would appear at such a time and in such a place. Lin Fei simply looked at Odin, then cracked a light smile and said, "Do you truly believe Loki would perish because of this? Don't worry, Loki has merely been sent to a mysterious place. He'll reappear, and when he does, he'll come back as my adversary. It'll probably be about a month from now. In fact, I'll have Thor bring him back to you then. By that time, Loki will have completely turned over a new leaf. Honestly, this is the best outcome you could hope for. Haven't you always wished for Loki to accomplish something? Well, now you've finally succeeded." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Odin could scarcely believe his ears. In utter shock, he asked, "Mr. Lin, is what you're saying true? This is beyond all my expectations. I'm completely at a loss. Are you certain Loki will really return? How did things end up like this? Why has Loki changed so much?" Lin Fei chuckled softly and replied, "There's no need for me to explain everything in detail. All you need to do is trust me. This is nothing out of the ordinary for me, so there's no need for you to worry. In the end, Loki truly will have reformed, and whatever happens next, I'll be here to help you see it through. Rest assured, nothing unexpected will happen." Oh my goodness, today has been so full of surprises for me. What kind of idea is this, really? Well then, Mr. Lin, since you put it that way, I choose to trust you. I also believe that Mr. Lin would never deceive me. I am truly grateful for your advice. If it can help Loki recover, I'm honestly amazed. I never expected Loki to do something so reckless. But apparently, in your eyes, Mr. Lin, this is nothing out of the ordinary, is it? Of course, everything in this world has its cause and effect. To be honest, a person can make a mistake once, maybe twice, but never 3 times. Loki has already made one grave error. If he repeats it, he'll truly understand his own wrongdoing. All wars, in fact, are never resolved by violence. They require patience and the slow work of peace. So in this matter, Loki will come to understand it in time. Justice will always stand with us. Odin, you can rest easy. When the time comes, I will work with Thor to resolve this. And by then, we'll have many friends supporting us. Loki will be completely convinced, and you won't have to worry. He won't find any fault with it. All right, this answer has truly taken me by surprise. I never expected you to say something like this. It's honestly astonishing for me. But now that you've told me the outcome, Mr. Lin, I'm filled with joy. The fact that Loki can recover. What an unexpected turn. I'm genuinely happy because of this. Hearing Odin's words, Lin Fei shook his head, smiled, and said, all right, let's not say any more. How about this? Let's hurry back now. Everything has been settled, and there won't be any more surprises. Hearing Lin Fei's suggestion, Odin nodded in agreement. With a sweeping gesture, he called out, Thor, go back at once and prepare a celebration. You've done exceptionally well this time. You managed to restore your power as God of Thunder and accomplish such a feat. I can see now that you truly understand the difficulties I once faced. Now you realize that war is never the answer to everything. I am very pleased. It seems I can finally trust you with my throne and scepter. Go on, Thor. Let everyone witness just how brave and formidable their new king is. Yes, father. The moment Thor heard Odin's words, his spirits soared. He had never expected Odin to have such a change of heart at this very moment, and it took him completely by surprise. Overwhelmed with astonishment and delight, Thor couldn't help but smile at the unexpected turn of events. It truly felt strange to him, but in the best possible way. No matter how you looked at it, the situation had reached a resolution, and that alone was reason enough for everyone to celebrate. Loki, after all, had been persuaded by everyone's efforts. Even though he had leapt into the bottomless abyss, everyone understood, thanks to Lin Fei's earlier words, that Loki would ultimately change his mind. In other words, there was nothing more for them to worry about. All they needed to do was keep an eye on Loki's fate at the very end. With this reassurance, the group moved further inside. Lin Fei, of course, followed Odin without hesitation. Thor, walking alongside Lin Fei, confided his hope that after this grand banquet concluded, he could bring Lin Fei home that evening. He longed to see Jane again and to share with her the joy of his victory. Such concerns meant little to the younger members of the group, who brushed them aside with ease. At the same time, Lin Fei found himself genuinely surprised. He had completed his mission, yet he received no reward. Only the prompt for the next task, to defeat Loki and save Earth in the process. The system also mentioned a hidden reward, which left Lin Fei even more puzzled. The vagueness of this so-called hidden reward was as good as saying nothing at all, and Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder what kind of prize awaited him. The system, as always, reassured him that when the next mission began, all would be revealed. So Lin Fei waited. Once the grand banquet ended, and he had sent the troublesome garbage back to Earth, he would finally discover the nature of this hidden quest. When that time came, he resolved to finish it and claim his reward. Soon after, Lin Fei stretched out comfortably and lay down for a good night's rest. It wasn't until 6 o'clock the next morning that anyone thought about eating, and everyone felt a bit out of sorts, as if they'd been through a long, intense ordeal. At that moment, Thor seemed more energetic than ever. He looked at Lin Fei with genuine surprise, clearly not expecting him to be able to drink so much and for so long. Even more astonishing was that Lin Fei didn't appear the least bit drunk. All this was a result of Lin Fei's enhanced constitution. Now, watching Thor's amazed expression, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Then he said, so, what do you feel now? Do you want to head back already? If you really want to get some rest, I honestly have no strong opinion about it. We could take a proper break and then go. Don't you think, if we arrive a little later, it might actually make Jane's world a bit happier? Oh, Mr. Lin, let's forget about that, Thor replied, shaking his head. I really don't want to witness that kind of situation. Those people, everything about this has taken me by surprise. Right now, what I really want is to hurry back and give Jane a surprise. I honestly don't want her to keep worrying about me. So if you don't mind, could you please take me back now? I just want to see Jane as soon as possible. Hearing Thor's words and seeing his earnest expression, Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Thor to be so insistent, and a sense of helplessness washed over him. Still, Thor's determination at least showed how much he truly cared. Since Jane's happiness was at stake, Lin Fei didn't hesitate. He simply nodded and said, "All right, since that's what you want, I'll take you back right away. Don't you want to say goodbye to your companions? For what I can guess, you might be on Earth for another 2 months before you can bring Loki back. Shouldn't you make some arrangements for everything before you go?" "Oh, 2 months? That's actually a bit long for me, but it's nothing that can't be managed." As he spoke, Thor turned to the person standing by his side. "There's still work to do at the company. I haven't done the laundry, and I've been missing calls all day. So we go back. I might need to be away for 2 months. During that time, I'd like you all to assist my father in handling these matters. My beloved has just gone through a great ordeal, and I hope you can resolve everything while I'm gone." Hearing Thor's words, Lin Fei nodded in agreement. They didn't say much, but soon after, he walked up to his father. Looking into his father's eyes, he said, "Father, I may need to leave here and return to Earth for 2 months to spend some time with the one I love. I hope that while we're apart, something even more wonderful will happen. And as Mr. Lin said, I promise to bring Loki back when the 2 months are up. Father, please don't worry. I'll make sure to keep my word." Hearing this, Odin gave a nod of approval. He understood the things his son, Thor, was facing. He then turned to Lin Fei and said, "Ah, Mr. Lin, I must trouble you for a while longer. I can't tell you how grateful I am. The help you've given us has been a tremendous boon to Asgard. Rest assured, should you ever visit us, you'll be our honored guest. We truly owe you a great debt, Mr. Lin." At that, Jane casually glanced at her phone, unconcerned by the conversation. "There's really nothing more to be said," she remarked. "Odin, you don't need to thank me. Let's talk about gratitude when all of this is over. Besides, your wine here is truly excellent. Just make sure to pour me a few glasses next time. I'll be more than satisfied." Odin laughed warmly. "Mr. Lin, that is the easiest promise I could ever make. When you come, you may drink to your heart's content. We'll make sure you have as much as you wish." "Perfect. I won't say any more then. And don't worry, I won't hold back when the time comes," Lin Fei replied with a smile. "For now, let's be on our way and get back to Earth. There are things I need to take care of, too. Thor wants to be with the one he loves, and honestly, so do I. I can't wait to spend time with my beloved." For a moment, Odin heard what Lin Fei said and couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, his eyes were filled with heartfelt blessings. And he looked at Lin Fei with a smile, saying, "I truly never expected this, Mr. Lin. I never imagined you would be such an extraordinary being." Lin Fei, upon hearing this, didn't say much. He simply waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into the form of a helicopter. At this point, Thor was also visibly surprised. He had truly never seen Lin Fei in this other form before. Witnessing such a sight, Thor stood frozen for a moment, but today, seeing Lin Fei board the helicopter, he didn't hesitate for a second. He hurried to follow right after. Just then, Lin Fei took his leave, walking away from the scene. Meanwhile, far away in a small town near Melbourne, Coulson and his team were busy moving all their research equipment into their rooms. They were truly efficient, swiftly, transferring everything they needed. Jane was beyond thrilled by how quickly things were happening. She hadn't expected S.H.I.E.L.D. to show them so much care and support. Of course, Jane knew the real reason behind all this help. Lin Fei's assistance had played a vital role. As for when Thor would finally return, Jane was filled with hope and anticipation. She dearly wished that Lin Fei would bring Thor back soon. Her mind was already wandering what she would say to Thor once he returned. Just then, Jane suddenly froze in place. She looked up at the sky and spotted a silver figure speeding toward them. Seeing this, Jane was taken aback. She hadn't the faintest idea what was happening. Shock washed over her. It was simply astonishing. Could it be? Was Lin Fei really bringing them back? From far away, the roar of helicopter blades reached their ears. As the helicopter drew within a few hundred meters of the group, Jane suddenly spotted a figure standing in the open doorway of the aircraft, a man waving enthusiastically in their direction. At that sight, Jane couldn't help but shout at the top of her lungs, "Oh my God, Thor is back." Tears welled up in her eyes, and a single drop rolled down her cheek. "What? Did you say Thor is really back?" Everyone around her was stunned by Jane's outburst. None of them had truly believed that Thor would actually return. Especially when it came to Coulson. Upon hearing these words, he immediately realized that if Thor were to return, there was a good chance that Lin Fei would also come back with him. This revelation truly astonished Coulson. He hadn't expected anything like it. So now, what Coulson hoped for most was to see Lin Fei return as soon as possible, because for him, that would be a wonderful thing. He very Much wanted to see Lin Fei again, to have him come back and help them accomplish even more. Now, with things looking the way they did, Lin Fei's return would be an excellent outcome for everyone involved. They would be able to resolve matters even more smoothly. Even though, at the moment, there didn't seem to be any immediate danger, being able to prepare in advance was, in Coulson's eyes, a great advantage. Time ticked away, second by second. Everyone lifted their heads, watching the figure in the sky draw closer. Soon, it became clear that it was a helicopter approaching. The sight filled the crowd with joy. They hadn't dared hope, but it truly was Lin Fei and his companions returning. Before long, the helicopter touched down. Thor didn't hesitate for a moment. He leaped straight out of the cabin. The moment he spotted Jane, he ran to her without a second thought, sweeping her up into his arms. For a moment, Thor's voice was filled with remorse as he spoke. "Hey, my dear Jane, I'm sorry I'm late. I really am. I didn't mean to make you worry. I wanted so badly to come back and see you. You have no idea what's been on my mind. I kept thinking about how much I wanted to be here with you. For me, that hope was everything. I truly wish I could be by your side at every moment, always looking out for you and loving you." Jane, hearing Thor speak this way, was momentarily taken aback. She never imagined he would say such things. It caught her completely by surprise. After a brief pause, she broke into a smile and replied, "Oh, darling, there's no need to explain. I understand. Just being here, being back, is enough for me. Really, that's all I need. So, have you eaten yet? Would you like me to make you some breakfast?" Hearing Jane's words, Thor couldn't help but smile. In truth, what he longed for most was simply to wake up each morning and have someone prepare breakfast for him. That, to Thor, was truly a wonderful thing. At this moment, that was exactly what he was thinking. He sincerely hoped Jane could help him with breakfast. After all, it was something he'd always looked forward to, and the thought of it delighted him. He really wished to see this simple happiness come true. When Jane saw Thor nod his head, she didn't hesitate for a moment. She quickly slipped away to the kitchen and busied herself with the preparations. Meanwhile, Lin Fei called Coulson over to the side. Glancing at him, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, buddy, it looks like you've handled things pretty well. These past few days, Jane clearly doesn't hold any grudges against you anymore." Coulson grinned. "Oh, come on, Mr. Lin. There was never really any grudge between us. Honestly, it's all thanks to your arrangements. Since you say so, I'll just leave it at that. But Mr. Lin, what I'm really thinking about now is, can we finally take a break? If we really do get a vacation, I'd love to get out and have some fun. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing more of the world. Cooped up at home every day, well, that's hardly any fun for any of us." Lin Fei nodded at his words. "You're right. We should get out and enjoy ourselves for a bit. Things have gotten pretty tedious lately. As for what we'll do, I won't say much more. But remember, in a month, we've got a battle coming up. For now, there's nothing we need to worry about. Just focus on preparing for what's ahead. Once that battle is over, I imagine we'll have plenty of time to rest. At the very least, we should have a year or two of peace ahead of us." "Oh wow, a whole year or two?" Coulson exclaimed, clearly surprised. "Mr. Lin, that's more than I ever expected. I'm honestly curious to see what it'll feel like to really relax for a year or two. It all sounds almost magical." "Well, Mr. Lin, since you said that, I actually feel pretty happy. So how about we head back now? What do you say, should I walk you home?" "Oh, forget it. I can't go with you right now. There's still some things I have to take care of. I need to go out and find someone, a superhero, actually, and when I do, I'll bring him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. for you. So you see, I really can't leave just yet." "Oh, really? There's someone else? Mr. Lin, you're incredible. I never imagined you'd be so diligent, working tirelessly on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm honestly quite surprised." "There's nothing surprising about it. I just want to help everyone solve these problems more efficiently. I'm looking forward to wrapping this up as soon as possible. Once everything's settled, things will be much easier for me. I really hope I can finish this task soon." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Coulson couldn't help but smile. In truth, the fact that Lin Fei was so committed to helping S.H.I.E.L.D. track down these superheroes was genuinely astonishing to him. Lin Fei's dedication to their cause was touching. Coulson felt nothing but gratitude. He truly hadn't expected Lin Fei to be so hardworking. Looking at Lin Fei, Coulson chose not to say anything more. He knew that this was Lin Fei's own conviction, a powerful inner drive. Lin Fei genuinely didn't want to see these superheroes dragging their feet on their missions. Besides, this was also a task assigned by Lin Fei's system, so he was naturally determined to see it through. No matter what, Lin Fei was resolved to complete this mission. Only then could he reunite with Tang Xian and finally start living the life he longed for. At that moment, Lin Fei felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Because of this, when Lin Fei saw Coulson, he couldn't help but smile, saying nothing more. Then he turned his head to Thor and spoke. Hey, Thor, I'll probably come looking for you in about a month. I can tell. You for sure that Loki will make his appearance then. When that happens, we'll join forces to deal with him. But at first, he might disappear for a while, and we'll have no way of finding him. After about a month, Loki will begin gathering countless powerful beings to launch a devastating attack on Earth. But don't worry, even if he aims to destroy the whole planet, there will be plenty of superheroes standing by your side. When the time comes, we'll settle everything together. Once we catch Loki, you can take him back with you. After that, Loki will truly start to change his ways. This battle will transform his character. Oh really? Mr. Lin, I can't thank you enough. I never expected you'd go this far. It's such a pleasant surprise. But, Mr. Lin, what I'm curious about is whether this battle will be exhausting or not. If it's tough, I'll go and help. But if it's easy, maybe I'll just sit it out and pick up my brother afterward. Wouldn't that be simpler? Unbelievable. For a moment, when Lin Fei heard Thor's words, he could only shake his head in helplessness. Of course he understood what Thor meant. If there was no hardship, he'd rather not get involved and would prefer to spend time with Jane. Faced with this, Lin Fei truly had nothing to say. Thor was quite the character. Even at a time like this, he still had his mind on such things, leaving Lin Fei feeling both exasperated and amused. Lin Fei sighed and said, Thor, come on. Do you really think this kind of battle will be that easy? It's going to be extremely tough for everyone involved. So, talking like this won't change anything. When the time comes, you'll have to face the situation head on, no slacking off. If you try to slack, it can make things much harder for everyone. This is a team effort, and I don't want to see any problems caused by you backing out. All right, Mr. Lin, I was just joking with you. Honestly, I really do want to resolve this matter. Otherwise, why would I have come here in the first place? You must have misunderstood, Mr. Lin. I would never do something so lazy, right? But Mr. Lin, when the time comes, how are you going to get in touch with me? And how will you pick me up? Who's coming to pick you up? Lin Fei turned his head toward the kitchen, calling out loudly, Jane. Hearing Lin Fei's call, Jane quickly stepped out, looking a bit puzzled. She had no idea why Lin Fei was suddenly calling for her. Lin Fei spoke up, Jane, here's what I need you to do. Later, I want you to teach Thor how to use a phone, and also explain to him the different kinds of transportation on Earth. When the time comes, after everything has happened, I'll contact you. Then, you'll send Thor to the location I specify. After that, there will be many battles ahead. Once all that's over, you can both do whatever you want. I won't interfere. But you must handle this for me, and make sure it goes smoothly. Jane nodded without hesitation as soon as Lin Fei finished speaking. In truth, she didn't mind at all. She wanted to help Lin Fei see this through. After all, Lin Fei's power was truly overwhelming, his uncanny predictions were almost frightening. He was so strong that everyone was left astonished, his abilities far beyond anyone's imagination. Given these circumstances, Jane agreed without the slightest reservation. Meanwhile, Dr. Selvig had finally finished helping the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents carry all the equipment inside. He nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased. For him, it was exciting to think that these devices would soon serve an even greater purpose. After all, they were the fruit of his research. Witnessing this moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. At this moment, Lin Fei glanced at Selvig. He seemed to have something on his mind, yet in the end, he chose not to say anything more. After all, for Selvig, his role was to assist Loki when the time came. Lin Fei truly didn't want to comment further on this matter. Since it was already set to happen, he decided to let things take their course. He had already warned Fury and Barton, telling both of them not to go to the place where the Tesseract was kept. In this way, only Selvig would remain there, well, perhaps with a couple more soldiers. That was all Lin Fei could do. After all, if no one stayed behind, who would activate the device when the time came? And who else could give Loki that surge of confidence? As for Loki, his actions stemmed from his very nature. He was endlessly confident in everything he did and wielded his scepter to bend anyone's will to his own. So, all of this was really Loki's own doing, a result of his arrogance. Lin Fei felt it was actually a good thing to let events unfold slowly as they were meant to. What he truly hoped for was that Thor would arrive in time, in the end, to take Loki away and bring everything to a close. Thinking of this, Lin Fei couldn't help but look forward to it. He glanced at the others and spoke up. Hey Jane, how about this? I'll be heading off now. I really can't stay with you much longer. You should focus on your tasks ahead. If anything comes up, feel free to contact me anytime. But I'll also tell you this, you only have one more month to rest with Thor. After that, I'll be busy for a while, and when that's over, I won't need to intervene anymore. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I'll take my leave now, wishing you both a wonderful life together. For a moment, after hearing Lin Fei's words, the others didn't say much. Jane, however, nodded happily. In truth, for her, having Lin Fei bring Thor back was the greatest happiness she could have imagined. Very soon, Lin Fei naturally declined Coulson's request at this moment. Coulson pleaded with him repeatedly, hoping Lin Fei would return to New York with him, to go back to S.H.I.E.L.D., so that when the time came, Fury could properly express his gratitude. Yet Lin Fei paid little attention to any of this. To him, there was something far more important at hand, the urgent task of finding Rogers. His mind was preoccupied with this mission, convinced that Rogers would help him track down Loki. All Lin Fei wanted was to resolve this matter as quickly as possible, so he wouldn't have to spend more time preparing for anything else. With this thought, Lin Fei waved off the others, signaling for them to stand back. Just then, the invincible food truck appeared. Lin Fei climbed aboard. If he were to fly to the Glacier Mountains by helicopter, it would take at least a full day, but no matter what, he had to see this mission through. Without further hesitation, Lin Fei boarded the helicopter, waved goodbye to the others, and finally left. Lin Fei's destination was, of course, the Glacier Mountains. As for where Coulson and his team might be headed, that was no longer Lin Fei's concern. What truly mattered was dealing with the task at hand as soon as possible. Once it was done, he would finally have plenty of time to spend as he pleased. With Roger's location set as his destination, Lin Fei quickly made his way to the rear cabin. He couldn't help but reflect. It had been quite a while since he'd last come here. In terms of actual time, it had been at least 70 years, though for Lin Fei himself, it had only been a matter of months. The thought left him somewhat helpless. He had never imagined events would unfold like this. Yet, he found a quiet joy in it. After all, no matter how things had turned out, Lin Fei had accomplished what he set out to do, and that was enough. Now, bringing Rogers back felt like a reunion with an old friend, and Lin Fei found himself filled with anticipation. He even wondered if, when Rogers saw him, he would recognize him at all. To Lin Fei, it was a truly fascinating prospect. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Fei left the area and headed to the lounge in the back, getting ready to rest. As he settled in, he started watching some Chinese TV shows. The programs made him burst out laughing, sometimes even moving him to tears. These were China's variety shows and other television programs, which had truly become a wonderful presence in his life. Their development had been astonishingly fast, clearly drawing the attention of people all over the world. At that moment, Lin Fei took out his phone and dialed Tang Xian's number. Looking at her on the other end, he couldn't help but speak with a smile. "Hey, darling, I think I'll be able to come back and see you in about 2 days, maybe even sooner. I'm not entirely sure of the exact time yet, but trust me, I'll be back as soon as I can." "Oh my gosh, really? I can hardly believe it." Tang Xian's voice was full of surprise and delight. "Fei, I never imagined you'd be able to come back so quickly. This is just wonderful for me. I can barely wait. I really can't wait to see you." Hearing Tang Xian's excited words, Lin Fei felt deeply moved. He honestly hadn't expected Tang Xian to say such heartfelt things to him. For Lin Fei, this was truly something to be excited about. Still, he didn't find much else to say. After all, with Tang Xian as his girlfriend now, their relationship was not something that could easily be put into words. Naturally, Lin Fei was both happy and full of anticipation for what was to come. As time ticked by, Lin Fei spent an entire day on the plane. He passed the hours either watching TV or chatting warmly with Tang Xian. Right now, these are the only things he could do, but he was genuinely looking forward to being reunited with Tang Xian as soon as possible. As for Tang Xian, she felt a surge of happiness at how things were unfolding. For her, all of this was a delightful and unexpected turn of events. No matter how she looked at it, Tang Xian simply wanted everything to go well, and she hoped even more to be together with Lin Fei once again. For her, that was a happiness she cherished deeply. The outcome of any romantic relationship, in truth, is always oriented toward marriage and starting a family. It's about moving forward together, further down the road than before. That was exactly how Tang Xian felt at this moment. Right now, she didn't need to worry about anything else. All she had to focus on was the hope that she and Lin Fei could truly end up together in the future. That, for Tang Xian, was more than enough. It was everything she'd ever wished for. She longed for the day when she and Lin Fei could reach that stage, and to her, nothing could be more wonderful. Meanwhile, Lin Fei was seated on the airplane, gazing down at the world beneath him. Watching the familiar landscape unfold, he couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Hey, old friend, it's been such a long time since I last came to see you. I must admit, I'm truly surprised." As Lin Fei thought about it, he realized it really had been ages since he'd last seen Rogers. For him, this reunion was something that hadn't happened in what felt like forever. Standing aboard the helicopter, Lin Fei looked down at the rugged mountains below, all blanketed in white snow. In that instant, he was struck by a sense of awe at the wonders of the world. Rogers had clearly been through extraordinary circumstances, yet his body's functions had remained completely intact, a feat that would make anyone a formidable presence. Rogers was now waiting for Lin Fei's arrival. He needed someone to rescue him, otherwise he would never awaken. After parking the helicopter, Lin Fei made his way to the lounge in the back and changed into lighter clothes. He wasn't concerned about the cold. The strengthening of his physique had left him unfazed by the temperature, and thanks to his mastery over the 5 elemental forces, his body could regulate itself with ease. So, Lin Fei had no worries about the chill. What truly occupied his thoughts now was where Rogers might be hiding. Without further delay, Lin Fei pulled out his powerful detection device. With a swift wave of his hand, the device appeared. Lin Fei pressed the activation button without hesitation and began scanning the surrounding area. At the same time, he completed in his mind the task of defeating Loki, a mission that had lingered in the back of his consciousness. Now it was finally done, and Lin Fei at last understood what new tasks his system had in store for him. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing your task. Now commencing the final mission of the first phase. Defeat Loki and send him back to the Celestial Palace. Task reward, system upgrade. During the system upgrade, all of the host's abilities will be retained and can be used at will. The upgrade will take 2 years. Throughout these 2 years, you may act freely and will no longer be bound by system tasks. Once the upgrade is complete, you will receive a more user-friendly system experience. We hope you will give it your all. 2 years? Lin Fei truly hadn't expected the system to assign him such a task. To him, this was absolutely wonderful. It was clear from the system's words that, after this event, a 2-year upgrade and transformation would take place. For Lin Fei, this was something he had never imagined before. Such a pleasant surprise. 2 years were more than enough for him to accomplish countless things. He genuinely hoped to seize this time to enjoy some well-deserved rest. Everything about this situation felt like a blessing to Lin Fei. He never thought the system would grant him such an extended respite. At the same time, Lin Fei found himself dreaming of the adventures he and Tang Xin could share over the coming 2 years, as well as helping Qianyun fulfill his dreams. By then, he would become powerful in ways he could hardly fathom. The very thought of it left Lin Fei astonished and excited. All at once, a surge of excitement welled up inside him. He could hardly wait to defeat Loki. Yet, at this moment, it was proving rather difficult, as Lin Fei didn't even know where Loki was. Even though he understood that Loki had crossed into a foreign land, its exact location remained a complete mystery. In truth, Lin Fei had no way of traveling there for now. Given the circumstances, Lin Fei realized that all he could do was wait for the right moment. When the time came, dealing with Loki would no longer be a challenge. This was something Lin Fei had always known he must eventually face. But that wasn't all there was to it. For now, Lin Fei's most pressing task was to track down Rogers. Everything else could wait until later. Who could have imagined the system would be so considerate, granting Lin Fei such a mission? It was nothing short of a blessing for him. He knew that, through this task, he would only continue to grow stronger and stronger. The excitement he felt was simply beyond words. For a moment, witnessing this unexpected development, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Just then, the detection device began to emit a series of beeps. Without hesitation, Lin Fei switched it on and instantly saw that the screen was now flooded with countless data readouts. There were, of course, still plenty of small animals roaming the glacier, but Lin Fei paid them no mind. What he was seeking now was the shadow of a human figure. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to spot Rogers. There, lying quietly among the mountain ridges, was a man whose body temperature had dropped to its lowest point. Rogers, encased in ice, had his bodily function slowed almost to a halt. His blood flow was agonizingly slow, and his body temperature had plummeted. If it weren't for Lin Fei's sharp eyes, he might never have noticed Rogers at all. No matter what, Rogers had finally been found. This brought Lin Fei a surge of happiness. With no further delay, he switched off the detection device, determined his bearings, and, with a mere thought, set his vehicle speeding toward Rogers' location. The road ahead grew increasingly treacherous, but it was at this moment that the true prowess of Lin Fei's invincible food truck revealed itself. Its formidable traction and powerful engine made short work of every obstacle, rendering the difficult terrain inconsequential. Lin Fei pressed onward, his movements growing ever more urgent as he neared Rogers' coordinates. Time ticked by second, until at last Lin Fei laid eyes on Rogers' position. Spread out before him was an enormous, gaping pit, its edges littered with the wreckage of countless aircraft. Taking in the scene, Lin Fei couldn't help but grin. He had finally found him. Without a second thought, Lin Fei made his way down the slope. With a wave of his hand, a gleaming excavator materialized before him. The sight made him chuckle again. This system truly was incredible. To summon an excavator so effortlessly was nothing short of amazing. For Lin Fei, it was a delightful surprise, and somehow, he'd known in his heart that this outcome was inevitable. At this moment, faced with such a situation, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel moved. Everything they had gone through was truly no easy feat. Clearly, in the Marvel Universe, every superhero's emergence was marked by hardship and struggle. For these heroes, such adversity was a powerful trial that forged their strength. Lin Fei understood this well, so he had no intention of adding more words to it. What mattered most to him now was to help them overcome this ordeal as soon as possible. Reaching this point already felt like a remarkable achievement. With that in mind, Lin Fei quickly operated the excavator in his hands, steadily hooking the wreckage of the planes scattered before him. Piece by piece, he tossed the debris aside, not sparing another glance. Those things meant nothing to him. What mattered was getting Rogers out as quickly as possible. To Lin Fei, that would be a truly satisfying accomplishment. Time ticked by, second after second. As Lin Fei sprang into action, he methodically cleared away all the wreckage in the area. Soon he spotted a deep pit ahead, now blanketed by snow and ice. The ground seemed to have been packed firm by the weight of the years. Without hesitation, Lin Fei leaped down. In an instant, his hands moved swiftly, unleashing bursts of fiery energy that flashed out, melting the surrounding glacier with remarkable speed. Within just 5 minutes, Lin Fei could clearly see Rogers, now encased in water, and couldn't help but let out a small, relieved laugh. It really wasn't Lin Fei's fault that things had turned out this way. After all, who would have expected Rogers to end up somewhere like this? If Lin Fei wanted to rescue him quickly, there was really no other way. With this thought, Lin Fei lifted Rogers up and carried him back to his invincible food truck. He switched on the vehicle's drying system, and in no time, Rogers was completely dry. But as Lin Fei looked at Rogers, still unconscious, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. What was going on? Why hadn't Rogers woken up yet? At last, Lin Fei suddenly realized what was happening. The reason Rogers hadn't woken up yet was largely because his body's internal functions had changed. His body was, in a sense, hibernating. Without a specific trigger or a particular method to awaken him, Rogers might remain asleep for quite some time. With this thought, Lin Fei finally understood what needed to be done. He moved quickly, raising his hand. Flames of energy surged through Rogers' body, and, at the same time, Lin Fei channeled the wood element from the 5 elements into Rogers. In the philosophy of the 5 elements, wood represents vitality. What Lin Fei was doing now was summoning the dormant energies within Rogers' body. For Lin Fei, this was a familiar process. Energy continuously poured into Rogers, without any resistance or conflict. Just a minute later, Rogers slowly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion and surprise at his surroundings. What the? Isn't this Mr. Lin's car? How'd I end up here? There was no denying Rogers' familiarity with the situation. Even though so many years had passed, in reality, his mind was still stuck 70 years in the past. Seeing this scene, Rogers couldn't help but be astonished. He had never imagined that Lin Fei's car would appear here, let alone that he himself would be inside it. Rogers' muscles felt stiff, but he began to move, flexing his hands and stretching his body. As he turned his head, sure enough, he saw Lin Fei right beside him. When Rogers saw Lin Fei, a smile broke across his face, and he spoke with genuine surprise. "Hey, Mr. Lin, it's really been such a long time. I can't believe this. I honestly didn't expect it. Oh, by the way, how long have you been apart? Has it been a few days? I never thought you'd come and rescue me, Mr. Lin." Lin Fei was at a loss for words at first. After a long moment, he looked at Rogers and finally spoke, half exasperated, half amused. "Hey, listen, buddy, don't be too shocked by what I'm about to tell you. We haven't seen each other in at least 70 years. What? Mr. Lin, you must be joking. How could that be possible? There's no way it's been 70 years. What you're saying truly surprises me. Honestly, it makes no sense at all. I know how time works. There's simply no way that much time could have passed. It's just impossible." Hearing Rogers say this, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. In truth, such a revelation was understandably difficult for Rogers to accept. After all, anyone who learned something like this, anyone who heard that so many years had slipped by, would be utterly astonished. At that moment, Lin Fei gave a resigned sigh. Then, with a thought, caused a nearby television to lower itself. He quickly found a current news broadcast. With another flicker of his mind, the news began to scroll continuously across the screen. In an instant, Roger's eyes locked onto the date displayed on the news. As he stared at the images and headlines, he froze in disbelief. Oh my goodness! Could this all be true? Mr. Lin, are you telling me it really has been nearly 70 years? This is just too much to take in. Honestly, I never imagined something like this could happen. How is it even possible? Lin Fei gave a wry smile at Roger's words. He could fully understand what Rogers was feeling right now, but there was nothing to be done. This was reality. Rogers had to come to terms with it. Only by accepting this fact could he truly survive in this new world, continue to fight for S.H.I.E.L.D., and help defend against the dangers facing the world. Looking at Rogers, Lin Fei spoke gently. Hey, my friend, it's true. Nearly 70 years have passed. But in a way, this isn't as strange as it seems, because this is exactly what you have to face now. The world has changed tremendously in these 70 years. Society has developed at a rapid pace. What's most important for you is to adapt to this new environment as quickly as possible. It won't be long before you're called to face countless new battles. When that time comes, you'll only grow stronger. So tell me, buddy, how are you feeling now? Do you feel your blood starting to boil? Eager to become a warrior for peace again? That's right. This is your mission now. In that moment, upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Rogers couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He had never imagined something like this could happen. Yet, regardless of his surprise, the fact remained, being able to face such a situation was truly exhilarating for him. 70 years, as if in a dream. What had Rogers ever thought he would become like this? But, no matter what, the reality was right before his eyes. He knew he needed to see this through without delay. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Rogers looked at Lin Fei and finally spoke. Mr. Lin, you've truly surprised me. Honestly, I never expected such circumstances. It's completely unexpected. 70 years. That's an unimaginably long time for me. But, well, now I've finally awakened. And this is something I never anticipated. It's all quite wonderful, really. Mr. Lin, I'm so overwhelmed to see you again. 70 years might not feel like much to you, though, since, from what I can see, you haven't changed at all. You look exactly the same as you did back then. Hearing Rogers' words, Lin Fei could only smile wryly and replied, Come on, Rogers, there's no need for all that. Honestly, you never really cared about such things, did you? Besides, you know me well enough by now. You know exactly what kind of person I am. Oh, and by the way, I'll take you to see your old friend when the time comes. Howard is still alive, you know? Surprised? 70 years later, and he's still around. I find it strange myself. But looking at him now, he's in remarkably good health, not showing any signs of trouble. Oh, my goodness, that old fellow is still alive? I can hardly believe it. Mr. Lin, I think I'm beginning to understand. It must be because of the super soldier serum and the enhancements it gave me. The thought of making it through 70 years without any changes to my body is truly thrilling. But I suppose Howard and the others weren't so fortunate. They must all have grown old, right? I never imagined this. By the way, what about my best friend Carter and my brother Barnes? I can't help but wonder where they might be now. Hearing what Rogers had just said, Lin Fei couldn't help but pause for a moment. In truth, he hadn't expected Rogers to voice such feelings. To be honest, for Lin Fei, the fate of these two people was far from ideal at this point. In fact, they were both in great danger. Let's start with Carter. In the main Marvel universe, when Rogers awakened, Carter had already changed. She had fallen into a coma, lying in a hospital bed, only barely awakened by Rogers' arrival. Even after seeing him, she grew even weaker, clearly nearing the end of her life. In the end, she would inevitably become someone lost to death. Still, for Rogers, to be able to see Carter one last time was something that could bring him a measure of happiness. As for Barnes, Lin Fei frowned at the thought. To him, this was truly a hard reality to accept. After all, under these circumstances, Barnes had already become the Winter Soldier, a formidable opponent to Rogers. Lin Fei knew all too well how hard this would be for Rogers to accept. After all, who could ever imagine that their best friend, their closest brother, would one day turn into their enemy? For anyone, it was something impossible to foresee. Naturally, Lin Fei understood this. Upon hearing Rogers' words, he felt a sense of gravity settle over him. He knew he could not reveal the truth to Rogers. If he did, it would be something Rogers could never accept. So, Lin Fei's only thought now was how to keep Rogers calm, to keep him from dwelling on these things. That would be enough. With this in mind, Lin Fei spoke up. Rogers, oh my friend, I'm truly sorry. I can say with certainty that Carter and the others have grown old. Carter, I believe, is probably lying in a hospital bed now. As for Barnes, to be honest, after your accident, I tried to find him for you, but there was no trace. I think he must have died in battle. Oh my God, what? I never imagined things would turn out like this. But Mr. Lin, let it be. I think I've come to terms with it now. Barnes was my brother, my best friend. I know him well enough. He was a man who loved the heat of battle, who was willing to leave his life on the battlefield. So I understand what he was thinking at the time. Mr. Lin, let's not dwell on this any longer. I think I may have an idea of what Barnes went through later on. Maybe he'll find his way to heaven. I truly understand how he felt, and I understand your own difficulties as well, Mr. Lin. Oh, heavens, all of this is just so astonishing to me. 70 years, it's hard to believe how I managed to survive those 70 years. Was I really living in that glacier all this time? That's just too incredible to comprehend. For a moment, seeing Rogers as he was now, Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words. After a long silence, he could only manage a bitter smile and shook his head before finally speaking. Hey, my friend, let's leave it at that. There's no need for us to overthink it anymore. Right now, I'll take you back. Once we get back to New York, you could go see Carter for yourself. But I hope you'll be prepared. Carter is already very old, and he might not have much time left. Being able to keep you company in his final days is already something precious. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Rogers couldn't help but nod. In truth, he too felt a sense of helplessness about it all. What he really wanted was to see Carter and his old friends again. But, after surviving so long in the ice, he knew this was little more than a distant hope. Carter could never be as he remembered. For anyone, such a turn of events would be almost unimaginable. With these thoughts, Rogers looked at Lin Fei and nodded, saying, Mr. Lin, there's nothing more I need to say. I only hope you can take me to see Carter. I don't have any other requests. If I can see Carter return to himself, that would be wonderful for me. More than anything, I just want to talk with him, to see what he's become. Maybe, for both of us, being able to keep each other company would be the best thing possible. There's really no point in saying too much more. The moment he heard what Rogers said, Lin Fei could only sigh inwardly. In truth, it would be even more painful for Rogers in the end, for he would have to witness the one he loved grow old, while being unable to accompany him through the passage of time. For anyone, that would be a heartbreaking ordeal. Yet, clearly, this very situation had already come to pass, and Rogers would have to face it head-on. What Lin Fei hoped was that Rogers could come to terms with this reality, for there was still much ahead for him to accomplish. If Rogers were to move forward burdened by such a state of mind, it truly wouldn't bode well for him or for the challenges that awaited. Still, no matter what, Lin Fei knew he needed to respect Rogers' decision. Now that Rogers wanted to know the truth, Lin Fei felt he should lay everything out plainly. After all, whatever the final outcome, Lin Fei believed Rogers would still choose to stand by his side, to keep helping him and together striving toward their shared goals. With these thoughts, Lin Fei nodded gently, glanced at Rogers, and gestured toward the back as he spoke. All right, go take a shower first. Freshen up a bit. I've already put some clothes over there. Pick out whatever you like. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Rogers nodded, his eyes brimming with gratitude. This was precisely the strength that defined Lin Fei. Without another word, Rogers made his way to the washroom. As he washed away the grime that clung to him, Rogers couldn't help but reflect on how different things were now from the very first time he'd met Lin Fei. Back then, he never would have imagined things would turn out this way. How much had changed, how much had been lost and gained. In that moment, Rogers felt a pang of nostalgia and surprise at all that had transpired. But whatever the case, he was awake now, and the first person he saw was Lin Fei. For Rogers, that alone was cause for genuine happiness. He was deeply moved that Lin Fei was willing to help him through it all. It was a kindness that touched him to the core. And as these thoughts settled in, Rogers finally allowed himself a contented smile and resumed his shower, letting the warm water wash away the weariness of the past. Time slipped by, minute after minute, and by the time Rogers had finished getting ready, he stood before Lin Fei. Dressed in a sleek black athletic outfit that hugged his frame, the muscles across his body were visibly pronounced. Seeing Rogers like this, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. At that moment, the plane switched over to autopilot, and Lin Fei took out some Peking roast duck and a few bottles of Tsingdao beer, setting them on the table in front of them. So what do you think, my friend? Tempted by this? 70 years, and I'm still making it the same way. Nothing about it has changed at all. Don't you just want to have a taste? Oh my goodness, Mr. Lin, this is such a surprise. I never expected you could make something like this. I have to admit, I'm really curious. And what's even more astonishing to me is that after 70 years, your way of doing things hasn't changed one bit. That really amazes me. Lin Fei chuckled. Well, it's not that hard to understand. You see, these 70 years weren't the same for both of us. You were frozen the whole time, but I've actually traveled through time. Heavens, what on earth are you talking about? Mr. Lin, I think you owe me an explanation. This is all just so unexpected. Never my wildest dreams did I Imagine something like this would happen. Time travel? That's just something from my memories, nothing more. I never even considered it could be real. Does that really surprise you? Maybe you're looking at this the wrong way. For me, it's nothing unusual. Time travel? Don't forget I'm a powerful seer. My abilities aren't something you can easily imagine. So naturally, there are things you can't quite wrap your head around. But enough talk, my friend. Let's eat. Once we finish, we'll almost be there. If my calculations are right, we'll reach New York by tomorrow morning. When we arrive, I'll see that you're handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. After that, Fury will arrange for you to meet Carter. S.H.I.E.L.D.? What's that? And who is this Fury? Mr. Lin, you're really full of surprises today. I never expected any of this. How did things turn out like this? Hearing Roger's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Then he spoke. This S.H.I.E.L.D. you mentioned is essentially an organization that has some superheroes under its command. Their goal is to gather all those with extraordinary abilities and, when the time comes, form the Avengers. Whenever danger arises anywhere in the world, they'll order you all to handle it, no questions asked. For people like you, this is actually a pretty good thing. Still, I hope, Rogers, that you'll take these missions seriously. Only then will you live up to your abilities, and, who knows, maybe win the hearts of a few ladies while you're at it. Oh, my goodness, Mr. Lin, I have to admit, I'm surprised to hear you say that. Why would I want to win the hearts of those women? I already have Carter. Isn't that enough? You, my friend, are far too naive. Do you really believe that just having Carter is enough to make you happy? I can tell you for certain, Carter doesn't have much time left. Soon she won't be able to stay by your side. Now, I have to say this truly catches me off guard. The world really does change, doesn't it? Honestly, Mr. Lin, I never once thought about something like this before. Back when I defeated the Red Skull, I was already prepared to die. I believed that dying in war, dying for peace, either would be worth it. But I never expected to spend 70 years frozen in those icy mountains. That's something I still can't quite wrap my head around. And now, obviously, I've come back to life. But to tell you the truth, I feel no joy in this return. I don't want any of this. If I could, I'd rather sleep forever. That way, I'd never have to see Carter's face grow old, never have to see her feel sad because of me. How do you know she's sad because of you? As Lin Fei spoke, he took a long gulp of his beer, then let out a hearty belch. Looking over at Rogers, he chuckled and said, "Look, my friend, you've got it all wrong. Carter would be glad to see you like this. She knows that someone like you can bring greater peace to the people around you. Only a person like you can make them feel truly safe. That's what Carter hopes to see, not the defeated, dispirited man you are now. Is that so? Could it really all be true?" Rogers listened to Lin Fei's words, and in that moment, he quickly came to his senses. Lin Fei's words had touched the deepest part of his heart, the one notion he was most steadfast about, yet most regretful of. In fact, for Rogers, he had always wanted to go back and see Carter. After all, she was the only woman he had ever truly loved. He longed to see what kind of person Carter would become, but at the same time, he was deeply afraid that his presence might bring her sorrow. The thought of causing Carter pain at this point in her life was something he had never dared to imagine. He couldn't bear to see her suffer because of him, not now. That kind of guilt would weigh heavily on Rogers's heart. Time slipped by, second by second. The plane had already begun to ascend. Rogers, seeing this unfold before his eyes, was momentarily stunned. After a long silence, he finally spoke with a resigned smile. "Mr. Lin, it seems your autopilot technology has only grown more formidable. I remember back then, I was already amazed by how powerful your autopilot was. Now, seeing it again, it's truly nostalgic for me. The layout of your car hasn't changed at all. Oh my, it's even turned into a plane now. What on earth is going on? How did it turn into this?" Hearing Rogers's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. "Come on, my friend. Didn't you already see this plane before? What's there to be surprised about? Oh, is that so? I suppose these 70 years have dulled my memory. I've already forgotten what happened back then. Maybe the only things worth remembering from that time, besides you, Mr. Lin, and Carter, are nothing I need to hold on to. The others are just details that don't matter to me." Hearing Roger say this, Lin Fei could only offer a helpless, wry smile. He never expected Rogers to become like this. Still no matter how things had changed, this moment was something Lin Fei would always cherish. Thinking back on everything that had happened between him and Rogers, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The Marvel Universe truly was a place of wonders. So many extraordinary events had taken place, and for anyone who had lived through them, each memory was a treasure worth holding on to. A situation like this was very likely to happen. For the moment, Lin Fei and Rogers had started drinking beer together. For the two of them, there was really nothing left to prepare for. All they needed to do was wait. Simply returning to New York would already be good enough. Lin Fei actually wasn't in much of a hurry about it. In truth, He could have gone back to New York much sooner, but he chose not to. His purpose was to give Rogers more time to think things over. Lin Fei hoped that Rogers would really reflect on what had happened, that he would carefully consider the direction of his own future. He wanted Rogers to think about what lay ahead for him, what kinds of things he might face. In fact, all of this was something Rogers needed to contemplate for himself. Lin Fei's hope was to give Rogers more time, to let him adjust to the situation, to acclimate to society, to adapt to everything that was happening in the world. Only by doing so, Lin Fei believed, would Rogers be able to find a more perfect place for himself. So, given how things were unfolding, Lin Fei knew that what he was doing was truly the best result. All he needed to do now was wait for Rogers to gradually adjust to this new reality. That alone would be enough. At this moment, Rogers, having listened to Lin Fei's words, tipped back his beer with a steady gulp. There was no way he could get drunk, but Rogers still hoped to lose himself a little, to let himself sink into the situation and adapt as best he could. So the two of them kept drinking. No one could say how many beers they had gone through, barely even taking bathroom breaks, just sitting together and drinking in this way. It could be said that they were finishing a can every 2 minutes. 5 hours had passed, and neither of them showed any sign of intoxication. At one point, Rogers looked at Lin Fei in surprise and finally spoke up. "Oh my God, Mr. Lin, after that super bloody enhancement, I can't feel the effects of alcohol at all. There's simply no way for me to get drunk because my body metabolizes everything so quickly. But, Mr. Lin, how is it that you're the same? I'm honestly amazed. I really can't imagine how you, Mr. Lin, manage not to get drunk either." Hearing what Rogers said at that moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. In truth, Lin Fei's physical enhancements far surpassed Rogers. His own constitution had been strengthened, nearly 30-fold, which was the current limit of what he could achieve. So, when it came to alcohol, to be honest, Lin Fei simply couldn't get drunk. With this in mind, Lin Fei couldn't help but say, "Listen, my friend, this might be something quite astonishing to you, but I hope you won't be too surprised. Let me assure you, my body has also been enhanced. While you've managed to reach 4 to 6 times the strength of an ordinary person, I can amplify my physical abilities up to 30 times. So, for me, getting drunk is simply impossible." My goodness, what? This is absolutely astonishing. For a moment, Rogers found it almost unimaginable. He never would have thought Lin Fei could become like this. In fact, this was something he had never anticipated, and the reality of it left him in utter shock. Clearly, in these 70 years, changes had reached an unfathomable level. Lin Fei had become immeasurably stronger. Originally, Rogers had thought that, after being strengthened by the super serum, his own power would reach an incredible level. But now, it seemed almost unbelievable. He felt as if he could no longer improve any further, while Lin Fei had become overwhelmingly powerful. Faced with such a situation, Rogers truly didn't know what to say. He was utterly astonished, his surprise beyond words. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Rogers couldn't help but speak. "Mr. Lin, you really are full of surprises. I never imagined that so much could change in 70 years. Clearly, you become far stronger than I am now." Lin Fei chuckled. "All right, let's not dwell on this anymore. Honestly, this is nothing out of the ordinary for you now. Come on, let's not drink anymore, Rogers. Just leave the television there. If there's anything you want to watch, go ahead and search for it yourself. You'll also be able to find out what's happened in the world over these past 70 years. What you need to do now is take your time and adapt to all of this." The moment he heard what Lin Fei said, Rogers couldn't help but nod. In fact, for him, what he needed to do right now was simply this one thing. He truly wanted to know what had happened over these 70 years. Everything about it filled him with astonishment. Clearly, Rogers had never imagined things would turn out like this. Soon after, Lin Fei took his leave, and Rogers went straight to the television, starting to fiddle with it. To him, all of this was simply too unexpected. The world had already transformed with such advanced technology. For Rogers, it was almost impossible to accept. Time slipped by little, as Rogers gradually tried to familiarize himself with the changes that had swept the world. The sheer volume of new information was overwhelming for him. He needed a great deal of time to digest everything. It was, without a doubt, a painful process. Meanwhile, Lin Fei had already returned to his own quarters. He sprawled on his bed, a can of cola in hand, and picked up his phone to call Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury had given Lin Fei his number long ago, hoping that Lin Fei would get in touch whenever something came up. Fury was eager to learn as much as he could. Now, Lin Fei dialed Fury's number, and the call was quickly answered. Fury's voice came through on the other end. "Oh my, Mr. Lin? It's been ages since you called me. We haven't seen each other in so long. I'm truly surprised, Mr. Lin. I can't help but feel excited wondering what you might need from me. What brings you to call me today? Hearing Fury's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle before replying. Hey, my friend, let's not stand on ceremony. I called today to let you know I'll be bringing someone to meet you. Tomorrow. He's a superhero, and I think you might have heard that 70 years ago, back in Howard's era, there was research into a super soldier serum. I'm not sure if you know about that. Of course, Mr. Lin. When I first learned about this, I did have some knowledge of the situation. I heard that they managed to create a super soldier, but as for where this super soldier ended up, to be honest, I still have no idea to this day. Lin Fei chuckled. It's quite simple, really. That super soldier is in my car right now. We're on our way to New York, and we should arrive by tomorrow morning. I'll bring him to see you then. You know, we've both been through so much, and with my help, he managed to take down some of our enemies. Now, I've finally found him. So what do you think? Pretty unexpected, isn't it? Oh, really? I can't believe it, Mr. Lin. Is there any way we could have a video call right now? I'm dying to see who this person is. If the rumors are true, he must be what they call the Captain of America. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. I honestly can't wait. If I could see him in person, it would make me incredibly happy. I truly hope he can join S.H.I.E.L.D., because someone like him would be the greatest support for our mission of peace. I sincerely hope this can happen soon. Hearing Fury babble on in his excitement, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile helplessly before responding. All right, calm down. There's no need to get so worked up. I understand exactly what's going through your mind right now, but I can tell you for sure that you won't be able to see him just yet. All I can promise is that I'll bring him to you tomorrow morning. Right now, he's still trying to make sense of everything that's happened in the world. He was sealed away for 70 years, and in that time, the world has changed in ways he can't even imagine. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Fury immediately understood the reason behind them. He knew all too well that so much had changed in those 70 years, and Lin Fei would never lie to him about something like this. Hearing such words, Fury nodded, then spoke up. All right, Mr. Lin. In that case, I'll be waiting for you at S.H.I.E.L.D. tomorrow. I hope you'll be able to come on time. Oh, never mind. Let's go to Mr. Chinyan's place instead. It's been ages since I visited that Kung Fu noodle house, and I really miss old Chin's beef noodles. Why don't we just head there directly? If you need to discuss anything, we can settle it at the noodle shop. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to your arrival, Mr. Lin. The chance for S.H.I.E.L.D. to grow stronger again fills me with excitement. Hearing Fury's enthusiasm, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. In truth, things were simply unfolding as they should. Even without his involvement, Fury would have found Roger's location in another 2 weeks or so. Lin Fei had only sped up the process a little. That was the value he brought. He knew things others did not, and he could predict where certain people would appear at certain times. That's why Lin Fei took action as he did. At this moment, looking at Rogers, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Rogers was fully engrossed in learning everything he could about the outside world. Seeing this, Lin Fei chuckled and said, All right, Fury, we'll come by tomorrow morning, so just wait for us. There's nothing for you to worry about. Once I bring him over to you, everything will become clear. If you still have questions then, that's the time to ask. I won't need to interfere anymore. And by the way, my friend, don't forget to bring breakfast for me tomorrow. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Fury laughed and quickly promised, Mr. Lin, don't worry about a thing. I'll absolutely bring breakfast for you tomorrow. Honestly, I can hardly wait. Tomorrow I'll meet that formidable presence again. Oh, and Mr. Lin, let me assure you, your girlfriend is perfectly fine. She's been with the others this whole time, and they've both been learning a lot. As for the situation, I'm really pleased with how things are going. I even have my men keep an eye on them, just to be sure. There's nothing for you to worry about, Mr. Lin. Everything is perfectly safe. Hearing Fury's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel genuinely moved. To be honest, he had never expected things to turn out this way, and the situation truly stirred something within him. For Lin Fei, this was a moment worth remembering, one that filled him with excitement. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Fei spoke with heartfelt emotion. All right, my friend, I really can't thank you enough. I never imagined you'd help me with something like this. Honestly, Shaoxin means the world to me. The fact that you all are willing to help me so much fills me with joy. I'm truly touched by everything you've done. It's all because of me, and I can't help but feel a little overwhelmed. But no matter what, I won't say much more. Just know that if you ever need anything in the future, I'll be there for you, no matter what. That's what friends are for, right? We help each other out. Hey, Mr. Lin, what are you saying? Fury replied. Since we're friends, there's no need for all these formal words. Don't worry. If anything comes up in the future, I'll be there to help you, I promise. Hearing Fury's response, Lin Fei nodded, then hung up the phone. He gazed out the window, watching the clouds drift by. The scenery was breathtaking. In that moment, Lin Fei felt nothing but gratitude. After all he'd experienced in this Marvel world, after so many ups and downs, he had finally made some truly wonderful friends. It was a feeling that warmed his heart. The next morning, Lin Fei woke up early. Looking outside, he saw Rogers already sitting out there, apparently getting ready to make breakfast. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile and called out, "Hey, buddy, good morning. How did you sleep last night?" Rogers grinned and nodded at Lin Fei's greeting. "Mr. Lin, I actually slept pretty well last night. So, what would you like for breakfast? 70 years ago, I could at least put together a decent meal. I'm hoping I haven't lost my touch." Lin Fei laughed at Rogers' words and replied, "No need to cook today. Someone else is taking care of breakfast for us. So just relax." "Oh, really? Someone's making breakfast for us?" Rogers said, sounding genuinely surprised. "That's a nice surprise. Mr. Lin, do you know who it is?" "Well, I guess that saves us the trouble of cooking, doesn't it?" When he heard what Rogers said, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Then he spoke up, "Hey, it's those S.H.I.E.L.D. people. I already told you about them yesterday. In the end, you'll still have to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and work for them. Their mission is to safeguard world peace, so for you, it's a cause worth dedicating yourself to. That's why today I'm going to take you straight to them." The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is called Fury. He's a man of remarkable abilities, and soon, he'll personally take you to see Carter. When that time comes, the two of you can reunite. "Oh, really? So it's the S.H.I.E.L.D. people after all. Looks like I've really hit the jackpot this time. Mr. Lin, honestly, I have to thank you. You actually managed to rescue me. Just being able to see Carter again is more than enough for me." "Oh, so you've come to terms with everything now?" "Of course, Mr. Lin. I've long made my peace with it. To tell you the truth, I've been alive for 70 years now, and that's already quite a surprise for someone like me. But that's not all there is to it. Life still needs to move forward as it should. What does 70 years matter, really? As long as I can keep fighting my own battles, as long as I can live well, then that's more than enough for me. Don't you think?" "You're right, absolutely right. 70 years. That's a lifetime for anyone, a long journey. But for you, it's almost like a dream. You pretty much slept through those years, and yet these 70 years have made you grow so much. Rogers, I'm truly happy for you. I never expected to meet someone like you. I hope you'll keep striving and growing in the future." As he spoke, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Fei's mind. Hearing that familiar sound, he couldn't help but chuckle and say, "All right, let's get ready. We'll be in New York in about 20 minutes, and then we'll go find Fury." At Lin Fei's words, Rogers nodded without hesitation. For him, the prospect of meeting Fury and the chance to finally see Carter was something he'd been looking forward to with growing impatience. At last, 20 minutes later, Lin Fei's helicopter landed in front of the Kung Fu Noodle House. Rogers stepped out right away, looking at the man in front of him wearing an eye patch. Rogers was taken aback for a moment. Could this really be Fury? He hadn't expected him to look like this, and the surprise was written all over his face. When Fury saw Rogers coming down, he hurried over and couldn't help but say, "Hey man, hello. I suppose you must be Captain Rogers, the legendary Captain America, right? I can't tell you how thrilled I am to meet such a mythic figure in person. That was all 70 years ago, you know. Back then, you were a sensation, a true hero in everyone's eyes. And now, finally, I get to see you with my own eyes. It's such a surprise." Hearing Fury's words, Rogers couldn't help but smile. Then he replied, "Director Fury, you don't have to tease me. For me, this is just business as usual. 70 years ago, I only became who I was to fit the expectations of those in charge. If I'd truly known I'd be lost for 70 years, would I really have agreed to all that? I would have much rather spent my time with the woman I loved, walking side by side together." "Oh, I'm truly sorry about that. I know what happened," Fury said, his tone turning more sincere. "Actually, Carter is someone we all deeply respect. How about this, Mr. Rogers? After we've had something to eat, I'll take you to see her. She's in the hospital right now." "It's all right, I understand. 70 years have passed. Carter must be over 90 by now. Her health can't possibly be like mine. It's such a pity we couldn't walk the path together until the end." Rogers' words made Fury smile again, and he added, "Mr. Rogers, each of you has your own role to play. So, in a way, what happened is also a process you needed to adapt to and accept. But now, I can see you've come to terms with it, and honestly, that's wonderful for me to see." Listening to Rogers, he glanced over and joked with Lin Fei, who was still seated in the driver's seat. "Mr. Lin, what's the matter? Why aren't you coming down yet?" At that moment, Lin Fei's invincible food truck had already transformed into its land-driving mode. Hearing Rogers and Fury, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Not this time. I've still got things to do. Honestly, I just want to hurry off and see my girlfriend. You both know it's been far too long since we've seen each other." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Fury couldn't help but smile, a touch of helplessness flickering across his face. Still, this was Lin Fei's personal business, and Fury knew he couldn't meddle in family matters. Even though there were many things he wished to discuss with Lin Fei. He understood that it wasn't his place to intrude on Lin Fei's private life. After all, Lin Fei was far more powerful than Rogers. There were things that didn't even need to be said aloud. Just a moment ago, Lin Fei had grinned and said, "Listen, Fury, I'll leave your affairs aside for now. Oh, but I can tell you this. A month from now, when something goes wrong with the Cosmic Cube, just give me a call. As for those superheroes, you don't need to go looking for them. I'll gather them for you when I return. For me, that battle in a month will be a true war, and once it's over, I'll finally get to take a 2-year break." "Oh, Mr. Lin, do you mean that after this big battle in a month, there won't be any wars for at least 2 years? No enemies coming to cause trouble during that time?" "Of course, that's exactly what I mean. Just remember to call me when the time comes. I'll be off now. Rogers, stick with Fury. He'll take good care of you. If you need anything, just ask him directly. Don't be shy. We're all on the same side here." Lin Fei's words left both Fury and Rogers a bit resigned, but neither said anything more. They simply watched in silence as Lin Fei turned and walked away, leaving the two of them behind. As for Lin Fei, he could hardly wait any longer. He jumped into his car, opened up his video call log, and quickly connected with Tang Xian. Seeing Lin Fei on the screen, Tang Xian was caught off guard. She was still in the car herself and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, darling, are you really back? But why are you still in the car? Where are you right now?" Lin Fei smiled warmly and replied, "Hey, sweetheart, I've already arrived in New York. Where are you? I'll come find you, and then I'll treat you to breakfast." "Oh, that's wonderful. But you probably won't need to treat me to breakfast. Pepper is already making it. We're taking the day off and staying at Tony's estate. Why don't you come over?" Hearing Tang Xian's words, Lin Fei didn't hesitate for a moment. He quietly made his way to Tony's place. Soon, he arrived to find Pepper just setting out breakfast. When Pepper saw Lin Fei walk in, she couldn't hide her surprise. "Oh, Mr. Lin? What a surprise. I never expected you to be back so soon. How are you? I was just about to make breakfast. Come have some. I've already prepared your usual portion. Miss Tang Xian just told me you were back, and honestly, I was absolutely astonished." Lin Fei chuckled. "Is it really that surprising? By the way, where's Tony?" Hearing Lin Fei's question, Potts could only shake her head with a hint of resignation. "Oh, Tony? He's a real maniac, you know. His father's given him a project on new energy. Well, it might even have been you who assigned it, Mr. Lin. So now, Tony's been holed up in the lab downstairs. Except for meals and the occasional nap, he spends every waking moment down there, obsessed with his research." Lin Fei sighed. "Ah, well, he really is a madman. It just proves how right my decision was back then. If I'd dumped all the research tasks on him at once, it would have been overwhelming. Tony always wants to finish everything as quickly as possible, and now he's just the same. It's honestly a bit exasperating." Potts didn't say anything more in response to Lin Fei's comments. Meanwhile, Tang Xian, seeing Lin Fei had returned, hurried over without hesitation, gently wrapping her arms around his. The gesture was sweet and tender, making her look all the more delicate and enchanting. Lin Fei had nothing more to add. In fact, he was glad to see these two so happy together. After all, seeing others find joy in life was something worth celebrating. With his arm around Tang Xian's waist, Lin Fei started heading downstairs. He was curious to see what Tony was up to, and besides, it was a good chance to grab some breakfast. When they reached the entrance to the lab, Tony's security setup was as tight as ever. The door was guarded by a powerful access system. If you didn't know the password or your identity wasn't authorized, there was no way you'd get in. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He called out, "Hey, Jarvis, aren't you going to let me in? I've been standing here forever. Are you really planning to keep me out?" At the sound of Lin Fei's voice, Jarvis quickly scanned his face, and for a moment, there was a hint of surprise in his tone. "Oh my, Mr. Lin, I never expected you'd be back. I have to admit, I've missed you." Lin Fei laughed. "Have you missed me? Or just my programs?" "Never mind, just open the door. I want to see what Tony's working on." "Of course, Mr. Lin. Please come in." Hearing Jarvis's announcement and watching the door swing open before him, Lin Fei smiled and slipped his arm around Tang Xian, leading her inside. Almost immediately, the sound of clanking metal reached Lin Fei's ears, reminiscent of a bustling auto repair shop. As they approached, Lin Fei saw Tony, completely absorbed in tinkering with some new invention. Right in front of him was a long, cylindrical apparatus. The sight made Lin Fei chuckle as he greeted, "Hey buddy, are you working on a new energy source? Is this the model for the pipeline you need for your underwater gas line?" Tony's eyes widened in surprise at Lin Fei's words. Clearly startled, he spun around to see who had spoken, only to realize it was Lin Fei himself. Recovering quickly, Tony broke into a smile and spoke up, his voice warm. "Well, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you back so soon. When did you get here? Why didn't you give me a heads up so I could throw you a proper welcome?" Lin Fei waved it off. Oh, forget about the welcome party, Tony. So, how's the research coming along? Hit any snags? Need a hand? Tony shook his head, grinning. No need, Mr. Lin. My father's already shared all his research knowledge with me. Thanks to you. He told me everything he has now is because of you, so I don't have to overthink it. I just follow your methods, and it works. Really, I can't thank you enough. I never imagined you'd help me this much. I'm genuinely moved. Listening to Tony, Lin Fei could only laugh. He didn't even know what to say. Tony was truly a research fanatic. Whenever he learned something new, he was obsessed with unraveling every detail. For anyone, that kind of drive was impressive. Now, seeing Tony so immersed, pouring all his ideas and theories into his work, Lin Fei felt a surge of happiness. At the very least, this proved Tony was determined to grow stronger and genuinely wanted his company to benefit society. All these superheroes had their own strengths and quirks. Each one was unique. As for Tony, Lin Fei thought, despite his arrogance, he had a good heart. Tony's passion for research bordered on the fanatical, and he hoped to share his discoveries with the world. That, in itself, was a testament to the kind of person Tony truly was. As for the others, there's really nothing more to say. Each person has their own mindset. After all, for a moment, seeing the situation unfold like this, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Then he spoke. All right, let's pause our chat here. Tony, enough tinkering for now. Why don't you continue your work in my car? We might be leaving today. By the way, do you or Potts have any issues on your end? Huh, leaving? Oh, that's right. I remember now, Mr. Lin. You're talking about us going on that trip together, aren't you? Hey, it was me who brought it up in the first place, and I honestly didn't expect you to remember. Well, if that's the case, I don't need to work anymore. I'm just about finished anyway. There's nothing left that needs tweaking. The rest I'll leave to Jarvis and my factory team. They can handle the assembly. Once I'm back in a month, I'll put everything into use and it'll be fine. Honestly, I could use a good break. These past weeks have been utterly exhausting. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei nodded with a smile. To him, all of this was a wonderful turn of events. Clearly, Tony was able to make the most of this opportunity, and that was more than enough for Lin Fei. Soon after, the group headed upstairs for breakfast. Before long, Potts had learned from Tony about their plans. Since they'd be leaving today, Potts couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. After all, it had been ages since she'd had time alone with Tony. She'd always felt it was a pity, but now, with everything falling into place, she couldn't help but feel genuinely delighted. Meanwhile, Tang Xian remained blissfully nestled in Lin Fei's arms, her head resting on his shoulder, her face radiant with a joyful smile. For her, this was simply wonderful. What she had longed for most was the chance to spend time alone with Lin Fei, and now, with that about to become reality, how could she not feel both happiness and gratitude? Time slipped by, second after second. Soon enough, Lin Fei left the place, and everyone else climbed into his car. Following the route Tony had planned, they all decided to spend the next month traveling around the world. With Lin Fei's car, they knew there'd be no problem at all. Along the way, they planned to visit some of the world's most famous and unique attractions, making the most of their journey. It was bound to be a month filled with joy and happiness for everyone. Happy times, as always, seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Before they knew it, the month had come to an end. Lin Fei was truly moved during this time, and Tang Xian had shared days of unparalleled sweetness and bliss. With Tony and Potts by their side, the four of them enjoyed each other's company every day, filled with laughter and harmony, without the slightest hint of discord. For any pair of lovers, such a journey was a rare and precious gift. Yet, as always, joyful moments are fleeting. Just as Lin Fei, Tony, Tang Xian, and Potts were wrapping up a week of travel across China, Fury's call finally came through. Oh, Mr. Lin, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt your honeymoon. I really am, but I have to tell you something important, and I suspect you already know. That's right, the Cosmic Cube has been stolen, and Dr. Selvig has gone missing along with it. 2 of our agents have vanished as well, and we have no idea where any of them are. Mr. Lin, I think it's time for us to act. This whole situation has taken us by surprise. Heaving a sigh, Lin Fei replied, Well, there goes our honeymoon. Something always has to come up. But what can you do? This is my duty, after all. With a hint of resignation in his voice, Lin Fei continued, All right, Fury, is that all? We'll come back as soon as we can. Don't worry. There's nothing else you need to do on your end. It'll probably take us 3 days, maybe a week to get back. After that, just leave everything to me. Understood, Mr. Lin. Oh, and by the way, I almost forgot to mention, Barton and I are both fine. Following your instructions. Neither of us got involved. We left everything in Dr. Selvig's hands and let him handle it. So for now, we're both safe and sound. All right, I'm at ease now. Since that's settled, I won't say anything more. You should start making some arrangements over there as well. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Xiao, Xin and I, along with the others, will head back in a couple of days, so there's no need for you to rush. I know what I'm doing, and besides, nothing will go wrong during this period. Understood, Mr. Lin. Since you put it that way, I feel reassured. I'll just wait for your return then. All right, goodbye. With that, Lin Fei into the call. Beside him, Tang Xin puckered her lips in a slight pout. In truth, she was well aware that Lin Fei had many things on his mind. Back when they first set out on this trip, Lin Fei had already told Tang Xin that in a month's time, he would have something very important to take care of. Tang Xin had nothing more to say about it. After all, this was Lin Fei's duty. To be honest, everyone in their circle had their own responsibilities, and Lin Fei was no different. Seeing Tang Xion's pouting expression, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. He reached out and said, "My dear, I'm really sorry. I think you understand. I have this mission to complete. Oh, I truly am sorry. But I promise you, once this is over, I'll have 2 whole years to rest. And when that time comes, I will propose to you. Let's get married." What? Tang Xion's eyes widened in astonishment. She covered her mouth, staring at Lin Fei in disbelief. For her, this was an utter surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Fei to say something like this. Tang Xin felt a rush of emotion, so moved that she was at a loss for words. Never in her wildest dreams did she think Lin Fei would make such a declaration. To her, this was truly a moment worth celebrating. Tony, who had been standing nearby, overheard Lin Fei's words. He broke into a smile and said, "Mr. Lin, this is just too sweet. Seeing the two of you so happy really touches my heart. Very well, when the time comes, I'll make sure to organize a grand and unforgettable wedding for you. I hope you'll accept my offer." Of course I'll accept. If someone's willing to foot the bill, how could I possibly refuse? Lin Fei joked. All right, that's enough talk for now. Let's keep moving. We should be heading back in the next couple of days, and what's ahead is the final battle. The sooner it's over, the sooner we can get married and go on our honeymoon. A real honeymoon this time. Hearing what Lin Fei said, Tang Xin smiled, understanding the difficulties he faced and what he hoped for. So, everyone quickly adjusted their moods and happily continued their fun. The 2 days passed by in a flash, and Lin Fei and his friends truly felt a bit reluctant to leave. Soon, everyone boarded the helicopter heading for New York. As soon as they arrived in the city, after Lin Fei dropped Tony and the others at their place, he received a call from Qianyan. "Lin, my young friend, could you come over for a bit? I have a bad feeling in my heart, as if a great battle is about to take place. I just read the signs in the night sky, and this battle, you might be the one destined to resolve it." Hearing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Of course, wasn't he always the one to solve these problems? With his invincible food truck, Lin Fei wasn't worried in the slightest. He also had a pretty good idea of who would be causing trouble this time. It was Loki. Thinking this over, Lin Fei said, "Elder Qian, I actually already know about this. Honestly, I'm confident I can handle it well. How about this? The few of us will come by your place for a visit. We should sit down and have a good chat." With that, Lin Fei and Tony suited up in their Iron Man armor and quickly made their way toward Qian Yun's Kung Fu Noodle House. Meanwhile, Tang Xin and Potts threw themselves back into work that very day. After all, they'd been away having fun for quite a while, and there were many company affairs waiting for their attention. It had to be said, Tang Xion's ability to pick things up truly impressed Lin Fei. In such a short time, she had learned most of what Potts knew about running a business. Nearly 80% of it. She was already handling many matters. Personally, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel touched by all this. His girlfriend was really smart. She hardly needed to study much at all, relying on her own insight to grasp things naturally, which made Lin Fei feel especially proud. Before long, Lin Fei and Tony arrived at Qian Yun's noodle house. Qian Yun, without the slightest reservation, cooked up bowls of beef noodles for them. As he watched Lin Fei and his friends, he chuckled and said, "Ah, little Lin, you never cease to amaze me. I can sense that the energy of the 5 elements within you is now much stronger than mine. It seems you've gained quite a bit of understanding about the 5 elements." Yes, that's right. In fact, the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth all originate from everyday life. Over this period, I've been using them daily in my routines, and I've noticed many peculiarities. My sensitivity to the interplay among the 5 elements has grown sharper and sharper. Elder Qian, I owe all of this to you. I never imagined you would help me so much. As time has passed, I've only grown stronger, and it's all thanks to your guidance. Lin, my young friend, there's no need to be so modest. Isn't this all thanks to your own understanding? Even if I talked endlessly, it would be of no use if you didn't have the insight yourself. All right, come now, let's eat our noodles. We can discuss other matters later. Still, I trust you already understand the situation quite well, Lin. It's nothing, really. To be honest, I've known for some time. Elder Qian, you don't need to worry about anything. This is no trouble for me at all. Everything is played out, just as I expected. Even though there are challenges ahead, they're hardly insurmountable. For me, this is all quite simple. Dealing with this situation is no trouble at all. Well then, I didn't expect you to be so confident, Lin. In that case, I won't say anything more and risk sounding like an old worrywart. With someone like you here, I truly have nothing to be concerned about. Your strength is truly astonishing, enough to leave everyone amazed. Hearing Qian Yun's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile, saying nothing further. In truth, he felt a little helpless. The tasks the system had assigned him were so demanding. If he wanted to, he could have easily defeated Loki ahead of time and avoided any danger altogether. But clearly, things weren't that simple. Everything needed to be explored and understood at its own pace. For Lin Fei, this was one of those moments that left him feeling a bit resigned. Time slipped by, second by second. The group continued their conversation with Qian Yun, exchanging thoughts on many matters. For some topics, Lin Fei simply had no desire to get involved. All he needed to do now was wait patiently. Only when Loki finally appeared would it be time for Lin Fei to truly face the battle that awaited him. Very soon after leaving Xiaoyu, Lin Fei sat in the car, took out his phone, and dialed Thor, who was far away. Before long, Jane answered Lin Fei's call, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Oh, dear Mr. Lin, I must say I really didn't want to get your call right now, because I already know what you're going to ask. You want Thor to leave, don't you? Honestly, it's a bit frustrating. I really don't want Thor to go just yet. We haven't even had enough time to rest together. All right, enough of that. Just have Thor come over as soon as possible. We're facing a very tricky situation here. A great battle is about to break out. Get over here quickly, and once we've dealt with this, you can do whatever you want with Thor. Oh, by the way, how's the Bifrost on your end? Oh, Mr. Lin, what a pleasant surprise to hear you say that. I'm delighted to tell you that my work on the Bifrost is finally finished. The Bifrost in Asgard has been completely repaired, and now all 9 realms are connected once again. I even took a trip to Thor's homeland. Oh my goodness, Asgard is breathtakingly beautiful, truly beyond words. I couldn't help but be amazed." Hearing Jane's words, Lin Fei smiled wryly but didn't say much more. In truth, he already knew how beautiful Asgard was. Hearing Jane speak of it now, Lin Fei felt no need to add anything. Time ticked by, minute after minute, and finally Lin Fei spoke up. "All right, let's leave it at that. Have Thor come here as soon as possible. If my guess is right, Loki may show up tomorrow, and then he'll disappear for a while again. After that, we'll face our greatest battle yet. I really hope we can resolve all of this quickly, because honestly, it's been nothing but agony for me." "All right, Mr. Lin. Since you put it that way, there's nothing more I can say. I've already told Thor, and he's planning to set out today. He should arrive by tonight. But I don't think he'll be taking any vehicle. He said he intends to fly over." Fine. Let him come however he wants. As long as he gets here, that's all that matters. Anyway, I won't keep chatting. I'm hanging up now. I still need to get in touch with a few others." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Jian couldn't help but feel a little helpless. She hung up the phone right away. Lin Fei, meanwhile, pulled out his phone again and dialed a number that, while unfamiliar on the screen, was etched deeply in his memory. It belonged to another superhero, the Hulk, Bruce Banner. The call connected quickly, and Banner's voice came through on the other end. There was a trace of surprise in his tone. "Oh, Mr. Lin? What's going on? I really didn't expect you to call me today. Is something up? This is quite unexpected." Listening to Banner, Lin Fei let out a wry chuckle and replied casually. "Hey, buddy, how's it going? Are you still teaching class? Do you have time to drop by? Shield? Starting tomorrow, I'm probably going to need you for about a week. There's a big battle coming, and it's going to be brutal. I need your help. Mr. Lin, I really don't want to fight anymore. You know me. All I want now is a peaceful life. I can tell you for sure, Betty and I are living happily together. We're married now, and maybe soon we'll have a child. So honestly, Mr. Lin, I just don't want to go through another fight like this. I've grown to love this quiet life." "Oh, come on. You think I don't know what you're really like? Spare me the speeches. Let me be perfectly clear. If you don't come, the whole world could be destroyed. There's no way you could stop it alone. And if that happens, you can forget about ever living peacefully again. So, you get my point, right? Are you coming or not? This is the last time I'll ask. The choice is entirely yours. If you decide not to, I won't. Say another word. If the world ends, it's got nothing to do with me. I could just walk away and find some quiet corner to live out my days." All right, Mr. Lin. You convinced me, really. I'll come. Is that enough for you?" At last, Lin Fei managed to persuade Banner, and he couldn't have been more pleased with the outcome. Truth be told, he felt a touch helpless. Himself, Banner simply wasn't easy to convince. After all, in the gentle drizzle of past days, Banner had always been a devoted pacifist. He had no desire to fight, a trait deeply rooted in his personality. The very thought of battle unsettled him, for it could trigger another transformation. And when the Hulk took over, things could spiral out of control, something Banner dreaded facing again. He just didn't want to go through that ordeal. But now, things are clearly looking up. Lin Fei's presence brought a sense of ease to Banner, allowing him to control his transformation freely. Even so, Banner wasn't exactly delighted by this newfound ability. All he truly wanted was a simple, peaceful life, nothing more. To him, that would be enough. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Fei still managed to win him over. No matter how one looked at it, Banner knew he had to agree to this. For him, the coming battle would affect the peace of the entire world. In truth, even if Lin Fei hadn't talked him into it, Banner would have joined the fight. Anyway, he just wanted to tease Lin Fei a little, and hearing Lin Fei joke with him like that, with such trust, genuinely moved Banner. At the very least, it proved how close they had become. After all, why else would he act this way? As the seconds ticked by, Banner finally glanced to the side. There was Betty, her face filled with concern as she asked, "Oh, darling, where are you going? Are you planning to leave me?" Banner couldn't help but smile at her worry. "No, my dear, I'm not leaving you. There's just something I absolutely have to do. Once it's done, I promise. I'll be back as soon as I can. Mr. Lin says a great battle is about to begin, so I have to go and see it through. Don't worry, I would never leave you." "What? There's really a great battle about to start." Betty's eyes widened in disbelief. She simply couldn't imagine such a thing happening. This was truly a shock for her, and seeing it unfold while feeling powerless to help left her uneasy. Still, no matter how difficult it was, she knew she needed to encourage Banner. With these thoughts, Betty wrapped her arms around Banner, and for a moment, she couldn't help but speak out, "Oh, Banner, I truly believe you can do it. Good luck. When you come back, we must properly thank Mr. Lin again. I never imagined he would help us this much. Now that something like this has happened, and Mr. Lin needs us, we absolutely have to be there for him." "Yes," Banner replied. "Actually, it's because those people need us that I'm getting ready to leave so quickly. Darling, I won't say any more. I need to get going. I'll be back in a while, you have my word. Don't worry, I'll make sure to arrive on time." At that moment, countless superheroes sprang into action. One after another, they made their positions clear. For Lin Fei's sake, they were willing to gather together, all determined to fight for peace. If Lin Fei could have known what these heroes were thinking, he would surely have been deeply moved. The truth was, these superheroes had chosen to place their faith in him. For Lin Fei, everything happening now was truly wonderful. He was overwhelmed with gratitude to see so many standing by his side. Just then, during the phone call, Tony couldn't help but laugh and say, "Mr. Lin, what should we do now? Are we heading straight to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Of course. Let's head to S.H.I.E.L.D. first, take a look around, and spend the night there. We'll wait for the rest of the heroes to arrive. If my guess is right, Rogers should already be there, and Banner probably will arrive in about an hour. As for Thor, he should make it sometime. Tonight, when everyone's there, we can sit down and talk things over. Oh, and I have a strong hunch. There's a good chance that Elle might appear tonight as well. If we're able to defeat Elle this very evening, that would be the best outcome, though of course, we can't be sure what will happen." As soon as Tony heard Lin Fei's words, he nodded in agreement. He didn't feel the need to say anything more. In fact, when it came to tasks arranged by Lin Fei, no matter what they were or how challenging, Tony always liked to take them on, and he was happy to follow Lin Fei's lead. Without question, this was the essence of Lin Fei's strength. He had always poured limitless effort into the cause of the superheroes. As a result, whenever Lin Fei gave any instruction, the superheroes would comply unconditionally. This was the personal charisma that set Lin Fei apart. Time slipped away, second by second. Many people watched Lin Fei, and at that moment he sprang into action. He started up his car, his mind sharp and focused. Before long, Lin Fei dialed Fury's number again. The moment Fury heard the call, he picked up without hesitation. "Oh my goodness, Mr. Lin, you actually called me? What a surprise. May I ask where you are right now?" "All right, no need to sound so shocked. I'm on my way to see you. So, is everything all right on your end? I'll be there soon." "Of course, there's no problem at all, Mr. Lin. Please, hurry over. We can't wait to see you. It's been far too long since I last saw my old friend. What an unexpected pleasure. Oh, by the way, Rogers is here training with me now. You can come over and have a look too." Hearing Fury's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. In truth, he had already anticipated this turn of events. It was inevitable that Rogers, in the end, would train alongside Fury. It was simply bound to happen, though Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit resigned about it all. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for 70 years, and now things had ended up like this. Some things change, some remain the same. This thought flashed through Lin Fei's mind. Without another moment's hesitation, he started the car and sped toward S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Barely half an hour later, Lin Fei arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. true to his word. Fury was already standing at the entrance, waiting to greet him, a clear sign of respect. The two men shook hands and embraced briefly. Then, with a smile, Fury led Lin Fei inside, speaking warmly as they walked together. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? This is wonderful. I didn't expect you to actually come back today. Come on, let me take you to see Rogers. That guy's a real training maniac. Ever since he got back from Carter's hospital room yesterday, he hasn't stopped for a second. He's been training nonstop, saying he wants to get his body back to its peak condition. Honestly, I was really surprised by this. Oh, are you sure that's the reason? Isn't it possible that Carter's situation gave him a bit of a shock? No, Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry. When it comes to things like this, I do have some sense for it. Rogers definitely wouldn't be shaken like that. I can feel there's still tremendous strength inside him, and his mind is steady as ever. So Carter's situation wouldn't throw him off. Of course, I won't deny he might be affected, just a little, but it's barely noticeable. So please, rest assured. All right, if you say so, I won't argue. Let's go and see for ourselves. Tony, you should come too. After all, Rogers is a superhero. He's been around for 70 years. Back then, Captain America was all the rage, and that was him. Oh really, Mr. Lin? I have to admit, I'm surprised. I've heard of Captain America, sure. When I was little, my father would talk about him all the time. He'd tell me stories about you and him. Stories I know by heart. Legendary tales everyone's heard. Well, I didn't expect that. Now I'm curious whether he's here or not. Let's hurry over and see what Rogers is like these days. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the group started making their way inside. As they entered, the sound of heavy blows echoed through the space. Rogers stood before them, relentlessly pounding away at a punching bag. The bag swung wildly under the force of his blows, a testament to his remarkable strength. With one final, thunderous punch, Rogers drove his fist straight through the bag. The chains snapped, and the bag crashed to the floor with a heavy thud, completely torn apart. For a moment, everyone stared in astonishment. Oh my, Rogers is truly incredible. Fury couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I really didn't expect his constitution to be this powerful. Of course, Mr. Lin might say that compared to you, he's still got a long way to go. Of course, came the reply. The gap between our abilities is quite substantial. Still, they can stay by your side for a long time, while I'll have to leave before too long. Oh, Fury sounded surprised. Mr. Lin, I had no idea you were planning to leave. Honestly, I really don't want to see you go. What if something truly dangerous comes our way after you're gone? Tony, Lin Fei, hearing Fury's concerns, just shrugged it off and said, what's there to be afraid of? It's not like anything dangerous is going to happen soon. I'm just leaving to take Xiaoxin on our honeymoon. We really haven't had much time together, and we're planning to have a wedding as well. I do hope you'll all come. Oh my, that's just wonderful. I never imagined you'd have such plans, Mr. Lin. I'm genuinely moved. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile at Fury's words, saying nothing more. Just then, the group's conversation carried over to Rogers. Rogers turned his head, and seeing everyone, he looked a little surprised and said, oh wow. I didn't expect you all to come back today. What a pleasant surprise. I hope my training didn't startle you. Of course not. Rogers, why don't you bring over another punching bag? I'd like to see just how strong Mr. Lin really is these days. Rogers was caught off guard by Fury's suggestion. He hadn't expected Fury to have such a self-punishing streak. Still, he grabbed another sandbag and tossed it lightly towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei calmly extended a single finger. As soon as the sandbag touched it, the bag burst apart, and all the sand fell in a heap at Lin Fei's feet. For a moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, trying to process what they'd just witnessed. None of them had expected Lin Fei to possess such overwhelming strength. It was as if they were facing a force of nature in human form. The shock was palpable. Oh my, Mr. Lin, what's with Fury? Why does he insist on setting himself up for disappointment? After seeing what you can do, doesn't it get to him? Yes, I really do feel terrible. Mr. Lin, I shouldn't have asked that extra question. It's left me feeling quite helpless. Anyway, since Mr. Lin is so powerful now, there's really no need for me to dig deeper, is there? Hearing Fury and Rogers say this, Lin Fei couldn't help but give a wry smile, saying nothing more. Time slipped by, moment by moment. Just as Lin Fei was about to go rest, he heard the sound of Banner arriving. At once, everyone stepped outside. It seemed that Tony's past friendship with Banner was truly deep. The two of them soon spotted each other and greeted one another with a warm embrace. Lin Fei, standing there, was left utterly speechless by the sight. Lin Fei understood that, in fact, these two were an excellent match in the realm of scientific research. Both of them were prodigies in their own right, and so had always had a lot to talk about. Faced with a scene like this, Lin Fei really had nothing more to say. This was their circle, and it was a fine thing for them to connect like this. On another level, he genuinely hoped the two of them would get to know each other even better in the future. After all, both their minds were remarkably sharp, and their thinking was always ahead of its time. If the two of them could collaborate more closely from now on, it would surely be a great boon to both of their research pursuits. Banner then stepped up to Captain America, Rogers, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, I really never expected you to survive, Rogers, thanks to that super serum. It's honestly astonishing. And your muscles, what a powerhouse. Really impressive." Rogers grinned at Banner's words and replied, "Banner, looks like you and I aren't so different after all. I suppose you've also used a bit of super serum yourself, though you've got a lot more gamma rays running through you. Otherwise, how else could you turn out like this? Oh, let's not dwell on that. Times are different now, and our fields of research have shifted as well. Still, I have to say, I'm glad things turned out this way. At least now, I'm finally in control of this transformation." "Oh, you're in control now? I have to admit, I'm curious. Just how far have you managed to take it?" Hearing what Rogers said, Banner couldn't help but smile. He casually raised his right hand, and in that instant his right arm suddenly transformed. The skin turned completely green, the muscles swelled impressively. Yet, aside from his arm, the rest of Banner's body remained unchanged. With a light chuckle, he spoke up. "This is what I've achieved so far. I can easily control every change happening inside my body now. Honestly, it's become second nature. And of course I owe it all to Mr. Lin. To tell the truth, I'm still amazed by how much he's helped me. I never imagined running into someone who could make this possible. It's truly incredible." Lin Fei, standing by his side, couldn't help but smile as well. In fact, this was exactly what he'd been working toward all along. Lin Fei's goal was to help Banner transform at will, to master the change completely. Not simply to become the Hulk whenever he wished, but to be able to selectively transform any part of his body. That, in Lin Fei's eyes, was when Banner would truly be at his most powerful, free from worry, and in total control. After all, only those who can truly command themselves and their bodies are truly strong. Clearly, Banner had now reached that level. Lin Fei felt deeply satisfied. Banner's progress was a genuine source of joy for him. Rogers, meanwhile, looked at the others and grinned. "Banner, how about this? Why don't we arm wrestle for a bit? I'd love to see just what your strength is like now. It's honestly astonishing. If your power after transforming is as impressive as it seems, you might just be unbeatable. It started to feel like talking to you is getting a little intimidating." Banner was momentarily taken aback by Roger's suggestion. He hadn't expected him to propose something like this. But deep down, Banner was actually a bit excited. He was genuinely curious about just how much stronger he had become, and at the same time, he was interested to see the true extent of Roger's strength as well. Lin Fei simply waved his hand, and in the next moment, he rolled out his invincible food cart. This cart was truly unbreakable. The combined strength of the two men didn't leave so much as a scratch on it. Both men placed their elbows firmly on the cart, clamping down and instantly exerting all their might. In the fierce standoff, Lin Fei noticed something remarkable. Their strength was perfectly matched, neither gaining ground over the other. The power they possessed was truly overwhelming, and their fighting spirit was just as formidable. At that moment, both men glared at each other, their jaws clenched tight, yet Lin Fei could see a spark of battle lust flickering in their eyes. At last, both men ceased their contest. They looked at each other, and then suddenly burst in a hearty laughter. For them, it was clear their strength was nearly identical. Rogers channeled more of his power into combat, while the other man's strength was manifest in his unyielding defense. Each had his own unique prowess, and neither could claim to be superior. As this realization dawned on them, a sense of mutual appreciation grew between the two. They were both genuinely delighted, amazed by how things had turned out, and neither had anything more to say on the matter. At this point, their strengths were so evenly matched that it was impossible to tell who was better. Seeing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. In truth, this was the best possible outcome for both of them. They would now both serve as valuable allies to S.H.I.E.L.D. If any danger arose in the future, both men would surely rush to lend a hand. Witnessing this development, Lin Fei felt a surge of emotion. He had never expected events to unfold in this way. Alert! Unidentified flying object detected. Please prepare for possible incursion. Suddenly, an alarm blared through the air. The sound caught everyone off guard, and confusion spread rapidly. No one had the faintest idea what was happening. Off to the side, Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared blankly, unable to reconcile what he was hearing. Was it possible? Could S.H.I.E.L.D. really be facing an incursion by an unidentified flying object? The moment Fury registered the announcement, he sprang into action, heading inside to devise a response. He was determined to find out exactly what, or who, was approaching. For him, this was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Casually, he followed behind Madame, then spoke up. I think, my friends, that this must be an acquaintance of ours. Let me go take a look. If it really is our friend, make sure not to attack him. Wouldn't it be better for us to welcome him instead? Oh, really? Mr. Lin, are you saying this is your friend? Good heavens, now that you mention it, I think I remember. This must be Thor, the god of thunder. If that's the case, then today must be the day of Thor's arrival. I truly didn't expect him to show up so soon. That's quite a surprise for us. Well, I don't actually find it all that strange. Come on, let's go and see for ourselves. Sure enough, when they all reached the control room and walked over, they saw on the monitors a figure in the sky rapidly approaching, a hammer gripped in his hand. The radar displayed the image with perfect clarity. Seeing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. All right, quickly deploy the parachute and let him land over there. Let's go and welcome him. Hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone immediately understood. This was clearly Thor. For a brief moment, the group was astonished, each person nodding in silent agreement. Truly, they were all taken aback, but none more so than Tony, who stared in disbelief. Oh my god, how is he flying? There's no propulsion system on him at all. How can he fly? And at such speed? This is honestly blowing my mind. Hearing Tony's reaction, the others couldn't help but exchange wry smiles. At the same time, Banner and Rogers were both quietly impressed. Thor's power was such that everyone felt a measure of respect. Regardless, the unexpected had happened. The group moved quickly and headed straight up to the rooftop. Just as they reached the top, they saw the figure drawing ever closer. Lin Fei raised his hand in greeting, and Thor, spotting them, immediately accelerated and landed right in front of Lin Fei. Oh, Mr. Lin, what a surprise. It's such a long way here, but I'm glad I finally made it. Good morning. No, I suppose I should say good afternoon. Lin Fei just smiled at Thor's words, choosing not to say anything more. Seeing that everyone had arrived and Lin Fei had barely spoken, Fury took the opportunity to address the group. Everyone, I think it's about time we have some lunch. You've all made the effort to come here, so let's enjoy a meal together. Consider it a little welcome ceremony for us, a chance to get acquainted. Hearing Fury's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. Truth be told, they were all just as eager to get to know one another. It must be said, the atmosphere at the table was warm and congenial. Once they gathered around, Fury had already taken care of everything. Seeing how well things were arranged, everyone quickly settled in and began to eat. Barton and Natasha also joined them at this point, and the group took the opportunity to introduce themselves to one another. Glasses were raised and laughter filled the air. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Fury turned to Lin Fei and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, I have to admit I'm curious. What are your thoughts about what comes next? What should we do? You surely have a better sense of the situation than we do, and honestly, we'd all appreciate your guidance on this. Lin Fei nodded at Fury's question, then spoke up. Now that we've all met, let's be frank, we're all superheroes. Every one of us carries a sense of pride. I know that none of you really wants to work together. Each of you would rather act alone. But, let me be clear, this is not an enemy that can be handled so easily. You've all seen what I can do. My abilities go far beyond anyone you've encountered before. In fact, even if you all came at me together, it would be hard for you to make a dent. Hearing such honest words from Lin Fei, everyone was left a bit speechless. It was certainly a blunt admission to make at a time like this, but it was nothing if not sincere. Lin Fei continued, so what I want to say to you all is this. The challenge ahead isn't something we can take lightly. We're facing a mysterious nation armed with all kinds of formidable weapons and technology. They're powerful enough that even I would have trouble going up against them alone. That's why I hope we can all work together. Only through true cooperation can we resolve this perfectly. I sincerely hope none of you falls into the trap of going solo, because to me, that would be the most foolish move of all. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. For a moment, everyone who heard Lin Fei's words nodded in agreement. In truth, none of them had expected Lin Fei to have such an unusual perspective on the coming battle. At that moment, Thor furrowed his brow. Noticing Thor's expression, Tony couldn't help but grin and say, Hey, buddy, your brother sure is a handful. He's caused us quite a bit of trouble this time. Instead of getting angry at Tony's remark, Thor looked apologetic. Let's take care of this as quickly as possible, he said. And I truly believe that after all of this, Loki will change. I'm sure he'll improve his ways and turn his life around. Don't worry, We'll all do our best together, Lin Fei said, waving his hand. Actually, I have an idea. Since Loki might show up tonight, and if we try to catch him, he'll probably slip away again. Why don't we use that to our advantage? So here's what I'm thinking. Tonight, we let Loki escape on purpose. I'll plant a tracking device on him. When he returns to his mysterious realm, we'll be able to pinpoint his location right away. Then we'll break through, head straight to his domain, and take down his entire operation in one fell swoop. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Fei's bold suggestion. None of them had expected him to come up with such a plan, but the more they thought about it, the more appealing it sounded. It would take a huge weight off their shoulders. Clearly, as soon as they heard Lin Fei's proposal, they were all impressed by his ingenuity. Since everyone agreed, Lin Fei felt quite pleased with himself. This was exactly the outcome he'd hoped for, and he was eager to put the plan into action. After dinner, Lin Fei went straight to his own laboratory. With a wave of his hand, the invincible food truck appeared at his side. Without hesitation, Lin Fei stepped inside, closely followed by the other superheroes. For them, it was a rare opportunity to see Lin Fei's unique mobile workstation up close. As true science enthusiasts, they couldn't help but marvel at the wonders inside, a sight that left them all thoroughly amazed. As the minutes ticked by, everyone found themselves increasingly surprised by the state of Lin Fei's workbench. Yet, in truth, this was nothing that should have shocked anyone. One by one, the group began to wander around, closely inspecting everything. Banner, in particular, was fascinated. He rarely had the chance to see Lin Fei's car up close, and now he had his own research projects, hoping to enlist Lin Fei's help. Lin Fei, of course, didn't mind at all. He casually allowed Banner to use whatever he needed from the workbench. For Lin Fei, it was hardly any trouble at all. Each of them was striving to become stronger in their own way. Lin Fei had no objections. He certainly wasn't about to stifle anyone's ambitions. On the contrary, he fully supported what they were doing. He also knew that, after all this, he wouldn't have much time left to spend with them. Soon he would need to return to Tang Xian's side. At that moment, Lin Fei's mind was displaying the research progress of his workbench through the system interface. He was working on a transspatial tracking device, a remarkably powerful piece of technology. In a matter of seconds, it could transmit information back, completely unimpeded by distance. Realizing what he had achieved, Lin Fei couldn't help but marvel at the system's incredible gifts. Creating something like this was truly extraordinary. Finally, a little after 4 in the afternoon, Lin Fei's tracking device was fully developed. Hey, Tony, I'm leaving this tough job to you. When you go up against Loki, make sure to attach this device to him without letting him notice. This way, we'll be able to use it to follow Loki into his mysterious realm. Hearing Lin Fei's instructions, Tony didn't hesitate for a second. He took the device firmly in his hand, genuinely moved by Lin Fei's trust in him. Lin Fei was entrusting him with something so important. Tony was determined to prove himself worthy. Time continued to slip by, and Lin Fei moved quickly and efficiently. Before they knew it, dinner was over and it was 6 o'clock. Right at that moment, a voice crackled in Fury's earpiece, drawing his attention as the radio on his ear suddenly sprang to life. Very soon, Fury ended the radio call and looked around at the others. He couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Lin, my prediction has come. True. Everyone, Loki has made his appearance. Right now, he's at our Westergarden Plaza. There's a ball going on over there, but Loki showed up and insists on calling himself king. He's demanding that everyone kneel and apologize, calling him Your Majesty. Folks, I think the man is out of his mind. Shouldn't we head over there now and put an end to his delusions once and for all? Hearing Fury's words, everyone could only respond with helpless resignation. In truth, everything was unfolding exactly as expected. No one could do much more than sigh at the situation, for today was the day Loki was destined to appear. For everyone involved, his arrival meant a looming disaster. Yet all they could do was try their best to see his influence gradually fade away. At this moment, Thor furrowed his brow and shouted, Everyone, I am truly furious. I just want to resolve this as quickly as possible. This whole affair is so frustrating for me. Hearing Thor's outburst, no one responded directly. Instead, they quietly stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. After all, an incident like this would surprise anyone. The only thought on everyone's mind was to help him bring this matter to a close as soon as possible. And if they could manage that, it would be the best possible outcome. All right, Lin Fei spoke up then. Everyone get ready. I think it's time we set out. Remember what I said earlier. If we stick to the plan and play our roles well, things will turn out just fine. I believe you're all more than capable of pulling this off. After hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone nodded at each other. For them, this was exactly the kind of situation they had been preparing for. If things really went as Lin Fei described, and they executed the plan, perfectly, there wouldn't be any obstacles. Everything would fall into place, and it would be a relief to finally resolve the matter at hand. That, in itself, was a source of great anticipation for everyone. Soon after, Lin Fei clapped his hands, and everyone obediently took their seats. At that very moment, their vehicle swiftly transformed into a helicopter, rising into the air. Meanwhile, Fury stood on the rooftop, his eyes filled with tension and silent prayers. He was just as anxious as the rest. No one knew how long this upcoming great battle would last, but at this moment, their hearts brimmed with anticipation. They longed to resolve the matter with Loki as soon as possible, for that would mean the entire conflict would finally come to an end. At the same time, they couldn't help but think about the plan Lin Fei had proposed. It truly seemed flawless. If it could be carried out perfectly, perhaps they really could deal with Loki without expending much effort. Of course, it would still take some work, but by then, the danger would be greatly diminished. This was precisely what they were hoping for, a future where the world might change in ways they could hardly imagine. Lin Fei soon arrived at the city center plaza. There, he saw countless people kneeling on the ground. For a moment, Lin Fei and the others couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Loki's obsession was truly overwhelming. He wanted all his subjects to submit before him, relying on the force of his power to intimidate them. For Lin Fei, such a scene was both frustrating and inevitable for. This was simply who Loki was. If he didn't experience this battle, Loki would never understand the consequences of his actions. As time ticked by, Lin Fei and his companions gradually noticed what was happening below. Tony, unable to hold back any longer, spoke up. "Mr. Lin, could you please open the door of the helicopter for me? I need to go down there and teach Loki a lesson. Honestly, he's really starting to get on my nerves." Hearing Tony's request, Lin Fei didn't say much. He simply opened the helicopter door. At that moment, Tony quickly activated his Iron Man suit and shot out into the open sky. Once outside, Tony moved with swift determination. He could barely stand it anymore. He was eager to give Loki a good beating, for Loki had become far too insufferable. Seeing the massive helicopter towering hundreds of meters above the ground, Rogers couldn't help but chuckle. "Mr. Lin, I'll be heading down as well. This height is nothing to me," he said with a smile. "All right, go ahead. Everyone who wants to join in, feel free," Lin Fei replied. "But Banner, I think you'd better stay put for now. If you go down there, as the big guy, you might cause more trouble than help. Save your strength for when we reach that mysterious land. That's when you'll truly shine." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Banner couldn't help but smile, saying nothing more. In truth, he fully understood the situation. At this point, he truly had no desire to get involved in such matters. For him, it was simply too painful, and his body was just too large, unless there were mutations in certain specific areas. But even then, such changes wouldn't really boost his fighting power to its peak. Given all this, he'd much rather just wait here patiently. And so, everyone settled in and watched from the helicopter. Lin Fei, meanwhile, showed no sign of worry, for he'd already assigned Tony his task. He believed Tony would, without fail, place the tracking device on Loki as planned. Lin Fei had also given Tony specific instructions: say as little as possible to Loki, so as not to provoke his wrath. The idea was simple. If Loki was attacked and felt pain, if things became difficult, he might retreat of his own accord. Only then would their real plan begin in earnest. For now, it was best to let things run their natural course, rather than risk alerting Loki by doing anything out of the ordinary. Just then, Tony was the first to descend, landing right in front of Loki. At that moment, Loki looked puzzled. Did Tony not understand how things worked? Why was he here? And who was this person anyway? Loki was certain he'd never seen him before, and what was stranger still, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the Destroyer. For a moment, Loki couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Oh, who are you? Why have you appeared here? Are you one of my subjects as well? That would be wonderful. I truly hope you will submit to me. It will be a most delightful thing." But Tony paid him no heed. In a flash, he activated his weapons, and a burst of heat shot straight toward Loki. Taken aback, Loki's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected this. Why would the Iron Man attack him the moment he arrived? Loki was left utterly bewildered, unable to make sense of what was happening. He had to admit, his reactions were remarkably swift. In that fleeting moment, he planted his staff firmly on the ground. Ripples spread out with each step he took, circles radiating around him. As Tony's attack collided with the shimmering wave of energy, the energy field instantly dissolved, erasing both attacks in the blink of an eye. Yet, the force of the impact was still too much for Loki. He staggered backward several steps before he managed to steady himself. "Who are you, really? Why attack me out of nowhere? Do you have any idea what consequences await those who anger me? I am about to become king of this world. And when that day comes, I will defeat every last one of you. Tony only smiled at Loki's words, barely sparing him another glance. He simply raised his hand again, and another surge of energy shot toward Loki, faster and fiercer than before. This time, Loki was truly enraged. He unleashed his spatial magic at Tony, risking everything in a desperate gambit. But just as he struck, Rogers dropped down from above. Captain America's shield was raised high, and in an instant, Loki's attack was deflected right back at him. For a heartbeat, Loki could only stare in astonishment. He knew all too well the power behind his own magic and dodged away just in time. Oh, for heaven's sake, who are you people? Can we just talk this out? What good could possibly come from this? Have you even considered the consequences of your actions? Rogers and Tony exchanged not a single word in response, offering him no explanation. And then, with a rush of wind, another figure landed on the ground. Thor. Loki's eyes went wide at the sight. Oh gods, what is happening? Thor? Why are you here? Thor, unexpectedly, did not say a word. He strode forward, raising his mighty hammer, ready to strike at Loki. For a moment, Loki couldn't help but be overcome with anger. It was almost inconceivable to him. Someone as powerful as he was, facing resistance from so many. For Loki, this was an insult he could hardly endure. In his mind, he was the strongest. At least that's what he had always believed. And he did not want to witness this scene unfold any longer. Boom! At that very moment, Thor's attack landed squarely on Loki, and Tony took the opportunity to dart in close, landing a powerful blow right to Loki's side. The sharp, searing pain shot through Loki, forcing him to stumble back dozens of meters. Suspended in midair, Loki stared wide-eyed at his opponents, utterly astonished by their ferocity. He had never imagined they would strike without a word, leaving him no time to react. It was almost unbelievable. He hadn't prepared for this at all. Even if someone had warned him in advance, at least he could have made some arrangements. Or, if things turned south, planned an escape. But now, looking back, it was clear that things were far more difficult than he'd anticipated. These people never intended to give him a single chance. Realizing this, Loki frowned deeply as he gazed at the group before him. After a long, heavy silence, he could only let out a helpless sigh. "Oomph. Enjoy your arrogance while you can," he sneered. "I promise, once my armies arrive, you'll stand no chance against me. I can't. Imagine where your confidence comes from, thinking you could ever oppose me. It's truly foolish, and frankly, I pity your stupidity." Hearing Loki's words, Tony lowered his voice and whispered to the other two, "Guys, I'm ready. We can scare him off now." The other two nodded in agreement, and their conversation went unnoticed by Loki. Just then, Rogers hurled his shield with precision, sending it whistling through the air straight for Loki. At the same time, Thor summoned a crackling storm of lightning, unleashing its power toward their adversary. Tony added a barrage of energy blasts, and the three attacks converged on Loki in a coordinated assault. In that instant, Loki's eyes widened with shock as he witnessed the onslaught. He had never expected these three to attack him so relentlessly. The truth was, he was no match for them. For the first time, Loki truly felt fear and realized that he stood absolutely no chance against this formidable trio. In that instant, Loki, having realized the situation, quickly cast his sorcery. At that very moment, his body vanished on the spot. Tony and the others were taken aback, unable to hide their surprise at Loki's display of power. They began searching for Loki, but it was impossible to find any trace of him. What they didn't know was that Loki had simply dropped down swiftly, leaving behind nothing more than an afterimage. He had hidden himself behind a tree, murmuring an incantation under his breath. As the spell took effect, the air around him began to ripple and shimmer, the environment distorting as if reality itself were dissolving around him. Loki's form faded, dispersing like mist. He seemed to evaporate from the world, vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. Of course, Tony and the others witnessed all of this. Standing on the ground, they couldn't help but laugh at the spectacle, watching as Loki disappeared before their eyes. Rogers grinned and spoke up. "Well, looks like we've finally completed Mr. Lin's assignment. Tony, I have to ask, when did you manage to plant that thing on him? I'm honestly baffled. How did I not notice at all?" Hearing Rogers' question, Tony could only respond with a helpless smile. "If you noticed everything, I'd be out of a job, wouldn't I? I slipped the device onto him just now when I landed that hit near his waist. What Mr. Lin gave me was an incredibly tiny gadget, so small it's like a mosquito bite. I inserted it right into Loki's body. If Loki had sensed anything, the device never would have shown itself. Now it's hidden in his bloodstream, and there's no way Loki will ever discover it. Mr. Lin is truly remarkable. I never imagined he could invent something like this." To be honest, Mr. Lin really inspires confidence, Rogers said. Come on, let's hurry up and see what he's planning next. I'm curious to find out what he has in store. The group nodded in agreement at Tony's words, and in unison, they raced ahead. Rogers summoned all his strength, leaping more than 100 meters in a single bound. In an instant, he reached Lin Fei's helicopter, the cabin door already open. Thor and Tony made use of their propulsion tech, soaring up and landing directly on board Lin Fei's helicopter. At this moment, Lin Fei stood before the workbench, opened the computer sitting on top, and couldn't help but smile. Everyone, the great battle is about to begin. I wonder, are you all ready? As soon as everyone heard Lin Fei's words, they couldn't help but smile as well. In truth, all of this seemed rather simple to them. They had been prepared for quite some time. They had only wanted to relax for a while. But clearly, there was no opportunity for that now. They had to fight. Only through battle could they grow stronger. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the others all laughed, and one of them spoke up. Mr. Lin, we're ready. Let's get started. Honestly, I can hardly wait. The sooner we finish this fight, the sooner we can take a well-deserved break. That's right. Once this battle is over, we can finally rest for a while. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. He knew well enough that once Loki was defeated, there wouldn't be much left for him to worry about. That made him all the more eager to end things quickly. Just then, a red dot appeared on Lin Fei's computer screen. But this dot was nowhere near their dimension. It was impossibly far away. None of them could believe it. Loki was traversing space, and at such an incredible speed. According to the display, the distance was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Truly unfathomable. Oh my gosh, it's that far? How are we supposed to get there? That's just impossible, Rogers exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. To him, the challenge seemed insurmountable. There was no way they could make it. Thor, however, just chuckled and said, Don't you know about Mr. Lin's remarkable abilities? His food truck can travel through dimensions. The distance doesn't matter. He can get us there with ease. Hearing Thor's words, everyone stared in astonishment. They could hardly believe what they were hearing. How could such a thing be possible? For a moment, everyone was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. But Lin Fei quickly broke into a laugh and said, All right, there's no need to be surprised, everyone. From here to the other side, it'll take about 5 minutes. So, why don't we each crack open a can of beer and celebrate? With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, countless cans of Tsingdao beer suddenly appear before them, each one exuding a chill as if it had just been pulled from the fridge. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. To them, this beer was truly a delight. So crisp and refreshing, it was simply irresistible. Without a moment's hesitation, the group each grabbed a can, savoring the cool liquid with eager gulps. Meanwhile, Lin Fei pressed the control button on the workbench, and in an instant, the entire plane vanished from its original spot. The scenery around them rapidly faded away, making it clear that Lin Fei was now executing a high-speed traversal. Oh my god, what on earth is this thing? Tony couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Although he'd already witnessed some of Lin Fei's invincible food truck's wonders, he had never seen anything quite like this. The sheer spectacle left Tony utterly amazed. It was beyond anything he'd ever encountered. He couldn't help but wonder, what else might Lin Fei be capable of? The rest of the group was no less stunned. They were so overwhelmed by what they saw that for a moment, words failed them. As the seconds ticked by, Lin Fei sprang into action, and everything around them dissolved at lightning speed. At that moment, he could sense his current position, confident that he would soon arrive at Loki's location. In contrast to the others' astonishment, only Thor appeared completely unfazed by these extraordinary events. He'd been through this before, after all. But deep down, Thor couldn't help but marvel at Lin Fei's power. It surpassed everyone else by far. Lin Fei's strength was on a level no one could hope to match. Thor even wondered whether Lin Fei might possess the abilities of others as well. If that were true, and Lin Fei ever chose to stand against them as a true villain, then he would become an adversary beyond anything they could hope to face. The thought alone was enough to make them question how they could possibly deal with someone like Lin Fei. The thought made Thor blurt out the absurd idea that had crossed his mind. Mr. Lin, if you ever became the ultimate villain, I don't think any of us would be able to stop you. You're just too powerful, and aren't you practically invincible? Hearing Thor's words, Lin Fei paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. You're right about that, but honestly, it's just not possible. I could never become a villain. Don't worry, I would never do something like that, and you really don't need to be concerned. In fact, we really don't have anything to worry about. Mr. Lin's character is something we all trust, someone else chimed in with a chuckle. The truth was, they were all quite certain of Lin Fei's integrity. When they heard him joke about turning evil, they couldn't help but find it a bit funny. It was an odd kind of joke, but none of them bothered to say much more about it. Time seemed to slip by quickly, and before long, the group realized that everything around them had changed completely. The world was now shrouded in darkness. All around, countless blue houses and buildings sprang up, casting their strange glow. On the streets, swarms of warrior-like monsters marched along the roads. At the sight of this, everyone's eyes widened. This world was astonishing, so full of wonders that it left them all amazed. At this moment, Banner couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Lin, have we arrived? This place is incredible. I can't believe how fascinating it is. It's clear this has become a gathering place for these monsters, these mutants." "That's right. Things have changed here. But for us, that just makes it all the more challenging, doesn't it? All right, everyone, let's get ready. The fight is about to begin." As he spoke, Lin Fei's presence intensified, his energy surging in a way that caught everyone off guard. They hadn't expected Lin Fei to possess such a powerful aura. It left them all in awe, realizing that he was truly a force to be reckoned with. At that very moment, with a single thought from Lin Fei, the helicopters circling around him vanished in an instant. Everyone who witnessed this seemed completely unfazed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Tony, meanwhile, swiftly donned his Iron Man suit, rocketing forward at incredible speed. Thor raised his mighty hammer and surged ahead, lightning crackling at his command. As for Rogers, he descended from the black starry sky, plummeting downward. His shield at that moment acted almost like a parachute, guiding his fall and allowing him to control his landing. Banner, on the other hand, paid no heed to caution. With a furious bellow, his muscles swelled and transformed. He became the Hulk, a towering green giant. In a heartbeat, he leaped down to join the fray, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous impact. Each of them displayed their extraordinary abilities as they landed. The ground shook with their arrival. The monsters nearby, startled by this sudden intrusion, quickly recovered and surged forward in overwhelming numbers. Lin Fei estimated that there were at least tens of millions of them, a force so vast it defied imagination. This world's power was truly formidable, and for a moment, Lin Fei found himself unable to comprehend what exactly was happening. In a typical Marvel universe, there would never be so many enemies at once, perhaps only a few powerful foes with advanced technology. Lin Fei had never expected to face an army of this scale. It was a staggering, almost unbelievable revelation, and worry crept into his heart. He wondered whether he could possibly handle such a situation. Just the thought of it was deeply distressing. And just then, Lin Fei suddenly heard a voice ring out nearby. "Mr. Lin, I can help you now. Please, you must defeat them and save Loki. I truly don't want to see these people hurt again. Mr. Lin, I beg for your help." Hearing those words, Lin Fei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He instantly recognized the voice. It was Odin's. For a brief moment, Lin Fei was completely baffled. How could Odin possibly know he had come here? Just as he was pondering this, a shimmering arc of rainbow light appeared behind him. From the brilliant glow of the Bifrost, a pitch-black hammer shot forth, soaring through the air. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei saw this unexpected object and, surprised, caught it in his grasp. The weight and power pulsing through the hammer stunned him. It was the legendary Mjolnir, the Hammer of Thunder. Yet, it felt even more formidable than Thor's own weapon. For a moment, Lin Fei was at a loss. He wanted to ask what on earth this artifact truly was. At that moment, Odin's voice echoed once again, calm and deep. "Mr. Lin, this is the Titan Hammer that has accompanied me through countless battles. It is a weapon of immense might, able to draw upon the boundless energies of heaven and earth, gathering them within your grip. With it, you can deliver a single, devastating blow to your enemies. However, I must warn you, Mr. Lin, wielding this hammer comes at a great cost. It will drain your strength. Still, I trust you. I can sense your extraordinary constitution, and I believe you will be fine. I hope you will destroy all of them at once. With this hammer, one strike should be more than enough to defeat them all." Lin Fei was once more taken aback by these words. The Titan Hammer? He had never even heard of such a thing before. This turn of events was truly beyond his imagination. And yet, despite the unexpected twists, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile, because for him, this was the best solution he could hope for. With that thought, Lin Fei shouted without hesitation, "Everyone, don't let these monsters get near me. Hurry and find Loki. I need time to prepare my strongest attack. When the moment comes, get into the air as quickly as you can. I don't want any of you dying because of this, understood?" "Understood, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, we're ready. Loki, I've already spotted him. I'll go catch him right now." Hearing the responses from the people below, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. To him, Everything unfolding now felt simply wonderful. At this moment, Lin Fei raised a mighty titan hammer high above his head, his entire body floating in midair. In an instant, he sensed an incredibly profound state awakening within himself. The air particles around him surged wildly toward him, drawn by some mysterious force. Experiencing this, Lin Fei was filled with astonishment, for at last he had grasped the power of chaos. Yes, it was chaos. That was exactly what Lin Fei felt, and the sensation amazed him beyond words. He truly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Long ago, Qin had told Lin Fei how difficult it was to comprehend the power of chaos. Yet Lin Fei never imagined that, in such circumstances, he would achieve this breakthrough with such apparent ease. To be honest, it all came down to the interplay of the 5 elements, creation and destruction in perpetual balance. Within his own body, the essence of the 5 elements had already taken form, each cycling rapidly through its transformation. Amid this endless cycle, clusters of black energy began to emerge. Lin Fei understood, at least for now, that this energy was none other than chaos itself. Feeling all this, Lin Fei was filled with a sense of wonder. He couldn't believe he had truly succeeded, that he had managed to comprehend chaos at last. At that moment, chaos surged down into the Titan hammer. Immediately, Lin Fei felt the mighty hammer tremble violently in his grasp. Before his eyes, the weapon was now shining with a deep, pitch-black radiance, a glow as dark and powerful as if the Reaper himself had descended from the underworld. The energy pulsed with astonishing force, and Lin Fei was left utterly amazed. "Oh my God, what is this? I've never seen anything like it." Odin's voice echoed from above, awe and disbelief ringing clear. Hearing him, Lin Fei could only smile wryly. In truth, even he had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. But the fact remained, this was happening, and for Lin Fei, it was simply a natural result of his own formidable strength. He had truly mastered this power. Meanwhile, far away in New York, inside a certain residence, Qian stepped out onto the balcony. He gazed up at the sky, his expression thoughtful for a long while. At last, a small smile appeared at the corner of his lips. The power of chaos has finally been understood by someone. What a fascinating world this is. No one could have predicted that Lin Fei would end up becoming so powerful. At this moment, Lin Fei had entered a mysterious state, and the energy within his body was surging forth, generating at an astonishing speed. Just then, Lin Fei became acutely aware that the entire Sky City was now rumbling with thunder. Countless dark clouds began to gather rapidly, and above these clouds, bolts of lightning rolled and crackled, drawing ever closer to where he stood. As the torrents of lightning energy converged upon the giant god hammer, Lin Fei swiftly raised it high. The moment he saw the overwhelming energy collecting atop the hammer, it grew even more formidable. Its aura radiated outward in waves. Looking down at the ground, Thor and the others sensed the mounting pressure. In that instant, everyone couldn't help but look up. They saw Lin Fei wreathed in lightning, yet his body emanated a black aura. That oppressive energy weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Lin Fei now resembled a demon risen straight out of the underworld. No one had imagined that Lin Fei could become so formidable in the blink of an eye. But they were no fools. They quickly realized what Lin Fei was doing. He was gathering energy, preparing for his ultimate attack, doing everything he could to maximize its power. Sensing the situation, Thor noticed someone nearby preparing to take to the sky. At that moment, Tony shouted, "Quick, everyone! We must protect Mr. Lin at all costs. Don't let him come to any harm." Hearing this, everyone suddenly became aware of the monsters swarming around them, poised to charge at Lin Fei. In that moment, their eyes burned with resolve. They simply could not allow such a disaster to unfold. Without hesitation, everyone sprang into action, engaging the monsters in a desperate battle for survival. Meanwhile, Banner caught sight of Loki standing before him and couldn't help but sneer. Only Loki left. I can't believe you're still here." When Loki heard these words at this particular moment, he paused, caught off guard, then sneered and said coldly, "What's wrong? Monster, do you really think that just because you've become such a creature, you can do whatever you please? Let me tell you, you're gravely mistaken. Taking you down? It's really no challenge at all. Honestly, I never imagined you'd end up like this. Does it feel helpless, being trapped in that monstrous body of yours?" Hearing this, Banner's eyes narrowed instantly. He grabbed Loki's arm in a flash, and with a surge of strength, he slammed Loki to the ground several times in quick succession, so hard that Loki was left completely dazed, dangling helplessly in Banner's grip. With a disdainful laugh, Banner mocked. What's the matter, kid? Didn't you know that the angrier I get, the stronger I become? Oh, what a pity. Clearly, you just realized it now. Isn't it exhilarating? In that instant, Loki was filled with deep regret. Just what sort of people were these? How did they know he was here? And why were they so powerful? Clearly the whole situation had unfolded in a way he could never have anticipated. The reality was beyond anything he could have imagined, and Loki was now utterly bewildered. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but shout, "Everyone, hurry up! Quick, I can't hold on much longer." But in truth, Lin Fei wasn't at his limit. Instead, he could feel the immense power surging within him. Lin Fei was well aware that if he kept pushing himself like this, he might end up injuring himself internally, something he had no desire to experience. Besides, even if he faced thousands upon thousands of enemies, with a single blow, he could annihilate them all. These opponents before him were nothing by comparison. This was Lin Fei's confidence. The power of chaos could both create and destroy, and it was clear that its capacity for destruction was even more terrifying than its power to create. When Lin Fei spoke those words so directly, the people around him reacted swiftly. In an instant, they all leaped into action, soaring into the air. Banner, too, was immediately seized by Thor, who still held Loki firmly in his grasp. The might of the God of Thunder was truly astonishing. Hauling two men at once seemed to cause him no strain at all. Meanwhile, Rogers was being pulled up by Tony, who unleashed his powerful energy reserves, lifting Rogers high above the ground. Suddenly, Lin Fei let out a thunderous roar. In that same moment, he swung the colossal hammer of the gods with astonishing speed. All at once, everyone saw it. A black sphere of energy about the size of a basketball hurtled toward the ground. Instantly, each person felt an overwhelming surge of power radiating from that dark mass. Sensing the danger without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fei acted on pure instinct. With a thought, a helicopter materialized and swiftly scooped everyone aboard. The aircraft shot upward at dizzying speed, and in the blink of an eye, they were thousands of meters above the earth. Then, at last, a deafening explosion shattered the air. The blast was so powerful, so thunderous, that it astonished everyone. Even high above, suspended in the sky, they felt the shockwave's terror and might. Is that really the end? Has everything been destroyed? This disbelief was shared by all, but there was no denying what had just taken place. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly delighted you could attend Mr. Lin and Miss Tang Xian's wedding today. I'm sincerely grateful to have you all here. Now, who is Mr. Lin? Perhaps some of you don't know him well yet. Suddenly, in an ancient Chinese-style restaurant in New York, Tony stood at the front of the hall. He was impeccably dressed for the occasion, and as he looked out at the guests before him, a warm smile crossed his face. Oh, I can assure you, Mr. Lin is someone worthy of our deepest respect. In fact, his personal achievements even surpass my own. You may have heard about recent events at Stark Industries. To you, it might seem shocking, but I can tell you with confidence that none of it would have been possible without Mr. Lin's help. And before this, there was a great battle. All of you faced countless enemies, and I can assure you with absolute certainty that all of this was thanks to Mr. Lin. It was because of him that each of those fierce battles ended sooner than anyone could have hoped. Mr. Lin's formidable strength surpassed anyone's wildest imagination. Isn't it astonishing, my friends? Today, all of you who have come are our cherished guests, and I am delighted to announce that Mr. Lin and Miss Tang Xian will be joined in marriage. Let us all welcome the bride and groom with a resounding round of applause as they enter the hall. At Tony's words, the room erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone truly felt overwhelmed with happiness. At such a moment, joy flooded every heart, making it an unforgettable occasion for all. Just then, Lin Fei and Tang Xian began making their way over. The couple was accompanied by a remarkably impressive bridal party, one that could only be described as extraordinary. The bridesmaids were Betty, Potts, Natasha, and Jane, each a formidable woman in her own right. As for the groomsmen, they were Thor, Rogers, Barton, and Banner. Each of them was a superhero, and the women beside them were no less remarkable. When the guests saw this astonishing lineup, they couldn't help but cheer with excitement. In the center of it all, Lin Fei walked arm in arm with Tang Xian, strolling toward Tony. At a relaxed pace, Lin Fei's eyes sparkled with joy, for he had finally found his way to Tang Xian's side. The long struggle was over, and at last, peace had arrived. Lin Fei could now look forward to a new life with Tang Xian, savoring every moment together. Turning to Tang Xian, one could see her face radiant with happiness, though tears glimmered at the corners of her eyes. This moment had not come easily for her. Tang Xian could hardly believe that she and Lin Fei had truly made it to this day. For her, it was nothing short of a miracle, and now, everything had come to fruition. In truth, Tang Xian's heart overflowed with gratitude, leaving her at a loss for words. For any woman, to be able to join her beloved at the end of such a journey is something worth boasting to the entire world. Tang Xian's thoughts were clear. She could barely contain her astonishment at the reality before her. She and Lin Fei had truly come together at last, and the emotion of this moment was deeply moving. Time ticked by, second after second, and now everyone made their way up to the steps. At this moment, Tony saw what was happening, and couldn't help but smile as he asked, "Mr. Lin, may I ask if you are willing to spend the rest of your life with Miss Tang Xian?" "I do," Lin Fei replied. Hearing Lin Fei's answer, Tang Xian's heart filled with joy, and she smiled contentedly. Tony then turned to Tang Xian and asked again, "Miss Tang, are you willing to spend your life with Mr. Lin? Even if one day he finds himself without wealth or power, even if he loses everything, will you still choose not to leave him?" "Of course I do. I will never leave him," she replied. With these words, both of them expressed the deepest devotion to their love. In this moment, their vows to each other felt sweeter than anything, and it was as if this declaration had become the most beautiful testament to the love they shared. Now, the guests all around them, upon hearing these heartfelt words, smiled with happiness as well. This sweet couple truly seemed the perfect match, handsome and graceful. To see them come this far was almost unbelievable to anyone present, but at this moment, there was no denying it. They were radiant, and their happiness was infectious. Everyone there was moved and overjoyed for them. Tony then spoke up again, saying, "Now, will the bride and groom please exchange rings?" At his words, Lin Fei reached into his hand and produced a dazzling diamond ring, so large and brilliant it caught every eye. He had entrusted Tony to arrange this ring for him, and Tony had been more than willing to help, considering it a small gesture in return for all Lin Fei had done. After all, Lin Fei's strength and generosity had left Tony wanting to do anything he could to repay him. With great care, Lin Fei picked up the ring, gently took Tang Xian's hand, and slowly slipped the ring on her finger. In that instant, Tang Xian was overcome with happiness and tears welled up in her eyes. She had waited so long for this moment, and now that it was finally here, it felt truly hard-won. Lin Fei had always had so much on his shoulders, and Tang Xian had never wanted to disturb him, but now she realized that all the waiting had been worth it. "All right, the rings have been exchanged. Mr. Lin, is there anything you'd like to say now?" Tony asked. Lin Fei nodded at Tony's words and took the microphone. But just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He picked it up and listened, and in the next moment his eyes widened in shock. He turned to Tang Xian, disbelief written all over his face. "Xiaoxin, the amusement park you wanted to visit most last time, is offering discounts today. Shall we go?" "Really? That's great. Let's hurry and go." The moment Tang Xian responded, Lin Fei didn't hesitate for even a second. He swept Tang Xian up into his arms, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them were lifted off the ground. With Lin Fei's swift movement, they soared into the air, bursting right through the ceiling above them, heading straight for the amusement park Tang Xian loved. For a moment, everyone present was left speechless at the sight. This wedding was simply too outrageous to believe.